On the first of the month, at the exact moment known as the descent of the origin realm, every single player receives the actual powers of their in-game characters. People who were once nothing but weak gamers at the bottom of society suddenly wield power far beyond normal worldly authority, turning the entire world completely upside down. Greed rules. Power corrupts. The world quickly plunges into absolute chaos. Back then, Liu Yi made a massive mistake by only playing the game to relax. Consequently, when the origin realm actually descended, Liu Yi remained incredibly weak and was eventually skewered like a common roach. But at that final moment, Liu Yi miraculously regresses to the time before the descent. It is now 7:59 p.m. on July 27th, and the origin realm is about to launch its servers. Liu Yi adjusts his glasses. Just 34 days remain. Then, reality and game will finally merge. Time is running out, and Liu Yi knows that if he wants to stand at the top, everything must start right now. His primary goal is not fame or wealth, but pure strength. As the countdown hits 0, Liu Yi successfully logs into the game. Just look at that hyper-realistic scenery. We know things are about to get real, and he needs to move fast. Everybody wants to level up, but nobody knows the best spot. The massive crowd keeps chatting, but they only talk about the most basic details. But as a regressor, Liu Yi already knows everything. Force is the most mysterious and overpowering strength a player can ever acquire. It is the ultimate dividing line between top-tier players and ordinary ones. Instead of wasting time, Liu Yi heads straight for the weapon training grounds. In the Origin Realm system, classes do not exist. Everything depends entirely on your weapon of choice. The key is finding the right weapon and hitting 100% mastery, which is the only way to unlock the Force. The training grounds are absolutely massive, fully stocked with every gear option imaginable to master any weapon type. He chooses his favorite weapon first, a heavy saber. The grinding begins. Although he is not sure which weapon fits him best, he is fully prepared to try them all. After 5 exhausting hours of training, a notification pops up. Saber mastery has reached 100%. But Liu Yi quickly realizes nothing else happens. It looks like the saber is not his compatible weapon. So, Liu Yi switches to a double-edged sword. Outside, a guy and a girl are chatting about how mind-blowing their experience in the Origin Realm has been so far. This extreme physical activity beyond reality is honestly incredible. The hyper-realistic sensory feedback is so addictive that it is almost impossible to stop, even though they are only experiencing basic low-level content right now. I wonder what kind of crazy high-level experiences will open up later. The two wonder where they have walked to, and the guy quickly figures out they have stumbled upon the weapon training grounds. Inside the massive area, Liu Yi is training all by himself. The duo decides to try a few weapons too, but they get bored almost immediately. Aside from getting standard notifications that their mastery is slowly going up, nothing cool happens, and mastering this specific weapon takes a whopping 10,000 swings just to reach 100%. Giving up on weapons, they decide that leveling up is their top priority right now and quickly leave the area. Liu Yi keeps training. Alone. He refuses to quit. On day 1, he masters the saber, sword, and halberd, but still no force. On day 2, he maxes out the spear, shield axe, and mace. Yet the result remains exactly the same. By the 3rd day, a group of players walks past, boasting about already reaching level 20 or 21. Level 20 is the standard now. While everyone else climbs, Liu Yi is still level 1. 0 force. He is panicking. Honestly, you can't blame him for doubting his path when everyone else is already speeding ahead. But Liu Yi pushes forward, knowing that to become the strongest, he absolutely needs the Force. It is the core foundation of everything. On that 3rd day, those 2 players from before walk back into the training zone, complaining that the death penalty in this game is way too brutal. Their levels were wiped completely back to 0, totally wasting all their hard work over the last 2 days. Walking in, they are shocked to see Liu Yi still standing there, relentlessly swinging away with different weapons. Fighting, exploring, dueling, or running secret dungeons has got to be way more fun than grinding weapon mastery like a robot. They wonder what he is actually planning or if there is some hidden secret to it, briefly debating if they should try grinding weapon mastery too. But the girl scoffs. Liu Yi has been here for 3 days and is still level 1. Even if there is a secret, it is taking way too long to pay off. With most players already sitting comfortably at level 20-something and holding real power, how could Liu Yi ever hope to catch up? She boasts that she could pick up any random weapon right now and easily shatter a practice target, while he cannot even leave a single scratch on it, before walking away in disgust. The guy still wants to give it a shot, but she stops him, arguing that instead of wasting time, they should focus on leveling up, which is what actually matters. By the 4th and then the 5th day, Liu Yi fully masters 18 different weapons, unlocking the Weapon Grandmaster title. A weapon master can wield anything, using any trait at will. Even so, it is not enough. He still has not obtained the Force, unless the only thing he is truly compatible with is a firearm. That sudden realization makes Liu Yi freeze. Before reincarnation, absolutely nobody ever mentioned that firearms could actually grant real power. Maybe past players just weren't at a high enough level to discover it. Or perhaps it's a secret kept by those at the very top. With that, Liu Yi headed straight to the firearm training room. Liu Yi knew 5 days had already passed, meaning most players were already level 30. With so many firearms here, if he trained them all, the origin world would probably descend into reality before he could finish. He mumbled, should he really keep pushing like this? But remembering everything from his past, Liu Yi simply couldn't bring himself to give up. Without power, he would never become a top player. He would just end up on that same old path, getting slaughtered by others just like before his reincarnation. With that, Liu Yi began practicing with a pistol. Gunshots echoed one after another as notifications popped up, slowly dripping in tiny points of pistol proficiency. The girl from earlier returned to the weapon training room to check if Liu Yi was still there. Finding it completely empty, she assumed he had already left. Just then, a sudden gunshot sparked her curiosity. Walking in, get ready for this, she saw Liu Yi completely cloaked in a mysterious blue glow. A system alert flashed his pistol proficiency had reached 100%. Liu Yi successfully derived force from both his intelligence attribute and sense force. The conversion rate was now a clean 1-to-1, with his current sense force sitting at 4 out of 5. He finally possessed force, which at last gave him a small sliver of security before the upcoming event. Next up, it was time for him to level up and catch up with the pack. Turning around, Liu Yi suddenly spotted a girl standing at the door, while Shui Xiao stood there pretending to be completely oblivious. Liu Yi walked closer and casually brushed past her. Her face flushed bright red as she screamed internally, Wei Xinyi, why are you panicking? Just ask him what that light was all about. But she didn't dare ask and could only try to figure it out herself. Meanwhile, Liu Yi headed to the equipment shop to buy a gun and ammo, planning to pick up a melee weapon just in case. On his way, he overheard 2 guys gossiping about how the Origin world had just shattered records, reaching 10 million concurrent online players. That fast? It's only been a few days. Can the virtual reality devices even keep up with this demand? The first pre-ordered batch has already arrived, and the second batch is about 2 days away. Over at the weapon shop, Liu Yi was browsing the stock. Common pistol, 500. 3 ammo boxes, 300. Common dagger, 200. Total, 1,000. The price nearly gave Liu Yi a heart attack. Man, this was insanely expensive. Origin coins were the in-game currency, with a 1-to-1 ratio to real-world money. This literally meant spending 1,000 real-world dollars. Not only was starter gear not free in this game, but it also cost $1,000. Talk about a total ripoff. Still, as a weapon master, he could use any weapon model and its unique attributes. With this title, Liu Yi could bypass the restriction where force could only be channeled through compatible weapons. At the Instance Challenge Hub, recorded instances were custom scenarios uploaded by players who paid a fee, allowing other players to challenge them. Winning challengers claimed sole ownership of that instance. They also pocketed all the Origin coins in the prize pool, along with matching experience points. But if they failed, their entry fee was absorbed into that instance's prize pool. The larger the prize pool grew, the higher that mirror scenario climbed on the leaderboard. Currently, Rank 1 held a massive pool of 432,369 coins, belonging to a level 30 player named Lei Dangzhong from the New Order Guild. Rank 2, 334,798, held by Nguoi Zhao Den Ta Roy. Level 30, also from the New Order Guild. Rank 3, with 241,235, was Tenkam Dao Na Tre, level 30 from the Sanctuary Guild. To enter an instance challenge, 2 conditions had to be met. First, the challenger's level must be at least 5 levels lower than the mirror scenario. Second, they had to pay 10% of the current prize pool as an entry fee. Liu Yi knew a level 1 player with force was perfect for these high-level fights. But watch this. Right as he thinks that, another player exits, crying about a total defeat. The difficulty of these scenarios is pure insanity. Not only do you lose your money, but if you fail, all your hard-earned levels are instantly wiped back to 0. Another player tried comforting him, saying this was actually a lucky outcome. If you die inside a collapsing instance, both your level and your gear are completely deleted. Slumped on a nearby bench, the 2 spotted Liu Yi and began judging him. Look at that, Kwang Tu, another level 1 newbie trying to challenge a mirror. And he's actually using a pistol? Firearms are literally the most hated weapons in the entire Origin world. Kwang Tu laughed, noting the newbie didn't even have proper gear, probably just looking to experience a mirror instance for fun. Rookies like him always end up losing all their entry fees before getting kicked out. They aren't the ones we are looking for. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was carefully selecting his opponent. A prompt popped up, asking if he wanted to face the mirror of a player named This World Is Not Gentle. Liu Yi realized he had to choose this battle format to start leveling up. Liu Yi recalled how he was mocked in the past. In reality, he had always been terrified of fighting, a fear that still haunted him even inside the game. People used to tease and mock Liu Yi, turning him into a total laughingstock. Remembering that, Liu Yi clenches his fists, determined to be different this time, conquer this challenge, and overcome his deep-seated fear. A notification chimed, deducting 100 Origin coins for the challenge. The teleportation begins as the challenge countdown ticks down. Liu Yi finally lands in the arena to face his opponent. This World Is Not Gentle. The system screen displays level 5, a saber weapon, and a basic beginner coat for gear. Liu Yi feels pretty nervous since this is his first time actively picking a fight. As his legs begin to shake, he strikes his thigh hard to calm his racing heart. The battle begins. The opponent swings his blade first, startling Liu Yi into a quick dodge before he immediately fires back with a gunshot. But the enemy instantly knocks the gun right out of his hand. Luckily, Liu Yi still has a dagger on him to block the incoming strike. An unusual anxiety washes over Liu Yi. He just cannot understand why he is still so hesitant to fight with all his might. Even with a heaven-sent chance at rebirth, his deep-seated fear still holds him back. Forcing himself forward, Liu Yi activates his Weapon Master title, shifting his short blade. Regaining his confidence, he unleashes a fully charged strike, driving the blade directly toward his opponent. The enemy's blade snaps completely in half and dissolves into nothingness. Standing firm, Liu Yi stares ahead with a brand new determination. It turns out that Weapon Master title really can push past his limits. The catch is the bonus attack power is only half of his pistol. System alerts congratulate Liu Yi for defeating This World Is Not Gentle, awarding 1,000 Origin coins and 1,000 experience. A flurry of level-up notifications floods his screen. Cursing under his breath, Liu Yi cannot believe he actually won as his body continues to tremble. Over at the Mirror Dungeon lobby, Kuang Tu and his crew are searching for clues. The challenge mechanics here are just way too brutal, making success almost completely impossible for any average player. Usually, only elite members from the giant guilds have any hope of clearing it. So Kuang Tu keeps looking for a way. But check this out, right as they are talking, Liu Yi suddenly appears. His companion instantly recognizes Liu Yi, completely stunned that this guy actually cleared the challenge. With pretty much zero decent gear, Liu Yi somehow defeated a mirror clone 5 levels higher than him. It makes absolutely no sense to them. Kuang Tu quickly whispers, "It is him. Go get funding from back garden immediately." After locking down the budget, Kuang Tu and his buddy decide to follow Liu Yi closely. waiting to see which boss he picks so they can open a betting pool. Having reached level 5 with 0 out of 500 experience, Liu Yi sees all his stats shoot way up. Unstoppable, he starts looking for his next mirror target. Burning with curiosity, Kung Tu and his partner scramble to prepare themselves, dying to see who Liu Yi is going to challenge next. But the moment they see his choice, they literally cannot believe their own eyes. Rubbing his eyes, Kung Tu mutters, "I must be seeing things." But he is not wrong. Liu Yi just picked Ru Lei Dang Trung, a level 10 boss and easily one of the most brutal opponents at that tier. Kung Tu collapses straight onto the floor. All the energy drains out of him, completely devastated because he cannot comprehend why Liu Yi would choose such an impossible fight. His partner grabs his head and stammers out, "Are we still opening the betting pool?" Kung Tu sobbed in response. "We are already committed. We have to run it." But he warns his buddy that absolutely no one can find out, or it will completely ruin their payout. Across the Origin World betting lobby, news of the match between Liu Yi and Ru Lei Dang Trung spreads like wildfire. The crowd goes wild, constantly whispering about this crazy newbie challenging the ultimate level 10 boss, a monster everyone knows is absolutely unbeatable. Naturally, the players start mocking Liu Yi. They laugh at this poorly geared newbie wielding a basic white-tier weapon who somehow has the guts to challenge a legendary boss like Ru Lei. Meanwhile, Kung Tu and his buddy are literally crying rivers. The bets have piled up to 200,000 coins, and every single cent is on Ru Lei winning. Kung Tu cannot stop weeping, rubbing his eyes and biting his sleeve, because he just cannot accept Liu Yi's insane choice. But there is no going back now. The book is open, and all they can do is watch. Inside the arena, both fighters materialize the level 10 powerhouse Ru Lei Dang Trung, equipped with a massive blade and his fortitude combo, and our main man, Liu Yi. The countdown begins. Right out of the gate, Liu Yi stabs his own thigh with his dagger, using the sharp pain and flowing blood to anchor his nerves and focus. Look at this clash, the tension is unreal. Their colliding shockwaves fracture the ground, shattering everything around them. Once again, the gun gets knocked from Liu Yi's hand, but this time, he does not panic at all. Ru Lei presses his advantage, unleashing a devastating heavy slash. Quickly activating his Shadow Shroud skill, Liu Yi slips past his opponent like a ghost, delivering a lightning-fast counter-slash with his short blade. That is when reality hits him. This opponent is simply too strong to beat. He blames himself for being so reckless, but there is absolutely no turning back now. He has to fight, and he will not let fear paralyze him again. Driven by surging determination, Liu Yi strikes his opponent with absolute force, quickly dodging incoming blows before snatching up his gun to keep fighting. Every shot and strike forces his enemy to take a step back. A system alert suddenly rings out, announcing that Liu Yi's awakening energy has officially reached its maximum limit, once again shattering the desperate situation before him. One final gunshot instantly obliterates Ru Lei's head, but the blast leaves Liu Yi completely drained of both health and awakening energy. For defeating Ru Lei Dang Trung, Liu Yi claims a massive reward of 15,768 coins and equal experience. He also shoots up to level 13, significantly boosting his growth attributes. Right after the match, a stream of alerts pop up, presenting Liu Yi with a crucial skill upgrade choice. For his level 10 skill, he can choose between Vitality Recovery and Vitality Invasion. Each option offers unique advantages, promising to make Liu Yi much stronger in his upcoming battles. Vitality Recovery targets and restores a specific amount of health. The conversion rate exchanges 1 point of awakening energy for 100 health points. With each skill level, that same energy point recovers 10 additional health. Every 10 levels, the heal targets increase by 1. On the other hand, Vitality Invasion inflicts 25 damage per second on enemies, lasting for 10 seconds while consuming 1 awakening point. Upgrading this skill adds 10 more damage per awakening point. But wait, let's look at what's happening outside. Kung Tu and his buddy are completely cornered by a furious mob. These people are furiously demanding their betting money back, absolutely convinced that Liu Yi was going to lose against Ru Lei Dang Trung. They warn him that force quitting is not going to solve his problems. If he dares log off, they will use his personal information from the forum to track him down in the real world. Holding his head in panic, Kung Tu begs the crowd if they can just surrender for half the loss to minimize the damage. Someone in the crowd confidently shouts back that Roulette is guaranteed to win, so surrender is completely off the table. Kung Tu cannot comprehend how they can be so sure, but they just snap back, asking if he honestly thinks Roulette is going to lose. One guy even boasts that if the mirror clone of Roulette loses, he will do a handstand and eat dirt. Right as those words leave his mouth, the victory alert blares, leaving the entire crowd utterly speechless. Hearing this, Kung Tu stands up tall, completely shedding his cowardly act. He boldly asks who the one talking about eating dirt was. Meanwhile, Liu Yi leaves the challenge space as his skill panel pops up. In the real world, his little sister calls him out for dinner, telling him she made his favorite stir-fried pork today. Sitting down at the table while his sister sets out the dishes, his mind is completely occupied with the two skills he has to choose from. One path heals, while the other attacks. He carefully weighs them both: Vitality Recovery to heal wounds, or Vitality Invasion to boost offensive power. Vitality Invasion dramatically increases damage to enemies, where a single point of awakening energy can boost his raw attack power by 50 points. Though Vitality Invasion only does 25 immediate damage, the cumulative output reaches around 250. However, the healing skill becomes vital once the game world merges into reality. Using it in the real world can fully heal physical wounds and eliminate any deadly infections they bring. If that works, this will easily become the most highly sought-after skill in the future. Plus, once he enters high-risk ruined dungeons later on, a healing ability is going to be absolutely essential. Having a healing support skill also makes finding a party much easier. He abruptly puts down his chopsticks, shocking his little sister since he usually eats 3 times this amount. Can you blame her? She immediately starts plotting a plan to find him a wife. Leaving her older brother with free time is just way too dangerous. Meanwhile, back with Kung Tu, someone in the crowd clings to his leg, weeping and begging to get half his money back, sobbing that it was his entire life savings and he cannot survive without it. Kung Tu sneers and kicks him away, reminding them that if they had agreed to surrender earlier, they would still have some cash. But what did they choose instead? Before Kung Tu can finish his sentence, a brutal punch slams directly into his face. They demand to know how he intends to compensate them for losing their bets on a level 10 mirror roulette. It turns out the guy in charge of this mirror space guild, Ga Quan, has arrived to handle the chaos. Terrified, Kung Tu stammers out that Liu Yi is not one of his guys, claiming he only hosted the match and had no idea Liu Yi would challenge the mirror image of roulette. Ga Quan is furious, knowing Kung Tu profited the most and is just shifting the blame. He decides they should have a little chat in the real world instead. Shaking with fear, Kung Tu begs for mercy and offers to hand over all his earnings, but Ga Quan refuses with a chillingly dangerous look. He calmly tells him that he only needs help with a few small favors. Meanwhile, Liu Yi returns to the game and immediately chooses the Vitality Recovery skill. His overall combat power evaluation increases by 10, and the system confirms his stats have officially crossed the threshold of 10. With the combat power system unlocked and calculated, Liu Yi scores 15.6, earning him the prestigious title of Lower Dimension Warrior. This title boosts all of his base attributes by 1. Liu Yi realizes this reward usually requires a single attribute to pass 100 points first. Right after securing this legendary Lower Dimension Warrior title, he does not just get it directly, but his entire stat weight increases by +1, doubling his own attributes. Though he is only level 13, his combat output is basically equal to a level 26 player. With that said, Liu Yi checks the leaderboard and spots the player in 6th place with a massive bounty of 152,475, a level 20 fighter named Ru Lei Dengcheng. Liu Yi wonders if his current strength is actually enough to stand a chance against a formidable opponent like this. He knows this will be a massive challenge, but it is also the perfect chance to test his newly upgraded power after making such incredible progress. Without hesitation, Liu Yi locks in Rulei Dengchang as his next target. Watch this, because this match is his ultimate reality check. Over in the Origin World global chat, everyone is losing their minds over Liu Yi's unbelievable victory against the level 10 clone of Rulei Dengchang. The sheer shock of it has plenty of players rubbing their eyes in disbelief. After all, who would expect a mere level 5 novice like Liu Yi to pull off something so crazy? Those who bet a fortune on Rulei Dengchang are now totally broke, walking away with nothing but pure disappointment. When the next showdown between level 13 Liu Yi and level 20 Rulei Dengchang is posted, everyone is dying to know who authorized this match. A gossiping player quickly reveals that the mastermind behind it is none other than the head of the mirror space in the New Order faction, who also put a massive bet of 300,000 Yen on Liu Yi to win, leaving the crowd eagerly holding their breath for the outcome. Meanwhile, right outside the entrance to the mirror space, Gang Zi and his buddy are absolutely sweating with anxiety. His buddy panics, saying, "Gang Zi, Jiguan only told you to spread the word, not to bet. So why did you go all in on Liu Yi?" Though Gang Zi is slightly nervous deep down, he remains confident that Liu Yi will somehow clutch the win. He explains that if Jiguan actually wanted to mess with them, he wouldn't have been able to use the New Order's influence, so there is no reason to stress. Jiguan wants to spread this hype so everyone bets their savings on Liu Yi. But Gang Zi knows that this kind of scheme rarely ends well. Back inside the battle arena, the countdown is already ticking away. As the match kicks off, Rulei Dengchang steps up looking incredibly cool, armed with dual blades and advanced light armor, a truly intimidating opponent. Meanwhile, armed only with a basic dagger, a gun, and starter gear, Liu Yi seems heavily outclassed in both equipment and combat experience. But he carefully calculates his own skill power, knowing that he only needs one clean opening to land a devastating fatal blow. With that, victory will be his. Right off the bat, Liu Yi fires a shot straight at his opponent's head, but Rulei Dengchang blocks it and counters with brutal, heavy slashes. Gunfire echoes constantly as the atmosphere gets incredibly tense. Liu Yi feels his own power surging, realizing he is no longer being easily suppressed like he was in their previous encounters. Feeling smug, he thinks he has grown so much stronger. But suddenly, Rulei Dengchang sneers, "A level 1 player like you actually dares to fight me?" That voice makes Liu Yi flinch, taking a fearful step back. This sudden panic hits him hard, feeling exactly like facing his worst enemies from the past. His legs start shaking again. Liu Yi desperately wonders if he even has the courage to keep fighting this battle. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Yi realizes that if he cannot step forward now, he will never grow. He moves in, locking his opponent in a chokehold, points his gun right at his head, and declares his own growth. One final shot ends the match. Level 20. Rulei Dengchang is defeated. Liu Yi receives 152,475 coins and matching experience. Following that is a rapid stream of level-up notifications, announcing he reached level 20 and unlocked his level 20 skill branch. Stepping out of the challenge zone, Liu Yi knows for sure that he has not only grown, but is now miles ahead of other players. Over in the betting hall, a crowd of players goes wild, screaming about how incredibly cool Liu Yi is. They shout, "This guy is a literal god of wealth. We need to worship him." Meanwhile, plenty of other guys are crying because they missed their chance to bet on him, and now they are completely broke, unable to bet on another round. Right then, Gang Zi's companion realizes something crucial. Jiguan set this up on purpose to make everyone bet on Liu Yi. After defeating the level 20 Rulei Dengchang, Liu Yi could reach level 22 or 23, letting him challenge the level 30 clone. A fight against a level 30 mirror clone will be brutal, but if he somehow wins, the rewards will be absolutely insane. But Gang Zi has to ask, how can Jiguan be so sure the level 30 Rulei Dengchang clone will win? Either way, it means Liu Yi's upcoming battle against the level 30 Rulei Dengchang clone is going to be incredibly dangerous. Sure enough, Liu Yi heads straight to challenge the level 30 clone, playing exactly into Jiguan's calculations. He truly believes he has not only grown, but is now running several steps ahead of everyone else. If his previous battles didn't prove his talent, He will use this insane match to show them all. Facing a level 30 clone that is supposedly unbeatable, every high-level player who dared to challenge it got completely wiped out. That legendary title of unbeatable was definitely earned. Rumor has it even the New Order Guild had to ban this boss clone in the world server. And right now, Liu Yi locks in the battle. The smug shopkeeper opens up bets to make some easy cash. Kwang Tu gets pulled in too, but he actually bets on Liu Yi, making his friend hold his head in pure despair. Why on earth are you betting again? This is obviously a trap. On the battlefield, level 30, Roulé looks majestic with his heavy blade and solid armor. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is just wearing basic clothes and a standard starter pack. The moment the challenge starts, Roulé strikes so fast Liu Yi cannot even react, and his health bar instantly takes a massive nosedive. Quickly regaining his composure, Liu Yi heals his energy. After successfully pushing Roulé back, he immediately pulls out his gun and fires a relentless barrage. Roulé effortlessly dodges every single shot, then swiftly lunges forward to unleash a devastating slash. Liu Yi crosses his arms to block, but his health recovery speed cannot keep up with this brutal beating. Knocked backward, Liu Yi scrambles on the ground to dodge another deadly slash. He leaps far back to create some distance, his mind racing to find a way out of this. A level 30 opponent is really no joke, completely suppressing Liu Yi even after he boosted his gravity weight. But wait, if Roulé only has this level of strength, victory is basically guaranteed. Liu Yi instantly learns a new skill called Blessing, which boosts target attributes and randomly removes one negative status effect for 1 minute. Since he cannot match his opponent's level, he decides to make up for it with raw stats, spending 400 Mind Force to boost all attributes by 200. Liu Yi suddenly radiates a completely different level of power, his eyes locking onto Roulé like a hungry tiger ready to pounce. He must finish this within this 1 minute. There is a reason why level 30 Roulé is widely known as undefeated. He is built to the absolute limit of a level 30 player, making it impossible for lower-level challengers to win. If anyone actually manages to beat him, it means they possess absolute peak potential and an unrivaled physical build. Back to the battle, Roulé continues dodging every bullet. But this time, the final shot catches him off guard, hitting him square in the chest. Roulé loses all ability to resist, taking multiple hits until his body is completely riddled with bullet holes like a honeycomb. He gnashes his teeth in rage, suddenly healing entirely, as if nothing happened. Liu Yi finally understands why this guy is literally impossible to beat. Seriously, how do you even fight someone with godly stats and a passive skill that practically makes him immune to death? Unless you have absolute, crushing power, winning is impossible. Once again, both fighters find themselves right back where they started. Now, it is a race to see if Liu Yi's blessing buff runs out before his opponent's death immunity expires. Raising his gun, he fires relentlessly as his blessing countdown ticks past 30 seconds. Liu Yi absolutely cannot lose. Not for the rewards, but to surpass his past self. He will leave behind his insecure days, seize his own destiny, and keep growing stronger. In those final seconds, a bullet embeds itself right in Roulé's head. That seems to be his absolute weak spot, sending him crashing to the ground instantly. Liu Yi suddenly remembers his past life, hearing tales of peak potential and unrivaled talent. Those legendary qualities had absolutely nothing to do with him back then. Back then, he believed geniuses lived in another world entirely, placing them high up while he stayed down below. But now, Liu Yi does not think like that anymore. Clearing the challenge, he gains over 400,000 experience points in currency, significantly boosting his combat power. The shopkeeper squeezes his soda cup in utter disbelief. Suddenly, his eyes scan the room as he calculates, his face returning to a calm but incredibly dangerous expression. Meanwhile, Kwang Tu just made an absolute fortune. He is incredibly proud of his own eye for talent. His friend urgently tells Kwang Tu to log out and pack their bags, just in case they get kidnapped for ransom. Back in the real world, Liu Yi's sister calls out, asking if he is hungry. She asks if he wants some ramen. Liu Yi is in such a great mood today that he treats his sister to barbecue. She is pretty skeptical about him making money from a game, but after living on instant noodles for so long, she happily enjoys the barbecue. Liu Yi goes shopping online for sales, but shipping takes 2 months, and since yuanji descends in 24 days, he simply cannot afford to wait. Physical stores have zero stock. Is it really heaven's will that he cannot secure a player identity in time? If so, he just has to work even harder. Meanwhile, his sister Liu Yun and her gorgeous best friend Hong Niem draw stares wherever they go, looking exactly like top models on a professional shoot. Hoang Niem is pretty curious about why Liu Yun called her out, while Liu Yun is busy scheming how to introduce her stunning best friend to her older brother. She has the looks, the family background, and a personality 10 times better than her own. Liu Yun laughs it off, saying it is nothing and she just missed her, before asking if she has been busy lately since she stopped posting in their group chat. While probing, Liu Yun prays that Hoang Niem is single, because she absolutely must end up with Liu Yi. Hoang Niem sighs when asked about this, shouting in frustration that her family is forcing her to play some online game. Hearing this, Liu Yun completely loses her mind. Unsure whether to continue this matchmaking for his brother, we find ourselves at a karaoke bar. Ji Guan is in a terrible mood in real life, taking all his anger out on a girl, shouting if she thinks he actually needs her comfort. He sneers, "Who the hell do you think you are to pity me?" While shouting, he kicks the poor girl hard. The onlookers are furious, but nobody dares to step in. One peep and they are next. He turns to the staff, barking at the waiters to shut up. The waiters immediately turn around and run. After venting his anger, Ji Guan lets out a heavy breath. Just then, his phone rings. He answers, demanding to know if they tracked down the address yet. But the moment he hears the reply, he starts screaming again. He screams, "What do you mean, not yet? You useless bunch take my cash but cannot do your job." The caller quickly tries to calm him down, begging him to listen. Once they finish explaining, Ji Guan questions them again, asking if their method will really get him that address. They promise it is foolproof. Hearing this, Ji Guan agrees find Liu Yi in the real world, and they will get every single penny they were promised. Meanwhile, Liu Yi enters the mirror dungeon, but the highest level here is capped at 30. With his current level, there are no mirror copies left to challenge. If he wants to keep leveling up, Liu Yi must venture into the dangerous ruined dungeon. As he walks, he suddenly remembers his current gear is pretty much trash. He needs a decent upgrade to look the part. But when Liu Yi checks the weapon shop, even the cheapest gear costs 5,000 coins. Staring at the price tag, he walks away completely defeated. He already knows the catch with grinding in the mirror dungeon. It never drops any dungeon essence, which is exactly what he needs to craft gear. If he can clear the ruined dungeon up to level 28, he will get enough essence to craft a decent set of level 20 rare blue gear. He has enough cash to buy basic level 20 gear, but Liu Yi is pretty broke, and he still needs to pay for real-life expenses. So, his first step is heading to the ruined dungeon to find a party. Out in the square, countless players are shouting for teammates. A top guild just wiped in a level 40 raid with 10 players. Now, they are completely reset to level 0, their epic gear totally gone. Going from the top rank in the Origin realm straight back to the starting line is a brutal setback. And check this out. Rumors say one player actually slaughtered his entire team just to steal a legendary achievement for himself. When the loot is 10 times better than usual, greed takes over. Now, these dungeons offer modes for 5, 10, 20, or even infinite players. Once you enter a ruined dungeon, you either clear it or you die. There is absolutely no middle ground, and death in the Origin realm means starting over from scratch. That is why choosing your team and dungeon difficulty is a life or death decision. With Liu Yi's current strength, he can easily handle a level 30 dungeon with a 10-player raid. To play it safe, he scales down, looking for a 10-player team at level 25, or a 5-player squad for level 30. But to his surprise, Liu Yi gets rejected everywhere. They either demand level 30 players or laugh at his pretty terrible gear. The most ridiculous excuse? One group only accepts blood relatives. After hours of rejection, he just holds his head in pure frustration. He groans to himself, "I literally beat a level 30 boss, so stop judging me solely by my gear." He sighs deeply. Does he really have to grind low-tier dungeons just to get a bit of decent gear first? But wait, just when Liu Yi is about to accept his fate, someone unexpected steps up to invite him. He asks if he wants to join their 10-player raid because they need one more. It is Ji Guan, acting surprisingly friendly and offering a spot in a level 35 danger zone. For some reason, Liu Yi feels like this guy looks incredibly familiar, but he cannot quite place where they met. Seeing him hesitate, Ji Guan pretends to turn away, muttering that he will just find someone else. Liu Yi quickly tells him no, he will join, scratching his head as he follows. This level 35 danger zone has its entrance outside Mukshu City, hidden deep within Mukshu Mountain. Since he is pretty broke, he has to travel all the way on foot, but rich players can teleport straight to the entrance. As Liu Yi joins the group, several teammates look at Ji Guan with pure disgust for bringing a weak recruit. They complain that Ji Guan just grabbed a random trash player who only relies on a basic firearm. But Liu Yi is completely dazed by their armor, which is glowing with an intense purple light. That purple glow means at least half of their gear is epic, high-tier loot. Liu Yi wants that kind of power so badly. Just then, the leader signals the group to move. He calls out that the team is full and it is time to hit level 40 today. A bald teammate slaps his shoulder, begging for a favor. He asks if the leader will upgrade his gear at level 40, pleading for him to pass down some of those epic items. The leader agrees, offering 3 gear pieces in exchange for a sub-weapon. The entire group marches ahead laughing slyly, completely ignoring poor Liu Yi as he struggles to keep up. Inside the dungeon, it is a classic tower defense scenario. Ji Guan orders everyone to surround the defense crystal. He warns that if anyone lets a single monster touch it and lower the completion rate, they will pay for the damage out of pocket. Liu Yi silently analyzes the situation as the massive portal slowly closes behind them. Their mission is to protect 3 shadow energy crystals at 100% integrity. If that integrity drops to 0%, it is an instant mission failure. Liu Yi's sharp ears twitch at a strange sound. The monsters are already here. He looks toward the dusty horizon. A swarm of massive, aggressive insects rushes in to surround them. The bald guy scoffs, telling Liu Yi to stay close to the crystal so he does not accidentally get killed by the monsters. He swings his twin axes, cleaving 3 beasts in front of him, while the others take down just as many. Their teamwork is incredibly smooth, showing they have fought together for a long time. While fighting, Ga Quan glances at the red sword user and signals him. This guy intentionally dodges a beast, letting it charge directly at Liu Yi. Liu Yi is busy analyzing the team's great coordination, but their actual power is strictly average. He draws his blade, killing the monster in one clean strike to keep it away from the crystal. The first wave is officially cleared, and the second wave will begin in 10 minutes. The monster corpses get teleported away, and the squad gathers around to praise Liu Yi. They cannot believe a guy in beginner gear easily handled a monster 10 levels higher than him. The red-haired guy covers his face, letting out a heavy sigh. He complains that if Teodian had not suddenly vanished and left a gap in their defense, he would not have messed up. The bald guy immediately suggests that Liu Yi should join their defense line, making the mission completely airtight. One guy even tries to recruit him as a permanent member to replace Teodian, asking how Darhoin feels about it. If you join us, you will not have to waste any time looking for a party when entering dungeons. And once our coordination improves, we can challenge high-tier dungeons. This makes Liu Yi smile as the lackeys turn to Ga Quan for approval. He puts on a warm, saintly smile, saying that is totally fine, but joining requires sharing his real phone number and home address for contact. This is just a precaution to avoid another situation like with Teodian. He sighs, complaining about how hard it was to build their gear and synergy, only for Teodian to vanish and leave them vulnerable. He asks him to understand their rule. While Liu Yi acts lost in thought, the group members glance at each other with smug smirks. They expect him to fall right into their trap, but instead, Liu Yi asks if this was their real motive for inviting him. With so many players crowding the plaza, why did they target him specifically? They entered the dungeon and went all out, acting friendly, playing the Brotherhood card, and showing off their skills to impress him, before pretending their squad was in a crisis. They let a monster slip past to test his strength, just to invite him. Now, We see their real goal to steal Liu Yi's real-life details with a warm, caring act. Then it hits him. Ga Quan is the manager of the mirror space within the New Order Guild. Other players already warned him about a level 20 mirror beater who got tricked into giving his real address, only to be kidnapped and forced into illegal labor in some karaoke bar. Since Liu Yi defeated a level 30 opponent, it makes sense why Ga Quan targeted him next. That is why he went through all this trouble, acting like a righteous brother, just to get his real-world address. The thugs lock eyes, quietly preparing to make their move. But Ga Quan holds back, asking if there is a misunderstanding. Liu Yi draws his gun, refusing to play along with this theater any longer. He has no misunderstandings, he only played along to enter the dungeon and see what they were planning to do. But now that their true motive is out, Liu Yi has completely lost interest in this show, because they are his enemies, and when dealing with enemies, they must be eliminated immediately. Ga Quan drops his friendly act, stepping right into Liu Yi's face with a furious, menacing glare to pressure him. His lackeys close in. He sneers, asking if he really thinks he can take down 9 of them right here. The big guy charges first with his blade, but Liu Yi just stands still, consuming 30 units of force. The giant immediately spits blood as his head goes flying. Talk about raw power. The remaining 8 thugs panic in complete shock. Did that just happen in a split second? A glowing blue loot orb suddenly emerges from the giant's corpse. These only drop after killing another player, allowing you to randomly pull one piece of gear from their inventory. Liu Yi is currently short on gear, so with 9 loot orbs waiting, he has no intention of letting them go to waste. Ga Quan gnashes his teeth, ordering the entire gang to swarm Liu Yi. Wanting a quick end to this, he decides to activate his all-attribute blessing. If he had a choice, Liu Yi would rather not kill any other players. Taking their lives is no different from robbing their chances of surviving the apocalypse. But in times like this, he is left with 0 options. Since his younger sister, Liu Yun, does not have player powers, her current strength is not enough, meaning he must protect her. He cannot afford a single mistake. Aside from seizing every single second to grow stronger, he must ruthlessly crush any potential enemy before they ever get the chance to strike him down. That bastard Ga Quan has run rampant for so long only because he has powerful backing in the real world. Yes, he is a top-level player in this game. But honestly, so what? Liu Yi is going to step right over their cold corpses to climb straight to the absolute peak. Ga Quan just stands there completely frozen, watching his sidekicks get wiped out one by one. He cannot comprehend why his strategy failed, since their gear and levels were far superior, yet they still got crushed. Gritting his teeth, he threatens that Liu Yi has decent skills to defeat a level 30 mirror image, but warns him to think carefully, because losing more men means this dungeon is a bust anyway. Liu Yi has already calculated everything. He can easily return to the mirror dungeon to grind, taking him at most a single day, while they have absolutely no hope of defeating those mirror images in that time. Ga Quan tries threatening to call backup to block him, but honestly, we all know Liu Yi is just going to laugh at that. Suddenly, a bullet pierces the head of the guy next to Ga Quan. Totally shocking. The bald guy runs but gets instantly targeted. Instantly, the last 2 are wiped out as well, making Ga Quan desperately recall his orders to maintain their absolute dominance within the origin world. With that edge, he always gets full support. But the moment that advantage slips away, his superiors will not only withdraw their backing, but also hold them accountable for every single past mistake. Now entirely alone to face Liu Yi, Ga Quan suddenly drops to his knees. No, do not kill me. Liu Yi frowns as Ga Quan desperately offers a deal, promising to reveal a massive secret about the origin world in exchange for his survival. Smirking, Liu Yi tells him to speak up, but when Ga Quan demands a promise first, Liu Yi instantly blasts him back to the starting line. No speak? Fine. Liu Yi does not care. Yet Ga Quan slowly struggles to crawl back up. Surprised he survived, Liu Yi watches the clock. 10 minutes left. The next wave is starting. Ga Quan keeps rambling, guessing that Liu Yi must know some deep secrets of the origin world himself. Otherwise, he could never have grown this powerful. Even though he stands no chance against Liu Yi, he can easily report everything back to his superiors. Once that happens, countless other massive factions will target him, not to mention that failing this dungeon could easily plunge Liu Yi straight back down to level 1. Facing double-digit high-level elites who want to crush him, his chances of ever rebuilding his strength are practically non-existent. If that happens, any advantage from your secrets will vanish. So just spare me, and I will share everything I know so we can team up together. Combining their strengths alongside his massive stockpile of recovery potions, they might actually stand a real chance at conquering this secret realm. Ga Quan keeps pleading, but Liu Yi ignores him. Who said he is going to die? Believing Liu Yi has completely lost his mind, he points out that being gearless at level 28 makes survival virtually impossible, no matter how strong. Shrugging, Liu Yi simply tells him he can watch him clear the stage, assuming he lives long enough, leaving Ga Quan completely bewildered and staring blankly. He is not worried about gear because, let's be real, they just handed him this massive pile of blue loot orbs. Excitedly cracking open the loot spheres, he wonders what kind of gear he will pull from those 8 pathetic lives. Emerging from the thick cloud of dust with a dead serious face, Liu Yi debuts a sleek new set of black gear. The tight combat suit wraps tightly around him, highlighting every piece of his ripped, solid muscle. The system panel updates, showing his defensive attributes increased by 20, resistance up by 5, speed plus 12, stamina plus 13, intelligence plus 15, and level requirement reduced from 30 by 5, before detailing his sleek outer coat attributes. Behold, the Rapid Assault Specialized Uniform grants boosts to his defense, resistance, strength, speed, and stamina. Next, a notification pops up detailing the lightweight combat gloves that Liu Yi has just equipped. These tactical gloves grant extra points to his defense, resistance, perception, and stamina, right as a pair of shiny new boots suddenly appears on his feet. Swift tactical boots, raising his defense, resistance, speed, and perception by 5 to 20 points. The arc blade, a sharp, slender weapon, boosts his attack power by a massive 160 points, adding 20 strength, a weight reduction skill, and equipment requirement -5, as the system lists the stats for this level 28 player, showcasing his attack power, defense, resistance, strength, and speed stats, alongside stamina, intelligence, and 0 unallocated stat points, while his energy sits at 354 out of 564, bringing his combat power to 46. Once the system notification ends, Liu Yi grips his blade and smiles, thanking them for being so incredibly generous. Eyebrows raised, he continues. With this gear, his combat power has easily tripled, which really just proves how utterly pathetic and useless they all actually were. Standing in the dusty desert wind, Liu Yi adds that despite having such amazing gear, they still could not touch him, leaving Ga Quan totally speechless at this sudden, insane turn of events. But a second later, he snaps out of it, glaring furiously at Liu Yi with gritted teeth before screaming that even with that gear, there is no way he can solo this secret dungeon on his own. And right on cue, the dungeon monsters are already charging straight toward them. One lead beast leaps right at the dark crystal with its jaws wide open, but with a sudden flash, Liu Yi swings his blade and easily slices it to pieces. The young man laughs softly with a bright expression. The monsters behind it rush straight at Liu Yi one after another. With just a few effortless swings of his blade, the monsters following behind are chopped into tiny pieces. He rests the blade on his shoulder, looking at it with an admiring gaze. Liu Yi happily thinks to himself that with this blade in hand, dealing with these pests will not even require his force energy. Meanwhile, the surviving beasts keep charging forward, completely surrounding him in a tight circle. The blade quickly flashes through the air, slicing cleanly right through their bodies. Beast corpses chopped down by Liu Yi fall in a circle, leaving him and the dark crystal right at the center. Liu Yi delivers a few more slashes, piling their corpses up into a small mountain. By this point, the health bar hovering above his head is completely drained. But suddenly, the item gear he is wearing starts emitting a faint green glow, and in just a split second, his entire health bar is completely restored. Over on the other side, Gaka is struggling hard, fighting off the oncoming beasts with his bare hands. He cannot help but scream at Liu Yi while fighting off the beasts. You obviously have instant recovery potions too, but how many could you possibly carry, so I will definitely outlive you, yeah. Watching Liu Yi smoothly slice through the beasts, Gaka grumbles to himself, I will stay right here and watch how you die from your own arrogance. Right then, Liu Yi kicks away a beast that flew right in front of him. Hearing the noise from below, he smirks and throws a mocking comment back at him before swinging his arm to slice more monsters. Liu Yi tosses back an arrogant warning, since you called me out, I will not let you off either. Hearing this, Gaka grinds his teeth in sheer rage, stammering out in anger. Suddenly, a yellow object comes flying straight toward him. Gaka raises his hands to shield his face, as he realizes the yellow object is another beast flying in, leaving him no time to provoke Liu Yi. Look at this. His health bar plunges to 0, only for that insane gear to instantly restore it. After a few more swings, his health drains again, only for his gear to heal him while he keeps slashing. This recovery loop repeats over and over, without a single second of delay. Soon, the beast corpses are piled high into literal mountains. Staring at the scene, Gaka mutters to himself, how is this possible? How can you have so many instant recovery potions? Unbelievable. A beast lunges forward, biting his arm and crushing his health bar down to the bottom. But he is still completely distracted, thinking to himself that the sheer amount of potions used has definitely exceeded the maximum limit any player can carry. Next, when he opens his system menu to search for potions, looking at his empty inventory slots, Gaka helplessly realizes he is completely out of health, his eyes widening in total disbelief. Desperate, Gaka screams for potions, but they are already swarming him. More and more beasts swarm Gaka, biting his arms, tearing at his legs, and ripping his shoulders while he desperately struggles and screams in agony. Panicking, he glares over at Liu Yi, muttering that he refuses to accept this. Gazing at the young man who is still busy slashing monsters, Gaka screams, I will wait for you to die outside, and I will make you pay. Hearing this, Liu Yi just gives a cold smirk, completely ignoring his empty threats. Gaka's health bar finally hits 0, and his entire body begins to fade away into nothingness. Right on time, the system announces that only one party member remains, meeting the desperate survival condition, and the dungeon completion rewards are multiplied by 10. The dungeon sky remains a bright golden hue amidst the lingering smoke. Amidst the fine dust, Liu Yi collapses to the ground, leaning his back against the mountain of beast corpses to rest while the system clears away the remains. Liu Yi sighs. Over at last. Letting out a tired sigh, Liu Yi watches the system clean up the disappearing remains, thinking how lucky he is to have wiped them out all at once. These beast corpses are about to be completely refreshed, because with this many bodies, the dark energy crystals would have been buried deep under them. At that exact moment, a glowing yellow orb appears, revealing itself as a golden loot orb. The system prompts that the golden loot orb allows him to randomly extract 3 pieces of gear from his opponent or 3 items directly from their inventory. Liu Yi slowly stands back up as the beast corpses transform into glowing green lights, dissolving completely into the empty air. Standing up straight, he smiles. A golden loot orb. The administrator of this secret dungeon has finally done something decent for once, hasn't he? The golden orb gently floats over to Liu Yi, and as it shrinks to fit perfectly in his palm, he falls silent in deep thought. Just then, his system displays his force energy at 5 out of 564, meaning he is running dangerously low on power. A 10-minute break will only get him back to about half strength, meaning his energy only half restores, making it uncertain if he can survive the final wave as he contemplates his next move. That was still pretty reckless of him. He should have saved his burst for the final moment, instead of wasting it during the earlier breaks. Now his only hope lies in that golden loot orb he snatched from the Ga Quan team, wishing it dropped some useful gear to save him right now. The glowing orb floats before him, swirling with rich golden light as Liu Yi issues his command. He tells it to open, and the system immediately chimes in to present his item reward options. At this point, Liu Yi pauses to think, realizing that his strength, speed, and constitution are all pretty close to hitting 100. If he can somehow pull gear that boosts these specific attributes and pushes them past 100, then his overall power will undergo a massive, qualitative leap. He selects the gear option, and the system immediately goes to work. As the orb opens, a circular earring with a deep pink gem set in the center is revealed as his reward. The right, almighty earring, granting a +10 boost to his strength, +10 to speed, +5 to perception, requiring level 30 with a -5 reduction, as another earring appears. This left almighty earring grants a +10 to constitution, +10 to intelligence, +5 to perception, with the exact same level requirement. With both earrings complete, the system announces a set bonus that grants a +10 boost to all of his stats. Next comes a bronze-colored handgun, boosting his raw attack power by 200 and his intelligence by 30. Its judgment skill triples his damage or stun effects, requiring a wear level of 30 with a -5 reduction. Featuring a 1-round capacity and a 1-minute automatic reload time, Liu Yi can only stare in absolute shock at the incredible gear in his hands. Talk about insane luck, did his mouth just summon a miracle? Not only did he get the perfect stat boosts, but even his dream weapon actually dropped. Once his initial excitement fades, he quietly examines the pistol's details, muttering to himself about whether a 1-minute reload for a single bullet is actually going to be viable. But without overthinking it for too long, he decides to just equip everything first and worry about it later. Instantly commanding the system to equip the gear, the setup is completed in a flash. His glowing player panel pops up to show his character, Dar, standing right in the center with all his brand new gear equipped, surrounded by slots that are already more than half full. The system runs a quick check and immediately displays the massive strength boosts granted to Liu Yi. His raw strength, strike power, and overall damage are all shooting up alongside other stats. A detailed status window breaks down his brand new stats for attack, defense, resistance, strength, speed, constitution, intelligence, and perception. With 0 unassigned stat points, his health is fully maxed out, but his energy is at 155 out of 714. Looking at his stats, Liu Yi can't contain his excitement because almost all of his core attributes have officially crossed the 100 mark. His primary physical stats have all reached over 100, granting him another massive leap in raw physical power. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he starts wondering if he should actually show a little gratitude to his fallen enemies. With a quick bow at a 45-degree angle, he cheekily thanks the members of the Gakwan team for gifting him all this epic gear, before turning his gaze forward with absolute determination. Before him lies a massive, scorching desert, stretching out endlessly. Liu Yi realizes his only remaining weakness is his level, but clearing this secret dungeon will easily let him catch up to the top players. Now, let's zoom out to a completely different place, the smoggy skyscrapers of Manhwa City. At the massive player respawn plaza, a figure slowly materializes inside a flash of bright blue light, revealing it to be Gaka. He repeatedly bows before the green screen, speaking with absolute respect to his guild leader. Yes, guild leader, he insists, to the blurry silhouette on the screen. I am absolutely certain he holds the secret to rapid power growth, because otherwise, a low-level player like him could never have killed me. If you do not believe me, at least trust the insane difficulty of the Origin Secret Realm. That guy is only level 28, yet he is soloing a level 35 dungeon meant for 10 people, and he is actually about to clear it. So who else could possibly pull that off? The voice on the screen pauses before granting Gaka one final chance to regain his lost levels. As for that player named Dar, do not worry. I will send our own people to deal with him. Gaka bows deeply to the now blank screen, repeating his thanks and promising that he will work as hard as possible. Once the screen goes completely dark, Gaka slowly looks up with eyes filled with pure malice, whispering that he cannot wait to see how Dar dies next. Meanwhile, the scene transitions back to the real world inside a cozy coffee shop. A girl with purple hair stands up from her chair to ask her friend if her entire family is actually playing this game now, And that girl is none other than Liu Yi. Her eyes go wide as she continues, explaining that they didn't just stop there, they even poured all their assets into it. Hoang Niemso's friend rests her chin in her hands, sighing that they force her to grind levels with them every single day. She can't stand that part the most, wishing she could just play the game in her own way. Suddenly, Hoang Niemso gets an idea, jumping up to tell Liu Yi that they should play together at Liu Yi's place. They can team up inside the game and build a whole new world of their own. Shocked by her sudden excitement, Liu Yi gasps, pointing out she doesn't even have a login system. But then Liu Yi pauses, realizing that hosting her friend at her house is the perfect setup to get her brother and Hoang Niemso together. She chuckles to herself, imagining leaving them alone, her mind conjuring up a bunch of mischievous matchmaker ideas that make her look pretty hilarious right now. Hoang Niemso notices her friend go quiet and keeps begging, asking if they can please do it. She pleads with Liu Yi to play with her, and Liu Yi immediately agrees, telling her to go buy the login gear. Their voices echo out, and just like that, we are thrown into a dusty, chaotic wasteland where you can barely see a thing. The next wave of monsters rushes forward, shaking the entire area with their thunderous charge. Liu Yi swiftly swings his arc blade in a smooth, effortless motion, easily slicing those incoming beasts into neat little pieces as he handles his weapon with flawless grace. He starts to realize that he has never felt his own growth as clearly and deeply as he does right now. Equipping his new gear gave his overall stats a pretty massive, explosive boost. Especially after gaining that weight ratio enhancement again, his focus sharpens and evolves with every single swing of his blade. He carves a smooth green arc through the air, his mind completely focused as the sword in his hand starts feeling lighter. Gripping the hilt tight, Liu Yi feels the sheer force of his slashes growing even stronger. Stomping hard on the ground, he notices his footwork becoming much more agile, powerful, and incredibly fast. Leaping high into the air, the young warrior swings his slender blade, creating a beautiful green streak as he realizes he can jump high enough to look down on anything. Looking out into the distance, he is suddenly taken aback as the gorgeous, blazing horizon, something he never saw in his past life, unfolds right before his eyes, bathing him in its brilliant glow. Liu Yi's eyes widen as he pauses for a brief second, his lips curling into a soft, confident smile. His mind clears as he realizes he can see much further now, taking in a far more beautiful view before landing with a gorgeous spin slash. The young man's expression slowly darkens as his brows furrow, a quiet voice inside telling him it's still not enough. An endless horde of monsters rapidly charges toward the dark crystal structure, hungry for destruction. Suddenly, vibrant green rings of light erupt from the dark crystal like shockwaves, blasting directly into the charging swarm. The impact sends them flying, and as Liu Yi emerges right from the middle of the airborne monsters, he keeps whispering to himself. He doesn't just want to see the horizon, he wants to reach any place his eyes can lay sight on. The dusty, smoke-filled battlefield suddenly falls completely silent. Right in the middle of the thickest smog, look at that 9 giant eyes peer out, followed by a terrifying roar. As the haze slowly clears, the massive form of this 9-eyed beast finally reveals itself, looking like a giant-sized version of the mobs Liu Yi fought earlier. Seeing this, the young man grips his arc blade tight, his face tense as he launches forward with a crash, tearing a crater into the dirt. Liu Yi builds up momentum and leaps high, swinging his blade right above the massive monster's gaping jaws. The clash happens in a flash, and before you can even see the outcome, the system voice chimes in. Congratulations to player Da for successfully clearing the secret dungeon. Secret dungeon rewards include experience points and 10 secret dungeon essences. Another notification pops up for completing the Desperate Dungeon Clearance achievement. This awards the title of Desperate Dungeon Reverser, which grants a 10% stat boost inside secret dungeons for every party member lost. Then comes a flurry of level-up sounds, showing player Da reaching level 36, with his experience bar nearly maxed out and his stats skyrocketing. He now has 30 distributable attribute points, while both his health points and mental energy have reached their maximum limit. The system then introduces the branch skill Aura at level 20, starting with Silence, which forces enemy skills into a 5-second cooldown. after detailing a list of stat bonuses and debuffs. Next, the system brings up a second skill called Bind, pinning opponents in place for 10 seconds alongside other stat adjustments. Meanwhile, Liu Yi sits atop the massive corpse of the final beast to catch his breath, staring up at the sky in deep thought as the system begins processing the headless monster. A satisfied, refreshing smile spreads across his face. He is thinking to himself that he is just too strong, wearing that same proud, slight smirk. As the system teleports him out of the dungeon, Liu Yi wonders if anyone will actually dare to reject his party requests now. Back in the real world, Liu Yi lives in a pretty run-down apartment complex, where he slowly sets his glasses down on the table. Standing by the open window, he looks out at the sprawling city, taking in the chaotic mix of tall and short buildings before him. Internally, he notes to himself that his current growth is actually quite satisfying, but then he bows his head, thinking it would be so much better if he could somehow get another login device so his sister could become a player too. Just then, a bright voice rings out, "Hey brother, I am finally home." Turning toward the sound, Liu Yi walks in from the balcony and heads straight to the living room to meet whoever just walked through the front door. It is his sister, Liu Yun, holding a heavy box and complaining about how impossible this login device was to buy until her friend, Huang Nirmso, used some major connections. Liu Yi stands there completely stunned as the two walk in, his mind totally stuck on the words Origin World login device. A second later, he excitedly shouts out an Origin World login device. On her end, Liu Yun wears a mischievous grin as she brings Huang Nirmso inside, announcing that to thank her, she will be living with them from now on. Hearing her name, the beautiful Huang Nirmso politely raises her hand and offers a soft greeting. Without warning, he completely ignores the gorgeous girl and dives straight for the box in Liu Yun's hands, cheering that a real Origin World login device is just too perfect. Clutching the heavy box, he still cannot believe his eyes and keeps asking how they even managed to pull this off. This is absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, you can see his sister Liu Yun completely facepalming in pure frustration. He should be paying attention to the gorgeous girl, not staring at some stupid machine. Her brother is about to live with a beautiful girl, yet his focus is completely off, leaving Huang Nirmso with a very awkward smile. Is a simple login device really worth getting this hyper about? Meanwhile, in a massive forest outside a level 40 dungeon, a full moon shines down through the dark trees as soft, whispering voices drift quietly through the late-night air. If we can just clear this dungeon, we will easily overtake Team 2. Exactly. Our overall pay is going to skyrocket. Just thinking about it is exciting. Meanwhile, around a cozy campfire, a group sits chatting in the clearing. They keep talking, agreeing that they really have to thank Tar Ngurite and her insane luck. She unlocked such a crazy cheat power in the game, and without her, clearing these dungeons would be absolutely impossible. Yeah, she is basically playing with cheat codes at this point. The girl they are talking about is Tar Ngurite, a beautiful member of the New Order Guild who is currently staring up at the night sky. That is when the man sitting directly across from her speaks up. He tells her to transfer to Team 1 once they clear this zone, since it will be much better for her future career in the guild. This guy is Trio Dung, the captain of Team 3 in the New Order. Tar Ngurite opens her eyes wide in surprise, but the rest of the team instantly loses their cool over this unexpected suggestion. One guy immediately shouts back, reminding Trio Dung that their entire squad is relying heavily on Ngurite to grow. While she stays completely silent, her teammates stand up one by one to challenge the captain over this decision. They argue that if she leaves, their official squad rating is going to tank all over again. Our entire squad worked so hard to nurture her, so letting her go right when they need her most seems totally crazy. But Trio Dung tells them they cannot hold back her personal growth. He adds that once she moves to Team 1 and climbs the ranks, she surely won't forget where she started. With that, he turns his gaze over to her and asks if he is right. The girl remains completely silent, offering nothing but a quiet, knowing smirk in response to his question. Seeing her reaction, one of the complaining teammates sighs and mutters that they really have no choice but to support her move. The first guy who spoke against the idea scratches his head, reluctantly giving in with a sigh. He admits they cannot hold their own teammate back. And quickly, the rest of the squad begins chiming in with their agreement. Everyone wants to say a little something, telling her to speak up if she ever runs into trouble. They promise to always back her up with everything they have, reminding her that they will help her out just like they did during her very first days on the squad. Tae finally flashes a bright, beautiful smile, thanking the guys for always looking out for her like real brothers. She gladly accepts their kindness before bashfully covering her face, whispering that there is actually something she needs help with right now. She actually has a tiny favor to ask, but looking at her shy face, you can tell these boys are just completely dazed and confused. It all happens in a flash, in just seconds. Almost the entire New Order Phantom Squad gets completely wiped out. One squad member is barely clinging to life, his HP bar flashing in the critical danger zone. Furious and spitting mad, the dying man stammers out, "You absolute snake." Tae stands opposite with a gentle smile, calmly explaining that while she has energy force, her level is too low, so she needed them to trigger the desperate reward for her. This is her perfect shortcut to finally become a top-tier player in the Origin world. Hearing this, her dying comrade spits back in pure outrage, "We raised you up, and this is how you repay us?" Tae just waves her hand, saying don't be mad, it is just a game, so they can just level up again. Summoning his final bit of strength, the man drags himself up and fires wildly at her while screaming out a curse. He calls her a wolf-hearted traitor. But Tae does not panic at all. She effortlessly glides through the hail of bullets, stepping right up to him to speak. "Ah," she sighs. How many times has she said it? No matter how powerful the guns here are, bullet velocity is fixed, making it quite impossible to hit any player whose speed attribute is over 100. Her beautiful face flashes a soft smile as she reminds him that cold weapons are a totally different story, and then she drives her blade straight through his neck. Gentle no more. She is now an unstoppable, ice-cold killer. "As long as your stats are high enough," she whispers, "your swing speed and raw power have absolutely no limits." Now check this out. A day later, inside a level 45 dungeon, panic completely breaks out. "Captain, my potions are almost entirely gone. Are you done charging up yet?" Another player shouts that they are out of supplies too, while a massive bat-human hybrid monster keeps thrashing around, locked in a brutal clash with their squad. They scream in panic, "Why is this beast so insanely tough? Why on earth are there no healer classes in this game to restore our health? Damn it, this is a total nightmare." Right then, a blinding blue light slices clean across the monster's face, completely twisting its ugly mug. That slash came from a heavy blade in the hands of a man leaping high into the air, sending the beast's teeth flying as loud cheers suddenly erupt from the surrounding crowd. "Man, our captain is seriously amazing. Too bad his charge-up time is so painfully long." As he lands, the giant monster crashes down right behind him. This absolute beast of a fighter is the captain of New Order's first squad, Ru Lai Dongtrung, at level 45. Boot heels click. He takes a few steady steps forward. Spotting his blonde guild leader gesturing to him from a distance, Ru Lai Dongtrung walks over and asks guild leader, "What is it?" That blonde man is the guild leader of New Order, a level 45 powerhouse named Ki Nong Dung Dung. He replies quietly that another player with energy force has apparently appeared. Frowning, Ru Lai Dongtrung asks if they are a friend or a foe, and if they can recruit them. The guild leader sighs, "Well, he just murdered the guy in charge of our mirror space." This completely stuns Ru Lai Dongtrung, who just scratches his head. Ki Nong Dung Dung turns and asks, "What is Tae up to right now?" Right now, on a quiet cliffside covered in beautiful clusters of intertwined blue and pink flowers in the chaotic zone, Tae stands with her hands resting calmly on her hips. She stares at her floating system screen, reading a private message sent by her guild leader, Ki Nong Dung Dung. He wants her to contact a new Energy Force user named Dar. After reading the message, a slow smirk plays on her lips as she speaks. He didn't specify whether to recruit or eliminate him. Placing a slender hand on her chin, Tae thoughtfully murmurs to herself, "Since players with energy force are quite rare, bringing this newcomer into the fold would prove she actually cares about growing the guild and still stands on their side. But if she eliminates him, It shows she does not care about the guild's future at all. Her pink lips curl into a smirk as she whispers, "Guild leader, you do not really care about this guy either, do you? That is why either outcome is fine by you. But you care about me, so you are giving me the choice, probably hoping I would recruit Dar to prove my own worth to the team." Clapping her hands with an innocent, beautiful smile, she says something absolutely chilling that completely contradicts her sweet looks. "If so," she whispers, "I choose to eliminate him." Wait, check this out. Back in reality, our main character Liu Yi lives in a pretty rundown apartment. He sits at his desk working on a computer, right next to a piece of paper covered in scribbled notes. Once the origin world fully merges with reality, leveling up will become completely impossible. He recalls that back when the merge first happened, the highest level player in existence was only level 60. If he can hit level 60 before then, he will be right at the top. Resting his chin in his hand, Liu Yi stares at the notes, knowing that level 60 power is enough to keep himself and his sister safe when the end times come. With a look of pure determination, Liu Yi plans out his survival because once the game becomes reality, society will collapse, and essential resources will completely vanish. While massive gaming guilds fight to establish a brutal new world order, simple food is going to replace paper money as the most valuable currency on Earth. Because of that, before the origin world merges with reality, he has to stockpile food and turn this place into his personal stronghold. His goal is to build a doomsday safe house for himself and his little sister. Staring at the building on his monitor, Liu Yi decides to use a bad check to lock down the lease first. He maps out his plans for the future, spending every single cent he earned from the mirror dungeon on rice and foods with a long shelf life. While waiting for the goods to arrive, his in-game level already hit 36. Only 24 more levels to go. Looking at his status, Liu Yi smiles with satisfaction as everything falls right into place. As long as he stays alive inside the game and gets his real-world supplies on time, he and his sister can easily survive once the origin world actually descends. Down the long hallway of the weapon training room, 3 figures stand together. Liu Yi speaks up explaining that, in the origin world, spirit force is the ultimate power, and the only way to unlock this spirit force is by mastering weapon proficiency. To survive the origin world, the first step is training with different weapons to generate that energy. Standing nearby is a pretty girl holding a wooden staff, his sister Liu Yun. Her level is only 1, with the nickname Money-Loving Girl. He continues, even though Niam So has great gear and levels, without unlocking her spirit force, she will remain just another average player in the origin world. Liu Yi looks at Hong Niam, So standing beside them, her status showing level 32 with the nickname Always Obsessed. He tells them to focus on training their weapon skills here first. Both girls cheerfully nod in agreement, shouting out a loud yes. Sunlight streams through a crack in the door. Liu Yi pauses at the exit. Looking back inside at the training room, he wonders how much his actions are already changing history, remembering that in his past life, Niam So never stayed with them. But even putting that aside, Niam So is the one who helped Liu Yun get her login device. Watching the young girl practice so hard, he knows that without Hong Niam So in his past life, he and his sister would not have survived. 3 years. Raising his fist, Liu Yi vows to repay her kindness in this lifetime. Time to grind. His target is level 60. Half a day later, 3 figures emerge from the exit of a level 35 dungeon. Liu Yi steps out, having successfully reached level 37. The party members crowd around him in awe, calling him incredible and praising his insane skills. They tell him he could easily solo this 10-man dungeon by himself, laughing about how lucky they are to carry on his back. The excited teammates ask if they are going again, hoping to keep the grind going. Turning around with a smile, Liu Yi declines, saying he has some errands to run. They sound utterly disappointed to hear him say no. They immediately decide to call it a day too, making Liu Yi tease them for being so practical. They send friend requests, begging him to invite them next time they run dungeons. Liu Yi casually agrees, but secretly, a huge problem is weighing on his mind. His eyes widen as he clenches his fists in frustration. Running these level 35 10-man dungeons simply takes too much time. Each run takes half a day to a full day, and only grants him about half a level of experience points. At this slow rate, with only 20 days left, he will barely reach level 50. Level 60 is completely out of reach. Sitting alone on a bench in the corner of the matchmaking plaza, Liu Yi desperately racks his brain for a solution. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, awarding him the title of Desperate Situation Reverser for clearing a deadly dungeon. When entering a dungeon, every time a teammate dies, all of the player's attributes increase by 10%. And honestly, this is where the story gets pretty dark. Liu Yi realizes he has to sacrifice 9 teammates to get the highest experience yield. He rubs his face, remembering that in his past life, these types of sacrificial runs were called death parties. The players who organized these runs to leech experience were universally hated, treated like absolute scum by everyone. Will he have to sink to their level? But if this is the only way to survive, Liu Yi's gaze turns steel cold with determination. With a sharp chime, a private message pops up, breaking his train of thought. Surprised, Liu Yi wonders who could possibly be messaging him now. He commands open mail. The invite is from a level 40 player named Ngui Te for a 10-man dungeon in the lawless zone 602. It asks if he wants to join or decline. He murmurs the name Ngui Te in confusion, before a sudden realization makes him smile. He recalls that in his past life, she was a notorious high-level player who specialized in leeching experience from sacrificial death parties. She must be inviting him to one of her death runs. Liu Yi realizes he can easily turn the tables on her and steal all that juicy experience for himself. He chuckles darkly, thinking that Ngui Te shouldn't blame him for choosing to take advantage of her shady invitation. First, she belongs to the New Order, and second, they have absolutely zero history together. An unexpected invitation like this is bound to be a trap. But since she unlocked her spirit force early in his past life, he wonders if she already has it now. Even if it is, can he actually handle it? Tran Liu Yi shivered, his eyes suddenly burning with pure, murderous intent. Reaching out, Tran Liu Yi taps accept on the invitation. Only extreme danger can force him to grow, he thinks. He calls out to accept. Instantly, the panel pops up showing team leader Ngui Te at level 45 and Fridge Brother at 43. Gentle Beast, sitting at level 41, Snort at level 44, and Tiger Brain at level 42. Vegan Fairy at level 40, Little Cake at 42, and Shy Skirt Lifter at level 41. Ruined Main Account at level 43, and Knight at 37. Looking at the roster, Trun Liu Yi sneers they are all old acquaintances. Staring at the profile, Trun Liu Yi recalls how Ruined Main Account turned traitor in his past life, just for a desperate realm reward. Right after they cleared the mission, before the system even paid out the rewards, he slaughtered his entire squad. His furious teammates dragged him on the world chat for 3 straight days. Then there is Little Cake. She has a similar bloody track record, except she struck first by playing the victim, framing her own crew for betrayal before wiping them out under the guise of self-defense. Trun Liu Yi silently evaluates them. Every single one of them has a filthy track record. So, is this dungeon raid actually just a setup for Ngui Te to double-cross them all? He looks at the player stats and wonders, how did Ngui Te even find all these terrible people? Or did Ngui Te corrupt them later? Just then, a map flashes onto the screen as Ngui Te announces, "We are fully loaded. Let us move out." Now check out this target location, the chaotic, lawless zone dungeon. Ruined Main Account sneers, "Is this the supposed expert we were promised? Why is he only level 37? Ngui Te calmly replies, "Level is not what matters. Actual raw power is." Trun Liu Yi immediately commands his system to pull up the map. The screen displays several distinct territories, including the collapsing zone, the orderly danger zone, and the lawless chaotic zones. He frowns heavily. The map of this world is divided into 5 main sectors, categorized by how much control Misty City has over them, starting with safe player hubs. Inside the city limits, all instances are completely secured and heavily modified for safe training. These mirror dungeons and training zones make up the orderly danger sectors, offering players a relatively safe but highly thrilling adventure. Out in the snowy, untamable mountain peaks, the dangerous dungeon zones cannot be modified at all. Even so, the beasts inside are still completely sealed off by the city. This is the exact region we visited earlier. A massive beast looms as they enter the lawless, chaotic zone, designed to give players a taste of true despair. Once you hit this zone, the city's grip on the portals begins to fail. Monsters under level 30 can actually break out into the wild. Razor-sharp fangs bared. A giant serpent slithers nearby. The next sector is so out of control that almost no players can survive here. In these wild zones, the escaped beasts can easily reach level 70. Finally, we have the mysterious, highly unstable collapsing zone. The city has zero control over this sector, leaving the deadly horrors inside completely free to roam. Terrifying multi-headed tigers snarl in the shadows. In this ruined zone, world-ending beasts roam wild, possessing powers that can literally shatter the entire earth. Deep within a mysterious, magical forest inside the chaotic, lawless zone, the atmosphere grows incredibly heavy. Something dashes past with a sharp rustle as Liu Yi sprints ahead. Suddenly, a choked scream echoes through the trees, freezing him in his tracks. Startled, Liu Yi turns toward the noise, only to realize it is the eerie, echoing call of the forest tree demons. He slips into a rocky cave to watch as their massive, twisted vines carpet the entire forest floor. Under the command of a towering ancient elder, dozens of smaller tree monsters stampede wildly forward. Peering out from his hiding spot, Liu Yi realizes that while these chaotic beasts are low level, their overwhelming numbers are insane. The slightest noise will instantly draw every single monster in the area, and the dungeon will just keep spawning endless reinforcements to back them up. He frowns in disbelief. Facing an endless wave like this, even the strongest player would be crushed. Whispering to himself, he wonders if that earlier scream was just some careless player getting caught. Peering out, the noise dies down. It seems they already took care of him. Telling himself to move fast, he quickly dashes out of the dark stone cave to make his escape. And then, out of nowhere, a lethal spear flies straight at his chest. Watch how cleanly he dodges this deadly projectile. Who is this attacker? He wonders in shock. Before he can react, the mysterious figure lunges again. But Liu Yi swiftly evades the blow. Liu Yi glares back, his eyes burning with intense, murderous rage. The stranger stands shrouded in the shadows, staring back with the glowing red eyes of a hungry predator. Unfazed, Liu Yi channels his lightning arc, charging up his gear with raw vitality before launching an immediate counterattack. His attacker just sneers, unleashing an explosive burst of energy to match him. With a deafening boom, a massive shockwave kicks up a thick cloud of dust. As the smoke finally clears, the two fighters stand frozen, locked in a tense standoff. The other man speaks up, "So you are a player with chi power too. No wonder the captain teamed up with a low level like you. This guy is the level 43 teammate with a bricked main account." Hearing those smug words, Liu Yi frowns in annoyance and stares right back at him. The bricked account guy looks at him with a satisfied smirk. "Even though the offensive pressure from your chi power is not on the same level as mine, you have still earned my respect." He turns around and tells Liu Yi, "Let us head to the assembly point, because if those monsters swarm us, we are going to be in deep trouble." But Liu Yi just stands there, grip tightening on his weapon as he watches the bricked account player walk away. Liu Yi falls deep into thought. First there is True Min Jung, who has chi power, and now Ingui Te, who very likely has it too. Remembering the smug, arrogant face on that bricked account guy just a moment ago, Liu Yi realizes this party's true strength is actually pretty terrifying. He thinks to himself, the chances of walking away with the Abyss Realm reward are incredibly slim this time, and I might even lose my life. So do I really still want to go through with this? Alright, here is where things get serious at the entrance of Chaos Zone 602. A group is already waiting. Liu Yi quickly rushes toward the dungeon entrance, while someone watches him silently from afar. It is Ngui Tai, sitting on a distant boulder with a faint smirk playing on her lips. Liu Yi bites his lip and frowns, realizing that woman is indeed Ingui Te. She stands up, clapping her hands to grab everyone's attention. She speaks up, "All right, everyone is here. So let me lay down a few ground rules before we head inside. Liu Yi quietly scans the crowd. The three-man squad is glaring at him with heavy suspicion, while the bricked account guy rubs his neck and avoids looking his way. Looking over every single member of the squad, Liu Yi silently sizes them up. These guys are going to be my upcoming teammates, basically future dead weight. Ngurite continues. Dungeons in the Chaos Zone are famously creepy and unpredictable, so once we step inside, no matter how bizarre the rules are or how eerie it gets, I need you all to stay calm. We will stick together and figure out a strategy to clear it, because survival and clearing the instance are all that matter. The crowd readily agrees, no problem. Let us do this. With their approval, the team lines up right behind Ngurite. Radiating pure confidence, she loudly orders everyone to move out, and Liu Yi immediately follows right behind. His face remains completely blank, but inside, his mind is still racing over the slim odds of getting that prize. The chances of surviving this abyss are almost zero, and I might literally die in there, so why am I even going? The ridiculous thought actually makes Liu Yi chuckle to himself. He thinks, Liu Yi, are you seriously getting scared now? He glances ahead at Ngurite, who is confidently leading the way with a bright smile. Ngurite was one of the ultimate top players in his past life. Rubbing shoulders with her means you are finally about to cross paths with the elite players you once looked up to as gods, and that reality is starting to brew some serious anxiety in your chest. Are you worried you will never stand on their level? Are you terrified of falling short and never surpassing them? Scared of dying in their shadow, making all your hard work up to this point a complete joke? Liu Yi lifts his chin and smiles with newfound resolve. Night falls, and the sky lights up with brilliant stars. Walking forward with an easy stride, Liu Yi makes up his mind. Let this dungeon run prove it once and for all. His expression hardens with absolute determination. He will prove he is just as strong as any of them. A painful memory flashes in his mind. A blood-stained wall painted with words of pure self-blame. Why on earth did she stop playing with me? The painful memory shifts to a short-haired girl surrounded by a barrage of cruel, angry insults. Fine. If you will not play with me, I will just go out and find other toys. Dead bodies lie scattered across the cold ground. That bizarre voice echoes again, so boring. Everything is so boring. Playing with her was way more fun. I just want to go home. A blood-covered robot stands there, head hanging in deep sorrow, whispering with absolute regret. But there is no going back home now. It stands completely alone beside a massive pillar, where a message of both absolute despair and faint hope has been carved. The players start whispering among themselves, what kind of weird dungeon has a cinematic opening like this? Because it is a first for me too. As the party members materialize one by one, someone mentions how the Origin Realm mechanics work. Randomized scenarios and maps, it is a mechanic that players absolutely love and hate at the same time. Liu Yi glances toward the voice as another player chimes in, tell me about it. Especially when failing means literal death. This mechanic becomes a real pain in the ass. With everyone finally assembled, they all stare at the bloody robot standing before them, as someone remarks, the only unique thing in this entire room is this toy puppet. So it looks like our key to clearing this dungeon is definitely him. Then, out of nowhere, the puppet vanishes right before their eyes. Talk about a creepy twist. A system alert echoes through the dungeon. Entrances are locked, generating a new quest. The bizarre toy puppet quest is now active. To clear this dungeon, the victory condition is to destroy the bizarre toy puppet. But here is the twist. The puppet has been randomly dropped directly into one player's inventory. If you kill the player holding the puppet, you destroy the puppet itself. Otherwise, within the 6-hour time limit, the puppet remains active, meaning our raid on this bizarre puppet dungeon will end in total failure. Note, after killing a normal player, the puppet bearer can actually transfer the parasite to someone else. Liu Yi thinks to himself, stunned, is this dungeon literally designed just to hand out ultimate rewards? He realizes that if they leave the puppet bearer to be killed last, they are guaranteed to walk away with that supreme absolute reward. System announcement: the puppet parasite has bonded. The dungeon raid begins now. Countdown at 5:59:59, now 5:59:58. Time to check his bag to see if the puppet is on him. Liu Yi eyes the crowd, closing his eyes with a frown. No, he cannot look right now. Scanning the room with a sharp gaze, he realizes he must wait for things to settle before sneaking a peek to see if he is the target. Glancing at the others, he worries that if the puppet is indeed on him and he exposes himself in panic, he will immediately become public enemy number one. That would draw the attention of the team's two strongest players, meaning a near-guaranteed death sentence for him. Nearby, a chubby guy has also started silently scanning the entire crowd. Darfei is also looking around, with everyone standing in dead silence, warily studying each other. Liu Yi watches this, wondering if they are all just acting or facing the exact same dilemma as him. Suddenly, a loud clap echoes through the room, drawing everyone's attention. Liu Yi turns toward the source of the noise. Nguri Te smiles, calling out, "You all saw the quest details, so whoever has the puppet should just step forward. Don't worry. The surviving members will fully compensate for any losses caused by your death. Surely those without the parasite don't object to this, right?" Almost instantly, the team nods in agreement with her proposal. "I agree with the captain," says one, and another chimes in. Liu Yi knows this is his chance. While everyone's attention is on Nguri Tai, he can check his bag. He quietly opens his inventory, and what he sees inside. "Oh, you're not ready for this." Staring at the creepy puppet sitting right there in his bag, Liu Yi groans seriously. Did it have to be this intense? Right off the bat, he's pitted against the entire squad. Frowning, he stares deep into his backpack. Glancing around, he realizes his immediate goal is to kill one of his teammates to transfer this dangerous parasite and save his own skin. But as he looks at the group, he wonders who is the best target to resolve this crisis. Someone he can take down cleanly to end his current nightmare. But even if he manages to kill someone and shift the puppet, how will he survive the fury of the team's two powerhouses? Nguri gives a sweet, gentle smile as she asks so. Is nobody going to speak up? Liu Yi keeps his head down in silence, slowly shifting his position. But Nguri suddenly dashes right in front of him, saying, "Hey there, dear Dar, shouldn't you just confess that you're the one carrying the parasite?" "What?" Liu Yi thinks, completely stunned. She continues, "By the way, we haven't even properly introduced ourselves yet. I'm Nguri, female. My hobby is Dar. What about you?" Liu Yi keeps frowning in silence, shifting his gaze to the other members. That's when he notices everyone staring directly at him, with Darfei flashing a twisted grin, his eyes glowing a sinister, bloody red. Then it hits him. They weren't just warily watching each other earlier. They were secretly whispering, trading info to confirm the puppet was in his bag. Liu Yi quickly reaches a grim conclusion. They're all in on this together. He sneers. Of course it's a trap. The sudden party invite, the random roadside ambush to test his limits, even if he doesn't know their motive for targeting him yet. This entire dungeon was set up by Nguri specifically to trap him, so bringing 8 helpers along makes total sense. Liu Yi glares at her, knowing that his goal in joining this squad is exactly the same, to wipe out every single one of them and claim that absolute ultimate reward. A wave of cold killing intent erupts around him, his eyes narrowing like a hungry predator stalking its prey. Ngui rests her chin on her hand, sighing at Liu Yi. How rude. But whatever. Who told me to like you so much? Judging by the strength you showed fighting Darfei, you stand absolutely zero chance once we all team up against you. So stop wasting our time. Step forward now, so we can start our leveling run, all right? Rulei Dongtrong speaks up. Captain, give him a chance to struggle. It makes the kill so much more satisfying when you crush his dreams piece by piece. Ngui whines, covering her face to play weak, but that's just too cruel. I'm absolutely terrified of watching stuff like that. She peeks through her fingers, letting Liu Yi catch a smug glimpse of her true face. She sighs, so please, don't make me watch. Okay? Liu Yi silently triggers his watch equipment, instantly raising his gun to point it straight at her face. Facing his gun, Nguri remains completely still, her hands on her head as she sighs in disappointment. So you refuse? You really don't know how to treat a girl. The crowd whispers, wait, is this the big expert boss told us to be careful of? Londa Luyen Fei steps forward and laughs. Why are you still using firearms? Let alone our leader. Even regular folks with absolutely no internal energy like us could easily dodge a bullet like that. Everyone says he is a master, so his thinking is probably completely different from ours. Who knows, maybe his attacks have some sort of auto-lock system. Hearing Londa Luyanfei say this, the whole crowd bursts out laughing. They laugh and tease him, "Hey Londa Luyanfei, your joking skills are getting pretty good." Expecting bind skills in this world is like looking for magic in a historical martial arts story. Though technically, you can still set physical traps to get a similar binding effect. Liu Yi laughs along and says, "You guys are pretty hilarious. I like that." Liu Yi sneers and whispers bind. Liu Yi stares back at him, completely shocked. Suddenly, Liu Yi gets forced back. She stares at Liu Yi in pure disbelief, checking her body and muttering, "I am fine." But there was this weird, sudden shockwave just now, glaring at him with absolute murder in her eyes. Liu Yi screams furiously, "Londa Luyanfei, stop testing him. Let us go together and finish this guy off." Hearing her furious threat, Liu Yi just lets out a cold smirk. Londa Luyanfei prepares to charge, but a sudden crushing force binds him like heavy chains. He gasps out in complete shock, "I cannot move." He is completely paralyzed. Londa Luyanfei struggles wildly against the invisible chains, shouting, "What is this?" Liu Yi watches, her eyes wide with terror. Level 30 Force Energy Skill Branch. Silence. This skill silences the target, forcing all of their active abilities into a 5-second cooldown. It costs 50 points of mind power, and upgrading increases the cooldown duration. Mind power cost increases by 10 per level, with a 1-minute cooldown. Bind. Roots the target in place for 10 seconds. Costs 50 mind power. Every 10 levels adds 1 second of bind time. Cooldown is 1 minute. Liu Yi immediately activates his Judgment Pocket Watch. Pistol Watch Stats. Attack Power plus 200. Intellect plus 30. The Judgment skill grants attacks a chance to deal triple damage or inflict a stun. Requires level 20 equipment. The pistol automatically reloads itself. Each reload takes 1 minute, with a capacity of 1 out of 1 bullet. Triple damage triggered. It costs 100 mind power, boosting his next attack power by a massive 5,000 points. Liu Yi's eyes burn a deep, murderous red. Aiming his weapon directly at Londa Luyanfei, he coldly whispers goodbye. Londa Luyanfei can only watch helplessly as the lethal bullet flies straight toward him, ripping right through his abdomen in a flash. He collapses, leaving the entire squad frozen in absolute shock. Suddenly, a secret zone announcement rings out. Notification: you have successfully killed Londa Luyanfei and transferred the puppet. With 1 team member down, your title, Desperate Reversalist, activates, boosting all your attributes by 10%. Liu Yi's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. The rest of the squad stands there, completely shell-shocked. Liu Yi silently thinks to himself, there were only 2 scenarios I truly feared with this party. First, if Liu Yi and Londa Luyanfei teamed up against me, and second, if there were other players with internal energy. If either of those things happened, I would have been pushed right into a corner, especially the second one. But judging by Liu Yi's tone earlier, it was pretty obvious that only she and Londa Luyanfei actually had the power to match me. Thinking back to her expression and how she spoke, plus my quick clash with Londa Luyanfei just now, he realizes she knew he would stand 0 chance once they teamed up. That means only those 2 possess internal energy, making their combined force the only real threat to his life here. Londa Luyanfei's body slowly begins to dissolve and fade away. Liu Yi planned this carefully, taking advantage of their distraction and total ignorance of his unique skills. By eliminating Londa Luyanfei, he has completely neutralized the only threat this party could ever pose. Now, he holds all the cards, putting himself in a position of absolute power. Smirking triumphantly, Liu Yi knows this was the absolute best way to completely shut down their threat. Talk about a mastermind playing chess with their lives here. But honestly, it would have been way smarter to eliminate Liu Yi first. But when he tried locking onto her with his binding spell earlier, she actually dodged it. Could her perception stat be insanely high? Liu Yi grins and calls out friendly warning. The puppet has officially left my body. You better guard the new host of that puppet well, because if I kill them next, you will never be able to beat me, and you will never get your revenge." Meanwhile, he reminds himself to stay extremely sharp and avoid making any careless mistakes. If I want that ultimate desperate reward, I need to hunt down the new puppet host right away and save them for the very end. Nuite glares at him, screaming, "You are dead." But before she can finish, she senses something is horribly wrong. She immediately yells to her team, "Nobody move. He is trying to trick us into revealing the puppet's new host." The team members quickly crowd together, gasping in shock. Wait, what? Following Nuite's command, they freeze completely, not moving a single muscle. Liu Yi smirks, scanning their ranks. So, is she the one? His eyes lock onto Kai Ban Yo, standing there completely dazed, noticing how everyone is subconsciously shielding Kai Ban Yo at the very back. Notification. All attributes boosted. Burning 400 breath power to boost all stats by 200, Liu Yi rushes right past Wei Shi and charges toward Little Cookie. Cutting through the other players like butter, he takes them down effortlessly. Liu Yi silently sighs, thinking these bounty players are way too weak. System alerts keep flashing across the screen, announcing he just killed Big Brother's fridge, closely followed by another kill on Gentle Beast. Next down are Snort, then Angry Tiger, and right after that, Fairy and Chang is eliminated too. Even Shy Skirt Lifter gets wiped out, triggering a realm-wide alert that unlocks the Desperate Reverser title, boosting all his attack stats by 70%. Liu Yi's power skyrockets to an insane level. Furious at his rampage, Wei Shi grips her sword and lunges straight at him. A flash of green light sparks between them, as Liu Yi easily deflects her deadly strike. Terrified, Little Cookie falls flat on the ground. Wei Shi glares at him, demanding to know why he only spared the one parasitized by the puppet. "So your real goal was the desperate reward," she sneers. "You've got some serious guts." Liu Yi just smirks, replying that only she is left. Wei Shi immediately activates her ghostly stealth step, wrapping herself in a mysterious, glowing purple haze. "Let's see how much you regret this foolish choice when I end you," she spits out angrily, before vanishing right into thin air. Nothing but a faint purple mist surrounds him now. Liu Yi frowns, keeping his guard up as he realizes she completely vanished. Out of nowhere, she strikes from behind. Liu Yi spins to counter, but he's a split second too slow as she drives her blade into his back, dealing a critical 300 damage. The system display shows his level 37 character's health bar taking a sudden hit. Wei Shi presses the attack, unleashing a barrage of critical strikes that repeatedly deal 300 damage to his health. His level 37 health bar plunges towards 0, but suddenly, a massive green pop-up shows a health recovery of 9,000. Seizing the moment, Liu Yi swings back, catching her completely off guard. She frowns, muttering that 900 damage only took 75% of his health, meaning he must be a tank build. Sparks fly as their blades violently clash again. Getting right in his face, she sneers, telling him that won't save him if she just lands a few more hits. She claims that once his fast recovery potions run out, she'll still be the winner. Liu Yi doesn't even argue, just responding with a calm, knowing smile. A glowing purple ring appears in her hand, activating her specialized gear before she charges in for another strike. She lands a massive hit for 9,800 damage, but the system instantly recovers 9,800 HP. Shocked, she wonders how that's possible, since high-tier potions only heal 1,000 points. On top of that, players can only carry 10 of them per run, yet he just recovered nearly 19,000 health in seconds. While she is still completely lost in her own thoughts, Liu Yi strikes back, his sword slashing clean through her body. Liu Yi looks at her and sneers, telling her that the winner is definitely going to be him. Wei Shi stands there, completely dazed, unable to process what just happened as she grits her teeth in pure rage. Liu Yi swings his sword again with deadly intent, his eyes cold. Terrified by his aura, Wei Shi backs up toward Little Cookie. She frowns, demanding to know how he recovered so fast when high-tier potions only heal 1,000 health, and they're strictly capped at 10 bottles per run. The damage she dealt was nearly 20,000, yet he managed to restore all of it in the blink of an eye. Combine that with his insane health pool, and it's obvious he's running some kind of support class build. Liu Yi calmly points out that she must have dumped all her stat points into speed while relying on attack-type support, which explains why both her movement speed and raw power are so absurdly high. Wei Shi listens in silence, but instead of backing down, she suddenly looks up at him with a sly smile. Wei Shi scratches her head with a shy smile, admitting her energy pool is almost completely drained, which probably means she is on the verge of losing this entire fight. Then she casually suggests that maybe she should just kill Little Cookie right now to force end the realm run instead. Little Cookie's eyes go wide in shock. Liu Yi realizes he might have pushed her a bit too hard, backed her into a corner. She is too fast, and his only chance to kill her is to bind her first. Otherwise, once she realizes she can't defeat him, she will absolutely target Little Cookie to force end this entire secret realm match right away. You can feel the tension peaking here as he tries to keep his cool, casually asking her what she is waiting for. He realizes that since she hasn't made a move on the kid yet, he might still have a fighting chance. He just needs his crowd control skill to finish cooling down. Wei Shi sighs, leaning on her hand as she grumbles that she won't be able to finish him off like this. It is a massive headache, especially since taking him down was her main objective for this entire run. A chime sounds as the system announces his stat boost has ended, but his binding skills cooldown is finally complete. Liu Yi's eyes light up as he realizes the cooldown is over. He quickly locks his target and triggers the binding lock directly at her. Wait, what on earth is happening? Little Cookie, who was just standing right beside her, suddenly launches an unexpected attack. The system displays level 45 Captain Wei Shi as she looks at him with a cold, smug smirk. In their private group chat, Nguri Te whispers to Little Cookie, "Kill me, then commit suicide for double the reward." And Little Cookie whispers back, "Got it." Liu Yi stares in utter shock as Ngui Te slowly says, "You lost." She then laughs like a lunatic and completely vanishes, leaving a stunned Liu Yi standing there in absolute shock. He stumbles back, defeated. Liu Yi asks himself how this happened as he collapses to the ground in total disbelief. He keeps questioning how it turned out this way. In his inventory, a notification shows the puppet has returned to Liu Yi's bag. He wonders why she did it. Didn't she want to escape this secret realm? Why choose such a brutal, extreme path? Was it simply because she did not want him to win? That is just ridiculously absurd. Liu Yi screams in total frustration, "What now?" Clutching his head, he blames himself. Little Cookie killed Nguri Te, and now the puppet has transferred back onto me. Even if Little Cookie did not commit suicide, once I eliminate them, I will have no teammates left to transfer this puppet parasite to. This is a dead end. Totally blank, Liu Yi mutters. Is it really over? Will all my efforts since the day I regressed turn to dust? Only Liu Yi's echoing cries ring out around the giant stone pillar. It is incredibly frustrating because he was right on the verge of winning. Lying dazed on the pillar, Liu Yi's eyes turn sharp. He sits up, telling himself there must be another way. He looks around, deep in thought. Since the Origin world did not automatically declare his mission a failure after his teammates died, it means there is definitely another path to succeed. He looks left and right, wondering, but what could it be? Standing alone on the pillar, Liu Yi yells out. He reaches into the empty space around him, shocked to find an invisible barrier. An invisible wall, he realizes. Looking back, he discovers the entire boundary of this secret dungeon is confined to this spot. Liu Yi carefully studies the boundaries of the pillar. Glancing upward, he notes that this pedestal holding the puppet is the only unique object around. Deciding quickly, he leaps up high. Liu Yi frowns, staring intensely at the engraved words "Despair and hope coexist here." Beneath the title, Liu Yi spots a tiny line of text that reads, "I cannot open this door." He wonders who else left this behind as he reaches out to touch the words, questioning if it was the puppet. Just like that, a hidden compartment pops up right under his fingers, and he realizes there is actually a secret mechanism here. A system notification asks if he wants to spend 1,000 consciousness points to open the entry test barrier of Research Institute 602. 1,000 is a lot. But thanks to his desperate reversal trait, his current points are well over 1,500. After all that combat, he has just over 1,000 left. But with no idea what lies ahead, He cannot afford to waste everything here. However, spending 700 points to boost all attributes by 350 would indirectly net him 1,000 points instead. Calculating quickly, Liu Yi realizes he would still have over 300 points left over, plus entering an unknown zone in a highly buffed state is definitely his best option. Yes, let's do it. The system screen confirms his full attribute boost costs 700 points, raising all stats by 350. Then, it asks again if he wants to spend 1,000 points to unlock the barrier. Liu Yi says confirm. The points are consumed, and the introductory test barrier of Research Institute 602 begins to open. A blinding flash of light erupts, leaving Liu Yi completely stunned. Urgent voices start echoing around him, calling out, "Director, you must decide quickly. Where should we allocate our computing power? Should we focus the reflection on those who follow you, or have them absorb and reflect every single person?" A figure stands before a massive, looming eye, pressing urgently, "Director, make your decision immediately." As the giant eye begins to close, a voice commands to input the computing power. Liu Yi rubs his eyes as a blond man runs up to him in a panic, shouting, "Do we concentrate the reflection on your loyal followers, or do we have them absorb and reflect everyone instead?" Liu Yi wonders what reflection computing power even means. He asks what the difference is, but the man only urges him on anxiously. "Director, please make your decision quickly. Where are we directing the computing power? Do we focus on reflecting your followers, or absorb and reflect everyone?" Liu Yi stares at him, utterly confused, wondering if this is just a pre-programmed scenario. This place must be an isolated space, created specifically for the entrance exam of Research Institute 602. Scanning the area, Liu Yi wonders what these choices actually mean. Staring at the two holographic screens in front of him, he asks himself if the entire test comes down to this. Focus the reflection on followers, or absorb and reflect every single person. He wonders if there is a penalty for picking wrong. Frowning, Liu Yi sighs with absolutely no context. This choice is impossibly tough. Deep in thought, he realizes that based on this programmed script, these people are likely facing some sort of apocalyptic catastrophe. He remembers the sheer panic written all over that man's face. He concludes the key to survival is computing power. If they get reflected by this power, will they earn the right to exist, or just become mere tools to solve this crisis? Resting his chin on his hand, Liu Yi weighs his options. Liu Yi sighs, burying his face in his hands. In his past life, he was only level 1. He never had access to such critical data about the origin realm. A thought flashes in his eyes. If it is just about survival, he would choose the option to focus reflection on his followers. That way, he could keep his little sister alive alongside him. But if he must become the tool to resolve this looming catastrophe, he chooses the latter. If the catastrophe is unavoidable, fighting to solve it is the only way out. He stares at the two choices, calculating who this reflection ability would actually land on if he made the call. Surely it has to be about acquiring some trait capable of stopping the disaster. Who can guarantee the chosen candidate is even suitable for this? Maybe among those under watch, someone is highly compatible with calculation power. Just a tiny spark of it could trigger a reaction far beyond anyone's wildest imagination. He thinks back to his past life. If his player level had not been locked after the origin realm descended, he would never have ended up in such a miserable state. Liu Yi reaches out to tap the screen, muttering, "Choose this one." The screen displays the option to absorb the reflection of all humans. Liu Yi silently prays, "Please let this succeed." Nothing changes in his surroundings. He is suddenly sent back to the starting area. Looking pretty dazed, Liu Yi frowns and carefully scans the room. Liu Yi wonders, did I pick the wrong choice, because absolutely nothing changed. Sitting on the floor with his arms crossed, Liu Yi thinks so. The correct answer must be focusing reflection on your followers. He frowns, his mind racing. Right now, his consciousness force is only around 350. Because of that parasite doll, he is locked in combat, which makes his recovery speed painfully slow. Even so, the remaining 5 hours will be enough to recover his consciousness force. That means he can trigger the entrance test twice. 2 tries should be plenty. He closes his eyes to rest his mind. After an hour and a half, his status reads 700 out of 1594. Liu Yi opens his eyes as a notification pops up, consuming 700 consciousness force to boost all stats by 350. The screen says he can consume 1000 consciousness force to open the research room door, Sector 602. Liu Yi mutters, "All right, back to these choices. Focus reflection on followers, or absorb reflection of everyone." Liu Yi is about to select the other option, but he suddenly stops himself. He thinks to himself, if the test was just about picking one correct option, wouldn't entering this lab be way too easy? Seriously. Think about it, what is even the point of a massive gate if it was that simple? He recalls when he first entered this secret realm, that weird girl and the doll complaining no fun. This is boring. I should go home and play with her. I want to go home, but I can't anymore. Liu Yi guesses the doll got blocked by this very gate, which is why it couldn't enter this research lab it calls home. But what exactly blocked it? Was it the amount of consciousness force, a specific trait, or maybe its actual personality? His only useful clue right now is that intro animation from earlier. The opening cutscene only showed one major thing: the doll left the research lab because of its playful nature, and when it wanted to return, it got locked out completely. Frowning, Liu Yi reaches his final conclusion. So the thing blocking the doll was its personality. He stares at the selection screen, thinking this test isn't about picking a specific option, but the attitude behind the choice. Liu Yi frowns. What kind of attitude does it want? Reaching out, he decides to trust his gut. He taps the screen, choosing the second option once again. A flash of light erupts, and Liu Yi is instantly sent back to the starting area. Still, nothing around him changes. He frowns, realizing he only has one final attempt left. If his deduction is wrong, he will literally have to start all over again. But he keeps repeating the same mantra, trust yourself. With his consciousness force down to 15 out of 194, Liu Yi sits back down and closes his eyes. 3.5 hours later, the system timer displays 27 minutes and 5 seconds left. His consciousness force bar is back up to 700. The screen alerts him that consuming 700 force will boost his attributes by 350, while 1000 opens Research Lab 602. Liu Yi simply nods. Okay. Liu Yi is transported back to that room. Without a single trace of hesitation, he selects the exact same option to absorb the reflection of all humans. And look at that, the moment he lands, the entire chamber starts shaking violently. The pillar where the doll was perched begins to sink. Liu Yi cheers in pure relief. Yes, it actually worked. He laughs out loud, realizing the real test wasn't about the specific choice, but whether he would stay completely unwavering in his resolve. Basically, no matter what you choose, picking the same option 3 times in a row will unlock the gate. Looking down at the exit, he realizes this hidden stage was likely designed for an entire team to clear together. Walking down the steps, Liu Yi calculates the odds. The Origin Realm must have left a tiny window for a solo challenger, which is why they allowed the 3-strike bypass. He heads down, lost in thought. But this tiny chance boosts every single attribute, maximizes my intelligence, and adds more power. Plus it grants the title, Desperate Situation Reverser. Otherwise, opening this door 3 times is impossible. Looking down the endless dark tunnel, Liu Yi realizes that right now, nobody else could ever solo this secret dungeon's hidden stage on their own. He frowns in deep thought, realizing they were far too careless when dealing with Wei Shi this time. Sure, hitting rock bottom helps you break your limits, but being brave does not mean being completely reckless. Liu Yi feels a real wave of regret. If he had known Wei Shi was such a complete lunatic before joining the team, he wouldn't have miscalculated at the end and nearly died here. At the end of the path, Liu Yi spots someone's faint shadow. As he gets closer, he sees the doctor is long dead, reduced to a dry skeleton. Liu Yi instantly recognizes her from the opening cinematic, when suddenly, a strange red orb floats out. Liu Yi is completely taken aback. The red orb flies straight into Liu Yi, merging into his body. The system announces, "Congratulations to the player for perfectly conquering the Troublemaker Puppet secret dungeon. For purifying the Troublemaker Puppet, He is rewarded with 1% of Mo's computing power authority. Liu Yi exhales a massive sigh of relief. The system sounds again, unlocking the desperate conquest achievement and granting him a 10-fold dungeon clearance reward. As the system tallies his rewards, Liu Yi slumps weakly against the wall behind him, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He chuckles inwardly, realizing he was actually terrified of dying inside this deadly secret dungeon. Rubbing his forehead with a self-deprecating smile, he thinks, how embarrassing, a little danger turned my legs to jelly. Then, the system alerts him that his level has jumped to 44. On top of this massive surge in overall power, Liu Yi's skill points also shoot up, raising his total mental energy to 846. The system alerts keep ringing. Combat power calculation complete. His vigorous force skill reaches level 40, boosting the target's health and mental energy stability by 10 whole levels. The target's full-body status duration increases by 1 second, locking them in place with a 24-hour cooldown. The standard target tracking range is now set at 1,000 meters, allowing him to perceive all living creatures. It lasts for 10 minutes, consuming 50 mental energy points, with each 10 levels adding another 10 seconds. Liu Yi tightly clenches his fist. But hey, I actually beat Wei Shi, didn't I? He shouts out in pure joy. I am seriously too strong. Liu Yi bursts into a loud, happy laugh. Meanwhile, Liu Yun and Huang Nianchu are training hard, both of their faces filled with pure joy. Meanwhile, over at the player respawn point, guess who's standing there waiting? Wei Shi thinks. 6 hours already. Frowning, she asks herself, so did I actually lose? On the chat board, Fuming Hot, the New Order guild leader, messaged her. Fuming Hot asks what happened and if she died, demanding to know if she killed him. Wei Shi replies that she died, but quickly adds that she managed to secure some highly valuable intelligence. The guild leader immediately asks what she wants in exchange for this info. Wei Shi asks him to help her train a mirror image in the mirror space to restore her level after this challenge. She texts back that Knight is the support energy user he's been searching for. The guild leader frowns at his screen inside the New Order headquarters reception room. Wuji sits directly opposite Fuming Hot, speaking up. He notes that support energy users are incredibly rare, which is why the leader wants his help conquering the out-of-control dungeon. He happily agrees to the deal. As a level 45 player who fights with his bare fists and possesses vital energy, he demands a very specific number for his reward. He wants 100,000 per run. Fuming Hot just smirks and agrees without hesitation. Outside the guild headquarters, night has fallen. As Wuji steps out, an associate spots him, running over to eagerly ask how the negotiation went with the guild leaders. He asks if the New Order guys practically jumped for joy when he accepted. He heard they nearly turned the whole world upside down searching for a support user. But Wuji just angrily kicks a metal pole, bending it completely and silencing the terrified lackey. Wuji scowls and growls that it is done, 100,000 per run. His lackey asks in surprise why he is so mad when they just secured the first step of their plan. Wuji snaps back, roaring that he is furious because he is no longer the only special player with vital energy. Frowning in frustration, he wonders aloud how they can possibly execute the rest of their master plan. How can he climb the ranks of New Order as a support? Meanwhile, back in the real world at Liu Yi's apartment, he stares at a note, wondering about his new computing power authority. Crossing his arms, Liu Yi deeply contemplates what on earth this computing power authority actually is. Literally speaking, it refers to the control over the computing outputs of some massive, high-tech machinery. Could perfectly conquering that dungeon be the trigger for some massive, server-wide hidden quest? Or does this reward carry a completely different special meaning? Liu Yi frowns and thinks what exactly happens when his calculating power authorization reaches 100%. How does this authorization connect back to the introductory calculation test? He raises a hand to his forehead, completely exhausted from all these questions. Liu Yi stands up, feeling deep down that this is somehow crucial for his future. Forget it, he thinks. No more overthinking. Time for a shower. Hello there. Liu Yi steps out and sees Huang Nianchu, cheerfully drying her hair right as she spots him. Huang Nianchu cheerfully waves at him. Liu Yi smiles and nods back, heading straight down the hallway toward the bathroom. But right at the door, he suddenly stops in his tracks. He watches as Huang Nirmso opens her room door and steps inside. Liu Yi gulps, realizing that ever since Huang Nirmvan moved into the house, a faint, lingering sweet scent has been drifting through the air. He blushes, scratching his cheek. It smells pretty good. Then he quickly slaps his own head to snap out of it. What stupid thoughts are these? He tells himself to just shower, and then set his next phase goal. Back in the Origin realm, Liu Yi stares at the screen. His level is 44, meaning he is just 16 levels away from 60. Assuming it takes 2 dungeon runs to level up, he needs 32 runs. That is about 20 days to reach his goal, he calculates. Descent is in 22 days, time is running out fast for us. He worries the schedule is just too tight. If anything goes wrong, he might never hit level 60. Besides that, his gear has a massive issue. The screen shows he has 11,021 dungeon essences left. There are basically 2 ways to get gear in this world. You can either craft new gear directly using the dungeon essences, or use those same essences to upgrade your current equipment. Liu Yi feels a bit nervous thinking about these 2 paths. Right now, he has 11,210 essences from 3 dungeon rewards. The remaining 4,271 points came from dismantling the useless gear he pulled from the gacha. A system screen prompts him craft level 40 gear for 650 essences, yes or no, or upgrade level 30 gear to level 40 for 400 essences. Do you want to upgrade? He still needs 3 items, a helmet, necklace, and badge. Plus he has to upgrade his 9 current items to level 40. In total, that will cost 5,550 essences. The screen displays more prompts. Upgrade level 40 gear to level 50 for 700 essences. Yes or no. Upgrade level 50 gear to level 60 for 1,100 essences. Yes or no. He has to think this through. Yes or no. Liu Yi calculates what he already owns. To upgrade the entire set to level 60, he still needs 16,129 essences. That means running level 40 dungeons 40 more times. Liu Yi rests his chin in his hand, staring at the screen. He frowns, realizing that to reach his goal safely, he must risk his life to claim the rewards of a desperate realm at least once or twice. But who should he target? Suddenly a new notification pops up. Liu Yi glances at it. Who is messaging him? He freezes. Wait a second. Doesn't this feel a bit too familiar? A random message right in a tight spot. Opening the inbox, he sees a private message from Furious Steam, the New Order guild leader, asking to chat. He frowns. The leader of the New Order? Suddenly, a memory hits him. Someone kicks him to the ground. He remembers that toxic voice mocking him, asking how a piece of trash like him even ended up in the New Order. Get lost. The guild leader is coming. He remembers his past life, when the New Order descended and seized absolute control over his entire South China region. They were one of the strongest world-class guilds. They practiced elite-only governance, meaning elite players and humans with special abilities lived extremely comfortable, luxurious lives under their banner. But low-level players and ordinary humans without any special powers had to live like dogs, suffering endless oppression. In his past life, he was one of those miserable victims. To say he does not hate the New Order is impossible. But deep down, he knows the real culprit was simply his own weakness. He types back, "Sure. What is it?" Furious Steam replies, "I want to form a team to conquer the out-of-control dungeon zone. We are currently missing a support player who uses Qi. A mutual friend mentioned that you are a Qi support user, so I reached out. Name your conditions for joining, and I will make it happen. I will do my best to satisfy your demands. We only lack a Qi support." So you mean everyone in the squad uses Qi? Furious Steam confirms that is correct. Liu Yi is stunned. A team where every single member is a Qi user? That level of power is unreal. The guild leader messages him again. This is absolutely one of the strongest teams in the Origin realm right now. Why go to the out-of-control zone? With a squad like that, you could easily dominate the chaos and danger zones instead. Furious Steam responds, "I have my reasons for going there." Liu Yi replies, "All right, let me think about it. I will get back to you later. Kinong Dung Dung, the New Order Guild Master, is waiting. Liu Yi frowns, asking himself if he really wants to go. Sure, this team's loot system pretty much kills any chance of him getting the dungeon rewards himself, but the speed of gaining experience and dungeon essence here is absolutely far ahead of any regular team. But why does he absolutely have to go to the out-of-control zone? Once you enter the out-of-control zone, you cannot use Mohu City portals to teleport directly into the dungeons. Even worse, the wild areas out there are crawling with level 70 monsters. Liu Yi quickly shakes these worries off, leaving them aside for now, and focuses on upgrading his gear first. The screen shows him crafting level 40 purple gear, consuming 650 dungeon essence, and generating the items. Player Da checks his new Shiki Hat stats, which has defense 30, resistance 10, intelligence 24, intelligence 22, constitution 22, and jewelry level 40-5. Guardian necklace stats have defense 30, resistance 10, intelligence 25, intelligence 21, constitution 20, jewelry level 40-5. Swift Wisdom combat uniform stats have defense 30, resistance 10, strength 11, and agility 15, constitution 12, willpower 30, jewelry level 40-5. Special Wisdom lining has defense 30, resistance 10, agility 15, constitution 12, willpower 15, intelligence 30, and level jewelry 40-5. Swift Wisdom combat boots have defense 30, resistance 10, agility 11, agility 10, perception 13, willpower 30, jewelry level 40-5. Special Wisdom combat gloves have defense 30, resistance 10, perception 12, constitution 11, wisdom 30, jewelry level 40-5. Left all knowledge earring stats have strength 20, agility 20, perception 10, intelligence 30, jewelry level 40-5. Right. All knowledge earring has constitution 20, intelligence 20, perception 10, intelligence 20, jewelry level 40-5. All around earrings set effect gives all stats 20. Wisdom arc blade stats have attack power 240, strength 30, intelligence 20, jewelry level 40-5. Wisdom sigil stats has resistance 30, intelligence 63, jewelry level 40-5. Emerald clock pendulum has attack power 300, willpower 60, with a judgment skill that inflicts triple damage or a stun. It requires jewelry level 40-5 and has an automatic ammo reload mechanism. Each reload takes 30 seconds with 1 out of 1 ammo capacity. Its stats are pretty insane. Health is 6,030, mana is 2,034. Total combat power is calculated at 102. Since his power now exceeds 100, his title immediately upgrades from low-level warrior to high-level warrior. The title effect for all stat weightings upgrades from +1 to a massive +2. These stats are crazy high: HP 8,040 and mana 2712. Liu Yi gasps in absolute shock, realizing that getting rewards from this combat system is just way too cool. Once combat power goes past 100, the stat scaling weight jumps from 1 to 2, boosting his strength by 30%. If he keeps raising his combat power, can he boost the ratio even more? Liu Yi wonders if he needs 200 or maybe 1,000. Suddenly, he gets quiet. He narrows his eyes, thinking that since the combat power system only requires raw aura to unlock, then the massive buffs it grants him must mean other players with aura have this advantage too. If that is true, then doesn't it mean every single member of the New Order Guild Masters team has the exact same insane strength? That is basically 10 guys, just like him joining forces to conquer the out-of-control dungeon. Suddenly, the out-of-control zone does not seem so impossible anymore. He pulls up the chat. "Da Tex, are you there? I thought about it, and I agree to join." He Nong Dung Dung replies, "Wise choice." He continues, "I won't mistreat you. This team already has another member with aura support. His pay is 100,000 per run, and I will do the same for you." Liu Yi thinks in surprise, what did this guild master do to get so rich? But either way, this is great because now I have money to buy way more food. In the chat, Da requests payment after each run, and the guild master replies, no problem. He Nong Dung Dung smiles while staring at his screen, smirking as the screen shows Da joining. He then messages, welcome to the final member of our team. Vokuk asks, so you are the second player with aura here besides me. Hello there. Vokuk says, hello, let's work hard together to support the team. Da replies, sounds good. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Ki Nong Dung Dung orders everyone to gather at Mohu City North Gate. Liu Yi picks up his weapons, deciding to hide his headgear display first, before bringing his old normal gun. Just in case he needs his pistol, his tactical watch is already loaded up. He fits his gear into the backpack and puts a quick disguise over his blade, hoping this might buy him a bit more safety. At the North Gate, the team roster shows leader Ki Nong Dung Dung at level 50. Members are Thuan Thuan Thichan Thit at level 50, Day Non Kong Bei Bua at level 50, and Nam Dam Nyo Kong Dam An at level 50. Also Song Dao Kem Kwei Kong Che Mo Hoi, Tak Soan La Chan Li, and Vo Si Tre Viek, all at level 50, an unnamed level 50 player. Then there is Vo Kyuk at level 45, and Da at level 44. Liu Yi steps up to join the group, walking alone toward the crowd ahead. Blazing Heat is waiting there. Another group of 3 was watching him closely at first. Then Vo Kyuk spots Liu Yi, waving enthusiastically like they are old friends. He shouts out, is that you, Da? Is that really you? He smiles warmly and introduces himself as Vo Kyuk, the only one who chatted with him earlier. Liu Yi cheerfully says hello. Blazing Heat then chimes in, admitting he has never worked with support aura users before, but at least the team is full now. He goes on before they enter the out-of-control dungeon. You two should show your skills first to help us coordinate. Liu Yi analyzes him silently, recognizing him as the leader of the New Order from his past life. One of the most powerful figures back then. Blazing Heat continues. Cast your skills on me, whether it is a buff or debuff. Just once. Liu Yi and Vo Kyuk lock eyes, completely on the same page. Vo Kyuk whispers, this guy thinks our standard skills are secret trump cards, huh? Exposing our skills now is basically showing him our entire hand of trump cards. But Vo Kyuk just shrugs and volunteers to go first anyway. With that, he turns around. Vo Kyuk smiles and explains that showing their skills will build trust. Liu Yi nods silently as Vo Kyuk walks up to Blazing Heat. Vo Kyuk grins and mentions that he and some other aura users have tested this before. The casting range of these aura skills is actually based on the attack range of your equipped weapon. He continues, my preferred weapon is a fist glove, which only has a range of about 1.5 meters. Because of that, I have to get extremely close to cast any skill on a target. You could say that is definitely my biggest weakness in battle. Blazing Heat nods, agreeing that the connection between skills and weapon compatibility is indeed true. Honestly, this part is crazy. Liu Yi is completely stunned. So the guy is limited to a mere 1.5 meters because of his glove? But my compatible weapon is a pistol. So how far can I actually cast my own skills? He silently wonders, is it 100 meters? Or maybe 200? He has never really thought about it. His skills always just activate on command. Liu Yi gives a wry smile, realizing that if that is true, he is actually way too overpowered. Vo Kyuk steps forward to demonstrate. He starts with his first skill, recovery, and then immediately goes on, announcing his second skill. He chants, casting the spell directly onto Blazing Heat, making him grow furious with a sharp gaze as Vo Kyuk speaks up. Personally tested, this works amazingly well, even against powerful dungeon bosses. It inflicts a whole series of nasty debuffs like weakness, fatigue, or slowing them down. Suddenly, a glowing metal chain materializes right in Blazing Heat's hand. He says, this is my third skill, silence, which can shut down any of the target's skills, even a boss. Vo Kyuk chuckles. These 3 skills should be plenty to back you up. As for my fourth, I'd like to keep it hidden as my personal trump card. Can the leader understand? Blazing Heat nods. That is totally understandable. Liu Yi realizes that showing only the three most practical skills is smart since they benefit the team most. Keeping the fourth skill hidden makes it the perfect hidden trump card. Doing it this way is honestly quite clever. Liu Yi steps up and tells them, "My turn. My compatible weapon is a dagger with a 3-meter range, slightly better than Vokuk. My first skill is just like his, the second is blessing, and the third is binding. Let me show you how they work." Liu Yi immediately casts binding on blazing heat to show them. Following up with a restricted version of blessing, a warm golden glow instantly wraps around the leader. He explains binding can lock down any target for 10 seconds, though I am not sure if it works on bosses yet. Blessing can cleanse any debuff currently affecting the target. He grins that includes my own binding skill, and as for my fourth ability, I will keep that as a trump card too. Liu Yi glances at Vokuk, who smiles back in agreement. Blazing Heat rubs his chin thoughtfully. All right, I get the picture. With this setup, our team strength should be more than enough. He calls out to the group, "Listen up. We were stuck on the outskirts of the out-of-control zone because we lacked support auras. But now we have finally found our support, and we even managed to recruit 2 of them at once." Raising his hand with sheer determination, Blazing Heat rallies everyone this time. "We are definitely pushing deep into the out-of-control zone to conquer the deepest dungeon hidden within." The crew cheers in unison, agreeing to head out, while Liu Yi quietly watches them from behind. He silently reflects on what they might obtain here. The loot from the Chaos Zone and the out-of-control zone are almost identical. But the outside danger is a completely different story. Why is the leader of the New Order so desperate to conquer this specific dungeon? What kind of secret is hidden here? Vokuk waves, calling out Da. "Hurry up and follow us." Liu Yi smiles back, coming, knowing deep down that only the unique things are truly valuable. Vokuk looks ahead, his eyes filled with pure killing intent as he thinks to himself, "Yeah, right. Just wait until I find a chance to drop your level back to 0. By then, I will be the only one left with any life force." Meanwhile, the group stands before the entrance of the uncontrolled zone, staring down into a pitch-black abyss filled with ruins and heavy fog. Someone in the crowd explains that this lawless zone is totally different from chaotic or disorderly areas. Standing right at the entrance, the leader of the New Order shares what he knows about this dangerous territory. The difficulty level of these wild, uncontrolled zones scale based on the exact number of people in the party. "That is why I only gathered a team of 10 for this run," he says, turning around to face the group with a very serious warning. But even at the easiest 10-man level, it is scaled for 70 plus 10 players, so absolutely nobody can get careless. Plus, slaying monsters on the outer edge brings absolutely no rewards. So we must avoid the outer beasts if we can, or distract them if we cannot. And if we have to sacrifice someone to get through, then so be it. We have no other choice. As those last words hang in the air, dead silence falls over the team, since nobody wants to end up as the sacrificial lamb. The leader of the New Order takes the lead and leaps down first, as the rest of the group watches him plunge into the dark. One by one, they follow his lead and jump down into the abyss, leaving our main character Liu Yi standing alone at the edge. He bends his knees to gather momentum, takes a quick breath, and leaps right down after them. At first, a faint light guides his descent, but the deeper he falls, the more the darkness completely swallows him up. With a heavy thud, Liu Yi slams into the ground, cracking the stone beneath his feet and sending debris flying. Standing up, he glances back up at the sky. Sudden flashes of lightning tear through the sky, briefly illuminating the ruins and helping the party get their bearings in this chaotic zone. Liu Yi scans the area on high alert, spotting a vicious beast perched on top of a ruined building, glaring down at the newly arrived intruders. It looks like a hybrid leopard wolf, its body covered in dark spots. Sharp claws erupt from its limbs and spine as it growls, showing off a mouth packed with jagged teeth. As Liu Yi stares at it, the leader of the New Order notices the threat too. He quickly warns everyone to avoid fighting if possible, ordering them to head to their pre-planned safe zone. The moment he finishes speaking, he bolts forward, leading the way. The rest of the team scrambles after him. Seeing its prey run, the beast immediately springs into action to start its hunt. But check this out, before it can even make a move, A massive hand grabs it like a toy, a giant 10 times its size. The massive beast crushes the smaller one like an ant, unleashing a deafening roar before launching itself forward with an explosive jump. The ruins beneath its feet shatter into pieces as it charges after Liu Yi's group, creating a thunderous noise with every single step. The ponytail guy in the team wonders aloud what that noise is, but before he can finish, he looks back and spots the colossal monster leaping over the ruined structures right behind them. Ponytail guy panics, shouting out to the leader that the beast is a Dieu. "Oh my God, why did we have to run into this god of death the moment we landed?" Without even looking back, the leader of the New Order tells him to shut up and keep running, before sharply turning down another path with the entire party closely following behind him. Voku keeps pace beside Ponytail Guy, nervously asking if that monster is really that powerful. With a tense and dead serious face, Ponytail Guy does not hold back, explaining that out of the 10 scout teams their guild sent into this uncontrolled zone, 5 were completely wiped out by it. "So you tell me if it is dangerous or not," as the raging Dieu continues to gain on them. It tears through every obstacle in its path, leaving nothing but crushed stone and rubble behind. Now watch this, the beast relentlessly hunts them down, and realizing they cannot outrun it, the New Order leader orders the vanguard to distract it. Headband Guy obeys the command, stopping right in front of the massive Dieu. Before the beast can even touch him, it gets hit by a crowd control skill called Playtime, forcing the target to focus all of its attacks solely on him. The skill lasts for 1 minute, reducing the target's movement speed and attack power by 10% during the duration. Hit by the debuff, the Dieu immediately slows down, buying Liu Yi and the others some precious time to gain some ground. Even so, the relentless beast still pursues them, and unless they break its aggro, it will hunt them down until they are dead. Running at the very back of the group, Vokyuk looks behind him, scheming as he frowns and thinks about how fast the monster really is. His eyes fill with sheer malice as he glares at Liu Yi's back, a despicable plan forming in his twisted mind. He realizes he can easily use this to his advantage. Vokyuk secretly casts a tracking mark on Liu Yi, exposing his exact location to every hostile monster within a 1,000-meter radius. The mark lasts for 10 minutes, and immediately, nearby monsters raise their heads as if catching the sweet scent of fresh prey. A massive swarm of creatures stares in their direction, and even the giant Dieu falls under its spell. Headband Guy looks back at the suddenly frozen beast in confusion. Strange. Why did he stop chasing? Liu Yi has no idea as he keeps sprinting down the road, while something incredibly fast blurs through the air without leaving a single trace. Turns out, a monster charges, straight at Liu Yi. Shock and panic instantly flood his eyes. With a massive crash, the beast slams him into a wall. The heavy impact shatters the concrete, sending tons of debris flying everywhere. And honestly, nobody in the squad has any idea what is going on here. Vokyuk does not care and just keeps running with a smug grin. The others ask in utter shock, how did Liu Yi suddenly become the main target for all these monsters? The New Order president seems to have figured it out, staring directly at him. Vokyuk wears a fake, ugly smirk, completely confident that Liu Yi is a dead man walking. The New Order president leaves them with a quick instruction: get to the first safe zone. I will go try to save him. With that, he rushes back toward Liu Yi, leaving his team utterly stunned. The others can only yell out for their leader, but his figure has already vanished from sight. This shocks Vokyuk, as it is clearly not part of his plan. Has the New Order president completely lost his mind? Save him. In a disaster like this, how is that even possible? Pretending nothing is wrong, he rallies the team, saying that their leader must have a plan to act so confidently. We need to move fast so we do not become a burden to him, he says, while in the distance, crumbling buildings rain concrete onto the ground. He gasps. The head that broke free from control earlier is coming back. As the rest flee toward the safe zone, the system displays information on Liu Yi, a level 44 Night Squad member. The New Order president looks dead serious as he silently prays, "Do not die." A beast leaps right beside him, but showing no fear, he swings his arm and slashes right through it. but the generated blade fails to pierce its thick hide, and even chips slightly under the impact. The New Order president widens his eyes in shock. The defense of these creatures is insanely high. When the monster claws at him, he barely blocks the strike before leaping back to create some distance. Seeing hordes of monsters swarming Liu Yi like ants to honey, his heart sinks. With so many of them, there is probably no way to save him. But wait, a brilliant light suddenly explodes around Liu Yi. To his complete shock, the New Order president sees Liu Yi still alive, fighting back against the swarm. He activated stasis, a skill that locks the target's health bar in place. Meaning, with no energy cost, every 10 levels adds 1 extra second to the freeze duration. During this lock, the target cannot move, and the cooldown is 24 hours. Stasis countdown begins now. 10. Liu Yi roars out, "Blessing!" The system announces he is currently in a state of stasis. The blessing takes effect, purging the immobility debuff from his character, officially marking it as cleansed. Gripping his familiar sword, his attack power surges by 50%. With a single slash, a brilliant blue arc of energy erupts, blasting the monsters backward. Sliced in half. They do not even stand a chance. With a grim expression, Liu Yi stands completely unharmed. Now that the small fry are dead, the giant Gudyu monster in the distance charges forward with a massive boom. Sharp claws lunge. It wants to rip Liu Yi into 1,000 pieces. Fearless, he grits his teeth and catches the sharp claw with his bare hands, squeezing with all his might until it cracks. He holds on tight, even as the force shoves him backward. His feet drag hard against the ground, tearing up the pavement and shattering the stone. Liu Yi swaps his sword for a gun, boosting his power to 1,350,600. Pinning the claw with his left hand, he raises his right arm, pulling the trigger before the beast can strike again. Boom! The shot blasts a massive hole right through it. The devastating force pierces through the monster, slamming into the back wall and bringing it crashing down. Lifeless, the colossal beast collapses. Its massive body hits the ground with a thunderous roar, sending a huge cloud of dust and debris swirling into the air. Liu Yi stands proudly on top of the dead Gudyu, as its body slowly fades away like a mirage. The New Order president watches in complete disbelief. Are you kidding me? Is this really the strength of a support class? The system announces that his stasis state has ended, with 50 seconds of blessing remaining. Without waiting for the corpse to fully dissolve, Liu Yi dashes toward the president. The president stands frozen, completely unsure of what Liu Yi is planning to do. He just leans in and whispers 2 words, "Let us go." Snapping out of it, the president notices another massive horde of monsters nearby, regains his focus, and runs alongside him. Together, they head toward a dungeon portal in the chaotic zone, where a glowing giant gateway stands right outside the ruined building. Inside a decaying, half-collapsed room, the rest of the players have finally made it to safety. One of them anxiously wonders how their leader is doing, while another sighs, admitting they did not even dare to send a message out of fear it might distract him. Vokirk speaks up. "Maybe we should just fall back and try next time, because honestly, how could any player survive that?" The ponytail guy frowns and fires back, pointing out that the leader and Liu Yi are still alive. Vokirk doesn't buy it. He is absolutely sure those two got slaughtered by monsters. He uses a sarcastic tone to sow discord, claiming that even though their health did not drop, they probably just used some emergency skill to temporarily lock their health. He complains that Liu Yi is a pretty trash teammate for dragging all those monsters over in the first place. One of their teammates, who acts as their tank, stands with a massive shield on his back, crossing his arms with an incredibly pissed-off expression. But as he checks his system panel, he suddenly gasps. The map shows the leader and Liu Yi are right outside the safe house. Hearing this, Vokirk completely freezes. "What?" Vokirk stutters. While the others celebrate, he frantically yells out, "Did those two bring the entire horde with them? Get ready to defend." As the door starts to creak open, everyone warily reaches for their weapons, prepared for the worst. They tense up, staring blankly at the entrance. But surprisingly, there is no roaring monster horde outside. It is just the guild leader and Liu Yi walking in. The whole room erupts into cheers for the leader, while Vokirk stands there, unable to believe they actually made it back alive. This is where the real drama starts. Everyone is so happy to see them back safe and sound. They tell the leader how incredible he is for managing to save someone and get back under those insane conditions, proving he is a true captain. Everyone eagerly agrees. Meanwhile, the guild leader glances over at Liu Yi, noticing how he avoids eye contact, clearly wanting to keep his abilities a secret. Liu Yi quietly sits down, and the leader does the same. Wishing to keep details private, he simply brushes it off, telling the team to rest for 10 minutes before they clear this safe house's secret zone. As the two exchange quiet glances, the rest of the squad fails to notice anything strange about Liu Yi, happily agreeing to the leader's plan with a loud, unified shout of approval. Vokirk glares at Liu Yi, who is sitting quietly by himself. He slowly creeps over to pry, asking how on earth they managed to escape that crazy death trap. He presses him to share the story, saying it must have been thrilling. Liu Yi just gives him a cold stare, recalling the system notification that his immobilization debuff and tracking mark had both been fully dispelled. He smiles mysteriously and asks a direct question that makes Vokirk flinch. Was it you who did it? Vokirk frantically waves his hands with a fake laugh, asking what he even means. He claims he could never possess such incredible skill, telling Liu Yi he is highly overestimating him. But Liu Yi completely ignores his pathetic act, coldly pointing out that since Vokirk probably hasn't learned the blessing skill, he wouldn't know that it instantly dispels any negative debuff, including the tracking mark he placed on him. Hearing this explanation, Vokirk feels a wave of pure dread. His eyes widen in absolute horror as he stares, while Liu Yi confidently continues his deduction, explaining that the mark is a level 40 survival skill, and besides himself, Vokirk is the only one here who has it. Suddenly, he pulls a handgun out of thin air. He admits that ever since he stepped into this room, he has been debating whether to just end him right here. He slowly stands up, calmly explaining that, in a world like this, hesitation only proves how deeply you actually desire to do it. Standing tall, he aims the barrel of his gun directly at Vokirk, slowly uttering each word. He mocks him, saying he looks like a classic novel villain right now, but since he wants it so badly, he might as well satisfy that urge. You can practically feel the tension peaking as Vokirk stares directly down the barrel of that gun. But suddenly, he raises his voice, trying to frantically lecture Liu Yi to draw the attention of the entire room toward them. He shouts that they are teammates, not enemies, so why is he trying to kill him? Hearing this commotion, the other players immediately turn around, while Vokirk secretly smirks. His eyes are full of smug provocation, thinking to himself what an absolute fool Liu Yi is. He figures pulling out a gun is a complete joke, but works in his favor because he can easily use this to turn the entire party against him. As for that level 40 survival skill nonsense, who else even knows about it, or can actually prove it anyway? Even if it gets brought up, he can simply claim it was a self-inflicted scheme Liu Yi staged to frame him. Seeing the gun pointed at Vokirk, the ponytail guy is completely baffled and demands to know what on earth he is doing. The leader just sits silently across from them, but Liu Yi does not care about their reactions, keeping his weapon raised with a highly amused smirk. Having no clue how dangerous Liu Yi really is, Vokirk continues playing the victim, beating his chest righteously. He tells everyone he merely asked how they survived, and instead of giving a straight answer, the guy pulled a gun on him. He even tries to drag the guild leader into the drama, asking him to judge if this is how a real teammate behaves. But the leader remains completely silent, keeping his thoughts entirely to himself. Right now, Vokirk looks like a total clown performing a solo drama, rambling on without letting anyone else speak. Vokirk keeps sneering at Liu Yi, spewing nonsense. Wait, are you trying to kill me just because you are also a support class? Once I am dead, you become the only support player left around here. And then you can name your own price, right? The guild leader will have to agree to whatever you want, just to clear this out-of-control chaotic zone. Liu Yi just stands there, gun steady, while Vokirk keeps playing his pathetic one-man show, pointing right at him. Look at this trash. Does he even deserve a spot in the team? Liu Yi stays completely silent, watching the guy make a total clown of himself while the New Order Guild leader sits right between them. Kirk stumbles backward, acting all terrified. Leader, before we get any deeper into this chaotic zone, swap this guy out right now. Having a loose cannon like this around is way too dangerous. Bork cannot take another second of this mess. What is your actual beef? Sort it out yourselves after we get back. Why cause a scene right now? The guild leader finally stands up, looking like he has already figured out his next move. He walks right over, places a hand on Bork to calm him down, and gives him a reassuring. He says what Yi pulled out is a firearm, not a weapon he normally uses. He had no real intention to kill, just showing us respect so we can handle this ourselves. Wuji's face changes visibly as he stares right at the president. You can tell he realizes things are not going to plan. Seriously, what is up with the president's attitude? The president walks over to Liu Yi and gently lowers his gun, signaling him to stand down. Now aligned, they both stare directly at Wuji. Speaking up again, the president asks, "Why do you keep trying to ruin our relationship with Ye?" In a flash, the president lunges forward and grabs Wuji by the throat, his cold glare locking onto him like a dead man. Wuji stubbornly refuses to confess. His face turns completely pale as he chokes out each word. "President, what are you doing?" He is totally terrified inside, wondering how high this guy's strength stat actually is. Protecting his own like family, the New Order president looks down. Coldly, he speaks up, "My trust in Ye is far deeper than anything you could ever begin to imagine." Wuji tightly grabs the president's wrist, terrified of being choked to death. Yet he still tries to argue and throw dirt on Liu Yi. He gasps, "President, look at the facts. Yi attacked me first. I never wanted to fight him." Meanwhile, the president's hand begins to turn blood red. Ignoring Wuji's desperate lies, he replies, "But I truly believe he has a solid reason for his actions, and with his tier of strength, he would never turn on teammates without cause. He would never turn on an ally like this." As he speaks, his entire body is suddenly covered in a blood-red shroud. Only now does Wuji realize his calculations were completely wrong. Lifted completely off the ground by his neck like a helpless chicken, he screams out in absolute terror, "No, President. You cannot blindly trust him. I did nothing wrong. You are clearly framing me." This eerie red energy surrounding the president is a signature skill called blood shadow form. It quickly expands like a fluid, morphing into a thick blood shroud to trap the target completely. While trapped, the victim's health drops along with the user's, though the caster can spend extra energy to minimize their own damage rate. Under this bloody seal, you cannot cast any skills whatsoever. With a daily limit of 2 minutes, Wuji has no clue death is right upon him. The New Order president says, "Once I make a decision, even if it is wrong, I will see it through." Trapped entirely within the blood seal, Wuji feels like he is locked inside a tight vacuum chamber, suffocating as the air is sucked dry. What kind of demonic skill is this? Liu Yi watches as his health bar starts rapidly draining. Party member Wuji is level 45 with 80% health left. He thrashes around, desperately trying to trigger a healing skill, but nothing works. What is happening? Why can't I use my skills? I still have plenty of health left. Even knowing it is useless, he frantically tries to force the recovery skill, "Heal me." Now, his health is just a tiny red dot. He stumbles forward toward Liu Yi, one hand clutching his own throat, while the other reaches out desperately. But before he can even take another step, death catches up. With agony twisted on his face, his knees buckle, forcing him to kneel before Liu Yi. He just sits there on his knees, completely devoid of life. His body dissolves as the blood shield vanishes, leaving only Liu Yi and the president. Liu Yi politely thanks him and goes back to sit down. The president smiles back. "I still remember how you easily wiped out those monsters with just a single sword swing." Breaking into a cold sweat, he looks away. "Honestly, if I did not stop you, I was terrified you would kill all of us." With Liu Yi's status cooldown set to 24 hours, the president breaks the silence inside the ruined room. "Yay. Interested in joining the New Order? I can offer you the highest treatment as a special tier member of the New Order. Liu Yi sits calmly on a concrete slab as the New Order president repeats his offer. Are you interested in joining us? I will give you the absolute best treatment as our top special member. Confidently trying to recruit him, he adds, killing Wu Ji today is my apology to you. In the past, you had a bit of a minor clash with our lower-tier New Order members. Standing right across from Liu Yi, he says that if they cooperate, all those past unpleasant issues can simply be forgotten. Hearing his words, the other team members are completely caught off guard. Their guildmaster has never personally invited anyone to join New Order before, let alone offered them special member status right off the bat. Everyone nearby strongly agrees with that sentiment, murmuring that every New Order member had to pass a grueling, multi-layered selection process just to get in. A few complain in frustration, asking what makes this guy so special that the leader would recruit him. Ignoring the whispers around him, Liu Yi coldly asks the New Order leader what exactly he has to give up in return. This sharp question is enough to startle the leader with its intense caution. Others, completely missing the deeper meaning, ask why he isn't asking about the benefits first. But Liu Yi explains that joining a guild can never just be about enjoying the perks. Tell me the price first, and if I can accept it, I will join. The friendly smile vanishes from the guildmaster's face, replaced by a surprised smirk at Liu Yi's sheer intelligence, which easily answers all his doubts. If I said there is no catch, you definitely wouldn't believe me. Rubbing his fingers together, he notes that even if Liu Yi did believe him, he would surely refuse if the guild ever asked him to give up something major later. Like a smooth-talking salesman reeling in his prey, the New Order guildmaster declares that the real price comes when the guild needs him. They expect him to sacrifice everything in-game, including his unlimited levels and top-tier gear, though they promise extremely generous compensation in return. But get this, Liu Yi calmly drops a massive bombshell, warning everyone that clearing this chaotic dungeon will inevitably end in absolute disaster. The moment those words leave his mouth, everyone warily locks their eyes onto him. Realizing the conversation is slipping away, the guildmaster rubs his neck and gives a friendly laugh, claiming it was merely a hypothetical scenario, just in case something like that actually happens. But resting his chin on his clasped hands, Liu Yi coldly replies that empty promises mean nothing, so he refuses. Even though he expected this rejection, the New Order leader still looks at him with clear disappointment. Liu Yi continues, explaining that while cooperation is fine, he will absolutely never surrender his levels or hard-earned gear. He refuses to gamble his progress on whether they actually keep their promises, which is a massive slap in the face to everyone in New Order. Infuriated, they snap that he must be clueless about the incredible perks of being a special member. The annual base salary alone is over 2 million, so giving up his levels and gear for a short time seems like an obvious choice, making them wonder if he is just stupid. Ignoring his shouting members, the New Order guildmaster sits down on a nearby block of concrete. Facing Liu Yi directly, he admits it is a real shame, though cooperating is still a solid outcome, earning a polite smile from Liu Yi. The guildmaster smiles back, and both of them maintain a perfectly calm, polite front with each other. Liu Yi gets lost in his own thoughts, realizing that without the immense pressure of his past life and knowing how vital gear is for future survival, he stares quietly at the guildmaster sitting opposite him, lost in deep thought. Given his current power and a personal invitation from the leader, joining New Order right now would actually be a pretty fantastic choice, causing his face to darken slightly. Such a shame. But a second later, he dismisses the thought, letting a faint smirk slip onto his lips. In reality, there are no regrets, because raw strength is the foundation of everything, and the only reason the guildmaster recruited him was due to his sheer power. Liu Yi is completely confident. He knows that as long as he keeps growing stronger and stays alive, more people will naturally beg him to join them. Meanwhile, the guildmaster checks a sudden message. It is from Bok Thu, boasting about his incredible luck because the first dungeon in the uncontrolled zone is a special one, adding that he has arrived with 10% calculation power. Below that, several congratulatory messages flood the chat. But wait, look at this. The newest message completely flips the situation, as Bok Thu panics that a dead-end situation is actually required for a perfect clear. To make matters worse, he didn't just fail to clear it, but everyone he brought along is dead, meaning it will take forever to find replacements, followed by Hu Yenthu sending condolences. Reading this, the New Order Guildmaster gets a massive headache, realizing a major crisis has arrived as he slowly shifts his gaze back to Liu Yi. It seems a hopeless, dead-end condition is indeed required, which immediately stalls their initial plans to recruit Da. The leader deeply calculates his options, knowing Da's exceptional abilities are key to securing their victory, meaning he absolutely must recruit them. Looking at the chat, other factions are still reporting their progress, with Thon Thu currently leading the pack at 50% calculation power. Bok Thu suggests taking on the danger and chaotic zones with only 10%, but Thon Thu flatly refuses, calling the rate far too low. After all, a perfect clear of a special dungeon in the out-of-control zone grants 10%, whereas the other zones only offer a measly 1%, despite having identical difficulty levels. Reading through the message, the New Order president's face grows incredibly serious as he begins to calculate if he should eliminate Liu Yi. Just in case, he summons Ru Lei, who is the absolute best fit when it comes to dealing with other players. If things get desperate and Ye still chooses to reject my offer, Ru Lei will coordinate with me to finish him off at the very last second. He stares straight ahead, silently hoping that things will never have to come to such an extreme. He reviews the observations he has gathered one by one. The main meat shield loves eating meat, while the support tank is the fiery New Order president himself. As for their crowd control support, she wears a headband and keeps her little fists away from him. The dual-blade wielder acts as offensive support, slicing through monsters without breaking a single sweat. Apparently, curly hair is the ultimate truth. That guy with his hair tied back swinging a sword is a pure warrior, a nameless attacker who loves clearing out mobs. Every single teammate plays an indispensable role. Right now, the entire squad is locked in battle against a monster resembling a hybrid of a lion and a water buffalo. It has two incredibly solid horns. A black, lion-like mane wraps around its head, and its mouth gapes wide like a roaring hippo, snarling at the humans trying to attack it. With the team working together perfectly, clearing level 50+ dungeons now takes only 4 hours on average per run as we venture deeper into the out-of-control zone. The number of cleared dungeons just keeps growing. Finally, on the 4th day, after our team cleared the 12th dungeon, I successfully hit level 50. System notice player Da has successfully reached level 50, unlocking his level 50 skill tree branches. The new skills unlocked are Cooldown Duplicate and Scan. Cooldown Duplicate instantly resets all skills of the target, requiring 0 resource consumption. It has a 12-hour cooldown. Scan maps out resources in a 1,000-meter range, expanding by 100 meters for every 10 levels. 3 days after Liu Yi hit level 50, which was the 6th day in the out-of-control zone, the team finally found the New Order leader's target. He stands before a glowing entrance that looks like a crimson ruby, a special dungeon inside the out-of-control zone. At the same time, a 10th player is selected to fill the empty spot left after Vo Kuk's death. Before this, the New Order leader had just pulled a random guild member to temporarily fill the slot. Just watch how he enters gliding through the air and leaping a dozen stories high before landing right in front of them. Standing before the special dungeon entrance, the team spots him and shouts out, "Captain!" The replacement is Nulei Dongzhang, level 56. The rest of the team excitedly greets him, saying, "Captain, you finally made it." Nulei Dongzhang smirks with a big thumbs down, joking around finally made the team. "You weak chickens, I told you that you can't survive without me." The other 3 look completely dumbfounded after being insulted to their faces, but he just keeps going, "Hey leader, that includes you too." Seeing the leader glare his way, Nulei Dongzhang immediately flinches, waving his hands, not including you, my bad, my bad." The leader just silently stares at him. Watching this play out, Liu Yi begins to recall Nulei Dongzhang's past. This guy is indeed the legendary Nulei Dongzhang, the 5th-ranked powerhouse from his past life during the Origin World's descent. Wait, I already defeated his 2 clones. He wonders how much stronger the real Nulei Dongzhang is compared to those clones. At this moment, Nulei Dongzhang finally notices Liu Yi. He struts over to Liu Yi, towering a full head over him, and immediately spits out some arrogant trash talk. "So you're the player named Da?" The leader says, "You're pretty strong, maybe even strong enough to touch my toes." The moment those words drop, they draw quite a few sharp glares from the surrounding guild members. Liu Yi's expression remains totally calm, but inside, he's thinking coldly, "Only touch your toes?" His brows furrow so tightly they could literally squash a fly. Now is not the time to let his anger blow up. Crushing a bug does start with pressing a toe, so he just hopes he won't have to crush this guy later. The New Order leader snaps shut up. "Nu Lei Dongzhang." Then, he apologizes to Da. This guy's mouth is pretty trashy, but his actual heart isn't completely rotten. Nu Lei Dongzhang snorts arrogantly, "Hey, leader. A support member who can even touch my toes is already pretty commendable, okay?" Not wanting to hear his nonsense, the leader points forward and tells the team, "Drag this idiot into the special dungeon." Everyone immediately jumps to obey. They agree, "You're absolutely matchless, Captain. Let's get inside the dungeon first, so make sure you show off your great skills." They laugh, warning him not to let his words be empty trash talk. As they push Nu Lei Dongzhang through the portal, he yells back, "Of course. I'm not like you guys. Stop pushing. I can walk myself." The leader watches the crowd head straight into the special dungeon and rubs his temples, wondering how he ended up choosing such a massive headache to represent their guild. He looks around the glowing entrance, thinking deeply. A special dungeon in the out-of-control zone. It actually changed color, showing the extreme difficulty of this legendary dungeon. Taking a soft sigh of relief to steady his nerves, he turns back to Liu Yi. "My primary goal in coming to this out-of-control zone is to conquer this special dungeon. I promise you, if you help me clear this special dungeon just like I asked, the New Order will owe you a massive favor no matter what happens down the line." These words catch Liu Yi quite a bit off guard. What does the New Order leader actually want from this chaotic, out-of-control zone special dungeon? He gives Liu Yi one final, dead serious look packed with pure determination, then turns around and steps right through the glowing portal. Liu Yi is the absolute last one to step into this special dungeon. His mind starts racing. In his past life, he never actually crossed paths with the New Order leader, so he has no clue what the guy is really like. He only remembers the old rumors from his days as a low-ranking member in the guild. Back then, the other low-level grunts always whispered that their leader was a total monster, a cruel, bloodthirsty tyrant who treated human lives like worthless trash. Walking forward with his head down, Liu Yi thinks back to their recent interactions, considering how the guy acts. His attitude somehow makes him feel like they could actually be great friends. He approaches the portal. A friend? Really? Real friends only exist when their interests align. He is probably just getting soft because of how smoothly their recent dungeon runs have been going. If their goals ever clash, everyone but his little sister is a potential enemy. He has to keep his guard up. His shadow slowly fades away as he vanishes into the portal. He reminds himself that the moment his paths cross with the New Order's interests, they will instantly become bitter enemies. When that time comes, the only rule is survival. You do whatever it takes to stay alive. Suddenly, the dungeon entrance seals shut behind him. Look at this. We suddenly cut to a sterile research lab where two shadowy figures are celebrating a successful breeding project. Researchers in white lab coats stand outside the thick glass, completely amazed. They whisper that computational power is truly godlike, capable of breeding actual mythical creatures. The chaotic voices blur together as things start getting tense. A white-haired man mutters that it grew up in a flash, asking if they have brainwashed it yet. The scientist stammers, "Sorry, Director. We tried everything, but it is just getting more aggressive and showing zero results." The angry director is about to scream at his useless team, but before he can even finish his sentence, his eyes widen in pure shock. What is it doing? Watch out! The protective glass shatters into a million pieces as a hideous, armored beast breaks free. One researcher gets thrown to the floor, desperately crawling toward the control panel. No, we cannot let it escape. With wide, panicked eyes, he screams that they have to kill it, slamming his hand onto a bright red button. The vision cuts out, and we are back. Ahead lies a massive, towering mountain. The entire team has successfully entered the dungeon. Liu Yi stands in silence after witnessing the exact same vision, wondering if it was a dungeon cutscene. This really is a special zone. The guild leader cautiously scans the area as a glowing system screen pops up. The quest is live, and entrance 02 is officially sealed. The quest title is Out of Control Research. Their objective is clear. Escort the Mingxi life source safely to the ancient breeding center inside Research Facility 304 to hatch the creature. Warning: the essence jar cannot be put in your inventory. It is directly linked to your life. If the jar breaks, you die. An orange glowing liquid fills the jars that suddenly materialize right on the chests of every single party member. Grabbing his jar, the leader realizes everyone has one. To get a perfect clear, the entire squad must make it to the center alive. He lets out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it is not an impossible dead end. Meanwhile, Liu Yi closely inspects his jar. He remembers only 2 other dungeons ever having cutscenes like this. Could the one he ran with Nguri Te have been a special secret realm as well? But here is the crazy part. While everyone is completely distracted by their jars, a massive, spiky python with glowing red eyes is already staring down at them like easy prey. The moment the team finally spots the massive beast, the leader immediately barks out orders to get into defensive formation. The creature's single, massive roar is powerful enough to trigger a violent shockwave. Panicked by the sound, 3 players cover their ears and lose their grip. Their jars slip away, falling straight toward the ground. Instantly, all 3 players vanish without a trace, as the system alerts flash on screen. Your friend Meat-Eating Shield has died. Your friend Curly Hair is Truth has died. Your friend Anonymous Peanut Monster has died. The New Order leader is stunned. They just lost 3 vital jars in a blink. Another system warning flashes about a sonic illusion attack. Fortunately, his stats comparison passes, confirming he successfully resisted the mental disruption of the beast. Just as Liu Yi gets into his battle stance, a loud, angry voice rings out. One of the frontline hotheads charges recklessly straight toward the Ming, she yelling out, "Watch how I crush this thing and avenge Curly Hair and the others." A massive force violently slams into the dirt, sending shattered debris flying everywhere. Panic grips the remaining team as another player screams, "Captain, calm down. We already lost 3 members. We cannot afford to lose you too." He charges straight at Mingxi, shouting out, "You little worm. I'm going to chop you up and turn you into fertilizer." With that, he lands a heavy slash right on him. But Mingxi does not even flinch. The attack does absolutely 0 damage. He is shocked to find the boss monster completely unharmed. Suddenly, Mingxi opens its massive jaws, bearing 2 terrifyingly long fangs to gulp Ru Lei Dong Trung right down. Terrified and completely unable to react, he gets swallowed whole. His teammates scream out for their captain. Both of them stare in absolute shock as he gets swallowed, panicking and shouting, "I knew this was going to happen." Then, Mingxi slithers off in another direction. Everyone stands frozen, watching. Someone finally speaks up, "What do we do now? We just entered the secret realm and already lost 4 people." Meanwhile, inside the dense forest, the monster slithers along. Suddenly, 3 mysterious bottles crash onto the ground at the exact same time. The essence inside the 3 bottles rises and fuses into one. Then the essences of every teammate combine, while the essence in the other person's hand also starts moving. The essence inside the bottles slowly shifts from yellow to orange, before finally turning a deep, burning red. Qi Nong Dung Dung stares intently at the glowing bottle, lost in deep thought. Here is a wild thought. Could perfect power actually mean fusing these essence parts, rather than just having everyone reach the research center? Looking at the essence, Liu Yi wonders if this is also a special secret realm. He pauses, questioning, is the secret realm Qi Nong Dung Dung keeps obsessing over actually a special one? An out-of-control zone with perfect power? Suddenly, a system notification pops up, congratulating the players. Yes. Perfect power achieved in the puppet game's secret realm. The puppet game has been purified, rewarding 1% of computing power. Looking at the system alert, he figures their captain must be trapped inside the belly of that beast right now. Bungdo suddenly says, they need to find a way to save the captain. But Rulai Dongtrun asks, "How? Do we just chase that monster?" Just then, a voice calls out for the guild leader. He cuts them all off, warning, "Stop talking, or we will all die right at the start." Ki Nong Dung Dung issues a stern, serious warning to the entire team. He believes the captain can definitely survive the beast's clutches. He then reminds them that their main priority right now is simply to reach the target location and finish the mission. Hearing this, Liu Yi snaps back to reality, focusing on what is ahead. After a brief silence, he speaks up. It is that skill. Hearing someone call out, the entire team immediately starts sprinting forward at full speed. Follow the guild leader. Let us move. As he runs, he tries to figure out a plan based on what they need to resolve. If dealing with Ming, Xingwei does not require bringing 10 complete parts of the essence, then maybe we must fuse our held essences, breeding a far stronger monster in order to defeat it. With Mingxi and Guri on their minds, the team rushes toward the mission coordinate as fast as they can. Then another thought hits him. If the beast cannot be defeated with standard strategies, this might just be the solution. They must test whether the beast can actually be killed. 20 minutes pass after they arrive at the location to hunt Mingxi. Looking at his map, he suddenly gasps, "Captain Ru Lei Dongtrung is closing in on us at an unbelievably fast speed." Those words catch Liu Yi's attention. Bang Do immediately warns them, "That is not our captain. It is the beast that swallowed him heading right our way." Suddenly, a frantic voice screams out, "Guild leader, look out!" Out of nowhere, Mingxi lunges forward, opening its massive jaws to swallow Qinong Dung Dung. Dodging quickly, he activates his blood shadow clone and delivers a swift slash. He yells out, "Watch your formation, let us take it down." The plan is to have him attack from the inside. Suddenly, Mingxi swings around, and the team strikes with their weapons as someone shouts, "How strange." One hunter continuously slashes at Mingxi, another grips his blade with both hands, while a third channels all his power into a heavy punch. Suddenly, Mingxi whips its tail high up. It slams right into them, blowing everyone back with sheer force. Seeing this, Bang Do whips a tethered weapon straight into Mingxi's snout. After landing the blow, he retreats to draw its attention, glancing back over his shoulder as he runs. Unexpectedly, Qinong Dung Dung dashes in the opposite direction right toward Mingxi, who opens its mouth and emits a deafening, high-pitched screech. Unable to withstand the sound, the bottle containing the essence begins to crack. Hearing the fracture, he looks down at his container. Finally, the bottle drops, shattering into tiny glass shards. System rings materialize around him, causing the horrified teammates to shout Bang Do's name. Qinong Dung Dung frantically looks over toward him, and Liu Yi turns his gaze in that direction as well. Bang Do's form slowly fades away right before their eyes, as a voice echoes out through the noise. Guild leader Captain Ru Lei Dongtrung just sent a message saying the monster's defense is insane, he cannot break out from the inside. Ming. She turns around to face Qinong Dung Dung, both of them radiating an absolutely overwhelming surge of raw power. Looking up, Liu Yi feels a sudden wave of deep anxiety. This monster is just way too massive, and we can't even pocket our essence bottles. If it wants us dead, it only needs to unleash a sound wave to shatter our glass bottles. Our survival literally depends on this monster's whim. Liu Yi breaks into a cold sweat, muttering, "You've got to be kidding me, right? We just stepped into this dungeon and we're already on the verge of a total wipeout?" But then, the massive Mingxi suddenly turns, gliding right past everyone. Liu Yi watches in utter confusion. It's leaving? Why did it stop attacking us? Suddenly, glowing essence begins to manifest in the air, and the pure essence from everyone's bottles begins to flow together, merging into one, forming a giant, brilliant red bottle of pure essence. Clutching the artifact on his hand, Liu Yi comes to a sudden realization, wait, this giant beast isn't even meant for us to fight. So at this moment, Liu Yi glances down at the glowing bottle, thinking, if the guild leader's true goal is indeed to get a perfect clear on this out-of-control zone's special dungeon, since the underworld snake is completely unbeatable, how do they get a perfect run? They have to merge the purified vials everyone carries. Suddenly, he raises his voice, warning them to forget the beast and stay far away from the underworld snake. We must reach the research facility and finish our main mission. Suddenly, someone screams 20 minutes have passed, and a massive hole has been blown right into the base. As everyone runs, one of them checks the map and yells out, "Guild leader, it is coming back." Steaming Heat falls silent for a second, then orders Shuang Dao to smash his vial. Panicking as he runs, Shuang Dao screams in disbelief, "What?" That is when Liu Yi reveals his real solution. Even with more people on our side, we stand absolutely no chance against that monster. Speed is the only way to drive it off, so we can finally reach the research lab. Hearing this, Shuang Dao wastes no time and smashes his vial directly onto the hard ground. A cold system notification pops up. The Vanguard player Shuang Dao has officially been killed. The underworld snake finally changes direction, making one player cheer that it is gone while another praises their leader. They praise the wise guild leader, but Liu Yi remarks they should thank him for revealing the monster's habits. Checking his map, Liu Yi wears a knowing smirk as everything is playing out exactly as he predicted. Since he refused to give up his gear, you can bet Steaming Heat believes that combining those purified vials is the only way to perfect this run. Rushing toward the facility while tracking the underworld snake, Liu Yi realizes the guild leader will definitely make a move on him. The perfect spot for an ambush is inside the cramped research lab, where it is incredibly easy to surround someone. Steaming Heat quickly catches up from behind and urges them to keep moving. The research lab is right ahead of them, as the four figures sprint forward, pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. Suddenly, a foot halts, and a firm voice echoes in his mind. "I cannot allow myself to be trapped like this." He abruptly stops in his tracks, drawing surprised stares from the other three who have already made it up the stairs. One of them turns around and calls out, "Liu Yi, what is wrong? Hurry up." Standing below, Liu Yi hesitates for a moment. "Guild leader, your main goal here is a perfect run of this secret dungeon. If so," he turns to listen as Liu Yi continues, "Tell me, what is this perfect method you keep talking about?" A heavy silence falls over all four of them. Just imagine the tension should he strike first and eliminate them before they can betray him. Suddenly, a system notification pops up as Roulette enters the channel, complaining about finally getting out and being bored to death. The guild leader of New Order slowly walks down the steps, calmly stating, "I think you have misunderstood our intentions. This secret dungeon is far too difficult, so we are not planning a perfect clear, but just a simple escape." Behind the leader, his two teammates look incredibly displeased. He continues, saying, "If you do not trust me, you can wait out here while the three of us finish the mission. But who knows what dangers lurk inside that facility. And as for your safety out here, that terrifying monster might just target you first next time." Liu Yi remains silent, making one of them angrily question his attitude. "Liu Yi, what is your problem? Do you really think our leader would harm you? Why would a giant like New Order try to cheat you?" His companion quickly nods in agreement, speaking up to pressure him further. "Exactly. After working together for so long, you still do not trust us? Who do you think you are to receive a personal invitation?" Liu Yi remains silent, considering his next move. The map displays 4 closely clustered dots representing their group, while the dread underworld snake looms in the distance. Liu Yi quickly calculates that with Roulette's movement speed, it will take at least 10 more minutes to reach them, while the monster strikes every 20 minutes, meaning an attack is due in 13. Standing completely still, he ponders his choices, knowing that if he wants to confront them, he must act before Roulette joins forces with the New Order guild leader. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice cuts right through his train of thought. He sneers that he is not forcing them as they head off to finish the mission, spitting pure malice at Liu Yi, calling him a useless piece of trash who fails when it matters. He looks across at the New Order guild leader and snaps, "Thank God you are not in our guild." Gripping his sword, he knows the time freeze lasts only 10 seconds. His truck-fook buff only gives him 60 seconds, and with Roulette around, he has to face 4 high-tier players at once. Even stacking his time freeze with truck-fuck might not be enough to take all of them down. Dropping into a combat stance with his hand on the hilt, he hesitates. Is his call actually right? One mistake, and he completely destroys his friendship with the New Order. But if he is right, and stays passive, Every single effort since his rebirth goes down the drain. Suddenly, the enemy glares over, spotting Liu Yi preparing to strike, and yells out, "What are you doing? Are you really fighting us? We only let you live out of past loyalty, so do not seek your death." Screaming that he won't lift a finger, Liu Yi suddenly charges, and you already know who he thinks is more important. Triggering time freeze, he activates his truck fuck buff to boost every stat, leaping forward to close the distance. A deep red aura suddenly wraps around his entire body, activating his blood shadow form as he starts to fade away. He barely finishes his threat before his body gets sliced in half. The lagged samurai screams, "This brat actually dared to strike. Let us kill him together." With a brutal, direct slash, Liu Yi cuts him down, leaving him wide-eyed and choking. The system alerts you have successfully slain Lethal Tiny Fist. Suddenly, the lagged samurai makes his move, launching a rapid counterattack by spawning dozens of clones to strike Liu Yi all at once. Gale Force Shadow, Gale Force Combo. Channeling all his power, Liu Yi tightly grips his morphing sword and slices through his enemy in a split second. The system sounds you have killed the lagged samurai. Only Roulet's boiling hot aura shows up on the map now. Surrounded by rising steam, his eyes glow a menacing red as he stands completely alone in the area. Right next to him, a massive concrete wall suddenly shatters and collapses from a violent impact. As debris rains down, the system updates showing the smoldering captain, level 56. Standing on the ruins, Liu Yi is highly confused. The map clearly placed him right here. Yet slicing through the wreckage did not leave a single scratch on him. What kind of broken skill is this? Suddenly, the radar shows Roulet closing in on them at extreme speed. Just as the system alerts that time freeze has ended, he waits right outside the demolished wall as the thick dust cloud finally begins to clear. He calls out loudly, "New Order Guild. Leader, are you just a total coward who only knows how to hide?" Absolute silence follows, with no response at all. Simultaneously, the system notifies him that his truck fuck stat enhancement has officially worn off. He keeps mocking him, telling him to stop hiding like a turtle before he loses his dignity forever. Meanwhile, the map shows Roulet closing in on them. A shadow suddenly skids to a halt right outside, and he spins around to lock eyes with the person standing there. Suddenly, the boiling hot aura shifts directly toward Roulet. Every movement displays on the map, showing square grid lines surrounding a bright red orb. Steam slowly vents from the orb as he mutters, "That was incredibly decisive of you." He continues with a smirk, "But you used up your absolute trump card just to kill Hodu, and it only cost us 2 players. Liu Yi stays silent. And now you can practically feel the smugness as the enemy grins only you are left to deal with. Drawing his sword with a fierce battle cry, Roulet and his partner charge forward together, aiming their blades straight at Liu Yi. His eyes narrow with intense focus as the enemy sneers mockingly at him. He mocks that this pathetic level of strength is completely unworthy of their guild leader being so cautious. "Did you get weaker? Or were you always this pathetic?" Gritting his teeth in pure anger, Roulet snaps, "Shut up and help me kill him first." The system alerts that burning 2000 soul force boosts all stats by 1000, sending Liu Yi flying forward to slash the first target. Stunned by the explosive speed, the enemy grins with satisfaction, shouting that this is exactly what he wanted. Screaming in absolute panic, he yells for Roulet to draw his blade immediately, while desperately raising his own weapon to block Liu Yi's incoming strike. Excitedly, he laughs out, "Face this blade. I have been charging my explosive power into this weapon since the very start." He grins proudly at his weapon, spitting with utter contempt that Liu Yi should feel honored to be killed by such a blade. The system reveals his charge state, where channeling soul force into the weapon boosts both speed and attack power for the next strike. Out of combat, every single point of soul force channeled grants 5 additional attack power and 5 points of speed. But in active combat, each point of soul force instead grants an insane 50 attack power and 50 points of speed. Frowning, he waits for the stasis cooldown to reset as the system screen flickers with a processing alert, instantly resetting all skills with 0 cost, though it triggers a 12-hour cooldown while freezing the target's HP bar in place. Soul force is not consumed, and every 10 levels, Target's full body freeze duration increases by 1 second. They cannot move during the lock, and the cooldown is 24 hours. Something flashes past in a blink, making him turn back to look at where it came from. At the deep crater left by that sudden blast, a sharp blade is now pressed right against his neck, stopping his movement. He grits his teeth, blessing. His eyes flash as he frowns, activating his skill to completely shift and reinforce his attributes. The system announces a consumption of 4,000 soul force, granting a comprehensive boost of 2,000. Right after, the system updates all his current status details. Player Dar, level 52, holding the title Desperate Situation Twister at 70%. Weapon Master. Attributes, attack, and defense are all over 13,000. Strength, agility, constitution, and perception exceed 3,000. Intelligence over 4,000, and resistance over 1,000. With his health fully restored and his soul force barely changed, a lightning-fast sword slash suddenly flashes out, and Liu Yi instantly presses his blade right against his neck. Showing zero panic, he says calmly the guild leader was right. You really did have one last trump card. Suddenly, the system announces that the constraint state restricts the target, meaning the opponent cannot deal any damage to him until he attacks first. The duration is 30 seconds. With a cooldown of 60-30 seconds, he slashes diagonally straight through Rulei Dongtrung, but the man seems completely unfazed, only responding with a huge, satisfied grin. The system warns that he is under constraint and cannot attack his opponent, prompting the man to burst out laughing. "Haha, you idiot! I am your ultimate counter. You won't believe how this plays out." He frowns in irritation as a sudden impact shatters the ground, forcing him to shift his focus and launch an attack directly at boiling heat. He flashes a smug, utterly unfriendly smirk, instantly activating his assimilation skill. The system updates, confirming the assimilation and merging of both players' levels and attributes. During this state, the players share health, soul force, skills, gear, and titles for a duration of 10 minutes. He then merges as one with him as a dark red energy wraps around them, forcing him to turn and look as the system displays the update. The frozen state has ended, releasing his health and soul force, with his health plummeting from over 50,000 down to 12,000. His remaining soul force jumps from 7,000 to nearly 15,000. Blessing 1 has 30 seconds remaining, while Blessing 2 has 50. Feeling the rush of power, he excitedly says, "My attributes directly doubled. Guild leader, this skill of yours is insanely strong, barely worthy of me." He stays silent and helpless while Liu Yi ponders, then suddenly darts away. Now creating some distance, he speaks up with such thorough preparation. "It seems you guys have been planning this for a long time." His opponent calmly replies, "We just covered all our bases. We didn't target you specifically, since you are not nearly important enough to warrant that kind of special treatment." Suddenly, he pulls out a gun, making the man sneer a Glock combined with firearms. "Are you planning to shoot me from afar? Since I heard you have a binding skill. Go on and use it. I will stand right here. Let us see if you can even kill me." Then he lowers his face with a mysterious smile as the system announces that constraint has officially ended. Blessing 1 ended. Blessing 2 has 20 seconds left, and his soul force is at 12,130. Seeing no movement, Rulei Dongtrung impatiently goads him, "Come on, attack me already." Meanwhile, boiling heat warns him the constraint has ended. "Do not be careless. Now, look at this." He raises his gun, aiming straight at the man with a cold fine, warning him that his ranged weapon packs quite a punch, with its insane attack power. But the man completely disregards it, looking down on the gun and sneering back. "It is fine. It is just a normal handgun, and at this distance, we can easily dodge it while pinning him down. Do you honestly think a shot from this far can do anything to us?" Thinking about it, that makes perfect sense. So he replies, "True. Let us wait for his buff to end, then finish him." Suddenly, a gunshot echoes, and he instantly finds himself trapped by glowing spikes, caught completely off guard. In total shock, he cries out, "How is this even possible?" He suddenly realizes with dread, wondering if his specialized weapon is actually a handgun. He whispers in disbelief, "No way. If it is a handgun, How could his 5-star talent apply to a blade? Just then, Liu Yi smiles bye-bye, as the system shows 5 seconds left on his buff. The system warns that vitality coverage has reached 8,000 points. Next attack power is boosted by 400,000, triggering triple damage. As Boiling Heat frantically yells, "Hurry up and find a way to break his bind," standing there helpless. He replies, "There is no way. But do not worry. Guild leader, I have a death immunity skill. He cannot kill me within 10 seconds. But he snaps back in anger, "You absolute idiot. Since we cannot move right now, he does not even need to target us. He just has to strike our essence vial to easily wipe us out." He glances behind him, anxiously muttering in his head, "Is it really going to be fine?" He tells him, "I hung them behind my back. And at this distance, trying to get behind us to strike them would take way more than 10 seconds. But just in case, the guild leader urged Ru Lei Dengchang to quickly activate his blood shadow body. Ru Lei Dengchang replied that his uses for today were completely exhausted when avoiding that outbreak earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this desperate situation. Suddenly, a sharp noise rang out, cutting him off mid-sentence. A massive spike suddenly pierced straight through his hip. The system announced that the health bars of both Rei Qi Teng Teng and level 56 Ru Lei Deng Chang had completely bottomed out. Immediately after, the system screen displayed that your teammate, Rei Qi Teng Teng, has died. Before fading away, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of insane attack power is this. It didn't just instantly kill the guild leader possessing him, but even pierced his immortal body, knocking loose the essence vial behind him. Ru Lei Dengchang gasped in pure shock. Oh my God! His legs were completely frozen, refusing to move even an inch. Ru Lei Dengchang looked down at his torso in disbelief, staring at the massive hole blasted right through his abdomen. He looked up at Liu Yi in the distance and managed to say, "I lost, but next time I'll win." Right then, another system notification popped up: your teammate Ru Lei Dengchang has died. Liu Yi showed no emotion, standing there in dead silence. He then walked forward with a look of sheer annoyance, approaching 2 mystical orbs hovering quietly in the air. Liu Yi frowned as he stared at them, thinking to himself that despite the victory, he felt absolutely no joy in his heart. The main reason was obvious: he hadn't actually ended their lives, meaning he would likely face their endless, ruthless revenge from here on. But then, Liu Yi smirked, reminding himself that there is no path to growth without making a few enemies along the way. It's just that the adversaries he was facing this time were slightly more powerful and a bit harder to handle. Grabbing one of the orbs, Liu Yi reassured himself that inside this game, he had absolutely nothing to fear from them. Their threat only existed in the real world. Staring at the item, Liu Yi smiled with deep satisfaction, his eyes turning cold and determined as he gripped the orb tightly. He pondered about reality before the primal realm's eventual descent, but suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared, staring right at his back. Now watch this, picking up on the danger. Liu Yi leaped aside in pure instinct, executing several quick jumps to put some distance between them. He grimaced, crying out in shock as a gargantuan golden serpent materialized right in front of his eyes. It glared down at him with those crimson eyes, but instead of striking, its massive body slithered away into the distance. This bizarre sight left Liu Yi completely dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Then, a sudden realization hit him. He confidently deduced that because he shattered the essence vials of both Ru Lei Dengchang and the guild leader, the beast chose to spare his life. With everything finally making sense, Liu Yi leaped forward, sprinting at full speed as he realized that he was now the sole survivor of the team. He had only 20 minutes left to clear the quest, knowing all too well that any failure meant he would be the next to die. Moments later, he entered a long corridor, illuminated by bright neon strips running along the ceiling and floor. One side featured a glass window overlooking strange bubbles floating in mid-air, while a control console with a transparent orb sat at the far end. Approaching the console, Liu Yi inspected it closely, breaking a cold sweat as he realized this had to be the incubation chamber. Pulling an essence vial from his belt, he stood right before the pod, silently assessing his next move. There were absolutely no monsters or staff inside this research facility. It seemed this secret realm only housed a single living creature, the Nether Serpent. Holding out the essence vial, he frowned deeply, trying to piece together this highly unusual situation. He recalled that the puppet's secret realm also only had one living entity. In hindsight, that entire quest was likely just the puppet playing a sick game with the players. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a shocking realization hit him. Wait, both were special secret realms with only one living being. Could it be that these quests were issued by the sole living creatures themselves? Remembering the previous puppet incident, he analyzed the pattern of these special dungeons. On the surface, the quest was about the puppet toying with them, but the key to a perfect clear was actually fulfilling the puppet's deepest wish. He gasped as it clicked, first a game of toy, and then fulfilling their deepest desires. Could this be the ultimate secret behind perfectly clearing a special secret realm? Frowning at the vial, he realized that Beast had the power to easily wipe them out. Yet, it only made a symbolic move, eliminated a few teammates, and simply left. It was just playing. To get a perfect clear, he had to fulfill its wish. Instantly, Liu Yi froze, glancing back over his shoulder. He fell into deep thought, wondering what that beast could possibly want. A long time passed, and Liu Yi still stood frozen beside the chamber. He reasoned that if this quest was indeed issued by the creature itself, then the purpose of cultivating a nether serpent wasn't to destroy it. He knitted his brows in deep thought. Maybe it wanted to create a companion out of sheer loneliness, or perhaps it simply had no other choice. Could the nether serpent's true desire be to escape from this secret realm entirely? Liu Yi's eyes shot wide open in shock. Why on earth would he think that? He covered his mouth, carefully weighing the bizarre possibility. Yet he couldn't rule it out. It was highly likely, sparking an incredibly bold idea. He only needed to verify if the nether serpent could enter this research facility. If it could, then the theory that it wanted players to incubate its own kind would fall apart, and all his other deductions would be completely invalid. Stuck outside, he stands staring at the chamber in deep, silent thought. Grimacing at the Bao Chao in his hand, he weighs his options, wait 20 minutes to see if Ming Shi actually invades the incubation lab to tear him apart. If the monster breaks in, he will immediately throw the purified vial into the incubation chamber to complete his quest. Otherwise, he will try to secure the soul-controlling attribute and somehow force Ming Shi to leave this place with him. Suddenly, the system reveals that the Bao Chao attribute pearl can add random modifiers to level 50 gear. Modifier 1 cuts cooldowns, while Modifier 2 reduces equipment level requirements. Modifier 3 boosts his physical defense. Modifier 4 extends skill duration, and Modifier 5 enhances self-buff skills, all ranging from 1 to 5%. But Modifier 99 allows you to bind a monster to your weapon exclusive to weapons, costing 1,000 dungeon essence points. Also, modifiers can be wiped clean by cleansing the pearl. Staring at his screen before departing, Liu Yi realizes the New Order members have already reached level 50. He thought he finally caught up to the top tier, but it turns out he is still one stage behind. Grumbling, he scratches his head, realizing he should have hit level 45 to wear level 50 gear, especially since the team is calling for assembly. Is arriving a day late going to look bad? He mumbles, scrolling through his screen until he suddenly recalls the upgraded Bao Chao. Sure enough, he tracks down the details for the upgraded Bao Chao. It can add high-tier random modifiers to level 50 gear, meaning he can actually trade for these upgrades. True, upgrading each piece of gear consumes 100 dungeon essence points, but the massive benefit is that it can be done anywhere outside of active combat. And just like that, things get weird. His eyes widen as he spots a hidden detail on the upgraded pearl. Staring at a purple circle with an up arrow and a green circle with an exclamation mark, he is utterly baffled. Does his special vision play a role here? Sitting on the steps with his hands on the cold tiles, he stares at the screen, highly convinced he can make this work. So, he dumps his remaining dungeon essence to trade for 3 upgraded pearls and 3 regular attribute pearls. But the success rate for the extra defense modifier is only 1%. Sweating, he scratches his head, wondering if he took this too much for granted. With a measly 1% success rate, Does he think he is the chosen one? Suddenly, a massive noise echoes. Liu Yi snaps his eyes open. It is here. Springing to his feet, he looks behind him, wondering if the beast is waiting outside on purpose, or if it genuinely cannot get in. Staring at the dark, open doorway, he decides to go investigate, cautiously taking one slow step after another toward the exit. But Liu Yi stops dead. Wait. It is too risky. He needs to test the beast's patience first, since it might just be playing mind games. 30 minutes slowly crawl by, and Liu Yi frowns, staring deeply into one direction. It is close. Outside, Ming-Shi slithers with a heavy rustling sound, glaring straight into the pile of crumbling ruins. Its glowing red eyes lock onto Liu Yi as he slowly emerges with hesitant, cautious steps. Moments later, he stands outside the doorway, looking up in sheer anxiety. Ming-Shi lowers its massive head, staring right at him. Frowning, Liu Yi frantically tries to calculate his next words. If the beast cannot communicate, his plan is completely ruined. Suddenly, the giant snake speaks. "Why have you not finished the quest yet?" Hearing this, Liu Yi freezes, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Staring into those massive eyes, he smirks. This is perfect. Since it initiated contact, his odds of winning just went way up. He speaks aloud because I feel you want to escape this place more than anything. Out of nowhere, a deafening crash shakes the ground. Ming-Shi slams its massive tail down, sending a wave of pure terror through Liu Yi. He stares at that twitching tail, totally speechless, his jaw dropping in absolute disbelief. This thing is too strong. There is no way a normal player can handle this. Then, Ming-Shi questions, "Do you have a way?" The giant beast stares intently, trying to sniff out any trace of human lies. Breaking into a cold sweat, Liu Yi tries to stay calm. Is it genuinely desperate to escape? Or is this just a trap? Outwardly, he negotiates. "You must follow me and accept me as your master." He is pushing the absolute limit, knowing if it refuses, he will instantly turn back and complete the quest. But if it agrees, he is ready to gamble everything on rolling that soul-controlling modifier. Hearing his terms, Ming-Shi rears its massive head back. "Do you honestly believe you are qualified?" Towering over him, the snake glares down with menacing red eyes, making him shudder. Yet, Liu Yi keeps his ground, shouting back, "I might not be, but this is your only option." Secretly, he glances back, realizing things are going sideways. Maybe he should just run and forget about completing this hidden quest. Meanwhile, Ming-Shi remains completely silent. Seeing no response, he slowly turns around, preparing to walk away. Talk about a massive plot twist. The system suddenly asks if he wants to become Ming-Shi Nguri master, leaving Liu Yi totally dumbfounded. The colossal Ming-Shi lowers its neck, staring down at Liu Yi. He is absolutely thrilled, realizing his insane gamble actually paid off. He instantly yells out, "Yes, I agree." Right then, the system chimes. "You have officially become the master of Ming-Shi Nguri." Liu Yi quickly shouts out, "I agree, I agree." Instantly, a system alert confirms he has officially become the master of the underworld snake mimic. Inside this secret realm, you can command it at will, but taking Ming-Shi Nguri out of here requires mastering soul control. Next, the system displays the rest of the data for the growing Ming-Shi Nguri, showing its disaster level tier. The disaster rewards include health multiplied by 30, soul power by 6, and all attributes boosted by 3. Attack and defense both hit 50,000. Resistance is 1,500, alongside strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, and perception at 10,021 million health, and massive soul power. Skills include Phantom Sound, Shockwave, and Earth Spirit. Suddenly, Ming-Shi speaks up, telling him to lead it out, which completely startles Liu Yi. He looks at the beast and agrees. Holding a glowing green upgrade Bao Cho, he thinks success or failure ends here. He glances around, calculating his next move before heading back to the research lab. Since Ming-Shi accepted him, the realm quest is gone. It seems that quest really was issued by Ming-Shi, meaning he has absolutely no way out anymore. He bows his head in deep thought, sighing, "Wait, isn't this the exact outcome I wanted?" Before speaking to the beast, he avoided using the upgrade pearl because he feared giving up. Liu Yi frowns at the Bao Chao. Such a powerful helper is simply too tempting to resist. Oh, Liu Yi, your gambling addiction is getting worse by the day. Back when dealing with Nguri Te, you were betting that no fourth player was around. If you failed, you died. But if you succeeded, you won everything. He smiles self-deprecatingly, remembering that back then the odds were 50-50. Now, it is literally a 1% chance. Staring at the system screen, Liu Yi wonders if the word random on the Tudao Bao Chao description can somehow be removed. That would be amazing. He thinks no more risky bets. But he quickly reminds himself that such a thing is impossible. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, offering to trigger an authority that bypasses the rules of the Tudao Bao Chao. His eyes widen in complete shock. Without hesitating, regardless of the consequences, he immediately locks in his choice and shouts yes. The Bao Chao in his hand suddenly erupts in a blinding light, startling him. Outside, even Ming, she notices the strange energy. Glowing circular bubbles begin floating out from around the magical pearl. At the same time, the system confirms he can now add a designated affix to level 50+ gear. Liu Yi is completely stunned. You have to love this insane luck. He is literally about to add a custom soul affix to his gear. Immediately, the screen displays his new gun stats: attack plus 500, intelligence plus 120, with a triple stun effect on hit, requiring level 45. Pistol bullets reload automatically every 30 seconds, holding just a single round. Holding his new weapon, Liu Yi can barely contain his joy. He grins widely, his eyes flashing with absolute satisfaction. This is incredible. A moment later, he raises the pistol, standing before the massive golden monster as he calls out, "Come on, Mingxi," he grins with pure excitement. Instantly, a flood of system notifications flashes on his screen. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the out-of-control research secret realm, earning a 10% bonus reward. Calculating your system authority and completion achievements now. Experience gained is 44,900,000, alongside 520 realm essences, all multiplied by 10. Next, his player profile updates with stats. It displays his nickname, attributes, attack power, defense, resistance, strength and agility, along with constitution, intelligence, perception, and skills. The system also displays the weapon stats, combining his attack power with his raw intelligence. Each hit now inflicts a powerful triple stun effect, requiring the Mingxi Nguri soul. Effect 1 summons Mingxi, while Effect 2 triggers the descent of the beast. This merges the creature into his body, granting 10 to 50% of its total skills and stats. Finally, the system calculates his combat power. With his system authority now exceeding 5%, he successfully unlocks the rare structure skill. This allows him to rewrite the rules of the realm, lasting 11 seconds with a cooldown based on the difficulty of the change. Meanwhile, just outside the out-of-control zone, a crackle of strange energy begins to spark. Stepping outside the barrier, Liu Yi looks up at the gloomy sky just as sunlight finally breaks through the dark clouds. He smiles contentedly, walking casually under the warm sun toward the ruined city. It is definitely time to head back to Manhwa. Only 17 days remain before the Nguyen Gie descent. Can you believe how fast the clock is ticking? Back in his old apartment, he sits on his bed with his head in his hands, sighing at how incredibly exhausting the grind has been. He quietly looks back at everything he has accomplished lately. Whenever he was awake, he was grinding inside dungeons. Even his meals had to be brought in by a Liu Yun so he could eat. But the results are incredibly rewarding. He is only 3 levels away from his goal and has tamed a top-tier beast, like Mingxi. He glances to the side with curiosity, wondering how Liu Yun is doing with her life force. It has been a whole week now, so she should have unlocked it already, right? Liu Yi stands up and decides to go ask her. He wonders if he has been showing a little too little care for his younger sister lately. Ever since she entered the game, he only briefly explained how to obtain life force and basically left her to her own devices. Walking over to her door. Locked. Liu Yi contemplates whether he should start paying a lot more attention to her. Maybe he should even take her along to level up. He raises his hand to knock, when a voice suddenly gasps from inside so big. "Nirm-so, you developed so well." Liu Yi freezes, shocked. Inside, they just keep giggling and chatting. "Talk about awkward. Yours isn't half bad either. Let me check the goods for my big brother." Then a sudden squeal echoes out. "Aya, what are you saying?" "Ah, don't." This makes his face turn completely red. Shocked, eyes wide open. He drops his raised hand, spins on his heel, and runs away in absolute panic. He figures it is much safer to just ask her inside the game. Arriving at the north gate of Manhwa City, he grumbles about how exhausting it is to play day and night. Logging in, he scratches his head. Liu Yun and her friend are offline, so he just leaves them a quick check-in message. He pauses to think. Since he is already online, he might as well upgrade his equipment before calling it a day. Recalling the Diubao Chao, Liu Yi estimates his current options. He is level 57 now, but the gear he can equip is likely way higher than level 60. He smirks, calculations running wild inside his head. Unsure if his dungeon essence is enough, he can always pay cash to make up the difference. Speaking of which, New Order still hasn't settled the payout for that last dungeon run. Suddenly, Liu Yi receives a message notification. It is from Qi Nong Dung Dung, the guild leader of New Order, who is listed as level 0-0. The text says it seems you cleared that dungeon, so here is the 100,000 yuan payment I owed you. He frowns, wondering what he is up to. Another message pops up. Are you free to meet up somewhere so I can properly apologize to you? Liu Yi stares, in disbelief. Is this an actual peace offering? He frowns, analyzing the situation. They took the biggest hit, yet they are trying to play nice with the biggest winner, especially when his gains literally came from their heavy losses. Then, the guild leader of New Order, Qi Nong Dung Dung, sends another message as if trying to explain himself. The text reads, "If possible, I do not want us to be enemies, as our past clash was purely out of necessity." He immediately replies, "No need. I did not lose anything." This bizarre behavior is incredibly hard to believe, especially coming from a powerful guild leader. What could he possibly want from me to kiss up like this? Is it because of the absolute authority I obtained from Mac? No clue. Unable to figure it out, Liu Yi decides to ignore him. His main priority is to upgrade his equipment first. He needs to push his power to the absolute peak of the origin realm before worrying about other things. Suddenly, another message automatically pops up on his screen. Liu Yi squints, realizing it is from Liu Yun under her username Fairy, saying that she and Nirm-so have already unlocked their force. The text says mine is Wind Force, using a giant talisman weapon, while Nirm-so got Soft Force and fights with dual blades. We are currently grinding levels inside the Mirror Dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Mirror Dungeon Company, a massive crowd has gathered. Whispers, rumors, people are closely packed together, discussing some massive gossip. Someone murmurs after that power struggle, New Order completely gave up control over the Mirror Dungeon. Honestly, I still prefer them running things. The Back Garden Guild is running it now, and they are absolutely disgusting, already using our real-world information to threaten us. Keep it down. Do not let their members hear you. But what are you so afraid of? Do they actually dare touch us in the real world? Another player asks, when are we going to stand together? The active players in this Mirror Dungeon easily outnumber the Back Garden members 10-1. If we only band together, even if they hold all of our real-life information, we would have nothing to fear. But another size that is impossible. We are all solo players who do not trust anyone else. Pointing at a player surrounded by Back Garden guards, someone asks, what on earth is going on? An insider explains the whole situation. He crossed Quilaire from the Back Garden, so he got cornered. The entire Mirror Dungeon lobby is a safe zone. Since players cannot initiate combat here, Quilaire uses this exact method to lock down and punish anyone who crosses her. Look at that guy in the center. He has been trapped there for 5 days already. Passing by, Liu Yi wonders, does that even work offline? No matter if you log out, your character always spawns in the exact same spot, so as long as the guards do not move, you remain trapped. Suddenly, a loud cheer echoes. They won again. Ha ha, The goddess is truly my lucky charm. Betting on her is a guaranteed win. This immediately catches Liu Yi's attention. Let's listen closely. Those gorgeous sisters are apparently ridiculously powerful. Ever since this mirror dungeon first opened up, they have been on an absolutely unbroken winning streak, while the crowd cheers them on from below. They shout as expected of our goddesses, "I want to marry both of them." Another yells back off, "They belong to us. Anyone who dares lay a hand on our goddesses is dead meat." Right then, the system announces the level 32 spear user has been defeated. The winner is Fairy. Level 40 Sunbather 25 is defeated, and the winner is Xin Xin Nian Nian. Suddenly, a gorgeous pair of legs appears. It is Zhuan Nian Chu, level 39 Xin Xin Nian Nian, and level 31 Lu Yunwei Xian Nu. Seeing them, a crowd of guys rushes over to shower them with praise, asking for some pro tips, so they can get strong too. But Xuan Nianchu and Lu Yun wave their hands, "No, not at all. You guys are exaggerating too much." But the crowd just keeps piling on the flattery. You and I both know this classic trope, but these guys are losing it over girls who are both gorgeous and powerful. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is completely stunned to recognize his sister Liu Yun and Xuan Nianchu. Seeing the girls completely swarmed by all these desperate guys, he wonders, what on earth is going on here? Since when are they this popular? Across the crowd, Liu Yun grins and thanks them for all the sweet compliments. But a promise is a promise, so the winner must transfer over half the prize. A guy immediately yells back, of course. Idiot Jikai walks right up to Liu Yi, whispering to the guys whether those perfect faces and killer bodies are customized in-game, or if they actually look like that in real life. Another guy answers, "I don't know, but even if they are customized, I am totally fine with it." Meanwhile, a player with peach-colored hair practically starts crying. If girls like that actually existed in the real world, it would be a dream. But the moment I think about them getting married and having kids with some random guy, I get so insanely jealous. Hearing that, the guy next to him clutches his head in absolute agony. Man, now I am furious too. Suddenly, idiot Jikai elbows Liu Yi, telling him to wake up because guys like them stand absolutely zero chance of ever getting involved with girls like that, right, my brother? Getting close to goddesses like that only happens in our wildest dreams. He then looks at Liu Yi, eagerly waiting for him to agree. Hearing this, Liu Yi is slightly surprised, before squinting his eyes and telling him it is not that deep. Looking at the two girls in the crowd, idiot Jikai scoffs seriously. "Bro, you think this is an exaggeration? Do you actually live with gorgeous girls like that every day? Stop being so fake." Meanwhile, Liu Yun's eyes suddenly widen as she spots someone. She immediately steps forward, leaving the guys completely shocked as she walks past them, while idiot Jikai is still busy rambling. "Look, I get it. You're just putting on a brave face to sound tough. We've all been there, bro. I completely understand. Honestly, you have to see his face here." His jaw completely drops when the goddess walks right past him to stand in front of Liu Yi. The crowd immediately erupts into a frenzy. Who is that guy? And why did the goddess approach him on her own? No way. They aren't dating, are they? I refuse to believe it. There is absolutely no romance in video games. Except for me. Even Liu Yi is standing there completely confused, while Liu Yun just grins mischievously. Idiot Jikai looks back and forth between them in utter shock. No way could my brother actually be. Suddenly, Liu Yun leaps forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Liu Yi's neck. She asks if he is finally done, a sight that instantly causes her entire fan base to scream in absolute outrage. "You bastard! Don't think hiding your name and level will protect you. We are going to end you, right now." But the moment Liu Yun calls him big brother, the angry mob completely freezes in place, staring at the two siblings. They immediately bow and shout together, "Our big brother." Meanwhile, Xuan Nianchu receives a sudden message and glances at it suspiciously. Far away in another dark corner, a man bows his head and reports to Gui Li that they have been rejected once again. Hearing this, Gui Li gets so furious she claws her nails deep into a metal door, cursing those two ungrateful girls as she literally tears a chunk of iron off to threaten them. If they refuse to cooperate, then they won't survive in the metaverse anymore. Call everyone and surround them immediately. Completely unaware of the plot, Liu Yun happily hugs her brother. But suddenly, she senses a sharp flash of killing intent and narrows her eyes toward a dark corner, right where Gui Li and her lackey are standing. Liu Yun sighs to herself, realizing that she has finally shown her face. Liu Yun instantly recalls the arrogant message Gui Li sent her before, demanding they cooperate with a clean 50-50 split. Be smart. This is not a request, it is an ultimatum. Don't be ungrateful, or I will make sure you can't play in this metaverse anymore. Just because you're pretty, you think you're high and mighty. Girls like you are just cheap playthings to us. Was your mother a dog to raise a bitch like you? Snapping back to the present, Liu Yun suddenly panics, realizing she is still tightly hugging her brother. What if he starts getting the wrong idea about her? Oh dear. Who told her to be born this gorgeous? Even her own brother might get totally captivated. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is squirming in absolute discomfort, wondering if his sister dumped all her stat points into strength because she is literally suffocating him. Suddenly, a massive crowd marches forward with heavy footsteps, the notorious Back Garden Guild. The surrounding players instantly freeze, their jaws dropping in utter shock. Staring at the fierce girl leading the mob, the crowd whispers in terror, wondering why Gui Li is here. Who is she planning to teach a lesson to this time? Liu Yi looks over coldly as the three of them are instantly surrounded. Liu Yi glares with a pretty intense, murderous look. Staring down Gui Li, Liu Yi steps forward and raises his arm to shield his little sister, keeping both Liu Yun and Nirmso safe behind his back. But Liu Yun gently places a hand on his arm, confidently telling him that this girl is here for her so she can handle her own drama. Meanwhile, Gui Li struts right up and sneers at Liu Yun. You little brat, she snarls. We finally meet. Today you will beg me on your knees or get kicked out of Nguyen forever. Hearing that, Liu Yi asks Nirmso what on earth is going on. He asks if they offended her, and Nirmso explains that the girl wanted them to throw a mirror dungeon match on purpose. It was all to scam regular players, but since they refused, she held a major grudge. Right then, a furious Gui Li barks orders to surround the two girls. Suddenly, someone shouts out to ask what they think they are doing, startling the Hua Yuan lackeys into spinning around. They had Liu Yi and his sister cornered. But now, a massive crowd of regular players has completely surrounded the Hua Yuan group. This catches Liu Yi off guard, while the yellow-clad thugs turn around, trying to threaten the surrounding crowd to back off. They warn that Hua Yuan is handling business, so everyone should beat it, as Gui Li shrieks, asking if they want to start a rebellion. Touching her means messing with Hua Yuan, and she warns them that they all know exactly what terrible things happen to anyone who crosses their guild. That threat actually makes the crowd hesitate. Seeing this, Liu Yun keeps quiet, lets out a tiny smirk of contempt, and suddenly switches to acting like a totally innocent, adorable victim. Do not worry about us, she says softly. We will be totally fine. Seeing his sister put on this ridiculously fake act, Liu Yi stands there completely jaw-dropped, but the surrounding players are deeply moved by her tragic performance. Suddenly, Nirmso shouts out. She asks Liu Yun why she is hiding the truth that they are being targeted for refusing to throw the mirror challenge. They did it to save everyone from being scammed. Nirmso spots Liu Yi, making a twisted face in the background, making her stick her tongue out guiltily. Still, she steps up beside her friend, arguing they only cross this guild for everyone's sake. So why say no one should help? Are you trying to be a saint? She urges her not to be stupid and just ask for help. But playing her Oscar-worthy victim role to perfection, Liu Yun replies that everyone has the right to make their own choices. She tells her that they are separate people, a noble line that makes the crowd waver even more. Hearing this, Gui Li raises an eyebrow and mocks Liu Yun, asking if she honestly thinks these pathetic words will make anyone jump to her rescue. She sneers that the fearsome reputation of Hua Yuan will not be shaken by some cheap drama. She warns that touching her means fighting their entire guild. But wait for it, this threat backfires and snaps the crowd. A player steps forward and rallies everyone, shouting that this is just a game meant for them to vent their frustration anyway. He yells that their goddess is currently being bullied for protecting them. So if they just stand around doing absolutely nothing, they cannot even call themselves men anymore. Hearing this speech, Lair glares over in pure confusion, while a satisfied Liu Yun hides a subtle smirk. He adds that their group leader is also right there, so if they do not show off their skills, they will lose all respect. This completely speechless moment makes Liu Yi question his entire life choices. While Nirmso giggles behind her hand, someone suddenly yells for the crowd to charge, quickly tightening the circle and making the Hua Yuan thugs stammer in fear. They nervously tell Lair that they are totally outnumbered and need to fall back immediately. Furious, Lair refuses to back down, screaming at them to think carefully because crossing her means fighting the entire Hua Yuan. But the crowd completely ignores her, shouting that they have hated this guild for ages and do not care about any threats. They cheer to trap the bullies inside the mirror space. As the chaotic mob screams, a stunned Liu Yi breaks into a sweat while someone yells out in pure rage. "Get away from me, you bastards!" she screams. Pinned flat against the wall by two sturdy players, a raging Lair screams that she is going to absolutely murder them all. Meanwhile, Liu Yi just stands there in complete shock, realizing the entire problem got solved without him even lifting a finger. Once inside the mirror zone, Liu Yi confronts them, asking if they seriously just manipulated ordinary players to fight off Lair and her guild. He then points out, if they just wanted to get rid of Lair, they easily could have lured her into a collapsing dungeon and quietly finished her off. But Liu Yun shakes her head, arguing that if they did that, the regular players here would still get bullied by Hua Yuan. Thinking back, she explains that when they first arrived in this mirror zone, the locals treated them so well, and they wanted to pay back that kindness. She thoughtfully adds that after spending so much time interacting with everyone here, they realize that although everyone claims Hua Yuan completely controls this mirror dungeon on the surface, if the ordinary players actually unite and work together, absolutely no faction will ever be able to control them. It was only their lack of unity that allowed Hua Yuan to crush them every time, leaving the place in this pathetic state. It really makes others uncomfortable. Remembering those who overcame their fear to help them, Liu Yun adds that they used the clash with Lair to unite everyone, and the results completely exceeded their expectations. Standing beside her, Nirmso raises a question. But keeping them united will depend on whether they can stand together to survive the ruthless revenge coming from the Hua Yuan guild. Hearing this, Liu Yun rests her chin with absolute determination. The first step is complete. Now they must strengthen their bond. Standing nearby, Liu Yi listens to his sister, thinking that facing a powerful enemy might actually be a good thing. Seeing this, he wonders if he should support her a bit more. Maybe he should take her power leveling. But then, Liu Yi realizes he is probably just overprotecting her. This mirror dungeon is where she made her breakthrough, and he knows she can succeed without him. His little sister will thrive in this game, maybe even carving out a completely different path than his own. Smiling with pride, Liu Yi looks around at the players, realizing they are going to be the absolute pillars of the future world. If Liu Yun can unite them now, it will be a massive shield for their future. Liu Yi bows his head in deep thought. Her path is completely different from his own, one he does not fully understand, yet it holds limitless potential. Two parallel roads that might eventually cross. In his heart, Liu Yi roots for his little sister. Meanwhile, the martial artists of Hua Yuan march with grim faces. Seeing them, a nearby player asks what their second division is up to. Others whisper that trouble broke out in the mirror space, and you know Hua Yuan is going to crush them. Their average level is 45+, meaning major trouble is brewing. Meanwhile, Liu Yi strolls toward the exit, reminding his sister that no matter what happens, she must protect herself. Leaving the mirror dungeon behind, Liu Yi suddenly stops as he spots dozens of heavily armed players lined up in neat rows outside. Liu Yi eyes them closely. Sure, they are 10 levels higher than those inside, but this area is a safe zone where levels do not matter, so he decides to leave. If Liu Yun can lead the players to resolve this crisis, her popularity in the mirror space will skyrocket to insane levels. Smiling, he figures it will be a tough challenge, but he should focus on training himself over the next few weeks. He is completely confident his little sister can handle everything perfectly. But peace never lasts. Suddenly, someone screams out slaughter any player coming out of the dungeon, let nobody escape. Stunned, Liu Yi looks over just as a massive crowd charges forward with a deafening roar. 3 overconfident thugs leap at him, yelling, "How dare you ignore us?" Die, leaving Liu Yi looking completely lost and confused. Meanwhile, inside the mirror dungeon, someone screams a warning they are here. The Hurahua Yuan Guild is attacking. Panic spreads instantly as Quilaire sees his reinforcements arrive, letting out a malicious laugh to threaten them. "Haha, you are all doomed. How dare you touch me? You are dead meat." Someone asks in fear what they should do. Standing at the front, Liu Yun stares ahead in silence before offering a reassuring voice. "Do not panic," she says. Tom Nirm. Nirm is already gone for backup and her family runs a massive guild. Their strength easily rivals Hurahua Yuan. Plus this dungeon is a safe zone where raw numbers are what truly matter. Because of that, we do not need to fear anyone. Hearing this, the crowd calms down. Standing together keeps them safe inside the game. But it really makes you wonder what happens in the real world. Liu Yun shouts, calling everyone to march forward together, telling them they will negotiate and settle in-game matters right inside the game. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon entrance, Kai Ngoc pokes his head out, wondering why everything has suddenly gone completely silent. Then he freezes in sheer shock, his eyes wide. Leading the crowd out, Liu Yun spots him and asks why he is standing there frozen. She frowns and tells him that at this point, there is nothing left to be shocked about. Everyone yells in agreement, but a second later, Liu Yun and the crowd gasp in pure horror. Mysterious glowing drop orbs float in the air. In the center of the massive courtyard, only Liu Yi stands holding his sword. Surrounded by countless glittering loot drops, Liu Yi stands perfectly still as if time itself has stopped. Slowly, he turns around with an incredibly annoyed look. Across the yard, Liu Yun is frozen stiff, while her followers stand there completely speechless. Kai Ngoc stammers, pointing out that Liu Yi single-handedly wiped out the entire Hurahua Yuan reinforcement squad. Loud cheers erupt as players beg their goddess, asking if they can follow her forever. "Goddess, just tell us who to destroy and we will do it." Meanwhile, in some chaotic, ruined, out-of-control zone, Blackhand Yuan Ding, the level 55 backyard director, scowls as he asks, "Are they all dead?" A martial artist bows 90 degrees, replying, "Forgive me, I did not plan carefully enough." Hearing this, Yuan Ding grows even more irritated, staring down in deep thought. Beside him, the subordinate trembles violently, not daring to look up. Suddenly, Yuan Ding speaks up, "How about this? You commit suicide to reset your level to 0. Then take a break. Let me calculate," he says, raising his hand to his mouth. He holds up 2 fingers and asks, "How does about 20 days sound?" Wait, that is the entire punishment? The onlookers whisper in disbelief. Nearly 100 level 45 plus fighters are dead, and he only gets reset to 0 and 20 days off. Is this a punishment or a reward? His subordinate is completely flabbergasted, jaw dropped. Seeing his hesitation, Yuan Ding asks again, "What? Are you not happy with this?" He quickly wipes his tears, standing straight as he responds, "No, not at all. Thank you, Director. Thank you." Yuan Ding pats his shoulder, laughing softly as he commands, "Go take your break, then return here. I will have a new job waiting for you." Then, narrowing his eyes, he asks, "What about that mysterious player? Do you have any solid information on him?" Someone steps forward. "Our investigation shows he is connected to the New Order." The martial artist continues, "Over the last 7 days, he has been running secret realms with their guild leader. When we tried to dig deeper, the New Order leader personally blocked our path." Annoyed, Yuan Ding frowns. "Is he one of Reketengteng's men?" He analyzes the situation, it seems. Reketengteng has already secured over 10% of the computing power, and that core data is likely sitting right with that player. Otherwise, there is no way he would possess such insane combat power. He schemes with a dark look, wondering if Reketengteng handed over that authority intentionally or for some other reason. But soon, Yuan Ding just smiles dismissively. thinking to himself whatever. Since he belongs to Rekiteng, unless recalled, he will definitely be deployed to the collapse zone. Once there, killing him won't count as violating our non-aggression pact between the four hands. With a vicious glare, Yuan Ding lets out an evil, calculated grin. If the target has already been taken out and recalled by Rekiteng by then, he can easily pin the entire blame on Rekiteng anyway. Meanwhile, over in the west of the out-of-control zone, Bai Shou Xunyang, the level 56 shelter chief, sits frowning in deep thought. At the same time in the east, Qingshou Xiangyun, the level 55 pavilion tower master, looks ecstatic. Outside the secret realm company, someone is calling out, "Sure, no problem at all. Just take good care of my sister. If you ever run into any trouble, I will definitely help. Absolutely. Stop following me. I am off to upgrade my gear now. Seriously, stop following." Covering his face, Liu Yi mutters that they are way too enthusiastic. He walks away, sighing as the loud cheers continue to echo behind him. Scraping by to defeat them, he barely survived. Yet they treat him like some invincible god. Still, he smiles to himself, thrilled to have scored 100 level 45 plus equipment orbs from this. Liu Yi stares at the total number on his screen, calculating, "I wonder how much secret realm essence I will get after salvaging these." Suddenly, he jumps up in pure joy, celebrating his massive haul. This unexpected fortune completely wipes away his worries about essence. Grinning from ear to ear, he couldn't be happier with this outcome. He happily strolls along with a smug smile, totally oblivious to the eyes watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, Liu Yi freezes, sensing a strange presence. Leaning against a nearby wall with crossed arms, the New Order guild leader speaks. "Are we really not going to talk? Like, why am I so obsessed with Mo's computing power?" Hearing this, Liu Yi halts his steps, turning around to face the source of the voice. A short while later, they are sitting inside the Mukshu Te house. Rekiteng sits directly across from Liu Yi, asking, "You have already acquired Mo's computing power, haven't you? I assume you have already figured it out." "My sole purpose for coming to the out-of-control zone was to obtain it." He admits bluntly, "I need that power because it is my only ticket to surviving the collapse zone." Hearing this, Liu Yi is deeply puzzled. The collapse zone? Right. He recalls that in his past life, when the origin world descended, several top guilds formed an alliance to explore that terrifying collapse zone. Not a single person made it back alive. Since then, the dreadful reputation of that zone spread everywhere. Rekiteng grins, continuing, "And the collapse zone is currently hiding something massive, the ultimate authority over the origin world." This revelation shocks Liu Yi. His mind races, what does he mean by authority? But on the outside, he maintains absolute calm, resting his chin on his hand. Liu Yi probes, "Aren't you being ridiculous? Why would you share such classified information with me so easily?" But Rekiteng is one step ahead. Clenching his fist, he asserts, "You didn't deny having it, did you? You even laughed off the idea of the origin world's authority." This leaves Liu Yi completely wide-eyed and stunned. Rekiteng clasps his hands, covering his mouth. Normally, a game's authority should belong to the developers in the real world, not inside the game itself. Yet, you immediately treated this as crucial information. Then he goes on to expose Liu Yi's secret. "So it seems you are also one of the very few people who actually know the truth. So I don't need to beat around the bush with you anymore." But these words make it impossible for him to pretend, and he frowns. Inside the Morhu tea house, the New Order leader speaks up. The collapsed zone indeed hides the control over the origin world. Then, he reaches out his hand to explain. "Believe it or not, this is the simple truth of the matter. And the reason I am telling you this is that I want to invite you to join my team again to fight for this power." The New Order leader makes his pitch. "I need your strength, so do you agree?" But sitting across from him, Liu Yi just stares right back, completely silent. After a long pause, he scoffs, "Ha. So in the end, we fight each other again for that power?" Liu Yi smirks mockingly. "Are you playing some kind of joke on me?" Hearing this, the New Order leader lowers his head and shakes it, saying, "No, this time we are not raiding a dungeon but exploring the collapsed zone together." So that kind of hopeless situation definitely won't happen again. Then he holds up 3 fingers to explain, besides, to even enter the collapse zone, you must have at least a 5% computing power clearance. So the final team, including you, might only have about 3 or 4 people. In fact, there will probably be at most 3. With your current strength, we are actually the ones who least want to fall out. These words strike a chord with Liu Yi, making him pause in deep thought. Finally, he speaks up. As for the clearance, I want us to share it. Hearing that, the New Order leader agrees immediately, of course. That is entirely up to your decision. Then he adds, but whether we can actually go depends on if I can secure the computing power clearance in the out-of-control zone over the next few days. Then the New Order leader says with a serious look, if I cannot get it, everything we are saying right now is completely pointless. And that actually proves my point. I really do not want to clash with you. If I truly wanted to harm you, I would be desperately pushing you to come with us to that out-of-control zone to get the clearance instead. Hearing this, Liu Yi silently studies him. Sitting across from the New Order leader, he observes the man's absolute confidence and upright posture. Suddenly, the New Order leader stands up and says, so you do not need to answer me right now. There are still a few days left. Think it over. Then, walking ahead, he continues, I will head to the out-of-control zone to secure that computing power clearance first. He watches the leader leave, and you really can't blame him for being so suspicious. He remains sitting there silently until the leader reaches the doorway, analyzing the situation. In my past life, no one survived exploring that collapsed zone. Was that really the case? Or did someone actually succeed and obtain the power that the New Order leader just mentioned? Frowning, Liu Yi considers a terrifying possibility. What if controlling the origin world causes it to descend into reality? The very thought scares him. Stop overthinking. There is no way I am stepping into that dangerous place. My most important goal right now is to preserve my strength and wait for the origin world to descend into reality. Sometime later, he nervously walks into an equipment crafting shop, feeling pretty guilty. The first time he wanted to visit his sister, but the second time he was blocked by the Hao Hua Yuan guild members. And on his third attempt, the leader interrupted him. Surely no one is going to stop him this time, right? Suddenly, a notification sound goes off, making him jump as he stammers out a text. The ping actually came from room 072, while Liu Yi was about to enter room 071. Letting out a huge sigh of relief, he walks in, still a bit shaken. Soon, the screen flashes his stats. Current dungeon essence is 15,320. Seeing this, he realizes gear past level 50 lets you manually add extra modifiers. With a frustrated sigh, he notes that every 10 levels allows 1 more modifier per piece. This is something he never even considered before. Scratching his head, he mentally kicks himself, and let's face it, his past life gaming knowledge was pretty bad anyway. He does the math. Upgrading 9 gear pieces to level 50 will cost 6,300 dungeon essence, and each of those 9 items still needs its modifiers added. His full bodysuit counts as 1 item but takes up 2 inventory slots. Plus, upgrading it costs double the dungeon essence, but unlocks 3 separate modifiers. To max out all level 50 gear modifiers, minus 2 orb slots, he still needs 9,000 essence. Hands on his hips, Liu Yi stares at the screen, knowing that with the help of his load reduction buff, he can actually equip level 60 gear right now. If he wants to push everything to 60, and then add 1 modifier to each piece, he is going to need 26,200 essence. Staring at the screen, he thinks, thank goodness those Hao Hua Yuan fools basically gifted him a ton of gear. Otherwise, let alone abusing the load reduction buff, enhancing gear to level 100 would be impossible, and he could forget about level 60. So he decides to see exactly how much dungeon essence the Hao Hua Yuan guys left him, opening the dismantling orb. A moment later, the system prompts that it is ready. Staring at the 100 slots completely packed with items, Liu Yi is bewildered. What on earth is this garbage? Not only are they all custom crafted, plus it adds strength, speed, and stamina. Can't I just get some pure intelligence instead? He doesn't hesitate to give the order dismantle it all. Instantly, the system reveals the salvaged gear gave him 33,542 dungeon essence. Seeing that massive number, Liu Yi slams his hands on the table in sheer excitement. It is enough. With tears streaming down his face, he whispers, "Thank you, backyard. Now for the next step. Let's start upgrading all this gear to level 60 first. First is the Balanced Spirit Headband, with stats like Defense plus 90, Resistance plus 30, Intelligence plus 24, Intelligence plus 22, and Strength plus 22. Intelligence plus 33. Equip level 60-5. Next is the Guardian Deity Necklace, giving 90 Defense, 30 Resistance, 25 Intelligence, 20 Constitution, and equip level 60-5. The third piece is the Special Extreme Wisdom Haste Outfit. The fourth piece is the Special Extreme Wisdom Ice Silk Inner Armor. And the fifth is the Special Extreme Wisdom Haste Boots. Sixth is the Extreme Wisdom Light Combat Gloves. Seventh and eighth are the left and right all-knowing wisdom earrings. The set bonus adds 40 to all attributes, followed by the ninth piece, the Extreme Wisdom Badge. 10th is the Extreme Wisdom Arc Blade, boasting 960 attack power, 30 strength, and intelligence plus 30-33, 44. 11th is the Extreme Wisdom Pistol, adding 900 attack power and 120 intelligence, with a judgment skill that triples damage or stuns. The pistol auto-reloads every 7.5 seconds. This soul-controlling Dark Serpent has an equip level of 60-5. Next is Player Da's stats level 57, 11 million experience out of 100 million, and 2,512 attack power, 1,384 defense, 303 resistance, strength 163, agility 170, constitution 214, intelligence 1,630, perception 147, 0 unallocated stat points, max health 8,560, max mental power 620. System detects his intelligence has hit 1,000, granting a weight bonus and the Condense Intellect skill, which lasts 10 seconds, restoring 50% mental power, with a 1-hour cooldown. Finally, the system lists his current active titles Desperate Reincarnator, Weapon Master, and High Dimensional Warrior. His skills include Life Force Envelopment, Repair, Blessing, and Binding, Stasis, Reset, Construct, and Condense Power. Then it warns combat power calculation is suffering from unknown interference. Current combat power is 129.9. Processing all this data, Liu Yi stares at his hands in deep thought. Tears welling up, he mutters so strong, compared to my level 1 stats from my past life. This is truly insane. Wiping away his happy tears, Liu Yi gets his game face back. Now it's time to modify the requirements for his stat upgrades. But after a few seconds, he hesitates. How does he actually change it? Does he combine max computational power with his construct skill? Liu Yi orders the system to reconstruct the control orb, shifting the upgrade condition from random to specifically targeted. The system responds, modification successful. Duration 11 seconds. Facing a 2-hour cooldown, he tries to reset it, but the system immediately warns unknown skill. Reset impossible. Liu Yi holds the orb, weighing his options. A 2-hour cooldown, and he can't even bypass it with a reset skill. If he wants to customize all his gear, it'll take him 2 whole days and nights. With a sigh, he puts the orb away. Liu Yi has to face reality. He'll just have to take this slow. Suddenly, the system confirms a cooldown buff. All skills get a 5% reduction, capped at 50%. Walking out, Liu Yi decides to find a party and grind some levels while he waits. Suddenly, the stat window for his Extreme Wisdom Pistol pops up again. Soul-controlling Dark Serpent. Equip level 60-5. Now look at this next thing we know. Liu Yi is on his knees at the plaza, completely devastated. Oh my God, he groans. I never saw this coming. Clutching his head in shock, he realizes the catch party dungeons need at least 5 players, and their levels can't differ by more than 10. But normal players are barely level 40, with the absolute highest being 43. Clenching his fists, he screams to the sky, "My level is way too high." As time ticks away, Liu Yi slumps into a chair with a heavy sigh. What am I supposed to do now? Waiting for casuals to reach level 47 will take days, right before the origin world descends. If he waits, those precious 10 days are completely wasted. But what about partnering up with the core elites of the big guilds? Immediately, the words of the guild master echo in his mind. The collapse zone holds the key to controlling the origin world itself. He realizes that if a player can seize control through this game, they would become the ultimate peak player. Sitting up straight, Liu Yi stares into the distance, lost in thought. But the truth is, it is just far too dangerous. Once again, he reevaluates his master plan, knowing his top priority is keeping his strength intact and securing his current lead. If his raid on the collapse zone fails, every single advantage he has right now will completely vanish. Frowning, he makes his decision. He absolutely cannot take that risk. The more he thinks, the more exhausted he gets, clutching his head in misery. Pouting, he wonders if there is any item that could grant him a revive. In that case, I can actually make this trip. He leans back, contemplating his death immunity and logical deduction. He looks at the recall orb, then frowns as his gaze drifts toward the towering structure standing nearby. Right then, the system alerts him that the recall orb is actively recording the player's current data. If the player dies, the orb shatters and brings them back right on the spot. Their status resets to the saved moment, and all collected items lock into place. Hearing this, Liu Yi immediately starts wondering how he can get his hands on it. He calculates the odds. Maybe that collapse zone is worth a shot. After all, before the primordial descent occurs, he has already locked in his level 60 gear, ticking off one of his major goals. Clenching his fist, he smiles. It is time to gamble his remaining secret dungeon essence on this challenge. Liu Yi figures that even if he loses, it is no big deal. But if he wins, he might score enough essence to upgrade to level 70. Standing up with absolute resolve, he heads out immediately. No hesitation. A moment later, he arrives at the branch of the secret dungeon tower, staring up at the massive, layered structure. This tower has 21 floors in total, with each floor spawning a guard modeled directly after the challenger. Plus, one of their key attributes gets boosted to an extreme level. The whole point is to thoroughly test a player's raw capability. So, to conquer the tower, challengers must climb from floor 1 in a single run. No resting, and absolutely no recovery allowed. And here is the catch. You only get the grand prize if you clear all 21 floors in one continuous run. Liu Yi knows that the highly coveted recall orb sits at the very top of that reward pool. Over in the corner, the tower leaderboard displays the top 13 players who have made their mark. Sitting at number 1 is Bakda, a level 53 who reached floor 13. Right behind him is Akthien, also level 53 on floor 13. Then come the other names, like Tak Thien, Bang Tu, Kuyet Nuplai, Thui Tam, I Am Trash, Love Hurts, Please Hurt Me, and Take Me Too. Just ahead of them are names like Stubborn Embarrassment, and sitting right at the 13th spot is Pride of the House. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouts out that it is finally starting. The tower challenge is about to begin. Will Bakda maintain his lead? Or will Akthien finally overtake him to reclaim the ultimate crown as the top tower conqueror? Bakda, a level 53 player from the Shelter Guild, keeps his composure. He knows he needs a mind like quiet water to maintain his heavy aura. Meanwhile, Akthien, the level 53 player from the Pavilion Guild, is totally pumped up, grinning and yelling at the top of his lungs. Breaking through limits is a man's true duty, he yells. And I will definitely smash my own record on this tower. Bakda just facepalms at his rival's antics, muttering about how incredibly embarrassing it is. Standing far from the arena, Liu Yi watches them and notes that the timing is perfect. The tower opens once every 8 hours, and the next challenge round starts in just a few minutes. With absolute determination in his eyes, he tells himself to go all out. Meanwhile, the spectators buzz with excitement, watching the 2 stars prepare for their climb. Look at them go. Their aura is insane. Exactly. Once the word got out that they were challenging the tower, every other player backed off. But seriously, just take a look at the rankings and you will see why. Besides those 2, Absolutely nobody has managed to clear floor 7. Nearby, a group of 3 gossips whisper about how no one else can break through. Why is almost everyone stuck on floor 6? That 7th floor boss must be a total nightmare, and who knows what crazy monster on floor 14 is blocking our top 2 players. Suddenly, Liu Yi steps onto the stage. Now watch this. Both Bak Da and Ak Thien are completely stunned to see him step up, while the crowd erupts into a total frenzy, wondering why this guy is challenging the tower alongside them. Is he just chasing clout, or is he a total idiot? Seeing his hidden level and gear, Bak Da quietly analyzes the newcomer, thinking that this guy certainly has some serious guts to step into the ring with them. Meanwhile, Ak Thien happily slaps Liu Yi on the back, laughing that having a rival is exactly what keeps them moving forward. He thanks him, but Liu Yi just offers a polite smile. In reality, he is not impressed by either of them. If he remembers correctly, these two were ranked 6th and 7th back in his past life. They were actually the ones who originally secured the recall orb first. A sudden announcement rings out. The tower challenge is starting now, and Liu Yi instantly goes on high alert as the countdown begins. Instantly, all 3 players are pulled straight into the tower arena, sending the spectators into an absolute frenzy. They yell that it has started, urging everyone to watch the live leaderboard. Meanwhile, 2 guys, one with silver hair, one with blue, stare at the stage. Silver hair stammers, wondering if his eyes are playing tricks on him, while blue hair stares in total shock, praying he is wrong. Kwang Tu and blue hair lock eyes before sprinting away at full speed, screaming that they absolutely cannot afford to miss this golden opportunity. Their eyes shine with excitement as they jump around, shouting that the betting pools are officially open. It is the ultimate showdown between the 2 established giants and this mysterious new player, who will climb the highest. Placing your bets now. The odds are even. The system chimes in, announcing that all skill cooldowns have reset and health is restored to 100%. Every single skill is now active, including defensive shields and passive self-repair, blessing, binding, stasis state, resetting and condensing intellect. In addition, the system says that due to some unknown interference, the skill structure simply cannot be restored. The cooldown timer still has 1 hour and 20 minutes left. Then the system asks him to choose a deduction rate from 10, 20, or 100%, and Liu Yi goes for 100%. The system confirms deducting 7,344 essence, leaving the accumulated tower reward at 3,672 per floor. If he fails the challenge, the rewards drop to 0. Instantly, Liu Yi is teleported right back to the starting point of the tower, appearing quite a long distance away from the stage guardian. This entity, clad in pure white with subtle orange accents, is the level 57 guardian of the first floor. He specializes in level 1 defense, with absolutely no exclusive attribute skills. Over here, Liu Yi, clad in black and orange, holds his forehead and sighs. Is he being way too overconfident? In this life, he only knows this place holds the return orb, completely ignorant about the actual rules. Worse still, he just got here, and already bet his entire stash of secret realm essence. Drawing the sword from his back, he resolves himself this kind of reckless confidence is nothing new to him anyway. Meanwhile, the Guardian, wielding a sword identical to his, charges forward to launch a swift attack. Liu Yi thinks to himself without stubbornly pushing forward on his own path, how could he build the desire to win? He raises his blade, blocking the incoming strike. He reflects without desire, how could anyone break through hardships? He then slams a sharp palm strike right onto the Guardian's chest. Instantly, the Guardian loses 1,936 points. Frowning, Liu Yi watches with a cold, suspicious stare. 1,936 seems to be my absolute maximum damage. What the hell is going on here? Is defense specialization really this weak? But look over here while he's fighting. The live leaderboard in the challenge lobby just got a massive shakeup. Number 1 is Ak Thien, second is Bark Dar, and third is Dar. Seeing this, a stunned bystander mutters Bark Dar and Ak Thien are insane. They reached the 3rd floor in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, Another bystander nearby exclaims in utter shock. Otherwise, why else would they call this tower the ultimate barrier for players if not for monsters like them? Honestly, this leaderboard is basically a wall of shame since not a single player has ever cleared Floor 7, Stage 1. The second bystander chuckles to himself, scheming. I heard that for some unknown reason, Octian's strength has received a massive power-up this time around. Clearing Floor 14 should be a piece of cake. Clutching a golden egg, he smirks with absolute confidence. That's exactly why I went out of my way to get this special badge to join the pavilion directly. Once Octian clears Floor 14, I will flash this badge, join the pavilion, and claim we are in the same guild. Talk about the ultimate flex in front of everyone. The more he visualizes it, the more excited he gets. Meanwhile, sitting in a quiet corner, Kung Tu checks his virtual screen while his green-haired buddy clutches his head in absolute panic, asking if they are taking too much of a risk. Since Dar had the guts to step onto that stage, many players are convinced he has the power to back it up. He tries to calm his nerves, telling himself to keep cool. Kung Tu sits next to his green-haired buddy, patting his shoulder to comfort him, telling him to relax. Both Bark, Dar, and Acthene are elite members of the top two giant guilds, Sanctuary and the Pavilion. Backed by massive guild resources, their levels are at least 10 stages higher than average players like us. On top of that, Dar doesn't even carry a guild emblem. Looking at the current state of the game, a solo player without a guild would be level 40 at the absolute maximum. Then Kung Tu adds 40 versus 50, do the math yourself. Basically, absolutely nobody in their right mind believes Dar stands a chance against giants like Baek Dar and Actheon. Even so, the green-haired guy still trembles, stammering, but what if Dar really is only level 40? Kung Tu immediately nods, agreeing with him. Now prepare yourselves, because when they actually look at the screen, both of their faces completely freeze. Check out these insane betting numbers. That massive gap makes them turn pale. Sweating bullets, they stammer, "We just have to believe in Dar." Meanwhile, inside the tower, Liu Yi easily dispatches another guardian. The system confirms the defense specialist is defeated, adding 3,672 to his rewards. In a flash, he slices off the head of a strength specialist, pocketing another 734 points. Moments later, the system spams alerts as the Constitution specialist falls, awarding him 11,016 points. Speed reward, 18,360. Next is Intellect at 18,360, and Perception at 22,032. Right now, Liu Yi is standing on Floor 7. At this moment, both his health pool and consciousness force are completely full. Standing still, Liu Yi silently notes that this is way too easy, and he cannot even feel any real specialty. Is his level just too high for this? He then comes up with a pretty logical theory. Could it be because these tower guardians are actually scaled based on the player's own attributes? Right now, standing right in front of Liu Yi, is the level 57 guardian of Floor 7. He specializes in all attributes at level 1, with no exclusive attributes. Staring at him, his gaze grows even more suspicious. Since his primary attribute relies heavily on intellect, doing so without vigor only triggers a special support effect. Standing directly opposite his opponent, Liu Yi does not even bother to raise his blade into a fighting stance. He smirks. Pointing his sword forward, he wonders if it really works like that. Across from him, the gatekeeper with a number 7 on his face radiates a white aura, ready to fight. Suddenly, the guard leaps up, vanishing into thin air before launching a parabolic sword strike right at Liu Yi, who is still completely lost in thought. If my theory is right and his stats are scaled off my total attributes, then his power is only double mine. Even taking into account the extra weight multipliers and the attributes of over 100 lives. Excitement rushing through him, Liu Yi swings his sword, analyzing that the actual stat boost is only equal to his own high-dimensional warrior title. He is completely confident. Even this 7th floor boss of the high tower is nothing more than this. Meanwhile, a nearby player points up and screams in shock. "Hey everyone, look at that guy. Dar, his climbing speed is actually shooting up. He cleared 6 floors in one go, and is already on the 7th floor, making onlookers widen their eyes, wondering if he might actually surpass Barkdar and Akthian. Another bystander gawks in absolute disbelief, wondering who this Dar guy even is, and where on earth he crawled out from. Then he snaps, yelling out what's all the noise for. Reaching the 7th floor is totally normal, and plenty of our players have made it there. The real issue is how on earth to defeat that all-attribute specialist boss on the 7th floor. Normal players stand absolutely no chance against it. He scoffs, gesturing wildly as he mocks them. Every single stat on that 7th floor gatekeeper is at least 3 times stronger than ours. Total suppression. When all your stats are completely overwhelmed like that, unless you are a core member of some major guild with hidden powers, you stand 0 chance of winning. He loudly reassures himself, yelling that the guy obviously isn't wearing any guild logo. He's just some random player who has absolutely no chance of clearing the 7th floor. Right then, the live tower leaderboard updates. Akthian in 1st and Barkdar in 2nd are both tackling floor 8, while our guy Dar is sitting in 3rd on floor 7. Wait, look at this. The number 7 next to Dar's name just changed to an 8. Watching this happen, the second bystander is left frozen in absolute shock, his jaw dropping to the floor. Violent shaking. Up on the 8th floor of the high tower, the glass walls start rattling. There, the 8th floor gatekeeper, a level 2 speed specialist with skill mastery and no specific element, draws his sword, ready to clash. Liu Yi lunges, but his target dodges easily, throwing him off as a piercing scream rings out. In a flash, the Guardian teleports behind Liu Yi and slashes his back, dealing a painful 1,870 points of damage. Instantly spinning around, Liu Yi counters with a relentless flurry of sword strikes, each slash landing perfectly as the boss health bar drains rapidly. Defeated. As the Guardian crumbles into dust, the system confirms his victory over the speed specialist. Awarding 47,736 points, Liu Yi stands in thought, realizing this speed is double the previous 7th floor gatekeeper. Thinking back to the insane reflexes of that 8th floor boss, he quickly runs the numbers, so the gatekeeper stats double every 7 floors. He smirks to himself as the system flashes, initiating teleportation to the 9th floor. Liu Yi tells himself to stay sharp, because fighting these tower monsters without using his blessings is actually starting to put a bit of pressure on him. Another shift. Meanwhile, the live ranking board on the tower undergoes another massive change. Akthian and Barkdar are teed on floor 11, while Dar trails on floor 9, and even after 2 more updates, he remains exactly 1 floor behind the top players. Wait, this is insane. On floor 14, all 3 are suddenly tied, leaving the onlookers completely speechless. Who even is this Dar guy, climbing so high without any massive guild backing him up, standing toe-to-toe with absolute powerhouses like Barkdar and Akthian? But the second bystander stubbornly opens his big mouth to dismiss it. He says that even if Dar caught up, those 2 are elite pros raised by massive guilds. No normal player can ever hope to surpass them. Standing nearby, the first bystander snaps back, telling him he is looking down on ordinary players way too much. But the guy just scoffs, mocking that big guilds have the money, info, and training to boost players instantly, while normal players have nothing. What do they have? Just their own loneliness, he mocks, prompting the first bystander to glare and warn him not to sell himself short. Sure, Akthian and Barkdar are absolute monsters, but that doesn't mean you need to constantly hype up every big guild member. Others immediately agree, but the second bystander smugly pulls out a badge that grants direct entry to Kaklo, bragging that he is actually about to join Akthian's guild. Elite members of Kaklo like us won't be looked down on by random players. He feels guilty. Secretly, he has a sudden realization that something is a bit off. He has to keep acting tough for now. Otherwise, he might lose his chance to brag entirely, just as a voice asks how many times they have tackled the tower. Looking closely, the bottom 2 floors of the tower are now clearly marked. The guy continues, claiming he's run it over 20 times, and will keep coming back as long as the guild doesn't call a massive raid. Failing this rare trial in the Origin world doesn't mean a death penalty, it just deducts your secret realm essence. Suddenly, the floor explodes into pieces, but the nearby players are still busy gossiping. With all his top-tier gear provided by the guild, Secret Realm Essence is just a meaningless string of numbers to him. He mutters to himself. What started as a casual attempt at the tower turned into pure frustration, until he realized he absolutely had to conquer this place. Acthien's eyes glow purple as he clenches his fist in determination. He comforts himself through every single challenge, even after failing over and over. Finally, backed by the sheer explosive power of his guild, he managed to push all the way up to this point. On the wall, the glowing numbers display floor 14. Grumbling about his 7 past failures here, he unleashes a massive blast, sending shattered rocks and debris flying in all directions. A moment later, Acthien watches the floor guardian slowly dissolve. Right on cue, the system announces that his Tier 2 all-attribute mastery has officially been unlocked. His accumulated Secret Realm Essence rewards are doubled, bringing his current total to 36. Seeing the number 14 flash, Acthien gasps in disbelief. He finally won. Tears well up in Acthien's eyes as he laments this is just way too hard. He tilts his head back to keep the tears from falling, choked up as he says, "Man, I really want to cry right now." Meanwhile, the leaderboard outside shifts. Number 1 is Acthien on floor 15, while Bakda and Da are still stuck on floor 14. Instantly, a random bystander points excitedly, asking if they saw that. This is the true power of our pavilion members. Floor 14. He then stands in the middle of the hall, raising both hands to the sky and shouting out, "While most players can't even beat floor 7, our pavilion members have already broken past floor 14. We can't even blame the crowd for looking completely disgusted at this guy. But honestly, nobody can even argue with results like these." After shouting his lungs out, the smug bystander just grins with absolute joy. Nearby, another bystander crosses his arms in annoyance, saying whatever. Look, Da couldn't even clear floor 14. Those guild players are honestly nothing special. But suddenly, the smug bystander gasps in shock. Right there on the leaderboard, Liu Yi has also just advanced to floor 15. Someone mutters that only Bakda is left now. Hearing that, the bystander scoffs, "Humph. That's nothing more than his final, desperate struggle. Just watch. He'll get kicked out any second now, though, secretly." The bystander is starting to sweat. He wonders why these guild players are starting to feel so unreliable. Maybe he should find someone else to hype up, or he's going to end up looking like a total fool. Back in the trials, Liu Yi stands quietly, watching the defeated floor 14 guardians slowly dissolve into thin air. With the attribute boost over, his HP is completely full, and his mana sits at 750 out of 8,150. Looking at his updated stats, he silently notes that a simple raw attribute boost is honestly way too basic. Suddenly, the system announces his Tier 2 all-attribute mastery is unlocked, doubling his accumulated Secret Realm Essence rewards. The total reward now reaches 132,192. Liu Yi grins, thinking that if this momentum keeps up and he clears the entire tower, he might walk away with nearly 300,000 essence. Clenching his fist in excitement, he realizes that combining this with absolute weight reduction will let him equip high-tier gear up to 70, 80, or even 90. Now he's more motivated than ever. It is time to go all out. Not just to reclaim his precious orb, but to secure enough essence to keep upgrading his gear. Up next, the system begins teleporting him to floor 15. At the exact same time, Acthien is also being sent upward. Acthien looks down at his hands. Not only did he win, but he is in peak condition with 30% of his power left. He calculates his stats. His chosen build focuses on self-destructive bursts. The lower his health drops, the higher his damage becomes, scaling with his depleted mana. Clenching his fist, he happily realizes he can easily clear the next few floors in this state. Bakda, in the end, victory belongs to me. Just watch how confident he is as the system teleports him to floor 15, stepping onto the stage with a smug smirk like he already won. I am the undisputed number 1 of this tower. Standing before him is the floor 15 guardian, a level 53 monstrosity boasting Tier 3 defense mastery, explosive burst skills, and fortress-like health exchange traits. Acthien is stunned. A guardian with stats over 1,000 gets its own unique attribute skills, and it has 3 of them. Since its specialty is defense, did it also get a massive boost to strength and constitution? That means both of those attributes are well over 1,000. It is a massive headache for Octhean, but as the system issues a 5-minute challenge limit, he steels himself, refusing to let it scare him. He drops into a combat stance, clenching his fist tight. No matter what, the top player in this tower cannot run like a coward even in defeat. He must fight to the bitter end. Across from him, the Guardian mirrors his exact stance. Octhean reassures himself that this beast only has a slight edge in strength and constitution. Both of them suddenly leap, vanishing into thin air. Octhean grins determinedly, muttering that the winner has yet to be decided as he prepares to strike. But in the blink of an eye, the Guardian counters with its ultimate fortress and health exchange traits, delivering an explosive counterattack that blows Octhean clean out of the arena. A moment later, the system announces, "You have died and the tower trial has failed." He stands there wondering how he got wiped out in just 1 minute. Back in the viewing hall, the crowd gasps in shock. Octhean is dead. He failed, falling on the 15th floor. But Bakda just cleared the 14th floor to reach the 15th. They wonder how long he can last, or if he will fall like Octhean. Right now, the leaderboard shows all 3 players, Octhean, Bakda, and Da, sitting on the 15th floor. The hyped crowd keeps refreshing the leaderboard to see if anyone breaks the record. Meanwhile, one random bystander glances over to talk some trash. He laughs, mocking if this is really the best the top-tier players can do. Meanwhile, another guy plays dumb, waving his sanctuary pass and shouting, "Oh my, it seems I grabbed the wrong medal. The guild I can join is actually the sanctuary." He fake scratches his head and says he is so forgetful, leaving everyone around completely speechless. Sweating, he thinks he is lucky to have that sanctuary badge. He roots for Bakda, hoping their cool guild member does not fail here. At least get to the 16th floor and beat Da by 1 level. Check this out over on the 15th floor. Liu Yi is already locked in a brutal clash, swinging his sword with insane speed. This level 57 Guardian specializes in Tier 3 Constitution, using an exclusive skill called Health Exchange. He sacrifices 5% health to heal 20% over 10 seconds. But the skill can be interrupted. Liu Yi wonders why it is not working. He has been attacking for almost 2 minutes straight, yet the guy keeps healing. The Guardian's health keeps ticking up by 800 points. Suddenly, a massive sword slash comes flying, but Liu Yi leaps up to dodge it. He wonders if interrupting the skill requires some special trigger. Jumping back several paces, he tries to put some distance between them to think. The timer shows just 2 minutes and 29 seconds remaining. Liu Yi frowns, realizing his time is rapidly running out. With the Guardian's massive health pool, trying to take him down in under 2 minutes is cutting it way too close. Clenching his teeth, his eyes flash with determination. He has to use the blessings now, and a massive amount of them. The system alerts that 2,000 willpower has been consumed, boosting all stats by 1,000. Meanwhile, on another side of the floor, Bakda just teleports in, checking his current status. With over 6,000 health and 70 willpower left, he sighs, thinking his current state is still decent enough to work with. Having barely wasted any energy, pushing to the upper floors steadily should be fine, though he doesn't expect a direct, easy clear. His opponent is a level 53 Guardian. He specializes in Tier 3 strength and uses an exclusive skill called Burst Strike. It doubles his next attack, but halves the following one, with absolutely no cooldown. Both of them immediately take the exact same stance. The system announces the 5-minute challenge is officially starting. Bakda watches him, realizing that fighting someone with such explosive attack power head-on is a bad idea. With only 5 minutes on this floor, he can't just rely on speed to slowly wear the boss down like before. Now watch. He suddenly leaps up and vanishes, swinging his blade down as he prepares to unleash his absolute full power. Elsewhere on the 15th floor, Liu Yi is panting heavily. He has lost some health, and his willpower is down to 550. He watches the defeated Guardian turn into dust on the floor, finally understanding how this puzzle works. Before, his speed was simply too low to interrupt that health exchange. He needed to land 3 consecutive strikes within a single minute, just to shut down that annoying healing skill. Liu Yi frowns, wondering if this is actually a limit-breaking constitution skill that players can automatically unlock, similar to the way his limit-breaking willpower works. Strength, speed, and perception stats probably work the same way. Can breaking their limits unlock unique skills too? Remembering this, Liu Yi realizes he cannot just dump all his stat points into willpower. He needs to balance his attributes, getting them all over 1,000 first. Unfortunately, temporary stat boosts from blessings do not unlock these skills. Suddenly, the system alerts that his constitution specialization earns him 135,864 essence, increasing his weight ratio by 1. Staring in shock, Liu Yi gasps out, "What?" He stares at the notification in disbelief, realizing the 15th floor rewards can actually accumulate weight ratio bonuses. He wonders if this tower can be challenged again. The silent system simply opens up the teleport gate to the 16th floor while clearing his blessing buffs. Right at that moment, someone in the viewing hall screams. He succeeded. The onlookers in the hall widen their eyes and drop their jaws in absolute disbelief. Da actually cleared the 15th floor and is heading up. They cheer for their new idol, wondering where this absolute beast of a player came from. The crowd is buzzing with non-stop chatter. One random bystander smiles, bragging that elite guilds are totally useless and it is up to regular players like them. Unbelievable. The second bystander frowns, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. On the leaderboard, Da is on floor 15 while Da already hit 16. A moment later, they both tie on 16, making the second bystander point his finger proudly. See that? Da just conquered floor 16 as well. That is the true power of elite guild players. He even starts mocking, saying a temporary win proves absolutely nothing and only the final score matters. The leaderboard still shows both players on floor 16, but in a split second, Da's name goes completely black, meaning his run just ended in total defeat. What? This sudden defeat leaves the second bystander wide-eyed and totally speechless. Nearby, a shocked girl wonders what is going on and how Da failed immediately after reaching floor 16. Suddenly, 2 gold badges slam onto the ground as he yells out, "Screw the elite guilds!" Slamming his badges down, the second bystander slaps his own face, throws his hands up, and yells. Casual players really are the dumbest in the world, leaving everyone around him completely pale as he starts dancing and cheering. He yells for Da to win, making everyone sweat. Someone finally asks, "Dude, can you please not switch sides that quickly?" 1 minute earlier, on floor 16, Da falls to his knees, panting as the system reads his status. Danger. Health is 530. Mentality is 115. Sweating bullets, he complains that floor 15 almost killed him. But luckily, his explosive attack burst, forced the boss into a temporary weakened state. His tiny window of weakness was the only way he cleared 15. Looking at the floor 16 gatekeeper, Da sighs that in his current state, this is his limit. Right then, the system displays the boss stats. Level 53, Tier 3, Intelligence Specialization, with a unique skill that recovers 50% of his mind power in just 10 seconds. Lucky break. Da smiles, realizing intelligence-type opponents are actually the easiest to handle. Brimming with confidence, he says that Nguyen Jioi wants him to push further, leaping up with his sword raised high to strike. If that is the case, he yells, "I will meet Nguyen Jioi's high expectations for our success." Across from him, the gatekeeper calmly looks up and gets into stance. Da strikes down with full force, but the boss easily steps aside to dodge. Shocked, he barely reacts before the keeper counters with a lightning-fast slash as system alerts flash. Every point of mind power spent increases his attack by 50 points, and a successful close dodge guarantees his next strike will hit with absolute certainty. This special perk leaves Da completely jaw-dropped, unable to believe what he is reading. Slashed. A deep gash splits his stomach, leaving him to wonder what. How did the boss use the exact same force skill as him? Just like that, the system announces his death, ending his run and wiping out his accumulated rewards. Over on floor 16, Liu Yi faces a gatekeeper who looks identical to the previous 15 bosses, except for the number glowing on his face. This level 57 opponent specializes strictly in Tier 3 perception. His unique skill grants a 1-second warning against danger, letting him dodge any fatal damage once without paying any penalty at all. 1 hour cooldown. Seeing this, Liu Yi drops his jaw in pure shock, realizing something massive. This perception skill is perfect for him. Honestly, you can already tell this boss is done for. He thinks that for non-lethal damage, he can heal, and for fatal blows, he will just dodge. Smiling, he raises his sword to begin planning. If he can upgrade his gear next, he definitely needs to build more perception to get this skill. Liu unishing into thin air, he decides to deal with the keeper first, unleashing a curved slash right at the boss's face, but the keeper easily leans back to dodge it. Missed. Liu Yi lunges for the boss's stomach, but the keeper swiftly leaps backward. Blocked. Seeing how slippery this boss is, Liu Yi frowns in frustration. Swinging his blade again, he finally lands a clean hit on the keeper's stomach for 1,855 damage. Noting that high perception cannot save slow base stats. Even with danger perception, there is no way the boss can keep dodging his attacks forever. With his massive stat weight bonuses, Liu Yi grins confidently, knowing his raw speed is double his opponent's. Plus, the system announces he spent 500 mind power to boost all stats by 250. He proudly adds that his speed is now 6 times faster, charging forward to strike while yelling at the keeper to die. The system immediately reports the perception boss is defeated, awarding him over 139,000 essence and a permanent +1 to his constitution and perception weights. Just like that, Liu Yi gets teleported up to floor 17. He smiles, thinking this is too easy, since only the final tower floors with their insane scaling are actually difficult. Facing the gatekeeper, Liu Yi reminds himself that as long as he manages his willpower consumption, conquering this high tower is not going to be a problem. Across from him stands an opponent with 17 displayed on his face. He is the floor 17 level 57 gatekeeper, a tier 3 defense specialist who uses exclusive explosive attack power and barrier health swap skills. Meanwhile, over in the tower respawn room, Bakda teleports in, prompting Athien to immediately sigh in frustration. It looks like I lost again since you came out 5 minutes later than me. But Bakda is not happy at all, asking if he cleared floor 15 this time. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Athien holds his head and groans that Bakda is indeed higher, admitting he cannot compete. You really are the #1 player in this tower. Hearing that, Bakda smiles and tells him to share the intel just like before. Then he casually leans back against the wall, smirking as he asks how exactly Athien died. Athien falls silent, thinking it over, before pushing himself up from the floor to explain that he died from the bonus effects of an exclusive attribute skill. Confused, Bakda asks what he means by bonus, so Athien frowns, explaining he only figured it out after checking his own death logs. The fight that killed me was against that tier 3 defense specialist gatekeeper. Recalling how the floor 15 boss completely obliterated him, he explains that having a defense specialty actually means they also have strength and constitution specialties. This means they wield 3 exclusive attribute skills. Normally, the exclusive barrier skill of a defense specialist just looks like a standard defensive move. But then Athien adds, if combined with the explosive power of a strength specialty, they can trigger a specific strike that traps the enemy within a defensive barrier zone, which basically means all of your equipment is completely stripped away. Bakda listens in silence, until Athien drops this bombshell. In that exact moment, all of his gear attributes simply vanished. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Athien explains how getting blasted by a fully geared boss while being naked is just completely overpowered. With combined exclusive skill effects being this broken, there is no telling how ridiculously strong other hidden attribute combos might actually be. Back inside the tower, Liu Yi spins his sword rapidly, analyzing the situation. 3 different exclusive attribute skills. Gripping his blade tightly, he tells himself confidently that he can definitely handle this. Taking a ready stance, Liu Yi decides to hold off on his skills first, to test the boss's strength before activating his blessing. Across the room, the gatekeeper draws his sword. He crouches slightly with a confident smile, showing zero fear before launching himself upward and completely shattering the stone floor beneath him. Both of them charge forward, swinging their swords with absolute force as they collide head-on. Their blades clash in a sharp X shape, but then the boss triggers his exclusive skills, barrier and explosive strike. Then the absolute worst happens in an instant. Liu Yi's battle suit and sword vanish completely. A system alert pops up, warning him that the barrier and explosive strike negative effects have stripped all his gear. Now, Liu Yi is left in casual house clothes, completely weaponless. Sweating as he looks down, he gasps, wondering what on earth this is. As a freezing debuff gets triggered, Liu Yi takes a heavy blow from the gatekeeper, his feet slamming into the ground and cracking the stone beneath. Left with no choice, Liu Yi crosses his bare arms to block the incoming sword strike. Suddenly, the enemy extends his hand right in front of Liu Yi to activate a barrier health swap, instantly draining the floor, 18 boss health bar from full down to half. The system alerts him that the negative barrier and health swap effect is currently being evaluated. Since his health is lower than the floor 17 gatekeeper, 99.99% of his health is deducted while frozen. The system warns that this massive health drop will hit the second his freeze ends. Panicked, Liu Yi immediately yells out his blessing skill. Instantly, the system consumes 5,000 willpower, boosting all of his stats by 2,500. With that, the unmovable frozen state completely dissolves, while the explosive strike and the health swap effects are instantly cleared away. Liu Yi immediately activates his Vitality Shroud skill to summon back his combat suit and sword before launching a massive counterattack with a fierce glare. A system notification pops up, stating that spending 5,000 Vitality Shroud points raises his next strike by 112,500. At that exact moment, Liu Yi lands a direct hit, dealing 28,325 damage. The floor 17 boss health bar drops to a quarter, but the system warns that his barrier grants 75% damage reduction for 10 seconds. Liu Yi frowns in annoyance that the boss is still breathing, deciding to throw a few more zigzag sword slashes to finish him off. Soon after, the system confirms the Tier 3 defense boss is defeated, granting 143,208 essence points, along with a permanent +1 boost to perception and defense. Grimacing, Liu Yi thinks that he was way too careless, just as the system begins teleporting him to the 18th floor. Fully healed, his willpower is 4575 out of 8150. He silently reviews the battle he just went through, even with extreme caution, facing the floor 17 boss with its dual exclusive attribute skills. Massive health pool and heavy defense forced me to burn my freeze state here. Suddenly, Liu Yi stands on floor 18 of the tower. He tells himself not to worry about what is already spent, since he still has one last freeze state. If things get desperate, he can still summon Ming Shi for backup. He is going to conquer this tower. Liu Yi looks down, quietly staring at the gun in his hand. The system screen pops up, showing the stats of the Extreme Wisdom Pendulum Pistol. Attack power +900, intelligence +1120, with an attack judgment skill. It triggers triple damage or a stun effect. The Ming Shi Soul skill lets him summon the ancient beast to the field. With the serpent active, he gains 10 to 50% buff to all his attributes, plus access to all of Ming Shi's skills. But Liu Yi frowns in confusion. The soul skill is completely grayed out, and the system immediately prompts that the request is unfulfilled. Ming. She is refusing to obey. He stares in disbelief. Did he not already complete her wish by leading her out of the secret zone? But before he can find the answer, the floor 18 boss suddenly materializes. The boss possesses level 3 intelligence specialization and the force concentration skill. Facing him, Liu Yi grips his sword and thinks, forget about Ming Shi for now. The next tier must be speed specialization, which is a bit troublesome. Everything else is completely fine. If he can just save that last freeze skill for floor 21, guys, this tower is basically ours. Back in the respawn room, Actheon asks with his hands in his pockets, how did you die? Barkdar sighs. Level 3. Intelligence Specialization. Akthin stands frozen. Intelligence Specialization. Are you kidding me? But Barkdar adds that this boss also has an internal energy barrier. This leaves Akthin completely speechless. What? Nearby, Barkdar leans against the wall with folded arms, explaining the mechanics. Unlike the first two phases, Phase 3 doubles the intelligence attribute and leaves only the boss's exclusive skills. That concentration skill is likely what grants him such overwhelming force. Hearing this, Akthin holds his head in despair, asking, how are we supposed to fight that? His stats are 8 times mine. I can only count my blessings. Thank God my main stat is not intelligence, otherwise this would be a nightmare. Suddenly, cold sweat breaks out as he realizes something else. And here is the terrifying part, guys. The final boss of Floor 21 has stacked stats and internal force. Akthin sighs. No wonder the rewards are so insane. The system never actually intended for players to beat this tower. Meanwhile, Liu Yi charges forward with his sword raised, launching an attack on the gatekeeper. He wonders if different attribute skills can stack together. Judging by how the defense-specialized boss fought earlier, it might be possible. Recalling the blue energy radiating from the boss, he notes that maybe a barrier skill is required on top of other exclusive skills. Swings his sword forward with absolute determination. He resolves that whatever happens, happens. Everything will be clear once he reaches Floor 21. Across from him, the gatekeeper points his sword straight ahead, activating a blessing that boosts all stats. Liu Yi stares in utter disbelief. Immediately after, the boss triggers another massive skill, a cooldown reset on the freeze skill. Caught off guard for a split second, Liu Yi takes a heavy blow straight to his chest. His eyes go wide with shock. That was the blessing skill, he mutters. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper prepares his next lethal strike. It makes no sense. How does this tower boss possess internal energy? And why is it the exact same technique as mine? Gritting his teeth, he quickly fires a round from his extreme wisdom pendulum pistol. The system chimes, consuming 4,500 intelligence points to buff all attributes by 2,250 points. No time to overthink this, he decides. I have to take this monster down right now. Otherwise, against a Floor 18 gatekeeper with 8 times his own intelligence, he stands absolutely zero chance. The system registers triple damage, wrapping 4,500 points of his internal force. Attack power increases by 225,000, totaling 675,000. The bullet hits the boss's head, but he instantly uses a freeze skill. Cold sweat drips down Liu Yi's face. He has every single one of my skills, he groans. The boss then bends low, executing a duplicate blessing skill. The boss vanishes instantly, as the system counts down 5 seconds remaining in the frozen state. Reappearing, he unleashes a flurry of kicks toward Liu Yi. Gun in one hand, sword in the other, he crosses them in an X to block. How massive is his stat buff? He is completely suppressed. What can he do? Gritting his teeth under the heavy pressure, he desperately analyzes his options. With Ming, she out of commission. Does he have any tricks left to fight back? Meanwhile, the gatekeeper continues, raining relentless sword strikes down on Liu Yi. Is this really the end? He gasps. Yet, his eyes refuse to give up. Suddenly, a system prompt asks if he wants to destroy the pendulum. Yes or no? Liu Yi glares and roars out, Ming Shi, if you do not help me right now, I will destroy this pendulum. Your wish will die with us, and you will cease to exist. Meanwhile, the system countdown begins, with only 3, 2, 1 seconds left of the freeze state. But with Ming Shi staying dead silent, Liu Yi gets absolutely furious and yells out, fine, if this is your choice, so be it. But then, Ming Shi suddenly speaks up, I want a deal. It says I help you. You help me back. Just as the system announces the stasis state has ended. Suddenly, the gatekeeper leaps up, raising his sword high over his head to slash at Liu Yi, who yells back that he agrees. Out of nowhere, a bright golden aura erupts around Liu Yi, blasting the gatekeeper backward with massive force. He slams flat onto the ground but instantly springs back to create some serious distance, right as the giant Ming Shi finally manifests, coiling itself protectively around Liu Yi. The system announces, "Blessing of Ming." She increases all of his stats by 5,000, activating the Calamity domain, which reduces all attributes of creatures below Calamity level by 30%, and those below Disaster level by 60%. And all creatures below Crisis level have their attributes slashed by 90%. Now watch this. Armed with the power of Ming Shi, Liu Yi points his sword forward, looking absolutely terrifying, though the beast notes it is limited by his low-quality weapon. "For a short time, my support only grants you 3 skills, and this domain barrier," the beast explains, making Liu Yi grin and whisper that it is more than enough. He immediately charges forward to strike, his blade slicing cleanly through the gatekeeper's weapon and hitting him directly, completely bypassing the opponent's freeze-state defense with sheer power. Glowing with snake eyes, Liu Yi is absolutely bursting with confidence. He is not just a little weaker. Is this the Calamity domain's effect, he wonders, before lowering his sword to look down on the gatekeeper like a mere bug. Even if you use your freeze state, you are only delaying your inevitable death by another 10 seconds, he says. Raising his cold, piercing eyes, he adds, "Let me say goodbye in advance." At that moment, the system flashes a countdown for the floor 18 gatekeeper's freeze, state 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the system awards level 3 intelligence specialization, granting a massive prize of 146,880 dungeon essence, plus 1 point to constitution, perception, defense, and intelligence. Hands in his pockets, Barkdar casually says, "All right, let us head on out. Either way, our main goal was floor 14, and since we succeeded, we have absolutely nothing to regret." Scratching his head, Aktheen nods in agreement. "Yeah, you are right." Following close behind, Aktheen asks if they should really just walk out like this, since people will lose their minds. But Barkdar casually replies, "Why wouldn't we? Did we not conquer floor 15 of the tower just for this exact moment?" He smiles confidently, imagining thousands of admiring eyes locked right on them. Hearing this, Aktheen gets pretty excited, laughing that they should go claim the glorious moment that belongs to them. Both strut out with hands in their pockets, looking incredibly smug, but when they reach the exit and see absolutely nobody there to greet them, they freeze in dead silence. But look at this. Everyone is just staring at the leaderboard, completely ignoring them. Nobody cares about the exit where Aktheen and Barkdar are standing, leaving the duo sweating and pale from the massive shock. Aktheen is totally confused, wondering if something happened while they were inside, since absolutely nobody is looking their way. Suddenly, Barkdar looks over at the live tower ranking board, showing rank number 1 as player Dar on floor 19, making his jaw drop completely as he screams out, "Aktheen, look at the leaderboard. Am I seeing things?" Aktheen covers his eyes, chanting that it is impossible, before opening them to sneak a peek right through his fingers. He is left completely shocked, his jaw literally dropping as he gasps that this monster really reached floor 19 already, while over on some random street in Morhu, a few players carrying swords begin to gossip. "Have you heard yet? There is a player named Dar currently challenging the high tower. It is his very first run and he is already about to conquer the whole thing," which makes another player ask if this is some kind of joke. "I tried challenging it too, but I died on floor 2 against a clone of my own stats. The difficulty is just straight up bullying." In another corner, another player gossips about how this crazy guy named Dar just cleared floor 19 of the tower and is already preparing to break through floor 20. His companion gasps in disbelief, muttering that this is way too overpowered and wondering what kind of background this player has. Overhearing them nearby, Kai and Gok is instantly intrigued, walking right up to the two players to ask if they are talking about Dar. "The ultimate brother-in-law of every single Mirror Dungeon player," he asks, leaving the other guys completely confused and begging him to explain what he means. Kai and Gok immediately starts bragging to them, but before he can even finish his story, someone nearby screams out in total shock, "Floor 20 already. Oh my God," they shout, as the entire crowd erupts in noisy chatter. How on earth did he manage that? Since everyone only started on this server a dozen days ago, how is he this strong? Staring up in absolute shock, Acthene realizes this means the guy must have defeated at least the level 3 skill gatekeeper, plus the one armed with inner force. Is this player Dar actually going to fully conquer the entire tower today? Hearing whispers from the crowd, people recognize them as Actien and Bakda. On the side, Bakda breaks into a sweat and gasps. No way. With that insane level of difficulty, how could any player actually clear it? Just then, a random passerby steps up to mock them. Just because you elites failed does not mean we solo players still have some real high-level monsters among us. He smiles like a total idiot, thrilled to flex right in front of Bakda and Acthien. His weird laugh leaves everyone nearby completely speechless. Hey, aren't you supposed to be on our side? Suddenly, someone in the crowd screams out level 21. Da has reached level 21. Hearing this, Bakda, Acthien, and the mocking bystander are completely stunned, blurting out, "What did you just say?" The crowd goes absolutely wild, wondering what kind of background this mysterious Da guy actually has. Kain Gok suddenly stands up in the crowd and yells, "He is the brother-in-law to all of us Mirror Dungeon players." Everyone instantly asks him to explain. Getting ready to spill the gossip, Kain Gok tells them just look at the screen. Seeing the image on Kain Gok's screen, both guys and girls blush in excitement, though someone immediately steps up to object. "What do you mean, brother-in-law of your mirror dungeon? This guy is the brother-in-law for every single player in the primordial world." Instantly, everyone raises their fists and starts chanting brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Soon, the entire packed hall joins the massive chant. While up inside the high tower, the level 21 gatekeeper appears. He is level 57 with tier 3 mastery in all attributes. His exclusive skills include attack bursts, speed enhancements, health swapping, stacking, mental power focus, and premonition warnings. Meanwhile, Liu Yi calmly and coldly stares back, standing there with full health. His mental energy sits at 6,150 out of 8,150, but it is rapidly filling up. Checking his fully restored stats, he looks ahead. Simultaneously, the system shows accumulated rewards of 154,224 dungeon essence and a weight multiplier of +1. Staring at this screen, Liu Yi figures that by normal calculations, the final level 21 rewards should include 308,448 dungeon essence and a weight multiplier of +2. Standing opposite the gatekeeper on this final floor, Liu Yi realizes the rewards are incredibly tempting. If he can secure this, his raw power will skyrocket to a whole new level. He knits his brows, fully determined to take down the level 21 boss. Liu Yi closes his eyes, trying to formulate a solid strategy. Activating his Mingxi Blessing skill, his eyes instantly shift into glowing yellow snake eyes. The system alerts that Mingxi Blessing boosts all stats by 5,000, unleashing a Calamity-class threat domain, the Spirit of Ming. She warns him to be careful since her threat only reduces the boss stats by 30%, but Liu Yi says it is enough. With his HP full at 208,560 and mental energy at 33,150, Liu Yi feels completely confident. Out of all his moves, his blessing skill is easily the strongest, since every single stat buff revolves around it. As the gatekeeper raises his sword, Liu Yi realizes that this level 21 boss operates exactly the same way. The only limiting factor for this overpowered blessing is his actual mental energy capacity. This boss has 8 times his base mental energy, which scales exponentially from 100 with a massive weight multiplier boost. His mental power could easily exceed 52,000. Even debuffed by 30%, it is still 36,400. While Liu Yi only has 33,000. Liu Yi glares and shouts out. He activates Blessing All Attribute Enhancement. Across from him, the gatekeeper touches his neck and triggers the exact same skill, boosting his stats. Now, we have an 18,200 buff clashing against 16,500, and the air explodes from the impact. Liu Yi quickly realizes that although his overall stats are slightly lower than the level 21 gatekeepers, he still holds an advantage with a weight multiplier of +1. The two clash furiously, shockwaves rippling out with every strike. Watching the force crack the floor beneath them, he knows he can win. Something unexpected happens, catching Liu Yi off guard. The gatekeeper blocks his strikes perfectly, forcing him to analyze the situation again. Even though his main combat skills are on cooldown, he just needs to hold out until his first blessing finishes recharging. All he has to do is carefully conserve his mental energy before that first blessing runs out. That way, he can chain it directly into his second blessing while the system displays the stat breakdown. The display shows his average mental defense is up 90, resistance up 30, intelligence up 24, and strength up 22. Cooldown speed is buffed by 5%. This blessing raises all stats and removes a random negative status effect from him. The effect lasts for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 57 seconds. 1 point of mental energy equals half of his total stats, and every 10 levels cleanses an extra debuff. Liu Yi screams, "I can win!" Swings his sword once more. The massive impact sends cracks spiderwebbing across the floor. He is starting to feel a bit winded. Sweat dripping down his face, Liu Yi realizes that without the Min Serpent, he could never dream of taking on this level of fight. He continues sizing up the situation. Even with the Min Serpent's buff, he must ensure the boss cannot threaten him or exploit any tiny opening to unleash a devastating skill and end the fight. Unfortunately, high tower buffs do not carry over to the next floor. Otherwise, he could have just stacked blessings all the way up without a single issue. The two clash back and forth, striking and parrying without end. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his blessing has only 40 seconds left, prompting Liu Yi to rush forward, slashing wildly. Moments later, the system notifies him that only 20 seconds remain on his blessing buff. Gritting his teeth, he holds on as the system counts down to 10 seconds. The gatekeeper crouches and lunges forward, and the system counts down to 5 seconds. 3 seconds left. The blessing cooldown is finally complete. Shrouded in a crimson aura of raw energy, Liu Yi lunges at the gatekeeper, shouting out, "This is it!" As his serpent eyes glow, Liu Yi activates the blessing skill to boost all his stats. The system alerts that it will consume 82,500 willpower, boosting all attributes by 41,250. Liu Yi suddenly trembles and floats into the air before landing on the tips of his boots. Suddenly, the floor beneath Liu Yi shatters, sending deep cracks, spiderwebbing outward across a massive radius, with him at the absolute center. Liu Yi sneers with absolute confidence, "I have won. And even if you stack your blessings next, I am not afraid. Just 1 minute to end this." But wait, look at the boss he suddenly triggers. Blessing 2, catching us completely off guard. The next second, the boss gets an all-stat boost. Seeing this, Liu Yi freezes in utter panic, his pupils shrinking in absolute disbelief. By now, the gatekeeper's white robe has shifted into a pitch-black outfit, his entire body radiating an emerald green energy. Backing away in panic, he realizes the boss also inherited his cooldowns. How is he even supposed to win this? Liu Yi stands there jaw-dropped, panicking that the enemy still has his exclusive traits and a massive pile of unused combat skills. Suddenly, the gatekeeper lunges onto one knee, pointing his blade directly forward. On the other side, a terrified Liu Yi stands frozen, completely at a loss. How can I possibly counter that? He grits his teeth in frustration, when suddenly, the gatekeeper vanishes into thin air. In a single bound, the boss flies straight at Liu Yi. Cold sweat dripping, he tells himself, "No, I still have a chance," desperately formulating a plan. "My priority rating is higher than his. If I can just drag this out for 5 minutes, I still have a shot at winning." Liu Yi quickly retreats, telling himself to dodge, open up some distance, and play for time. But the system instantly alerts him that this incoming strike is unavoidable. With Rampart and Speed buff active, his next attack is guaranteed to land. Before he can react, the gatekeeper is right in front of him, sword raised high overhead. Liu Yi gasps in horror. He is using an exclusive skill. Facing the unavoidable warning from the system, he can only accept his fate. Fine, he will just have to tank this hit. With his current health pool, surviving a few hits of this damage should not be an issue. At that exact moment, the gatekeeper triggers Rampart, Swap, and offensive burst, causing his own health pool to instantly plummet right to the bottom. Meanwhile, the slur. Liu Yi's combat gear and sword completely vanish, leaving him standing there defenseless in a t-shirt and shorts. He panics, this is bad. Suddenly, a booming voice shouts, "Protection!" Instantly, the system reveals a ward of 6 shields, granting immunity to the next 6 instances of damage. Just in time, the level 21 gatekeeper's strike collides, shattering one golden shield while leaving Liu Yi completely unharmed. Shocked, he crosses his arms to block, demanding to know what just happened. The Min Serpent answers, "This is the final skill." Across from him, the gatekeeper activates Rampart and a speed buff, slashing his sword again. Another shield shatters into pieces. Staring at the 4 remaining shields, Liu Yi frowns. Out of 6 shields, 2 guaranteed strikes have broken 2 of them. That leaves just 4 shields to block 4 more hits. He leaps backward to gain some distance, but the gatekeeper is already hot on his heels. Watching this, Liu Yi despairs. The Min Serpent saved him, but let's be honest, it only delays his inevitable end. What else can he do? He grits his teeth in helplessness. It's all over. Everything is completely gone, he mutters to himself. Forget about waiting for the blessing's cooldown. Believing his priority rating was higher than the gatekeeper's was just a delusion. Once the boss resets and stacks another blessing, any advantage he had instantly vanishes. Trying to stop the boss from using it is laughable. In a literal life-or-death struggle, who would actually pull their punches? Fleeing for his life, Liu Yi complains in frustration he is completely out of options. His fists clench so hard, veins bulge on his hands. Liu Yi mutters the rewards are just too incredibly massive. If he can conquer this tower, his combat power will skyrocket under the +2 priority rating boost, supplemented by 300,000 dungeon gear essence pieces, giving him a colossal stat upgrade. Biting his lip, he dreams of instantly becoming one of the absolute top players in the Origin realm. Suddenly, the system announces that restructure is off cooldown. Hearing this, he is startled but skeptical, staring at the gatekeeper and wondering if changing the rules can help him win this fight. Right now, Liu Yi is completely weaponless, with only 4 shields spinning around to protect him. He quietly calculates how to use restructure to defeat him. Backing away in a cold sweat, a worried Liu Yi struggles to think before finally demanding that restructure lets him instantly conquer the tower. But the system simply replies, not a rule cannot modify. So he tries asking the skill to kill the level 21 gatekeeper instead, only to get rejected again. Trying another approach, Liu Yi asks to reduce the level 21 gatekeeper's level to 0, but gets denied. Refusing to give up, he demands to set the boss's stats to 0, but the system still refuses. Frustrated by the endless rejections, he snaps in anger seriously. This is getting ridiculous. Nothing works. What can he actually change? Right then, the system displays terms from 1 to 99, showing that soul possession can bind defeated monsters to his weapon, but it is strictly limited to weapon modifications. Hearing this, a skeptical Liu Yi changes the setting from random to designated. Then, the realization hits him, get ready, because his next play is brilliant. Running as fast as he can, his eyes grow cold and sharp as he thinks water flows downward. Fire burns objects. You slowly grow old, and in the end, you die. These are all established facts, the fundamental laws of nature. Staring at the gatekeeper, he quickly analyzes the situation and realizes what he must do under these circumstances. The rules he is facing are simple. Running out of health means death. Running out of mental power prevents using skills, and every activated skill has a cooldown. Cooldown? In an instant, Liu Yi realizes that this is the key. This is the perfect exploit to defeat the level 21 gatekeeper. He confidently commands, "Restructure my skill cooldowns to 0. Right on cue, the system announces that player Dar's skill cooldowns have been successfully removed. Active duration is 11 seconds, with a 5-hour cooldown. Overjoyed, Liu Yi laughs. It actually worked. The system confirms that cooldowns, status freezes, and blessings have all refreshed. Right now, he feels like a giant looking down on a tiny insect. With absolute confidence, he bellows out, "Activate all attribute." Blessing boost. Instantly, his skill power multiplies exponentially. His mental energy consumption skyrockets from 200,000 to over 12 million, with only 9 seconds left on his restructuring. A blinding pillar of pure energy suddenly erupts right in front of the gatekeeper, catching him completely off guard. Meanwhile, the system warns him that his stats have reached the absolute Origin Realm player limit of 200 million points. Since this exceeds the player cap, the effective output remains fixed at that maximum. System warning: please charge enough computing power into the boundary vessel to expand the attribute capacity of Origin Realm players. A bit puzzled, Liu Yi realizes he can only boost his stats to 200,000, but that's still more than enough. Clad in his familiar combat suit and wielding his signature sword, his entire body and eyes glow with power. Raising his weapon high, he roars die. With a single, devastating slash, Liu Yi cleaves the gatekeeper down the middle. 1 minute passes, and the system chimes in. Congratulations on successfully conquering the tower. You receive over 300,000 Secret Realm essences and the Tower Conqueror title with a weight coefficient of +2. Title reward, number 1 of the tower, granting +100 to all stats. You are awarded the Retrieval Orb, a unique prize given to players who successfully conquer their own limits. Note the tower is cleared, and no further rewards can be claimed here. Outside the venue, the crowd begins to chant wildly. He did it. He actually did it. And honestly, who wouldn't celebrate after watching such an impossible clutch win? Everyone rushes toward the exit, shouting to get there quickly. This is the first time a player has actually walked out of the tower gate instead of the respawn room. Meanwhile, the system announces that the Conqueror is prepared to teleport out of the cleared tower. Looking at the orb in his hand, Liu Yi closes his eyes in relief, tightly clenching his fist, thinking he almost failed back there. Luckily, the restructure cooldown finished just in the nick of time. With a flash, he slowly materializes in the middle of the hall. No wonder entering the collapse zone requires at least 5% computing power authority. Ultimately, it is all about mastering restructure. With a sharp gaze and clenched fist, he stands determined. With this power, he can definitely challenge the collapse zone. Suddenly, a loud shout calling him an incredibly cool brother-in-law startles Liu Yi completely. A wave of excited voices immediately erupts. Brother-in-law is so cool, you're a beast. How on earth did you do that? You actually cleared the tower. Stunned by the sudden crowd, Liu Yi looks around in disbelief as everyone keeps cheering. You are our absolute god, brother-in-law. From now on, we are following you wherever you go. Overwhelmed, a teary-eyed Liu Yi stutters out, wait guys, hold on. The endless cheering makes him break into a cold sweat. Standing frozen, he mutters to himself, I only have one sister, and she is definitely not building a harem. Meanwhile, on a busy street in Muksu City, everyone is talking about him. Have you heard? In just a couple of weeks, the Origin Realm has firmly secured the second spot in the world. Right? I hear tons of people are spotting a golden chance to strike it rich in the Origin Realm. Those with real guts are selling off their assets to enter the Origin Realm, but they are still worried. I even heard that massive crowds are flat out quitting their factory jobs just to join the Origin Realm. Who knows if this will crash the real economy? At the end of the day, a virtual game is just a game, and we still need real jobs to survive. Hearing all the gossip, someone wonders if anyone is even in charge here. Meanwhile, nearby, Liu Yi is completely focused on his own thing, tuning them out. He is busy reading up on the recall orb, carefully logging all the player data. Basically, when a player dies, this orb lets them respawn right on the spot, resetting their status back to their last saved state. With the recall orb in hand, Liu Yi figures he is finally ready to brave the dangerous collapse zone. He closes his eyes, gripping the orb tight, knowing it isn't quite time to activate it yet. He glances back, quietly running the numbers, wondering if he can exploit the system mechanics to bypass the player limit for entering the secret realm. Holding his handgun, Liu Yi asks the snake what it actually needs him to do. In his mind, he is recalling how Ming-Shi wanted to make a deal earlier. This beast is his ultimate trump card outside the system, so its request is definitely worth his full attention. Solving this beast's problems is worth his absolute best. But suddenly, Mingxi speaks up, demanding his freedom. That request leaves Liu Yi dead silent. Without knowing the unique nature of the origin realm, he would definitely be questioning things. He would probably just praise the developers for creating such an incredible AI. He then asks Mingxi how to make it happen. Staring at his weapon, Liu Yi is determined. He has no idea if he can bring this gun into reality after the descent, but for now, he must keep it close at all costs. Suddenly, Mingxi tells him to lead the way to the world boundary first. The snake claims that boundary is where it truly belongs. But Liu Yi is confused. Isn't that edge of the world just the collapse zone? He wonders if the original creators of the game left some hidden programming inside it, implanting this urge. He agrees, but warns the beast that the boundary is deadly, demanding its help if things get ugly. The snake agrees. But get this, it suddenly reveals there is one more massive favor it needs. In exchange for his help, it promises to awaken any exclusive attribute skill of his own choosing. Quite a massive deal. This incredible offer completely stuns Liu Yi. His mind instantly races to the devastating skill of the 21st floor guardian, and he immediately blurts out that they have a deal. A bit later, they arrive at an equipment crafting and sales shop. Standing in front of a computer monitor, Liu Yi tells the snake to choose whatever it wants. He secretly feels quite cocky, knowing he has 300,000 secret realm essence points to burn. He wouldn't regret spending a single point if Mingxi can truly help him unlock any of those exclusive skills. To him, right now, spending every last bit of his essence is absolutely worth the price. But a moment later, Liu Yi goes completely pale and speechless. The system is showing the price of the advanced transforming Rubik Cube at exactly 300,000 points. Mid-tier is 200,000. He holds his forehead, groaning. He understands the snake's desperate desire for freedom, but asks if they can pick something cheaper. 300,000 is painfully high, making him regret his boasts. He really should have farmed more essence before challenging the tower. Mingxi quickly defends the price, admitting it is indeed quite pricey. But with this item, the snake can quickly fight at its absolute peak performance. Otherwise, its help will be limited to sharing just one skill at a time along with its natural aura. That is way too dangerous. But Liu Yi is quite skeptical, asking if the skill description did not say the snake could directly join the battle. Mingxi explains that it needs a physical vessel. If it manifests directly, his current weapon will likely be completely destroyed. Losing all its attributes is a deal-breaker. A bit terrified of losing his gear, Liu Yi quickly backs down. He quietly calculates the weapon upgrades. Every 10 levels, the reload speed gets cut in half. 3 more upgrades will drop the fire rate to 0.9 seconds, delivering triple damage and built-in stuns. A total god-tier weapon. He still wonders how Kei-Kwan originally managed to get this gear. Shrugging, he purchases the advanced transforming Rubik. The system immediately confirms the transaction, deducting 300,000 secret realm essence to successfully acquire the advanced transforming Rubik. Now watch as a glowing metallic cube materializes. Liu Yi asks what he needs to do next. Mingxi tells him to just mentally control it, turning the cube into a ring to wear. Liu Yi follows the instructions, but he cannot help but wonder if this shiny ring was the snake's main target all along, while heading to the boundary is just an afterthought. Staring at the new ring on his index finger, he realizes why Mingxi's stats suddenly turned gray earlier. The beast wanted this item so badly, throwing a silent fit because he could not afford it. Thinking back to their first wild encounter in the secret realm, Liu Yi just shakes his head quickly to clear his mind. He tells himself, there is absolutely no way. It is completely impossible. A beast as fierce as Ming, she cannot be this petty. Suddenly, it speaks. Fine. Since you helped me switch bodies, I will keep my word. But before I help you awaken your exclusive attribute skill, you must reach level 60 first. Time flies, and 3 hours later, Liu Yi stands right at the edge of a secret realm in the Chaos Zone. Frowning, he looks up, wondering if he can actually hit level 60 before reaching the Collapse Zone. Can he secure that exclusive attribute skill from Mingxi? It all depends on whether the mechanism can alter the entry rules. He knows that status buffs from outside cannot be carried inside. but as long as he can enter and endlessly stack his blessing skills, he will be completely invincible. He then commands the mechanism to change the entry rules to allow an unlimited number of people. Instantly, the system alerts him that the rules are updated, putting the mechanism on a 1-hour cooldown. You see that? Liu Yi leaps up in pure excitement. It actually worked. This is perfect. Grinning widely, he clenches his fist, ready to kick off a leveling frenzy. Level 60. Here I come. He sprints straight into the portal, and much later, Liu Yi stands hunched over, gripping his sword. With a pretty sharp glare, he notes that although entering the realm is possible, the frustrating thing is that the rewards in this modified version are cut down to a tiny fraction. His eyes gleam as he calculates. Under the buff of his Regressor of Despair title, the rewards are boosted back to a normal run, clearing 2 or 3 realms a day, leveling up every 3 runs. Time will pass quickly. 3 days later, Liu Yi drives his sword into the ground and pumps his fists in triumph, celebrating hitting level 60. At the same time, 14 of his affixes are fully slotted. Out of the remaining 14, he allocates 10 of them to boost his skill duration. Each adds a 5% skill duration boost, capping at 50%, along with 3 soul wards and 1 weight reduction stat. He slots those 3 soul wards onto 2 weapons, while transferring the weight reduction from his arc weapon onto other gear. Next, the system displays his stats. New status for player Dar. Level 60. 0 out of 2.4 billion experience. Titles include Weapon Master, Regressor of Despair, High Dimensional Warrior, Top Tower Climber, and High Tower Raider. Cumulative weight ratio, 0 distributable points. Health points, 19,020. Consciousness power, over 12,000. Skills include Vitality Force, Repair, and Blessing, Reinforce, Solidified State, Duplicate, Mechanism, Consciousness Condensation. Gear affixes, 50% cooldown reduction, 50% skill duration, and gear level requirement reduced by 10 levels. Right after, the system shows him the level 60 Vitality Force branch skill, Resonance Aura. It links targets within range, causing their health to resonate together. If health drops below 10%, they automatically exit resonance. Aura radius is 500. Cast cost, 100 consciousness power. Duration, 10:1 ratio. Target link aura. Reduces the maximum health pool of all linked targets within the aura, including himself. Health restores upon leaving the 500 radius. Cast cost, 100 consciousness power to activate. Duration, 1 second per 10 consciousness power, draining 1% max health every second, capped at 90%. Wait, what? A system notification warns him that due to world computing limits, he cannot gain experience. Liu Yi scratches his head, completely baffled. He recalls seeing this limit during his blessing upgrade. The capped computing power means his level can still go up, but he must increase the total computing power of the origin realm first. At level 60, he can no longer farm experience from realms. No wonder the highest level player in his past life was capped at 60 when the origin realm descended. Back at the Mukshu Hotel, Liu Yi keeps brooding over his options, knowing that trying to upgrade his gear to level 70 will trigger the same error. Resting his head on his hands, he ponders, until Mingxi asks which one he wants. Hearing this, Liu Yi thinks what he wants most is perception, but among all the exclusive attribute skills, barrier is easily the hardest to obtain. He frowns, staring straight ahead as he calculates. And yet, the physical strength attributes tied to barrier do not actually do much for him. For burst damage, he has parry, and for a massive health pool, he has repair. Most importantly, he realizes barrier can stack with other attribute skills. Yes, that settles it. He is going with that. So, he tells Mingxi he wants the defensive specialization, barrier. Impressed, the snake remarks he has excellent taste and tells him to just click agree to whatever prompt appears next. Mingxi's instruction makes him quite suspicious. Agree to absolutely anything? Is this snake trying to pull a fast one on him? Still, he nods and agrees. Suddenly, the system asks if he wishes to enter Ming Shi's exclusive spiritual domain. Instantly, Liu Yi grows wary, entering the spiritual domain of Ming. She might leave him entirely at the snake's mercy. But he quickly tells himself that nothing ventured, nothing gained, and taps confirm to proceed. Then, a winding beam of emerald light shoots straight down into a dark void. A moment later, Liu Yi lands on the pitch-black ground. Looking around cautiously, he sees only a barren, gloomy wasteland with lightning cracking in the distance. Liu Yi wonders, is this actually Ming Shi? Suddenly, a massive orange shadow crashes down, making him look up in sheer shock. A split second later, the serpent-like body of Ming Shi slams into the ground, sending shattered debris flying everywhere. The impact sends Liu Yi flying, leaving him groaning on the ground in intense pain. Then its giant body coils around. Ming Shi glares down with its glowing eyes and barks out, "This is nothing yet. Get back on your feet." Liu Yi slowly scrambles up, staring at the massive head of Ming Shi with deep confusion. Is this really its actual form in this place? The pressure here is vastly stronger than on the outside. Then Ming Shi speaks, "You must defeat this form of mine to get bitch Luri, or prepare to stay here forever." Hearing this, he clutches his shoulder, sweating as he calculates. Stay here forever? Talk about a brutal ultimatum, but this is exactly where he decides to finally go all out. He leaps high, sword gripped tight. Then, 6 days of relentless combat later, a major system notification finally pops up. Congratulations, you have acquired the unique defensive attribute skill, Bitch Lure. This skill significantly raises your defense limit. Bitch Lure can stack with other unique skills. Stack limit is 3 out of 3, with a 1-hour cooldown. Current unique skills include Soul Force Condensation. Stacking Bitch Lure and Soul Force Condensation drains the target's mental power. The ratio of your mental power consumption to the target's drain is 1-to-1. Suddenly, a message from the guild leader of New Order arrives, stating the calculation power authorization is complete. Tomorrow is for preparation. We set off the following morning at 8 a.m. Late at night, back in the real world at Liu Yi's apartment. Leaning against the window frame, he looks out at the glowing city night. He quietly realizes that there are only 7 days left. He spent all these past days trapped in Ming Shi's mental space, constantly battling the beast, going from being utterly dominated at first to trading blows back and forth until he finally clenched his fist in victory, defeating Ming Shi. With Bitch Lure obtained, its stacking effect with Soul Force is mind-blowing. It directly drains his opponent's mental power. Isn't this basically equivalent to a permanent silence? Under a starry sky, the brilliant city lights below glow brightly. Liu Yi smiles with pride. He thinks to himself, "Man, I am seriously strong now, probably ranking among the top-tier players in Origin World." Time flies by insanely fast. The next morning, outside Liu Yi's old house. His VR headset sits on the table while he pulls on a short-sleeved black shirt, buttoning it all the way to the top. He is ready to go. Opening his door, he looks out in surprise. Liu Yun is holding a basket of things, looking over with a bright smile to say that she is all packed. Seeing this, Liu Yi nods and says, "All right, let us head out." But suddenly, Liu Yun spots something, sets her bag on the table, and walks over. She reaches up to adjust his top button while gently lecturing him. She asks, "Why did you button this one up again? Mom always said to leave the top button open." As she undoes it, he somehow looks much more lively. He dazes off slightly at the mention of their mother, watching Liu Yun smile brightly before he beams back with a soft smile. He nods. A while later, at the West Suburb Cemetery in Hythere, incense is lit in front of a tombstone showing their parents. Alongside offerings of chicken and fresh fruit, both siblings crouch down next to the grave, burning joss paper. He whispers in a solemn prayer, "Mom, Dad, I will take good care of Liu Yun, so please do not worry." Meanwhile, she cheerfully whispers, "Mom, Dad, I will help him find a wife, so you two can have 2 grandchildren within 3 years to keep our family line going." Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, teasing that the two of them managed to arrive even earlier than him. Both siblings look up in surprise at the man walking over from a distance. It is Vung Thu Thane, a close friend of their late parents. He laughs out loud, saying it has been a while. Liu Yi happily greets him. Uncle Vung, you are here. Thank you so much for coming. You come to visit my parents every single year. Vung Thu Thane pats his head, asking what he is even talking about. He says he was best friends with their parents. Meanwhile, Liu Yun peers behind him with wide eyes, asking if Uncle Vung came alone again. She teases that his parents wanted him married 10 years ago, leaving him visibly nervous. Honestly, we all have that one uncle, right? Vung Thu Thane flashes a peace sign under his chin and tells Liu Yun she does not understand. He claims he is actually a total heartthrob who simply chooses not to break girls' hearts. She squints her eyes, throwing some sharp sarcasm his way. She jokes that once he gets tired of them, he will not have to worry about hurting them anymore. Vung Thu Thane instantly points his finger, telling her she has gone too far. He mutters that her comment is way too harsh, telling her to show some respect while the two siblings burst out laughing. Then, Liu Yun sticks her tongue out, playfully teasing him. Setting down his bag of offerings, he mutters to the grave, asking old friend Liu to appear in his daughter's dreams and teach her some manners. Crouching down to burn paper with Liu Yi, he grumbles that he is far too busy planning to save the entire world to have any time left over for silly romance anyway. But Liu Yun playfully insists that their parents ordered them to do it. Uncle Vung Thu Thane quickly changes the subject, asking how they have been lately. Since you two moved out on your own, I haven't really kept up with how you've been doing. Without even looking up, Liu Yi replies that they are doing fine, thanking Uncle Vung Thu Thane for always looking out for them. But Uncle Vung Thu Thane just shakes his head sadly. Don't thank me, he sighs after your parents passed away. I should have taken care of you two until you both settled down. Instead of looking after you, we ended up living together, and I became a burden to you instead. Hearing that, Liu Yi smiles and tells him not to say that, since having an adult around when they were kids was a huge help. Then he glances at the old man, remembering that Uncle Vung Thu Thane was actually the first one who urged him to play Origin World. He wonders if the old man is playing too, feeling a bit worried about how he is doing. In his past life, Uncle Vung Thu Thane disappeared right after Origin World descended. So, Liu Yi asks him how his game is going, startling the old man into a daze. He asks why the sudden question and turns it back on Liu Yi, but Liu Yun spreads her arms wide and boasts that they are incredibly strong. She claims her brother is a total beast in the game now, basically ranking among the absolute top-tier players in Origin World. Uncle Vung Thu Thane widens his eyes in disbelief, repeating the words top tier under his breath. Noticing his strange reaction, Liu Yi asks what is wrong. But the old man remains silent, just staring at him while imagining a group of elite players waving to them from a distance. Liu Yun yells back, telling Uncle Vung Thu Thane he needs to find a girlfriend soon. Uncle Vung Thu Thane just waves them off, grumbling for them to get going as the two siblings walk away from the cemetery. He watches them walk away for a long time before slowly looking down at the tombstone of Liu Yi's parents. Slumping to the ground, Uncle Vung Thu Thane whispers an apology to his late friend, admitting he ultimately dragged Liu Yi into this. Hold on, look at this as the siblings stroll down a scenic, tree-lined path. A massive, breaking headline flashes across their phone from the latest entertainment news. Several nations have been completely cut off from the world, and now the famous superstar Hua Wei has gone missing after traveling to those regions. Countless fans of Hua Wei are already signing petitions, begging the authorities to launch a rescue mission. Staring at her screen, Liu Yun sighs that she really liked Hua Wei and wonders how such a huge star could just vanish. Leaning over to check, Liu Yi asks if she is reading gossip again. She grumbles back that there is literally nothing else to read besides entertainment news these days. Liu Yi knows that once Origin World descends into reality, everything changes. All of society's structures will vanish overnight for some unknown reason. The thought leaves him deeply troubled and silent. He reasons that if some entity had wiped them out, there should have been some trace of a struggle. Instead, there was nothing, as if they never existed at all. Liu Yi tells her to head home and get back into the game. Liu Yun nods, mentioning Nirmso is already waiting for her. When Liu Yi asks if she has reached level 45 yet, she confirms she just hit it. He strongly advises her to push hard and reach level 50 within the next 7 days. That night, Liu Yi sits on his bed with his head in his hands, holding his virtual reality headset tightly. Now here is the real dilemma. He knows his current strength is enough to survive the upcoming disaster, but should he still venture into the dangerous collapse zone? He nervously wonders if keeping the recall orb to use in the real world would actually be a much safer bet. But the ultimate authority controlling Origin World is too tempting. Thanks to his regression, he knows that mastering this game is the only way to survive the horrors of the future. He worked tirelessly and successfully climbed to the absolute peak of the player base. Yet he still feels completely lost about his next move. Which path should he take now to secure a safe and prosperous future for both himself and his beloved sister? He does not know, staring blankly ahead in deep thought, realizing he must find out what this mysterious authority truly is. He encourages himself, knowing that while they are still in the game, death is not permanent yet, meaning he can safely investigate how this world was made and why it is merging with reality. This is his chance to forge his own destiny, and with a brilliant flash of blue light, he dives back into the game world. Instantly, his previous chat log appears on screen, showing that the leader of the New Order Guild has fully secured the computational power. They plan to head out tomorrow at 8 a.m. Liu Yi, using his alias Dar, replies that he gladly accepts the invitation. He promises to arrive at the meeting spot right on time, and the guild leader eagerly thanks him for his immense trust. The guild leader hopes they will make great allies, but reading those words over, Liu Yi just frowns. Holding his recall orb, he realizes that if he wants to save his progress, he must record his absolute peak state. That way it can serve as a powerful trump card in his pocket. At the Thon High Weapons Facility, he decides to make his move. Then he walks away in an incredibly leisurely manner. Suddenly, his eyes snap open into slitted snake pupils, triggering the Mingshiban Fuk skill. All stats boost by 5,000 as a Calamity-class pressure domain expands. Instantly, Liu Yi is cloaked in a powerful, blazing orange aura. He is bypassing all skill cooldowns. With eyes glowing, he opens his mouth and roars, chanting the all-stats blessing 3 times in a row. Immediately, his aura explodes outward, growing exponentially more massive. Yet, Liu Yi does not stop, cast spamming the all-stats blessing over and over again. Finally, the system alerts him that all his attributes have been boosted to the absolute limit of the Nguyen Gie. Only after upgrading his Nguyen Gie computation power will he enhance further. Simultaneously, Liu Yi orders the Bao Chao recall orb to record his current state. The next day, near the east gate of Morhu City, a group of 4 stands chatting. Elsewhere, Yuan Ding stands alongside the martial artists of the Horhua Yuan Guild. Nearby, Thorn Dung from the shelter stands with his members, glaring with clear hostility. Elsewhere, Luong Tin Tin sleeps soundly on the dirt, clutching her sword, completely ignoring 2 guild members nudging her to wake up. Over here, Liu Yi stands completely alone. By the time he arrives, the 3 rival factions are already facing off against one another. The New Order Guild leader raises a hand in greeting, "Hey Dar, you are here." Immediately, the crowd starts whispering, so that guy is actually Dar. Watching him walk in completely alone, the crowd murmurs that he was the one who killed over 100 Horhua Yuan players last week. A deep grudge has formed. Now that the Horhua Yuan elites are gathered, who knows how they will handle him? Their members glare at him with pure hatred. Seeing this, onlookers whisper that since he seems aligned with the New Order, their guild leader will surely do everything in his power to protect him. Yuan Ding stares intensely at Liu Yi, who is radiating a heavy, burning aura. He merely raises an eyebrow, keeping silent. Suddenly, someone speaks up. "Director, how should we handle that guy, Dar?" To quickly reach the collapse zone, our 4 major guilds have agreed to rent a large aircraft to transport everyone. Once on board, we will hold a duel to test each other's strength. That is when we will find the perfect opportunity to eliminate him directly. Up in the quiet night sky, an aircraft pierces through the thick darkness, heading straight for the collapse zone. Liu Yi silently notes they assembled to reach their destination as fast as possible. And look at that, a sudden flash of light completely illuminates the night sky. He continues, the 4 major guilds combine their resources to rent this aircraft for members with computation authority. Since only players with over 5% computation authority can enter the collapse zone, each guild only brought along their essential staff and players who actually possess this required computation authority. Inside that very aircraft, a heavy, tense silence hangs over every single passenger. Liu Yi silently notes his squadmates. Sitting straight in front of him, the girl smiles and greets him. "Hey, it has been quite a long time since we last met. This is Ngurite, currently at level 60 and a member of the New Order Guild." Liu Yi gives her a brief look before falling deep into thought. The New Order leader mentioned that, at first, he had no idea Ngurite possessed any computation authority. He stares intently at Ngurite, recalling her history. Only after uncovering a special dungeon clear method did they realize Ngurite had conquered over 5 special dungeons across danger and chaos zones, securing at least 5% computation authority. Suddenly, Liu Yi senses a searing glare burning into him from the man sitting up ahead. The intense gaze of Ru Dong Trung remains glued to Liu Yi as he grits his teeth. "I will not be careless again. I am getting my payback." He is currently at level 60 and belongs to the New Order. Meanwhile, the blonde player sitting right next to him is none other than the level 60 New Order Guild leader himself. He flashes a subtle smile at Ru Dong Trung, while Liu Yi cannot help but feel stunned at their rapid leveling. Their leveling speed is seriously insane. Even after dying once, they have already managed to climb all the way back to level 60. The New Order leader, along with teammates Ru Dong Trung, Ngurite, and Dar, have all reached level 60. Liu Yi sighs as he checks the system screen. Normally, any player who dies even once can never recover back to level 60 this fast. Right now, the only way is probably exploiting the mirror dungeon, trading raw cash for experience. Raising a single player to level 50 costs at least nearly 1 billion gold. Talk about filthy rich. Meanwhile, a purple-haired guy sits in complete silence, coldly observing everyone around him. He is Yuan Ding, the level 60 director of the Hua Yuan Guild. Suddenly, a private system message pops up on his screen. Yuan Ding warns that this situation is extremely unfavorable. If those 4 players with over 5% computation authority join forces to attack, any of us who fights them will get crushed instantly. Thwern Dung, the chief of the shelter, asks what he plans to do, and Yuan Ding replies instantly, "We team up to eliminate that rogue player Dar and divide his valuable computation authority among ourselves." Tung Van Lo from the Trung Kaklo Guild snaps, "Are you insane? How will you explain this to Dear Ein afterwards?" Yuan Ding confidently replies that they are not killing New Order members, so there is no need to explain. Thwern Dung agrees, suggesting they use a one-on-one combat challenge in an open space to separate him. Their silent conversation flows with a dangerous underlying malice. Amidst the quiet cabin, a voice suddenly rings out regarding the situation of the collapse zone. "We have likely all sent scouts to investigate. Everyone sent inside ended up dead. But after reviving, they all described the exact same thing. As Thwern Dung looks at Liu Yi Bao, they felt the world spinning upside down and saw a single sphere of bright light. This information is pretty useless for exploring the collapse zone, especially since players with computational power authority are far too precious. Even the New Order Guild only has 4 players with that kind of computational power." He suggested it but was still unwilling to send anyone inside. "So we are left with no choice but to take this incredibly risky path today, directly organizing every single member with computational power authority to head in together." In pure rage, Ru Dong Trung slams the floor and points directly at Thwern Dung Guild leader. "Our ability to gather 4 players with computational power is our own strength. So what do you mean by throwing shade like that?" Level 60 player Ria, right behind Thwern Dung, snaps a warning, "Watch your mouth, kid. Keep your mouth clean. Our chief is just speaking the truth." Ru Dang Trung furiously draws his sword and yells back, a tiny shelter acting so arrogant. "Do you think I cannot take you all down alone?" The New Order Guild leader immediately steps in to stop him. The New Order Guild leader sternly says, "Ru, did you not promise to stop being so arrogant? Let them finish speaking." Thwern Dung just smiles and replies, So before we reach the collapse zone, let us choose opponents for one-on-one duels to directly test everyone's true combat abilities. Ru Lei Dang Trung agrees instantly, shouting back, "Fine. Thorn Dung, I choose you." Having achieved his goal, Yuan Ding cannot hide his smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, level 60 Tower Master Tung Van is sitting quietly in the back, watching the entire scene play out. Thorn Dung slowly stands up with a cold smile and says, "Then let us do this." Ru Lei Dong Trung immediately gets fired up, shouting, "Bring it on." Liu Yi watches quietly. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts in weight. Thorn Dung turns, startled. Both Ru Lei Dang Trung and the New Order guild leader look over in complete surprise. With every single eye in the room suddenly locked onto him, the white-haired man slowly stands up and speaks. "You two are both elite masters, so having you fight first might be a bit too much." He is actually White Glove, a level 60 player from the Back Garden Guild, who now suggests letting some of the smaller, unknown players go first instead. Unknown minor figures like us start first to build up some excitement for you. Ru Lei Dang Trung grins and says, "I like the way you talk. If that is the case, let us start with you. Who do you want to fight?" Thorn Dung watches closely, waiting for his answer. "Glove." The man points straight at Liu Yi. "I choose him," he says, pretending to look completely helpless as he speaks. "My guild has a minor conflict with him. If I can defeat him here, it will help vent some frustration for the Back Garden Guild without messing up the bigger picture for everyone. And if I happen to lose, then we will just admit our guild is completely outmatched." Liu Yi silently listens to his words before slowly standing up to face him, asking seriously, "How do we settle this?" The New Order guild leader immediately panics, trying to stop the fight by telling Dar that he does not have to agree if he does not want to. Yuan Ding immediately speaks up to support White Glove, arguing that holding on to grudges like this will definitely ruin their cooperation down the line. Resolving this issue right now is honestly in everyone's best interest. The collapse zone is far too dangerous, and only absolute trust can keep them alive. But look at him. Liu Yi just lets out a cold, knowing smirk. Looking completely confident, Liu Yi tells him to skip the nonsense and lay out the rules. White Glove demands an open space for a solo duel. The first one to drop below 50% health loses. Liu Yi easily nods, "No problem at all." Meanwhile, the New Order guild leader anxiously watches their expressions, feeling deeply suspicious. Something about their smug faces tells him this is an absolute trap. Thorn Dung stands up, telling everyone to step back and give them some room. The New Order guild leader can only sigh and warn him to keep his guard up. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding slowly begins to step back. He quickly sends a group text, warning them that just like how no single person can defeat me alone, I need everyone to approach this with absolute, ruthless seriousness. Do not get greedy and do not think you can do this alone. Everyone instantly scatters, leaving an open space for Liu Yi and White Glove, while Yuan Ding quietly positions himself right behind his fighter. With a cold glare, Yuan Ding orders them to strike, and here comes the trap. The entire group suddenly rushes forward to ambush Liu Yi all at once. Dozens of skills are activated instantly, with the system warning that the rules cannot be altered here. Devastating debuffs like silence, weakness, and heavy gravity instantly wash over him, trapping him completely. Seeing their highly calculated betrayal play out right in front of him, the New Order guild leader is completely left speechless. Ngurite is equally shocked by their incredibly dirty play, while Ru Lei Dang Trung stands frozen, his eyes wide open with absolute disbelief at their sheer audacity. But this cheap ambush has only pushed Liu Yi over the edge. Clenching his fists, he roars in pure anger. "I knew you snakes were up to no good." He suddenly remembers a promise he made to himself before boarding the ship when facing a completely unknown threat. Holding nothing back is always the only path to survival. "The moment I stepped onto that ship, I began stacking my blessing attributes on myself. Sure, the first blessing only cost 10 consciousness points to boost my stats by 5. But in the half hour since boarding, my stats have already hit the massive limit of 200,000 Origin Realm points. But right now, that entire lead is in serious danger." Without saying a word, Liu Yi draws his blade and charges, Every single slash of his sword sends them stumbling back in absolute terror. Locked in battle, Liu Yi roars out, "Die." Then he unleashes his devastating armor breaker. The system says this move strips away all target status effects. But a sudden alert pops up his own stat. Blessings have just been completely wiped out. In that split second, Liu Yi freezes, completely paralyzed. Seeing his hesitation, the enemy team wastes no time and launches a brutal counterattack. Desperate to recover, Liu Yi tries to activate his freezing state skill, but the system hits him with a silence warning. Refusing to back down, he immediately tries to deploy his restructure skill instead. Denied again. The system warns that local rules are locked, making it impossible to restructure anything for another 3 crucial seconds. But get this, when Liu Yi desperately tries to dodge, another system alert shuts him down instantly. He is caught in Yuan Ding's trick, forcing him to only move directly toward Yuan Ding himself. This flood of system alerts leaves Liu Yi completely dizzy and overwhelmed. Trapped by these suffocating debuffs, pure panic sets in as he wonders if he is going to die right here. Suddenly, a strange speed-boosting skill activates out of nowhere, and right in that same instant, a hand grabs Liu Yi and yanks him back. Nguri Te pulls him out of harm's way, just in time as the enemy's massive blast erupts into a thick cloud of smoke. The shockwave violently rattles their entire airship, forcing a shaken Liu Yi to quickly pull himself back together. The New Order Guildmaster and Rulei Dangtrung immediately step up, forming a protective wall in front of Liu Yi and Nguri Te. The New Order Guildmaster furiously snaps at them, "What are you doing? Trying to die?" Meanwhile, Nguri Te's defense cracks the very floor beneath them. Through the thick haze, Yuan Ding's crew slowly rises back to their feet, weapons already drawn and ready for a bloodbath. They advance. War is officially declared. Across the way, Yuan Ding just chuckles smoothly, "Relax. Why so angry? He is not even a member of our new order, so attacking him breaks absolutely zero rules. Besides, we were only playing around, and he is still breathing." Then, Yuan Ding casually turns to his crew with a smirk, asking, "Isn't that right, boys?" Their absolute arrogance makes the New Order Guildmaster's blood boil with intense frustration. Clenching his fists, he tries his best to suppress his rising fury, while the tension in the air threatens to explode at any second. Suddenly, someone casually sits down right there, suggesting if we are done fighting, let us get some rest. We are arriving at the collapse zone soon, so we will have plenty to kill there. This blue-haired girl is Lup Line, a level 60 powerhouse from the Pavilion of Pavilions Guild. Tung Van cheerfully strolls over to join Lup Line. Sitting down, Tung Van agrees no more fighting, or we will never make it to the collapse zone. The room falls quiet, but not for long. Suddenly, a heavy hammer slams against the deck with a deafening crash. Thorndong calmly speaks up, then no more fighting. Yuan Ding sneers, sitting down with a sigh, "What a shame, we were so close." Meanwhile, Liu Yi stands in tense silence, committing every single detail to memory. The silence dispel skill belongs to shelter member Ro Dia, while the other was the protective cloud from the pavilion master, Tung Van. "Got it," he thinks. A moment later, Liu Yi softly says thank you, making Nguri Te burst into a cheerful, light-hearted chuckle. The New Order Guildmaster checks on him, "Are you okay?" He nods, "I am fine. Thanks." Rulei Dongtrung scowls, grumbling, "You are the only player to ever beat me, and until I get my payback, do not go dying to some nobody. That would make me look pathetic." Despite his gruff attitude, hearing such hidden concern brings a warm, genuine smile to Liu Yi's face. Just then, the New Order Guildmaster sighs, admitting, "I was way too naive. Honestly, with how incredibly dangerous the collapse zone is, I figured everyone would cooperate until we secured command rights. But look at this, they are already tearing each other apart before even setting foot there. Plus, once we step inside the collapse zone, our non-aggression pact completely loses all its power." Turning a serious gaze to the other three, the Guildmaster says, "From here on out, we only have each other." The trio nods in solemn agreement. Right on cue at the border of the collapse zone, their massive airship finally touches down on solid ground. Following their long and stressful journey, The entire group finally exits the flying vessel. Before them lies a haunting, desolate landscape shrouded in thick, suffocating mist, leaving Liu Yi completely speechless. Breaking the eerie silence, Yuan Ding suddenly speaks up. Even though this zone's local rules have officially cancelled our mutual peace treaty, glaring arrogantly at Liu Yi's group, he continues, but this is still a deadly zone, and teamwork is the only way we all survive. That smug behavior immediately rubs the guildmaster the wrong way, making him ask, so are you telling us we have to pick a side? Sorry, but I still choose the fake one, the leader of the New Order says, leaving Liu Yi pretty lost in deep thought. From afar, Thuan Dung puts on his armor, telling them to stop trying to act so cool. Dian is going to break our non-aggression pact, surely thinking that there is no way we can cooperate in there. He confidently adds that dragging everyone along is just to boost their success rate slightly, and with those words, Thuan Dung slowly vanishes right into the thick, dark smoke. Rose Dia flashes a pretty condescending smile at the rest of the group, before quickly slipping into the fog right after Thuan Dung. Wait for me, Chief, someone calls out, as the recent conversation leaves Liu Yi quite curious about Dian. Now Tung Van speaks up, agreeing with Thuan Dung, and tells Lup Line that they should probably head inside as well. Lup Line quickly agrees to go, and seeing them move ahead, Yuan Ding shrugs in total indifference before heading straight into the dense fog alongside Gung Tae Trung. Let's move. The leader of the New Order finally orders, we should head in too. Everyone nods in agreement, and as they move, Liu Yi trails slowly behind the group, carefully scanning the entire area. Endless dangers seem to be lurking within this heavy smoke, making Liu Yi wonder if this so-called authority actually exists. He questions what kind of form it takes, and if he somehow obtains it, what could he even use it for? Endless questions flood his mind, wondering if he could use this power to stop the primordial realm from descending into reality. Lost in deep thought about stopping the descent, he keeps walking, but after a long and exhausting trek deeper inside, the fog grows incredibly thick, and the atmosphere becomes terrifyingly bleak. Liu Yi observes carefully. The fog keeps getting heavier, completely swallowing up the backyard garden group until they are nowhere to be seen. He glances up, but even the New Order members nearby are reduced to faint, blurry silhouettes in the mist. Suddenly, the leader of the New Order halts, warning everyone to stay close and not scatter because their previous scouts died right here, just as a sudden system alert rings out. Computation barrier authority detected to exceed 5%. The gates to the Outlands have now been opened. The sudden notification leaves the four of them completely stunned, and right then, the ground cracks open, sending Liu Yi into a panic. Wait, you and I both know things never go smoothly here. They plummet into a bottomless abyss, leaving him in absolute panic. Oh God, are we really going to die like this? He panics. But amid the chaos, the New Order leader yells to stay calm and analyze the system alert. Falling in here might not actually kill us, but since this is a collapse zone, we must be extremely careful. And as they fall deeper, a faint light at the bottom grows increasingly clearer. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light violently rips Liu Yi away from his group. He is completely stunned as his body is dragged into a bizarre space, wondering where he is falling, before landing safely a moment later. The system alerts that you have left the primordial realm. Your barrier computation authority is sealed and welcomes you to the Outlands. Liu Yi quickly scrambles to his feet, noticing countless massive stone rings floating above him, spinning slowly as if holding some ancient, mysterious power. Liu Yi is absolutely terrified. This is a massive fracture, with pieces of land raining down from Mohu City directly above onto the ground where he is standing. He realizes this is indeed the collapse zone of the Outlands. A system alert pops up, warning him that without the primordial realm barrier, the Outland pressure has reduced his strength to 0.1%. High-dimensional warrior title detected, reducing the Outland suppression by 2%, while 11% of his computation barrier authority remains active, alongside the outer ring primordial buffers. Suppressing effects reduced by 1.1%, bringing his actual power to 3.2%, as his level 60 Knight player status screen suddenly pops up, boasting 3456 attack power and 1402 defense. 404 resistance, 266 strength, plus a host of powerful skills that make Liu Yi a formidable force. Next, a flurry of system alerts warns him of the brutal outland pressure, reducing his total skill durations by 96.9%. Skill cooldown times have also skyrocketed by 96.8% after leaving the primordial realm. Construct skills have entered indefinite cooldown, but his level 10 private territory is successfully generated, prompting him to quickly give it a name. The oppressive atmosphere here makes it hard to breathe, and clutching his throat in pain, Liu Yi mutters that his stats have been heavily suppressed. This is bad, he thinks, quickly putting up his guard while scanning the area. Just look at him panic. He wonders how he can survive this collapsing zone with his attributes completely ruined like this. Even a weak mob here could probably easily take him out. But suddenly, the system asks him to name his private territory. Stunned, he wonders if this private territory is just the ground he is standing on, so he lazily names it Number 1. The system immediately confirms that the private territory has been named Number 1. Currently at level 1, Mo Number 1 has set the current calculation power limit to 1. Mo's barrier is now active and is currently processing the calculation power. The external suppression on you has dropped by 10%. Right now, your total power is only suppressed by 13.2%. Suddenly, a protective barrier expands to cover the land where Liu Yi is standing. At the exact same time, a tiny sprout shoots up from the ground. The system alerts you again, please quickly gather as much calculation power as possible for Mo to further reduce the external area's suppression. You now have 100% authority over the calculation power cooldown complete. System notifications start ringing out endlessly. Using your calculation power authority, you modify rule number 1 no cooldown, but it will consume calculation power depending entirely on the difficulty. Liu Yi stares outside in absolute surprise, wondering if that thing called Mo is actually the protective barrier of this external area. So this newly sprouted seedling is the core Diao number 1. Currently at level 1, its primary function is activating Mo's defensive barrier. Effect number 1, it reduces the external suppression. Effect number 2, the strength of all creatures entering Mo. Number 1 is weakened by 50%. Mo's support object is directly linked to the player's life. If this core is destroyed, it means instant death for the player. Liu Yi slowly approaches the tiny sprout and mutters, "Is this little tree really it? It looks incredibly weak with only 100 health points, yet it's linked to my own life. Sure, I can upgrade my calculation power through it, but where is that power anyway? How do I even get my hands on it?" Right then, a strange object comes flying out from inside Liu Yi's ring. Mingxi suddenly appears and swallows the tiny sprout, leaving Liu Yi completely panicked. The system warns that your private area's Diao support object has been devoured by the fake Mingxi. And here is where it gets crazy, they merge. And your private area's support object is officially changed to Mingxi larva. Furious, Liu Yi yells out, "Mingxi, what did you just do?" But right at that moment, a sudden loud noise catches his attention. A massive chunk of land is violently flying straight toward him. Panic strikes as the massive chunk of land begins to shake violently. In a flash, it completely explodes, and the sheer force blasts Liu Yi clean off his feet. Liu Yi struggles to stand back up, but the earth keeps exploding as a massive green monster suddenly emerges from the debris. The beast lets out a terrifying, earth-shattering roar. The raw sound wave alone is so powerful that surrounding rocks explode into dust. System alerts flood and the support object of Mo is currently under attack. Cover! Liu Yi desperately shields himself, wondering what kind of monster he is facing. But right then, calculation power begins floating everywhere. Liu Yi realizes in absolute shock, can he actually gain calculation power just by destroying these floating islands? Suddenly, the calculation power rushes in one direction, completely flooding into the monster's body, as a gargantuan surge of energy erupts from the beast. Using a floating chunk of earth as a springboard, the beast leaps high into the air. The sheer weight of its jump leaves the entire island shaking violently. Spiderweb cracks rapidly spread across the entire platform. The beast beats its chest in a terrifying show of dominance before launching itself further into the sky. Look at how hyped that beast is. Liu Yi can only watch in complete silence. Is that beast's goal to harvest calculation power and head straight to the light orb? Suddenly, a voice mutters that was close. Liu Yi looks at Ming-Shi and thinks, if Ming-Shi had not merged with Diao just now, with only 100 health points, wouldn't this island have been instantly shattered like all the other platforms? Liu Yi slowly stands up. He sighs. It is a good thing you merged with Diao, otherwise I would probably be respawning back in the city by now. So, thanks. I almost totally misjudged you there. Ming-Shi remains completely silent, offering no response. After a long pause, it replies solemnly, do not thank me just yet. Even though my power is heavily suppressed here, you are still much stronger than before. But since I am now Mo's support core in your private area, outside of having a slightly higher health pool, I cannot really tap into much of my combat strength. Hearing that, Liu Yi is completely taken aback and asks, so you are telling me I cannot rely on your ridiculously broken cheat powers here? She patiently explains, not necessarily. As long as you can feed me enough calculation power, I can still temporarily unleash 100% of my true power. He suddenly looks toward the sky and adds, that is why the real key here is calculation power. It is the only thing that lets us unleash our full combat potential. Looking up, it continues. It also lets us upgrade our base to reach that place. Curious, Liu Yi asks, wait, up there? He stares up at the dim, flickering light above. You said you wanted to reach the collapse zone. Do you want to reach that glowing orb just like that monster? Ming-Shi bluntly answers yes. With that, a heavy silence suddenly settles between them. Liu Yi stares intently at the glowing sphere, whispering to himself if the goal is up there. Could the authority be hidden there as well? Looking around at the floating debris, he makes up his mind. His immediate goal is simple. Destroy other land chunks to harvest as much calculation power as possible. Deep in thought, he ponders his next move. He needs to upgrade his private territory to somehow carry himself up to that glowing orb. But what about the New Order president and his squad? Ever since they entered this collapse zone, they have vanished. Did they get wiped out in that recent sweeping blast? Suddenly, a rapid succession of identical system notifications begins to overlap. The map system is completely offline and refuses to boot up. Then a group chat notification pops in, and this hot-headed new disciplinary president asks, where is everyone? Liu Yi frowns as he stares at the message. Right across from him, someone is secretly hiding in the shadows, closely watching his every single move. Spotting Liu Yi, Rosia wastes no time and immediately sends a private message to Thorn Dung. She asks the chief to guess who she just found. Thorn Dung replies with a confused question mark, and Hotra Tu quickly chimes in. Thorn Dung quickly warns them to be careful, but Hotra Tu tells him not to worry, since the kid only relies on temporary buffs, which he can easily counter. On the active chat window, Nirt Ki Bung Bung keeps demanding to know where everyone is, but Roulé simply replies that he has absolutely no clue. He posts 2 photos into the group chat, asking if anyone recognizes the area and if they are all nearby. Nguri Tay chimes in, suggesting that everyone got randomly spawned across different locations after entering this massive zone. The terrain ahead looks like 3 separate regions of the Origin Realm combined, meaning their chances of crossing paths in this vast area are incredibly low. However, the main authority seems hidden inside the glowing sphere at the center, so if everyone heads there, they will eventually meet up. Agreeing with the plan, Nirt Ki Bung Bung nods. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is completely focused on reading these incoming group messages. He realizes he can only rely on himself in this situation, carefully planning out his very next move. The target is clear, that glowing orb. Knowing that gathering computing power will upgrade his territory, this is definitely his ticket to moving forward. Still, Liu Yi hesitates a bit, wondering how he can use his current strength to shatter these giant floating landmasses and claim their computing power. Looking down at the gun in his hand, he considers using this ranged weapon to shoot targets from the safety of his private territory. But come on, you know it's never that simple. And judging by his skeptical face, he expects a catch. By his logic, if this works, with Ming-Shi guarding the inside of number 1, combined with external damage-boosting skills like structure, State solidification, blessing, and screaming chip, he should easily clear this ruined zone, even with his overall strength suppressed by 11%. Making up his mind, Liu Yi stands up with his gun, determined to give it a shot. If this works, he won't have to risk leaving his private territory just to gather computing power. That keeps things way safer. To be absolutely sure, he turns to ask Ming. She does the movement of our private territory rely completely on you? The snake confirms it. Hearing this, Liu Yi instructs him help me warp over to a spot where the landmasses aren't destroyed yet. Suddenly, a massive creature appears. A level 80 dangerous beast known as the Tholu. Standing far away in the vast, open space, Liu Yi carefully studies the giant beast. The module reminder states this beast is the core of this private territory, and defeating it will completely shatter the zone. Hearing that, Liu Yi grins, let's get to work. The software immediately starts scanning, applying his zero cooldown structure skill and blessing buff. A notification suddenly flashes, warning him that his reinforcement has reached the maximum threshold of number 1. Quite surprised, Liu Yi thinks that was incredibly fast. His status panel pops up, showing his attack at 846 and defense at 683. With 48 resistance, his energy, constitution, speed, intelligence, and perception are all maxed out at 100. Health sits at 6,000, and total power is 700. He sighs at having only 100 points across all stats, but hopes it's enough. The anchor of the enemy's private territory is just a tiny sprout anyway, so his raw attack power should easily demolish it. Raising his gun, Liu Yi locks into a firing stance, realizing that out of all his diverse stats, only his authority attribute weight ratio remains completely unaffected by the outer region's suppression. The higher the ratio, the stronger he becomes against equal-tier opponents. He fires his first shot, piercing straight through 2 towering mountains and waking the Tholu with a roar. His aim is dead set on the exact island where the beast rests, a quiet moment right before the storm breaks. Get ready for this. As the silent land floats in the void, a massive explosion shatters everything to pieces. The system alerts him that he has destroyed the core beast of Tholu, territory number 446. The territory is shattered, and the beast is dead. Attention level from Anqiu has increased by 1 point, and his hatred value against you has also gone up by 1. Overjoyed, Liu Yi calls out, it actually worked. Come on, Mingxi, let's go collect that computing power. Ming. She agrees, noting they gained 7 computing power. But suddenly, the snake senses something off and warns him that teleporting over is impossible. A strange force is active here, likely acting as a seal to lock the computing power down. It doesn't just lock the power, but it also blocks any teleportation attempts from our private zone, leaving Liu Yi utterly stunned. Taking a moment to process this, he accepts the reality that he must step outside his safe zone if he wants to claim the reward. Looking at the obstacles in his way to reach that 7 computing power, he analyzes the debuffs applied by the outer territory. If I leave number 1, this blessing state is only going to last for 3 seconds. By triggering the blessing again, resetting it will stretch that to about 9 seconds. Good thing I still have 100% computation authority over number 1's matrix, although I can only reconstruct 1 single rule in here. Once that process is finished, the cooldown instantly resets. This means no matter how battered I get out there, as long as I crawl back here, I can fully recover. Standing anxiously next to Ming Shi, Liu Yi makes his move, leaping lightly across the floating stone blocks. A warning pops up since he left number 1's protective matrix. His current power is suppressed by 3.2%, and his reconstruction skill is locked in indefinite cooldown. Liu Yi gets pensive. Entering this outer zone meant climbing up from the very bottom, so to escape, does he just have to jump down? As Liu Yi leaps forward, another thought hits him. What was that system message about Anqiu after he killed Tholu 446? Is that thing the boss of this entire zone? Could it be some high-level monster like that massive gorilla from before? He needs to stay sharp. Stepping onto safe ground, a system alert confirms he just harvested 7 computation points. This is where it gets crazy. Computation energy is the source of all existence, meaning he can literally create anything. His reconstruction cooldown, finally complete. Surprised by this, Liu Yi wonders if his reconstruction is ready. Can he just deploy it anywhere, as long as he has computation points? The system quickly warns him that unallocated points will vanish in 60 minutes, urging him to use them immediately or transfer them into the support anchor of his private territory. Liu Yi wastes no time, vaulting across the stone pillars as another system notification flashes in front of him. The system confirms that the computation energy has successfully transferred to the support anchor, instantly unlocking the upgrade path for his private territory. With number 1 holding 8 computation points, he has 2 clear upgrade options. First, he can level up his larval Mingxi from level 1, which boosts resistance against outer zone suppression and costs 10 points. His second option is upgrading the grade of number 1. It is currently at grade 1 with 2 paths. The first path allows number 1 to transition directly from the first tier of the outer zone to the second tier. The second path enhances the power of all creatures inside number 1, but that requires a massive 1,000 points. Plus, the larval Ming. She must reach level 10 first. Reading through these details, Liu Yi feels confident about which path he needs to take. He says excitedly, next, we farm points, level up Mingxi, and upgrade number 1. System notifications keep rolling and Tholu 556 has been killed, raising Anqio's attention toward you by 1. Anqio's aggro towards you increases by 1, and it is the exact same for Tholu 213 and 175. To sum it up, Anqio's total attention level is up by 51, and your total aggro value has spiked by 51. Look at this shot in a completely different area. A colossal, ancient tree stands tall as glowing light drifts through the air. Suddenly, a massive footprint presses into the dirt that belongs to Anqiu, a level 90 Calamity-class boss with an incredibly powerful build. Alert Tholu, 765, 278, and 498 are dead, raising Anqiu's attention toward you by 1. Aggro increases by 1, and suddenly his attention toward you spikes by 70. That means your total aggro with this beast has just jumped by another 70. Looking over his newly gathered points, Liu Yi realizes that Tholu are the only monsters spawning in this entire zone. On top of that, every single kill seems to draw the attention and aggro of this mysterious entity named Anqiu, whose level is still totally unknown. He does not know how many more pests he must kill before the boss finally spawns. Standing in this massive, empty expanse, there is one cold reality he is absolutely certain of. He is not leaving here anytime soon. Clenching his fist tight, he resolves to start figuring out a real way to handle this situation. The system flashes, consuming 10 computation points. Larval Ming, she levels up to level 2, and the matrix resistance against the outer zone suppression increases by 1%. Keeping at it, he burns through more computation points to steadily push the larval Mingxi all the way up to level 6. Finally, a notification confirms number 1's outer zone suppression has been weakened by 15%, leaving him with 30 points out of his accumulated 180. Suddenly, a message from Guri Te pops up to share some crucial intel when 2 private territories collide. Their protective matrices will temporarily fuse together. Reconstruction limit expired. Done. But the overall resistance to the outer zone suppression will strengthen, depending on how heavily reinforced each side's support anchors are. Out in the wild, Liu Yi speaks up, can we have a completely honest talk for once? Mingxi looks at him with deep suspicion. Liu Yi sits directly opposite the beast and continues, I brought you out of that secret dungeon, but as soon as we left, you insisted on coming right back inside here, and now you want to reach that glowing sphere. Why go there? What is your actual goal here? Ming. She stays silent, but Liu Yi absolutely demands some real answers. A pause. Then Ming. She finally speaks up, fine. My entire goal was to lure you to this spot and guide you straight to the data processing center, which is that glowing sphere floating right above our heads. A data processing center? Huge question marks pop up in Liu Yi's mind. He looks up toward the glowing light orb where the data is being encrypted. Suddenly, he remembers, could this be the power the New Order president mentioned? Liu Yi still has one big question, how do you know all this? Weren't you locked inside the secret realm this whole time? Mingxi dodges the question, quickly changing the subject. He says, you might not believe me, but I know your goal is also right there. As for reaching that data processing center, he promises I will do everything in my power to help you. Liu Yi still hesitates, but suddenly blurts out, do you know about the real world? Mingxi just blinks and asks, what did you say? Seeing the confusion, Liu Yi gets pretty annoyed and clarifies, my point is, do you even realize this is just a game world? Ming. She remains completely blank. Liu Yi mumbles to himself, wait, did the sound cut out? Then it hits him, can he not hear me? Is the origin realm automatically censoring these types of conversations? Liu Yi brushes it off, but just as he asks about the promise, a strange warning signal flashes. Now watch, here's where things get wild as he suddenly jumps to his feet. He yells to Ming, a high-level creature is here, and it is heading straight for our position. It is in trio. Liu Yi speaks, his face showing some pretty clear worry. We have been slaying those Earth monster leaders for computing power this whole time. I figured we would have to hunt a few more before the boss showed up, but it came straight to us instead. Mingxi senses the threat too, asking, have you figured out a way to deal with this thing yet? Liu Yi replies, the main problem is we have no idea how strong it is. Can I actually trust you on this? Liu Yi hesitates, then decides to lay his cards on the table. He says honestly, even though you have always helped me, after everything we have been through, Ming, she listens silently. Liu Yi sighs somewhere deep down. I still feel like you are not quite worthy of my trust. You are clearly hiding things from me, even if your explanation just now sounded pretty reasonable. But sounding logical does not make you trustworthy. Anyone can construct a pretty convincing lie. Even so, Liu Yi does not have any better options left right now. He opens up. There is simply no other way out of this situation anymore. To beat this boss monster and survive, I have to put my faith in you. Tell me I really can trust you, right? Before Mingxi can even answer, a sudden alert pops up number 1, and Lam Vien have collided, and the Mo is fusing. The entire area beneath Liu Yi shakes violently. In the distance, a massive shadow emerges right beside a giant tree. This is the very monster Liu Yi must face. And get this, the system suddenly announces the fusion is complete, weakening the outer suppression by 35%. Liu Yi looks up, deep worry etched across his face. Right beside him, Ming. She suddenly begins his massive transformation. The serpent grows absolutely massive, startling Liu Yi. Even the boss monster is caught off guard by this sudden evolution. Ming. She stares down the giant beast and calls out to Liu Yi, with my current power and health pool. Your plan is probably for me to hold him off. Then you can sneak into his private domain and destroy his Diao, right? And you are probably pretty worried that I might fail to hold him back and just run away, aren't you? Meanwhile, the beast has no idea what these two are talking about for so long. He grinds his teeth in pure impatience and lets out a massive roar. Mingxi ignores the noise, calmly saying, do not worry about a thing. Ever since I chose to become the anchor of the Mo in your private domain, I committed to standing with you on the same side. You have to believe me. Liu Yi says nothing back. His tense expression says it all. He is still pretty far from fully trusting those words. A sudden explosion cuts the conversation short. Liu Yi leaps onto a nearby ledge, gripping the cliffside tightly as he yells back to Mingxi. I am counting on you then. Liu Yi yells, struggling to hold on. An alert pops up. She has been attacked, and his health took a hit of 7,340 points. Liu Yi carefully scales the steep cliff. The notifications keep coming as Mingxi takes more damage, losing 4,700 and then 4,900 points. Liu Yi leaps across the rocks. He monitors the alerts closely, knowing he must find the target quickly before his partner's health is completely drained. He needs to find that Diao and destroy it. Checking Ming. She's remaining HP at over 7 million points. Liu Yi prepares for the worst. If he fails, his only way to reach the ruins will be to teleport back to town. Despite the heavy thoughts weighing on his mind, he pushes forward, determined to conquer this incredibly treacherous cliffside. Alerts keep flashing as she continues to absorb damage. Finally, Liu Yi's fingers reach up and grab the edge of solid ground. He pulls his entire body up with a hard grunt, pretty worried about how fast his partner's health is draining. A sudden blast erupts in front of him, sending rocks flying as thick white smoke completely covers the area. Standing tall on the flat ground, he tells himself to move fast. He has just reached a massive, barren clearing with absolutely nothing on it except for one giant, ancient tree. Glowing spots of light hover around the foliage, creating a pretty poetic scene. Liu Yi looks at the massive roots, completely caught off guard. Is this thing really that huge? He walks around to scout the area, looking like a tiny ant standing beneath it. After checking out a few spots, he realizes there is not even a single guard stationed here. Liu Yi stands there, quite lost in thought. This place is pretty bizarre. He looks up at the towering tree. He wonders why An Chu dares to leave its nest completely unguarded to fight alone. Liu Yi decides to touch the trunk directly. The system instantly pulls up the Imperial Nest Yuan Lin, level 30, with 46,500 health. Warning: this Yuan Lin nest is blessed by the Ba Hua Ji Thun, linking its life directly to An Chu. Until An Chu is dead, the Yuan Lin nest is completely unbreakable. Liu Yi is quite stunned by the screen. Seriously? Is it really unbreakable? No wonder An Chu invaded alone, but how can he even win this? He struggles for an answer. Suddenly, the system warns him that Ming Shi is losing health fast. Warning: the summon Ming Shi pup is taking heavy hits. Its health just dropped by over 6,000. Then another 6,000. Look at his face. He is getting seriously stressed. He grabs his weapon, ready to strike. Liu Yi strikes the tough wooden trunk with all his might, but the system says Yuan Lin immune to your damage. He raises his gun, taking direct aim, and fires a shot. Still, the screen only displays Yuan Lin immune to your damage. Seeing this, Liu Yi stands frozen, quite helpless. Is there really no way to break this thing? But how could he just give up so easily? He keeps moving to investigate, his mind racing with endless questions. Maybe this tree is just an outer shell, and the real nest is hidden inside, though there is absolutely no entrance visible from here. Even if this tree is fake, unless he destroys it, he will never be able to clear An Chu's imperial nest. His head is in absolute chaos as he rubs his temples. Man, what a massive headache. If only he had some kind of dispersion skill. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerges from the other side, silently watching Liu Yi's every move. The man's face looks incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, Liu Yi still has absolutely no idea someone is watching him. He is just staring across the clearing, where Ming Shi is fighting a brutal battle against An Chu. With Ming Shi's health steadily dropping, Liu Yi finally makes up his mind. It looks like a direct clash is his only option. He steps forward boldly, thoughts screaming in his head. No more hesitation. If this is truly the only path forward right now, then his only option is to walk it. Zero regrets. Even if he fails in the end, he is going all out. Thoughts pile up, bringing a sudden wave of fear. Man, it's easy to talk big, but confronting An Chu directly probably means getting wiped out in a single blow. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice calls out, "What is wrong? Ready to give up already?" Liu Yi flinches, shouting, "Who is that?" A pair of quiet footsteps approaches. It is that blonde man who was hiding behind the massive tree trunk. They stand in silence, sizing each other up pretty closely. Liu Yi recognizes him. It is Ho Cha Tu from the shelter. He knows a bit about this guy. Wait, is not he the one with the dispersion skill? Could his ability actually shatter this massive imperial nest? He is stressed. Ming Shi is running out of health, and who knows how long it can hold on. But in moments like this, he cannot rush. If his dispersion skill can actually break this nest, he realizes he needs to play his cards right and use this guy. After thinking it through, he speaks up to Ho Cha Tu. "If you have been hiding there all this time, you probably saw everything." Liu Yi folds his arms and smiles, continuing, "I am about to face the boss monster of this place. Your best move right now would probably be to sit back and reap the rewards, right? Yet here you are." He calls him out directly. "Considering what we both know about each other in this tight situation, is not it true your dispersion skill lacks the stats, and you want to partner up? You stopped me not just because you are worried I cannot handle Anqiu alone, but because you are terrified of failing to break this tree's shell yourself. Without my help, you had to turn back, knowing you would never be able to handle Anqiu either. Ho Cha Tu frowns in silence, offering no reply. Seeing this, Liu Yi decides to strike first and lay out his plan. If that is the case, I will agree to help you. I can buff your stats so you can finally shatter this tree shell. He silently judges the reaction, realizing his guess was spot on. Ho Cha Tu is completely caught off guard, feeling a sudden wave of panic inside. Even though his guess is correct, agreeing so easily like this? Is not he worried I might turn on him later? He is quite confused trying to read Liu Yi's intentions. He struggles with his thoughts, realizing this guy must have a trump card. A trump card? Then it is probably stronger than anyone else's. Finally, Ho Cha Tu lays all his cards on the table. You are absolutely right, so I will stop talking. Let us begin. Liu Yi smiles with complete satisfaction, replying perfect. Meanwhile, on the side of Ming Shi, the system keeps flashing warnings of a massive health drop. Liu Yi silently tells himself to stay cool and not rush. Absolutely not to rush. In crazy moments like this, keeping a level head is absolutely everything. As Liu Yi walks toward Ho Cha Tu, the villain nods easily but secretly grows suspicious, wondering if this is a trap since things are going too smoothly, and deciding not to let him get too close. When Liu Yi draws closer, Ho Cha Tu immediately barks out, "Halt right there. Your weapon of choice is a saber, right? Its attack range is probably around 3 meters, right? Good. Now freeze right where you are." Liu Yi raises his hands and calmly offers, "In this space, player stats max out at 100, so let me fill yours up." Ho Cha Tu agrees, telling him to boost them as much as possible. Liu Yi simply nods. Feeling the power surging inside him, Ho Cha Tu eagerly mutters to himself that this feeling is absolutely incredible. Wanting even more, he greedily tells Liu Yi to pick up the pace, demanding if he can speed up the process a bit. Liu Yi warns him that his blessing here only lasts for 30 seconds. Ho Cha Tu wears a pretty sinister smirk, thinking he just hit the ultimate jackpot without lifting a single finger. He laughs at Liu Yi for buffing him, thinking the kid is too naive to understand real danger. Since the kid is so naive, he plans to teach him a lesson he will never forget. Glancing up at the giant ancient tree, he mutters that he will deal with it first. Ho Cha Tu starts channeling his newfound power. The system processes his command, but flashes a warning that his intelligence stat is too low, making the dispelling fail. But with all his stats maxed out, his dispelling level increases by 1. The process runs again, and this time, it succeeds. Another notification pops up, confirming that the blessing of the flower goddess has been shattered. Instantly, a glowing green honeycomb-like barrier wraps tightly around the massive ancient tree trunk. Suddenly, the glowing barrier shatters into a million tiny, sparkling fragments. Seeing this, a look of pure relief and joy washes over Liu Yi. He celebrates silently, knowing it worked. Suddenly, a wild scream echoes from Ming Shi, though its owner remains a mystery. The fierce clash with Anqiu rages on, with absolutely no sign of stopping. Liu Yi flinches, recognizing that the sound is actually the deafening roar of Anqiu. Liu Yi cannot afford to waste another second. He has to quickly secure the Diwu tree of Anqiu. Now get ready, because while Ming Shi is reaching his absolute limit, Ho Cha Tu sneaky creeps behind a distracted Liu Yi, raising his blade to strike while mockingly warning him that letting his guard down is fatal. But out of nowhere, Liu Yi counters with lightning speed, instantly casting the blessing once more. Ho Cha Tu gasps in shock, realizing that the target he just slashed was merely an afterimage. Even though his own stats are maxed out, they should both be capped at the exact same limit. How on earth is this kid moving so fast? Since the villain made the first move, Liu Yi draws his sword, ready to fight back. He smiles and calmly remarks, "You are being a bit too hasty there, are you not?" The eyes of Ho Cha Tu turn savage as a sudden realization hits him, so he snarls, "This is your hidden trump card. Your stat multiplier is at least 1 point higher than mine. Plus the Liu Yunguard's skill I just used is on a cooldown and cannot be cast again." The unfinished duel explodes back to life. Liu Yi lunges forward, shouting with intense energy that is why you should just forfeit already. Ho Cha-tu fires right back, shouting you think you are the only one with a trump card, as a sinister grin spreads across his face. He bellows, weapon lock, activating an ability that prevents his target from using any weapon of that class for 1 full minute. Liu Yi slashes his sword right through him, but the strike completely misses, cutting through empty air. Immediately, the system alerts him that 7 of his weapon classes are temporarily locked, and all blade-type weapons are now completely useless. Liu Yi stands frozen as his sword vanishes right out of his hand, silently wondering why the system is blocking his blade. Seeing his opponent completely unarmed, Ho Cha-tu charges forward with his long saber, yelling out, "Did you honestly think I needed Liu Yunguard just to crush you? This is my real trump card. Now that I have blocked your main weapon class, let us see how you are going to trigger any of your physical power skills. Without those power skills, you are really just like any other ordinary player out there." Hearing the villain brag, Liu Yi shows no fear, only offering a smug smile and asking, "Wait, your ultimate trump card is really just this?" Moving with lightning speed, he easily dodges the wild slash from Ho Cha-tu, instantly appearing behind the villain and pressing a gun directly to his head. He calmly whispers, "If I were just some ordinary player relying on physical skills, I would indeed be helpless against your locking skill." Ho Cha-tu frantically glances back, desperately trying to stay composed as he stammers, "Do not try to bluff. Do you really think that tiny pistol can stop me?" Aiming the cold, dark barrel directly at him, Liu Yi simply replies, "But unfortunately for you, I am not a normal player." Refusing to accept defeat, the villain tries to snap back, "Hit me first before you." Liu Yi pulls the trigger, sending a bullet tearing through Ho Cha-tu as his health bar instantly drops to 0. Feeling his strength completely drain away, his face twists in pure horror. Drenched in sweat, he watches his own body slowly begin to dissolve into light, while Liu Yi calmly explains, "Besides, with your pathetic speed, even if you managed to seal my sword, you would still never be able to land a single hit on me. Taking you down barely took any effort. So I really have no idea where you got all that confidence from." The system shows that you killed player Hu Jiazi, and checks reveal he holds 5% of the Moyuan realm computing power, which has now been deducted. Your total Moyuan realm computing power authority has increased by 16%. Liu Yi thinks anxiously that he cannot wait anymore and must quickly deal with Ying Zhao's residence. Otherwise, Ming She will be finished. Meanwhile, the battle on Ming Shi's side is getting absolutely brutal. Ming She uses all his strength to stall Ying Zhao, quietly grumbling that his partner is way too slow, and if this drags on any longer, he will definitely collapse. The system announces that the Yuanlin Diwu has been shattered, granting you 1,567 points of computing power. So please use it quickly or store it inside your simulation barrier. The battle is finally over. Mingsha collapses onto the empty ground, his face covered in deep scratches and bruises. Liu Yi walks over, sits down, and tells Mingshe that he did a great job holding out for so long. Mingshe relaxes and wearily replies that it is nothing, since they are just helping each other out. He then asks how Liu Yi plans to spend the total of over 1,500 computing power points they just gathered. Liu Yi immediately answers that he wants to get Mingshe to level 10 first, then upgrade their entire territory. There is no rush, so they should deal with the Tulu in this area first to gather some extra computing power. Before heading out to the first floor of the outer area, Mingsh warns that while this plan is safe, it is way too slow. But Liu Yi has always wondered if upgrading this piece of land would take them all the way up to that giant light sphere. Mingshe scoffs, telling him he is dreaming, and points toward the glowing light sphere. These shattered lands are split into 5 floors, and each upgrade only climbs 1 floor, which means Liu Yi has to upgrade 4 times to reach it. Suddenly, a thought hits him, and he turns to Mingshe with a sly grin, pointing out that since the snake can fly, he should just carry him up there. Mingshe immediately shuts him down, telling him to keep dreaming because of the barrier. Plus, he can only fly while staying in this tiny form. Liu Yi lets out a loud laugh and tells Mingshe to take a breather while he starts gathering computing power around the area. But hold on, look who's waking up on a nearby floating fragment of land. Completely shocked that he's still breathing. Checking his stats, his computing power is down to 52, which is a massive 60% drop, leaving him wondering if computing power acts as an extra life. He quickly realizes something, wondering if that 60% loss is directly tied to his level 60 status. What exactly is the limit of this penalty? And if he ends up dying again, will he still be able to respawn? Pushing those worries aside, he knows he needs to report this insane discovery to his chief right away. He jumps into the group chat to message the chief, explaining that although he died, he successfully respawned in his private zone, albeit losing 60% of his power. Dunyong, the director of the shelter, demands to know what happened, and when Hu Jiazi mentions he ran into Ye, Dunyong sighs and texts back that he already warned him to be careful. Hu Jiazi quickly defends himself, arguing that he was incredibly cautious but that guy Ye was just too overpowered. The director orders him to relay every single detail of the fight, hoping it will help them understand the full scope of Ye's current power. As Hu Jiazi recounts the details, he suddenly stops, admitting that he feels like crying right now. He cries that his special weapon-disabling badge was stolen by Ye. Meanwhile, Liu Yi starts using his points to upgrade Mingxia. The system alerts that spending 300 computing power points has upgraded Mingxia to level 10, while their barrier's resistance to the outer area's suppression rises by an impressive 4%. In an instant, the tiny baby Mingx evolves into a majestic adult snake, unlocking a complete stats upgrade at level 10. The outer area's suppression drops by 20%, leaving Liu Yi with 1747 total and 1297 remaining power. After the upgrade, Liu Yi heads out to gather more power until he hits 2,000 points. When the system warns him he reached the limit for the first floor. The system prompts him to quickly upgrade his private zone and advance to the outer second floor. Liu Yi stares at the computing power in his hand, wondering why on earth there is a limit here, and realizes he has no choice but to upgrade number 1 first to proceed. Now watch this. He gives a thoughtful look upward, then suddenly leaps right over to where Mingxia is waiting. He decides it is time to move, and the system consumes 1,000 computing power points to upgrade number 1 to level 2, boosting his defense capacity to the limit. The simulation strength increases, successfully weakening the harsh suppression of the outer area by 5%. Mingxia's level cap rises to level 20 as number 1's construction feature activates, leaving him with 550 active and 2,000 accumulated points. Attention! Number 1 has officially advanced to the outer second floor. All members linked to number 1 must return immediately for transport or risk having their citizenship revoked. Just as the entire world begins to shake violently, the system reminds him that number 1 needs 2,000 computing power points to reach level 3. Liu Yi calculates the costs in his head, noting that Mingx requires 10 extra points per level, while number 1 needs double, meaning the total power required will eventually reach tens of thousands. If they keep doing what they did on the first floor, raiding a private zone will only net them a few miserable points. With such a massive deficit, he wonders if there is a faster way to farm computing power once they reach the second floor. The outer second floor turns out to be incredibly gloomy, blanketed in thick fog, with 2 fearsome Tulu beasts strictly guarding the pathway. This area sits right next to the sector where Liu Yi and Mingxi are standing. A notification pops up. He has arrived at the outer second floor, the Kam Nguyen region. The aggro value of Kam Nguyen Vung toward him is already at 100. Once he steps inside the aggro range of Kam Nguyen Vung, he will instantly become the boss's number 1 target. Huffing for breath, Liu Yi thinks to himself, how is it already at 100? Is this boss some lackey of Ba Chua Zi Thun? Seeing how rough this looks, he tells himself he needs to change maps fast. Facing a boss monster like this is way too risky. Suddenly, a grotesque face looms, and Liu Yi frantically looks around. The creature opens its jaws wide enough to swallow the entire Kamwin sector, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It is incredibly bizarre, sporting an octopus-like head covered in tentacles and a tail resembling a fish. Terrified, Liu Yi yells out, "What on earth is that creature?" Mingxi seems to recognize this beast. He says it is a Quiku, a creature that eats private sectors with weak membranes, lurking just outside the boundary. Hearing this for the first time, Liu Yi wonders a beast that feeds on private territories. He closely inspects the hideous monster. Things just got a lot worse. Peering closer, he wonders if those things darting through the bone structures like bullets are also Kui Hu. There must be at least 10 of them, right? Going out there means getting instantly shredded. Falling silent, Liu Yi feels pretty helpless. Why did the difficulty of the outer second floor spike so heavily? He looks around the plot of land beneath him, realizing this place feels pretty strange too. A piece of land without a single support structure. Did the Kwaiku eat absolutely everything here? Things are not going his way at all. He expected the second floor to be a breeze for farming computing power, but it is brutally hard instead. He wonders if it is just this zone or the entire second floor. Under an eerie, silent sky, the scene shifts to the Nguyen gathering zone. Layers of rocky terrain pile high here, covered in lush, overgrown greenery. Something feels quite off about this place compared to the rest. The ground Liu Yi stands on is tiny compared to before. He realizes that no matter how he moves, he cannot expand this sector, and there is only a single membrane support here. Could this actually be the territory of Hong Wenvung? Turning to Mingxi, he says this realm looks like it was patched together from various different-sized plots. Do you know anything about this? But where did Mingxi go? He looks around, finding him gone, until Mingxi's voice suddenly echoes someone is coming. Liu Yi immediately tenses up. It is a human clad in yellow armor, his legs fully guarded. This is Bach Thu Sao, a level 60 player from the Hua Yuan Guild. Liu Yi quietly watches him. Standing in separate sectors, the newcomer speaks first. Looks like you are struggling here too. He offers to team up, saying they can only escape once they clear this zone. Bach Thu Sao tries hard to convince him, raising his sharp eyebrows with a smooth, handsome smirk. The chat group goes wild as Thwern Dung drops an update. My recruit is dead, killed by Dar. Tung Van replies, with the private sector being this huge, it is quite a coincidence they even crossed paths. Yuan Ding tells the group to get specific. We only know Dar can boost all his stats. But is there any deeper intel? Thwern Dung adds that Dar's powers do not seem restricted by his choice of weapon. Tung Van texts back that it is impossible. How could that be? Yuan Ding suggests that whoever runs into Dar next, they must alert absolutely everyone in the guild immediately. Streaming the whole process is crucial to analyzing his skills. Yuan Ding warns, if we do not deal with Dar, we can never surpass the new order. Dung Ven and Thuan Zoom agree with Yuan Ding. Suddenly, Bach Thu Sao sends a message, Director, I just found Dar. Yuan Ding orders him to start streaming. Obediently, Bach Thu Sao boots up his live feed. The whole crew, Yuan Ding, Thuan Zong, Tung Ven, Leung Ting Ting, and Ho Tratu immediately tunes in to watch the stream unfold. A sudden crack echoes. Before a frozen Bach Thu Sao can even react, a high-speed bullet tears straight toward his head. A prompt flashes, you have slain player Bach Thu Sao, and his 5% Monwen Gie computing power authority has been confiscated. And who pulled the trigger? None other than our boy Liu Yi, who coolly mutters, sorry about that, but since I already marked your group as enemies, I have absolutely zero interest in playing nice and cooperating with you. As Bach Thu Sao's headless body collapses, Liu Yi spots a glowing orb floating upward, the precious Bao Chao. He calculates that Bach Thu Sao's private territory still has its protective membrane active. If he leaps over right now to grab that Bao Chao, it probably won't draw the attention of those nasty Quiku. He drops into a tight starting stance. Thinking it through before jumping, he plans to shatter his target's anchor, snatch the computing power, and teleport right back. Who knows how much power he can secure, but just as he imagines a massive haul, a mysterious hand suddenly reaches out and grabs the Bao Chao. Liu Yi stares in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how the headless Bach Thu Sao, who was just lying dead on the ground, is standing back up completely fine. Sniping from a distance with a pistol, so a handgun is actually the weapon that suits you best? Talk about completely broken, Liu Yi thinks, still completely shocked as he wonders if this guy is seriously not dead yet. But that makes no sense. Even the meta system announced his death, and even dropped a core orb. Questions flood his mind. Did he actually just resurrect? On top of that, he came back with absolutely zero penalties. What on earth is going on here? Could dying in this shattered zone somehow allow him to respawn inside his own private territory? Liu Yi ignores him and turns directly to Ming Shi, demanding a clear explanation for what just happened. Ming Shi answers dying in these outer borderlands will indeed cause a player to respawn back in their personal territory. Every single revival deducts 1 to 100% of your calculating power based on level, with a minimum penalty of 100 points. Liu Yi is pretty annoyed to hear this, snapping at him for waiting until now to mention such a massive detail. But Ming Shi defends himself. He never had a chance to say anything. Plus, Liu Yi has plenty of power and is not dead anyway. Liu Yi decides not to push any further, saying they should put this matter aside for now. They will talk more after he takes care of this guy. With that, he immediately equips his clock pendulum. Liu Yi aims his weapon straight at Bak Thu Sao, shouting out that he will destroy his domain core next because there is no way he survives that. And get this, Bak Thu Sao does not even flinch, instantly summoning a massive barrier to shield himself. As he transforms, Bak Thu Sao coldly notes, "If you choose to refuse my cooperation, then war is the only option left for us. But fighting you right here is a clear disadvantage for me." With those parting words, his body completely vanishes from sight. He leaves a final message in that case. We will meet again inside the Kamwen gathering grounds. Liu Yi lowers his gun, realizing the guy used a structure to hide his territory. He falls silent. Ming Shi warns him that without the dispersion device, dealing with Chu's schemes will not go smoothly at all, and they will be forced to face King Kamnuen directly. Liu Yi stands silently, gazing at King Kamwen's territory. He wonders if rejecting the cooperation offer in this situation was a pretty foolish move. Sharing his nagging doubts with Ming Shi, he notes that the real point of this alliance was supposed to make 1 + 1 greater than 2, which is exactly why partnering up with him is out of the question. Ming Shi does not deny it, calmly asking if he has a solid plan to handle both him and King Kamwen. Liu Yi admits his intel is incredibly limited, so they will just have to wing it. For starters, just get me into the Kamwen gathering grounds first. He says he will scout the outer perimeter, and if things get too dangerous, he will leap right back out, so Ming Shi better catch him. Then, Liu Yi leaps forward. Meanwhile, Bak Thu Sao is clearly pretty furious about Liu Yi showing absolutely zero fear toward him. He sends a message to his superior, telling the director that he cannot swallow this humiliation and wants permission to eliminate him directly. The director asks back if he is absolutely sure of winning, and he replies that since cooperation is dead, he will give it everything he has. Deep inside the Kamwen gathering grounds lies the absolute domain ruled by King Kamwen himself, resting his chin on his hand as if waiting for something. This level 90 beast is the undisputed leader of these disaster-tier monsters. The vast territory is blanketed in a dense, chilling fog, crawling with a multitude of terrifying high-level creatures lurking in the shadows. Among them are 2 level 70 white Kamwen speedsters and 2 level 80 black Kamwen speedsters, both classified as highly dangerous threats. Suddenly, one white beast shrieks out as a devastating strike tears off its limbs and blows it completely apart. A creepy atmosphere fills the air. Killing that white beast just gave the black speedster 15 more points of calculating power. Having secured the extra power, it immediately flies back into its cave with the spoils. Watching this unfold, Liu Yi realizes these beasts live in packs, making this area incredibly dangerous. Given his current stats, taking down just one of them might be doable. But if they swarm him, running away is the only option. Suddenly, a notification alerts him that he has entered the private territory of the outer borderlands. Suppression force is reduced by 40%. The system is recalculating your 50% suppression level. Your current combat strength is restricted to 23.6%. Skill cooldowns are increased by 76.4%, and duration is drastically reduced. Liu Yi's health points sit at 4489, with mastery points at 2888. Another system alert warns that he has arrived at the gathering grounds. King Kamnuen has already locked his sights on you. Liu Yi feels a wave of panic wash over him as the loud, frantic flapping and shrieks echoing from deep inside the caverns grow louder and louder. Fearing that something has gone horribly wrong, the system suddenly flashes a series of urgent warnings. For every 30 seconds spent inside this territory, King Kamwin's focus on you increases by 1, triggering 3 consecutive warning alerts. Liu Yi alertly scans his surroundings, catching a pretty strange sound nearby. It is the sound of the Kamwin King. The noise grows louder, and thick smoke begins rising from the cliffside right where Liu Yi is standing. Suddenly, Bak Thu Sao appears, leaving Liu Yi in utter disbelief. He keeps flashing in and out of sight, making Liu Yi think he is too fast. As Bak Thu Sao closes in, Liu Yi calmly dodges, keeping his thoughts pretty simple. But no matter how fast he gets, his stats cannot possibly beat my own heavily buffed attributes. Trading blows, his blessing stat gets buffed by 500 points, using the warp shift. Suddenly, an urgent notification pops up. He is being affected by a teleportation skill. Void aggro numbers 345, 398, and 428 from Bak Thu Sao are all transferred directly to him. Terrified, he suddenly spots a massive horde of black bones flying toward them while they are still fighting each other tooth and nail. Another system alert pops up. His blessing attributes have been stolen by Bak Thu Sao, causing Liu Yi to hesitate mid-step. Wait. Watch how smug this guy gets as Bak Thu Sao runs off with the stolen stats, feeling absolutely unstoppable. He looks pretty thrilled, whispering to himself, but as great as this is, nothing beats being able to personally wipe out the night. Without the stat boost from his private domain's unrestricted structure, plus this place holds 1/5 of the void, so I doubt you can survive this. Suddenly, the entire black swarm swerves toward Liu Yi. His health sits at 4,489, and his power is 1,888 out of 188. Panicked, Liu Yi has no plan. Meanwhile, Bak Thu Sao remains completely safe inside a barrier he created to protect himself. Liu Yi runs as fast as he can from the black swarm, desperately trying to re-establish his freeze state while on the move. He calls his 500 buff, crossing his arms to form a solid barricade. Determined to get back to base 1, he knows Bak Thu Sao must be taken down first, so he raises his weapon directly at his enemy. Suddenly, the system announces that his freeze state has ended, shifting him into a teleportation status. An iron cage drops around Liu Yi, halting him in his tracks. A notification alerts him that he has entered a weakened transition state. The one who caged him is none other than Bak Thu Sao, who is now grinning maliciously. And it gets even worse. Just look at how Bak Thu Sao stacks these debuffs, triggering another massive alert that says his strength is heavily drained. Your speed is reduced by 50%. Attack and defense down by 50% for 2.5 seconds. Danger closes in from all sides. Not just Bak Thu Sao, you are also targeted by Kamwin. Fortunately, your confinement state has finally been lifted. With his freeze state gone, he takes direct hits from Kamwin, losing 30 health points and then another 49. Seeing Liu Yi struggle, Bak Thu Sao mockingly shouts, "You want to kill me? Just die already." But Liu Yi calmly calculates his blessing has 5 seconds left. If his math is right, Bak Thu Sao will lose the buff 2 seconds early. The instant the blessing fades, he unleashes a binding skill at Bak Thu Sao. Caught off guard by the rapid counterattack, the villain angrily protests. How many times can this guy even strike? Bak Thu Sao wonders as Liu Yi calmly aims his weapon again, making a final choice with 3 people already injured. Facing danger from every single direction, Liu Yi does not show even a hint of fear. He remains on guard against the White Clan, the Black Clan, and the imprisoned Bak Thu Sao, who refuses to back down, shouting out with a smug face. "Die already," he yells, activating his refraction aura to lock on. Notification: the first blessing buff has ended. The second blessing has 2 seconds left, prompting him to condense his fortress while draining 3,000 points of his target's energy. Liu Yi opens his hand, ready to turn the tables. Tension is written all over his face as another grim alert flashes: your energy has been drained by 3,000 points, and the 0 increase shuts down the refraction aura. Just as Bak Thu Sao struggles in his prison, The confining barrier suddenly shatters to pieces. He crashes hard onto the dirt as a notification pops up: "You have killed the player Bach Thu Sao." He falls backward, lying lifeless on the ground. Moving like lightning, Liu Yi rushes over, snatches the precious gem, and bolts from the scene. Retreating to his own territory, he calls out loudly for Mingxi while securing his new gear. Gathering all his strength, Liu Yi leaps forward and lands perfectly. The black swarm follows him closely, but stops dead as soon as he leaves the area. Are they really not going to pursue me? Liu Yi wonders right before a strange, echoing noise makes him realize something is terribly wrong. Liu Yi draws his sword and takes a stance as the massive Calm Wind King finally reveals himself. He never expected the Calm Wind King to be this gigantic, making him look like a mere speck of dust beside him as questions race through his mind. Is he actually trapped in this Calm Wind territory, unable to leave just like those other minor void monsters? Calm Nguyen simply stares at him for a brief moment, then mysteriously turns away. But Liu Yi isn't about to let him walk. Raising his gun high, his blood boils with pure aggression. "You want to leave? Did you even ask me first?" He unleashes his moves, restructuring his cooldowns with a freezing state, a full attribute blessing, and absolute confinement. Deadly circle. It instantly closes in on Khum Win Vung. Liu Yi secretly celebrates, thinking to himself that his timing was absolutely perfect, catching Calm Win Vung right inside his attack range with a flawless lock. Even a single second is enough to secure his victory, because under this upgraded, zero cooldown confinement, there is no escape. He will just slowly grind the boss down to dust. Wasting no time, he fires a massive shot straight at Calm Win Vung. The bullet grazes Calm Nguyen Vung, who dodges it in a flash. Suddenly, a system alert pops up: the rules of the gathering zone have been altered, and confinement is now completely useless. Liu Yi panics. He suddenly realizes this is the work of Kong Win Vung's restructuring power. The two of them stand in completely different zones, and Liu Yi is entirely alone. Meanwhile, a massive horde of dark beasts surrounds Calm Nguyen Vung. Making his move, the king spreads his colossal wings and soars into the sky, vanishing from sight. Liu Yi pauses, and you can see the gears turning in his head. Restructuring means that as long as you own a private zone, whether you are a monster or a player, you hold this power. A system notification blares: you have left the Hongwin gathering zone, and the attention of Hongwin Vung has faded. He crouches down with crossed arms, looking pretty serious. His thoughts are quite messy, especially with the enemy being so alert and possessing restructuring. Too tough. Private zone owners are just impossible to kill, but looking at his hands, he forms a plan. Unless he can find someone to crash their own private zone directly into the Calm Win gathering zone, merging them together and totally disabling Calm Win Vung's restructuring power. Or, he could bring raw computational power to the Hongwin gathering zone to counter restructuring with restructuring. Either way, Liu Yi realizes he needs to find a partner. Heavy fog covers the silent, empty landscape. Over in a completely different area, Bak Thu Sao revives once again, screaming in absolute fury as his anger literally boils over. 2 deaths now, and he's still streaming too. Yuan Ding sends a private message warning him to quiet down so other guilds don't laugh at him. Bak Thu Sao can only grit his teeth in silence, not uttering a word. He texts back that he understands. Addressing his live stream chat, Bak Thu Sao apologizes to everyone for his behavior. Apologizing for being rude, he decides to shut down the live stream for now until they actually meet. Tung Van offers some comforting words, while Thuan Dung chimed in, thanking him for letting them watch the run. Slumping into a bizarrely shaped chair, Bak Thu Sao mutters with bitter resentment that he will absolutely get his revenge. He is still determined, knowing he has a chance. He sends a private message to his leader, admitting that while he died, he managed to secure something special. Next, he sends a screenshot of a status called Advanced Calamity. Killing a Hongwin grants 1 stack of this state, capping at 100, plus 5. That's the attribute boost for each stack of Advanced Calamity. Reaching 100 stacks rewards the player with the prestigious title of Kongwin Leader. If killed, they can borrow a resurrection from any Kongwin up to 10 times. However, if slain by Kam Win Vung, this rule is void. Players holding this advanced calamity status can challenge Kam Nguyen Vung in a calamity tier danger zone. Health is multiplied by 20, combat power by 4, and all attributes get a +2 bonus. Earning the title of Kam Nguyen Vung makes you owner of the gathering zone, and if the current leader gets killed, their title is immediately stripped away. Note that once the advanced calamity starts stacking, the player cannot leave the Hongwin gathering zone. Bach Thu Sao texts next, revealing he stole this fixed status directly from a Hongwin. Now, watch how this changes everything. Pure luck. He never expected to find a treasure like this, and Yuan Ding completely agrees. Yuan Ding texts back that if they can secure the Kam Win Vung title, their faction's strength will multiply several times over, making Bach Thu Sao smile as he reads. They keep texting, and Bach Thu Sao notes that while they cannot leave the Kam Win gathering zone during the stacking process, as long as he can transfer the advanced calamity status after claiming the title, it'll all be fine. But their biggest issue right now is finding a way to defeat the Hong Win. A single monster is easy, but they always aggro as a massive horde, which is incredibly difficult to manage. Plus, he has to endure the brutal debuff of the outer zone, meaning he can only pull off one single rotation of his skills per battle. Seeing this, Yuan Ding suggests a solution, telling him to reach out to Dar and see if they can work together. That Kam Nguyen Vung title is simply too good to pass up, making any temporary losses totally worth it. Bach Thu Sao rests his chin on his hand, seriously considering the idea. Over on Liu Yi's side, a pretty surprising message pops up. It is from Bach Thu Sao, saying that while Liu Yi is incredibly strong, he still has one thing to say. You cannot defeat the Kam Win King on your own. It is impossible. Only true, honest cooperation can defeat it. Liu Yi smiled as he thought about it. This message was perfect, bringing him exactly what he was missing. Taking down the Kam Win King definitely required some teamwork, but he was in no rush. He knew he couldn't agree too easily. Liu Yi texted back, sure, but as a supporter, I cannot just charge ahead, and to show my full potential, I have to use the construct. So the fight has to be on the edge of the Kam Nguyen gathering zone, and I must stand on my own ground. Bach Thu Sao never expected this, screaming in frustration. He snapped, you are a supporter, but am I not one too? And why can you not charge ahead? Damn it, in close combat, you can probably fight better than me anyway. Annoyed by Liu Yi's words, Bach Thu Sao still sent a calmer reply, saying it is not impossible to agree. But before we face the Kam Win King, we should kill 200 Kam Win first just to warm up. You do not have any objections, right? Otherwise, facing the Kam Win King directly without even understanding what we are up against would be a total joke. Bach Thu Sao confidently assured himself, even though I agreed and my life is basically in your hands, I do not believe you will attack me before we deal with the Kam Win King, but once he is gone, you will definitely make a move on me. Still, as long as I get the Kam Win leader title, I do not care how you try to finish me off in the end. I can just play dead until you completely take care of the Kam Win King yourself. Liu Yi found the quick agreement suspicious, wondering he agreed just like that. Is he not afraid I will take him out in the end? But there was one more thing he had to clarify. So he texted back one more important question. How do we handle the Kam Win King's construct? Bach Thu Sao quickly replied, saying I will force my territory to collide and merge with the Kam Win gathering zone, taking control of his construct. Do not worry. But deep down, Bach Thu Sao had his own secret plan. As long as the advanced calamity starts rising, I will become part of the Kam Nguyen zone. At worst, I will just give up everything else. Liu Yi found this sudden agreement suspicious, and honestly, you would think it is super sketchy too. And throughout their conversation, he only asked for one thing, to kill 200 Kam Nguyen to warm up before facing the boss. Was that really just a simple practice run? My goal is simply to use him to control the Kam Win King's construct. As long as we can pull that off, I can easily accept any other conditions he throws my way. And besides, as long as I stand on zone number 1, I am basically invincible. Why fear whatever dirty tricks he might pull? After making up his mind, Liu Yi texted, all right, let's meet up. Standing alone in his territory, he braced himself for the battle as Bak Thu Sao began to make his move. He leaped across the rocky terrain, looking highly energized as he landed gracefully back down on the ground. But that gentle look on Bak Thu Sao's face was nothing but a fake act. Spotting him, Liu Yi smiled and acted just as friendly. Standing face to face, Liu Yi spoke up first, asking where he should wait. Bak Thu Sao grinned, saying his choice was a very wise one. He then added that they would surely make great teammates before quickly walking away. Liu Yi muttered under his breath that he truly believed so. Liu Yi warned himself to stay alert. He could not waste time helping him slaughter 200 Kam Nguyen. He had to summon the Kam Nguyen King quickly, force him to merge the zones, and seize control of the construct first. Both of them had their own dark schemes. Bak Thu Sao ran, plotting if I summon 200 of them, he will definitely suspect something, so he has to at least take out half. Once I push the advanced calamity to 100 stacks, that Kam Nguyen title will finally be all mine. And once I claim that Kam Nguyen King title and unlock those absolutely insane stats, along with full control over every beast in the gathering zone, I will settle my score with you once and for all. Bak Thu Sao successfully lured a swarm of Dark Clan Kam Nguyen over. Seeing this, Liu Yi leaped in to assist him. A system alert chimed, "You have entered the Kam Nguyen gathering zone, and the Kam Nguyen King has noticed you." He did not rush, standing still to observe. Watching Bak Thu Sao eagerly fight the swarm of Kam Nguyen, Liu Yi carefully analyzed every single move he made. The system notified them that the more Kam Nguyen they slaughtered, the faster the king's attention level would rise. A massive, sharp-clawed foot slowly emerged. Looking down on Bak Thu Sao's struggle was the Kam Nguyen King himself, the absolute ruler of this domain. Seeing him leap across the rocky cliffs with such agile speed made someone gasp in amazement. This is incredible, I did not feel much before. But fighting alongside Ya is honestly a real thrill. Bak Thu Sao noted with massive long-range fire support, insanely high recovery, and a full attribute buff. This is crazy. He jumped back into the fray, adding that the construct in his private zone was also giving him a huge boost. This indirectly solved his continuous flight issue. Practically invincible. But what a shame, if only Dar were truly his real ally. Suddenly, Kam Nguyen Vung lands a brutal stomach punch. The impact completely knocks the wind out of him, making him unable to speak. He flies backward, crashing hard against a distant boulder. Bak Thu Sao pushes himself up, utterly bewildered. Kong Nguyen Vung. How did you even lure it over here? Kong Nguyen Vung towers there like a fortress. Bak Thu Sao realizes that without Dar's assistance, trying to face this thing alone is nothing short of a death sentence. The boulder suddenly explodes. Sharp fragments fly everywhere. Bak Thu Sao retreats in a panic, thinking his health is down to 1/2. Thank goodness his stats are boosted, or he would be dead for sure. Suddenly, a mysterious light glows from within the shattered rock. Bak Thu Sao freezes, realizing the person standing right in front of him is actually Liu Yi. He quickly warns him, "Dar, you need to get back to your private zone right now. Hong Nguyen Vung is already here." Liu Yi is slightly caught off guard by the warning but simply shrugs it off. Bak Thu Sao quickly adds, "Do not forget to heal me." He casually agrees, and from across the field, Liu Yi begins healing Bak Thu Sao. Bak Thu Sao realizes that, theoretically, he shouldn't have brought Hong Nguyen Vung here. Once it arrives, he won't have any excuse left to back out. He has to keep fighting Hong Nguyen Vung, but how can he drive it away? His health is already dangerously low after taking its second direct strike. And here is the crazy twist. A system notification boosts his stats by 500, leaving him stunned. Liu Yi shouts out, "Since Hong Nguyen Vung is already here, let's just finish it off. I have already buffed all your stats by 500 points." Liu Yi looks completely fired up, ready to team up and destroy it. Spinning around with his weapon ready, Bak Thu Sao clashes violently with Hong Nguyen Vung in a brutal showdown. He is secretly thrilled with Dar lending him direct support. He can actually take on Hong Nguyen Vung completely by himself, should he take a gamble and challenge Hong Nguyen Vung next. But will Dar actually let him survive long enough to deal with Kam Nguyen Vung? With this advanced disaster not even reaching floor 100, and without securing the Ham Nguyen leader title, his life is absolutely not guaranteed. Caught in an incredibly tight spot, Bach Thu Sao quickly private messages the director for help, asking what to do. But Yuan Ding's reply seems a bit off. How on earth did you manage to lure Kam Win Vung here? But wait, now is not the time to be overthinking this. There are two choices here. One, defeat Kam Nguyen Vung while luring the others in, or two, bet that Dar will kill Kam Nguyen Vung first. Take this opportunity. Steal the Kam Win Vung title. So, which path will you choose? What choice does Bach Thu Sao even have? Without Czar's help, he cannot even scratch Kham Win Vung, let alone lure the other Kham Win over. So, the director says betting is the only option left. Bach Thu Sao fires himself up. Let's attack and take this monster down together. Liu Yi nods in agreement. Bach Thu Sao places his bet. His calculation power is still at 88, which should be enough for another resurrection. So even if he loses the bet, he can still come find him in this state. He just needs to regroup, and they will claim that Hong Win Vung title together. Bach Thu Sao lunges forward to strike Hong Win Vung, but the monster effortlessly dodges every single blow. Bach Thu Sao's eyes go wide in shock at this insane offensive power. He watches, stunned, as Hong Win Vung is suddenly bound by heavy chains. Completely pinned down and unable to move, the beast is battered by a barrage of mysterious, unknown attacks. Bach Thu Sao gasps in sheer disbelief. Hong Win Vung is suppressed. Hong Win Vung collapses. Liu Yi quickly explains, this thing can unleash its construct at any moment to either escape or fight back against us. Hurry up and merge its construct-restricted zone. Holding a simple handgun, Liu Yi has completely swapped out his entire arsenal for basic pistols. Bach Thu Sao gets the message and raises his hand, sending massive boulders floating into the air. He is totally amazed this guy is supposed to be a supporter, yet he literally uses himself to support his own plays, forcing Hong Win Vung to deploy its construct in the blink of an eye. Then Bach Thu Sao yells out to smash them, causing the floating boulders to instantly fuse together into one massive block of stone. Liu Yi watches silently, a sly smirk creeping onto his face as the beast's construct is officially restricted. Bach Thu Sao can only think of his recent bet, muttering, can I actually win this gamble? The battle rages on, as endless bullets rain down on Hong Win Vung. The monster backs away warily, but Liu Yi aims his weapon straight at Hong Win Vung's head without hesitation. Guns blazing, a rapid volley of shots tears through the air, completely piercing the beast's body before it can even dodge. Liu Yi lets out a soft smirk, and after that relentless onslaught of attacks, Kam Nguyen Vung loses all strength to fight, collapsing directly onto the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. Bach Thu Sao is left completely speechless by this sight, and honestly, I cannot blame him. He just finished it off directly. From the very start, all he ever needed from me was my construct to lock down Hong Nguyen Vung. But wait, I am actually about to win my bet. Just a little more, a tiny bit more, and Hong Nguyen Vung will die, allowing me to finally claim the Hong Nguyen Vung title myself. Casting a sideways glance at Liu Yi, he urges him in his mind, make your move already. But Liu Yi just stands there, smiling silently. Bach Thu Sao is caught completely off guard when Liu Yi makes him an unexpected offer as a thank you. He is giving him one chance to explain why he wants to kill Kam Nguyen. If the answer satisfies him, he might just let him go. Bach Thu Sao sits in deep thought, seemingly coming to a final decision. He lunges forward, aiming a direct strike right at the Hong Nguyen Vung, desperately thinking to himself, as long as he can kill the Hong Nguyen Vung, he will take any consequence. He activates the teleportation lockdown skill Imprison. Bach Thu Sao pours every ounce of strength into driving his blade down. Just a little more, almost there. He looks up to tell Liu Yi that if he really wants to know, then he will tell him. Meanwhile, Liu Yi just stares right back with a completely blank expression. Before he can even finish, a gunshot rips straight through Bach Thu Sao. The system alerts Liu Yi that he has successfully killed player Bach Thu Sao. You have to love how cold-blooded he is. He just ends him right there because he looked suspicious. Right after that, another alert pops up. You have killed the leader of the Kam Nguyen gathering area. the Kong Nguyen Vung. Yet, Liu Yi remains completely indifferent. He realizes that even after taking down the Kong Nguyen Vung, the gathering area remains intact. It seems the only way to shatter this place and claim its computing power is by destroying the core anchor. Wondering how much computing power is hidden here, he doubts if it is enough to upgrade number 1 to tier 3. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts. The voice advises him that before destroying the core anchor, he should try capturing a Hong Wen with his soul control. It might bring a nice surprise. Confused, Liu Yi asks if he can explain that surprise a bit more. Ming. She warns him that explaining now would waste precious time. If they wait until a new Hong Wen Vung spawns in this gathering area, the surprise will be completely lost. Surprised, he asks if the boss monster actually respawns. Ming Shi confirms it absolutely, though the way it revives is entirely different. Agreeing, he points out that he previously fused Bok Thu Sao's personal territory with this entire gathering area. They cannot be separated right now, so he has to destroy his private territory. This is the only way to finish him off. Otherwise, he might ambush them during the core anchor's destruction. Meanwhile, over at the Mor Ku Than respawn point, Bok Thu Sao stands there, completely bewildered. He mutters to himself, wait, was he not supposed to respawn back in his own private territory? Why did he end up straight back here? He still had 88 computing power points left. A grim notification pops up because his private territory core anchor has dropped below 100 computing power. It cannot trigger a revival, meaning he has officially suffered a permanent death. Can you blame him? He instantly panics and fires off a message to Viren Trung, apologizing deeply. He gets a reply from Yuan Ding. It is just one defeat. No need to stress. Since he is free now, he should log off and organize something. He tells him to dig up real-world info on Dar. Given his insane in-game strength, fighting him head-on is too difficult, so they need to find a weakness in reality. Bok Thu Sao agrees. Meanwhile, back with Liu Yi, his computing power sits at 88. He is shocked that it is only 88. Since Bok Thu Sao's private zone was destroyed, his computing power fell below 100, blocking his local respawn. In his mind, Bok Thu Sao must have been sent straight back to Mor Ku Than. No wonder he was not around to guard his own private territory anymore. So the guy was already dead. Oh well, as long as the problem is permanently solved. Now, it is time to follow Ming Shi's advice and catch a Kam Win to see this surprise. But ahead, hordes of black tribe Kam Win lie scattered everywhere, both outside and inside the dark cavern. Confused, Liu Yi wonders what is going on. These creatures are actually slaughtering each other. He cautiously steps inside. Listening to Ming Shi, he targets a few isolated stragglers to tame, but they are all glowing black and red. Instead of being captured, they choose to self-destruct rather than submit to his control. After a while, he arrives at the core anchor. Without even realizing it, he has wandered into the deepest, darkest depths of this Kam Win gathering zone. He falls into deep thought. Shattering the core anchor of this Kong Wen gathering zone would secure massive computing power instantly. But what happens right after that? This zone is only a small piece of the map. It is highly likely that the template for the entire second-floor outer area looks identical. Without anyone helping him control the boss's structure in this area, he has a massive problem on his hands. He definitely cannot survive that alone. Yet, in this outer zone of the second floor, this might be his only shot at securing massive computing power in one go. What if destroying this core anchor does not yield enough resources to upgrade number 1? He realizes he could end up trapped in this god-forsaken place forever. What would he even do then? Looking back on everything, he remembers how Bok Thu Sao plotted against him, realizing he never fully understood the true purpose of that scheme back then. Connecting the dots, was the black tribe Kam Win's brutal treatment of the white tribe Kam Win actually a way to farm computing power? Otherwise, they could have just wiped them out. Why go through the trouble of forcing the white tribe Kam Nguyen to resist before executing them? Finally, everything clicks for him. If he can figure out how they generated that power and replicate it here suddenly, a lone white tribe Kong Win flies right toward him. Liu Yi immediately tenses up. Come to think of it, defeating the Hong Wen Vung did leave him with a cryptic system notification. Because you successfully killed the Void King, your hatred value with the Black Void clan increased by 50, while the White Void clan's favorability went up by 50. Liu Yi closely examines the creature in front of him, wondering if this is truly the White Kam Wen clan. He notes that Mingxi never specified which kind of void beast to capture, so this one should do, especially with 50 favorability already. Calling out Soulbind, a notification pops up, showing that White Void Clan number 727 has agreed to follow him. Now it is time to name it. Designation number 727 is pending a name. It belongs to the Kam Wen clan. Danger level, with attack and defense stats set at 50, plus 50 agility, 50 constitution, 50 intelligence, 50 perception, 500 out of 500 health, 50 out of 50 energy, and the skill Enhanced Calamity. Every single void kill stacks the Enhanced Calamity state, giving a massive boost of up to 100 to all attributes. Attributes jump by 5 per stack. Hit 100, and boom, he is crowned the Kam Wen leader. Under this epic title, if the leader gets taken down, he can resurrect by instantly taking over any random Kam Wen in the entire area. With 10 resurrections available, note that there is currently no Kam Wen King ruling this area. Landing the title of Kam Wen King would officially make someone the absolute master of this entire gathering zone. Once that happens, the previous leader title gets instantly revoked. What is more, once the calamity stacks start climbing, the owner is completely forbidden from ever leaving this gathering zone. Liu Yi gasps, wait, is this the massive surprise that Mingxi was talking about? Staring at the tiny white void beast in his hands, he continues, if he can raise this little guy to become the new Void King, wouldn't he basically own this entire gathering ground? And if he controls this territory, he might just find a way to indirectly unlock the secrets of generating computing power. Liu Yi grins happily. This really is a pretty massive jackpot. Then, a system alert asks him to name creature number 727. Seeing its pure white body, he decides on the name Tubok. It is a bit basic, but definitely easy to remember. System notification, name registration, successful. Liu Yi realizes he needs to start farming those enhanced calamity stacks for Tubok right away. If another beast beats them to it and becomes the new king, dealing with that boss will be a colossal nightmare. Come to think of it, Bok Thu Sao has that state-stealing ability. He did not steal the enhanced calamity, which is exactly why he had to slay the king. Seriously, that guy was so close to claiming this entire void territory. But lucky for us, now it completely belongs to our guy. Suddenly, strange rustling sounds echo nearby, revealing a pack of those aggressive black void beasts. Liu Yi does not waste a second. He immediately draws his gun, aiming straight at them, and fires right at Void, creature number 789. It crashes down instantly among a pile of dead beasts. Liu Yi orders Tubok to harvest, and the little beast immediately charges forward. A notification flashes his soul pet has slain Kam Wen number 789, adding 1 breakthrough stack. But suddenly, the nearby black beasts realize they are being hunted. Hiding in the nearby bushes, Liu Yi realizes his cover is completely blown as the beasts start communicating. Their glowing red eyes lock onto his position. Sensing danger, Liu Yi curses, telling Tubok they need to get out of there right now as he bolts. The entire swarm of Black Kam Wen chases right after them. His gut feeling was totally spot on, they are all coming for him. Liu Yi wonders why these monsters are teaming up now when they were literally tearing each other apart just moments ago. He needs to reach area number 1 as fast as possible because he simply cannot handle a massive horde like this. Forcing his legs to move faster, he looks back to see thousands of these black demons multiplying by the second, relentless in their pursuit. Liu Yi leaps across a gap, calling out for Tubok to follow. The beast tries to fly over, but suddenly pauses in midair. What is going on? Why is Tubok struggling right at the boundary of the territory? It seems physically blocked. Then, a system notification pops up regarding the area limits. Because Tubok carries the enhanced calamity state, it is locked inside the Kam Wen gathering grounds. As the stacks rise, it is completely trapped here. Liu Yi freezes. So that explains it. This is exactly why the previous Calm Wind King could never leave these sacred hunting grounds. Tuobak looks confused, but Liu Yi quickly realizes they have no choice but to farm right here and max out Tuobak's power. With the black beasts charging, it is time for Tuobak to fight and claim the title of Void King here. Following a devastating and brutal battle, the dead bodies of the black beasts cover the ground. Their fate turned out to be incredibly tragic. Tuobak stomps his foot down and takes a deep breath. Spreading his wings, he releases a sudden burst of power that whips up violent winds. The creature is now fully covered in sleek, jade-green armor, his newly bulked-up physique making him look incredibly epic and imposing. The system flashes Tuobak has earned the title of Calm Nguyen King of the White Clan, Calamity rank, multiplying his health by 10. His energy is multiplied by 4. Overall attributes are boosted by 1, with attack and defense soaring to 1650, and strength and agility hitting 550. His constitution, intelligence, and perception also reach 550. Health is 175,000, energy 33,000. The active skill details. Rapidly consuming health converts directly into raw defense 1 health point for 1 defense point, triggering a total bloodline breakthrough. Every dead Calm Wind harvested grants him another stack of this bloodline breakthrough state, currently capped at 100 stacks for 10,000 extra health. Plus, his taunt skill now weakens enemy attacks. It lures targets to strike, reconstructing and modifying the base rules of this local Calm Wind zone, while his passive advanced calamity skill is fully active at 100 stacks. Standing right amidst the dark Calm Wind beasts, Tuobak forces the oncoming swarm to halt in fear. Panicking at the sight of their dead comrades on the ground, they decide to turn back and fly away. Liu Yi arrives. Instantly, Tuobak drops to one knee to show his absolute respect. He talks to himself, these insane stats are just the perfect fit for me. If I could actually bring him along, wouldn't I easily sweep through every single gathering zone? The catch? There is absolutely no way to take him out of this zone, but Liu Yi does not dwell on it. Excited, he says, "Let's go, Tuobak. Lead the way to get some computing power." As they head toward the Daok, a dark beast spots them and prepares to strike. Lightning fast, Tuobak strikes with terrifying speed, giving the beast zero time to react. Watching the Daok, Liu Yi notices something odd. The moment a dark Calm Wind beast dies, the tree glows just a tiny bit brighter. This is exactly like when the white Calm Wind beast died near the edge, that Daok reacted the same way. Could these two things be connected? Now pay close attention, because the moment Tuobak became king, the entire dark swarm gathered here. Even though they won't dare lay a hand on Tuobak, they still show clear, intense hostility toward me. Lost in thought, he watches Tuobak walk forward while the dark Calm Wind swarm hovering above hesitates to draw near. As Tuobak touches the trunk of the Daok and pulls back his hand, a mysterious red orb comes out with it, causing the hovering dark swarm to scatter in sheer terror. Liu Yi smirks. Kneeling down on one knee, Tuobak offers the red sphere to his master. Taking it, he gets a system alert: "You have acquired 2,535 computing power. Please transfer it immediately." Liu Yi is still unsatisfied. Only 2,535 points? Nowhere near enough. Including this, I only have 3,081 points total. To upgrade number 1 to tier 3, I must level Mingxi to level 20 and spend 2,000 computing power, requiring 3,450 points total. He pauses, looking over at his summon. Right now, grinding for computing power is his only real hope. Understanding the hint, the summon looks up at the sky where the dark Calm Wind swarm is still waiting to pounce. Leaping high, Tuobak smashes his fist directly into the tree trunk. The aggressive dark beasts swarm him, but get completely shredded before they can even land a blow. They crash down, defeated. And honestly, looking at this display, even Liu Yi is left completely speechless by his summon. What on earth is he doing? Under the brutal blows, the tree bark begins to crack, shedding its outer layer to reveal a brilliant, glowing light of raw computing power. Tuobak steps forward, offering the energy to Liu Yi. Stunned, he accepts it. The alert pops up: "Obtain 376 computing power. Please transfer immediately. Liu Yi frowns. Is it really this easy to just manufacture computing power? Silence falls. The two stand alone in a vast, empty field of wild grass. He reflects on how he had Tealbach gather several waves of computing power while carefully analyzing the entire Hongwing King gathering zone. Even though direct communication with his summon is impossible, he finally understands the core mechanics at play here. This particular gathering zone contains exactly two Daeok structures. One is the Daeok of the White Kumwin clan located on the outer border, and the other is the Daeok of the Dark Kumwin clan deep within. When it comes to generating computing power, whenever a guardian protecting their clan Daeok is killed, that specific structure automatically starts producing energy from deep within. Originally, this energy was meant to help the clan defend their home against any external invaders. But if an enemy gains absolute control over the Daeok, this defense system backfires, turning into a perfect tool to farm infinite energy. Once he figures this out, he tells Tealbach to harvest as much energy as possible. Sure, exterminating an entire clan feels pretty cruel, but at the end of the day, it is just a game. After an absolute bloodbath against the dark beasts, Tealbach emerges victorious and offers every last drop of the harvested energy to Liu Yi. The system notifies him your computing power has officially reached Tier 2 with a storage limit of 8,000 points. Please upgrade your private territory to proceed to the third tier of the outer zone. Liu Yi groans in pure frustration. I knew it. Sitting in his private area for number 1, he sighs in defeat, utterly annoyed that a mountain of raw energy is right in front of him, yet totally out of reach. He asks Mingxi, is there any possible way to bring this entire Hongwin gathering zone along with us to the third tier? The old snake replies, you can form a symbiosis between number 1 and the Hongwin zone, just like the White and Dark clans did. But if we go that route, given the sheer size of the Hongwen gathering zone, the computing power needed to upgrade your private territory will easily skyrocket by over 100 times. Talk about brutal. But wait, what about Tealbach? Any way to save it? Liu Yi asks, as Mingxi answers. There is absolutely no zero-loss method, but I highly recommend leaving it behind to gather computing power. Who knows? We might actually end up needing it one day. Liu Yi just smiles dryly. In his head, he knows one day is just cheap comfort. With the origin world merging into reality in just a few days, how could he even come back to collect that power? Whatever. He got his goal on floor 2. Better not push his luck. He tells Mingxi, let's leave it. He shouts out upgrade number 1 and take us to the third floor outer area. System notification, the adult Ming, she has reached level 20. The suppression force of the module on the outer area drops by 30%. Right now, the outer area's suppression force on him is 38.6%. Spending 2,000 computing power, number 1 upgrades to Tier 3. Player power limits are raised, module strength increases, and the suppression from the outer area drops by another 5%. Adult Ming, she level cap rises to 30. Number 1's functions upgrade. Current computing power is 5,100. Accumulated is 10,000. System alert number 1 is about to enter the third floor of the outer area. All linked members must head to number 1 immediately, or your linked status gets automatically revoked. Ming, she's big upgrade directly pulls his private zone up to the third floor. Liu Yi smirked. He has got to be the fastest in the group to reach the third floor, right? Talk about a sudden plot. Twist, the group chat suddenly lights up, with a panic text from Nui Te begging for help. A confused question mark pops up from Qi Nongdongdong, the New Order leader. Nule Dangzhang replies, so you are dead already, Qi Nongdongdong? Nule Dangzhang and I got lucky and met up. We are currently on the second floor. Tell us what is happening around you so we can see if we can help. But Nui Te replies, it is hopeless. I am already on the third floor, and there are absolutely no private zones here. Nule Dangzhang is shocked. Your speed is insane. But Nui Te asks, what about Ya? Ya must have reached the third floor too, right? Help me. Reading this, Liu Yi's jaw drops in sheer disbelief. How did Nui Te manage to do that? She actually beat him there. Nui Te keeps spamming, where is Ya? Is Ya on the third floor? Help me. Liu Yi stops to think. How has Nuite cleared so many unique secret dungeons anyway? Is it really just pure personal skill? He rubs his temples, completely baffled. The outer lands are vast, so whether they even cross paths is a complete gamble anyway. Why overthink this right now? He will just stay alert when they meet. Suddenly, the chat update buzzes again. Nute begs Ya, please help. But Nule Dongzhang tells her to stop shouting. Nobody else is a freak like you, climbing to the third floor so fast. But then Liu Yi finally types, I am here. I literally just set foot on the third floor. Ru is left speechless by these two monsters. Nuite sends a message. Here is a photo I took. If you spot this, please come save me. She sends the photo, and he simply replies, copy that. Check out this wild new backdrop. Endless Kwai-Ku drift through the sky as Liu Yi steps onto the third floor and a giant beast looms. Liu Yi quickly uses his camouflage to hide number one. He panics, is this a coincidence? He double-checks the photo. He hesitates. Save her or not? Liu Yi remembers how Nuite backed him up in the chat. Nuite had sent a photo of Ba Kuaji, then sitting on a rock, holding a mysterious key. This is the key data I managed to snatch after sneaking extremely close to that monster leader. She had no idea where the modular data processing center was, or what it did. But Liu Yi is stunned. A key to the modular processing center? Standing on a rock disguised as a Kwai-Ku, Liu Yi turns to his companion and asks, what is the deal with this modular data processing center key? Mingxi simply asks where from. He begins to explain it is a critical requirement for entering that modular center. Hearing this, Liu Yi instantly understands, so if we find one, we absolutely must fight for it. Ming. She nods definitely, but those keys are usually guarded by superboss monsters on the fourth floor. Why bring this up so suddenly out of nowhere? Do you actually have a key lead? Liu Yi replies, it is inside that giant Kwai-Ku. At that very moment, the yellow-headed beast drifts right before his eyes as he opens the chat. Ya texts back, I am right next to that beast from your photo. How do I get inside? Nuite replies instantly, just dive straight into the Kwai-Ku. Just make sure to leave some computing power in your private zone. That way, if you die, you can safely respawn right back there. Ya replies, got it. Meanwhile, down on the second floor of the outer lands, Nule Dongzhang and Qinong Dongdong are together. Nule Dongzhang sighs. So dying just means respawning in your own private territory. Boss, are we destined to just be side characters? We are way slower than them, and we barely know anything compared to what they do. Qinong Dongdong replies, stop overthinking. We are all on the same team, so them moving this fast is actually a win for us too. We should probably start thinking about how to take down that monster leader. See, it looks like the key Wei Shi sent is sitting right on its head. Back on the third floor of the outland, Liu Yi leans forward slightly, preparing his next move. If this item has to be fought for, then I have no choice but to go. Ming. She warns him to stay safe and wait at number one. Liu Yi leaps up, closing in on the gold-headed black Guishu, yelling back that he is counting on number one. He claws onto the skin of the gold-headed Guishu, his hand slowly sinking deep into its fleshy hide. Liu Yi's eyes widen as he gets dragged in, sinking deeper until he is completely swallowed. Meanwhile, in another area, two players high-five to celebrate their perfect teamwork. It is Dunyong and Xiangyun. Dunyong crosses his arms with a smug grin, wondering if they are the fastest ones to reach this third floor. Xiangyun replies, not quite. You might have reached this floor already. Before the Bai Shou Tao livestream ended, Yi had already finished off the boss in the gathering zone. With enough computing power, Yi would have beaten us here easily. Dunyong grins slyly, muttering that if they run into him, they will just take him out right then and there. His ace card just went through 2 back-to-back fights, so I pretty much know all his tricks by now. All that is left is to nail our strategy and strike at the perfect moment when we face him. Xiangyun shrugs. The outland is huge, so we will cross that bridge when we get there. Suddenly, a warning blares, announcing they have reached the third floor. This floor is classified as highly dangerous, automatically masking their appearance to hide them from the perception of any outside monsters. From the outside, their entire position has been disguised as a giant Guishu. Xiangyun looks up, muttering about the extreme danger level, before a sudden realization hits him. Dunyong still has his arms crossed, wondering if the system has any tips for this weird floor. Noticing Xiang Yun staring off, he asks what is going on. He wonders if there is something over there, turning to look. Both of them stare towards that gold-headed black gui shu. Xiang Yun mutters that he thinks he just saw Ye. Meanwhile, deep inside the gold-headed black gui shu, Liu Yi prepares to land. Descending from the sky, he sees a ruined, abandoned city below. Right in the center, the goddess of 100 flowers sits quietly upon the rubble. A system alert pops up. You have entered the private territory of the goddess of 100 flowers clone. The Outland suppression force is currently taking effect. The clone's hatred rating toward you has instantly locked at 100. Now tracked by the goddess of 100 flowers clone, her tracking level has just increased by 1. The system identifies her as a level 95 Calamity class monster leader. Suddenly, her eyes glow a menacing red as Liu Yi tries to touch down. He realizes he has no support from Ming Shi this time, nor are there any limits to hold her back. With his raw power suppressed by 40%, you have to wonder how on earth he is going to steal that key. Out of nowhere, thick green vines erupt from the earth, lunging straight at Liu Yi. Reacting instantly, he draws his sword and starts hacking away. He slices through vine after vine, panicking. He suddenly realizes with horror that this entire zone might actually be within her massive attack range. How is he supposed to fight like this? Suddenly, a rogue vine strikes from behind, wiping out all but 1/3 of his health. With a sharp whoosh, the vines slam down. The goddess of 100 flowers stands there, watching him silently. She floats up slightly above the rubble, observing the chaotic onslaught as dust clouds fill the air. Then, another system alert flashes before Liu Yi. Warning: you have taken a hit from the clone, losing 3,320 health. The damage keeps ticking down, minus 3,220, then 3,520, leaving him completely overwhelmed. Alert: sequential healing activated, restoring 3,320, 3,220, and 3,520. Liu Yi curses under his breath. Damn it, I can't die like this. He looks around, desperately raising his sword to block the incoming vines. But just when things look hopeless, look at that, a sudden green streak of light flashes past the vines. It finally halts mid-air, right behind the goddess of 100 flowers. It is Wei Shi. She screams out her skill. Soft mirror crystal dissolution. Hitting the target inflicts 1 stack of dissolution, and once it exceeds 3 stacks, there is a chance it completely disintegrates, directly shaving off the target's health bar. The dissolution state lasts 30 minutes. After applying a stack of this effect to the target, the skill cooldown begins for 10 minutes. Green spears rain down, impaling the goddess of 100 flowers from behind. Turning her head in pure fury, she sends a massive wave of vines straight toward Wei Shi. Liu Yi is left completely speechless as Wei Shi swiftly weaves through the incoming storm of vines again. Dodging every attack in a perfect zigzag pattern, Wei Shi rushes to Liu Yi and yells, "Let's go!" An unidentified warp gate opens, and both of them dive right inside. Liu Yi collapses, gasping for breath, before looking up to realize they made it to a safe zone. He turns to Wei Shi with a serious look, thanking her because without her timely rescue, he would be dead. Ngui smiles warmly, saying he only came to help her, so she should be the one thanking him. But getting back to business, how do we actually escape this place? We don't have to fight it, do we? He looks over at Ba Chuaji Thun's clone. That is a pretty insane difficulty level to overcome. Ngui looks pretty downcast as she admits she has tried almost every way to escape, even jumping straight off the edge of this zone, but absolutely nothing worked. In fact, jumping off the cliff is how she ended up right here in the first place, discovering this surprisingly safe haven. She rubs her chin, deeply puzzled. Sure, leaving the safe zone normally triggers attacks from Ba Chuajithun's clone. But this? It is way too aggressive. Attacking from this far? Something is off. She glances at him knowingly. Did you do something to offend her? Why else is she targeting you like this? Before Liu Yi can even process this, Nguri Te confidently crosses her arms, but hey, this is actually perfect because we need you to act as the ultimate bait. Liu Yi just glares at her, leaning back as he tells her to go ahead and spill the plan. Privately, he wonders how on earth they can grab that key. Do they have to slay the boss? Or is there some other trick? Ngui Te reveals her secret. She has a special skill that can take the boss down if she can lock its state 3 times, and they have already succeeded twice. If you can just keep her fully focused on you, our final attack is guaranteed to finish this. Liu Yi stays completely silent. Meanwhile, outside the disguised ruins, Thuan Dung turns to Tung Van, asking if he is absolutely sure about this. Tung Van nods firmly. With a confident smirk, Thuan Dung agrees, "All right, let's move out." The two of them leap straight toward the dark ruins, planning to split that guy's massive origin world computational power. Now let's see how this plays out. Our main guy, Liu Yi, stands on a rock, weapon gripped, staring ahead. Bahua Jithan glares straight back at him. Pure rage is burning in her eyes. Lounging with her legs crossed, she lazily flicks a single finger, ordering a massive wave of sharp, deadly vines to lash out directly at Liu Yi. With his stat-boosting blessing active, his system interface lights up, showing strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, and perception all maxed out at 1,000. His health sits at 60,000, and hitting rank 3 has pushed his base limits to 1,000 points across the board. As he shreds the oncoming vines, a private message flashes. "You need to hurry. I can only keep this form up for 30 seconds. Bahua Jithan raises both hands, summoning an even denser cluster of vines to whip forward and crush him. From behind, he looks completely swallowed up by the thick foliage. Then, a quick ping and Nguri Te is in position. A sudden flash of green cuts through as she strikes from the blind spot. Swooping in from the left, Nguri Te launches a barrage of sharp energy spears. Moving at breakneck speed, she closes the gap in a single heartbeat. Swooping in, Nguri Te reaches out for the glowing key and yells, "Die!" A blinding gold flash erupts, engulfing both her and the Bahua Jithan. Suddenly, the crushing vines wrapped around him unravel. He is completely caught off guard. He quickly checks if she actually succeeded, but all he sees is Nguri Te falling straight from the sky. What on earth happened? Nguri Te's urgent text flashes, begging for help. Crash! She hits the dirt hard. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, he weaves through the foliage, while above, the boss prepares a devastating follow-up attack on the fallen girl. Another text pings. The stat gap was just too massive. Her judgment skill completely failed. Her character is now totally immobilized. Racing over, Liu Yi approaches the boss, who appears to be temporarily frozen in place. Staring at the key, he realizes its warning light has faded. This is his absolute chance. He leaps, snatching it off her head. Key details. The digital system boot sequence initiates, scanning his origin world authority warning. Authority is under 25%. Forced claiming is locked. Stunned by the 25% requirement, he looks down, meeting the boss's pitch-black face and her glowing blood-red eyes. Instantly, he springs off the incoming vines, leaping desperately back toward the safety of the barrier. With his powerful stat buff rapidly ticking down, he knows he must regroup inside the barrier. Landing hard, he scoops Nguri Te up, sprinting to dodge the relentless chasing vines. Safe in his arms, Nguri Te's cheeks flush a bright red. They finally make it back inside the barrier. He realizes he only needs 25% authority to grab the key. He gently sets her down, his mind racing. Nguri Te's personal authority must be well over 5%, meaning if he can somehow borrow hers, it will be more than enough. He looks down at her motionless form, and a sudden message pops up from her. Did the way you carried me just now charm me? Yes. When can you actually move? She replies that she has no clue. It is highly annoying, and she has never even seen debuffs like these before. Let me make a quick deal with you. Suddenly, 2 unidentified flying objects appear in the sky, and Liu Yi spots them instantly. Looking up, he wonders what that strange noise is. Tuan Dung and Tuang Lu Yun are here. Liu Yi freezes. They have finally arrived. He smirks. No more awkwardness. The guy who will hand over his primordial realm calculation power just walked in. Suddenly, a private message pops up, asking Wei Te what is happening. No, it is nothing. Just wait in the safe zone. Recover your strength first. I am heading out to deal with the intruders, Nui Te says, suspecting it is the shelter chief and tower masters. Meanwhile, Thuan Dung prepares to land. Looking down at the ruined city, he spots the god of 100 flowers right in the center, recognizing that is the boss of this private domain. Thuan Dung tenses up, warning himself to keep his distance so he does not pull aggro from the boss monster the second he lands. Come to think of it, ever since reaching the 3rd floor, private territories are completely invisible. It seems they are all disguised as ruins now. Looking down, Thuan Dung cannot help but wonder where Da is hiding himself. He and Tuong Liu Yun searched the entire perimeter earlier, but they could not find any trace of Da, extremely well hidden. Finally, Thuan Dung touches down, his silhouette emerging from a thick cloud of dust. He says it does not matter. Since they know Da is here, they will end it here. First, he needs that primordial realm calculation power. Standing tall, Thuan Dung scans his surroundings carefully as he listens to Hotra Tu. He warns that without the primordial realm calculation power, you can no longer use restructuring outside your private domain. Even if you still have calculation power, it is completely useless. Meanwhile, God of 100 Flowers raises its head, sensing something. Thuan Dung remains deep in thought, realizing that the more calculation power they can secure, the better. There must be hidden advantages outside that they do not know yet. He needs to seize more primordial realm calculation power immediately. He is so distracted that he does not realize Liu Yi already has him targeted. Then, the system alerts pop up. Blessing activated, all attributes boosted by 900, shielding coverage by 1000, next attack damage up by 50,000 with a triple damage chance. Check this out, Thuan Dung instantly senses the trap and spins around, but he is already surrounded by Liu Yi's bullets. This is Da's signature skill, and the sudden impact knocks Thuan Dung flat on the ground. Liu Yi grins, but then he frowns. Something is off with that health bar. The guy's HP is still over half. Alert: you are affected by player Thuan Dung's blade armor skill. Damage evaluation complete. Your health has been slashed by 40%. Thuan Dung gets back up with an amused smirk. Is that you? He calls out Da. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area. Charging forward with a massive hammer, Thuan Dung laughs, yelling that he was just wondering where Da was, and now he shows up. How thoughtful, he screams. Liu Yi draws his blade, entering a combat stance to fight. Let us see who is actually being thoughtful. Thuan Dung swings, but Liu Yi dodges and counters with a sharp slash. Liu Yi calls his opponent's slow speed absolutely laughable as he unleashes a flashing zigzag slash across Thuan Dung's heavy armor. The system alerts him again that Thuan Dung's passive blade armor skill is currently evaluating reflective damage. The check finishes, stripping away another 10% of Liu Yi's total health bar. Towering over him with that massive hammer, Thuan Dung calls him pathetic, mockingly asking if his only plan is to run away using speed so he does not get crushed to death. Liu Yi looks incredibly tense, especially when the system warns him that he is now locked by a taunt effect. He barely dodges the hammer, refusing to back down as he swings his sword back at Thuan Dung. Once again, the system warns him that Thuan Dung's blade armor has triggered reflective damage. Talk about a close call, his health drops to 5%, leaving him completely stunned. Spotting the opening, Thuan Dung raises his hammer, mockingly telling him that he cannot even walk anymore. Liu Yi desperately parries the heavy blows with fast sword strikes while activating his recovery skill. Thuan Dung sneers, asking if Da actually thinks he can trade blows with him. An alert shows Thuan Dung using life swap, sacrificing 10% health to heal 20% over 10 seconds. He mocks him, asking if he actually thought he was the only one who could heal, adding that his own recovery skill does not even consume any of his stamina. Liu Yi realizes it is a physical trait skill. Thuan Dung leaps high into the air, screaming, "Are you feeling despair yet?" Liu Yi barely dodges the devastating blow, but Thuan Dung laughs, gloating that his opponent is facing an immortal monster who can fight forever. He calls himself the unbreakable wall of the shelter, demanding Liu Yi tremble in despair and hand over his life. Liu Yi lands another slash, triggering an alert. The alert warns Thuan Dung that his healing exchange has been interrupted. He freezes in shock. Liu Yi smiles confidently, saying he just figured out the exact trick to counter that recovery skill. Thuan Dung's health is now sitting around half, but he does not back down, raising his weapon to strike again. The system keeps flashing bad news. His life-swapping heal is completely cut off. Now, Thuan Dung's health bar is hanging by a single thread. Liu Yi yells out, "Die, because I am invincible." Once again, the system flashes that warning, telling him his life-swap heal has been completely shut down. Thuan Dung is hit hard, his health bar nearly empty. Sensing victory, Liu Yi charges forward, swinging his massive sword straight at him. "Die, you supposedly unyielding fortress of the shelter." Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes, and Thuan Dung stabilizes his footing right on top of the rubble. Heavy clouds of thick dust completely bury their battlefield. Liu Yi is pretty shocked to see Thuan Dung still breathing, especially with his health bar jumping back up to almost 50%. Looking around, he spots an ally backing him up. It is Tung Van. Stepping forward, Liu Yi aims his weapon dead ahead, but Thuan Dung defiantly tells him, "Nobody can save you from me." Instantly, the system registers a massive hit. Night, Shroud of Life Judgment, dealing triple the normal damage. Glowing blue energy wraps around Thuan Dung as he takes a direct, heavy hit from Liu Yi. The system warns that Tung Van is frozen. Thuan Dung drops to his knees as his stat-boosting blessing runs out. Liu Yi leaps back, giving Thuan Dung space to heal. He groans, "You finally made it. I almost bought the farm right there." Smirking mockingly at Liu Yi, Tung Van keeps channeling power directly into Thuan Dung. Stat boost yields 500 flat points. Liu Yi scowls in frustration. A blue light expands from Liu Yi as the stat boost surges to 900 points, condensing energy in Fortress, deducting 3,000 points from the target. Tung Van receives a warning: your energy is heavily impacted by the enemy condensing skills. 3,000 points deducted, leaving him with just 23. Tung Van is completely baffled. Liu Yi leaps into the air, aiming his blade directly at Tung Van. "Since you are the support," he thinks, "I will just delete you first." But from behind, Thuan Dung swings a massive hammer. Liu Yi reacts instantly, blocking the heavy strike with his sword. "How annoying," he grunts. System notification under blessed state. Health is 56,345 out of 60,000. Energy at 1970 out of 7,000. Fortress skill on cooldown. Is there anything that can stop this skill? Liu Yi wonders. Suddenly, combat burst disarms the target, stripping all equipped gear. Wait, look at this. Liu Yi's armor and sword literally vanish into thin air. This really gets him thinking that heavy burst skill must be a pretty exclusive attribute unlocked under Tung Van's highly powerful blessing. His ally's buff is totally different. Seizing the upper hand, Thuan Dung raises his hammer and roars. "Let's see if you can survive this." A massive explosion erupts, sending heavy rocks flying in all directions. Thuan Dung stares in total disbelief. Liu Yi actually blocked the hit barehanded. From the side, Tung Van shouts, "Do not let up. Keep attacking." Thuan Dung charges in again. "All right then, let's spice things up a bit this time," swapping defense and health stats to drain his opponent. He proudly boasts, "I'm going to subtract from your health using my absolute maximum pool. Let's see you survive this." Another massive explosion tears through the area, far bigger than any of the previous blasts. Watching closely, Tung Van thinks that should finally do it. But a private system message flashes. "Wait, no kill confirmation yet. We need to keep attacking." As the dust clears, Thuan Dung emerges. Another private message flashes. "Wait, look at this." Tung Van senses something is wrong. Thuan Dung stares at his system panel. What on earth is happening? Alert: your current health is below target. Your offensive stat swap skill has been completely rendered useless. You suffer a severe backlash. Your offensive health swap backfires, draining 99% of your own maximum health. leaving Thorn Dung totally bewildered. My stats are completely broken, with +7 heavy scaling. How could my health possibly be lower than his? Even if his build is totally maxed out, his health should only equal mine at best. Liu Yi slowly stands up as massive, towering vines erupt from the ground behind him. He grins mockingly, and above him looms a very familiar figure, the god of 100 flowers. Resonance aura notification appears. Targets within the light zone share health pools, locking current health to 10%. Automatically exiting resonance state. Range is 500, activating costs 1000 energy, with a duration of just 10 seconds. Alert resonance aura active. Target receives clone of the god of 100 flowers because your health remains below 10%. The clone's health pool is currently above 10%. The clone of the god of 100 flowers' health continues to drain. Those massive vines prepare to strike. Meanwhile, Thorn Dung and Tung Vun find themselves standing right on the vines, Tung Vun staring in utter disbelief. Is that the boss of this fragmented domain? As the god of 100 flowers floats high above, Tung Vun mutters, "How do we even hit that thing? We are way too far away." He turns to bark orders at Thorn Dung. "Retreat now." Right as he says it, something flashes past. A bright streak of blue light. A scowl crosses Tuang Liu Yun's face. The speedster who just blew past them is actually Liu Yi, who leaps over with his sword, launching a fierce attack. Tuang Liu Yun reaches out to cast support on Thorn Dung, but a system alert pops up. Your power is insufficient. Skill release failed. Tuang Liu Yun stares at his hand. What is this? Lacking support. Thorn Dung takes a fatal hit from Liu Yi. Thorn Dung's health bar drops to absolutely zero as his body begins to fade away, unable to even mutter a single final word. System notification: you have killed player Thorn Dung. 5% of his Mo Nguyen Jioi computing power authority has been deducted. Your own Mo Nguyen Jioi computing power has now increased to 26%. Thorn Dung and his giant hammer slowly crash down. Liu Yi smiles, holding a glowing sphere of stolen computing power. He turns a cold gaze toward Tuang Liu Yun, declaring, "You are next." Without another word, Tuang Liu Yun leaps off the giant vines, fleeing toward a nearby building. He sprints away, thinking this guy is way too dangerous. I completely underestimated him. We lost a teammate right at the start, and now the monster boss is here too. This situation is pretty catastrophic. He keeps running. Hide first. He tells himself to just wait for Thorn Dung to respawn. Once we regroup, we can figure out a way to take Da down. On the other side, Liu Yi knows his computing power is high enough, dashing and weaving masterfully through the thick green vines. Look closely. Liu Yi leaps onto a giant vine. Spare him for now. He needs to use this blessing. Instantly, he slips right behind Bakhua Jithan. He builds momentum. Leaping straight toward the key, he thinks first, I need to grab you. Liu Yi reaches out, grabbing the glowing key floating right above Bakhua Jithan. A system notification immediately flashes. Your Mo Nguyen Jioi computing power authority is detected to be over 25%. Do you want to seize it by force? The Data Analysis Processing Center core key has already secured control over the system authority. Liu Yi answers decisively yes. The system pings the Data Analysis Processing Center core control key has been successfully claimed by force. The avatar of Bakhua Jithan belongs to the boss monster. Do you wish to claim this powerful entity as your subordinate? He grins, thinking, wait, there is actually a bonus like this? He accepts instantly, and suddenly, his entire body explodes with a blinding white light. A massive explosion echoes. Tuang Liu Yun freezes, forced to halt. He spins around, muttering, hold on. Right in front of him, there is nothing but absolute chaos and thick clouds of swirling dust. He realizes neither Da nor that boss monster are chasing me. Plus, those intense sounds of combat just kept ringing out from the battle zone. Is Da actually taking on that terrifying boss monster all by himself? With that thought, he immediately turns back and dashes toward Liu Yi. I cannot run. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to take Da down. Game over. Liu Yi steps forward from the dust, staring at the glowing key in his palm, wondering, is this really the key to the Data Analysis Center? I have no idea what it actually does or if it just unlocks a door. I will have to ask Mingxi about this once I get back. For now, Liu Yi looks at Bakwazi, then hovering right beside him, smiling as he realizes it is time to reap his massive rewards. With this power, the entire Thonmo region is completely under my control. He gazes into the distance with sharp, cold eyes, wondering where Tuang Liu Yun fled to. If I could have taken him out too, that would have been perfect. Absolutely flawless. Fortunately, Liu Yi does not even have to search because Tuang Liu Yun delivers himself. The runner gasps, seeing Liu Yi standing right next to Bakwazi and without taking any damage. You see his panic. Wait, did I completely miscalculate this entire situation? Liu Yi smiles inwardly. So, you actually came back. I have no idea why you returned, but this makes things so much easier. In a split second, Liu Yi strikes. Tuang Liu Yun lies completely lifeless on a cold stone slab. Alert: you have eliminated player Tuang Liu Yun. 5% of his Mo Nguyen Jioi computing power authority has been deducted. Your own Mo Nguyen Jioi computing power authority has now risen to 31%. The group chat is exploding. Nui Te tags the president. Someone stop Da. He went off alone to fight the tower masters and refuge directors. Thunderflash chimes in. 1 versus 2? Is Da actually trying to get killed? I would not even dream of doing that myself. Hothead asks the New Order president for details. He tags Da to calm down. Thunderflash types, we are doomed. There is still no reply from Da. Did he get killed? Too ashamed to even show his face in the chat? But then, Da finally replies, thanks for the concern. It is already taken care of. Nui Te is completely speechless. Hothead spams question marks in sheer disbelief. A private message pops up from Da, asking when she can move. Nui Te replies probably in about 10 minutes. Even though you took out Tuang Liu Yun and Thuan Dung, those avatars of the flower gods are still roaming around out there. Why do you not just fall back for now? Once I can move, we can work together to find a way to deal with them. Da replies those flower god avatars are already dealt with too. Nui Te is stunned, unable to type another word. Liu Yi lifts a heavy boulder with just one hand, revealing a hidden basement underneath. He tosses the stone aside, and both Liu Yi and the deity of 100 flowers stand at the edge, peering down into the darkness. After watching closely for any sign of movement, he leaps down, landing softly without making a single sound. Looking around the basement, Liu Yi spots a stone pillar projecting the image of a yellow-headed black Guishu. That right there is the Imperial Conch Qing Zhuang. He calculates that he only needs 1130 more computation power to reach the 4th floor. Surely, a massive fragmented territory like this must have 1130 points left. Liu Yi touches the Imperial Conch. A notification reveals that the private territory of Qing Mu's Imperial Conch Qing Zhuang only has a single point of computation power left. Liu Yi stares in absolute shock. So this is why the avatars of the flower deities had no usable structures. Blaming himself, Liu Yi gazes thoughtfully at the Imperial Conch now. Is it just this fragmented zone on the 3rd floor of the Outer Lands that lacks computation power, or is every single private territory completely empty? It makes no sense for the entire fragmented zone of the 3rd floor in the Outer Lands to be dried up like this. But if a massive space like this has absolutely nothing, what hope do those smaller areas have? He shakes his head to clear his racing thoughts. There's no point in blind guessing. He needs to access more private territories before he can make any real sense of this situation. Suddenly, Liu Yi notices something else. He sighs in frustration. Is there really no shortcut that leads directly to the light orb? Spotting a rotary switch mounted on the stone wall, Liu Yi steps forward and turns it to open the door. Another chamber is revealed, filled with countless glowing orbs floating silently in the air. Liu Yi takes a quick look around before walking straight toward the center of the room. A sudden system alert flashes. The teleportation device of the data processing center central key has been fully activated, aiming straight for the entrance of the data processing center. Do you wish to teleport now? Liu Yi is stunned, but a grin spreads across his face. What a lucky break, he immediately tells the system to start it up. But the system alerts him again. Computation power is below 2000, insufficient to initiate transfer. Before he can even celebrate, his smile completely vanishes. It requires 2,000. That means he has to rush back to room number 1 to grab some computation power. Soon, a pathway made of floating stones forms, leading to the outside exit. Liu Yi and Wei Shi make their way across, while the deity of 100 flowers watches from the shore. Pressing a hand to his forehead, Liu Yi groans, thinking he really rushed into this way too fast. Not only is he unsure if the teleportation coordinates are even real, but he also has no idea what awaits him on the other side. It could be incredibly dangerous. Throwing away 2,000 computation power without any guarantee is just too risky. Imagine teleporting there and getting wiped out a second later. That would be embarrassing. Walking behind him, Wei Shi chimes in that the skill description doesn't mention any risk of backlash. It seems like a hidden skill feature. The higher a player's base stats are, the less likely they are to suffer any ill effects. Liu Yi turns to look at her as she continues, asking if he managed to grab the key on its head yet. She wonders if he used that key to control it. Liu Yi doesn't answer, silently walking ahead and leaving Wei Shi slightly behind. Wei Shi jogs up to him, asking what that key actually does and where the data processing center is located. She asks if he is leaving now, begging him to take her along. Glancing at her, Liu Yi asks how much computation power she has left. Wei Shi sheepishly laughs, admitting she used it all up. Liu Yi asks in surprise if she really spent every last bit. Every last bit, she confirms with a nod, starting her explanation. Entering a private territory requires carrying computation power back and forth just to activate structures that prevent boss monsters from appearing. Once back in her own space, she had to spend more power to restore her body's condition. Traveling back and forth drained everything. As Liu Yi listens in confusion, Wei Shi explains that if she hadn't spent it all, she wouldn't have reached the 3rd floor so fast. But according to the structure skill manual, using those skills in a territory is supposed to consume a massive amount of computation power. And here's the real mystery: why didn't he consume any power? Was it because of Ming Xi's help? He suddenly freezes in his tracks. Wei Shi looks completely surprised by his sudden stop. With a very serious expression, he asks if he can truly trust her this time after their highly unpleasant past. Wei Shi smiles, asking why wouldn't he? With an unreadable expression, Liu Yi tells her to stay in Qingmu and wait for his return. Meanwhile, in another private territory, Xiang Yun and Dun Yong sit in silence. Xiang Yun's face is filled with pure anger, while Dun Yong sits nearby looking just as annoyed and scowling. Xiang Yun finally speaks up to shatter the tense silence, arguing that Yi isn't actually that strong if they can just utilize their skills properly against him. Dun Yong snaps. Fight him how? With that insane skill range of his, the moment a battle starts, his power-draining skill would completely wipe you out before you could even react. But I'm simply no match for him. Xiang Yun replies that on top of that, there's a controlled boss monster in the Qingmu private territory they need to deal with. In Xiang Yun's hand rests a glowing green orb, that is, the retrospective orb, which records a player's data. If they die, the orb shatters completely. Players respawn right at the orb's location. That recorded state, including full physical recovery, gets bound to them forever. Holding the retrospective orb in her hand, Tuang Liu Yun says, so our only option is to call for more backup. Immediately, the Tower Master sends out a message. Tin Tin, I need you. Over in private territory number 1, Liu Yi is sitting on a massive floating rock. He stares thoughtfully at Ming Xi, recalling what Nui Te told him. Right. Just look at this. To enter a private territory, you must spend computation power to run a structure that limits the boss monster's spawns. And returning to your own private zone costs even more computation power to heal your body. Going back and forth completely drains it all. Confused, a massive question mark pops over Ming Xi's head. Liu Yi sighs. No matter what, it is still trying to help him out. Liu Yi asks, do you have any suggestions regarding the starting point of that teleportation route? Ming Xi replies it is definitely possible, but there's a huge risk. If the equipment is damaged, you will be teleported straight to the 4th floor, and down there, you will face apocalyptic tier boss monsters. In a situation like that, you would basically just be waiting to die. Liu Yi replies, but if the machine isn't broken, we can reach our goal in one single step. With a serious face, he adds, I want to take this gamble. He shares his plan with Ming Shi. I will take 5,000 computation points and leave 100 points right here with you. Think of it as a backup plan. If I end up dying, I can still respawn right here, and we can start farming computation power all over again from scratch. After hearing Liu Yi's plan, Ming Shi speaks its mind. If you are going to gamble, why not take a massive gamble instead? Now think about this. Liu Yi is completely stunned as Ming. She explains how highly contested his data hub really is. An image flashes of Liu Yi's private territory disguised as a Guishu, floating silently alongside the other massive Guishu creatures. Ming. She explains further, if you go there alone and accidentally die, forcing you to come back here, that is basically the same as saying goodbye to your control over the data modeling hub. But if you bring me along with you instead, not only will your computation power avoid the risk of evaporating within a single hour, but we can also drastically cut down on computation power consumption when you use the structures. Surprised, Liu Yi asks, can you really leave this private zone and follow me? But there's a catch. Room number 1 will completely shatter, meaning you can never respawn in room number 1 again. But of course, your life will no longer be bound to this place either. Liu Yi falls deep into thought, then raises his head to ask, how much of your power will you be able to use after this? Ming Shi answers, with enough computation power, I can use my full strength. Coiling up, Ming Shi waits for Liu Yi to make his choice. The guy calculates his options. One is a powerful short-term weapon, while the other is his safe escape route. But Ming Shi is right. In this desperate race against time, if he chooses to keep his escape route, he will completely miss out on the greatest secret of the Origin realm. Having made up his mind, Liu Yi stands up. He looks dead serious. All right then, let's go together. Ming Shi transforms into a streak of green light, entering his hand while praising his smart choice. Glowing snake patterns begin to crawl across Liu Yi's arm, but after a brief moment, they fade away completely. The floating rock he's standing on slowly begins to crack into smaller stones, separating from each other and drifting away. A system notification pops up. The mature creature containing the data model of private territory, number 1, Ming Shi, has successfully fused with you. Your private territory number 1 is currently being calculated to convert into a suppression force against your outer territory. The outer territory's suppression force drops to 44.6%. You have received the active skill, levitation. Gain the levitation ability. Movement speed is reduced by 90%, only active in the outer territory. Liu Yi stares at the system in sheer shock. So his own body is now the private territory? You can feel the tension as he looks straight ahead at the massive gold-headed black Guishu waiting for him. Liu Yi quickly leaps up. He only catches one sentence, let's go. Instantly, the rock beneath him crumbles. Inside the gold-headed black Guishu, Nui Te is already standing there waiting, her body straight and her arms folded across her chest. A voice speaks from right behind Nui Te. He carries a familiar scent on him. Just like you, he is one of the chosen ones. Nui Te turns around to find a tiny orange dragon. It is Long Nui, a creature of the apocalyptic tier. It continues, after the Origin realm was destroyed and restructured, we all became mere tools for this world. If you do not want to end up like us, you must eliminate the other candidates to secure your absolute position. She smirks as Long Nui offers more advice besides. He seems to trust you quite a bit right now. You are holding the best opportunity of your life, so make sure you grab it. Nui Te facepalms, seemingly in agreement, but she suddenly reaches out and grabs Long Nui by its neck. Pulling it close to her face, she frowns and whispers, but compared to you, I still trust him a little more. She lets go, and Long Nui quickly flies away. Yinglong points out, I have looked in helping you get down this road until now. And yet, you say you do not trust me, which is pretty disappointing. But this is exactly why I chose you, always doubting everything, never trusting blindly, and always holding on to your own stubborn convictions. I believe that in the near future, you will end up making the right choice anyway. Wei Shi blushes, shyly muttering, okay. This time is a pretty big exception. Her mind flashes to Liu Yi carrying her, so warm that she cannot bear to let go. Suddenly, a massive object crashes down from above. It is Liu Yi, shattering the giant boulder beneath him to pieces. Wei Shi looks at him, teasingly grumbling, "Ha, and here I thought you were going to abandon me." He stands up and walks toward her. Looking at the ruined scene ahead, his eyes harden with absolute resolve as he tells Wei Shi, "Follow me." Wei Shi happily agrees. But suddenly, a strange sound echoes from above, putting both of them instantly on high alert. As they look up, Xiang Yun and Dun Yong crash down, while the Baihua deity, who was quietly sitting there, spots the intruders and slowly rises, commanding a massive swarm of creeping vines from behind her. Liu Yi runs forward with Wei Shi, yelling, "Let the clone of the Baihua deity handle them. You stay with me." But in his mind, he remembers already killing them once, so knowing that he has the Baihua deity clone yet still daring to enter must mean they have some kind of guaranteed trump card up their sleeve. Liu Yi glances back, completely clueless about what is about to hit them. He decides to let the Baihua deity clone test the waters first. Giant vines lash out at Xiang Yun and Dun Yong, but a sudden flash of light cuts through, accompanied by a cold shout, "Wind mirror, one flash," instantly slicing the Baihua deity and her vines to ribbons. The system announces "Wind mirror, one flash." After dodging a long-range attack from a target, this skill triggers an immediate counterattack before the enemy can even react. The damage is calculated based on the user's own attack power, combined with a special attack modifier. If this skill fails to deal any damage, it will keep triggering the one flash effect repeatedly until the target is hit. Be warned, after a successful hit, the user becomes weakened for 1 second. Every consecutive use of the one flash skill adds an extra second to this weakened state. Another system alert pops up: your summoned follower, the Baihua deity clone, has been slain. Liu Yi freezes, jaw dropped honestly. What is even happening right now? Wei Shi runs up from behind to explain that this is the one flash effect attached to Flash Strike, capable of completely overwhelming the attack power of the Baihua deity clone. It seems she has stacked multiple layers of Flash Strike. The system screen displays the stats: Wind Mirror, Flash Strike scales, attack power with agility. Every single point of agility increases attack power by 2, and Flash Strike critical tier goes up by 1. For each Flash Strike, agility and attack power are multiplied by 2, and this effect can stack infinitely. Current Flash Strike tier -1. Note that there is no limit on stacks, but if no damage is dealt, the stack count remains unchanged. And look at that, as the thick dust slowly clears, a girl gradually emerges. Liu Yi and Wei Shi immediately tense up, seeing Liang Jingjing, level 60, from the Pavilions Guild. She leaps high, sending rocks flying everywhere, utilizing Wind Mirror Flash Step to dash directly toward their position. During this forward charge, her agility increases by 3. Liang Jingjing swings her sword at Liu Yi, slicing cleanly right through his body. A golden light erupts, and glowing chains wrap around Liang Jingjing, a counter-skill from Liu Yi. He points his gun straight at her and says, "If that is all the attack power you have got, then you can go ahead and die." Liang Jingjing smirks, striking back with terrifying speed. Wei Shi yells from behind, "Be careful, do not try to trade blows with her directly." The system warns Wind Mirror Absolute Dodge. This skill guarantees a 100% chance to dodge one attack, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Another alert shows your attack has been completely dodged by Liang Jingjing. Your offensive action has successfully triggered Liang Jingjing's passive one flash. Liu Yi gets slashed yet again. The system indicates that only 3 seconds remain on his freeze state, as she continues her brutal onslaught. An alert pops up: player Liang Jingjing failed to deal damage with one flash, triggering the skill again. He can only stand there helplessly, taking hit after hit. Another notification shows player Liang Jingjing did not damage you with one flash, reactivating the skill once more. Only 2 seconds remain in this frozen state. Liang Jingjing relentlessly slashes at Liu Yi, and from a distance, he looks like he is trapped inside a cage of dozens of sword strikes. 1 second left. Liang Jingjing smirks triumphantly. Wei Shi panics. This is bad, because if her skills do not deal any damage to Liu Yi, they will never stop triggering. And once she actually lands a blow, Her flash strike is going to be stacked with an insane amount of damage. Liu Yi is definitely going to die. She has to find a way to take a hit for him. Liu Yi struggles to hold on, waiting for his moment, as the freeze state is finally ending. As the thick dust clears, Thuandong speaks up to instantly kill the monster boss from a completely blind distance. No wonder you trust her so much. Tuang Liu Yun replies before entering the collapse zone. It actually took us 2 full days just to fully stack her skill level. Constant stacking, endless testing, without a single interruption. All to finally reach a satisfying level and lock it in with a reverse pearl. Thuandong says, my men did mention the reverse pearl once, but I didn't pay attention. Had I known sooner, I would have grabbed one myself. Tuang Liu Yun replies, what a shame. It is a single-use item, but using it on Da makes it entirely worth it. He continues talking while leaping onto a massive rock. Besides, I believe one strike from Tin Tin is plenty to finish off Da. We should keep this trump card safe and not use her so casually. But the moment his feet touch the rock, his eyes go wide at the sight ahead. Watch closely as Tin Tin slashes at Liu Yi, only for her jaw to drop as a notification warns of contact with the Mingxi. Liu Yi spins around, telling her she can exit the stage now, before leaping up to slash Ting Tin and sending her vanishing instantly. Thuandong finally jumps up to see, completely shocked that Da is still alive. He wanted to humiliate him to get revenge for earlier, but seeing Tin Tin suddenly vanish leaves Thuandong in absolute panic. Terrified of what is happening, he hears a cold voice as Liu Yi asks if they came to gift him gear again. The duo freezes before screaming to get the hell out, but a shield notification pops up alongside a clock pendulum stun. Tuang Liu Yun and Thuandong collapse to the ground as their bodies fade away. System notifications confirm that he has successfully eliminated Thuandong, Tuang Liu Yun, and Tin Tin in one sweep. The system detects that Tin Tin's 5% share of the origin world computing power is deducted, raising your own authority up to 36%. Residing inside Nuite, the dragon Unglong suddenly speaks up, asking if she saw how insanely strong he has become. If we can devour that guide creature of his, I will be able to evolve once again. Once that happens, I can easily reach the Calamity Leader tier and break through to a new level, making me far stronger than him with my own hands. Liu Yi tightly grips the glowing sphere. Turning to Wei Te, he says that no one else should bother them before telling her to move out, and she happily agrees. Unglong whispers once more, telling her to kill him while it handles the guide creature behind his back. He somehow managed to secure that key without even defeating the clone of Bak Hoathan, meaning his share of computing power must be at least 25%. As long as you can end him, all of this power will belong to you. Walking ahead, Nuite still hears the voice echoing in her ears, reminding her to fight for every resource. It begs her to trust it and follow the plan, but Nuite only keeps a dead serious expression on her face. She admits that she already knows the digital processing center is the actual end destination of this collapse zone. Even though we had our bad blood before, and she did save him on the airship, she only wants his help getting out of this zone. She wonders why he is still dragging her along since they should be even. But Liu Yi looks back, asking if being teammates means reaching the goal together. Nuite asks if he is looking down on her, or maybe just doubting himself. Liu Yi crosses his arms, telling her that speaking of danger, she is seriously underestimating the threats ahead, especially since they are about to ascend to the 4th floor of the Outer Lands. Judging by the previous 3 floors, the danger up there will exceed their wild imaginations, so having an ally for backup is always the smarter play. Nuite stays silent as he takes another step forward and continues. Any real competition should be saved for the very end, though her worries are completely understandable. But until they reach that ultimate power, he asks if they can act like real teammates, offering his hand with a warm smile. A quiet moment passes between them, and you can practically feel the tension melt as Wei Te finally smiles and shakes Liu Yi's hand. With a nod, the two head down to the basement entrance, walking closely, one after the other. Unglong reassures her that it can easily handle any upcoming dangers. All she needs to do is devour that guide creature of his, so just find any open opportunity to strike. Nuite silently keeps her head down as they both stand in the center of the dark basement. A prompt suddenly checks if they hold the data center key, asking if they want to activate the teleportation device to their final destination. She quickly warns them, USB teleportation works just like a pipeline. Even if everything here is perfect, the central pipe is unstable, so he needs to prepare himself for a direct jump straight to the 4th floor. If we actually get lost during transmission, I will manifest first. Your only job is to figure out a way to fix that USB portal, or else we are both as good as dead. He nods in agreement and calls out to Nuite behind him. Let us go, she replies. Transmission activated. System confirms ownership of the digitized data center key, starting up the teleportation device now. Destination is the digitized data center entrance. Confirm teleportation? He does not hesitate for a second, replying with a simple, yes. 2,000 computing power deducted. Portal active. Glowing runes erupt beneath Liu Yi as he gives Nuite one final look. He warns her, saying, I have no idea what is waiting for us on the other side of this portal, but whatever it is, as long as we stick together, we will survive. Nuite nods, her face completely serious. With a soft hum, they vanish. Elsewhere, dark clouds choke the sky as constant lightning tears through the air. No land in sight, only massive, flat boulders floating closely together. The USB portal flashes with light, dropping Liu Yi and Nuite right onto this strange new ground. The two look around. Liu Yi frowns, wondering if they actually reached the entrance of the digitized data center. Looking up, Liu Yi realizes that must be the final floor of the Palace of Outworld. They did not make it to the 5th floor. They are stuck on the 4th floor of the Outworld Palace. But wasn't this place supposed to be absolutely crawling with catastrophic tier disaster boss monsters? Look at this, why is it just empty? Flat rocks. The dead silence completely catches him off guard. He whispers, asking what is going on, calling out for Ming-Shi. But Ming-Shi's voice is filled with shock, saying this is impossible. There is no way, it continues in my memory. It was never like this. It should not look like this. Panic starts rising in Liu Yi. Suddenly, Long urges, saying the chance is finally here. Strike now. Nuite's face goes dark, a menacing red light glowing from her forehead and eyes. It keeps pressuring her to move fast. Gripping her head in agonizing pain, she snaps back at Long with irritation. You are so annoying, she complains. It retorts, you do not want to strike? Fine, then I will do it for you. Suddenly, a bizarre growth erupts from her arm, startling her. Nuite quickly fires off a private message to Liu Yi, warning him, be careful, I am being controlled. The moment he reads the text, her entire arm mutates, shifting into a massive, monstrous claw tipped with deadly, razor-sharp talons. The claw lunges straight at Liu Yi. He barely dodges backward to escape her attack as the bizarre, corrupted flesh continues to wrap around her body. She screams out, have you forgotten our agreement? But Long coldly replies, our agreement was about growth, and that is exactly what I am doing now. Now fully possessed. Nuite snarls in fury, you have officially crossed the line with me. Long just laughs, saying, you will thank me later. It begins to transform, stretching out a gigantic hand, followed by its massive legs. And here it is, out of the thick smoke, a massive orange dragon emerges, locking its eyes directly on Liu Yi. Stunned into absolute silence, he frantically types out a quick message to Nuite, asking what on earth is happening right now. Long stomps, shattering the solid stone beneath them before lunging at him with its jaws wide open. A sudden explosion rocks the area. A system alert flashes, the recipient is offline. Message cannot be delivered. Liu Yi shuts his eyes tight and grits his teeth in frustration. Long scoops him up in its massive claw, lifting him high as it demands to know where the parasite attached to his body is hiding. Liu Yi screams out, Ming-Shi, what the hell are you doing? Long responds with a mocking sneer. A low-class creature, yet you think you are some high and mighty native of the primordial world. That place crumbled to dust a long time ago. The primordial world is nothing but an abandoned, reconstructed wasteland, a piece of trash constantly being exploited over and over again. The dragon roars with laughter. System alerts pop up warning. You have been captured and immobilized. All skill releases are currently blocked. Trapped inside an apocalyptic tier boss monster domain. Your constructs are strictly restricted and cannot be summoned. Long sneers even if you hide inside him. As long as I swallow this kid whole, the final result will be exactly the same. It opens its massive jaws to swallow him down. Liu Yi screams out Ming-Shi. Suddenly, Ming-Shi erupts from his arm, swiftly wrapping itself around Long. Ming-Shi hisses at long last. I finally found my perfect chance. Bound tightly, the dragon has no choice but to drop him. Liu Yi crashes to the ground as Ming-Shi yells, "Help me!" The bloodline upgrade in this structural zone is guaranteed to succeed. Liu Yi is totally confused, shouting back, "How? My constructs are completely blocked here." It snaps back, "Forget that. Just do it. The bloodline evolution construct will definitely work in this specific area. Trust me." System alerts start flashing, build failed. Data is being overwritten. Refreshing parameters now. Construct successfully activated. Bloodline evolution guaranteed. Liu Yi stares at the system screen in complete shock as Long watches Ming. She's body begin to fade away. Long grunts, "So you figured out I was hiding here a long time ago, did you? But thinking you can merge with my physical body to devour me from the inside is just pure stupidity. My rank is a whole tier higher than yours. Merging with me means you will just end up completely devoured by me." Long roars out, "You are nothing but a tasty meal." Then it looks closer, quite surprised. "Oh, so you actually have a strand of the Chu-Long bloodline. Is that where this confidence of yours comes from? But that power is way too weak." Thrown back by the impact, Liu Yi is completely shocked. What is going on here? A notification rings out. Your Emperor Ming. She has activated bloodline advancement, but the evolution failed due to world rule restrictions. Because the evolution failed, your computing power is reduced by 100 points. The warning repeats. Right after that failure, another alert pops up. Your Emperor Ming, she has successfully evolved into a pseudo-Chu-Long. Did it actually succeed? Liu Yi wonders. But a new alert warns that the absorption failed. Lacking energy, your pseudo-Chu-Long is about to collapse. Liu Yi stares in utter shock, while Long laughs out loud. So what if you evolved successfully? Right now, you are still nothing but a squad leader at my own level. Plus, after an evolution, you need a massive amount of energy to stabilize. Without it, you will just get eaten alive by your own bloodline. You wanted to swallow me, but it looks like your pretty little plan has completely fallen apart. Getting back on his feet, Liu Yi resolves to find a way to help Ming-Shi. But how? Suddenly, Long staggers. It curses Nguri Tai for being a total madman before crashing down. Notification. Your pseudo-Chu-Long has absorbed energy. Evolving process is underway at 1%, 2%, 3%. Look at his face. Liu Yi's completely stunned as Long's body slowly dissolves before his eyes. A message from Nguri Tai pops up. Stupid beast forgot who its master is. I am sorry. I cannot go to the data center with you anymore. Did Nguri Tai just sacrifice herself, causing Long to die along with her? Liu Yi can barely believe it. Staring at the empty space, a completely helpless Liu Yi clutches his head and types back a message, "Thank you. You did me a massive favor," he texts. She replies, "Do not say that. I caused this mess in the first place. Besides, that monster was nagging me to death. So annoying. Just remember to grind your levels back up, Nguri Tai. Once you are back, carry me again," she says. He replies, "Deal." Then, the system chimed. Notification. Nguri Tai has died. Calculating the rewards obtained from participating in the elimination of active players. You received 9% of the Origin World computing power. You now hold 45% total authority. Cracks split the barren, fog-filled land. As a stray pebble rolls by, a young man steps into this empty, silent wasteland. Standing alone in the absolute silence, he slowly sits down on the dirt. It really is broken. He sighs. Scratching his head, Liu Yi says this is bad. The path to the simulation data center is cut off. Leaning back on both hands, he looks up at the sky, his face full of thought. He mutters quietly, "There is no computing power in this outer land fourth floor to level up. My power is down to just 1,000. He falls silent as the system chime suddenly breaks the quiet. Do not lose hope just yet. If other players teleport here through the entrance, we can still harvest them. The system gently reassures him. They will be stuck here until the storm drains their power. Suddenly, Chu Long materializes, crossing his arms with a sharp stare. Let's be real here. Looking at Chu Long's stats, Liu Yi realizes the beast is so overpowered he can't even scan him anymore. Sighing heavily, he hangs his head. I guess this is our only choice. Liu Yi asks Chu Long, should I call you Ming Shi or Chu Long now? Chu Long pauses, then answers quietly, whether you call me Ming Shi or Chu Long, those are just names of my race. My real name is Ju Yin. Indifferently, Liu Yi replies, fine. He sits down, lost in his own thoughts. Looking directly at Chu Long, he speaks up, I know you are hiding many things from me, but we have been through a lot, and you always had my back. Since we are short on time, I will not pry. But now that we are stuck here with nothing to do, mind sharing some of those secrets? Tell me everything. Chu Long stays silent. Letting Liu Yi stare him down, he crosses his arms. After a long pause, he finally speaks before this fourth floor. I definitely would have hidden the truth. But reaching this fourth floor has completely shaken my entire view of this world. There is a major time gap between the origin world and the source world I knew. Right now, I do not even know if what I believe is the real truth anymore. He looks back, ask away. I will tell you everything I know. A time gap, Liu Yi asks in disbelief. So, did that massive tremor back when you first hit the fourth floor turn out to be real? Wasn't it just a setup to bait Eng Long into action? Chu Long shrugs both his arms to show he has no idea. Liu Yi recalls what Eng Long told him before that Wen Jiue was destroyed long ago. The Wen Jiue of today is pretty much just an abandoned, reconstructed shell. Nothing but a piece of worn-out trash getting constantly used and abused. Liu Yi sits flat on the ground, lost in deep thought. What Eng Long described is likely the backdrop of Wen Jiue. His grasp of the timeline back then seems much closer to the present day compared to Ju Yin. If I actually get to ask, what should I even ask? Liu Yi keeps hesitating as he turns the question over. Plenty of things seem pretty crucial at first, but they actually lack any urgency. Looking up to the sky, he asks Chu Long what the simulated data stone is. The old man replies that it is an extremely vital technology from Wen Jiue, dating back to when it was at its very peak. It can dissect simulated data for every single talent and skill out there, allowing someone to easily level up and boost their own power. Hearing this, Liu Yi can only stare back in absolute shock. He can barely believe it. Isn't this the exact same state players experience once Wen Jiue descends into reality? So, does possessing authority just mean controlling this very technology? This allows its influence to radiate straight into the real world, though that easy personal leveling process is not visibly displayed on the players themselves. At the exact moment Wen Jiue materializes and locks down player power, what kind of disaster finally derails the deployment of this technology? Still frowning, Liu Yi deepens his contemplation. Was this setup manually built by someone, or was it entirely preordained from the very start? And what exactly is the purpose behind deploying this complex technology? Liu Yi clasps his hands, wearing a dead serious expression. Is it just to throw the real world into absolute chaos, or is there a bigger goal? Snapping out of his thoughts, he turns to Chu Long with one final question. Eng Long mentioned that today's Wen Jiue was rebuilt from scratch after its destruction. So who actually remodeled this place, and what is their goal? Chu Long answers, I do not know. But I believe that once we reach that place, every single mystery will finally unravel. Suddenly, the rubble surrounding them shifts with a loud scraping sound. Liu Yi scrambles up and yells, "What on earth is that?" Total silence follows. Yet a strange, invisible wave of sound seems to ripple through the air. Just like that, the ground shakes violently, splitting open as a massive earthquake begins to tear everything apart. Without hesitating, Liu Yi leaps high into the air, shielding his face as a blinding white mist swirls around, only to vanish into absolutely nothing. Landing defensively, Liu Yi mutters in absolute disbelief, "Is it over?" Chulong's voice suddenly echoes nearby, explaining that it is the Dongwang Bell. He tells him to move quickly to the 5th floor of the Outlands, leaving Liu Yi utterly confused since the portal's exit was supposed to be broken. Gazing at the scene unfolding right before his eyes, Liu Yi gasps, completely speechless. He just stares with wide, shocked eyes. Chulong explains that this is one of the unique abilities of the legendary Dongwang Bell. No matter how devastated a region is, a single chime from this bell will completely restore the land to the exact state it was in when first created. At the same time, during this restoration, every single living creature is completely wiped out. That explains why absolutely no beast could ever survive on the 4th floor. The old man continues, explaining that they only survived because the bell probably recognized Liu Yi as a private domain, while viewing him as its anchor. Hurry up and come here. Liu Yi lands firmly back on the ground, and a sudden system notification rings out once more. The alert states that a key to the simulated data processing center has been detected, activating the teleportation gear to take them straight to the entrance. When asked to confirm the transfer, Liu Yi thinks with excitement that the portal is truly restored. As the mechanical voice repeats the warning, Liu Yi falls right back into deep thought. What will he choose? The 5th floor of the Outlands, home to the simulated data processing center and Wen Jioi's ultimate secret. Making up his mind, he speaks up. I agree, he says aloud, thinking that he is finally ready. Instantly, a mechanical chime confirms his arrival at the 5th floor of the Outlands. The local suppression rate is being calculated, and it is currently sitting at 45%. Your overall power is currently suppressed by 55%. Skill cooldown times are increased by 45%, while skill active durations are slashed by 45%. All primary attributes are capped at 5,000. Complete silence surrounds them as the system voice continues. With only 45% suppression, he realizes his blessings can still fully activate and upgrade his attributes. A mechanical engine hums to life alongside Chulong's raspy voice, noting that just like the 4th floor, the 5th level has been completely wiped of all life. A bright beam of light suddenly cuts down, illuminating the exact spot where Liu Yi is standing. A small room materializes right before them. Blade in hand, Liu Yi turns to Chulong and asks if that thing is an elevator. It looks like this is finally the end of the line, as taking this lift is the only way to reach the data center. Looking at the massive bell, he curiously asks Chulong once again, is that thing in front of the elevator really the Dongwang Bell? Is it dangerous to go over there? The old man explains that since its zone reset skill is currently on cooldown, there shouldn't be any danger. Still, they must stay alert. After all, neither of them has any idea when this cooldown period will finally run out. Chulong urges Liu Yi forward, warning that if the reset skill activates again when the cooldown ends, they might not make it out. Let's move quickly. We need to hurry and see if we can somehow bypass the bell to reach the elevator. Liu Yi sheathes his weapon, advising Chulong that they should destroy this room to stop anyone else from using the teleport gate to come up. Chulong advises him forget about it. This portal is strictly a one-way trip. Even if you completely wreck this side, as long as the gates on the lower floors remain intact, players will teleport straight here. Liu Yi frowns, so there is absolutely no way to block them? Chulong sighs, telling him that their only choice is to move fast and buy time. Liu Yi nods fair enough. As the two of them slowly approach the mysterious room, Liu Yi looks over at his companion and asks, you said we should bypass the Donghuang Bell, but Chulong, why not try to take it? Such powerful gear is sitting right there. If we pass up this chance, we are definitely going to regret it later. Now get this. As he draws closer, he starts thinking about how insanely broken its main skill really is. It can completely restore any area back to its original state. No matter what changes have occurred there, everything is reverted perfectly, just like the moment it was first created. An incredibly divine power that absolutely nothing else can match. Chulong finally breaks his silence, asking if he possesses a warrior-class title and what tier he has reached. Liu Yi wonders to himself a warrior title. His high-dimensional warrior title grants a sweet +2 bonus to all stats. Once they land, Liu Yi answers that he is a high-dimensional warrior. The old man scoffs in disappointment only at the high-dimensional rank. The tier above that is Rule Breaker, and even higher than that is the absolute peak, Annihilation. He explains that only by earning the Annihilation Warrior title can you obtain the bell's recognition and claim it. As for becoming an Annihilation Warrior, if your total experience points were multiplied by 100 right now, your chances would still be pretty slim. Running forward, Liu Yi sighs. Total waste. So we can only look at it? That is so frustrating. Chu Long replies there is no other way, but maybe once they reach the digital processing center, they will find a loophole. Chu Long advises him that they should keep moving fast and head straight into the digital core. Suddenly, the old man smacks right into an invisible wall. Screeching to a halt, Liu Yi asks what happened. Rubbing his nose in shock, Chu Long stares ahead and gasps, "We are done for. How can this be?" Liu Yi quickly asks what is wrong. Seeing the room ahead completely sealed off by a transparent force field, Liu Yi reaches out to feel it an air wall. A cold system notification chimes aloud, displaying the requirements for the Donghuang Bell. Liu Yi widens his eyes. Are these the stats of the legendary bell? Aside from the Annihilation rank, possessing the Doomsday title can also allow a player to claim it. Chu Long explains this transparent barrier is the Donghuang Bell's absolute defense state, designed strictly to protect itself. The fact that the bell has entered absolute defense proves one thing: its previous master was recently slain. Chu Long crosses his arms and continues, the owner of this legendary bell was at least an Annihilation rank or even a Doomsday-class powerhouse. How could such an insanely powerful titan be slain? Just who on earth managed to kill him? And looking closely, the Donghuang Bell was deliberately placed here by someone. There are so many mysteries. What exactly happened during my period of amnesia in the origin world? Liu Yi calmly keeps his composure. Now is not the time to hesitate. Is there a way to break through this barrier? If we cannot bypass this wall, we won't be able to reach the elevator to enter the core processing center. Chu Long responds that the only method to disable this dividing wall is to force the Donghuang Bell to recognize a new master. But for it to accept a new master, it must first be ownerless, and it requires the presence of an Annihilation or Doomsday level expert. Standing right in front of the bell, Chu Long sighs, that is the only way. Liu Yi asks, wait, does your Doomsday title work? Chu Long instantly flatlines his hope, absolutely not. Now we've got a real problem. Liu Yi asks frantically, what can we do after racing all this way? Are we seriously going to end up stuck here? The old man stays completely silent. Meanwhile, deep within the outer territory of the third level, dead yellow and red trees stand quiet as a sharp-fanged green beast growls fiercely. A silhouette emerges in the distance. It is Yuan Ding, crouching low in a highly defensive posture. Voices ring out to praise him. You are too strong, Director. Once we return to Muksu City, I am leaving the shelter to join your Hujia Yuan. Hearing those compliments, he proudly raises his chin. Hu Chazi bows and flatters him that Calamity-class beast leader earlier. I thought we were dead meat, but you wiped it out instantly. Yuan Ding leaps down in front of Hu Chazi, asking a sharp question. Aren't you afraid Dunyong will cause trouble? Folding his arms in front of Hu Chazi, he listens to the shameless flattery. Hu Chazi rubs his hands together with a flattering smile, saying that he simply knows how to serve a wise master. He then curiously asks what kind of skill was just used. Even though those moves look quite ordinary on the outside, their raw destructive power is totally different. Yuan Ding silently recalls what a mysterious person told him. This power exists because they exploited the embryo of an apocalypse-tier boss monster, which was created from a glitch in the system. You just need to let Bai Shou Tao transfer its apocalypse title onto you. Once that is done, you can confidently walk right out of this collapsing region. His memory fades. Yuan Ding suddenly asks if pain was his actual goal all along. Hearing this, Hu Chazi raises his head in complete surprise. With a sudden, brutal strike, Yuan Ding cleaves off Hu Chazi's head. He furiously mutters that the rat was just spying on him to report back to Dun Yong. As the head falls, Yuan Ding mutters. The guy had been annoying him with endless chatter since they met. He tells the corpse to go join his shelter leader in hell, just as a very bizarre object suddenly manifests on the ground. Walking away, Yuan Ding remarks that spreading rumors about his overwhelming power is more than enough. He then heads back to join Liu Yi. He sighs in deep frustration. Both he and Zhou Long stand with folded arms, completely lost in serious thought. Our hero realizes that they have searched absolutely everywhere, yet there is still no way to slip inside. Staring ahead helplessly, he realizes even his strongest attacks could not ripple this barrier. Honestly, what is he supposed to do now? Then a crazy question hits him. Did the New Order leader actually succeed at this in his past life? If the digital modeling center is indeed tied to the Genesis world descending into reality, then logically they must have pulled it off. But if they really succeeded, how on earth did they get past this barrier? Staring at the ground, Liu Yi realizes their only option might be waiting for those guys to show up, using them to crack the barrier, and then taking the elevator inside. If he does that, the advantage he fought so hard to secure is gone, totally wasted. Liu Yi turns to Zhou Long and asks if there is really no other way, to which the old man replies that actually, one option remains. Our protagonist gasps in surprise, asking if it is true, while Zhou Long says he will try to merge. Zhou Long explains that he will use his own apocalypse-tier boss bloodline to make the barrier recognize and accept him. However, he must not be disturbed by anyone during this process, and it will take some time. Otherwise, they have absolutely no hope left. Liu Yi mutters that they need uninterrupted time. He frowns, deeply analyzing the situation and counting the other powerful competitors in this collapsing zone whom he has not yet encountered. Only the New Order Guild leader, Lei, who just arrived, and the mysterious director of the Huhua Yuan remain. While Zhu Yin works on merging with the barrier, only those three could possibly show up to disrupt them. Among them, Lei and the New Order president are still 2 floors below, even if they use a special shortcut to get here. With their current relationship, getting them to wait patiently for Zhou Yin to crack the barrier is no issue. That leaves only the Huhua Yuan director, whom he must handle alone. Snapping out of his thoughts, he tells Zhou Long to focus entirely on the barrier while he takes care of everything else. As the massive barrier shimmers clearly in the air, Zhou Long warns him to make sure nothing interferes with the process. Zhou Long steps right into the barrier. Liu Yi firmly tells him to trust him, as the transparent wall begins turning deep red. Staring at the glowing wall, Liu Yi reassures himself. At his rapid speed, no one should arrive anytime soon. The energy barrier shifts. Suddenly, Liu Yi's expression turns completely serious. He walks over to a rock and sits down. As the barrier glows deep red, he sits there entirely alone, silently lost in his thoughts. He suddenly stands up to scan the area and walks cautiously forward. Stopping right in front of the massive wall, he curiously inspects it. His face lights up when he notices a change, as the red barrier slowly turns green. If the entire barrier shifts to green, does that mean Zhou Yin is successfully completing the process? He stands there, filled with excitement, waiting expectantly in front of the barrier. But after a long while, absolutely nothing changes. Slumping back onto the rock, he grumbles at how painfully slow this is, since hours of waiting only yielded a tiny bit of progress. You can see the absolute frustration on his face as he buries it in his hands, completely running out of patience. Staring ahead, he tries to calm his racing thoughts, wondering if his anxiety is because they are close to the location that decides where the Genesis world lands. He realizes that, without even noticing, he has been in this collapsing zone for 3 full days. According to the original timeline, the Genesis world will descend into reality in just 4 days, changing human life forever. Even though he has prepared everything to face this world-altering descent, he still secretly hopes for a better outcome as he calculates their odds. He calculates that once he takes control, he can decide whether to trigger or stop the arrival of the primordial realm, keeping things exactly as they are. In his mind, a harsh desert scene flashes. He thinks that even with immense power, if you are stuck in a wasteland, your only real desire is a cold drink of water just to survive. Then, he pictures a beautiful city, a simple cup of cold water that even the lowest beggar in a bustling city could easily get. This is the most accurate depiction of what the world looks like before and after the arrival. With that thought, he sits on a piece of rock, clenching his fists with fierce determination. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be a supreme powerhouse in a barren wasteland. He would rather be a nobody living in peace within a bustling city. His face hardens. He bends down, leaving only a silhouette of pure determination, resolved that he has to seize control to stop the primordial realm. Watch this out of nowhere. Something starts moving through the thick fog of this empty wasteland. Liu Yi instantly tenses up, shouting out someone is coming. Who is it? A few flashes of light spark, and a man's figure slowly takes shape. It turns out to be Yuan Ding. He has already spotted Liu Yi from a distance. Liu Yi drops into a defensive stance, realizing it really is the director of the backyard. Behind him, a glowing blue screen suddenly materializes. Seeing the title screen, Liu Yi keeps his gaze locked on Yuan Ding, while his mind races with intense thoughts. Could he really be the player who cracked the Eastern Emperor puzzle in his past life? The backyard director, Yuan Ding, keeping his guard high, he wonders if having a title recognized by the Eastern Emperor would let him instantly claim the Eastern Emperor bell just by approaching the barrier. As Yuan Ding starts stepping forward, Liu Yi knows he cannot let him get close. He suddenly launches himself high into the air, leaping straight ahead. Mid-air, several heavy chains suddenly wrap tightly around his body. Yuan Ding's eyes widen in sheer surprise. Standing below, Liu Yi aims his large gun directly at Yuan Ding and pulls the trigger. A powerful blast erupts, passing straight through Yuan Ding before veering downward. Liu Yi's eyes widen as confusion hits him. What on earth just happened? With Yuan Ding completely unscathed, he realizes his attack did absolutely nothing. Looking at the slowly shifting barrier, Liu Yi maintains his extremely alert defensive stance. Chu Donghuang remains stationed right outside that room. High above, Yuan Ding hovers with his arms crossed, wearing a look of pure contempt. He touches down on a nearby rock to greet him. Yuan Ding speaks up. I figured you were stuck behind this red barrier, so shouldn't we work together to crack it? Why attack the moment we meet? Did you find a way through? Mind sharing a bit? Liu Yi frowns, keeping his guard high. He replies, you have a point, but if you get close to the barrier surrounding this elevator, it will truly remain uncrackable forever. Internally, he knows he has to bluff to keep him away from the barrier. Yuan Ding sighs with suspicion, letting out a mocking sneer. Suddenly, he plops down on the ground, saying calmly, fine then, I will just wait for you to solve it. Staring at him, Liu Yi is thrown off by how quickly he agreed. Is this like that other game? Or is something holding him back, making him feel like a fight is not a good idea right now? After a brief silence, Yuan Ding speaks up, but waiting around is pretty boring. Why don't we trade some info about the primordial realm? Since you arrived so quickly, you must have scored a lot of intel that our guilds have absolutely no clue about. He rests his chin on his hand, talking casually. Hearing this, Liu Yi pauses briefly before composing himself and crossing his arms to respond. Then you should throw out some valuable intel first. Otherwise, how do I know you are not just trying to trick me? Inside his head, he calculates no matter what, at least he has stopped and is not moving forward anymore, which is a massive win. Yuan Ding ponders for a moment, replying, fair point. What should I share? He suddenly gasps, oh, right. I can definitely tell you this one. While Liu Yi keeps his eyes glued to him, Yuan Ding grins, asking, are you even aware of what is happening? The real world has not had any major news besides Huazhou for a long time, and Huazhou only pushes out endless entertainment rumors to distract people. Liu Yi guards up, asking, why are you telling me this? What does any of it have to do with the primordial realm? And here is the terrifying truth. Yuan Ding just smiles cryptically, rising to his feet as he says, because the world is about to face total doom. Hearing those words, Liu Yi freezes, completely lost for words. Yuan Ding holds up 3 fingers, warning him that if left unchecked, the entire world will be destroyed in 3 years. He continues, and the key to solving this crisis is right inside the primordial realm hovering above us. Step by step, he edges closer to Liu Yi. Yuan Ding adds that is why the primordial realm is so crucial. Right now, all of Huazhou's elite factions are pouring their resources into it. At this, Liu Yi hesitates, thinking, is he lying? In my past life, we only survived 3 years after the arrival. But other than the Nguyen Gie descent, he'd never heard of any actual apocalypse happening. Even if that descent was the crisis, it shouldn't have been this close to total destruction. He continues to wonder, what if the guy's telling the truth? He didn't have high-level clearance in his past life. If he's right, and considering what Zhu Yin said about the benefits of digitalization, could the Nguyen Gie descent actually be a real threat? Walking forward with calculated steps, Yuan Ding asks if the news has left him completely shocked. Did it lower your guard this much? He stops, speaking with a tone that snaps Liu Yi right back to reality. I have come this close, and yet you didn't even react. Liu Yi is stunned, realizing that if the guy had just attacked or rushed the barrier from here. He looks at Yuan Ding smiling smugly, just a short distance away. The Dong Huang bell remains right where it is. Yuan Ding smirks with curiosity, folding his arms. His voice suddenly startles Liu Yi, saying he believes the barrier is flawed, which is why he is willing to let him handle the barrier, hoping he will trust his words in return. Reaching out for a handshake, he says this world-ending threat cannot be resolved by a single person alone. We must work together, which is the whole reason I built the Horhua Yuan. Join us, and together we can master this system authority and face the future threats. Liu Yi listens in dead silence. He's mentally calculating his next move. Is the goal really to invite him to join? Absolutely not. But if that's not his game, what's he really plotting? Normally, he'd take him out first before touching the barrier. But this bizarre behavior has Liu Yi deeply frowning. Meanwhile, up on the second floor of the Kan Shou land, 2 figures slowly appear. Rulei Dongtrung shouts out in pure joy, "We finally gathered 3,000 computing power, letting us teleport directly to the entrance of the digitized processing center." He happily says they're leading, but Huang Dirvun cuts him off. Don't celebrate too early. We're warping right now, and nobody knows what dangers lie ahead. So keep your cool. Rulei Dongtrung agrees, noting the portal is open. Back at the standoff, Liu Yi and Yuan Ding face each other in absolute silence. Liu Yi takes a step. He sits on a nearby stone, realizing that at this distance, if the enemy attacks with his apocalyptic titles, blocking him is virtually impossible. It's better to gamble, step aside, and see if he can finally expose the guy's true intentions. He speaks up, telling him that if he agrees right now, he won't believe it anyway. Sitting on the rock, he negotiates, saying that regarding his offer, it's the best way to ease the tension between them, just in case they actually need to cooperate to survive later on. He will agree to join the Horhua Yuan, but not quite yet. Silence fills the air as they stand face to face. Yuan Ding suddenly smirks, sitting on a stone opposite Liu Yi, asking if that is so. He says the answer is reasonable, so now it's his turn to share what he actually knows. Liu Yi frowns, glad his gamble paid off since the guy didn't immediately rush the barrier. He definitely has another goal, but what is he actually hiding? He thinks hard. Wait, is it possible he already knows everything, including how to acquire the Donghuang bell? The silence stretches. Liu Yi calculates that the enemy is holding back because Zhu Yin still needs time to handle the barrier. He suspects the guy is trying to stall, baiting him into revealing some hidden secrets he doesn't actually know yet. If so, can he just drop a shocking piece of information to distract him completely from the barrier? He wonders what to say. Or what lie should he spin? Liu Yi stares ahead, saying he knows the goal is to sabotage system authority. Yuan Ding looks up, listening as he adds it's to serve certain people's interests. Sitting opposite him, Liu Yi mentions fulfilling his own expectations, thinking that if Yuan Ding has titles to remove the bell and barrier, he must have been the first player to acquire the digitizing module in his past life. The previous sabotage of the digitized system functions back then was highly likely the work of the Horhua Yuan's director. He frowns, realizing that if so, the director must be deeply connected to the Dira An mentioned by the New Order's leader. After securing these things, the remaining parts are quite simple. Why would he even do this? And how does every single motive of his somehow tie back to expectations? To put it bluntly, Liu Yi asks, is Di Ying really someone you should be trusting? Did you ever consider that the task he's forcing you into is the absolute key to fulfilling your future expectations. Hearing this, Yuan Ding scowls and asks, "So, what's this big secret you wanted to share?" Seeing his face, Liu Yi figures he hit the nail on the head. He continues, "I might not have known about this 3-year apocalypse you keep talking about, but I do know a massive disaster is coming soon, and Di Ying is the one behind it all. Don't let him trick you. He is likely the real culprit behind that future apocalypse." As he says this, Liu Yi can't help but think how absurd his own lie sounds. Yuan Ding stays quiet for a bit, clasping his hands together in deep thought. Then, he suddenly stands up and steps forward. Those sudden words catch Liu Yi completely off guard. Stepping right up to him, Yuan Ding growls out, "You are one of Tian Yao's people." Liu Yi is completely lost. Is this Tian Yao some new guy or another organization showing up out of nowhere? Yuan Ding glares at him, voice dripping with anger. Only those from Tian Yao would pinpoint Di Ying like that. Now it makes sense why you've gotten this ridiculously strong. Liu Yi is totally baffled. Wait, what on earth is he talking about? Without saying another word, Yuan Ding charges straight at the barrier. Liu Yi curses inwardly as something suddenly blocks his path. Did I somehow say the wrong thing again? The familiar system voice chimes in. You have equipped the Doomsday title, and your stats are now dropping fast. Even your luck stat is tanking. As Yuan Ding struggles to break free, Liu Yi realizes he has to use his cooldown lock. He yells out that his skill isn't cooling down, but the system shuts him down. Calculation power and his Doomsday domain have both been completely locked. Total disaster. Liu Yi lands hard on the shattering ground and sprints forward, but Yuan Ding is already throwing a massive punch at the barrier. No way the barrier takes the hit and buckles deep inside. The barrier swirls inward under the impact of Yuan Ding's heavy fist before shattering completely right before Liu Yi. Turning back with a cold glare, Yuan Ding lets out a chilling warning. "Once I grab that final piece of gear, you're next." Liu Yi grinds his teeth. This guy definitely knows everything already. Floating shards of light suddenly gather like scattered lightning, forming one massive, blinding beam that shoots straight down toward the ground. It hits with unbelievable speed, dragging a massive trail of light behind it that absolutely blinds everything in the area. Both are caught completely off guard. Suddenly, a heavy bell toll rings out like a terrifying omen. Right after that, another blinding beam of pure, brilliant energy tears through the sky like a giant lightning bolt. High above, a massive, metallic circular object slowly descends, its sleek surface reflecting a mysterious and powerful glow that completely lights up the entire sky. Staring at this insane sight, Liu Yi gets a terrible feeling as his eyes go wide. What is even happening here? Both stay completely frozen, staring at the bizarre sight. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yi grips his weapon and charges forward, replacing his fear with pure, steel-hard resolve. Staring straight into the light, his voice is low but steady. "My life is tied directly to Zhou Yin. There's no way he'd abandon me. Something must have gone terribly wrong." He decides to follow the Donghuang bell to investigate, but suddenly, a dark shadow ambushes him from behind. His feet lock up. He can't even take a single step before the system warns him about Yuan Ding's trickery. Suddenly, his movement is completely locked. He can only move toward Yuan Ding. Realizing he's trapped, Liu Yi groans another forced skill. Yuan Ding speaks up, his cold voice dripping with a mocking challenge. "I don't care what just went down as long as I take you out. Everything here belongs to me anyway." As the dust cloud clears, their silhouettes emerge, with Yuan Ding keeping his eyes locked onto Liu Yi the entire time. Another system alert pops up. "Player Yi has just shared a soul lock with you, binding both of your health pools together. Yi's health will remain lower than yours until your hit points are exactly 100% equal." Staring at the screen, panic starts setting in. He grunts in frustration. These restriction skills are a massive pain. How do I break free? But wait, it gets even worse from here. You have been afflicted by Yuan Ding's decay skill. Your health is steadily draining, and all healing is reduced by 90%. Bleeding effect level 1 is active, draining 3322 health points every second for 15 seconds. Liu Yi is still trying to figure out if that skill was specifically designed to counter him. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding slowly steps closer, a cold amusement gleaming in his eyes as he taunts him great skill. If only you had enough willpower to back it up. Liu Yi fires back with a highly defiant tone. Any target's health gets instantly slashed to under 10%. He smirks, highly pleased with himself, asking, but what about that last 10%? Ever since meeting you, I specifically picked skills that completely nerf your healing. On top of that, my passive bleed damage stacks up. Every single strike makes your bleeding wounds hurt a little bit more. Once I drag out this fight against your tiny health pool, just imagine how many passive bleed stacks I can stack on you. He lunges straight at Liu Yi, shouting by then, my passive will instantly wipe out your remaining 10% of health in a flash. Liu Yi quickly blocks the brutal downward strike from Yuan Ding. Both of them stand locked on the ground, trading blows. They assume their combat stances, giving absolutely everything to win this critical clash. Look at that laceration stacks +3, and Liu Yi is completely drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth, he stares at this overwhelming threat. He wonders, is this the true power of a titled warrior in the post-apocalypse? He completely crushes my total stats, which are sitting at 5,000. Combined with his playful combat skills, escaping his close range is impossible. The fight is just getting dragged out. Laceration warning. Stack 23, losing 37,240 health per second. Stack 24, losing 39,120 health per second. Remaining duration, 14 seconds. System alert, your remaining health is locked at 10% from Yuan Ding. Since your current health is lower than the incoming damage, your health is locked, and all damage is transferred back to Yuan Ding. Yuan Ding cannot hide his sheer excitement, grinning widely as if the victory is already entirely in his hands. But across from him, Liu Yi is absolutely drenched in sweat, his body shaking as he barely holds himself together. HP locked at 30,000 out of 300,000. The system repeats, the cold warning health is plummeting fast, extreme danger. Liu Yi analyzes the field, realizing his remaining life points will be completely wiped out in a second. Once this life resonance aura fades away, he knows he will not even survive a single second out there. Catching that brief flicker of doubt in Liu Yi's eyes, Yuan Ding immediately lets out a mockery sneer. Entirely blind to the actual danger, his confidence only skyrockets by the second. What is he going to do now? Gasping heavily, Liu Yi watches with absolute dread as Yuan Ding charges straight toward him once again. Panic thoughts race through his mind. Is this really where I am going to fall down? Despair creeps in at this critical moment, but he forces himself to snap out of it and stay calm. What am I thinking? The fight is not over yet. Yuan Ding mocks him, shouting, you have zero chance of turning this around. Just die already. Yuan Ding steps forward, declaring this entire collapsed territory belongs solely to me. Instantly, his speed explodes. His legs launch him forward like a raging storm, ready to completely crush everything in his path. He flies straight at Liu Yi. Suddenly, the tables turn as Liu Yi raises his sword, muttering, yours. Wait, did you see that? Out of nowhere, Yuan Ding faceplants hard onto the ground, leaving a completely stunned Liu Yi staring in total disbelief. What is going on? Did he just trip? How can someone with such insanely high stats in a game like this literally trip? Yuan Ding's face twists in anger, utterly confused. Suddenly, a system alert echoes loud and clear through the air, warning your luck attribute has dropped below 50. A curse of absolute misfortune will now cling to your body. Be careful of the source of this curse, and sever all ties immediately. Just then, an urgent voice yells out. Sitting up? Yuan Ding growls, you want to run. Keep dreaming. Liu Yi glares back at him with icy eyes. Yuan Ding is absolutely furious. He yells, the only place you are going next is the respawn point of Manhwa City, nowhere else. Thoughts rush through Liu Yi's mind. Does his sudden slip have anything to do with that title? And will it happen again? If I stay right here to keep his health locked at 10% and exploit his sudden blunders, can my absolute maximum damage output actually take him down for good? System ping health 30,000 of 300,000. Willpower 22,000 of 35,000. These dark thoughts still haunt him. Ju Yin has run into some unknown issue after entering the data processing center. There is no telling if I will get any help from them, meaning I might still have to face this monster completely alone. Whatever is causing his glitch, this might be my absolute best chance to take him down once and for all. System alert: Yuan Ding health is down to 18. With health at over 3 million, the resonant aura binds the targets together, forcing their life forces to fully sync up. Once health drops to 10%, the resonance state automatically ends, releasing 100 points of source energy within a 500-meter range, lasting for 10 seconds. With 43 stacks of laceration draining over 60,000 health per second, his doomsday title kicks in, giving a massive 10,000 boost to all stats. Multiplying health by 40 and force by 10, his overall attribute scaling increases, boosting all active skills to the next tier. Launching himself forward, the two clash violently, but after a few exchanges, Yuan Ding realizes something is very wrong with this fight. He frowns, wondering why his opponent isn't resisting, asking if he is waiting for his health to hit 10%. It makes sense, since you refuse to leave. This is your only path to victory. But do you seriously think you can destroy me? Liu Yi smiles and challenges him to find out, while Yuan Ding lets out a highly sarcastic smirk. With that kind of confidence, I am suddenly looking forward to your look of absolute despair when you fail. He yells out mockingly, "Don't cry," and beg for my mercy when the time comes. A system notification flashes. Laceration level 50 is draining 81,245 health every single second. It lasts 15 seconds, then 14 seconds. Meanwhile, laceration level 51 ticks down, draining 83,178 health every single second. Liu Yi looks dead serious, knowing that once this resonance aura finally fades away, the biggest threat is the double laceration damage, but his 16-second frozen state should buy him enough time. He just cannot let the laceration effect refresh and wipe him out. Dealing with Yuan Ding is his only play to stop the refresh. Suddenly, Yuan Ding rushes forward, landing relentless laceration strikes as another notification pops up. Laceration level 70 is draining 146,788 health per second, lasting 15 seconds. Yuan Ding has over 16 million health left, and his power level is sitting at over 460,000. Liu Yi grits his teeth and yells out, "Hey, did you skip lunch, or what? I am literally standing still, and you are still moving like a turtle." Furious, Yuan Ding charges right at him. The villain lands with a smug grin, completely confident. But his sudden move leaves Liu Yi standing there in absolute confusion. Yuan Ding sneers confidently, "You are right. Those laceration stacks are high enough. Dragging this out any longer is just a waste of time. Since I cannot break your annoying aura, I will simply sacrifice 10% of my own health to end this." A system alert flashes. Target health has dropped to 10%. Trigger conditions met, disabling the resonance aura immediately now. The two of them stand face to face, locking eyes in total silence. Liu Yi whips out his gun and roars, "You really are begging for death." Locked in his frozen state, he aims the barrel straight at Yuan Ding. But suddenly, Liu Yi freezes in surprise, while Yuan Ding just stands there looking smug as hell. Confusion hits Liu Yi hard. What is this guy thinking? Doesn't he realize my frozen strike is about to completely obliterate him? He is just standing there, wearing that stupid, mocking smirk. If he is too arrogant to dodge, then fine by me. With 2,000 points of shield active, his next strike will gain 1 million attack power, triggering triple damage from the pendulum judgment. Liu Yi pulls the trigger and screams, "Drop dead." But as the bullet tears through the air, Yuan Ding just smiles and watches it approach. The projectile flies true, slamming directly into Yuan Ding's chest. The impact sends him flying backward, kicking up a massive shockwave of dust. A stunned Liu Yi gasps. He really did not even try to dodge? Yuan Ding slides his feet across the dirt, steadying himself. Liu Yi can only stare, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. Taking that devastating hit head-on, Yuan Ding is still standing. Suddenly, the villain bursts into wild laughter, leaving our hero completely dumbfounded with his jaw on the floor. You have to wonder, a 3-to-million damage attack did absolutely nothing, and he is not even hurt. Yuan Ding mocks him with a smug grin. "Is this really your ultimate trump card? Don't make me laugh, kid. A warning flashes. Exclusive perception skill has been broken 1 second early. Dangerous perception detected. Instant death is imminent. As his cold voice echoes, the villain stares directly into Liu Yi's panicked face, thoroughly enjoying and mocking his look of pure terror. Absolutely furious, Liu Yi pulls out another weapon as a system alert chimes frozen state has ended. Replacing the frozen state is a blessing. Another alert pops up. Abnormal stationary targets have been successfully expelled from your blessing. However, his level authority is too low, leaving him unable to dispel the ongoing laceration effect. Liu Yi charges forward to unleash his ultimate, shielding himself with 20,000 points and boosting his next attack by 100,000. He swings his sword down at light speed, but Yuan Ding catches the blade barehanded, stopping it with just one palm. The villain sneers at his opponent. "Oh, you really are quite adorable, aren't you? I have been shutting down your close combat since the very beginning, yet you still try to rush me?" This brutal, mocking provocation completely shatters Liu Yi's composure. Yuan Ding suddenly closes the distance and snarls out of cards to play. "Then let me send you straight to your grave. Tell me what kind of skill you used to lock your health until now. I will just refresh it once more to see if this laceration can finally put you down." With a single, heavy punch, he sends Liu Yi crashing backward. Gritting his teeth through the intense pain, the hero struggles back to his feet. Yuan Ding stands over him, mocking his efforts. "Here I was, thinking you would try to run away so I could enjoy a fun chase. Reapplying laceration in those final 2 seconds was just to give you a sliver of hope, only to make your ultimate despair taste even sweeter. I did not expect you to blindly charge in yourself. How incredibly boring. But do not give up now, because quitting means certain death. You only have 1 second of frozen state remaining." He sneers, "Though, even if you do not quit, what other trick could you possibly have to face me now? Even just thinking about it is pure despair." But suddenly, the villain looks down at his empty hand in sheer shock. "Wait, where did my weapon go?" Exhausted, Liu Yi stands right in front of him, slowly whispering word by word. "It turns out there is still a way to deal with you." A system notification pops up. Blank domain, empty attribute slot. No accessories required. Disabling the target from using any weapon category for 1 full minute. The activation cost randomly locks one of his own active skills for 2 minutes, and the release range of the skill scales directly with his current equipment level. With his current equipment level, the normal release range is only 1 meter. System alert. Your inner strength is locked with a countdown of 120 seconds. Liu Yi grumbles to himself. He did not want to use this due to the massive backlash. But right now, there is no other way to deal with this rift. Both of them just stand there, completely frozen. Yuan Ding keeps a smug smile, asking confidently if he cannot use his inner strength anymore, as thoughts start racing through Liu Yi's head. "With that look on your face, do you still have a way to deal with me? What is it? Aside from inner strength, there are attribute-exclusive skills. Was his earlier attack a warning? Some kind of high-speed, agility-exclusive skill? Given his all-attribute build, he probably does not have an all-attribute-exclusive skill. But how on earth is he supposed to fight him now? All my skills are on cooldown. If he really has an all-attribute-exclusive skill, combining a fortress power burst with a health pool exchange, that combo will absolutely kill me. I am dead meat." He takes a step back as frantic thoughts swirl in his head. "Damn it, where is that negative status effect? Why is it not triggered yet?" But get this, while the enemy is just playing around, entering that unknown digitized scene seems like his only real way to defeat him. Even though this plan sounds crazy, since his opponent is unbeatable right now, entering that unknown zone is far better than dying on the spot. Yuan Ding mocks, "Locking my weapon is fine, but let us see how much longer you can actually survive." Suddenly, the man's eyes widen in absolute shock. Taking advantage of his distraction, Liu Yi bolts immediately. As he runs, he thinks, "This is my chance. Someone is teleporting in. Whoever they are not strong enough to stop him from reaching that elevator in time." Yuan Ding quickly chases him, screaming, "In your dreams, fortress power burst, health pool exchange." Hearing him yell those exact words completely confirms what Liu Yi has been suspecting. Just as he thought, The guy has an all-attribute exclusive skill. Right now, Yuan Ding is hot on his heels. He wonders anxiously if he can make it into the elevator. But either way, this elevator is his absolute last chance at survival. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupts around them, and Liu Yi screams happily that he successfully made it inside. A notification asks if he wants to start the elevator. Liu Yi just stares blankly straight ahead. Up ahead, 3 people are locked in a brutal clash. The leader of the New Order Guild, Ru Lei, fights while shouting, "Thought if we finished you off, Thorn Dung and Tung Van would get stronger, but in the end, are not you just being chased all over the place?" The New Order Guild leader frowns, while Yuan Ding blocks a massive sword with both hands and yells. Calling out the New Order, he swings his arm hard, sending both of them flying as he screams, "Get lost!" Moving at lightning speed, Yuan Ding lunges straight toward Liu Yi, screaming, "Go to hell!" Meanwhile, the system asks again if he wants to activate the elevator. As soon as the system prompts, Liu Yi quickly shouts out his command, "Start!" If I had not teleported earlier, it would have been too late. Notification weapon restriction ended, and your target, Yuan Ding, is freed from his weapon limits. He gets right in front of Liu Yi, hands ablaze with fire, ready to strike him down. Liu Yi panics, crying out, "I am doomed." But somehow, Yuan Ding's deadly strike misses him completely. No way a sudden notification alerts him that he actually dodged it, leaving even Liu Yi completely dumbfounded. That is it. His negative status is finally kicking in, and the more rushed he gets, the worse the debuff becomes. So that is why he was taking his sweet time earlier, giving me so many opportunities to react. Both Yuan Ding and Liu Yi panic as they get lifted into the air. Both screaming, the teleportation array is activated. Yuan Ding's brow furrows slightly as a thick stream of dark energy erupts from that metal plate. Liu Yi is violently pulled upward while Yuan Ding sneers from below, "There is no escape for you now, rot inside. The moment you hit the ground is the moment you die." Cooldown finished. The blessing has fully loaded the clock pendulum bullet. Liu Yi wears a pretty smug grin. I originally wanted to find a way to take out the core. But suddenly I realize this is the absolute best time to kill you, while you are forced to rank up. Hovering mid-air, Liu Yi aims his weapon right at Yuan Ding. "Now that you cannot run, I highly doubt you can dodge this. You can walk away unscathed from my absolute strongest strike." Yuan Ding curses in raw fury as the screen flares up. Blessing activated. All stats boosted by 5,000, shielding 2,000. The next attack increases damage by 1 million clock pendulums, tripling the impact. A blinding beam of pure light tears through the silent sky. Liu Yi keeps a tight grip on his gun. Suddenly, he is thrown backward as the floating fragments behind him begin to piece themselves back together. They seal shut, unleashing an intense, blinding flash, though faint cracks remain. Slowly, those radiant shards continue to knit together and heal. Liu Yi hangs suspended in mid-air, his body trapped directly between those glowing shards. The blinding blast fades into a cloud of tiny, glittering particles. A cold voice echoes, "There is no system notification," meaning the back garden director is still alive. Liu Yi stands hunched over, his face still twisted in absolute shock. Yuan Ding exhales in relief. That was a close call, but luckily my health pool was large enough. Liu Yi gasps as the system blessing boosts his enemy's stats and restores his health. Yuan Ding glares, throwing a furious question at our hero. "What is next? What other tricks do you have left? After unleashing such massive attacks, how much power do you actually have left in you?" The screen flashes Yuan Ding has 45,000 health left out of 20 million. Suddenly, Nu Lei Dongzong sweeps into the battlefield. "Did you completely forget that I am still here? But look at this. The real powerhouse of this mission finally steps up. A sudden strike splits the sky, carving Yuan Ding in half. Nu Lei Dongzong smirks with absolute pride. Surviving my final blow with such low health is pretty impressive. The New Order president, who was fully assimilated by Ru Lei, barks out, "Cut the talk and keep attacking. Finish him off with your short dagger." Liu Yi grips his weapon and quickly nods. All right. Drawing his blade, he confidently declares, "Last time I used this dagger, I was careless. and made a mistake. I will not make such a stupid mistake again. President, lock him down. Do not let him escape. He slowly edges closer to Yuan Ding. Yuan Ding's smug expression vanishes entirely as sheer terror takes over, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Yuan Ding explodes with raw power and roars, "You absolute trash, seeking death. Let us see who kills whom." Liu Yi screams out, "Weapon block." But a sudden system notification flashes, warning, "Your blessing skill has been banned for 2 full minutes." Liu Yi panics, "My blessing is banned. If we cannot finish him off right now, we are absolutely dead meat." Nu Lei Dangzhang is genuinely amazed he can even lock our weapons. "Yeah, you are a pretty amazing support. From now on, just stay back safely and let me handle the heavy lifting." Yuan Ding's brow furrows as his severed body splits completely. A blinding streak of light shoots straight up into the circular metal plate above. Yuan Ding screams out in pure agony, completely powerless to resist anymore. A sudden notification flashes. Yuan Ding is dead. Calculating damage contribution, you have acquired 2% of the primordial realm calculation power. You now control 47% of the primordial realm. Liu Yi exhales, "We actually did it." Nu Lei Dangzhang grins. Yuan Ding's bisected corpse lies ruined on the ground, while Nu Lei Dangzhang slowly, deliberately turns his back. Striking a cool pose with his back turned, Nu Lei Dangzhang raises a proud finger to the sky and grins widely. He boasts to himself, "The first. I am officially the #1 player in this entire realm." He laughs out loud. "One clean strike was all it took. I am absolutely invincible." Liu Yi watches this ridiculous victory dance completely speechless. But then, something incredibly bizarre begins to materialize right behind Nu Lei Dangzhang. The New Order president snaps a warning through the comms, "Watch out. Something is wrong with his corpse." Hearing this, Nu Lei Dangzhang instantly spins around. Liu Yi is caught off guard, staring intently at Yuan Ding's severed remains. A massive torrent of energy surges directly behind Nu Lei Dangzhang, swirling rapidly to form what looks like a giant, pulsing egg. Liu Yi stands frozen, completely clueless as he stares wide-eyed. What on earth is going on here? Nu Lei Dangzhang gasps in absolute shock. What kind of monster is this? It is completely indestructible. The voice of the New Order president also echoes out, saying that it is melting us. Suddenly, the New Order president explains that it is a resurrection skill. Yuan Ding wants to melt and absorb us to revive himself. The New Order president warns that the melting speed is too fast, and his health is already down by half. So Ru Lei Dengcheng asks if they can destroy it from the outside. Hearing that, Liu Yi grabs his weapon and rushes forward, slashing wildly at the strange object in front. He helplessly calls out that he has completely drained his consciousness power and can only use basic attacks now. It does absolutely no damage to it, and Ru Lei Dengcheng gasps that his health is nearly gone, saying, "It is over, President." Suddenly a voice rings out, ordering him to use that ultimate move, making Liu Yi completely freeze in shock. Now check this out. A blinding light suddenly bursts from the core, splitting it wide open as a shadowy figure slowly emerges from within. System notification: Ru Lei Dengcheng has died, and because you have no recorded damage contribution, yours is empty. You have obtained 0% of the origin world computation power, leaving your current ownership at 47%. Liu Yi cries out in complete panic that Ru Lei Dengcheng is dead, as the shattered object falls and slowly vanishes without a single trace. With heavy steps, Liu Yi drags himself forward, sitting down all by himself to think in deep silence. He lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh before muttering that although he has no idea what Ru Lei Dengcheng and the New Order president actually did, at least the threat is finally taken care of. Yuan Ding's system displays a private IP as he asks them what on earth they just did back there. Why is Ru Lei Dengcheng dead? Steaming Heat explains that Ru Lei Dengcheng used a level 60 skill at a heavy cost to cancel the target's effect, but nobody expected the price to be this huge, leaving Ru Lei Dengcheng to lament if he is truly gone for good. To die right at the very end, in a desperate double defeat, is just like Ru Lei Dengcheng. Well, let it go. The strongest experts always pave the way for the younger generation, so I guess I can say, I have achieved some true greatness myself. Steaming Heat thanks him, admitting that if they hadn't intervened, he would have definitely died right there. Rule Deng Chang admits that even if he killed the Hu Huayuan director, he still could not handle his ultimate hidden trick. So from now on, you all must protect the president for me, since he is pretty weak and I am gone. With his limited strength, he won't make it far, but Steaming Heat reassures Rule Deng Chang that he will protect him. Then it is a promise, even though defeating Yuan Ding showed me you are much weaker than me, your power should be enough to guard him. Steaming Heat nods silently as the surrounding atmosphere turns heavy and quiet. Liu Yi glances over at the New Order president beside him and speaks up quietly. He notes that Yuan Ding was also teleported here just like us, so even if he has computation power, he cannot return to Mohu City. Liu Yi adds that gathering enough computation power to teleport again will probably be completely impossible for him anytime soon. He explains that they have plenty of time to fix the elevator and reach the data module processing center, which makes the New Order president marvel at how unbelievably fast he and Yuan Ding actually were. After Rule Deng Chang and I met up, we spent all our time grinding computation power to upgrade a private territory. Yet we still were not as fast. Liu Yi answers that it was pure luck. Walking into a back room, Liu Yi points out that after searching everywhere, this exact spot is the only place that feels strange. The New Order president agrees that they should try to open it. So Liu Yi gently touches the problematic spot, making a glowing magic circle appear right before them to reveal a hidden keyhole mechanism. Liu Yi pulls out the set of keys in his possession, suggesting they should try using the ones they gathered earlier. The New Order president wonders how to use them or if they should insert them directly, when suddenly a faint stream of energy rises. This catches Liu Yi completely off guard, and the New Order president also stares wide-eyed at the strange phenomenon. The lock actively absorbs the rising energy streams as a notification declares that your Origin World Authority has increased by 10%. Your current Origin World Authority is now at 57%, making them glance at each other in shock before looking straight ahead. Look, a deep, bottomless abyss suddenly opens up right in front of them. The New Order president points out a teleportation gate down there, and when asked where it leads, Liu Yi simply replies that they will know once they go down. With that, they both jump down as a violent storm brews in the sky, revealing a highly bizarre secret domain right before them. The system announces that the data module processing center is open, prompting Liu Yi to stare in disbelief, repeating the name of the place. He wonders if this is indeed the data module processing center. Then what is that deep, dark, black hole looming directly above his head? The New Order president notes that looking at it like this spot is the real entrance to the data module processing center. But this dungeon requires at least 10 people to enter. Hearing this, the New Order president asks in confusion if framework editing can really fix something like this. Liu Yi replies with a serious face, the orb elevator is completely destroyed now, leaving us with absolutely nowhere else to run. Even if we use our floating ability, it only takes us about 5 meters high. There is simply no way to reach the top. The new sequence President Dirp suggests heading inside to check it out, and Liu Yi quickly nods in agreement. As they take their first steps inside, neither of them has any idea what kind of secrets are waiting for them. Both men vanish the moment they step into the strange, gaseous ring ahead, while tiny water droplets begin to form out of nowhere. These droplets merge and burst in midair, pooling together on the ground as the dark silhouette of a mysterious fish slowly begins to take shape. Right before our eyes, those simple droplets transform into a living fish, floating silently upward into the air. It passes straight through the barrier wall, floating upward before splashing back down into a vast, unbelievably open space inside this hidden zone. Shaken by the bizarre sight, Liu Yi mutters in confusion, "Wait, what was that supposed to mean?" Meanwhile, 3 water bubbles float up from the depths. One bubble cracks open, the second is popped by a passing fish, and the final one escapes the water to dissolve into the air. Looking around at the strange surroundings, he continues, "This is the data processing hub. But wait, where did the new sequence president go? Only now does he notice Dirp has vanished completely. A sudden system notification alerts him that his supreme computing power authority in this world has earned him the title of Firebearer. The sole Firebearer player now holds the power to initiate full datafication. Once activated, the player will gain all the stats and abilities of their in-game character, backed by the core computing power of this world. The system asks if he wants to activate it now, warning that full functionality depends on gathering enough total computing power. Stunned, Liu Yi can barely process the screen. This is the ultimate master key for the primordial descent itself. A message notification suddenly pops up from his screen. "Dirp, where on earth did you go?" Dirp explains that the system kicked him out of the secret zone due to insufficient computing power and asks what on earth Liu Yi is still doing in there. Standing alone on the massive bridge, Liu Yi trembles with overwhelming emotion, realizing that the ultimate power is finally in his hands. A wave of pure satisfaction washes over his face. This is his one true shot to completely rewrite his destiny. With the bridge stretching high into the clouds, Liu Yi wipes away his tears, hardens his resolve, and pulls up the system panel. The screen clearly displays his status as the sole Firebearer who can trigger the datafication process. It confirms that he will manifest all his in-game abilities in reality, with the system computing power shaping how those powers work. The prompt tells him to wait for full synchronization, making Liu Yi realize that he is the only one who can decide if the game world descends. If so, as long as he logs off and never presses that activation button, this digital world will never cross over into reality. Clenching his fist, another message from Dirp flashes on his screen, asking if he went inside, got the authority, and begging for a reply. When the exit prompt pops up, Liu Yi hesitates for just a second before whispering a final goodbye and tapping the screen to log out. His avatar vanishes as his consciousness is pulled back, returning him safely to the real world. Waking up in his own bed, a sense of relief washes over him as he sits up, slips on his shoes, and heads to the rooftop. Standing on the roof, he looks out over the peaceful city, vividly remembering the dark, ruined wasteland it used to be. In those memories, crumbled skyscrapers line the desolate streets, and the skeletal remains of a mother and child lay locked in a final embrace. He remembers how even love was shattered under the weight of the apocalypse. Looking around his clean room now, Liu Yi smiles and yells out, "I actually did it." He throws his hands in the air, leaping up in pure, unbridled celebration. The next morning, the city stands completely intact. Down below, a mother happily walks hand in hand with her child, while a young couple shares a sweet moment nearby. Nearby, a schoolgirl rests her chin on her hand, smiling peacefully out the window. Overjoyed, Liu Yi tells himself that by stopping the primordial descent, this world can finally enjoy the peaceful future it deserves. He stretches his arms to the sky, celebrating his hard-fought victory. As night falls, a brilliant starry sky fills the view. But for a brief, terrifying second, space itself glitches before returning to a pitch-black void. At that exact moment, on a luxury yacht drifting near the shore, things start going sideways as panicked voices begin to echo across the deck. People point and shout in absolute terror, realizing that the sea routes connecting them to other continents have completely vanished. It is as if the entire ocean surrounding Hua province has been severed, mirroring a game that lacks the computing power to render the full map. What is actually happening here? As darkness cloaks the city, a single light remains burning on the top floor of a skyscraper. Inside, Yuan Ding rips off his virtual reality headset, throwing it onto his desk before standing up and pacing anxiously toward the window. He grabs his own pinky finger and snaps it right out of alignment from his hand. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yuan Ding watches his finger pop back into place. He collects himself and quickly dials a number. He reports over the phone, "Sorry, I failed. Yeah, I died because Dar and Huang Dirvan teamed up to attack me. Right. I will find a way to level up fast. Got it. I already sent men to investigate, so we should get news soon." The voice asks, "What about the gloves? Any lead?" "Not yet. Right. Keep a super close eye on that Huang Zirvan. If they are contacting each other in the real world, we can definitely find some clues through him." Hang up. Yuan Ding grips his phone so hard his knuckles turn white. His furious reflection stares back from the glass window, completely consumed by raw anger. He mutters with absolute hatred, "I will find you in the real world and end you, Dar." The next morning, the New Order chief sits at his desk, lost in deep thought. His fingers tap restlessly on the wood until someone suddenly pushes the door open and walks in. The New Order chief immediately demands, "Well, did you find Dar yet?" The man just shakes his head. Slumping back into his chair, the leader groans in pure frustration. What is with this Dar guy? Why did he have to go offline right now? If he already grabbed all the power and decides to never log back in, what are we supposed to do? He clutches his hair, wondering if the guy is actually a spy from Thiendir sent to sabotage them. With only 1 day left, they are completely out of time. Cutting over to the riverbank, Liu Yunhuff's brother. Do not get too smug just yet. Even with that wild, crazy playstyle of yours in the Origin realm, I will definitely surpass you one day. Stopping in his tracks with a white towel in hand, Liu Yi chuckles, "Then I guess I better torment you before that day comes." He adds, "Let us run another lap." Behind him, Liu Yun and Huang Nirmso are completely out of breath, unable to move. Hearing this, Liu Yun desperately grabs his arm and begs, "Brother, please no. I totally surrender. You win. Can we please just take a little break?" Behind them, Huang Nirmso just giggles. Laughing, Liu Yi leads them to some concrete steps by the river to sit down, drink water, and relax. Everything around them feels incredibly peaceful. In a tiny crack between the steps, a small patch of green grass sprouts. It feels incredibly relaxing. Honestly, counting his past life, you realize it has been over 3 years since he last got to enjoy a peaceful moment like this. Nearby, an elderly man and his young grandchild walk along the riverbank, sharing a sweet, happy conversation. Suddenly, Liu Yun asks, "Brother, do you think we will live long enough to grow old like that?" Turning to look at her, he asks, "What is going on in that head of yours?" "Of course we will. When the time comes, let us see who ends up with more kids and grandkids." Hearing this, Liu Yun smirks. "Well, when it comes to your future family, it is not actually up to you." Grinning, she teases Huang Nirmso that is entirely up to Nirmso to decide. Blushing crimson, Huang Nirmso gives her a playful nudge and stammers, "Stop it. He is sitting right there. You are so mean. I am not letting you off easy." Laughing, Liu Yun squeals, "Wait. Don't." Squealing as Huang Nirmso tickles her, she quickly surrenders. "All right. I am sorry. I am sorry. I promise not to say it in front of him again." Some guys nearby start whispering, "Look over there, man. Seriously. If only I had 2 stunning girlfriends like that. Life would be perfect. They are so beautiful. I am incredibly jealous of that guy." Watching them, Liu Yi sighs internally. Those 2 attract stares and unwanted attention wherever they go. Memories of the past flash back. 2 thugs cornering Liu Yun, sneering that she is pretty and they should drag her into an alley for some fun. Grabbing her, he urgently yells, "Run, Liu Yun." Just like that, he snaps back to reality. Shaking his head, he tells himself, "What am I even thinking? That is all in the past." Clenching his fists, he reasons that as long as things stay peaceful like this, the real world will not fall into chaos, and those horrors will never happen. Even if something does happen, the chances are incredibly small. Plus, there are laws and plenty of kind strangers around to help out. Just living quietly and carefully planning out a good life is more than enough to step into a brighter future. And if things ever get too exhausting, he can just stop to rest any time. Even if he ends up hating the goals he set, he can simply change them. The worst-case scenario is just feeling tired for a little while, not facing a brutal life or death situation every time you take a break. Watching the grandfather and grandchild below, Liu Yi promises himself that he will live a very long life, surrounded by a big family, just like that old man. Growing old, holding his grandchildren's hands while walking together under the warm, golden sunlight. You are not going to believe what happens next. In a split second, a green streak flashes right through them, and both of them drop to the ground, their heads completely severed. Stunned, he panics. What on earth was that thing that just slaughtered those 2? That green streak moves again, and when he turns, he realizes it is the exact same patch of grass from earlier. The innocent grass suddenly swells up, turning massive and terrifyingly hostile. Did a mutated creature from the Origin realm actually cross over? Questions race through his mind. The Origin realm has not even descended yet, So why is a mutated monster appearing in the real world? That rogue leaf moves at lightning speed, lunging straight for Liu Yi. But Liu Yun pushes him out of the way, taking the blow for her older brother. Before Liu Yi can even react, Liu Yun is already wounded deep in her side. Huang Nianchu catches Liu Yun, but that sharp leaf immediately flies back to strike again, forcing Liu Yi to block the hit with his own body. He realizes the leaf itself is not actually sharp, its insane speed is what makes it slice through things. Disrupting that speed is the only way to stop it. Liu Yi uses his own scarf to tightly bind the leaf, but another razor-sharp leaf suddenly launches a fresh attack. He uses the captured leaf as a shield, quickly wrapping up the second one as well, but a third one immediately flies straight for him. Thinking fast, he pins the leaf down with his foot and yanks it back hard, stretching the mutated plant to its absolute limit. Liu Yi grits his teeth, knowing they must destroy its roots or his efforts are wasted. So he screams at the crowd to stop standing around. "Help me destroy this thing," he shouts. "If it kills more people and levels up, regular humans like us will not be able to stop it." The men just hesitate like cowards, but Huang Nianchu immediately sprints forward to help. She lays Liu Yun down to rest, ensuring the bleeding is under control, then grabs a massive rock, raises it high, and smashes it straight into the plant's roots. Talk about a badass move. Huang Nianchu's bravery completely puts those useless cowards to shame. She calls out for everyone to help crush the roots to end this, reminding them that the monster is pinned down and completely harmless now. Seeing a beautiful girl take charge, the men instantly change their attitude, shouting for everyone to help her because there is nothing to fear. Working together, they finally destroy the threat once and for all. Next up, Haishi Hospital. Huang Nianchu explains that she contacted the family to arrange the absolute best treatment for Liu Yun, but Liu Yu's face remains pale with worry. She warns him that the doctor said Liu Yun did not just lose too much blood, a highly potent toxin is also spreading inside her. Whether she actually wakes up now depends entirely on Liu Yun's own will to survive. Huang Nianchu whispers, standing close by her bed. "You have to make it," she begs. Meanwhile, Liu Yi wonders how a mutated companion creature could possibly exist when the origin realm has not descended. Where did things go wrong? Theoretically, the Tinder title was supposed to be the trigger that initiated the descent of the origin realm. As long as that realm remains sealed, absolutely nothing in reality should be connected to the origin realm at all. But now, could it be that these mutated companion creatures did not actually arrive with the descent, but have always secretly existed in our world? Clenching his fists in deep thought, Liu Yi remembers that the origin realm was originally scheduled to descend tomorrow. Mutated companion creatures should have flooded the entire world on a massive scale, but under the immense power of the Celestials, they would have been swiftly handled. In the end, only the dangerous companion creatures born deep within the ancient primeval forests were supposed to survive. He suddenly remembers the warning from Yuan Ding: if left unchecked, the entire world will be completely destroyed within a maximum of 3 years. Liu Yi suspects these mutated companion creatures were not actually brought over by the descent of the origin realm. Turning to leave, he asks Huang Nianchu to watch over Liu Yun while he handles some urgent matters. She asks him in concern where her brother is going. He knows he must uncover the truth behind what is actually happening to their world. Reassuring her, he says he has a way to save Liu Yun, so she just needs to take care of her. She cries out in worry, making Liu Yi frown. Down in the hospital lobby, a group of patients whisper among themselves, frustrated that absolutely nobody seems to believe a single word they say. Everyone behaves as if they are completely out of their minds. One of them clutches his head, complaining that the security cameras lost signal at that exact moment, while the man next to him quickly agrees. Not just the street cameras, even the monster footage they recorded on their phones has completely vanished. Another man sighs in utter disbelief. "What is wrong with this world?" he groans, before one man stands up with sudden anger, insisting they need to expose this and make a scene. And here is where things get seriously creepy. The very moment he speaks, the air literally freezes and his entire memory is just completely wiped clean. "Wait, what are we exposing?" he asks, totally confused about what they were even discussing just now. They scratch their heads, remembering some morning terror that sent them to the hospital, but they shrug it off since nobody was actually hurt. Oh well, forget about it. Meanwhile, Back at the Origin Realm's data processing hub, Liu Yi has officially logged into the game. His expression is dead serious as he checks his inbox, seeing a flood of desperate spams from the Guildmaster of the New Order. The spam asks if he finally secured the Special Authority, a crucial power tied directly to the safety of the real world. If you have it, you absolutely must let me know, the text reads, asking why he logged off and begging him to ping back immediately. Why are you still not online? The sender pleads, begging him to leave some real-world contact details the second he returns. On the other side, the anxious Guildmaster paces back and forth, completely sweating, until a sudden notification ping arrives from Liu Yi confirming that he indeed holds the ultimate authority. But whether he decides to use it depends entirely on them sharing what they know about the crisis brewing between reality and the Origin Realm. The New Order president says happily, "Dar, you are finally online." The new president texts back asking for Dar's real-world contact info just like before, but Dar gives him a flat-out refusal. "No way," he says. So the president asks what exactly Dar wants to know about. Dar texts him back to stop wasting time because he wants the whole story from start to finish, suggesting a simple chronological timeline if he is stuck. The president finds this pretty confusing, asking why Dar has suddenly become so incredibly aggressive out of nowhere. But he decides to let it go and tell Dar everything so he understands their current situation. He replies that before telling Dar anything, he needs to send over a few photos of the continental and ocean borders first to show what is happening. These show the borders between Hoa continent and the others, alongside images of some highly mysterious wild creatures appearing everywhere. Then there is our universe, where the old starry sky has completely vanished, leaving only a pitch-black void that leaves Liu Yi pretty shocked. The president then texts that their real world is currently facing two major, terrifying crises. First, every 2 years, an entire continent completely vanishes along with every single living creature and human on it. Now, only our Hoa continent remains, and mutated monsters are randomly spawning from local plants and animals. They started out in remote, deserted areas, but now we are seeing them show up more and more in crowded cities. He fears that pretty soon these plants and animals will start mutating right inside the homes of ordinary citizens. The aftermath will be completely unimaginable. Liu Yi thinks to himself that while he heard about losing contact with other lands, he never expected them to just vanish into thin air. Still skeptical, he texts back that since they live on a physical planet, land masses cannot just disappear piece by piece. If a whole continent just vanished, the entire planet would literally explode from the instability. And besides, he has never heard a single news report about these supposed mutated monsters. And here is the twist: the president realizes Dar has never actually made contact with Dia-an. The president quickly texts back to explain. He says that anyone who witnesses these real-world disasters will somehow gradually forget everything they saw, unless they have actually been in contact with Dia-an. Liu Yi asks how anyone could possibly forget such a terrifying, completely mind-bending sight so easily. As Liu Yi processes this, the president sends another message confirming it is the absolute truth, prompting Dar to ask what is causing it. The president replies that according to Dia-an, it is all caused by 3 mysterious figures who suddenly appeared at Mount Bat Chu 10 years ago. No one knows what they did there to trigger these real-world crises, and all of this information comes directly from Dia-an. He texts back, asking who on earth Dia-an actually is. The president admits that, though it sounds hard to believe, they actually have no idea who Dia-an is, only holding a direct line to receive his periodic instructions. Thanks to those tips, they avoided pretty serious dangers and gathered massive treasures, even learning about the absolute importance of the origin world directly from him. This guidance saved countless lives, leading everyone to revere Dia-an as a literal god, which makes Liu Yi ask his next question. If Dia-an is speaking the truth, and the source of everything is Mount Bat Chu, they have a pretty clear target. Why can't we just use modern real-world military weapons to wipe those 3 out? The president goes silent, looking up while scratching his head before texting back that it is impossible, as they have already tried everything. He explains that those 3 are basically monsters far beyond any apocalyptic-level threat, completely immune to heavy firearms, which leaves Liu Yi utterly shocked that there are three of them. The president adds that Dia said only the special authorities of the origin world can actually save their world. Now watch this, he asks Dar if he can finally explain what this mysterious authority actually does. Liu Yi texts back about kindling the ultimate key to initiating real-world player digitization. Once digitized, players will gain every single stat and ability from their origin world character in the real world, causing the president to gasp. If they initiate this digitization process, every player in the real world will gain their in-game character's superhuman powers. At that moment, humanity will instantly gain tens of thousands of superpowered warriors, meaning they would easily have the strength to take down those three mysterious figures. He urgently tells Liu Yi to hurry up and initiate kindling, arguing that this will benefit every single one of them. Reading the message, Liu Yi looks over at his system screen, which displays the option for kindling and player digitization. Digitized players will receive all attributes and skills from their game characters, but the digitization's effectiveness depends entirely on the origin world's processing power authority. The system advises him to wait until he can collect more of this processing power authority before initiating the digitization. Initiate player digitization, yes or no, the system asks. Liu Yi reaches out his finger but hesitates, pulling it back as he struggles with this decision, suddenly remembering Liu Yun lying in the hospital. Bitterly, he blames himself for being pretty naive about everything. He thought stopping the descent of the origin realm would prevent that chaotic future. But in the end, he realized all the madness had already begun 10 years ago. If that's the case, he'll just treat stopping the descent as a bad nightmare. Now that he's finally awake, it's time to stick to his original plan. He presses the button and hits confirm, thinking to himself, if reality won't give me a safe haven, then I will build one myself in this dark, bloody future. For myself, for my sister, and for everyone who actually matters to me. A system alert pops up warning that he only has 57% of the origin realm's computational power. Digitization authority is currently insufficient to unlock all features. Do you still want to proceed with launching this digitization broadcast? Note: possessing 30% computational authority allows the digitization of the player's physical body in the real world, granting 100% of their origin character's level and gear, though system upgrades remain locked due to low clearance. But hitting 60% computational power unlocks digitization with full upgrade privileges, giving you 50% of your character's stats and gear with upgrade options. Though, your real-world power cap will be limited to Diao rank. With 90% computational power, you get full digitization, bringing over 100% of your character's stats and gear fully upgradable, all the way up to Diao rank. Looking at this, Liu Yi mutters, so that's how you unlock the upgrade system. Wait for it. It turns out 60% of the computational power is the absolute minimum to trigger this upgrade. Right now I have 57%. Still a bit short. Looks like I will have to leave this secret dungeon to get the rest. Liu Yi thinks it over. The remaining computational power must be hidden inside the collapse zone. It might take some time, but he can find it. A system notification chimes. You have not initiated fire passing, making it impossible to leave. Liu Yi stares in disbelief. Is this a joke? The system demands more computational power, yet locks him inside this secret dungeon so he can't even look for it. The New Order leader urges him, Dar, start it up quickly. Our entire future is resting in your hands right now. Just launch the system. And whatever you need, just say the word. As long as it is within my power, I will make it happen. Reading the text, Liu Yi realizes something. The New Order leader should have some of that origin realm computational power on him too. If he uses the descent as leverage to demand that authority, would the guild leader actually agree to hand it over? He texts back, send me your origin realm computational power. When the New Order leader acts confused, Liu Yi forwards him the system alert. The New Order leader gasps, so this is what that computational authority is actually meant to be used for. He asks how much authority Liu Yi has. Hearing it is 57%, the leader gets excited. That is perfect. With my 33%, we can do this. Combined, they can unlock everything. But Liu Yi is stunned. How on earth does the New Order leader have 33% already? But doing the math, it actually makes sense. He had 5%, Roulette had 5%, and killing the gardener split another 3% between them. Add the two keys, and that makes 33. Liu Yi texts back, "You actually agree to this?" The New Order leader replies instantly, "Absolutely. Nothing matters more than launching this broadcast." Seeing this, Liu Yi goes completely silent. The leader texts back, asking what is wrong. When Liu Yi asks if there is any other way, the president replies, "Simply there isn't. Aside from completing dungeons where the remaining computational power is split among survivors, the only other way to get it is to kill." So, Liu Yi writes, "That means I have to personally kill you to take your power." The leader texts back, "Yes." Liu Yi starts to panic, scratching his head. This is incredibly bad. How is he supposed to handle this? He cannot leave the dungeon, and he cannot bring himself to murder the New Order leader. He is completely out of options. Out of nowhere, a deep bell sound suddenly echoes. You and I both recognize that it is the legendary Donghuang bell, ringing from outside the secret dungeon. This is bad. Is the New Order leader about to be killed out there? If the leader dies, that upgrade will be lost forever. Panicking, he quickly fires off a text, "Are you doing okay out there?" The leader replies, "Where is that bell sound coming from?" "I'm fine." But then, a familiar voice suddenly echoes out, "Ah, finally made it. Hey, can you hear me?" Liu Yi instantly recognizes those voices. It is Zhu Yin and Tren King. Zhu Yin sighs. "That was a close one. Thank goodness you traded me that armored transformation skill. It ended up absorbing almost all of the damage for me. Otherwise, I would have been dead in that trap. But there is a silver lining. I managed to secure the Donghuang bell and upgrade to the apocalyptic level." Hearing this, Liu Yi begins to plot. Zhu Yin is now Diao rank, and he is also his contracted soul beast. If he has his soul beast, Zhou Yin kill the New Order leader, will the system transfer that computational power directly to him instead? He asks Zhou Yin where he is. The beast replies, "I am right at the exit of this sphere, almost out of here." Liu Yi quickly asks Zhu Yin, "If you kill a player who holds computational authority, will that power automatically transfer to me?" Zhu Yin answers, "Absolutely." "Do you want me to end him right now?" Overjoyed, Liu Yi mutters, "That is perfect." The New Order president just received a response. Liu Yi messaged back saying that he will take him out right now and his level will be reset. If that happens, after the Wen Gie Zhang Lam event, he will be left in an extremely weakened state. At that point, monsters will run wild, ordinary people will suddenly gain superhuman powers, and real-world order will fall into utter chaos. Without the advantage of high-level strength, the status he currently holds could easily be taken over by others or his enemies after the Nguyen Gie Zhang Lam. But the New Order president messaged back, asking if after killing him, he could spare him half a day to level back up. Liu Yi replied that if it were possible, he would love to. But he cannot guarantee if the fire transmission will automatically start once he gains such high Nguyen Gie computing power. The New Order president raised an eyebrow, then smiled and messaged back, asking if that was how it worked. No need to hesitate, because once the data broadcast starts, there is at least some hope of resolving the crisis in reality. If it is not broadcasted, then we are all just sitting ducks waiting to die. The New Order president had absolute faith, and besides, who said level 1 means being weak, so he told him to just take him out. The system displays that your Daok Zhu Yin has killed the steaming hot player, with no other players involved. You have obtained 33% of the Nguyen Gie computing power. Now you possess 90% of the Nguyen Gie computing power. Detection shows you are the only player in the outer area, and you are currently in the hidden secret realm of the data processing module, a massive public outer secret realm. The power conditions are met. Calculating this reward yields an additional 10% of the Nguyen Gie computing power. And just like that, we hit 100% computing power. The fire transmission hidden function is finally unlocking. In addition to the data broadcasting function, the owner of the fire transmission will undergo a special modification after the broadcast starts. Your level will no longer be limited by the current world's Daok, but ordinary experience points will be excluded. and only with special experience points can you level up. The data broadcast is about to automatically launch. Countdown timer is 1 minute. Liu Yi shouts out in shock. Regular experience points excluded. Does that mean his level is getting reset? So that means even after being reborn, he still has to face the Wengie Jianglam event at level 1. He sits on the ground, deeply frustrated, wondering if he can just refuse this reward. Even with his future knowledge, how can he survive this upcoming period of extreme weakness? On top of that, he needs special experience points just to level up. What on earth is this special experience anyway? Completely stressed, Liu Yi grabs his head and yells out in frustration. This is absolute madness. He thinks to himself that once Wengie Jianglam happens, he will have to rely on Liu Yun. Even though Liu Yun is currently poisoned and hospitalized, after Wengie Jianglam, that tiny bit of toxin will not be an issue at all for a level 50 player. Liu Yi keeps thinking. After receiving this special modification, his level will no longer be limited to the Daok of this world. There are also Daok in the real world. But what about the computing power? Based on what the New Order president said, could those 3 mysterious people actually be controlling the real world's Daok? But right as he puts it together, look at the sky. A massive pitch-black rift starts tearing the heavens apart. The rift expands, and Zhu Yin flies out of it. As Liu Yi stares in shock, Zhu Yin grunts that this restriction was incredibly tough to break. Liu Yi gasps, asking if Zhu Yin could actually enter this place. Zhu Yin barks back to stop talking, because time is short, and drops something for him. A small seed appears, and as Liu Yi catches it, Zhu Yin explains that this seed is forged from his very own condensed essence. In the future, it will absorb half of your experience points and level up alongside you. Once it grows strong enough, he will be able to manifest in his world through it. This leaves Liu Yi quite confused. He wonders if Zhu Yin can manifest through it, why can he not just follow him directly? After all, Zhu Yin knows he is a player from a completely different world. Zhu Yin replies with total composure, explaining that this is exactly why he can come out now and learn things about him. After leveling up, he did not just recover some of his memories, but also unlocked his original share of the Nuinjie authority. Looking back, he really has to thank the player who destroyed that barrier. Activating the Dong Huang Trung sent him straight into that sphere, which was packed with monster corpses, giving him enough raw power to jump several levels. Liu Yi quickly asks why he has memories about him, the Wen Ge, and information about the world he lives in. What is the connection between them, and what is really going on? Zhu Yin answers vaguely. He only knows that Nguyen was once utterly destroyed before being found by a couple who rebuilt it to save their own world. Liu Yi mutters in disappointment, wondering if that is truly it. He let out a sigh, admitting he had hoped they could leave together so Zhou Yin could join him in his world. With his insane strength, they could easily sweep through anything and maybe even resolve their entire crisis. Liu Yi crosses his arms and adds that it is fine, since leveling up his seed can still summon him, even if it is a bit troublesome. Looking over at Zhu Yin, he sighs, noting that if he really is not coming along, so can I take the Dong Huang Trung with me? No need. You already dominate this place anyway. Zhu Yin remains silent. Liu Yi cautiously adds, it is completely useless to you now anyway. Zhu Yin agrees, and Liu Yi gasps, really? Zhu Yin adds, I will also give you this item from the sphere. It will definitely be very useful to you now. Zhu Yin pulls out the sealed orb. The system shows it can store your current level and attributes directly into the orb. After saving, the player resets to level 1, but this sealed orb can then be slotted into any weapon you want. Once slotted, the person wielding that weapon gets all their saved levels and power stats back instantly. Note that weapon quality decides how long it lasts. Liu Yi says happily, this is absolutely amazing. Staring at the sealed orb, Liu Yi looks up at Zhu Yin and bows deeply. Thank you, Zhu Yin, for helping me so much. Zhu Yin replies, so once you return, keep working hard in your own world, until we finally meet again over on your side, to fight side by side again. Liu Yi nods. Suddenly, the system announces, real-world digitization will begin in 5 seconds, 4 seconds. In the real world, some are gaming in bed, while others hide in closets. The system broadcast rings out once more, digitization starting in 3 seconds. People are resting on couches, while injured players lie covered in bandages, still logged into the game. Real-world digitization starting in 0 seconds. Alert! The Wingai server is now initiating a major system upgrade. All players will be logged out in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, in reality, a happy couple walks with their kid. Couples laugh, friends joke around, and girls chat happily in the streets. Everything out there seems completely normal. Then it hits. Look at this massive rift tearing everything apart. The crack splits the sky in half, spreading rapidly until the whole world turns pitch black. Suddenly, it flashes white before returning to normal, and Liu Yi wakes up. Sitting up, Liu Yi moves his hands and summons 2 treasures. Over on his table lie 2 virtual reality headsets. Liu Yi thinks to himself, once the Nuengie descends, offline players must log back in to claim their virtual powers. Just then, the system warns that the login devices cannot be stored in his inventory. Closing the box, Liu Yi realizes he must get these devices to Liu Yun and Huang Nirmso immediately. Grabbing the handle, Liu Yi steps outside into the quiet neighborhood. He checks his map and quickly runs down the stairs. Look at that, a nearby building suddenly explodes, and everyone starts screaming to go help them. What on earth is happening? But Liu Yi does not stop. He just keeps running. Hopping onto his scooter, he twists the throttle. Right now, only companion mutant beasts are appearing, and players are still stunned, so having game powers in reality is not too risky yet. But once the high-tier mutant beasts start showing up, and players fully adapt to their new powers, that is when the real chaos will erupt. Speeding away, he frowns. Even if it makes him look weak, he must rely on Liu Yun and Hong Nirmsa until he can level back up to his peak. Blaming himself for not planning better, he knows that with his level 60 strength, he could have dashed to the hospital in seconds. But who would have guessed that the ultimate reward would reset his entire level, forcing him to ride a scooter to the city hospital. Inside the hospital, a patient sits up thinking, "Did I just hear some weird system broadcast about digitization? Is this a game event?" Holding his head, he wonders if this environment is some simulated dungeon based on reality. Looking down at his hands, the most shocking thing is this strange surge of energy. This is something I could never have in real life. With terminal cancer and endless chemo, I was helpless unless I logged into Nuengie. Back in reality, even standing up was a struggle. Just then, the door opens, and his parents and younger brother walk in. He stares in shock, remembering how his mother once wept by his bed, saying they could not afford this anymore, and begged him not to blame them. Then, his father handed him a headset and said, "I bought you this Wingai login device. Play well. In the future, I might not be able to afford your treatment." But his brother only spat out cruel words. "Brother, let us be honest. If you do not die soon, you will end up killing us all. When are you finally going to die?" Snapping, the young man pulls out a weapon and mutters, "If this is just a game, there is no harm in letting off some steam, right? I will kill them in the game. After all, they abandoned me in reality. I know it was for the best, but it still hurts. Once I finish them off in the game, I will return to reality and die, so I won't burden them anymore." Meanwhile, inside Liu Yun's hospital room, Hoang Nirmso suddenly hears a strange noise. Wondering what is going on, Hoang Nirmso stands up and opens the door to look outside. A massive hole is blown through the ceiling, letting outside light pour directly onto the young man. Just a minute ago, his sword was completely covered in fresh blood. He had murdered his entire family. Standing there like he has lost his mind, the boy mutters that this is a game. This is all just a game. The voices of his family members keep echoing inside his head. "Once you get better," his mother said, she will buy him the best gaming console to play on and dress him up to look handsome. She wanted to show him off at the square so everyone would be jealous. His younger sibling begged him not to die, saying they needed their big brother. Gritting his teeth, the young man whips around to face the crowd. No matter how realistic the simulation is, he screams, it is still just a video game. The nearby patients and nurses are left utterly horrified. Leaping up with his sword, he charges at them, shouting that there is no other reason he could summon gear with Mwenjoi character power. With a few rapid slashes, he shatters the intact ceiling above. Debris rains down as he lands back on the floor. Hoang Niem so watches in absolute shock. Gritting his teeth, the boy declares that this dungeon is just full of humanoid creatures, and killing everyone is the only way to beat it and return to reality. But look over here, Liu Yi. He is speeding down the road on his bike, heading straight toward the hospital. Hoang Niem so locks the door, her mind racing with a million questions. What was wrong with that guy? What humanoid creatures? And what was that strange beam of light? Hoang Niem so rushes back to Liu Yun. Forcing herself to focus, she knows she has to get a Liu Yun to safety immediately, no matter the danger. Suddenly, a slash slices the room door right in half. Hoang Niem so turns around to see the young man standing there, kicking down the remaining wood. Heart racing. Hoang Niem so looks back at Liu Yun lying sick in bed, on guard as the boy walks in with his blade. Hoang Niem so asks if he is also trapped in this dungeon. Taken aback, he stares at her as she calmly sits down. She calmly introduces herself as the vice guild leader of the Ta Nan Alliance, asking if he has ever heard of them. Putting on a perfectly calm face, she asks if he wants to team up to conquer this unlimited dungeon. In her head, she is terrified. Her legs are paralyzed, and now this. He is wielding a standard weapon from Wenjui. Is he a mental patient? Playing along with his delusion might be her only way out. Overjoyed, the boy realizes this truly is just a dungeon. Seizing the opportunity, Hoang Niem so watches him celebrate like he has struck gold. This game is way too realistic, he thinks, almost believing it was real. Suddenly losing the logout option really freaked him out. It was genuinely terrifying. Hoang Niem so senses her act is working, but looking at the sliced door, she wonders what kind of real-world blade could cut that cleanly. I mean, can you even blame her for shaking? She forces herself to calm down. Survival is her absolute priority right now, but if this actually were a game world, how would she even handle it? Making up a story, she tells him that after she and her companion entered this dungeon, her partner somehow disconnected. Now she is all alone, and suggests they should work together to clear the zone if he knows a way out. Surprised by the word disconnect, the young man looks at Hoang Niem. So, completely mesmerized by her striking beauty. Raising his sword, he admits he does not really know either. But he suggests clearing out the non-player NPCs might speed up their progress. Horrified by the idea of cold-blooded murder, Hoang Niem so desperately tries to think of a way to stop him while protecting herself. Forcing a bright smile, she pretends to agree. She tells him, "Let us go," silently planning to lure him away to keep a Liu Yun safe. Pointing ahead, the boy says he already cleared the floor above, so they should head this way next. Walking beside him, Hoang Niem so wonders why on earth he is so stubbornly convinced that this real-world setting is just a video game. What kind of trauma could make him refuse to accept reality? If that is the case, his extreme actions are actually a twisted coping mechanism. He is just looking for more proof to validate his own lie. Trying to guide the conversation, she points out that fighting common monsters is exhausting. Normally, in a Wenjoi dungeon, besides guarding a specific item, you usually have to defeat the boss monster. So, should they try to track down the boss first? She suggests since the dungeon difficulty is quite low, they should split up, find the boss, and then meet back here to take it down. If he agrees to this, she calculates, she will immediately move a Liu Yun out the moment he leaves. Suddenly, the boy turns around in alarm as a terrifying monster with razor-sharp teeth manifests. It looms right behind Hoang Niem so. Gasps escape as the beast reaches for her, but the young man instantly lunges forward to block the strike. He laughs in excitement, boasting that with dungeon monsters appearing, only a fool would say this is not a game. Hoang Niem so stares in absolute disbelief. Kicking the creature back, he charges with his blade, yelling that once he kills it, he can finally log out. Hoang Niem so stands frozen in absolute shock, her mind racing. What on earth is that thing? And is this reality, or some twisted game? Another monster stomps its foot onto the ground. Hoang Niem so spins around, terrified to realize there are two of them. Where did these creatures even come from? Sprinting away, Huang Nirmso knows she has to lead these beasts somewhere else. If she draws them out, then, no matter the outcome, Liu Yun will remain safe in her hospital room. Come on, follow me. She lures the two monsters toward the young man. Nearby, the young man cleanly slices a monster in half with his sword. Huang Nirmso looks back, seeing the other two beasts still relentlessly chasing her down. Huang Nirmso feels a wave of relief, thinking that with the monsters following her, Liu Yun is finally safe. Now watch this. As she nears the young man, Huang Nirmso suddenly pivots. The two deadly beasts charge straight at him instead. As the man clashes fiercely with the monsters, Huang Nirmso watches the battle unfold with a look of pure astonishment. The young man slashes one beast, but the other drives its sharp arm straight through his stomach. Gripping his sword with fading strength, he swings and cuts down the final monster. Its severed head rolls away as the arm slides out of his body. With all the monsters defeated, their dark bodies slowly begin to dissolve into thin air. Looking up with a weak smile, the young man gazes at Huang Nirmso. Awkwardly clutching her broom, she tells him that he is incredibly strong for defeating those monsters so quickly. But internally, Huang Nirmso raises her guard, knowing she must tread carefully. After all, her trick of leading the monsters directly to him and forcing them to target him instead was just way too obvious to ignore. Still, dealing with another human is far better than facing mindless beasts that cannot be reasoned with. Suddenly, the young man stumbles. Huang Nirmso watches in shock as he collapses heavily onto the floor. The young man groans, coughing up blood as he complains about the pain and wonders why they had to make this game so terrifyingly realistic. Bursting into tears, he mutters that dying might actually be a relief since it means escaping this game. Huang Nirmso steps closer, asking with genuine worry if he is okay. The boy stays quiet. Confused, Huang Nirmso listens as he asks if this is truly just a game. Widening her eyes, she sees him desperately waiting for her answer. She quickly tells him it must be, otherwise, where would those monsters and his powerful weapon even come from? Suddenly, reality hits him. Sobbing, he cries that this is not a game. Remembering the horrific moment he saw his entire family pass away, he breaks down, weeping that this is all horribly real. Caught in a painful, helpless situation, Huang Nirmso watches as the boy's body slowly begins to fade away. Stepping closer, she sets her broom aside and sits down to offer some comfort, telling him not to doubt his own judgment. Taken aback, his body dissolves even faster. With his final breath, he whispers a quiet thank you, leaving behind a glowing gem as he vanishes. Picking up the mysterious gem, Huang Nirmso looks up as Liu Yi finally arrives, panting heavily and scanning the room. Liu Yun is safe in another ward, and Liu Yi quickly calls her name. Turning around, Huang Nirmso joyfully calls out his name, while he immediately rushes forward, demanding to know what happened. She starts to explain, but quickly hesitates, telling him it is nothing. Since the danger is gone, there is no need to worry him further. Wiping away her tears, she urges him to get Liu Yun out of the hospital immediately, because something is deeply wrong and it has become far too dangerous. Liu Yi agrees, but insists they must return to the ward first, so both she and Liu Yun can put on their login devices. Both Liu Yun and Huang Nirmso are now wearing their login devices. Closing her eyes, she logs into the game. Suddenly, the truth hits her. Is this why that young man was so incredibly strong and possessed a weapon from the primordial realm? It perfectly explains why her family wanted to exchange all their assets for resources from the primordial realm. Turning to Liu Yi, Huang Nirmso asks what on earth is happening. He sighs, saying it all started back then. Suddenly, Liu Yun jolts awake, screaming about danger before frantically asking where they are right now. Huang Nirmso gasps her name, while Liu Yi smiles in relief, silently glad that Liu Yun is finally recovering. Leaning against the wall, his mind shifts to survival. He must carefully plan their next move once the primordial realm finally descends. Glancing out the window as sunlight pours into the room, he turns back, knowing all he truly wants is a stable environment where they can survive. Sure, there might be social classes, oppression, and even a bit of chaos, but there must be hope. A world where hard work leads to success and promises a better future. Deep in thought, he realizes that to secure this hope, his own power must keep up with the changing era. That is exactly why he worked so tirelessly in the primordial realm, striving to build enough strength to seize the hopeful future he desperately wants. But the warning from the leader of the New Order has completely shattered all of his plans. If the world truly ends in 3 years, then all his current struggles are totally pointless. Clenching his fist, determination burns in his eyes. He refuses to live in a world without any hope. Now, he must find out if the leader of the New Order was telling the actual truth. If this is fake, I will stick to the plan and take a Liu Yi away. If it is real, I must level up as fast as possible, pushing myself and the Juyin seed to level 8 so I can bring her to reality and destroy the crisis at its source. Liu Yi realizes that before doing any of that, he must first figure out how to gain special experience. He also needs to get his hands on a primordial weapon that can host the sealing orb while letting him equip it. System breakdown. The sealing orb holds a level 60 knight attribute player and their titles, and it can only be socketed into weapons above normal rank. The socketing duration of a weapon depends entirely on the rank and level of that equipment, allowing socketed weapons to permanently fuse with the Donghuang Bell item. Consuming knowledge power allows him to record the state of any visible zone, letting him restore that recorded area back to its saved state at any given time. The recording range depends entirely on the consumption of knowledge power. During this process, if the Donghuang Bell leaves the designated area, this entire recording will instantly become completely invalid. Looking at Liu Yun and Huang Nianchu, he knows his absolute priority is protecting them. My absolute first priority is always to keep her safe. But that noble goal can only be realized once my lost power is fully and completely restored. Crossing his arms, Liu Yi leans back and ponders the first step to recovering his power is finding a primordial weapon. Where can he get one? Wait, what is happening? Out of nowhere, the floor beneath their feet completely collapses. In absolute shock, Liu Yi tumbles downward and looks up to see a massive spatial portal forming, dragging every single one of them inside. He thinks in shock, a secret realm? This terrifying massive zone never existed in this exact spot during my past life. If it did, there is no way I would not know about it. As Liu Yun screams out, Liu Yi quickly reassures her, Yun, stay calm. With your and Nianchu's level 50 power, you do not need to fear any secret realm. He wonders what could have caused this massive change. The only difference from his past life is that Yun and Nianchu reached level 50. Could this realm have spawned because of them? Liu Yi yells out to them, remember, if we get separated inside, put your own safety first. But the two are already sucked in. Liu Yi panicks, no. I still have not found a weapon that can host the sealing orb while being equipable by a level 1 beginner like me. If this realm was triggered by Yun and Nianchu, it has to be a very high-level zone. This is going to be a massive problem. Just as he says that, Liu Yi is dragged inside. The system screen displays player Liu Yi, level 1, experience 0 out of 1, special trait level 0, not restricted by the Empire, basic attributes doubled, attack power and defense power 10. Still, Liu Yi thinks to himself, trouble also brings opportunity. He can gain experience to level up in this life, likely matching how the origin world works. If I can conquer this secret realm and earn experience, my lingering doubts about my unique stats will finally be put to rest. Once that happens, the clear path to leveling up in the real world will finally open up before me. Suddenly, the scene shifts to an abandoned basement. Under flickering lights, 5 terrified survivors are warped into this very room. Looking around, a panicked doctor gasps, "Where in the world are we? I was only trying to go to work, so why is everything turning into complete chaos?" A nurse begins crying. Calling for his mother, a patient clutches his head. Where did those monsters come from? Did we just get sent to another world? Liu Yi thinks to himself as expected, I am not with Yun and Nianchu. If this secret realm is targeting them, what kind of danger are they in right now? Staring down the pitch-black hallway, he clenches his fists, determined to find a way to help. But first, I have to find a weapon I can actually wield. Without one, I cannot even begin to think about saving anyone. I am no weapon master. Just a low-level gunman sitting at level 1. If I cannot even wield a basic weapon, I will just be a total burden. Suddenly, someone snaps, "Shut up. You are not dead, so stop crying like wolves." Liu Yi turns to see Xiao Yi wielding a sword, boasting confidently, "Do not worry, everyone. I will protect everyone. This era belongs to me." Liu Yi stares, wondering if he is a player. Hearing this, the patient quickly warns him, "Xiao Yi, this is no time for jokes. We are facing actual terrifying monsters here. You cannot just fight them off with a toy weapon from the Origin World game." Smirking, Xiao Yi scoffs at their doubts and brags, "This sword right here is 100% the real deal. After getting kicked offline from the Origin World today, I suddenly gained all my in-game powers and gear." Raising his sword dramatically, he shows off. "With power like this, there is absolutely nothing I cannot do. So just relax. I will keep every single one of you safe." The confused doctor wonders aloud, what even is an Origin World character? Hearing this, the patient asks Xiao Yi, "Did the scare drive you completely insane? I am also a player, and my level is even higher than yours. Why do I not have any of these in-game powers?" Tunya stands with hands on hips, completely delusional, declaring himself to be the chosen one. Liu Yi stares at him, wondering why this guy feels so much like that other person. Honestly, it does not matter who he is. As long as he can clear out these monsters before I find some decent gear to equip, I will gladly let him take all the hits. Tunya senses something. Liu Yi feels a monster approaching, as the terrified nurse asks what that horrible noise is. The other patient yells out, telling Tunya to stop being stupid and get back here. Tunya swings his sword around, telling them not to worry and leave it to him, right as the sharp claws of a level 20 rat monster emerge. Liu Yi sizes up the beast. Level 20. If this secret area appeared because of a Liu Yun and Niam, then level 20 beasts should only exist within this zone. He watches Tunya move in. A level 20 opponent is far too strong for him right now. Thank goodness a player is here, or he would be completely helpless. Tunya lunges forward with all his strength and slashes the beast, but he takes a brutal counterattack in return. He grits his teeth as the creature gasps and collapses dead. Everyone cheers in relief. It is over. He actually took down that terrifying beast with a single strike. Liu Yi is thrilled. An instant kill like that means Tunya must be at least level 40. The other patient gasps in pure awe, asking Tunya if he really got game powers, saying how incredibly jealous he is. Tunya freezes, looking down at the bloody gash on his side, as he screams out in absolute agony. Real pain is nothing like a video game. As the corpse vanishes, the patient frantically yells that more are coming and begs him to fight. Terrified, Tunya backs away, crying out that he is done fighting. He just whimpers over and over about the pain. Seeing him turn coward, the patient gets angry, marches over, and demands to know what Tunya is doing. Who cares about a little pain? We are all counting on you here. So how can you possibly run away? He orders him to go kill those monsters. Tunya just mutters the words, "all relying on me," his face turning dark as he grits his teeth. Without warning, Tunya slices the man in half, furious that someone relying on him would dare act so arrogant. The patient dies instantly. Everyone is paralyzed with shock, and the terrified nurse can only stammer out that he just killed someone. Liu Yi's face turns deadly serious as another patient gets kicked brutally right in the stomach. Kicked right toward the beasts. The poor guy becomes instant bait as the monsters drool over their next meal. You can feel the sheer terror in the air as those beasts start feasting, but someone realizes this is their chance to escape without fighting. Tunya whispers for them to follow him, quickly leading the way to sneak past while the beasts are still busy eating. He presses his back against the wall, waving for the terrified doctors and nurses to follow his lead. Seizing the moment, they bolt for safety. Tunya looks back with a deep frown at two medical staff members who are still frozen in place. He desperately whispers for them to move, leaving the nurse wide-eyed and panicking. Her head spins in panic, but she realizes she has absolutely no choice but to follow him. Running blindly, she knows there is no other option. Without him, even if the rest of them combined their strength, they would stand absolutely zero chance. Liu Yi is thinking the exact same thing. Even if he absolutely hates following this crazy kid, staying behind means certain death the very second those two beasts finish their meal. Suddenly, the male doctor pulls out a small surgical scalpel, raising Liu Yi's eyebrows. The terrified doctor yells that he will never follow a murderer. Yi just mocks him, asking if being a killer really matters when they are about to die anyway. He tells them he will gladly watch them try to fight once the monsters finish eating, then grabs the nurse and runs. Left in a panic, the doctor lowers his scalpel and decides to run, but the monster suddenly starts moving. Having finished its meal, the beast slumps right against the wall the doctor was trying to sneak past, yawning in complete satisfaction. Suddenly, its eyes dart to the right. The doctor freezes, his face pale with absolute terror. The monster suddenly lunges, and Liu Yi springs into action. Realizing they cannot run in time, he grabs the doctor's scalpel, wondering if this surgical tool can actually count as gear. He grits his teeth, remembering how the kitchen knife he tested at home was way too low grade to even count as normal gear. A scalpel has to be made of better metal than a kitchen knife. But is it enough to activate as an actual weapon? Suddenly, the system alerts him that he has equipped a normal surgical scalpel. Level 1. It actually worked. Liu Yi is absolutely thrilled. Looking ahead with a confident grin, he realizes he has nothing to fear anymore. He screams out "Kam Ta Feng Ton Bao Chao" as he charges straight at the monster. The doctor falls flat on his butt, staring in absolute shock as he stammers out his disbelief. And check this out. The doctor looks up only to see two dead monsters, making him scream in pure shock. This guy is a total powerhouse. Meanwhile, the scalpel in Liu Yi's hand completely shatters, as a system notification warns him that his weapon has broken. The sealing orb has been returned to your inventory. The durability of unslotted equipment depends entirely on your title and player level. At that moment, Liu Yi finally understands the warning behind the sealing orb. Judging by his recent experience, a standard level 1 weapon can only withstand its power for about 2 seconds. Quickly, the doctor runs over to thank him for saving his life. Before Liu Yi can reply, a heavy rumbling echoes from down the hall. Cursing silently as more monsters approach, Liu Yi startles the doctor by shouting, "Do you have any more scalpels?" Fumbling through his pockets, the doctor pulls out a handful, replying, "Yes, I grabbed a whole bunch earlier when I panicked." Liu Yi snatches them, saying, "Give them to me." At the same time, the system alerts him that the surgical scalpels have been added to his backpack. Liu Yi mutters that only 6 are actually gear, which is enough, while the doctor beside him nervously asks if he can really handle the rest. But Liu Yi does not answer, because he is already focused on another matter. Now here is the crazy part. If this domain exists just to target a Liu Yun and Nirm So, then they are likely trapped right at the very center. Assuming they are fighting level 60 monsters, he has to carve a path through 4 outer rings of creatures, ranging from level 20 to 51st. Shortly after, watching the endless horde of monsters flooding in, the doctor cries out that there are too many, while Liu Yi contemplates. Although he has no idea which way the center is, simply pushing straight ahead to find higher-level beasts will guide him to the core. Grinning with a dark smirk, he activates the socketed Ta Feng Tone Bead skill to reassure himself. Even though the Ta Feng Tone Bead only restores him to his state from 2 seconds prior upon winning, Liu Yi quickly stacks a blessing that boosts all of his base stats by a staggering 1,000 points, feeling quite grateful for his luck. Instantly, a massive aura of jade green energy erupts around Liu Yi. Planning to boost his blessing by another half, he suddenly vanishes from thin air. Charging directly into the thick of the swarm, Liu Yi knows this is more than enough to handle this dungeon threat. A rusted tunnel stretches ahead with only dim emergency lights flickering near the floor, leading toward an iron staircase winding upward. Slumped against the wall is the skeletal remains of a female nurse. Following closely behind, the doctor looks on with dread, muttering if she is already dead. After walking further, they discover Tiongyia's longsword impaled in a massive pool of blood. Picking it up, Liu Yi frowns deeply, recognizing it as Duarn Kyo. Immediately, the system displays its stats, showing an attack boost of 150, 15 strength, and a socket requirement of 30. Staring at it, he quietly tells himself that no matter how powerful someone gets, if you hesitate in the heat of battle, your only reward is death. Just then, the system confirms this rare weapon, Dwarn Kyu, is safely in his backpack. With Dwarn Kyu secured, Liu Yi turns to the doctor and says he needs to pick up his speed. There is simply no time to escort him. Since the monsters here are already wiped out, he should find a safe hiding spot and stay put without worrying about danger. Once this domain is completely cleared, the system will automatically send him back to the real world. Hearing this, the doctor nervously stammers out, "Wait, what?" But Liu Yi firmly replies that tagging along will only put him in far greater danger. Realizing he has no choice, the doctor reluctantly agrees, thanking him. A long while later, Liu Yi is sprinting like lightning through the rusted dark corridors. Floating jade-colored squares materialize along the edges of the dungeon, but he ignores them completely and continues his relentless dash. Each explosive step he takes literally shatters the concrete floor beneath him. Eyes locked ahead in pure focus, Liu Yi grips both scalpels as he mentally maps out the path he has traveled so far. He has already blasted through the level 20, 30, and 40 zones, and is currently in the level 50 zone. Frowning, he glances at his blades. His health is still sitting at a clean 100%, but his perception is low at 3 out of 10. He calculates that with 2 fights left, his stat remains the same, but the final target zone is level 60. Tightening his grip on the twin scalpels, he confidently reassures himself that this is plenty. Knowing the level 60 zone lies just ahead, he races toward the end of the corridor, guessing Liu Yun and Nirm So must be here, praying they are still okay. Can you feel his absolute desperation right here? Both of them are level 50 high rankers with incredible combat skills, so they should be able to protect themselves. And yet, he cannot shake this dread. After all, this is reality, not some video game. Remembering what happened to Tielngir and the previous patient, he knows the terrifying difference here is that real physical pain still feels totally real. If they get injured, will the agonizing pain completely ruin their focus and prevent them from fighting at 100% strength? The terrifying thoughts push him to run even faster, silently screaming her name. With the exit right in front of him, he tries to stay calm. He begs them to stay safe, whispering that she is the only family he has left in this cruel world, begging her to survive. Busting out into the open, he suddenly screeches to a sharp, immediate halt. Just as Team 3 attacks and Team 2 retreats, Liu Yi stands there completely stunned, watching his little sister brilliantly directing everyone to fight these monsters as a highly organized unit. Right beside her, 3 other fighters draw their long swords, hacking away at the beast until blood and flesh spray in all directions. Over in another corner, 4 sword-wielding patients stand tall against a giant beast. Behind them, Nirm So unleashes bright blue energy while yelling a quick joke, before Liu Yun commands Team 4 to strike and Team 3 to fall back. Hearing that, the monster glares over, baring its teeth. The beast swings its heavy weapon right at Liu Yun as 3 patients leap up to surround it. She raises her staff high, bracing to block that massive spiked mace. Hit by several sharp strikes at once, the beast opens its huge jaws and shrieks in pure agony. Suddenly, Liu Yun leaps high into the air, raises her staff, and yells out for it to go to hell, splitting the monster clean in half from head to toe. Its eyes immediately roll back as its massive body collapses heavily onto the ground. Soon, it dissolves into nothing but dust, leaving Liu Yun to rest her staff on her shoulder with a satisfied smile. Right on cue, someone starts flattering her, cheering that it's finally over and praising their incredible guildmaster. If she hadn't gathered everyone, they never would have figured out how to work together to take down these boss monsters so smoothly. The patients gather around Liu Yun and Nirm So, admitting that without them, they wouldn't have had a single clue what to do. They probably would have been wiped out instantly, just like any first-time players going up against these terrifying boss monsters. Suddenly, a system notification rings out, announcing the 5-year rat boss has been defeated and rewards are being calculated before this secret zone closes down for good. Everyone trapped inside this zone is about to be sent straight back to reality. Honestly, watching Liu Yi stand there jaw-dropped is just priceless. realizing all his deep worries for Liu Yun were totally unnecessary as he smiles warmly. Just like in the mirror dimension, she is more than capable of handling any difficult situation thrown her way entirely on her own. He quietly chuckles to himself, realizing he's only 2 years older than her, so why on earth did he ever think she couldn't keep up with him? Suddenly, Liu Yun spots him, waving her hand and calling out to her brother as he keeps pondering, why did he ever believe she couldn't handle her own battles when she is clearly so much more outstanding than he ever imagined? He tells himself to let go of these useless anxieties and just trust her, knowing they can support each other to build the bright future they both want. Smiling warmly, he feels incredibly happy that he doesn't have to fight alone anymore. Suddenly, the system alerts him that, since his level is under 20, he only qualifies for the minimum reward of 21,600 experience points. The 9-yin Dragon Bamboo Core takes 10,800 experience. This gain is capped by his level 1 9-yin Dragon Bamboo Core, leaving him with 10,800 experience points that will fully unlock once it levels up. Having received 10,800 experience points, his unique physique automatically converts them into 108 points of calculation power. After consuming 100 calculation points, his tier rises to level 2, displaying his updated status screen. His stats read level 2 with 0 out of 200 experience points and 8 calculation power, unrestrained by basic Emperor attributes. With basic stats doubled, all of his attack and defensive values, along with strength, agility, intelligence, and perception now reach 12, giving him 10 assignable points, 120 total health, and elite survival capabilities. Staring at this, Liu Yi is totally surprised that he can actually gather real experience to level up. Liu Yun quickly catches Liu Yi up, explaining how she and Tren Nirmso were absolutely terrified when they first arrived, but after mastering their skills, slaying these beasts actually became quite easy. Back in the real world, now, this is where the real horror sets in. Haithine Hospital has literally turned into a deep stone cavern, though she insists the final bosses were completely manageable. Since this is real life, she and Tren Nirmso couldn't be completely sure if getting hurt here would heal as quickly as it does in-game. Plus, there were other real players to think about too. As Liu Yi leads the 2 girls and the rest of the patients toward the collapsed wall, Liu Yun explains that she wisely chose to gather everyone so they could coordinate their attacks and avoid any real casualties. Luckily for them, these guys were already members of their in-game alliance. Otherwise, convincing them to cooperate would have been a massive pain. She sighs, grumbling that these players now want to stick around in the real world as they cheer and follow behind her like a loyal army. They shower her with compliments, assuming their beloved in-game fairy simply had some character beauty filters turned on. But she is actually just naturally gorgeous. There are absolutely no filters here. Suddenly, a bald player headlocks his buddy, wondering if finding such incredible girls was their secret reward for surviving this dungeon. He feels they look even more stunning than in the original game, showing amazing leadership, insane beauty, and the pure combat skills to handle real danger. The other guys sigh dramatically, groaning that they've already completely fallen head over heels for them. Stop dreaming. His friend snaps, you are not allowed to love them. Only I can. Seeing this, Liu Yi laughs happily and says, haha, it is not some side effect, it is inside you. Meanwhile, Liu Yun laughs heartily, saying the world will only get worse in the future, so having more followers means they will survive better, and she completely agrees with that. As they walk out together, she genuinely believes that gathering so many superhuman masters means they can easily succeed in absolutely anything. Ha is about to leave the hospital, saying tonight felt just like a dream, and once home, they must wash up and get a great night of sleep. Then someone asks to ordinary players, are we at level 40 basically considered superhumans? We are about to become superior beings. Right then, Liu Yi steps onto an outside rock and stops, repeating that phrase, superior beings? He frowns, complaining to himself if the world still ran normally, they really would be superior beings. But right behind them, Liu Yun and Nianchu stand completely frozen, utterly shocked by what they are seeing. Liu Yun gasps in absolute horror. How did things turn into this? Before them, the entire city is burning, with houses collapsed in ruins. Liu Yi sighs, but this world has already changed. Long after that, at Liu Yi's place, everyone gradually starts saying their goodbyes. Guildmaster, we are going home to check on things. Once we settle everything there, we will find you. Me too. I really hope, 1,000 times over, that nothing terrible has happened to my family. Wang Nianchu says, Yun, I need to go home too. Later, sitting on her sofa, Liu Yun rests her chin on her hands, saying with such chaos, she should also head home to check. Brother, did you bring me back because you have some critical matters to discuss with me? Hearing that, Liu Yi frowns, deep in thought. He looks at his completely dazed sister and warns her, I must leave for a while these mutated monsters still haven't evolved to the point where they are unstoppable. Stay home and protect the valuable documents I gathered during this time. She asks in confusion, brother, where could you possibly want to go at a time like this? Next, Liu Yi tells Liu Yun about the shocking disappearance of the other continents. She jumps up in panic. The continents disappeared? She crosses her arms and deduces, so that is exactly why we haven't heard a single thing from them. If that is true, I have to verify it. Liu Yi says he is heading to the border soon, warning her to stay highly alert no matter what, and Liu Yun listens very closely. Of course, gathering extra manpower is just a bonus. If she can do it, great. But if not, it is no big deal. Right now, the only way to gain experience and level up is by clearing secret dungeons, and they will appear everywhere in the future. He rests his hands on his hips and strictly warns her, if you have the strength, try to seize as many secret dungeons as possible. That is how you and your teammates can keep leveling up and stay ahead of the curve. Liu Yun finally realizes this and nods. I see. I got it. Then she asks, so how are you getting to the border? Liu Yi replies, the absolute shortest route to the border is across the ocean. First, I need to secure a vessel and an experienced sailor. One day later, off the coast of Shagang in Haicheng, the ocean waves crash violently. A luxury yacht cuts swiftly through the water. On board, Liu Yi finds himself remembering what his sister said. Then let us ask Nianchu for help since she owns a private yacht. He smiles wryly, muttering that he is owing Nianchu way too many favors lately. Earlier, when she heard he needed help, she confidently pointed to the sky and agreed, do you want to head out to sea to investigate something? I have a yacht registered under my name sitting idle at the harbor, so please take it and use it as you like. Although slightly worried, she still chose to trust her brother, suggesting she should arrange a highly seasoned captain to navigate for him. Then Nianchu thoughtfully added that, given the current state of the world, the captain should absolutely be a player so that they would not hold him back if trouble arises. Suddenly, Liu Yi tells the captain, thank you for your hard work. The sailor cheerfully waves it off. Oh, please, do not mention it. Since the young lady ordered me, I must deliver. Besides, traveling on the open ocean is actually pretty safe right now. It is nowhere near as dangerous as the mainland. Hearing this, Liu Yi frowns anxiously. Safe? Well, maybe just for the moment. Countless mutated beasts lurk beneath these deep waters, surely far outnumbering those on land. He continues his analysis. But the ocean is vast, making early encounters with these mutated sea monsters quite rare. They need time to fully grow down there. But wait, check this out. Liu Yi turns completely pale as he realizes he never heard of any ocean monsters in his past life. Logically speaking, that makes absolutely no sense. He recalls the global map consisting of Beisheng, Shihang, Huazhong, and Dongtian continents, and a deep suspicion begins to grow. In a world where ocean waters heavily dwarf the dry land, news of marine mutations should be absolutely everywhere. He visualizes the map of Huazhong continent and its major cities like Quezon City, Beizhushan, Kakuichi, B City, and Kumarin City, Haicheng City, Shagang, and his very own coordinates. Stunned, he deduces that perhaps only Huazhong continent actually remains, and after the oceans were totally cut off, only these coastal areas survived. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, a mysterious figure picks up a ringing telephone and says, He watches the distant ship, calling in his report. Hello. The Barch family is finally making a move. His sister's boat is heading out to sea with a stranger on board. Understood. Follow them, right? Perfect. Honestly, it would be even better if we can just kill them off. Got it. Hanging up, he yells out to his crew, let's move, boys. Right away, his gang gets hyped for battle. These guys are the Backyard Group Sand Iron Division, led by their level 41 second-class captain, Liu Yi. The moment he gives the order, the entire crew leaps onto the boat. Liu Yi looks down, totally lost in deep thought, while his captain stands right beside him, jaw dropped in absolute shock. Wait, how is this even possible? Right now, their boat is idling in the middle of the sea, right on the edge of a dark, pitch-black boundary. The captain gasps, swearing he sailed these exact waters just a few days ago. He clutches his head, muttering, I can't even remember what I was doing back then. Meanwhile, Liu Yi stares down, totally at a loss for words. Frowning, he looks up at the gloomy, gray sky. He quickly realizes his immediate priority has to be leveling up as fast as possible. Just then, the system shows player Liu Yi is level 2. 0 experience out of 1. And calculation power 2. Staring at the prompt, he groans. To level up, he needs massive experience. And this requirement is pretty ridiculous, a 200 times multiplier. Dungeons only offer a 10 times boost. Plus, who knows if real-world dungeon raids are even a thing. Glancing around, he silently assesses his options. Even if they are, he isn't worried about catching heat. But where on earth is he going to find enough dungeons to raid? And how could he possibly gather enough players to farm? Realizing this kind of experience won't come easily from dungeons, he tells the captain they should head back, while his mind keeps racing. Even without a single clue, there has to be a way to farm experience and gain real power. He decides he'll have to return to Haithan first and figure out a plan from there. A creeping anxiety sets in. He has absolutely no idea how much precious time he's going to waste on this. With every other player constantly leveling up around him, is there even a chance for him to claim the spot as the ultimate top player? And just like that, something wild catches Liu Yi off guard. Check this out. He spots a glowing blue text floating right in front of him. The system reveals that special-type players who personally eliminate a regular player can steal 10% of that victim's total experience points. Signed by Diran. In a flash, the floating text vanishes into thin air. He gasps in disbelief. It's gone. Killing players rewards 10% of their experience. He frowns, utterly baffled by this mysterious entity named Diran. Setting aside how the guy even reached out to him in the first place, he panics. This entity somehow knows he's a special type, literally reads his mind, and drops an answer. How is that even possible? It's terrifying. If this mysterious shadow ever turns out to be an enemy, how does he even fight back? Suddenly, the text reappears. I am not your enemy. Signed, Diran. This time, Liu Yi is genuinely chilled to the bone. It's back again. The screen flashes another warning. Watch out, your pursuers are here. Handle them to prove my words are true. Signed, Diran. But before he can process this, an orange jet ski comes tearing across the water. Look closely as Liu Yi snaps his head around in surprise. Out of nowhere, a heavily muscled thug raises a massive spear, pouring all his raw strength into launching it forward. The spear whistles right past Liu Yi's side, making him let out a sharp gasp. Sensing the danger, the captain whips around in terror while Liu Yi clutches his side, hissing in anger. Across the water, the second-class captain of the backyard gang crosses his arms, smirking. I thought you were some big shot, but you're just a bum. He couldn't even catch a simple spear. Tell me, has your level even passed 10 yet? But the distance is just too wide, and his voice gets completely swallowed by the vast ocean. Nearby, Liu Yi asks the captain if he caught any of that. Not a word, the captain replies. Liu Yi scoffs. Where on earth did this absolute idiot roll out from? Over on the other boat, Liu Yi points a finger, yelling, "What is wrong with your ears? Did you seriously not hear a word I just said?" His minion quickly bows, trying to explain. Boss, the distance is pretty far. I don't think they can hear you at all over there. Maybe we should get a bit closer? Immediately, Tui Kwai slaps him hard across the face, barking, "Idiot! Get closer? Do you take me for a fool?" Dropping to the deck, the minion clutches his cheek, whimpering, "Boss, that really hurt." Hearing this makes him even angrier. "I slapped you to wake your stupid self up." The Bark family is a major player we must watch out for. You think their target is just some random weakling? He explains that although he took the job gladly, it was purely a show to satisfy the higher-ups. The world has completely changed now, and we must be extremely cautious to survive. "Hand me the megaphone." Over on his end, Liu Yi suddenly hears him screaming through a loudspeaker, "I thought you were some big shot. Turns out you're just a bum who can't even catch a basic spear. Has your level even passed 10 yet?" Beside him, the minion tentatively peeks up, asking again, "Boss, you said we need to be careful. Is it really a good idea to provoke the target like this?" Instantly, Tui Kwai slaps him down again, cursing his utter stupidity as the minion hits the deck. He holds his cheek, crying out, "Boss, that hurts." Tui Kwai lectures him, saying caution is for certain moments, and pride is for others. Otherwise, life is just too depressing. Besides, we are on the open ocean. If he wants to reach us, he'll have to swim or jump. At this distance, even a level 60 player can't make a jump like that. Suddenly, a shout echoes from Tui Kwai's side. "Hey, are you a water monster? What are you doing picking a fight? Watch out, or the young master will come wipe you out." Curious, Liu Yi asks the helmsman if he knows them, who replies they crossed paths in the Origin realm. They are just a bunch of level 40 players. Suddenly, the Backyard Garden gang decides to make their move. "Out here in these zones with absolutely zero signal coverage, we can easily get rid of you. If we dump your bodies into the border abyss, nobody will ever find out who did it." The crew pulls out harpoons from their inventories to fire, shouting and waving their spears. Seeing this, the terrified helmsman screams out, "We are dead." The harpoons held by level 40 players pack as much destructive power as artillery shells. If our boat gets sunk out here, we are completely finished. But Liu Yi simply grips his scalpel, leans forward slightly, and asks, "Can you protect this boat of ours?" The driver honestly admits at most, "I can only block their very first strike." Hearing this, Liu Yi tells him when the shooting starts, "Just keep the boat safe and leave everything else to me." This leaves the helmsman stunned, thinking to himself, "Leave it to you?" Even though the lady said he is a level 60 player, looking at the wound on his flank makes him wonder, though he decides to trust her word anyway. Meanwhile, Liu Yi's eyes glow with a red light, thinking they are only level 40. Their stats only total 1,000, making them easy targets. He smiles, realizing this is the perfect chance to see if the Earth Shadow is real and things are about to get wild. Suddenly, Tui Kwai raises his hand to stop his subordinates, shouting, "Wait! Hold on! My heart is suddenly beating way too fast. Let's back off, pull some distance first, and then attack them later." Their yacht and jet skis immediately turn around, fleeing across the sea. Liu Yi stares in confusion, wondering what is going on. Why are they running? His expression hardens into a smirk as he thinks, "Sorry, but you cannot escape me." Liu Yi then activates the wind frequency gem to instantly boost all of his stats to 3,000. At the same time, a swirling blue cyclone of energy erupts around him. Liu Yi walks forward, reflecting that the words of the New Order Guild Master about the border situation were absolutely true. Under the threat of the apocalypse, there is absolutely no safe haven. Only by eliminating the very source of the danger can one earn the right to live the life they actually want. He walks forward with complete resolve, knowing he must conquer and take over Mount Buzhou, and possess that apocalyptic, monstrous power held by the mysterious figure. Liu Yi leaps from the deck, recalling how he once faced the apocalyptic 9 Yin inside the Origin realm. Back then at level 60, he did not even have the slightest hope of winning. He plunges into the sea with a massive splash, thinking to himself, how can he survive the apocalypse like this? Then he dashes across the water, his sharp eyes filled with cold determination as he realizes his current strength is nowhere near enough. Even if he is only level 2 right now, his levels have absolutely no limit. Frowning as he plans, Liu Yi realizes he can keep growing until he matches or even surpasses the scale of the apocalypse. The only catch is he needs an astronomical amount of experience points 200 times more than standard players. Seeing him, Jiaogivi vying, the backyard garden gang turns back in pure panic. Meanwhile, he calmly reflects that simply grinding normal dungeons for experience is nowhere near enough to satisfy his massive level-up requirements. Swooping down toward a buzz-cut thug, Liu Yi calculates that if the information from the Earth Shadow is indeed true, killing an ordinary player will grant him 10% of their total experience. And honestly, we can already see how this insane shortcut is going to let him level up fast. He shatters their boat completely. Seeing this, Cui Kuai and his right-hand man stare with wide, open mouths in complete shock, while the rest of the guild is shaken to their core. Suddenly, someone screams out, "Stop!" He fell into the water. Wipe him out completely. Do not let him surface ever again. Instantly, a group of armed thugs turn their jet skis around, shouting as they target the exact spot where he plunged in. However, Liu Yi simply treads on the surging water as if walking on solid ground, while the system alerts that he has killed no Min Troc. You have gained over 284,000 experience points. Due to your unique constitution, over 142,000 experience automatically converts into 1,424.75 calculation power. Consuming 200 calculation power, you reach level 3. Consuming 300 calculation power, you reach level 4. Consuming 500 more, you reach level 6, leaving 32.75 points. Liu Yi then lunges at another nearby jet ski rider, startling him. Grinning with absolute satisfaction, Liu Yi thinks I really can steal their experience points. Witnessing this, Cui Kuai's right-hand man panics and screams, "Boss, how on earth is he running on the water?" Meanwhile, Cui Kuai stammers in absolute terror, "We are totally doomed. The demands from the higher-ups are way too dangerous." Meanwhile, Liu Yi easily knocks out several enemies as the system announces that he has killed Tranfam, bringing his calculation power to 1562.2. You have killed the player Nu Not Pham. Power reaches 1365. Player Luke Min is eliminated. Power increases to 1756. Suddenly, something to his left catches his attention, while the ship captain watching screams out in absolute shock at his incredible power. Right before the old man's eyes, Liu Yi moves like a blur, weaving in a zigzag pattern to effortlessly take down several more enemies in quick succession. On the other side, a panicked lackey reports to Cui Kuai, crying out that the level 30 thugs he sent are all dead, shouting desperately that they need to run because they are no match for this monster. The terrified subordinate frantically asks where they can even run to in the open sea, whimpering that he is literally crying from sheer terror. Just then, Liu Yi reaches the massive ship, launching himself into the air and landing squarely on Cui Kuai's vessel, only to look around the empty deck in total confusion, wondering where everyone went. Where did they go? Meanwhile, Cui Kuai is gritting his teeth in pure terror as he and his right-hand man flee across the open water, prompting his own subordinate to curse in shock. "Damn it, boss. Turns out we can already run on water." After that, he rambled on, making me feel pretty stupid for being so terrified of drowning earlier. Well, luckily I was smart enough to dump all my points into agility. I remember the stat description saying 1 point of agility equals 1 meter per second, though this weight ratio drops slightly as your speed increases. But according to Bakoa, hitting 30 meters per second is the threshold to run on water, and my current agility is sitting at over 400 points. Annoyed, Cui Kuai snaps back, "Shut up, and just run." Meanwhile, Liu Yi watches them sprint away. His face remains totally blank, but a moment later, those two runners get tossed face first onto the wooden deck. The captain asks, completely bewildered young Master Liu, "You caught them already?" At the same time, Cui Kuai's henchman sits up and begins begging desperately, "Boss, please spare my life. I will do absolutely anything if you just let me go." And here is the kicker. Since killing players grants experience, his enemies are suddenly his most valuable resource. Letting them live so they can lead him straight to their hideout will yield a much bigger harvest of experience. With his hands on his hips, he looks down and demands, "Who sent you?" Cui Kuai tries to bargain. "If I tell you, will you spare us?" The captain quickly interrupts young Master Liu. Do not waste your time interrogating them. Thuy Kuai is notoriously stubborn in this game. Meanwhile, his shivering lackey is silently crying, losing his mind with fear. This is bad. The boss is done for. What am I supposed to do to save my own skin? Liu Yi growls, playing tough. Are we? Suddenly, Thuy Kuai falls to his knees, screaming, please spare me. It was not my idea. Everything was ordered by the Horhua Yuan, leaving his own partner completely slack-jawed with utter disbelief. Even the captain is completely dazed, thinking to himself that this cannot be the fierce Thuy Kuai he knows. Hearing that name, Liu Yi scowls, muttering Horhua Yuan. He quickly calculates his double stat scaling compared to normal players. This means all his previous stat-related rewards, like weight and speed ratios, are now twice as powerful as before. He recalls that in his past life, the Horhua Yuan had nearly 100,000 members averaging over level 40. In this timeline, those numbers will be even higher. Think about that. If he wipes them out, he can harvest nearly 400 million experience points in one go. That will catapult him to level 55, letting him equip the god-tier gear he crafted inside the Nguyen Jue. With his special body buff active, his actual level inside Nguyen Jue is basically 110, which is plenty to handle that mysterious figure at But Chu Mountain. To save this world, he must sacrifice the Horhua Yuan. Yet, Liu Yi still wonders, what exactly is this Dir An, and what is its goal? He sits quietly in the cabin, ignoring the two trembling captives. Thuy Kuai breaks into a cold sweat, telling himself to cooperate with this boss and avoid making him angry. I am a rock. Just a rock, he tells himself. Meanwhile, Liu Yi remains tense, deep in calculations. Thinking back, when that entity sent him those two messages, there is another possibility besides it simply reading his mind. Perhaps it just watches his moves, guesses what he is thinking, and drops the exact answers he needs. The more he ponders this, the creepier it gets, because the alternative is absolutely horrifying. Besides, why did it even help him? It might not have even been a helping hand back then anyway. Even without its warnings, he still would have wiped out Thuy Kuai's squad and figured out that player kills grant experience. Gazing down at his Vaudirn blade, he frowns. Maybe it was just a whim. If so, then the purpose of the Dir An is definitely not simple. He looks back at his system screen. No matter what, his level has no cap. Once he grows strong enough, all schemes will shatter. His screen displays Liu Yi, level 12, holding the special body title. Since his level isn't capped by the Emperor's base attributes, his stats are doubled and steadily rising. As their boat finally draws close to the mainland, Liu Yi can't help but marvel at his incredible growth. Having a special physique really brings far more surprises than just doubling his base attributes. Suddenly, the system adds 3 massive perks: ultimate stealth, ultra-rapid recovery, and devastating offensive power. Seeing this, he realizes the absolute best part is that skills gained every 10 levels are no longer a restricted two-choice selection. He previously felt level 55 was like level 100 in the old world. Placing his hands on his knees, he smiles proudly. He is just too strong. Then he scratches his chin in deep thought. He still needs a pistol, but has no clue where to get one. Sweating, he scratches his cheek and wonders if a toy gun would actually work. Definitely not. Ultimately, Liu Yi tells himself to just take things step by step. He still has 21 surgical scalpels salvaged from that hospital trash heap, which should easily last him for a while. Now look at this. After a long while, lifeless bodies start floating all over the dark sea, while the distant city and mountains slowly come into view from their boat. The boatman turns completely pale with fear, asking how there could be so many corpses near the shore when they have only been out at sea for 2 days. Steering the boat, he gasps in shock because, judging by the wounds, most of these injuries were clearly not caused by monsters. Hearing this, Liu Yi frowns deeply. He calmly warns the boatman that the world will only get more chaotic. Right now, phone signals, electricity, and the internet still cover certain areas, but once these modern conveniences are gone, with absolutely no professionals left to repair them, humanity will likely regress all the way back to a primitive society. These words terrify the pilot. who gasps that such a future is just too horrible, only for Liu Yi to agree that things will get far worse. In fact, once supply chains are completely cut off and people have to struggle just to put some food in their bellies, anything could happen just for a single meal. Then, sharing some extra info, Liu Yi laments that if only the governing bureau were still active, things might be different. Ever since the world changed, every single member of the governing bureau has completely vanished for some entirely unknown reason. It's just like the administrators in the original game who kept PKers in check, who suddenly disappeared. If they were still around, the current level of total chaos wouldn't be nearly this bad. Now, they can only pray that the major guilds will step up to restore social order. Shortly after, the four of them land, with Liu Yi leading the way into the charred, ruined city. Suddenly, one of them asks, in total confusion, "What on earth happened here to completely destroy the entire coastline?" Liu Yi replies that monsters from a secret dungeon likely emerged, bringing bizarre rules that completely warped the area, turning it into ruins, though another group of players seems to have cleared it. Staring at the bodies on the ground, the terrified boatman stammers that this is just too horrible. He casts an anxious glance, wondering how things are looking on the other side. Suddenly, Liu Yi tells him to head back first, since tagging along with him serves absolutely no purpose anyway. Startled, the boatman quickly runs off while shouting back his sincere thanks. Crossing his arms, Liu Yi looks at the water monsters and issues his command. He demands they lead him to the sand dunes in the back garden sector they mentioned earlier. Instantly, the main water monster bows obsequiously, stammering out his eager agreement. Meanwhile, the lackey scratches his head and invites the big boss to follow them. Walking behind them up the stairs leading to the main road, Liu Yi begins to formulate a plan. Even though clearing the back garden is his best shot at leveling up rapidly, he still needs to plan everything out carefully to ensure he clears it safely and with maximum efficiency. Walking along, Liu Yi calculates that the most effective strategy right now is to clear the target step by step, starting from the outer perimeter. Since early levels require very little experience, clearing one or two outposts should easily push him to level 30. Walking far behind the two water monsters, he keeps analyzing his options. Once there, he can finally equip a level 30 armor set, before finding a suitable weapon to head toward the back garden, starting all the way from Bic Chen's territory. Suddenly, the lackey whispers quietly to Thui Kui, asking if it is really wise to lead this guy straight to Ngo Hao's place like this. If Ngo Hao fails to kill him, they might end up being wiped out instead, but Thui Kui reassures him, asking what other choice they realistically have. Judging by his cold demeanor, the second he realizes they are no longer useful to him, he will just slaughter them on the spot. Quite some time later, they arrive right in front of a massive, fully intact skyscraper. Thui Kui whispers that in this tight spot, they might as well lead him to Ngo Hao and bet that they can slip away while the two powerhouses are fighting. Hearing this, the lackey highly praises his boss's brilliant planning before both of them suddenly look up toward the building in sheer amazement. Standing before the grand building, the lackey points out that this is the place, remembering that those who visited the sand dunes received aid from the local wealthy elites. Having lived here before, he heard that the wealthiest man around used his massive fortune to recruit a formidable army of players to guard him. He excitedly adds that this elite guard even includes Ngo Hao, who is currently the strongest player in the entire back garden sector. Thui Kui can't help but marvel with envy, muttering that although he's only the richest man in a small district, he surely owns top-tier treasures they've never laid eyes on. Liu Yi raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself, everywhere else is completely trashed, but this spot is perfectly preserved. Looks like I finally hit the right place. He cannot help but admire the wealthiest man of Doi Cat. Just a regular guy, yet his sharp networking skills guarantee his future status will be massive. Suddenly, a body plummets from above. Liu Yi tenses up. Gripping his hands tight, he holds back from taking any action. A second later, the falling body crashes right in front of Thui Kui. The lackey gasps in shock, wondering why the wealthiest man of Doi Cat is falling. Suddenly, a scream echoes from above. Up near a shattered window, a kneeling girl looks down, sobbing and crying out for her father. Suddenly, a man grabs her hair from behind. "Who do you think you are to reject me?" he snarls. He hoists her body into the open air, dangling her before pulling her back inside. "Know your place," he roars, "because my invitation was already a massive favor." Then he throws her right out the window. Her mouth hangs open in disbelief as she plummets. Terrified, she looks down and realizes her situation. She flails wildly, diving headfirst with a final desperate scream. Down below, Liu Yi simply scowls upward without showing any emotion. Even as she splatters right in front of him, he keeps his eyes glued to the skyscraper. Up there, a man in a brown suit sneers down. Liu Yi grimaces as a memory clicks. In his past life, this guy slaughtered people like livestock. He possessed a legendary bloodline and was known as Ngo Haro of the Red Demon. Taking him out will not weigh on his conscience at all. Up in the ruined room, Ngo Haro shoves his hands into his pockets, turning around to walk back inside. Suddenly, the massive puddle of blood on the pavement stirs. A figure takes shape from the gore, mocking Liu Yi. What a heartless jerk. With blue hair matching Ngo Haro, he bares sharp fangs and sneers. "Can you really just ignore a woman dying right in front of your eyes?" Then, standing before the young man, he shouts toward Tui Kuei, "What about the guys you sent out? Are they all dead?" Liu Yi frowns as the entity mumbles about them dying under bark, questioning if they even need to care. Suddenly, Tui Kuei buzzed cut lackey cheers. Pointing to the muscleman, Tui Kuei confirms, "Yes, our guys were totally wiped out by him." Watching from afar, Tui Kuei knows Li Trang is strong. Once he makes a move, they can escape. They can quickly run away. He points and screams, "Go kill him to avenge our fallen crew." Hearing this, Li Trang roars and curses at their utter uselessness. Suddenly, Liu Yi activates his scalpel equipped with 5 sealing orbs. Watch this, a 2000% stat boost turns Li Trang into an instant puddle of blood. Seeing this, Tui Kuei and his lackey drop their jaws in sheer terror, instantly falling to their knees to beg boss. "We were wrong." Liu Yi stares at the bloody puddle, noting there is no kill notification. "Is this a clone skill? Whose clone is it? Ngo Haro? He does not look like Ngo Haro. It must be a minion created from Ngo Haro's own clone skill." With deep annoyance, he looks up at the towering skyscraper where Ngo Haro is hiding. Suddenly, Liu Yi leaps and vanishes from sight. He sprints directly up the glass walls of the building. His heavy footsteps thud as his brow furrows with irritation. Can you even believe this? Tui Kuei and his goon watch with dropped jaws, stammering about how anyone could possibly scale a wall like that. "I have no idea," the other stammers. "We had better just behave because there is absolutely no escaping him." Meanwhile, Liu Yi has already vaulted into the room through the shattered window. Landing as light as a feather, he takes in the room. A blue-haired girl hangs with her hands tied high, her eyes totally blank, while a hanged man slumps forward nearby. On the floor, another victim lies impaled by a sword. Nearby, a pillar is littered with blades of all shapes and colors. As Liu Yi enters, a group of thugs with their hands in their pockets turn to stare at him. On the sofa at the back, Ngo Haro sits with his arms draped over the cushions, his gaze radiating pure malice. Liu Yi walks straight in, ignoring the thugs whispering around him about how he leaped all the way up here. His level must be pretty high, definitely high, probably at least level 50. Who in this realm is over level 50 and not some famous elite player from the major guilds? Look at him. Does he look like one? Besides, even if he is over level 50, can he actually take on all of us? A purple-haired punk points a thumb at him, mocking, "Hey buddy, are you trying to play the hero of justice here? Just like the owners of all those weapons pinned to the wall?" The others mock him, sneering about him coming to save civilians from villains like them. "Remember that last kid we dealt with? He held out for a while, but ended up begging on his knees." They crowd around him like red-eyed demons, jeering at Liu Yi. "Just drop to your knees right now, and we might spare you." But he only raises his eyes, letting out a contemptuous smile. "I used to feel a little guilty about treating you guys like mere experience points. But seeing how trashy you actually are, my conscience is completely clear." Hearing him say that, the crowd is totally confused. What is this guy even talking about? Has he gone completely insane? Maybe he thinks he can actually fight us. Fight us? We have so many level 40 players on our side. Does he think he is that big brother-in-law from the legends? Since legends are always supposed to guide people, right? But instantly, everyone in front of Liu Yi has their head exploded. Meanwhile, the system announces his computing power is multiplying, raising his level to rank 14, then 16. Liu Yi feels his eyes light up as he lets out a highly thrilled laugh. Next, he ruthlessly executes every single punk who dared to speak dirtily about his sisters. Speaking of that big brother-in-law, he still has two incredibly beautiful younger sisters. I really want to taste what they are like. Well, do not even dream about it. Their levels are way higher than yours or mine anyway. But who knows what the future holds? As long as my level keeps climbing and surpasses theirs, I can definitely make it happen, right? Liu Yi takes 2 quick steps and stands right before Ngo Hao. Right then, the system alerts that his experience reached 12,730.5. Level rises to rank 20, unlocking player skill Cursed Blessing. More incoming experience points push his rank even higher, finally stopping as his level shoots all the way up to rank 26. After that, the system reports that the overall attribute enhancement is fully complete. Let us look at his stats now. Level 26. 0 experience, 32,000 calculation power, and both attack and defense at 29. Liu Yi smiles in satisfaction. But suddenly behind him, heavy debris begins crashing down. Meanwhile, Ngo Hao remains seated in the exact same spot, his face cast in dark shadows. His eyes glow with a sinister red light before he finally shifts, resting an elbow on his thigh as he mutters, You really are strong. Wiping out a whole group of level 40 players at once is impossible if you only rely on raw levels to get by. Glaring at Liu Yi with those glowing red eyes, he asks, So you are a power player too, huh? But so what? That is merely the starting line for us to develop our true strength. So honestly, I should thank you. I was actually looking for a clean excuse to slaughter them all and steal their stats. Suddenly, Ngo Hao's body begins to swell up while the system reports that friendly marked targets are dead, granting the player 10 to 30% of their physical stats permanently. Meanwhile, Liu Yi simply lifts his scalpel and lets out a cold smirk. Ngo Hao suddenly screams out a wild challenge with their deaths. My power just skyrocketed at least 5 times over, so what do you even have to fight me? But a new alert pops up, energy appraisal successfully implanted on target, inflicting a debuff that reduces all target attributes by 50% for a duration of 10 seconds. In absolute shock, Ngo Hao watches Liu Yi suddenly lean forward and swing his fist. He activates his blessing skill to boost all his attributes by 3,000, instantly triggering a massive explosion inside the building that sends shockwaves blasting outward. Maintaining his striking stance, Liu Yi casually remarks, You really should learn to be a little more humble. Liu Yi frowns as he stares ahead into the ruined debris, with no kill notification appearing. Where did he go? He steps forward, looking around in utter confusion. He fled. Down a narrow hallway, someone is running for his absolute life. Ngo Hao is sweating buckets, gritting his teeth in pure terror. How is he this terrifying? A single punch blasted away 2/3 of my buffed health pool. I need to get out of here first. Vowing to get revenge later, he suddenly jumps as a massive explosion rips through the hallway. Liu Yi stands on the other side of the wall, fist embedded in the shattered concrete as his eyes burn with red fire. He mutters, Found you. Seeing this, Ngo Hao slams on the brakes mid-stride, immediately pivoting to bolt down a completely different direction. As he flees, he screams out in sheer panic, This is too terrifying. Too terrifying. And here is the crazy part. Liu Yi suddenly bursts right through the wall ahead, completely blocking Ngo Hao. He is so terrified that drops of blood actually splatter across his coat. Desperate, Ngo Hao slams his palms down, shattering the floor into flying debris. Smashing through multiple floors in a straight vertical drop, he desperately tries to escape. Standing at the edge of the crater, Liu Yi peers down with cold, killer eyes while the panicked runner keeps smashing through floors to drop deeper. As Ngo Hao plunges down yet another level, he tells himself that his only chance of survival is reaching the basement. Suddenly, right behind him, Liu Yi smirks and whispers the basement, Let me lend you a hand with that, leaving Go Hao frozen in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Liu Yi winds up his fist, while way down below, Thui Kuai still kneels near the building entrance with his lackeys. He looks up, completely startled by the thunderous explosions echoing from above. Right now, in the basement, Liu Yi stands in the middle of a parking garage shrouded in thick falling dust. Frowning in irritation, Liu Yi stares at the empty ground and sighs. He did not just escape, he actually fought back. So even my full power is not enough to put him down. Staring at the shifting wall that looks like a dimensional portal, he mutters to think he actually slipped into a hidden realm. Finding a special hidden realm right inside a massive building basement without even disturbing the surroundings is insane. I recall there is no player limit for this hidden realm, and leaving is absolutely impossible unless you use a specific strategy. Finally, it all makes sense. No wonder Go Hao insisted that coming here was his only hope of escaping. Back then, that guy was only level 51, giving mere thousands of experience. Staring at the stone wall, Liu Yi thinks the dungeon rewards here are essentially worthless to him now. Glancing to his right, he maps out a better strategy. Hunting high-level players over level 40 is way better than wasting time on Go Hao. He will let him off for now. Turning to walk over the shattered rubble, glowing blue letters suddenly materialize out of nowhere, stopping him in his tracks. Grimacing in sheer frustration, he hates how these random notifications just pop up whenever they feel like it. Why is the world like this? Enough with the useless build-up, just tell him the cold truth already. Once the text fades, he turns back to the barrier leading to the secret realm, scanning his surroundings with absolute caution. Liu Yi grumbles to himself, knowing another chance will definitely come later. Right now, leveling up is his main focus, and finding the truth comes second. Besides, chasing answers without real power is just a fast track to a death trap. He turns to leave, but that creepy projection pops up again to tell him he is pretty short on suitable weapons. Conquer this secret realm, and the ultimate reward is a weapon custom-made just for him. Reading that makes Liu Yi lose his temper again. Furrowing his brows, he shouts out, "Why do I have to be the one to go?" But the basement stays completely silent. No response. Irritated, Liu Yi snaps, "What? You are giving me the silent treatment now? Fine." Then he is not going. Walking toward the door, he mutters that since he cannot tell if this entity is friend or foe, he is not playing along. He steps through the exit, marching straight up the stairs toward the floor above. For a while, the stairwell stays completely empty. Then, a massive crash echoes down the steps. Out of nowhere, Liu Yi flies back down, kicking the door open in a total rage. Damn it, he swears the secrets of the world and a custom weapon are just too tempting. He dives straight into the portal, counting on his 18 scalpels to handle any danger. He needs to end this fast. 3 round, chubby spirits huddle together, staring at the intruder with funny faces before buzzing around him to check him out. Curiously watching them, he soon shifts his focus to scan the area. He is standing on a tiny floating island, centered around a glowing silver tree. That is the Diao, home of the 3 spirits, sitting at 100 health. The system window pops up. Check this out. Because the rules here are pretty wild, the player count has reached the minimum limit, initiating a special competitive realm. Your faction is now locked in. You must protect those 3 little baby spirits at all costs. His task is simply to defend these 3 little, helpless outcasts, and stop the K-Du from tearing down their Diao. The base currently has 100 health. Every beast he slays boosts the Diao health and defense by 50 points, building up a protective stack. Once that protection value accumulates to 100,000 points, the Diao will generate a massive shield, neutralizing all attacks. The Spirit's Island will drop into the enemy territory in 5 minutes, so prepare carefully. Looking at the orange, pink, and blue round spirits, Liu Yi wonders if these are his clients. Standing at the island's edge, he wonders if this quest is really that simple. Does this even connect to the world's secrets? It makes no sense. Is that projection just messing with him? Suddenly, the entire island glows with blue energy and begins to descend toward a dark area swarming with countless creatures. Watching the writhing mass, Liu Yi mutters to himself, Are those creepy monsters down there? The so-called Keidu? He sighs at their terrifying numbers. Meanwhile, Ngoharo is already standing right in the middle of the swarm, while Liu Yi and the three spirits look down from their floating island, tracking the orange-brown tide. He does some quick math. Luckily, slaying 2,000 monsters is enough to activate that shield. But one thing still bugs him. The system never mentioned that forming the shield actually clears this secret realm. Looking back at the tree, he realizes that since this is a faction quest, he will likely have to face off against enemy players. He needs to farm these monsters fast to get that shield up before the enemy takes a shot at his fragile base. With only 100 health, the Diao would crumble instantly. Meanwhile, Ngoharo is busy slicing a monster clean in half. His system alerts him, Constitution is up by 123. Ngoharo is thrilled. This actually works, and the stat boost is massive. Clenching his fist, he grins at the swarm surrounding him. Since they share a faction, these beasts treat him as an ally. They do not even care that he is slaughtering their own kind. This means he can just keep farming them, stacking his stats to the absolute limit without any consequences. Looking up at the sky, Nohar smiles. Even if his opponent has a skill that reduces his stats, high numbers will carry the win. Still, he mutters to himself that killing 2,000 monsters for the shield is going to take some time. Meanwhile, Liu Yi gets a system alert. The platform will touch down in the enemy territory in 1 minute, so get ready. Hearing this, Liu Yi looks around to strategize. Sure, the goal is 2,000 kills, but for a normal player, that is pretty much a suicide mission. Therefore, there has to be a hidden mechanic here to level the playing field between them. Pulling out his scalpel, Liu Yi stands right at the very edge of the floating platform and thinks, but after looking around, he finds absolutely nothing to help him out. Staring down at the approaching swarm, he tells himself that if there are no shortcuts, he will just fight them the old-fashioned way. Suddenly, their island slams onto the ground with a massive crash. And here we go, the monsters leap straight at him, leaving the terrified spirits crying as they cling to their tree. While the Kiyu monsters set foot on the island, Liu Yi carefully weighs his options. Using surgical transactions to embed the orb and activate Truck Fook has a huge flaw. Meanwhile, the surrounding Kiyu beasts swarm the Tibo platform. Liu Yi analyzes his situation. Even though the sealing orb power will recover, he still has stats-boosting gear from the Origin world inside his inventory. Cooldowns are slashed by 50%, and skill durations are boosted by 50%. Liu Yi activates Truck Fook, boosting all his stats by 5,000 points. Staring down a Kiyu charging at him with jaws wide, he mutters to himself, but this is more than enough. In a flash, the monster head completely explodes, followed instantly by several others nearby. With his gear boosts active, Liu Yi realizes something. By using the knowledge gained from Truck Fook, he can easily maintain a stable state with his overall attributes locked at 5,000 points. Moving in a tight circle around the Tibo base, Liu Yi grits his teeth, smashing Kiyu heads with his bare hands. He is confident that 5,000 points in all attributes will crush any danger. His eyes flare a murderous red as Liu Yi roars with pure rage. Gritting his teeth, he uses sheer speed to slaughter everything in his path. Soon the red glow fades, leaving Liu Yi drenched in sweat, but he does not stay still for long, suddenly darting forward like a beam of light. This is way slower than I planned, Liu Yi groans. If this keeps up, I will burn through every surgical transaction before killing 2,000 beasts. Looking from afar, a massive cloud of dust covers the island center while shredded Kiyu parts fly into the air. But here is the real catch. How is he supposed to survive against Ngoharo later? Before the three little ones, Liu Yi fights off the endless Kiyu alone, wondering how to survive this. Should he trigger reset to boost his clearing speed once more? But he quickly rejects the idea. The cooldown for reset is too long to waste here. Besides, the results would be limited. It cannot wipe out the remaining 1,000 monsters. Suddenly, the orange little one widens its eyes in absolute shock. The three little ones huddle as if discussing a plan. Suddenly, the orange one flies right over to Liu Yi, startling him. Right after, it transforms into a sleek gun, leaving Liu Yi completely puzzled. At that moment, the system confirms it. It is the weapon form of the oldest kid, a pistol adding 140 attack and 30 agility. It boosts movement and attack speeds by 100%, slashes reload time by 100%, with a 1-minute duration. Liu Yi is absolutely thrilled to realize that this incredible weapon transformed from one of the kids. While the other two cheer with hearts floating around them, he grips the gun. "So this is how I bridge the power gap," he exults. Attack speed doubled, reload time completely gone, and each reload still packs 20 solid rounds. Liu Yi aims the gun at the approaching pack, wondering if this behaves like a machine gun or a standard pistol. Time to find out. Around the kid's platform, countless bullet holes instantly riddle the ground. The rocky slopes nearby are shredded, and the dirt surrounding the Qiyu horde is completely peppered with bullet marks. The remaining monsters retreat hundreds of meters. As Liu Yi yells out in pure excitement, "This pistol is absolutely incredible." He raises the gun, laughing maniacally at how quickly the insane fire rate has turned the tide. Now check this out in a heartbeat. All the Qiyu around the platform completely vanish. He is over the moon, though he notes that being unable to channel internal energy under compression mode is a bit annoying. If he could coat the bullets with concentrated life energy, this weapon would make him completely unstoppable. But even without it, this thing is still incredibly broken. Grinning with confidence, Liu Yi stares ahead. The fearless Qiyu launch yet another wave of attacks. Without breaking a sweat, he aims his gun. 500 of you left, let's finish this and get that shield up. In the blink of an eye, the system reveals that the total barrier value of the little one's shell base has reached its limit. Immediately, a green magical light wraps around the platform. Stunned, Liu Yi looks up. He realizes the barrier points have temporarily formed a giant protective shield. Crash! Wu Hao stomps hard, completely shattering the ground beneath him. He leaps high, landing right in front of Liu Yi to grab his attention. Standing like a massive giant, Wu Hao flexes his bursting muscles and grins, landing directly opposite Liu Yi. He glares with smug red eyes and mocks him. "Let's see how arrogant you can be in front of me now." Meanwhile, the system alerts Liu Yi that player Wu Hao is level 50, boasting over 50,000 attack power and nearly 26,000 defense. Liu Yi looks up at him and notes, "It seems you slaughtered the rest of the Qiyu beasts, and your power has shot up." Just then, the system chimes in. Quest update. Phase 1 is complete, and the three little ones' affection for you has officially increased. Phase 2 begins with the objective to keep the little one's footing firm. You must eliminate hostile players and completely crush any resistance from the remaining Qiyu. 10 minutes left. No penalty if you fail. Safe inside the jade green barrier, Liu Yi calls out to Wu Hao, "This private territory I'm guarding has activated its shield. Do you actually dare to step inside and face me?" Liu Yi smirks, inviting him inside to kill him, and honestly, we all know his opponent is too terrified to move. Hearing this, Wu Hao breaks into a sweat, warily looking down. Suddenly, his own system notifies him that Phase 1 to prevent the little one's shell barrier from forming has failed, severely lowering the Qiyu's favorability toward him. Phase 2 begins. Eliminate the enemy player within a strict limit of 10 minutes. Failure means the Qiyu will hunt you down until you are dead. Note that forcing entry into the barrier will slash all your stats by 90%. Seeing this, Wu Hao grinds his teeth and curses in absolute rage. How did he kill those beasts so fast? I only managed to slay 500 while they stood still, yet he already wiped out 1,500 of them. He groans inwardly with a 90% stat reduction. I won't stand a chance. I have to find a way to lure him out. Once he steps out of that turtle shell, I will tear him apart instantly. The two lock eyes in silence, while Wu Hao clenches his fists in anxious dread. But how do I bait him out if he refuses to budge from the inside? I have no options. Suddenly, Liu Yi squints with a playful grin and asks, "Why so quiet? Are you trying to figure out how to lure me out of here?" Caught red-handed, Wu Hao flinches. Liu Yi takes a step forward and notes honestly, it does not need to be that complicated. He voluntarily steps beyond the protective barrier, saying he will just walk out himself, before leaping right off the little one's base platform. Landing on the ground of the Qiyu, Liu Yi calmly says, "All right, I am out. Before the words even settle, Wu Hao lunges forward with a roaring punch, shouting that stepping out is just begging to be killed. A massive explosion erupts right outside the shield as he sneers, telling him that a person should really learn to stay humble and cautious. Wu Hao laughs maniacally, mocking that a last-second debuff is completely useless, but wait, look at his face. He instantly freezes in pure shock. Liu Yi is effortlessly blocking the giant fist with his left hand, while his right hand firmly grips his pistol. Wu Hao is completely bewildered, wondering how this is even possible. My constitution stat is maxed out. He scowls, jaw dropping in absolute disbelief. Since my primary stat is constitution, combining my physical attack with this body should deal at least several 100,000 damage. Liu Yi's eyes flash with a sharp crimson glow as he responds, "Your constitution might be maxed out, but all of my stats are at the limit." At that moment, the system displays the stats for level 26 player Liu Yi. Experience is 0 out of 81,600. Calculations over 32,000. 7 basic attributes doubled, including over 50,000 attack and defense. Resistance, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, and perception are all 50,000, with 0 unallocated points. Health is at 3 million, and mana is 350,000. He reminds himself that even though his eldest kid's weapon form is only a level 20 gear, if he can keep embedding the sealing orb for 30 minutes, then during the fight that just happened, he has already pushed his speed to the absolute limit, raising all of his stats to the cap of the real world. His strike blocked. Wu Hao grinds his teeth in shock, unable to react. Next, the system announces that Liu Yi is activating Life Force Shroud at 300,000 points, boosting his next attack by 7.5 million, as Liu Yi simultaneously slices his body to pieces with a sword, stating he was simply waiting for him to show up. Before disintegrating, Wu Hao looks up and gasps out, "Who on earth are you? There is no way a player this powerful exists without me ever hearing of them." Turning around without even glancing at his crumbling opponent, Liu Yi delivers a cold final answer. At that moment, the system declares player Wu Hao dead. You receive 39,456 calculations, bringing your total to 71,801.5. Smirking, he adds, "When you meet your guild leader down in hell, go ahead and ask him yourself." Right after, a flurry of system notifications floods in, congratulating him on successfully conquering the hidden realm of protecting the 3 little ones. System notification: the oldest weapon form has been recalled. The sealing orb returned to inventory, and domain rewards are now processing. Liu Yi immediately curses, "Damn it. Wait, don't take this gun back." But the cold system ignores him. "You have gained experience. Warning: unknown interference has altered the rewards. Processing completed. Level increased by 5 to level 31. You acquired the skill Silent Imprisonment." Hearing this, Liu Yi is totally baffled. Wait, what just happened? Unknown interference? Who did that? Well, getting direct level ups instead of standard loot is actually awesome. The notifications keep rolling. You have permanently unlocked the oldest kid weapon form, the pistol. Hearing this, Liu Yi bursts out laughing. Haha, finally it is mine. The stats show a 1-minute summon duration with a 7-minute cooldown. When compression mode is active, the bullets cannot be coated with life energy, but ammo will reload automatically. Every reload takes 70 seconds with a capacity of 20 and requires level 30. Note this weapon is blessed by the eldest child. Blessing 1 kicks in when the master's level increases, while Blessing 2 automatically repairs any damaged gear. This leaves Liu Yi pretty damn confused, especially since the boost indicator on his starter plug is gone now. But honestly, this is totally normal. For a level 30 weapon, its previous power level was just way too ridiculous. The gear's rank will scale as his own level climbs, meaning the spark plug's stats will eventually rise too, but who knows how many levels he needs to reach that crazy power again. Finally, a system notification pops up confirming the dungeon is cleared and he is about to be teleported out. Hearing this, he feels lost. Wait, what? Just like that? We do not get any clues about the world's secrets? What on earth is Dia An playing at? Stepping through the basement exit, Liu Yi pinches his chin, deep in thought. Is Dia An seriously just playing games with him? He frowns, completely unsure what to make of this. Still, looking down at his gun, he has to admit he got a pretty perfect weapon. Walking away with a sour face, Liu Yi starts connecting the dots between Diao and the three spirits. What if that dungeon actually revealed the dark truth of their real world? He makes a wild guess those three little kids represent the mysterious trio who took over Mount Buchu. After all, the story intro literally stated that the three kids were banished to the world of Keidu. Could those mysterious figures have been exiled here from their own homeworld too? With one hand on his gun and the other in his pocket, Liu Yi stands outside the portal, deeply lost in thought. Could that be the answer? Honestly, that is the only logical link that ties everything together. Glancing back, he realizes this dungeon probably does not exist in a vacuum. There has got to be something bigger hiding behind it. He stares at the portal, wondering if he will ever get another shot at it. Looking at the massive gate, he cannot help but sigh. This place is so weird. He already conquered it, yet it is still standing, only locking out those who completed it. Does that mean any random player can just walk in? If everyone gets a customized weapon perfectly tailored to them, then the strategic value of this dungeon is absolutely astronomical. He needs to contact Liu Yun to get this under control immediately. Right after that, his mind starts racing again as he recalls those cryptic messages, but before doing anything, there is one major question he needs to resolve first. What exactly is Dia An, and how is he contacting him? How does he know what goes on inside these dungeons, and what is his ultimate goal? Hopping down the broken stone steps, he analyzes the situation. From their brief interactions, it is hard to tell if Dia An is friend or foe, but looking at his past life, the entity's existence is extremely shady. Resting his chin on his hand atop a boulder, Liu Yi wonders, is he actually helping? If so, then why is the real world steadily spiraling into absolute chaos? It makes no sense. According to the leader of the New Order, Dia An is basically like software. But with that program active, why is everything getting worse? Liu Yi scowls. Back in his past life, ordinary folks had zero clue about the mysterious figures controlling Mount Buchu, meaning they had not actually made their move yet. If they are the ones causing this chaos, then they definitely have covert ways of pulling the world's strings. Following that logic, a massive pile of unanswered questions begins to stack up. Could Dia An actually be one of their clever tools? On the surface, he seems to be helping us, but maybe he is secretly guiding us toward a much worse disaster. Liu Yi rests his elbows on his knees, sitting completely frozen. He clutches his head, sighing deeply. With so few trustworthy allies around, his brain naturally jumps to the worst-case scenario. But looking up, he tries to shake it off. Maybe things are not that bad. Maybe the enemies are just ridiculously strong. Suddenly, he feels pretty curious about how Dia An will guide him next. But the moment the thought crosses his mind, a system window snaps open right in front of him, giving him a huge fright. Dia An sent an invite, join the group chat, yes or no. Staring at the screen, he is stunned. A chat system? Does the real world actually have an in-game messaging function like this? He never saw anything like this in his past life or recent days. Liu Yi scowls. Did Dia An build this group himself? How does he even have that kind of authority? Right now, Liu Yi has another major question. A system like this definitely needs a core hub to operate. Once the origin world descended, players could level up and claim rewards. But where exactly is the core leveling hub located? Who is pulling the strings? He quickly realizes that Di Ying's sudden way of reaching out is incredibly similar to system notifications. This realization makes Liu Yi even more confident in his theory, especially since Di Ying somehow knows what's inside the secret realm. If he holds the core, everything finally makes sense. After Liu Yi accepts, a system message immediately pops up. It has detected your origin world ID as Ye. Do you want to continue using this name? He declines and inputs the name Yi. Instantly, the system confirms his new ID and adds him straight into the Saint group chat. Suddenly, the chat window flashes before Liu Yi's eyes. A player named Wind Sensation is typing, We finally have real power now. And with our combined strength, it is finally time to plan against the mysterious person. We can take down any enemy in our path. Watching them gossip, Liu Yi asks out of curiosity, who are these people anyway? Di Ying answers, they are elite players I assembled. Staring at the screen, he notices they are level 50. That is the absolute cap for players right now. But comparing this to the origin world, he recalls the flame transmission warning level progression is strictly tied to the level of your imperial residence. Since the real world's residence levels are lower than the origin world, no wonder the maximum boost for all attributes is capped at 50,000. Suddenly, a player named Future Seeker sends a message. Everyone here is a seasoned veteran, representing 28 different cities across Huazhou. If we gather all the level 50 players under us, we will easily amass a force of over 100,000. A player named Easygoing replies, just wait until I crush Liberal here in Wei City. Once Wei City is unified, I can help. But he instantly gets hit with a 5-minute ban talk about chat room karma. Lonely Heaven sighs, what a pair of rivals. Right now, out of Huazhou's 28 cities, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 zones are locked in absolute chaos due to fierce competition. On the other hand, Tier 3 and Tier 4 cities have far fewer players, with more average guilds quickly forming a unified front to clear out any beasts linked to the origin world. Lonely Heaven adds, but of course, that is only for Tier 1 cities that lack the 4 sovereigns. Reading this, Liu Yi frowns in curiosity at the mention of the 4 sovereigns. Lonely Heaven continues typing, Azure, Vermilion, Black, and White. I heard each of them possesses an insane team buff skill that allows their entire guilds to steamroll through any battle. Within just 5 days, their guilds have achieved total dominance over all the Tier 1 cities. A player named Infinite Chi chimes in, I heard those sovereign titles can actually be stolen simply by killing the current holder. The title immediately transfers to the Slayer. Hey, Gardener Black Sovereign, why don't you go ahead and test that theory? Lonely Heaven laughs it off chill. Black Sovereign and Infinite Chi, it was only a joke. But Gardener Black Sovereign replies, I am dead serious. I heard Vermilion Sovereign was only at level 1 when the origin world descended. Who knows if he even leveled up since then? If we hunt him down, we might actually pull it off. Lonely Heaven gasps seriously. Watching the chat, Liu Yi is stunned to realize Gardener is actually the Black Sovereign, one of the Elite 4. Wait, does this even make sense? Why is Vermilion Sovereign only level 1 when he literally runs the entire New Order guild? Suddenly, Thunderous Appearance snaps, watch your mouth. Gardener, you little punk. If you want to play dirty with me, I will make you taste death all over again. White Glove chimes in thunder. What the hell are you doing? I barely missed anything. Thunderous Appearance fires back, where is that low-class barking coming from? Since I already slaughtered your master, is there no one left to leash you? White Glove snaps back. But Raging Steam, the Vermilion Sovereign, warns them, stop bickering. We are here for serious business. Seeing this familiar name, Liu Yi's brows furrow. Meanwhile, Raging Steam, the Vermilion Sovereign, continues, we all know about the crisis hitting the real world. The best way is to gather our massive player base and overwhelm that mysterious guy with pure numbers. But we cannot go in brainless. I am officially calling upon everyone in this group. Each faction must send one trusted player over level 50 to gather intelligence for us. Xiang Yun, the Azure Sovereign, adds, you guys had better cherish this opportunity. Vermilion Sovereign personally fought to secure one slot for each of your groups. I hope you actually bring back some valuable intel. Otherwise, the 4 sovereigns will take over and send our own people to Mount Buzhou. If that happens, there is no way to verify if the intel is even real. Shenyang, the White Sovereign, sneers, Azure Sovereign. Cut the act. Just tell them straight. The vanguard sent to that place is walking into a death trap, and we are just trying to spread the losses. Gardener, the Black Sovereign, laughs White Sovereign. I really appreciate your brutal honesty. Raging Steam, the Vermilion Sovereign, interrupts, those chosen will meet in 2 days at the entrance of Mount Buzhou. Remember, all of this matters only if our world keeps spinning. If the entire world gets destroyed, then even if you rule the whole thing right now, it's completely useless. Liu Yi rests his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Is this coalition to investigate Butchu Mountain actually short on manpower, or is there some hidden motive at play? His eyes turn icy cold as he silently objects. Whatever their goal is, he refuses to support this human wave tactic. Because to Liu Yi, a human wave simply means a massive number of players will end up dead. Everyone was born in peaceful times, suddenly waking up with superhuman powers. At the peak of their lives, who actually wants to die? But if the maximum level limit for players is capped at only 50, then maybe they have no other choice. He looks back at the messages on his screen with curiosity. Seriously though, what is the ultimate goal of the cinema creating this group chat? Liu Yi analyzes the chat history. Every single member in this group is the absolute top player of their respective city. Is this system trying to give them a platform for cooperation and communication? Even though everyone in this group is definitely keeping their own secrets hidden deep inside, it seems that as long as this platform exists, no matter how deep their grudges are, these elite players now have a direct channel to talk to each other. He stares at the screen and analyzes it. The creator truly wants players to unite and join forces to launch an attack on Butchu Mountain. He recalls their time back in the territory, when Teobach led him to harvest computational power. They controlled the Emperor Conch to lure Kamwin, baiting those monsters into sending wave after wave of computational power straight to their deaths. Suddenly, Liu Yi stands up. Could the true purpose of the cinema actually be something else? And that is when things get interesting. After a heavy silence, Liu Yi just grins, declaring he will expose them all if this is the cinema's goal and their path is wrong. Grinning with pure excitement, he tells himself that he will be the one to personally deal with the mysterious figures. With absolute confidence, he knows his own level has no cap, meaning he can grow infinitely stronger. There are only 3 of those mysterious ones, and he believes his own raw strength will crush them. Liu Yi leaves his seat in the basement, muttering to himself, the crucial key to all of this is that he keeps leveling up. Stepping out of the basement, he heads straight toward the building exit. Meanwhile, outside the building, Thui Kwai and his henchmen are still kneeling on the ground, completely paralyzed with fear. The 2 of them whisper to each other, muttering that since he has been inside for so long, he probably forgot them, and they should just run. Or maybe they should look up at the building, and Thui Kwai quietly agrees to it. Yet, neither of them actually gets up, leaving the goon to nervously ask his boss why he is not moving. Tearfully, Thui Kwai groans that his legs are completely numb, and his goon instantly echoes the sentiment. Still, the boss tries to force his shaking legs to stand up while swearing. Damn it, he cannot let things end like this when a rare chance of survival is right here, all because of some numb legs. Desperate to survive, he forces himself up, crying out that he has to stand. Beside him, his goon struggles up as well, cheering them both on. Kneeling is a total disgrace, and they refuse to be cowards. But then, talk about timing. Liu Yi suddenly drops down right in front of them, absolutely scaring the daylights out of them. A map of Hoa Chao displays the 3 city territories of Kumaran, Hai City, and Sa Kung. Right now, outside a high-rise building in a corner of Hai City, thick smoke rises as a cup is smashed to pieces. Inside a sunlit room, the man who just shattered the cup yells out, demanding how this new order can bully them like this. Damn it. They have already been pushed into a corner of Hai City, yet the pressure keeps rising because those bastards do not want them alive. He is the head of the Her Hua Yuan Union branch in Hai City, and Thien Li Hai Thien clenches his fists in pure rage. What about that damn alliance? It is like a fallen tiger being cornered by dogs. Just you wait until the director leads their forces here to crush them. Suddenly, his henchman waves his hands, trying to calm him down. Brother Hai, calm down. After all, this is just a subordinate town under Dirk City. Since Dirk City is the headquarters of the New Order, being suppressed is normal. The director said as long as they keep this branch standing, it is enough. Hearing this, Li Haithien angrily slumps into his chair, cursing under his breath. They have literally become superhumans, yet they still have to take this kind of humiliating crap from others. The absolute worst part is that their own subordinates are leaving one by one to join the New Order. His henchman quickly reassures him, saying that the more people leave, the more it proves their ultimate loyalty, especially since the director is guiding them toward a brighter future. Bitch City is already completely controlled by Hua Yuan, so when they return, they will hold all the cards. But Li Haithian still frowns in disapproval, stating they must do something to change this current situation, or else returning to headquarters later will mean nothing. They will still be looked down upon as useless, suppressed losers, no matter how much credit they try to claim. Suddenly, a voice shouts out that things have gone terribly wrong, forcing him to jump up and demand what is happening. Did the new order finally attack them? Standing at the door, his panting subordinates deliver the shocking news that Ngo Haro of Sa Kung has just been brutally murdered. The newcomer is Thui Kwai. Pale-faced, he adds that they discovered an indestructible, permanent secret realm in Sa Kuang. Since the reward is a tailored weapon from this unique realm, he kept it secret to monopolize it, only to get instantly killed by the guard. Sometime later, outside the Hua Yuan branch base in Sa Kuang, Thui Kwai leads them there. Someone asks, "Is this the place?" He answers, "Yeah, right in the basement of this building." Meanwhile, Thui Kwai and his close subordinate exchange glances, wondering if he will believe it. He will probably fall for it, right? But this plan is almost too simple. Meanwhile, Li Haithian raises his eyebrows, thinking, "Ha! What an absolute windfall. Headquarters just sent over some highly critical intelligence. Finding an indestructible realm means it will not disappear even after it is conquered. Verifying with a photo guarantees a massive reward. Once I report this to the director, I can finally leave High City and return to headquarters." Then, Li Haithian takes the lead and shouts, "Let's go! Get in there!" This completely shocks Thui Kwai and his partner, who internally cry out, "Wait, what? Did he actually believe us so easily?" Moving ahead, Li Haithian is filled with anticipation, praying this is exactly the type of realm headquarters wants. Entering the building with everyone, he imagines returning to headquarters in complete glory. And look at this, suddenly, a terrified Li Haithian runs out at full speed, screaming, "Holy crap! What on earth is that thing? It literally dodged every single one of our attacks." Screaming as he flees, Li Haithian orders them stop talking and run. Once outside, someone shouts, "Boss, looks like it is not chasing us." A lackey peers at the first floor, noting its range of movement seems strictly limited to the building. Seeing this, Li Haithian observes and laughs, "You are right. It stopped." He then asks his crew if everyone made it out alive. A subordinate reports no deaths, but several brothers got pretty badly injured. The guy voices his doubts, noting the guard is highly agile and has a strictly fixed zone of activity. He wonders if the tactics they used against this type of boss in the origin realm would work in reality. Another guy eagerly asks, "Did you guys see all those precious gems and gear scattered all over the floor? They must have been dropped by victims of the guard. Snatching those gems would surely boost low-level grunt morale and drastically reduce our staff turnover." Meanwhile, Li Haithian checks a text on his phone. It says the data collected from the Hua Yuan site highly matches the director's description, but the photos are too blurry. They need clearer pictures, ideally a complete shot of the entrance to the secret realm. Reading this, he frowns, realizing they have to go back inside for another run. Suddenly, his excited lackeys pump their fists and suggest, "Boss, let's try our origin realm strategies on that guard. It will definitely work. If it works, we can lock down this special realm and score a massive batch of high-tier gear too. That would be a huge boost to grunt morale." Hearing this, Li Haithian agrees it makes perfect sense. He commands them to call everyone over. The Hua Yuan crew shouts in agreement, while behind a rock, Thui Kwai and his buddy sweat bullets. Dumbfounded, Thui Kwai stammers they actually walked out of there alive. His sidekick wonders if the boss spared them for being too few. Honestly, they are not even scared. They are actually calling for backup. That is terrifying. Walking straight into our boss's trap step by step. Suddenly, the sidekick asks with a dark expression, "Wait, is it really okay for us to betray our own people like this?" But Thui Kwai replies coldly, "This is entirely on their own greed. It has nothing to do with us. Not our problem." Elsewhere, The Hao Hua Yuan crowd rushes over, grumbling, "What is the emergency? Why summon us so fast? Seriously, I just got my first love to come over for some fun, and now I have to leave." "Oh, you mean that innocent hot girl you mentioned? Let me have a turn when you are done." "No problem. Easy." Nearby, another group gossips. "Damn. I just slaughtered that guy who crossed me in the origin realm and did not even clean up my room yet. Make it quick, or my place will start to reek." Some are just casually gossiping with each other. "I heard some wild noises from your place last night. How many things did you break? Come over tonight and count them yourself. You have no idea. My old coworker was like a total dog." "Haha. Did he even fight back?" Walking toward the realm building, another replies, "Probably just accepted his fate, since the world has completely changed anyway." Back at the scene, Lai Haithian's subordinate reports, "Happily, boss, all of our high city staff have arrived." Looking up at a group crouching on a nearby balcony, he adds, "Though half of them are actually hiding in the building behind us." Seeing their hesitation, Li Haithian curses them for being cowards. These guys are supposed to be top-tier players back in the origin world, but out here in reality, they instantly chicken out. To be fair, you cannot exactly respawn in the real world. He turns to his subordinate and asks if the weapons are ready. The guy replies they are, but most people are just using rocks they found. Since there is no weapon shop around, rocks are all they have, but throwing them should still pack quite a punch. Li Haitien barks out that will have to do. "Tuote, you are the fastest. Get in there and bait out the dungeon guardian." Tuote nods and dashes right into the first floor. At the exact same time, Li Haitien yells out to direct the rest. "Everyone focus up. We only get one shot at this, so aim carefully and make your attacks count." The lackeys grip their throwing rocks and shout in agreement. But even after 10 whole minutes, the ground floor of the building remains completely silent. Tuote is still nowhere to be seen. Lai Haithian scowls, wondering why he is not out yet after 10 whole minutes. What is taking so long? Behind him, his subordinates start whispering, wondering if the kid got wiped out by the guardian. That makes no sense, because even if he died, he would have screamed. But wait, hear those footsteps? Lai Haithian points and yells, "There he is!" But the one stepping into the light is actually the dungeon guardian they were just talking about. He stands at the entrance, cloaked hood up and sword in hand, smirking under his cowl as if enjoying the crowd. Outside the dungeon, the Hao Hua Yuan guild members watch in absolute silence. Lai Haithian looks completely bewildered, wondering why only the dungeon guardian came out. Where is their bait? Did the greedy brat try to steal the treasure inside and end up getting himself killed? But then he shakes his head and immediately throws that theory out because it just does not add up. If the kid died, why would the guardian leave his post? Maybe the traitor grabbed some loot and ran off to keep it for himself. He curses under his breath. No wonder the bastard did not even hesitate when asked to bait the mob. Whatever, he decides to fight now and settle the score later, staring at the guardian standing in the dark lobby to plan his move. The best part is this special dungeon cannot be destroyed, so once it is dead, he can take high-quality photos for headquarters. He glances back at his trembling men and sneers. These cowards are only good at acting tough when they have the upper hand. Lai Haithian steps forward to calm them down, telling them not to worry while he holds it off for their attack. He wants a quick victory. Taking down this guardian should be enough to boost their pathetic morale. Striding forward empty-handed, he boasts that a dumb monster bound by system rules is no match for them. His men are shocked by his confidence, but he is actually sweating bullets inside. It worked like this in the game, so reality should be exactly the same. Stopping a safe distance from the entrance, he figures this is close enough. Inside, the guardian stands completely still, glaring with glowing red eyes. Feeling slightly anxious, he tells himself there is no turning back now. Plus, the mob's aggro range has to be limited, so he should be perfectly safe. He raises his palm, channeling a burst of magic, and commands his men to launch their attack. Seeing this, the lackeys raise their rocks, shouting that since the guardian is not attacking, their boss must have been right. Everyone charges, throwing stones to kill the guardian just like in the game. Lai Haithian thrusts his hand forward as blue energy wraps around his body. The Guardian still does not move an inch. Smirking, he thinks their prediction was right on the money. Under these conditions, this high-value dungeon is basically already ours. But oh man, watch this. Out of nowhere, a blinding slash cuts Li Haithian clean in half. In the blink of an eye, the Guardian leaps forward and blitzes right past Li Haithian. The move leaves the Hao Hua Yuan Guild completely frozen in shock, while Li Haithian stares down in disbelief. Because under that hood, Liu Yi is grinning with pure joy. A second later, Li Haithian collapses and dissolves into thin air. Meanwhile, Liu Yi moves like a streak of lightning, weaving through the bewildered crowd. The system alerts that Lai Lukthian yielded 2,300 points, while Tran Tak Tu gave 1,700. Su Chan, 4,300. Duong Tianwen yielded 2,700, as Hao Hua Yuan members are sent flying into the sky. Ngota Fengtu yielded 3,300, raising his level to 32, and Tong Tuyen Nyo gave 2,700. The more points he gets, the wilder Liu Yi attacks. Witnessing his brutal onslaught, the Hao Hua Yuan members scream in sheer terror, asking what is going on. "This is nothing like the plan," they yell. "Run!" Instantly, they scramble to escape, shouting that they knew this would happen. Anyone staying in Duke City should have left the Hao Hua Yuan long ago. They are totally useless. But before they can even get away, Liu Yi strikes like a beam of light, launching them all into the air. Watching from a nearby building, some onlookers curse in disbelief, shocked that their entire squad is getting completely slaughtered. They turn and scream, telling everyone to run because they just ran into a monster no one can handle. This beast is way too strong, so whatever it is guarding must be legendary. Wanna die? Treasure is only worth something if you survive. Out of nowhere, a massive boulder crashes straight down on the balcony, where those onlookers were just standing. Then Liu Yi flashes a savage, delighted grin as the system constantly spams him with calculation power bonus points. Liu Yi goes absolutely wild, tearing through the crowd to farm endless calculation power, and the system instantly bumps his level to 35, then 36. One of the lackeys runs for his life, screaming out, "I am not playing this game anymore. I quit." But he does not get far before Liu Yi cuts him off with his sword. The guy cowers in absolute terror, shielding his face and stammering, "What kind of monster is this?" Suddenly another teammate, his eyes rolling back in pure panic, screams he is a bloodthirsty demon, a cold-blooded killer. Liu Yi steps forward, resting his foot on a boulder. He smirks at them. "A cold-blooded killer? No, no, no." He says, "The only targets I kill are players, and players with backups are not even real humans anyway." Imagine standing in a sea of floating, glowing orbs. Liu Yi looks around, sighing that he is finally done. A few manage to escape, but the system screen pops up, showing player Liu Yi has reached level 38. 0 experience out of 132,200, plus over 3,000 calculation power. Strength, agility, and physique are all 79. Resistance is 16. Intelligence 459. Perception 78. With assignable points remaining, HP is at 790. Perception 918. Liu Yi stares at the panel, completely lost in thought. He frowns in annoyance. Wiping out the entire high city back garden only got him to level 38. Looks like he needs to head to their main headquarters next. Grinning, Liu Yi calls out for Thui Kuai. The guy scrambles out of his hiding spot immediately, asking, "Boss, we are here. What do you need us to do?" Liu Yi instructs him, "You guys are free now, so think of this as a personal request from me." This completely blindsides Thui Kuai. "Huh?" Liu Yi looks down with a menacing glare, demanding obedience. "Can you get me a ride to Big City?" Meanwhile, in the ruins of High City, rescue workers are digging through the rubble for any survivors. High-level players are also chipping in, helping to clear away the massive piles of heavy debris. Perched on a rock, Liu Yi scrolls through the system interface, watching a flood of messages take over the chat. Is the entire Engu Ville Tianlu faction missing? Are they dead or what? Is this a cheap trick by you 4 leaders to ruin our plans? There is no need to be this furious. Thuan Dung Bok Thursday. It is not just your team. Everyone went completely dark. Our own crew vanished too. And since they are only missing, we cannot assume they are dead. That group was your family's pride and joy. Nuvi Le Tien Lu. We barely have any top-tier players left, and losing even one level 50 powerhouse is massive. Do you have any idea how much we just lost? Thuan Dung Bak Thu. Nobody forced you to join. Now is really not the time to argue. Kinong Dung Dung Chu Thursday. But we must analyze the intelligence we got, or else those people went missing for absolutely nothing. Nyo Mei Kung Se is right. If we gather some useful insights, we might actually save the first scout team that went in. Then get to work. Nu Vi Le Tien Lu replies. Let me summarize the situation first. Kinong Dung Dung Chu Thu types. Liu Yi frowns. It has already been 3 days since he slipped into this group chat. The scouting party heading to Batchu Sun gathered and set off yesterday. But nobody expected the entire team to go completely silent in just one single day. Then the leader of the New Order continues laying out his analysis. Ki Nong Dung Dung Chu Thu explains that just like when the primordial world descended, no signals escape Batchu Sun. They can only rely on direct sight. Even high-tech thermal scopes and specialized detection gear are totally useless there. And get this, the next long paragraph he drops makes the situation sound even more terrifying. The moment a player crosses into Batchu Sun, spatial distortions warp their actual position, making it impossible to track them without raw vision. We can only catch glimpses of players popping up randomly in various corners of Batchu Sun that are visible to our direct sight. Eventually, their physical bodies start getting pulled apart by these spatial forces, and once this phenomenon takes over, those players vanish completely right before our very eyes. They do not actually drop dead in our line of sight, which is why I am calling them missing instead of dead. That message instantly triggers a massive debate in the chat. Reading the updates, Liu Yi scratches his chin, wondering if this spatial warping means they are missing or if they are already dead. Is the outer perimeter really that dangerous? Below them, a bunch of high-tier players chime in with their thoughts, starting with Yuan Ding Huyen Thursday. First, we must fix that strange discrepancy. Our Huayuan Guild is pausing its investigation. Let White Glove do the talking. Tucheng leaders, listen closely. Do not let any subordinates head toward the northern part of the city during these days. Mirror Moon Lake has been active. Even White Glove has no clue. It continues until we stop that cold do-gooder. It looks like we failed to find any treasure. Again, looking at how vast this Huayuan place is, Liu Yi is left utterly and completely stunned, silently wondering if absolutely everyone is packed up and left. Why on earth did the entire Huayuan branch in Tucheng leave? Studying the map showing Bicheng, Tucheng, and Yiqing, he figures that no matter their motives, gathering this massive crowd is actually a pretty huge advantage for him. Liu Yi smiles with satisfaction. Meanwhile, over at the Bicheng Huayuan headquarters, someone reports that they have finally confirmed the target. He is in Haicheng, under Yicheng. Yuan Ding frowns while listening to his subordinate, who explains a level 2 water monster noticed the abnormality. Pointing to the projector screen, the subordinate suggests sending Old Bai to handle it. If those people can actually survive and return, we have nothing to worry about. Hand in pocket, Yuan Gu speculates that if everyone vanished, it must be Ye, especially since all Haisheng personnel have lost contact. Having this much power points to either the New Order or Ye, and we already have a deal with the New Order. Before cutting ties entirely, they would keep at least one tiny branch to communicate directly with our forces, no matter how small. Standing nearby, White Glove listens closely to his words and agrees. So they are placing the ambush in Tucheng, between Bicheng and Yicheng. And get this, shadow intelligence reveals something even more wild. Ever since the Origin Realm was created, Ye's level has been completely reset too. But he can still rapidly upgrade his title by hunting down players, allowing him to bypass any level limits. Yuan Ding keeps listening with a grimace. If Yi wants to level up fast without turning every single player against him, he must pick a specific, heavily populated location to completely wipe out an entire group of targets. Yuan Gu reasons that if every single member of that target group dies, he can just fabricate a lazy excuse to escape any player backlash. The sudden disappearance of their Haicheng members proves that we are his chosen prey, meaning the moment we gather together, He is guaranteed to show up here. Yuan-gu slams his hand on the table, furiously declaring that to protect Ho-Ho-Wai-Yuan and eliminate him, and to guarantee they steal his coveted title, this upcoming battle is definitely their absolute and only chance now. Otherwise, once his level climbs higher, he will easily slaughter every last one of us, Yuan-gu warns. To cover all bases in case Ye doesn't actually view them as primary targets, they need to prepare some extra bait, like kidnapping active players or anyone connected to Ye, to force him straight into their deadly trap. Meanwhile, back at Liu Yi's residence in Haicheng, the two brothers are talking, with Liu Yun asking if they can rescue his guild members on their way to Tucheng. He asks how they are doing while studying a map that shows the path from Yicheng to Tucheng. Sighing, Liu Yun reports that the last intel says they were captured by Hua Yuan, suffering a fate worse than death. Hearing this, Liu Yi frowns and asks if this is the actual road they must take. Is this the route between Yicheng and Tucheng, or just the locations facing serious trouble? Liu Yun explains that the route is just heavily occupied by Hua Yuan, urging him to only save them if his safety is guaranteed. Liu Yi confidently replies that he will assist if possible, using the chance to farm some extra experience. A black car roars to life, taking us straight into the action on these winding mountain roads. With the water monster driving and his sidekick next to him, Liu Yi checks his broken weapon on the screen. The interface displays his stats, level 38, 0 experience points, and his titles. Looking at his skills, he realizes embedding the sealed orb into his weapon breaks it after 30 minutes, requiring a 30-minute cooldown. So that is why the equipment suggestions warned him about the weapon durability. But once he reaches level 50, embedding those orbs should be completely harmless, right? Relaxing in the back seat in his new yellow gear, Liu Yi notes his intelligence attribute has finally surpassed 100. With the sealed orb active, having a stat exceed 100 caused absolutely zero bugs or system conflicts. Stretching his arms, Liu Yi grins, silently thanking the tower's top ranker for gifting him those 100 points. Just looking at my base stats right now, I have already surpassed level 60 in the primordial realm. It is basically a quick comparison of my stat values, titles, and gear slots. Then Liu Yi frowns, calculating that if the sealed warding pearl gear is equipped in his bag, his current strength is already 1.5 times what it was back in the primordial realm. That means once he hits level 60 again, he can head straight for Mount Buchu to stop the apocalypse. Suddenly, Thui Kwai reports to him, "Boss Liu, the road ahead is completely destroyed, and the car cannot pass. But the city is not far now," leaving Liu Yi quite puzzled. Right now, they are standing directly in front of a massive, deep fissure cutting right through the highway. He stands on the cliff's edge, noting the city lies just ahead, while Thui Kwai and his lackey break into a cold sweat behind him. Staring at the hazy city in the distance, Liu Yi recalls his past life, remembering a special relic called the safety rope that could link players directly to transcendent-grade items. It was on the same tier as the Donghuang relic, yet a completely powerless player ended up claiming it. Liu Yi continues to look back. Even though that guy had zero raw power, relying on this weapon allowed him to become one of the top-ranked players in the entire previous timeline. Unfortunately, the requirements to use it were brutal, and the backlash killed him not long after, causing the legendary item to vanish along with his death. Transcendent items cannot be destroyed, so it must still be around. Liu Yi leaps across the gap, telling them to head back now. To safely explore Mount Buchu, maybe he can use that rope to establish a connection between players inside and outside of Mount Buchu, keeping everyone safe. He leaps the chasm and runs along the road into the city, murmuring his plan. Conveniently, some members of the new alliance in this city are currently in deep trouble, so he might as well check things out and swipe the item. As he walks away, Thui Kwai and his lackey slump exhausted against their car. The subordinate sighs in relief. Is that monster of a man finally letting us go for good? Thui Kwai looks at his hands sadly when we get back. I am living a quiet life. No more schemes. This world is way too dangerous. Beside him, his lackey weeps, agreeing that he desperately wishes to go back to the old days. Back then, raw muscle was at least enough to make a decent living and earn some respect. Now, We are surrounded by total freaks, and one small mistake means instant death. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is absolutely flying down the road, charging straight ahead. Suddenly, he halts, staring at the dense cloud of smoke and dust ahead, noting that the entire city is swallowed by a rapidly thickening fog. Is this weird fog connected to the safety rope? Honestly, there is no telling what kind of crazy danger is waiting inside. Out of nowhere, a terrified man runs out, sprinting straight toward Liu Yi. But a sudden rope flies from behind, wrapping around his neck and violently snapping him backward. Liu Yi recoils as the man is suddenly hoisted into midair, completely strangled. Within seconds, the victim goes completely limp and motionless. Frowning, Liu Yi watches closely, knowing he cannot afford to make a reckless move. Right then, a system notification pops up, warning him that the target is locked behind an unknown barrier, making it impossible to approach or use any recovery skills. Looking ahead right now, aside from the man who was just strangled, Liu Yi can make out countless other corpses floating in the fog. He backs away following the system warning, spotting more and more bodies hanging in the air. Frowning, he realizes they are all different. Men, women, young and old. With a grim expression, Liu Yi decides to press forward, knowing this transcendent item is his only shot at finding a way inside Mount Buchu. If he lets this single opportunity slip through his fingers when he actually has a real shot at it, stepping forward slowly, he knows he will absolutely regret it for the rest of his life. Moving through the heavy fog, Liu Yi enters a completely abandoned city. There is not a soul in sight, only dead bodies hanging silently in the gray sky. Stroking his chin in deep thought, he continues walking until a rope drops down, catching his eye. The moment he takes a step left, the rope shifts with him. When he steps right, the rope shrinks back. Frowning, Liu Yi scans his surroundings, alertly glancing to his right to figure out the trick. So that is how it works. Just to his right, he spots a glowing dungeon portal. He deduces that if you move away from the portal, the deadly rope will keep extending up to 50 meters before instantly launching an attack. But as long as you head toward the portal, whether you freeze in place or move sideways, the rope will never show up. However, with every single step you take closer, the rope's trigger point gets completely reset. Turning his gaze toward the dungeon, he realizes the transcendent artifact he is searching for is hidden right inside this very zone. If he can just conquer this limitless dungeon, he will most likely be able to claim that legendary gear. Still, he calculates his moves carefully, knowing he needs to gather intel first rather than blindly rushing into danger. Hopefully, those stranded New Alliance members that Liu Yun mentioned might have some crucial info on this strange dungeon. At the exact same time, in another place, an iron-gloved fist slams hard into a wall, shattering the brick. A blue-haired man stands there, his punch resting right next to another guy's neck. Chi Hao screams in absolute fury, "So what if you accidentally killed your own girlfriend? What is the big deal?" Meanwhile, the guy he's intimidating is Kai Yan, who looks completely devastated. Chi Hao grabs his friend by the collar and snaps, "You are a player, and a high-level one at that. In a world like this, cannot you just find another woman whenever you want?" But Kai Yan is totally brain-dead, showing absolutely zero reaction. Losing his mind, Chiu Hao throws his friend onto the ground and barks, "You useless trash. If you were not my childhood friend, I would have abandoned you a long time ago." He grits his teeth, clenches his fist, and yells, "Wake the hell up. Pull out that dungeon guide you are so good at and get us out of here. Whether you live or die is up to you." Suddenly, Chi Hao flinches when he hears the Huhua Yuan guild members shout that they found them. He frowns and wonders, did those bastards actually find us? He grabs Kai Yan by the wrist and tells him to move, but his friend does not even try to stand up. Frustrated, Chi Hao curses under his breath, bends down, drapes Kai Yan's arm over his shoulder to hoist him up, and mutters another curse. With tears welling in his eyes, Chiu Hao grits his teeth, thinking, "You are my best brother. I cannot let you die here like this." But before they can make it far, a crowd appears right ahead of them. Chiu Hao quickly looks around, trying to find another route to escape. Too late. A voice booms from that direction. "Go ahead. Try running again." A man holding a longsword blocks their path and growls, "Damn it, you killed so many of our brothers. Today, I am going to chop both your corpses up to feed the dogs. If you had just refused to join the Shinming alliance, we would have been good. But now, death is your only option." Hearing this, Kai Yan, still completely depressed, mutters out, "I am sorry. This is all my fault for showing off." Kai Yan then gets shoved flat onto the dirt, wielding dual swords. Chu Hao barks, "If you really want to apologize, snap out of it right now. Let's break out of here together." Suddenly, someone screams, "Kill him!" The weaker goons are guarding the exit, while the crew-cut punk charges with his sword, and another teammate of his rushes in from the other side. Both enemies charge at Chi Hao from opposite sides. With Kai Yan stuck in the middle of the path, Chi Hao must parry both attackers alone. Even in a 2-on-1 fight, Chi Hao refuses to back down, blocking every single strike without missing a beat. Suddenly, a heavy blow catches him in the gut. Grimacing, Chi Hao struggles to fight back, but the iron-gloved thug delivers another brutal punch to his stomach, making him spit up blood. Instantly, another goon grabs his neck, pinning his hand to the wall with a sword. Now, completely pinned down, Chu Hao ignores the searing pain and spits out curses at these absolute trash heaps. "If you did not use normal humans to corner me, I would have never drained this much of my energy. He keeps trash-talking, you guys are barely level 50, and you think you can take me down?" The crew-cut punk just smirks, drawing a glowing blue blade to mock him. "Just accept your death, because you have got absolutely no way out of this." He raises his sword to strike, leaving Chu Hao completely wide-eyed and terrified. Even the gods cannot save you now. But look at this, the brain-dead friend suddenly leaps into action. Kai Yan leaps in, taking the crew-cut punk's blade right for Chi Hao. With dark circles under his eyes, he gasps, "Run." Using every ounce of his remaining strength, Kai Yan slams a heavy blow into the gloved thug's chest, freeing Chi Hao. Stunned, Chi Hao can only watch as his friend shields him. As Kai Yan turns back to yell at him, a sharp blade suddenly pierces right through his leg. The crew-cut punk slashes his stomach while snapping, "What are you trying to do, you worthless piece of trash?" Kai Yan's eyes roll back as his mouth gapes open, and his body digitalizes, logging out of existence. Chu Hao screams in despair, "Kai Yan!" Gritting his teeth in pure agony, he spins around to run. But one of the thugs sneers, trying to leave already, and throws a glowing blue sword. The blade impales Chu Hao's calf, making him scream out in agony as he crashes face first onto the ground. Looking down, the crew-cut punk mocks, leaving, "Did you ask for our permission first?" Chi Hao glares back at him, burning with rage. The punk laughs, but thinking about it, killing you quickly is too easy. I should thank Kai Yan for getting in the way. He squats right in front of Chi Hao, narrowing his eyes with a sick grin. "You and Kai Yan like the same girl, right? She picked him. What a shame for you." And the next words out of his mouth will absolutely turn your stomach. He wipes his mouth with a disgusting smirk. "Don't worry. We gave her a thorough lesson for you. The night before she died, she was incredibly delicious." Chi Hao's world shatters as the truth hits him. That's why she forced herself to die by Kai's hands. He springs up, screaming, "You absolute animal!" Suddenly, a cold blade presses against Chi Hao's neck, stopping him cold. With a sadistic grin, the crew-cut punk sneers, "This is all your fault." Then, he taunts him with a cruel laugh, "Are you mad? An animal got to touch the woman you couldn't. And now, he is about to end you too." With a maniacal laugh, Spiky Hair swings his sword right at Kauharo's throat. He sneers, "You're not getting a happy ending. You're dead." "What? Were you hoping some hero would magically appear to wipe us out and leave our bodies to rot in the dirt? Keep dreaming." Nearby, his partner just crosses his arms, laughing as he listens to him run his mouth. "Even if someone does show up, you'll already be dead anyway, so too bad you won't get to see it." Kauharo's eyes roll back as smoke rises from his neck, but a second later he snaps back to life. He blinks, utterly confused by the glowing green plus signs floating all around him. He's somehow completely fine, his health bar fully restored. Meanwhile, the two Harhuayuan thugs stare in absolute shock. "Who goes there?" they scream, spotting Liu Yi landing just a short distance away. He steps forward, sword in hand, with a cold smirk the messenger of justice. Spiky Hair scoffed and looked at his partner. Where do these busybodies even come from? Sticking their noses into other people's business. Take him out together. But wait. Next thing we know, their swords are dropped and they're kneeling, crying. Big brother, I was wrong. I was just talking complete nonsense because I was angry. Please. I didn't actually do anything. I'm only following orders for someone else. I don't know anything about what he said. Then, one thug grabs Liu Yi's leg. Boss. You have to believe us. We only wanted to target those Tan Min guys. We haven't done anything bad, I swear. We're the good guys here, really. If anything, those other guys are the ones who slaughtered so many of our brothers. Before he can even finish, a sword pulsing with red energy impales his head straight into the dirt. Liu Yi smirks, but I'm with Tan Min too. So what now? Spiky Hair gasps in pure terror, his jaw dropping instantly. Ko Haro's eyes burn blood red as he steps up behind Spiky Hair, driving his sword straight through his chest. Die, you absolute animal. Ko Haro stands in silent darkness, face cast in shadow. Liu Yi sighs. I'm sorry, I got here too late. Wiping away his tears, Ko Haro mumbles, no, I'm just too weak. He turns back with an expression of pure agony. Clenching his fists, he looks up at Liu Yi and lets out a heavy sigh. You saved my life, and I should just hand over the files Athai gathered. But instead he suddenly drops to his knees. Can I please ask? He desperately shouts out, can I use these documents to beg you for a favor? Can you help me kill Tar Ta Feng of Hua Yuan? Tears stream down his face. The tragedies that destroyed me, Athai and Tiu Tiu, all started with him. I need revenge. Liu Yi simply stares back, offering no immediate response. After a long silence, he whispers something to Ko Haro in the dark alleyway. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, bizarre ropes hang suspended from the sky. Two figures stand near a glowing green orb. A man wearing a mask over his right eye waves his hands, trying to make excuses. Boss Ta Feng, please. There's no need for this. We've already tried so many times. You don't have to send me in there. The gray-haired man chuckles. You know the rules. Only by racking up enough points do we players from Hua Yuan get to resurrect. Meet Tar Ta Feng, the ruthless leader of the Hua Yuan faction in Bichthir. With his hands in his pockets, he explains that just like in a video game, this respawn system allowed them to easily conquer Bichthir and expand so quickly. Even if I die here, my points are more than enough to bring me back. But for a weakling like you, maybe not. The masked man breaks into a cold sweat. Suddenly, Tar Ta Feng clenches his fist with a dark look. I can give you enough points to revive, as long as you obey. If you don't, I'll slaughter you right now and then. Hunt down your entire family back in Bichthir. Terrified, the masked man stumbles backward. Boss Ta Feng, please, let's not do anything rash here. Tar Ta Feng snaps, then get moving and do the experiment. The masked man quickly nods, I'm going. With a sinister glint in his eyes, Tar Ta Feng tosses him a flask. Here is a health potion from the game. Let's see if it actually works. The masked man gulps. Thank you, Boss Ta Feng. He steps forward as the quiet ropes suddenly move, zeroing in on him. As he takes a step, slam. Ropes wrap around his neck and waist, instantly launching him into the sky. Talk about brutal. Tar Ta Feng watches from below. Analyzing the numbers, his health bar is draining insanely fast. And that potion isn't doing a single thing. From way up high, the masked man screams, I can't hold on anymore. Boss Ta Feng, please take care of my family. Tar Ta Feng scowls, crossing his arms in sheer annoyance. Another one dead. Just how high is the difficulty level of this dungeon? The only way out of this zone is to let these ropes pull you through. But the second they bind you, your health plummets and potions can't heal the damage. Tar Ta Feng stares at the ropes, deep in thought. If those ropes catch you, the only way to survive is if you have a teammate who specializes in healing. As far as he knows, healing requires either a special constitution or an elite recovery item, and both are incredibly rare. The first method requires a unique build only available to players at level 55 or higher. And as for the second option, it's just a myth he's never actually witnessed in person. Clutching his head, he groans, damn it. I thought this dungeon was free loot, but it's a total death trap. Then Ta Feng looks at the dungeon door and sighs, will the next wave of players bring me some luck? Please, just send a Vital Realm player in here already. He is completely daydreaming, but reality is giving him a massive headache. Once you step inside this massive, unlimited type of dungeon, there is absolutely no escape. Even worse, it does not give a single hint on how to clear it. If it had normal hints, I would have conquered it ages ago. And right on cue, a panicked group rushes in screaming for help, leaving Ta Feng completely shocked and startled. What is going on? Elsewhere, Cao Hao is sharing some crucial intel. This data was recovered by Tai before the Hao Hua Yuan crew surrounded him. Projecting it onto his system screen, Cao Hao explains that Tai was a true genius at clearing dungeons. He leveled up much faster than anyone else. Yet, because of that, he neglected his weapon mastery, leaving him with no real combat power. Pointing to a diagram of connected circles, Cao Hao recalls what Tai once told him. In that dungeon, only one area has ropes. To conquer it, we must. The only thing we can do is let the ropes outside the platform grab us, pulling us up to the summit. Pointing to the screen, he adds that at any given moment, the fewer people bound by the ropes, the more health they lose. Conversely, more people bound means less health lost. The absolute key is to never fight back. If you do not resist, your health will lock at exactly 20% after surviving round 1. As Liu Yi listens closely, Cao Hao warns that if anyone struggles, their health will drop constantly until they die. That is exactly how Tai lost 5 companions. Upon reaching the end, 20 doors will appear. When Tai arrived there, he instinctively chose the second door. Passing through it instantly kicked him out of the dungeon and back to reality. Looking from afar, Cao Hao notes that Tai definitely did not clear that dungeon. But after leaving that province, those ropes simply never attacked him ever again. Tai guessed that the choice of doors does not really matter, since they only serve as player checkpoints. With tears welling up, Cao Hao adds that to fully conquer this dungeon, the most likely condition is to make every single rope inside the dungeon submit to the player. He did not find the exact method, but mentioned it requires a player in the Vital Realm. He originally wanted to bring me and Tutu along to escape the rope's control, so we could figure out how to beat it together. Cao Hao wipes his tears, saying sadly, but just as we were about to enter, the Hao Hua Yuan faction seized control of the entrance. We ended up clashing with the Hao Hua Yuan thugs. Looking at the dungeon, Cao Hao asks Brother Lu, "How do we get in?" The entrance is completely locked down, but since they are always looking for players to help clear the dungeon, we could pretend to join them to sneak inside. But Liu Yi simply smirks and replies, "Humph, that is way too slow." Cao Hao is utterly baffled at first, but then his eyes go wide as the realization hits him. And check this out, countless swords are driven deep into the ground. Walking past the blades, our resident tyrant Liu Yi says we just kill some, chase away the rest, and head inside to clear the dungeon. The system notification pops up, current players inside is 15, max is 20. You have entered the large-scale unlimited dungeon, find the safety ropes. At the same time, a figure can be seen walking through the dungeon portal. Liu Yi smiles as he steps past the gate. Inside, a bunch of Hao Hua Yuan goons have already gathered. The terrified henchmen standing behind Ta Feng quickly report the bad news. "Boss Ta Feng, they are all dead. Our brothers outside the dungeon were wiped out by him. What is even worse is that no one could even block a single strike from him." Frowning, Ta Feng asks, "Where on earth did this guy come from? Going so far as to wipe out everyone is pretty ruthless. That is not cool." Hearing this, Liu Yi is slightly confused. "Ta Feng?" Hearing his name, Ta Feng shoves his hands into his pockets and asks with curiosity, "You know me?" Suddenly, Liu Yi completely vanishes from the spot, shocking everyone. Liu Yi's stats pop up, showing he is level 38 with 0 experience. With over 100,000 combat power, 2250 perception, nearly 120,000 health, and almost 30,000 willpower, Liu Yi taunts, "I do not know you, but someone begged me to kill you." Instantly appearing right in front of Ta Feng, Liu Yi unleashes his soft fist. But the boss is no pushover and catches the incoming fist barehanded. A system notification reveals that his soft force skill is capable of absorbing attacks, heavily amplifying the power of his very next strike. Suddenly, Ta Feng grabs Liu Yi's fist with one hand and swings his other, unleashing a blue-white energy while screaming in pure rage. Take this back. The massive shockwave from their clash explodes in all directions, forcing the nearby Hao Hua Yuan members to shield their eyes in absolute panic. Ta Feng praises his opponent. Your attack power is pretty insane. No wonder my men outside got wiped out in a split second. Facing him, Liu Yi retorts, absorbing damage and redirecting it, huh? Let's see just how many times you can actually pull that off. To his side, Ta Feng holds out his hand and flat out admits, I cannot absorb damage multiple times, but I can temporarily force you to only be able to land a single hit on me. At the same time, the system displays that his soft force slows and limits the target's speed, including but not limited to movement speed, attack speed, and skill recovery speed. Instantly, Liu Yi freezes in shock. His own fist is moving at a snail's pace. Sweating bullets, Liu Yi glares at his hands, quickly stepping back on his toes to leap away, creating some distance between himself and Ta Feng. As Liu Yi smirks at what is ahead, Ta Feng suddenly calls out, why stop attacking all of a sudden? I still have 4 skills left, so let's see who finishes who. Hearing this, Liu Yi rests a hand on his hip, praising him. Not bad strength, we can cooperate, leaving Ta Feng thoroughly confused. Then Liu Yi continues, I have the strategy for this secret dungeon. Let's team up and clear it together. But in his mind, he knows they are evenly matched. They can beat this using the Thai and Gone strategy, since more players mean less health gets drained from everyone. Not knowing the exact rate, he decides to keep him alive. Suddenly, Ta Feng asks, you have the guide. Then he crosses his arms, frowning and mocking, what trash. You think I'd trust someone who just attacked me? If I follow you, I'll end up dead. But inside his head, he calculates what he is saying might actually be true. Otherwise, a powerhouse like him wouldn't just dive right in, especially while pulling a whole group of other players along with him. Hearing this, Liu Yi doesn't get angry at all, only smirking and staring back. Moments later, Ta Feng speaks up again, continuing his rant. Even if everything you say is true, if you let me and my underlings go, that means without us, you can't clear this dungeon. Basically, you are begging us. Behind him, his men whisper in shock. Can it really be interpreted that way? That's our boss, Ta Feng, for you. In just seconds, we've grabbed the upper hand. Ta Feng then smirks arrogantly, saying, if you want to beg, you need to show some respect. Now, beg me to clear this secret dungeon with you, and maybe I'll reluctantly agree to help out. Just like 2 days ago when a girl begged, offering absolutely anything in exchange for me freeing her 2 companions, there is always a heavy price to pay. And get this, completely ignoring his loud barking, Liu Yi just walks directly toward those massive hanging ropes and mutters that words won't solve anything. So since you put it that way, I'll go all the way. Watching his moves, the members of the Hua Yuan group whisper, what is that guy doing? By the ropes, as they move closer, Liu Yi points and yells, here is some news. To clear this secret dungeon, you must let these ropes drag you all the way to the end, which automatically beats the stage. But during the process, anyone caught by the ropes will have their health drop rapidly. Then, Liu Yi adds, but the total damage these ropes deal is entirely fixed. The more players grabbed by the ropes at the exact same time, the lower the damage becomes, making it way easier to clear. Hearing this, Ta Feng laughs crazily and mocks, haha, you idiot, isn't that great news for us? In that case, there is 0 reason for me to team up with you. But Liu Yi's reaction is completely unexpected. Shrugging his shoulders with wide arms, he asks, so, what's next? Pointing a finger, Liu Yi replies, you didn't think the guide was that simple, did you? You should know, this is actually the only piece of useful information I am going to share with you. Meanwhile, as he speaks, he silently analyzes Ta Feng. He isn't following my words, yet he's happily soaking up the secrets of the dungeon. Across from him, Ta Feng scowls deeply, his suspicious gaze completely obvious, while Liu Yi continues to analyze his moves. Instead, he's just mocking. desperately trying to twist my words to gain the upper hand. The guy is sharp. Reaching his hand toward a nearby rope, he thinks, but deep down, he is desperate for this strategy guide too. If we were purely enemies, he wouldn't act like this. Since that's the case, I can use a different method to force his hand and make him follow my plan. With that, he grabs hold of the rope, which instantly wraps around Liu Yi's arm multiple times. He calls out at the same time, "If you want to know what's next, follow me or watch me die," along with the strategy guide. But wait for it. Seeing this, Ta Feng panics as the rope suddenly yanks Liu Yi straight up, leaving him no choice but to dash over and scream. "This is bad, chase after him." Meanwhile, his subordinates stutter in pure terror. "Boss Ta Feng, didn't you just say?" Rushing forward, Ta Feng quickly reasons that the guy did this on purpose to corner them, hoping they'd team up to gain the advantage. They've been stuck in this secret dungeon for 2 days, and almost 40 of their brothers died just to gather a tiny bit of clues. Grabbing hold of a rope, Ta Feng makes his final decision. All our men outside are dead. There is no backup coming, and with just the few of us, clearing this dungeon is absolutely impossible. As the rope pulls him upward, he roars, "Follow him, grab this chance, or we will all end up starving to death in this dungeon." Hearing this, his men look around before one of them grits his teeth, making his decision. Simultaneously, the others rush forward and grab the ropes, screaming to move out and listen to Ta Feng as the ropes pull everyone high into the air. As Liu Yi lets the rope carry him upward, he wonders what is going on, since being alone only drained 500 health points per minute. But now that they are all pulled up together, that penalty drops to a mere 30 points. Given his massive health pool and insane comprehension stats, he has absolutely zero reason to worry. Right on cue, the system displays Liu Yi's stats, showing his 74,376 health and 93,876 comprehension. He smirks in pure satisfaction, realizing he was just overthinking, because stacking stats like this makes clearing this legendary secret realm as easy as a casual walk. Down below, the backyard guild players start screaming in agony. They are taking 30 damage per tick, and with barely 3,000 health, they will meet their maker in just a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Ta Feng stares at his hands in disbelief, as his panicked lackeys beg to know what their next move is. It is exactly as Liu Yi predicted. Most players have around 2,000 to 4,000 health, forcing Ta Feng to do some quick math. The original damage rate was 15 times faster, meaning none of them would have survived for more than 10 seconds. They need at least 5 people pulling together to even stand a chance. No wonder his previous tests yielded such confusing results. Suddenly, Ta Feng looks up at Liu Yi, making his subordinates ask in terror what he plans to do. Above, Liu Yi aims a gun, whispering that since they are useless now, and get this, he is literally purging them so they do not ruin his flawless strategy later. He fires right at the backyard group, prompting someone to scream, asking if he is crazy for shooting at his own allies. Ta Feng glares up, screaming that they are all in this together. If his crew dies, Liu Yi will not survive much longer either. Others quickly agree, begging him to stop because if they die, the damage penalty will spike, making things miserable for him too. But Liu Yi just casually points his gun upward. He smirks, noting that dodging is actually incredibly easy, even with all these debuffs active. Standard firearms are useless against high-level players, he admits, as he channels a bright blue spell with 2 fingers. But he has far deadlier long-range attacks than a simple pistol, and instantly, the crowd below paralyzes with their eyes rolling back. The system alerts that his mental invasion is dealing continuous damage every single second. For 10 seconds, each point of comprehension consumed inflicts 25 points of devastating damage. Every level up adds 10 points of damage, and every 10 levels allows him to target another enemy. Since he is level 98, everyone except Ta Feng instantly disintegrates, leaving the leader to watch his crew vanish. Then Liu Yi speaks up. Liu Yi wonders how Ta Feng survived when his spell deals far more damage than the rope itself. Did he use some survival skill? Furious, Ta Feng yells up, asking if he is crazy. The damage penalty is supposed to be shared by everyone, so killing them means Liu Yi is doomed too. But Liu Yi just chuckles, saying that is his own problem. He does not care about any of that, but he is genuinely curious to see just how much longer Ta Feng can hold out. Ta Feng grits his teeth in pure rage, completely helpless, as the ropes continue to slowly drag both of them upward. Liu Yi peers down, noting that 5 minutes have already passed. He has dealt nearly 100,000 damage, yet Ta Feng is still fine, making his defensive skill look pretty decent. Ta Feng suffers in silence. But soon, the thick fog above begins to clear, revealing the actual ceiling of this dungeon. Can you believe it? Liu Yi and Ta Feng are suddenly pulled straight to the absolute ceiling of this massive dungeon. Just then, Liu Yi spots another rope writhing below before it quickly shoots up and wraps around his other arm. Liu Yi floats in midair, completely baffled as to how he is suspended. Looking around, Liu Yi takes in their surroundings, finding himself and Ta Feng floating in a chamber filled with black doors. Staring at a door, Liu Yi remembers Tiangon's notes about using these ropes and cabin doors to escape this prison-like realm. Ta Feng lunges, screaming to drop dead. Simultaneously, the system alerts that State 2 storage has successfully unlocked. This broken skill allows him to absorb massive damage for 10 whole minutes, which will then violently erupt during his very next attack. Although he cannot attack while charging, Ta Feng screams out in absolute fury anyway. He has stored 200,000 damage over 5 minutes, unleashing a wild wave of energy. Ready to risk it all, he smirks, fully expecting this ultimate blast to put Liu Yi down. Within seconds, his face completely falls as his jaw drops in sheer shock. On the other side, Liu Yi Duong asks with glowing red eyes, "Is this your final trump card?" Spreading his hand, now glowing with a bright blue aura, Liu Yi Duong smiles mockingly, "Wow, you really are incredibly weak." Meanwhile, the system displays that player Liu Yi Duong is level 38. With uncalculated experience at 100,689.5, his attack and defense stats exceed 300,000. Resistance is over 60, and strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence, and perception all at 5,000, health over 2 million, and comprehension at 3 million out of 4 million. Liu Yi Duong speaks. "You can go now." A terrifying, decisive blast strikes him. Panicking, Ta Feng raises his hands to surrender, begging him to wait a moment. But in a flash, a blinding white light envelops him, and Ta Feng's health bar instantly plummets from near full to almost zero. Looking at door number 7, Liu Yi Duong wonders if he has already escaped inside. Flying closer to the door, he mutters that even this did not kill him. A level 60 player is definitely tough to handle. He took down every trump card. According to the tips from Tai Ingon, entering this cabin means he practically escaped the secret realm. Frowning, he figures that the moment this cabin door slams shut, he can inflict his weakness debuff on the guy. With low health and a weakened state outside with Tue Kao, that should be more than enough to finish him off. But he cannot take any risks. He races into a black exit door. He should leave this secret realm first, finish off Ta Feng, then come back. A second later, Liu Yi Duong lands on a high-tech deck. The heavy door behind him instantly slams shut. Silence. He warily scans his strange new surroundings. Wondering if this is the cabin interior, he searches for a way back to reality. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. It checks if the entering player has escaped the secret realm and is searching for the safety rope to return home. Alerting that the player has a special constitution, the conditions are met. The Tian Yao program now officially begins. The safety rope owner identification system has successfully been activated. Hearing this, Liu Yi Duong is completely bewildered, wondering how this Tian Yao program connects to what Yuan Ding mentioned, and what this safety rope system even means. Suddenly, Liu Yi Duong vanishes on the spot, reappearing back in the room at the peak of the secret realm. He gasps, realizing he has just been forcefully ejected. But check this out suddenly. Countless glowing ropes burst from a single point and swarm around him. Before he can react, all the ropes tightly coil around Liu Yi Duong's body and limbs. The system immediately warns him as his health starts dropping by 500, 1,000, then up to 16,000. He grits his teeth in frustration. He quickly calculates that with every single rope that wraps around him, the damage taken increases by an extra 500 points. With this many ropes, how high will the damage stack? He needs an escape plan fast, but the ropes have already completely bound him up to his neck. Sweating bullets, he realizes the trick is to not resist. No, scratch that. Escaping right now is actually completely impossible anyway. Meanwhile, his health deduction continues to plummet, reaching 99,500. Liu Yi calculates that with the damage stopping at 99,000, his current health bar will only let him survive for another 25 seconds. He frowns, eyes darting around as he tries to brainstorm a solution. If he can somehow trigger a recovery, he will be perfectly fine. Thanks to his passive blessing, his celestial energy and mental strength are constantly being restored. As long as his mental power consumption does not exceed 200,000 within 30 seconds, he can cast it infinitely. Glancing to the side, he raises an eyebrow, realizing each point of mental power can restore up to 980 health. Combined with his concentrated intellect, this rate of health drain does not pose the slightest threat to him. Looking back at cabin door number 7, he wonders if Ta Feng can handle Tu Kao. Suddenly, the system asks if he wants to unlock a higher level. Your control over the safety rope will rise from 40 to 60% upon success. Note that unlocking this will also shorten the overall coiling time. Stage 2. 60% control. Does that mean Stage 3 hits 80%, while Stage 4 grants a full 100% control? Gritting his teeth, Liu Yi ponders the possibilities. A transcendent weapon demands 100% control, and even if he cannot see the exact gauge, knowing that it shortens the coiling speed means he must execute this choice with absolute precision. And now, the moment of truth, he unlocks Stage 2. But his health drain instantly spikes to a brutal 500,000. Astounded that the health drain reached 500,000, he watches the green numbers flash. The system reports 3 times that spending 511 mental power recovered 57,780 health. More prompts appear. Do you want to unlock an even higher level? It states that his control over the safety rope will soon rise from 60% to 80%. The prompt notes that the overall coiling time will be shortened. Grinning because his theory was spot on, Liu Yi quickly confirms the upgrade. Then the amount of health drained from him keeps dropping by 500,000 to 1 million. Liu Yi calculates 1 million per second, and if this scaling hits 100%, is it 150,000 or 2 million? Well, whatever it is, as long as it is not his own safety rope, he can tank it. Right after, the system asks if he wants to unlock a higher level. Without any hesitation, Liu Yi instantly yells to confirm. And right here, let's take a look outside the dungeon, where a mysterious figure suddenly leaps straight onto the mountain slopes below. Ta Feng lands with a frown. Are they seriously back again? He curses out loud, totally oblivious to the guy charging from behind with dual blades. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? I am never taking these trash quests again. Relying on his level 60 strength and raw physical force, he just wants a peaceful life instead of looking for cheap thrills. Dodging just in time, Ta Feng glares as Cao Hao suddenly slashes a sword straight at his neck. Ta Feng stomps his foot down, shattering the earth beneath him, and summons a weapon directly from his palm. Bracing his spear to block Cao Hao's dual blades, he flashes a mocking, arrogant smirk. So it is you, he mocks. I agreed to spare your life, yet here you are, begging to die. This completely infuriates the kid, and Ta Feng immediately starts beating Cao Hao down like a useless insect. He sneers with absolute confidence. I might not match that freak inside, but crushing a bug like you is too easy. Are you seriously trying to keep going? Cao Hao curses while clashing, you absolute piece of trash. Then he leaps high into the air, blades raised. I was literally just crying over not being able to kill you myself, and yet, you deliver yourself right to me. I really have to thank Big Brother Liu for this gift. Unleashing an explosion that sends debris flying everywhere, Cao Hao screams with pure determination, even if I die right here today, I will drag you down to hell with me. Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon, those massive glowing ropes slowly descend, crossing paths, and gradually fading away one by one. Finally, only a few remain in the pitch-black darkness, slowly vanishing. On Liu Yi, only 4 lines are left. He wipes his sweat and sighs. It is finally over. That HP drain at the end was insane, a whopping 2 million. Seriously, you and I both know anyone else trying to raid this dungeon would have been instantly vaporized right on the spot. Staring at the single cord wrapped around his arm, he wonders how on earth people in his past life managed to get this safety rope. But hey, whatever the case, it belongs to me now. Right on cue, the system alerts him that the transcendent special item, safety rope, is now bound to Liu Yi. Crafted from unknown materials, it is completely indestructible, eternal, and cannot be put in his inventory. Form 1 turns it into a physical energy entity that can stretch its length infinitely. The extension length scales directly with his cognitive energy consumption. Form 2 drains intelligence to change the shape of the rope, draping over a targeted area to create an invisible field. Within this zone, it can capture absolutely any target. There is no limit on targets, with energy drain scaling based on area size and target power. Form 3 uses a set amount of intelligence to let the safety rope detach and carry out his commands directly. The stats of the rope while detached scale directly with the intelligence drained. It automatically flies back once its energy runs dry. As for Form 4, it targets and binds enemies. Bound players completely lose their player status, turning back into normal humans until the restriction is lifted. Liu Yi is completely stunned. Just like the Donghuang Bell, this special item offers no direct stat boosts, but these passive effects are just straight up broken, especially that final form where a target gets tied up and stripped of their player status entirely. Next, another system alert rings out. Congratulations to the player for conquering the safe zone dungeon. Your achievement in clearing this desperate hazard has successfully triggered a massive 10 times multiplier on your final clear rewards. Calculation complete. You have gained nearly 400 million experience points. Suddenly, the exit portal spawns, catching Liu Yi off guard. Realizing the dungeon gate is open, he leaps right through it, whispering to himself that it is time to finish Ta Feng. Lastly, the system detects his perfect ownership of a transcendent item, granting him a warrior title. Upgraded from high-dimensional fighter to rule-breaking warrior. Please specify your starting location before beginning the mission. Cao Hao grips his dual swords, charging forward with pure rage in his eyes. Tai Non, Tiu Tiu, and all our brothers in the provincial city. We pooled all our strength to stop the monsters spilling out of the provincial dungeon, successfully sealing away a pretty huge portion of those deadly threats. We fully believed that under Tai's leadership, we would eventually clear every single one of these dungeons. Through our absolute hard work in the provincial city, order was bound to return step by step, and we were honestly looking forward to our future lives. Gripping his sword tight with both hands, Ta Feng rushes forward, his face twisted in pure rage as he snarls. It is all your fault. Your arrival ruined everything. Cao Haro screams, his eyes wide with fury, and now what? Everyone is dead. Tell me, do I have a choice but to risk my life? How could I not fight you to the death? What right do I even have to throw my life away? Kohar swings down hard, but Ta Feng blocks the strike with his spear. I will kill you for a thigh, for Tiu Tiu, and for all our broken dreams. Even if I must die today, I will gladly pay that price. Cao Haro slashes cleanly right across Ta Feng, whose face twists in absolute fury. Ta Feng glares down with gritted teeth, his eyes wide, as Cao Haro lets out a roar and lunges again. Look at that, he cuts Ta Feng into 3 clean pieces, and a mysterious figure appears in the distance. Stunned, Liu Yi watches Cao Haro standing there with his sword, while Ta Feng's body slowly begins to dissolve into glowing particles, muttering, I simply cannot accept this. Suddenly, Cao Haro throws his head back and lets out a painful scream, his eyes completely overflowing with tears. Liu Yi smiles softly as a massive vortex opens up. Ta Feng slowly walks towards the weeping Cao Haro, and as the heavy fog clears, a magnificent city suddenly unfolds before them. Looking out the window in absolute shock, Kaoharo cries out with joy. The fog is finally gone. It is really gone, another sobbing voice echoes. This is amazing. The deadly fog has completely cleared. Look, honey. We made it. We are actually alive. Back at a hotel, Kaoharo tells him, Brother Liu, you need to rest up. Since you cleared the domain and the fog is gone, there are still countless ordinary folks who need our help. I must gather the surviving players to sort out their situation. And Liu Yi simply nods in agreement. Resting his head on his hands, Liu Yi lies in bed, checking the group chat where Steaming Chu Hand is actively discussing things. We found a way. We will use an immortal tier weapon to connect players both inside and outside Mount Buzhou. That is how we successfully get people in, but according to him, random space rifts keep tearing open inside. Aside from high-tier absolute weapons, any other item or person touching those rifts will be sliced right in half, plus players immediately lose all sense of direction upon entry. This is likely the exact reason why none of the players trapped inside Mount Buzhou ever managed to escape before. Steaming Chu Han chimed in, saying they currently do not have many of these rare immortal tier absolute weapons on hand. He hopes everyone can pitch in a little, so they can finally launch their second major exploration of Mount Buzhou. Reading this, Liu Yi realizes the New Order Guild leader must have figured out the immortal tier weapon effects and already sent scouts in. Normally, surviving this kind of non-physical void damage purely comes down to your defense stats and overall health pool. This means that as long as the next exploration team stacks up incredibly high health and resistance stats, they should easily survive the deadly hazards of this specific region. Stubborn Xuan Han chimes in as the chat keeps blowing up. You seriously ran these secret tests behind our backs. Has the trust between us really broken down this badly? Auspicious Cloud Ching Hand notes that finding absolute-grade weapons with transcendent quality like these is incredibly rare. Someone asks if lower-tier absolute gear would work, but Steaming Chu Hand quickly shuts it down. Even absolute-tier weapons can only withstand about 10 spatial rift strikes before they reach their absolute limit. If hit more than 10 times in quick succession, even high-tier weapons will shatter like cheap trash, which prompts Shield Brave Byhand to speak up. Since we have a viable plan, I support Byhand on this. But then Yamachi Hand asks about their joint plan. Our faction lacks top-tier players, so we cannot afford to lose resources like you guys. Then Fallen Blossom says Purple Hand is trustworthy. I trust that Purple Hand will share all intel with us going forward. And Rain Sound agrees with that sentiment. Once the scouting is done and it is time for the final push, we will follow the four hands to conquer Mount Buzhou. But I really do not own any immortal tier absolute weapons, and Hotbod Thief admits he is in the same boat. And here is where things get weird besides the four hands. Don't you think the rest of these players sound pretty suspicious? Most are on board with the raid, but only the four hands actually know the truth of what lies inside Mount Buzhou. Since the New Order leader is tight with Earth Shadow, we will find out soon enough if this information is legit or not. Sifting through the messages, Liu Yi sits up, realizing that if they must rely entirely on the data from the four hands before they launch their massive final offensive, he needs to find a clever way to verify if their intel is actually real. Suddenly, Stubborn Xuan Han drops another message, claiming he needs to find someone before the raid begins. He posts a photo of Liu Yi, asking who can take him out. If anyone brings the condensed orb equipment left behind after his death to Bic Thine, they will lock down the vice director seat. Plus, they get a free set of any combat-grade gear in the Hero Hua Yuan storehouse. Reading this, Liu Yi stares in shock at his own picture popped up in the chat. A bounty. Such a massive reward. Who on earth could this be to make a powerhouse like Hua Yuan put up a crazy price like that? Vitamin is definitely going to be tough to handle. What level is this guy? What power does he hold? And what's his gear like? Where is he hiding right now? Liu Yi quietly watches the chat blow up with these questions. Before grabbing the safety rope in that secret zone with so many Hua Yuan members around, he didn't use any disguise. Staring at his own face, Liu Yi knows it makes total sense they got their hands on this picture, but since he only took out one division, there is zero need for such a massive reward. Are they certain he is Dirp? Liu Yi lets out a soft laugh, a slight smile playing on his face. Then it's war. They hunt him first, so he'll just take them down later. Nobody else will have any room to complain. Meanwhile, the group chat is buzzing as everyone gets fired up to hunt down the target. Who do you want to target? I don't care. But we have to keep our focus on the But Chu San mission. Ngoan Dirn Huyen Thu warns, I hope you make this our absolute top priority. Everything else is secondary. Don't worry at all. That's exactly why I'm asking our group members for some backup. Since some of you aren't ready to explore But Chu San with us yet, we can outsource any side tasks unrelated to the mountain as paid commissions. That way, we focus entirely on But Chu San, which Wanding Huyen Thu agrees is the absolute perfect plan. Vitamin promises to send over the details, while Theng Xingzuang Hongbo Zuang quickly replies, this works, count me in. We're all in the same boat anyway, and whoever got targeted by Haro Hua Yuan must have really pissed them off. Just leave it to us. We'll handle it if we run into them. Right before a notification pops up about socketing the Ta Feng Ton Bao Chao. And check this out, the Ta Feng Ton Bao Chao is now socketed into a massive weapon. He knows that as long as his strength is enough, danger is just a hidden opportunity. System alert player detected possessing 100% of a Transcendent Tier Warrior class title item. High-dimensional warrior is breaking through to rule-breaking warrior. Please designate your quest starting location before beginning. He never expected he'd actually be able to upgrade his high-dimensional warrior title here. A map of Tu-Than, Tin-Than, and Lir-Than appears, showing a glowing dot right over Tin-Than. Is it really located in Tin-Than? If that's the case, he can skip Lir-Than entirely and take a direct shortcut to Tin-Than to upgrade his title. He wonders what kind of upgrade rewards a rule-breaking warrior gets. Maybe a massive boost to his physical stats or inventory weight. Probably not that simple. Earning the rule-breaking tier is a massive grind, meaning it should blow the free high-dimensional tier out of the water. Aside from this total ownership, actually getting your hands on a transcendent item like this is something very few players can pull off. But no matter what, even if it's just a stat boost, it'll still give his overall combat power a major jump. Before taking them down, tracking down those Hua Yuan thugs gathering in Tu-Than will give him an extra layer of protection. When morning comes, Liu Yi and Cao Haro stand outside facing each other. Liu Yi asks if he's really sure about not going to Haithan since that's the main headquarters for their Tan Min guild. Over there, your unique abilities can actually be put to their absolute best use. With everyone working together, life will definitely get better, maybe even beating how things were before the cataclysm. Hao Har just scratches his head, giving a warm laugh. I can't do that, Brother Liu. My family is still here, and there are people who need my help. Even if things are tough right now, as long as we survive and help one another, we'll make it. We can definitely build our world back to how it used to be. Liu Yi just waves with a smile. If that's your choice, say no more. We'll meet again. Goodbye. Cao Haro waves back, but then stops. This leaves Liu Yi quite surprised. Cao Hao asks if he's really just heading to the city on foot, offering to hook him up with an off-road motorcycle to save his energy. That would save a lot of energy, right? But Liu Yi just grins, showing off a strange black band wrapped around his arm. Suddenly, he starts floating right off the ground, leaving Cao Hao completely speechless as he stammers in utter shock. What on earth is that? Is there actually an ability that lets players fly like that? Liu Yi quickly waves it off. It's not exactly flying, just hovering. An invisible line basically shoots out and pulls him forward. Saying his final goodbye, he glides away, leaving a long trail behind. Cao Hao happily waves, calling out to thank Brother Liu. Over in Tin-Than, towering skyscrapers emerge from the morning fog as sunlight breaks through, creating a surprisingly peaceful scene. Inside a ruined building, two desperate men fight brutally over a single scrap of bread. Liu Yi walks past, watching the desperate struggles of the starving crowd. Nearby, a mother tightly clutches her infant to her chest, making his eyes soften with a rare trace of emotion. Looking away, Liu Yi narrows his eyes and focuses on a distant, glittering skyscraper standing tall against the grim wasteland. A smirk plays on his lips. Who would have thought his title breakthrough quest would be hidden inside the infamous Huck Deer Arena? In his past life, He was a regular here, though never quite important enough to enter the inner circle. He only became a regular a year after Dirk Thon opened this branch, a genuinely terrifying memory. As his mind drifts to those dark days, a harsh voice from his past echoes in his head. It is here. The spectacular battle has officially begun. Back then, Liu Yi stood trembling among a crowd of massive, muscular brutes. Covered in wounds, that was his first time fighting for his life while being hunted down. His first time killing to survive, and his first time being dragged around like a dog just for a tiny scrap of food. Another spectator sneered. Mocking him, they say a level 1 player is equal to 10 ordinary adults. So let us see if that is actually true today. Walking back into reality, Liu Yi heads toward the building, wondering if he can harvest some massive experience points inside. How many levels can he gain here? Ever since reaching level 40, the required experience has completely spiked, making his progression painfully slow. Nearby, a hostage is bound and hung upside down with a cloth gagging his mouth, his wide eyes filled with absolute terror. Seeing a whole row of prisoners hanging from above, Liu Yi dashes inside, terrifying 2 bound captives on the 15th floor. Charging up the stairs, confusion washes over him. It is pretty strange. Why are there only ordinary humans here? Where are all the players? Normally, 4 massive player guilds run this entire Hakdir arena. There is no way a central hub like this is completely empty of players. Suddenly, he arrives right in front of door 33. Standing right in front of door 33, he decides to stop overthinking these things. Right now, his main priority is unlocking his title breakthrough, even though he still has no idea what the specific quest requires. Slowly, Liu Yi pushes open the door into the pitch-black room ahead. Liu Yi is stunned. Before him stands a massive player crowd. You have reached the designated location, High-Dimensional Warrior Breakthrough to Reality-Breaking Warrior Quest initiated. Phase 1. Enter the secret realm of the 3 underlings and hold your ground. A massive vortex swirls open. And would you look at that, it turns out they were all hiding right here this whole time. While the crowd trembles with visible fear, Liu Yi's eyes light up as he clenches his fists in anticipation. This is his chance to sweep them all. He stomps hard, cracking the solid ground. Suddenly, Trunbak steps forward from the crowd and warns Great Nine has a massive bounty on his head from Horror Huiyuan. So he is definitely a monster to deal with. Do not misunderstand. We do not want to fight you. My only goal was gathering my people here to avoid you, fearing they might accidentally offend you and spark a conflict. Meanwhile, Liu Yi remains poised, ready to strike at any moment. Trunbak continues, I never imagined your destination was this place. If you do not mind me asking, what is your business here? Just give us the word, and my men will put everything on the line to help you out. Behind him, another player whispers in sheer terror. We should probably escape. Another whispers, boss. That guy is way too dangerous. Word is he wiped out several entire branches of Her Hua Yuan all by himself. Instantly, dead silence falls over the room. Trunbak offers a nervous smile. Staring at this legendary founder of the Hakdir arena, Liu Yi narrows his eyes and smirks. Are they really this submissive? When it comes down to it, are there really only these few familiar faces here? It is the head of Dirkthan's Hakdir arena and their former HR director, both standing there trembling in fear. In his past life, these two always had a cruel glint in their eyes, constantly bullying the weak. But now, Liu Yi stands before them like an absolute giant, roles completely reversed. Liu Yi speaks up. I need to enter the secret realm behind you. Relax. I am not here to fight you for it. I just need to complete my quest. Even so, he reminds himself to stay cautious. There is always a chance they are just putting on a fake show. Trunbak immediately yells to get out of the way and let Great Nine through, causing a massive stir as the crowd quickly complies. Keeping his eyes sharp, Liu Yi steps forward. As Liu Yi walks through them with a cold glare, Trunbak quickly speaks up to explain they have already cleared this secret realm before. The objective is incredibly simple. All we had to do was break down a thin wall. Believe it or not, there is basically zero risk. Staring at the massive swirling vortex, Trunbak gives a polite, forced smile and mentions how insanely rich the rewards actually are. If Great Nine wants it, This realm is all yours. Narrowing his eyes, Liu Yi glances around. Are they really just going to let him walk in? They even voluntarily laid out the entire secret realm quest details for him. Clearly, their information is a complete trap. But even if they are lying, he can easily settle the score with them once he gets back. Liu Yi steps inside the dungeon, immediately getting pulled in and vanishing into thin air. With Liu Yi gone, the crowd outside collapses as one guy sighs. That was terrifying, or is it just psychological? Standing in front of him felt exactly like facing down an absolutely unbeatable, giant boss monster. Another stammers that he actually went inside, while someone else asks brother back, "How on earth are we going to escape from here?" Notification. You have entered the dungeon. Tam Teodaire needs to hold on. The mission is simple. Help Tam Teodaire breach the surrounding gates of the rotten royal palace. This is your high-dimensional warrior breakthrough to rule-breaking warrior. Phase 2 requires you to protect those exact same surrounding gates. Liu Yi is completely confused. What is this even about? Breaching the dungeon means destroying the royal gates. But this title breakthrough demands that he protect those gates. If he clears the dungeon, his breakthrough mission will definitely end in failure. But if he does not clear the dungeon, he will be trapped here forever. Notification. Because the royal calculating power of Tam Teodaire is currently insufficient. Tam Teodaire decided to borrow some calculating power from the rotten royal palace, uncovering a rotten surprise. They really have zero understanding of the true importance and power of the royal family. So Tam Teodaire casually took over the royal family. Because of this, breaching the central gate will let them take complete control now. Please help Tam Teodaire destroy the main central gate of this entire rotten royal palace. Liu Yi frowns deeply as a massive, majestic tree appears before him, with 3 little babies flying over happily. Staring at the closing gate ahead, Liu Yi realizes that the master of the Tin Deer Arena did not lie. Clearing this dungeon really only requires destroying one gate. But the catch is his breakthrough mission demands the complete opposite. He has to keep this exact gate safe from any damage. Protect it or destroy it. Liu Yi crosses his arms, looking serious while the 3 little kids play around. As the kids fly around him, Liu Yi keeps his arms crossed, thinking. The real goal for Tam Teodaire is entering the central palace, meaning the gate itself might not be the actual key. Could he just guide Tam Teodaire completely around this central gate, heading straight inside the rotten royal palace? Walking around the massive trunk, Liu Yi looks closely at the gate, which is the only pathway forward. He checks every single spot from top to bottom, but there is absolutely no other entrance. He even tries to blast a new opening, but every single spot besides this main gate is incredibly tough. There is absolutely no way to break through anywhere else. Raising his gun, Liu Yi aims directly at the gate. His only real option is to break this gate. But what if he destroys this central gate first to successfully clear the entire dungeon? Wait. Could a crazy loophole actually work? What if he destroys it first, then restores it to normal? Time to break the gate first. Liu Yi looks down at the Donghuang bell in his hands. He can use the Donghuang bell to restore this entire area back to its original state. Looking at it, he wonders, will this actually work? Telling himself to just try, he refuses to give up on this critical title breakthrough. After all, he still has no idea what the rewards for becoming a rule-breaking warrior even are. If he fails, it is not like he lost anything anyway. His face grows determined as he knits his brows. The Donghuang bell records the scene, unleashing a wave of golden energy that wraps around Liu Yi in glowing rings. The entire tree lights up with blue grid lines, and the central root entrance glows brightly, making Liu Yi look tiny standing there. Suddenly, the tree shoots out brilliant beams of white light, while Liu Yi and the 3 kids stand ready. Notification: the scene has been recorded. Liu Yi happily cheers. Yes, it worked. He quickly activates his buffs, stacking multiple blessings and triple damage onto his next shot. Liu Yi fires his weapon, instantly shattering the gate as the bullet flies right through. The 3 kids cheer excitedly. Liu Yi dashes inside with them, flying right behind as the system announces congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Rewards for the dungeon Tam Teodaire needs to hold on are now being calculated. Now, Donghuang bell. Restore! Liu Yi looks back to see the gate fusing back together as the system announces Phase 2 of his breakthrough mission is complete. Your title has successfully been promoted to rule-breaking warrior. Hearing this, Liu Yi shouts out in pure joy, "It worked!" He repeatedly kisses the Dongwang bell, praising it as the absolute best, when another notification suddenly rings out. Checking player, special status detected and conditions matched. Activating the program Tam Teal Dare needs to hold on and starting the next chapter. Hearing this, Liu Yi is shocked. Wait, there is still more to this story? He stares at the glowing sphere ahead. Confused, he wonders what is next, especially since Tam Teal Dare just stepped right into that brilliant glowing sphere. Is that the central royal area? He frowns deeply as Phase 2 begins, and the Thiendir program suddenly starts up. Could this be the exact same Thiendir that Ngo Din was talking about? If it is, he needs to act immediately. Just what is going on here? Resting his chin in his hand, he realizes that once he gets his level back up, he really needs to interrogate that New Order leader. Crossing his arms, he gets serious. He has to play this safe to avoid any bad misunderstandings. It would be a major disaster if that stubborn blockhead of a leader suddenly turned hostile against him. Liu Yi sits down, squinting his eyes with a highly annoyed look. What the hell is going on now? After all this time, is there seriously another plot development? Suddenly, the crystal orb stirs, making him tense up. A map slowly materializes on its surface, catching him completely off guard. The three kids start hovering around the orb as an excited voice rings out, "This is awesome! We have successfully taken control of the royal family. This is the perfect fertile ground to cultivate computing power." Right, but the territory generated by the royals is way too massive now. We need to shrink it slightly, then prepare a program to wipe them out in one shot. Liu Yi gasps in shock. Is that really the voices of those three younger brothers plotting together? 2 days later, outside the cultivation city, Yuan Ding stands with his back turned. 2 days have passed, and he still refuses to leave the secret realm. Yuan Gu speaks up next to Bok Thu Sao, asking if their target just ended up dying inside. Will our ambush plan still continue? Yuan Ding glances back, saying they still have no confirmation of his death from Dieppe. Our ambush is absolutely still on, Yuan Gu says, but those guys gathered by the director are getting pretty impatient. Hearing about the recent chaos from Bok Thu Sao, Yuan Ding puts his hands in his pockets. Is that so? Just find an excuse. Say they headed to the cultivation city to blow off some steam. One confused ally asks why they even need to pay this much attention to him. Yuan Ding narrows his sharp eyes, scoffing that he is just a miserable little ant, so why should they care? Alert. You have gained experience points and received the promised rewards from the Tianyao system. The settlement is complete, and your level has officially increased to 46. Alert. The secret realm is fully cleared. As you are teleported outside, the waiting crowd notices the sudden movement and starts shouting in pure excitement, "Look, he is finally out." Everyone watches in utter shock as Liu Yi steps forward. Shouts erupt that Daikuka is out, and someone needs to go report this to Baka immediately. As Liu Yi emerges, one terrified onlooker gasps, "What on earth is going on here? Just look at this." His presence alone is so terrifying that everyone nearby feels like kneeling and begging for mercy. This is completely different from how he felt before entering the dungeon. The man falls straight to his knees, his face pale with raw terror. One by one, the entire crowd drops down. A guy screams out, "I can't take this pressure anymore." Another stammers that he cannot stand either. Terrified voices cry out that every single player below level 40 has been completely brought to their knees. Another trembles, "Forget level 40. I am level 50, and even my legs are about to give out." Liu Yi keeps a stony face, his sharp eyes taking everything in. He realizes that the next move depends entirely on how those three younger brothers plan to use Hoang Jiang to reshape this rotten world. Every single move they make to change this broken world mirrors the exact state of their real world right now. Pulling up the world map, Liu Yi looks away, watching this corrupt system grow and evolve. Protect the royal family. Slaughter for calculating power. Is humanity really this far gone? Now that he knows humanity is rotten, what worries him most is that mysterious wipeout program they mentioned. Those three brothers mentioned it right at the start, but does a total wipeout program really exist? If it does, then what is the actual point of all the power he has gathered? But check out his face. Despite holding all this overwhelming power over everyone, he only looks deeply disappointed. Liu Yi asks if they can find him a quiet place to rest, prompting an immediate nod from Tronbach's subordinate. The man quickly stammers out, "Yes, of course, right this way." Later, inside an unnamed hotel in Tinthan, Liu Yi speaks up. He asks about those Tan Min members captured by Hao Hua Yuan when he first arrived. Where are they keeping them now? Inside a luxurious, hazy room, Tronbach's subordinate explains that on the very day he entered the dungeon, Bak Tie struck a deal with Hao Hua Yuan. They already released the captured Tan Min members. Those guys headed straight to Haithan. Liu Yi nods, murmurs a quick thanks, and sits in deep thought before suddenly bolting out the door. Gripping the balcony railing and staring into the distance, he realizes that whether his power matters or not, he must keep pushing his own limits. Getting stronger is never a mistake, he tells himself, staring out at the towering skyscrapers swallowed by the heavy morning mist. The next morning, a sudden frantic knocking wakes the room as someone repeatedly calls out for Dai Kuka. The guard pushes the door open to deliver breakfast, but the spacious room is completely empty. Liu Yi is already gone. Out in the majestic mountains, a sharp streak of light suddenly flashes by. Caught by a tree branch, Liu Yi curses out loud. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that moving at this crazy speed with safety ropes takes a massive amount of focus. Liu Yi thought about stacking all of his attributes together. He wanted to try moving at his absolute maximum speed, which would get him to Tucheng instantly but drain all his intellect. That would cause him to fall straight out of the sky while still wide awake. As Liu Yi walked faster, he could feel his movement range expanding, but his target was already set right outside Tucheng. Once he arrived, his movement stopped, and the consumed intellect didn't return. Luckily, with the Zhu Fu skill enhancing his sharp eyes, recovering that lost intellect wouldn't take him very long. Still, the moment he stepped outside of Jingcheng, he arrived at Tucheng almost instantaneously. Hua Yuan probably knew his whereabouts, but they definitely didn't expect him to reach Tucheng with this kind of insane speed. Liu Yi stood at a distance, taking in the panoramic view of the city below. Looking back, Hua Yuan's actions seemed incredibly suspicious. His brows furrowed, his expression turning solemn as he realized they had gathered a massive number of personnel. Along the way, Sanming members were still imprisoned, and they even put a bounty on him inside the Holy Disciples to warn other players. If someone like Chen Bo made a move, Liu Yi could probably level up once or twice, but he still had to proceed with extreme caution. First, he needed to investigate what they were actually plotting before making his move. Walking toward the dusty ruins of the Tucheng Temple, Liu Yi planned to check around for any critical pieces of information. A faint smile played on his lips as he remembered visiting Tucheng with his little sister in the past. He pictured his sister Liu Yun smiling, flashing a peace sign, and making a heart shape. Man, you have to wonder what became of Tucheng after the Hanlin origin realm descended. A sudden ringing sound snapped Liu Yi right back to reality. Huang Nianchu spoke from the other side, relieved that he finally picked up. She thought he would keep ignoring her calls like he always did. Liu Yi explained that he had been inside a secret realm and asked what was wrong. Huang Nianchu urgently told him to go comfort Liu Yun right away. The scattered members of Sanming and other cities had been captured by Hua Yuan, and they had all been brutally executed. Since finding out, Liu Yun had been pushing herself for 2 straight days and nights organizing Haicheng, refusing to take a single moment of rest. Liu Yi fell silent, his fists clenching as his expression turned terrifying. He whispered to himself, asking if they were all dead. Nearby, a building collapsed into a cloud of dust, but Liu Yi just stood there, watching coldly as his mind drifted back 10 years. Don't be afraid. Everything is fine. You don't need to fear, little brother, because Big Sister is right here. Yes, Big Sister is here. Through the narrow gaps in the rubble, the rescue team gasped as they spotted 2 children trapped underneath. They shouted that there were still survivors. The older sister was using her own bare arm to hold up a heavy boulder, shielding her brother. A voice filled with disbelief cried out, "The building collapsed 24 hours ago, So had this young girl really been holding up that massive stone to protect her brother all this time? If that was true, then her raw instinct to protect her little brother was absolutely mind-blowing. At the Tucheng hospital, the doctor's voice delivered the grim news. The brother was unharmed, but they couldn't save the sister's left arm. The sister stood on her bed, smiling brightly as she told him it was perfectly fine. Her arm might be gone, but she said it could always grow back. Besides, she still had her right hand to protect her dear little brother. The sister laughed warmly as she gently patted her crying little brother on the head. In their photo, she stroked his head with a closed-eye smile while he grinned, promising she would protect him forever. That happy picture of the siblings alongside Zhu Zhong sat on the table. Now, that very photo on the table cracked. Lung Mian stood there, staring down at her little brother lying in a pool of blood. The entire city was completely ruined. Liu Yi walked into the collapsed area to investigate, spotting 2 people buried under the rubble. Liu Yi frowned at the devastation. And honestly, it makes you wonder what happened here. Why was there not a single soul left alive in Tucheng? Even with the Origin Realm's descent, secret realm monsters shouldn't have been able to completely obliterate an entire city like this, especially since he had just seen Tucheng players out and about inside the Holy Disciples not too long ago. He caught sight of a figure in the opposite building. Their eyes met, and the terrified stranger immediately ducked back inside to hide. With terror written all over his face, the man scrambled to flee, muttering that he had to hide. He had to escape. Suddenly, Liu Yi materialized right in front of him to block his path, demanding to know what happened to Tucheng to leave it in ruins. Cowering away, the man clutched his head and screamed for his life. Liu Yi watched in confusion as the stranger kept begging and sobbing, desperately yelling not to be killed. He sobbed. Liu Yi hurriedly reached out to reassure him, but before he could finish speaking, a voice cut in, saying there was no use asking because he was already scared out of his mind. Liu Yi spun around to look behind him, discovering someone leaning against the wall with their arms crossed. A level 60 Tucheng player known as Cold Noodle Lover. Liu Yi eyes Lan Dian warily, shocked that he did not even sense her presence nearby. Still, her calm tone suggests she might not be an enemy after all. Stepping forward with a warm smile, she reaches out her hand to greet the legendary Dai Kuka. She introduces herself as Cold Noodle Lover in the game, though her real name is Hoke Mok. Recognizing her as one of the members from the Saint chat room, he listens as she tells him to just call her Tu Mok. Cutting the small talk, Liu Yi asks what exactly happened to the cultivation city. Lan Dian silently stares at him. Standing at the edge of the rooftop together, Lan Dian points toward a strange green vortex spinning in the distance. She explains that some thug from Hua Yuan came to their city, harassed a local player's wife, and got himself killed. Hua Yuan used that incident as an excuse to mobilize their entire force, and Liu Yi listens closely to the grim details. In just one single night, nearly every player and regular citizen in Tu City was brutally wiped out. The city was leveled in an instant, leaving only a few lucky souls who had stepped outside, like me, to survive. Liu Yi was shocked, his eyes wide as he muttered, "Players are one thing, but slaughtering ordinary civilians too? Did Nguyen Din actually give the silent nod to let this happen?" Lan Dian looked down with a cold smirk and said, "From what I know, Nguyen Din turned all those players and civilians into second-grade items. It is like a child crushing ants at the base of a massive tree. Their parents would never bother punishing them for it." Lan Dian wiped away her tears with a tragic sniffle, crying out, "It is just so completely unfair. My parents and little brother in Tu City are dead, even though just a day ago, I promised them I would keep them safe. Yet the very next day they were gone. And the worst part is I still do not have the power to avenge them." Lan Dian looked up with a tear-stained, pitiful face, while Liu Yi just stared back at her, completely expressionless and silent. She turned to Liu Yi and asked Dai Kuka, "Are you seriously going after Hua Yuan? Please let me join you." Standing right by the entrance to the secret realm, Yuan Gu said if our goal was simply to kill him, we would have plenty of direct ways to do it. Yuan Ding frowned, hands in his pockets, as Yuan Gu continued like blowing him to pieces, or using life-for-life moves like the Ta Feng Kim fracture technique. But since we must capture him alive so the gloves can steal his title, those deadly tricks are useless. Plus, under the seamless control of our guild's lockdown squad, slipping in to steal those gloves opportunistically is just too risky. We do not know if Diep has a clean escape skill, or just how high his status resistance actually is. If he shrugs off the crowd control skills of our squad, all our efforts will instantly go to waste. Folding his arms, the vice director of Hua Yuan, Yuan Gu, continued. Our only option is finding a zone that completely locks down all skill usage and prevents escape. By utilizing this exact environment, we can rely on our director's base stats to capture Diep. That is why we selected this specific secret realm, where a giant blue vortex gate blocks any chance of his escape. On top of that, the rules inside this realm completely restrict the active use of any skills. Yuan Gu smirked, noting that this setup aligns flawlessly with their capture plan. According to reliable intel, Diep has been traveling to Tu City, so Yuan Gu looked at Yuan Ding and said, "We probably have a 2-day window here. We will quietly gather our guild members right here to bait Diep in, making sure he does not use us to farm levels again." Look at this smug face. Bok Thu Sao is practically celebrating early, completely confident that their 19-man core squad is more than enough to lure Diep into their trap. Just thinking about it is hilarious. Still staring at the secret realm, Yuan Ding spoke up, "Set things up and then pull back with the others. Leave the rest to me." Shocking Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu yelled in protest, "Brother, at a critical moment like this, how can I leave?" Yuan Ding patted his head, telling him to just listen. A voice rang out, stating that based on the intel you provided about Hua Yuan, Lan Dian rubbed her chin and continued, "If their gathering is indeed targeting you, based on Dai Kucha's strength, you only need to watch out for 3 things. Their forced one-for-one technique, their prolonged lockdown controls, and any skill that totally strips your own mobility." Leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, Liu Yi quietly observed Lan Dian as she spoke. She asked if he had any counter-strategy, to which Liu Yi bluntly replied, "Nope, that is exactly why I did not agree to let you tag along. Against Hua Yuan, even I am not completely invincible. My abilities do not surpass standard player limits." Hearing this, Lan Dian smiled. "Oh, is that so? Then I think I know my role on this team." Liu Yi blinked, surprised. Leng Mian gritted his teeth and said, "My power is wind metal, and I specialize in high agility, which makes me the perfect scout to gather intel for you, Dai Kuka." Leng Mian fiercely roared that even though it is dangerous, as a member of the Hai Hoa team, he has to take responsibility, leaving Liu Yi wondering when this team even started. They already decided on a name. And what on earth is the Hai Hoa team anyway? Liu Yi stared at Leng Mian and asked if he was absolutely sure, thinking to himself that they could not afford to drop their guard when dealing with the back garden. Honestly, having a scout on the team actually makes perfect sense here. Leng Mian laughed out loud and urged Dai Kuka to let him join the raid on the back garden so they could fight side by side. Hearing this, Liu Yi asked if they should set off right now, but suddenly, a voice echoed from behind the wall, calling out to Sister Mok Mok. Both Liu Yi and Leng Mian whipped around to look as Narp Doer, a completely ordinary human, stepped out and asked if he could join their group. He wants to fight the back garden too, leaving Liu Yi staring at this ordinary kid. Leng Mian glared at Narp Doer and asked why he didn't just stay safe back at the 2-city survivor camp instead of running all the way out here. Holding up his phone, Narp Doer said, "Sister Mok, there is something I have been holding on to that belonged to Tio Sum, and I never gave it to you." It contains the video of Tio Sum's final moments, making Leng Mian's eyes widen in shock as Narp Doro offered to trade this crucial footage just to join the team. "I know I am just ordinary. I do not have insane cheat powers like you players, but I still want to help take down the back garden. Even if I only do chores or act as live bait, I just want to be out there moving alongside all of you." Leng Mian stepped forward and demanded the phone, leaving Narpdor startled. Then his face darkened as he growled to hand it over and get lost, but Narpdor desperately clutched it tight. Thinking to himself, Narpdara wondered what a weak, normal human like him could even achieve by staying alive. Just live like cattle for the players instead of waiting for some fake, hopeless rescue. He would rather die living like a real human. Leng Mian stood over Napdar with a dark scowl, causing him to flinch away in fear, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Then Nopdor screamed out, "Do not worry. Even if I end up dead, I will never blame any of you. This is my own choice, Sister Moke. Please, I beg you." Meanwhile, outside the massive two-city secret realm, Liu Yi watched in silence as cheerful voices and clinking glasses echoed from the trees. "Stop nursing that drink and keep chugging." The crowd toasted happily, but while his subordinates were busy drinking in the back, Yuan Ding sat alone in a corner, deep in thought. Just look at this. A glowing pink and blue status bar suddenly flares up right on his arm, causing him to angrily clench his fist in pure frustration. Frowning, he knew he couldn't underestimate Thung Dirp having failed once in the origin world. Another defeat was simply not an option. Yuan Ding stood up, glanced around his surroundings, and quietly slipped away as a voice echoed telling him to contact her again. He needed to see if he could secure the key item to win, since Thung Lor had added yet another lock on their victory. Deep in the dark woods, a shadowy figure with a purple buzz cut stood alone. Hands on his hips, he muttered into his phone, "Look, I want to help again, but my capacity is full, and going over the limit is out of the question." On the other end, a woman laughed softly and spoke. She teased him for hating his role as her servant when his entire power was her doing, and yes, that purple buzz cut was indeed Yuan Ding. Hearing this, he scowled and retorted, "You said the exact same thing when you enslaved my grandfather, and we both know how they ended up." The woman voice chimed in again, "If you can obtain that special vessel, I will clear some container space just for you, allowing your original physical form to finally return to your own body. And then, I will grant you some extra personal capacity," which made Yuan Ding fall into a heavy, silent hesitation for a long moment before he finally gave in and agreed. The moment Yuan Ding agreed, a glowing white pearl materialized right before his eyes. Streams of blue light were being sucked into the pearl, causing the young man to suddenly grimace in intense discomfort. The next second, he exploded in anger and screamed, "Are you setting me up? With an item this powerful, even if my container is completely empty, it will be maxed out instantly." The woman chuckled on the line, explaining that since she held his form, filling the vessel would still take time, and in the meantime, he could exploit that special vessel. "Boost your strength past mine, and who knows, maybe you will be the one enslaving me next." Yuan Ding stared silently at the white pearl, which had now finished absorbing all the blue energy. It spun gently in front of him before he suddenly reached out and snatched it, clenching his fist tight around the pearl. There was no turning back now if he did not grab this chance. His remaining days would be nothing but misery. Right after, a system notification popped up. "You have received 25% of Hua Zhongzhou's computational limit and acquired the skill dog valuation." Right about then, Yuan Ding hangs up his phone. Clenching his fist, he tells himself that only by serving her can he claim the position of Thien Dier and escape real-world dangers. Elsewhere, in a region surrounded by endless rolling mountain peaks, lies But Chu Son. Deep among the towering ancient trees of But Chu Son, a sudden voice echoes through the air. Seriously, struggling so violently every single time, only to end up obediently submitting in the very end anyway. The speaker is a girl with glowing white hair, none other than Thien Dier herself. Marking her 6th term, the girl continues, "According to the standard procedure, the Thien Dier program for the special host has officially been activated. Just like in the previous cycles of reincarnation, the only difference is that the special host is no longer Huang Dir Vun, but Dar. If Yuan Ding fails to secure that special host, number 8 and number 9, you two go and help him out." These entities, known as number 8 and number 9, are actually a single monster with 2 distinct heads. Hearing their names called out, they both flinch in slight surprise. In the next instant, those 2 heads split into 2 completely separate bodies. Dropping to one knee, they give a clear, obedient reply. Thien Dier adds, "Remember to handle Dar's original body first, and make sure to destroy the resurrection technique he left in Hai Thun." Not stopping there, Thien Dier glances sideways and says also, "While you are in Hai Thun, check on that cycle of reincarnation. What are my older brother and sister up to?" Meanwhile, in another place, a yellow-haired boy with lifeless, teary eyes lies helpless on the ground as a mocking laugh echoes. Haha. That faint, gasping voice of the boy on the ground is coming from the phone in Leng Mian's hand, pleading with his sister to protect herself and stay safe. The cruel, laughing voice sneers, asking if this is a farewell, while recording the whole painful scene on camera. Come on over and grab a good seat, because we are about to watch this brutal scene unfold in crystal clear high definition. A blood-curdling scream of pure agony rings out, making Leng Mian tremble down to her very bones in helpless rage. On the phone screen, a man in glasses glares arrogantly right into the lens, telling her to remember his name, Yuan-gu. He boasts about being the vice leader of Horhua Yuan, daring her to come seek revenge, while a laughing lackey behind him praises his cruel sense of humor. Narp Do stands nearby, watching her dark, expressionless face, and anxiously asks if Sister Moke is doing okay. Leng Mian quietly shuts off the phone, uttering absolutely nothing as her hands clench so tightly her knuckles turn white. After a long, deep breath, she looks up with her usual bright expression, flashing a sunny smile to tell her brother-in-law it is time to move. She throws her fist into the air with sudden energy, shouting out that they are going to start picking some flowers. Beside her, Narp Dor joins right in, loudly chanting about picking flowers. Liu Yi watches these two act completely wild before quietly asking if she really wants to bring him along when even she could die any second. Leng Mian shrugs and tells him to let the guy tag along. Narpdor is thrilled, thanking Sister Moke, but his joy is cut short when she growls a warning. She barks at him to keep his distance, and a panicked Narpdoro quickly promises twice that he will stay far away. Absolutely, absolutely. The scene shifts, showing several pairs of feet in black boots marching calmly down a pathway. The soldiers all wear matching uniforms, chatting casually as they move. But on the other side of things, the mood is not nearly as pleasant. Vian Lok walks along while angrily scolding a companion next to him, creating a tense, suffocating silence all around them. Watching them from behind a nearby tree trunk, Leng Mian cannot help but feel deeply suspicious about the whole situation. Deep within the dense forest, with twilight barely settling in, Leng Mian swiftly darts away toward a different direction. Landing right in front of Liu Yi, she tells her brother-in-law that the entire Horhua Yuan guild is oddly packing up and leaving. Confused, he repeats the word leaving, while Liu Yi and Leng Mian stand close to discuss their next move. Napdur watches them carefully from behind a tree trunk in the distance. Liu Yi steps forward to peer down at the winding trail below, which is completely packed with a massive line of Horhua Yuan members. The players complain about the long journey ahead to Bik Than, chatting noisily about how much they absolutely hate having to walk all this way. Others agree that despite spending 10 days out in this dangerous wild, the loot was incredibly rich, and that secret dungeon was absolutely perfect for leveling up fast. Frowning, Liu Yi realizes they are actually retreating, thinking it is a good thing they arrived early, or these guys would have slipped away completely. Leng Mian speaks up again to ask her brother-in-law, "I just used my detection skill to scan this entire army of players. The highest level among them is only 50, while the rest are mostly 40 to 50. What is our plan?" Smirking, Liu Yi slowly replies that with such a massive army lined up, and absolutely no high-level leaders in sight, they should start wiping them out from the very back. He calculates silently that taking down this many players should easily be enough to max out his 50 permanently socketed ceiling soul gems. Launching himself off a tree branch with massive force, he kicks off so hard the thick wood instantly cracks under his weight. Wait, look at the sky right there. Liu Yi is about to give an order when a bizarre, blinding beam of light cuts through the clouds, leaving him completely baffled. A second later, Liu Yi shouts out a frantic warning, "Things are bad, get out of here right now." But before they can even move, a massive column of light slams directly onto the trail where the guild members are marching. The impact is so violent that it blasts everyone into the air. Retreating to a nearby tree branch with Liu Yi, Lan Dian quickly asks, "What on earth was that?" Down below, those lucky enough to survive the blast are in absolute shambles, some sprawled on the ground unable to move, others staring in utter disbelief at the crater right in front of them. The bodies of their fallen allies littering the dirt are already beginning to dissolve into thin air. Among the survivors is Yuan Gu, who stands there with his jaw dropped, staring blankly alongside the remaining crew. The uneven ground suddenly turns incredibly rugged, filled with sharp, jagged rocks jutting out everywhere. A bit farther away, a lone figure lies stretched out on the ground, then suddenly sits up completely uninjured. That is indeed number 9, the dual servant of Thiendier, who tilts his head and freezes in sudden realization. Glancing left and right for a moment, without a single word, number 9 leaps to another spot. Now check this out. This sudden move completely startles the remaining Hua Yuan members standing nearby. Within just a few short seconds, that guy's figure fades into a blurry, phantom-like silhouette, leaving the onlookers staring blankly. Liu Yi lets his jaw drop as he mutters under his breath, "What on earth was that? A player? Or some dungeon monster?" His power is absolutely terrifying. Dropping straight from the sky, he wiped out thousands of Hua Yuan players, leaving only a tiny handful. He turns back, speaks to Lung Mian right behind him. What kind of force could wipe out such a massive army of Hua Yuan? Liu Yi grits his teeth, realizing his experience points to something huge. But out loud, he calmly speaks, "It looks like our partnership has to end a bit early. Go clear out the rest, then we head home." Right then, Lung Mian suddenly speaks up about Yuan Gu, who stands scowling down below. "Liu Yi, keep him alive. He is the vice director of Hua Yuan," she adds. "Besides, this man is clearly not the main force sent to deal with you." Hearing this, Liu Yi looks at her with total confusion. Lung Mian shares her theory their core members must still be on the other side of the realm, waiting for reinforcements. "Use him. We can definitely extract some crucial information about this ambush. With any luck, we can turn their own trap against them, wipe out their elite forces, and push Hua Yuan to the brink of ruin." Liu Yi asks her, "How do you know his identity?" No answer. Leng Mian simply falls into deep thought. After all, her main target is that massive faction army. Taking down high-level players is barely worth the risk, and it gives very little experience points anyway. Moments later, Lung Mian speaks in a cold, flat tone, "He murdered my little brother's assassin." Just then, a sharp, terrified shriek echoes through the dense, tangled forest. A member of Hua Yuan collapses to the ground, frantically scrambling backward in panic. He mutters hysterically under his breath, "They are dead. Everyone is dead. How did such a terrifying monster suddenly show up?" He scrambles up instantly. He runs, screaming out all at once, "Over 90% of our brothers are dead. We have to run." Suddenly, Yuan Gu appears right in front of him, planting a brutal kick straight into his stomach. He roars at him furiously, "Why the hell are you panicking? Even if they all die, our director can easily revive every single one of them. So what are you so afraid of?" Watching him crash against a nearby tree, Yuan Gu spits on the ground, calling him a completely useless piece of trash. He turns, barks to the rest, "Pack up your gear. Gather the equipment and memory pearls of our fallen comrades. We need to return to Bic Thine immediately. Things are getting way too complicated around here." Orders received. They quickly scramble to obey, nodding and shouting in agreement right away. Still annoyed, Yuan Gu frowns deeply and swears under his breath, "Damn it, what on earth was that thing just now?" Right then, Liu Yi's voice calmly echoes right from behind him. "So you do not even know either? I actually thought you guys offended some absolute powerhouse and were finally getting your well-deserved retribution." Startled, Yuan Gu quickly spins around, his mind racing with panic. Who could this be? And here's where it goes down: 1 second of carelessness, and Liu Yi's binding rope is wrapped tightly around his neck. Yuan Gu screams out in agony as all his limbs are tightly bound and pulled in every direction. Seeing this, the rest of the Hua Yuan members instantly freeze in utter panic. In the distance, Liu Yi and Lung Mian slowly make their way toward them. The remaining Hua Yuan members stammer in absolute terror. It is him. The legendary Liu Yi is here. But before they can say another word, Liu Yi unleashes a single, devastating strike. These remaining enemies are instantly wiped out. Their physical bodies slowly dissolve into thin air. Yuan Gu stares in absolute shock, his jaw on the floor. Opposite him, Liu Yi speaks with surprising, calm gentleness. Lan Dian behind him is not nearly as calm. glaring at the tightly bound man before her while grinding her teeth in pure hatred. She turns to Liu Yi and asks brother-in-law, "Once you are done questioning him, can you hand him over to me?" Hearing this, Liu Yi simply sits down on a nearby boulder without hesitation. He tells her there is nothing worth asking, so he is all yours. And once you are done, we head back to Haithan. In his mind, he thinks his target is gone, so he needs to find experience points elsewhere. He keeps a cold face while his mind wanders. What a waste, he thinks. If only I had taken out those players myself. If I did, my level would have easily reached 50 by now. Then I could permanently slot the ceiling beads, equip my full set, and completely restore my power. Being stuck at level 46 is just so annoying. His young face turns completely serious. His thoughts race on, wondering where he will ever find another chance like this, now that he missed the back garden assembly. Surely he does not have to break into the back garden headquarters himself, right? That would be way too dangerous. Imagine if these players were just like normal game characters where dying does not tank their levels. That would be so much better. That way, all I would need to do is round them up to easily push my level all the way to the top. While he thinks, Lan Dian stands in silence beside him, plotting how to torture Yuan Gu to avenge her younger brother. Tied up nearby, Yuan Gu grows restless hearing Liu Yi speak. He desperately thinks to himself that the man cannot be allowed to leave. With the growth rate of a special entity, if they do not kill him right now, he will become an unstoppable nightmare later on. Lan Dian steps right up to Yuan Gu, calling out to the man behind her, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Suddenly, Yuan Gu snarls a line that startles both of them. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Seeing that he got the reaction he wanted, he mocks them. "You cannot kill a single one of our back garden players. We will easily be resurrected by our garden master. We will return in perfect condition and then drown you in an absolute sea of players." Catching that crucial keyword, Liu Yi looks over and starts to wonder, resurrection, does Yuan Ding actually have a revive skill? And judging by his tone, this ability allows him to restore a massive number of players completely without needing any assistance. Liu Yi chuckles coldly and asks, "Are you telling me Yuan Ding has a resurrection skill?" Seeing the response, Yuan Gu lifts his chin, glaring back with absolute arrogance. Liu Yi lowers his gaze and speaks, "So, unless we deal with that revive skill first, anything we do to you guys is pretty much useless." His lips curl up slightly as his voice takes on a sharper edge, "Right. That explains why you are not afraid at all." Looking straight at Yuan Gu, Liu Yi continues, "Let me guess. Next you are going to say this revive skill is an effect of the Huyen Thu title, and that the Huyen Thu title can only be obtained by killing its current owner?" Lan Dian stands beside them in a daze, silently hanging on to every word Liu Yi says. "You wanted to use this bait to lure me straight into your ambush, stepping right into the trap you set up ages ago. And just like that, the whole hidden master plan is laid completely bare, leaving Yuan Gu speechless with his eyes wide open in pure shock. Liu Yi looks at his face and knows he hit the nail on the head. It seems the back garden players gathered in Tuthan City for the sole purpose of dealing with me. He wants to use that revive ability to capture me. Since he is also a special entity, he knows we can level up by killing players. With a resurrection skill, a special entity could repeatedly farm the same group of players to level up instantly. I just wonder if revived players still grant stats upon death. Finishing his thoughts, Liu Yi pushes himself up from his knees and sighs, "Guess I was just overthinking things." Then he turns to walk away, leaving a few final instructions for the silent Lan Dian. "All right, he is all yours. Do not worry. I have already completely neutralized his movements. He cannot even commit suicide, but make sure not to go too hard, because he can still be resurrected. If you hit him too hard and he dies, you will be in deep trouble. So do not bother trying to interrogate him. If he can truly revive, he will absolutely never spill the truth anyway." Besides, Liu Yi reasons, it is pretty easy to guess where Yuan Ding got that resurrection skill from. A player from the Saint group once mentioned something interesting. Every single one of those Tuthu titles comes with an extremely unique effect, giving their guild a massive and convenient advantage when fighting enemies. If the Huyen Thu title indeed grants the power to restore players, then it all makes perfect sense. Tied up tightly, Yuan Gu can only glare and gnash his teeth in useless rage as Liu Yi calmly walks away. Completely ignoring whatever fate awaits Yuan Gu next, Liu Yi slowly walks away into the distance. As he walks, he rubs his chin in deep thought, realizing resurrection works pretty much the same way in standard video games. Suddenly realizing something, Liu Yi's breathing shifts, instantly sounding a whole lot more excited. Just a second ago, he was wishing for a resurrection skill. And right now, info about that exact power lands right in front of him. A skill like that is priceless, and the sooner he gets his hands on it, the more valuable it becomes. He clenches his fists. Pure determination fills Liu Yi's chest. Thinking a bit more selfishly, the sooner he secures this power, the stronger his ultimate shield will be to protect the people standing right beside him. Liu Yi stops. His face goes dead serious, his brows knitting tightly. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he realizes it is clearly a trap designed for him. Charging in blindly would probably get him trapped forever. It is just too dangerous. Pulling his hand back, Liu Yi stares down at his equipped glove, reminding himself that he possesses a special constitution. He has infinite potential, while Yuan Ding is permanently capped at level 60. Sweeping a hand through his hair, Liu Yi looks completely unwilling to accept this defeat. Once he hits level 70 or 80, he can summon Zhu Yin and go find Yuan Ding to settle the score. He stops himself. Forget it. There is absolutely no reason to take such a massive risk right now. Just knowing this is enough for now. One day, it will be his. Now watch this. Over on the other side, Yuan Gu shows zero fear, bursting into a loud, hearty laugh. He sneers and asks, acting like you have some deep grudge against me. Why don't you remind me what exactly I did to turn you into this pathetic state? Whatever. Forget about it. Not knowing is probably better anyway. That way, you cannot make me feel guilty or regretful. Besides, I have done way too many bad things, and repenting for every single one of them would just be a massive pain. With those words, he bursts into another hearty laugh, completely ignoring his heavily wounded body and his tattered clothes that are torn to absolute shreds. Standing right opposite him is Lan Dian. She tilts her head and asks, "Do you actually hope I will kill you?" "No, I will not get emotional," she says. "Finishing you off right now would just be letting you off too easy." Hearing this, Yuan Gu falls dead, silent, not daring to utter another word. But Lan Dian continues, "Do not worry. I will definitely kill you, but only after I deal with Yuan Ding first. So you will never have any chance of being resurrected." Glancing back over her shoulder, Lan Dian leaves the heavily battered man behind without a second thought, running as fast as she can straight toward Liu Yi. Suddenly, a furious fist slams hard into a thick tree trunk. The heavy thud echoes through the woods. The hand belongs to Yuan Ding, who is clutching the splintered wood while angrily grinding his teeth in pure rage. Just then, another figure leaps from a distance onto the branch right next to Yuan Ding. It is Bok Thu Sao. He asks his leader, "Why did you stop here, and how is a cock doing?" Looking down at the ground, he instantly spots a battered, broken body hanging helplessly in midair. Staring in absolute shock, Bok Thu Sao completely loses his temper and furiously yells out, "Those bastards! How dare they treat a cock like this?" Tensing up, he tries to rush down to save him, but Yuan Ding holds him back, telling him to stay calm because now is not the time to make a move. Bok Thu Sao turns back to demand answers. Are we really just going to stand here and watch a cock suffer? Grinding his teeth in sheer frustration, Yuan Ding mutters, "It is just a little physical pain, nothing he cannot handle. Once we capture the target and I claim the special constitution title, even if a cock dies, I can easily resurrect him later. Then I will let him get his revenge personally." Even so, Bok Thu Sao still frowns, highly reluctant to back down. Yuan Ding quickly decides to head into the secret realm to wait for nightfall. But Bok Thu Sao asks in disbelief, is he really going to show up after finding out about this plot? And get this, Yuan Ding smirks, claiming he will come, and if not, he has ways to force him. Down below, Lan Dian asks Liu Yi, brother-in-law, "Are you going to deal with Yuan Ding next?" He looks at her suspiciously and asks if she wants to go too. Lan Dian immediately replies, "Yes, Only by killing Yuan Ding can I truly destroy Yuan Gu and avenge my younger brother. Liu Yi stares back in absolute silence, not saying a single word. He slumps down onto a nearby rock and says, "Sorry, but I might disappoint you. This is a near-death situation, and I am not going to put myself in that kind of danger." Lan Dian hangs her head, staring down at her clasped hands, as she asks in deep disappointment, "Is that really how it is?" Hearing those sad words, Liu Yi does not soften his heart, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead. Meanwhile, sitting behind a tree nearby is Pei Dao, carrying a sword on his back that he picked up along the way. Watching those two from afar, he wonders what Lan Dian and Liu Yi are discussing. She looks so incredibly sad. Are they seriously about to break up? And here he thought they would have an epic 300-round battle before finding a way to survive. He never expected the entire back garden to get instantly wiped out by a monster. Now he is left wondering what kind of origin that creature actually has. Where did it go? Will we ever cross paths again? Man, he prayed they would never meet again. It was too terrifying. Even actual players died from a single touch, let alone someone like him. Speak of the devil, and he appears. And check this out, right as Napdar peeks his head out, another pale face pops up right over him. Napdar stared back, eyes wide with horror, as cold sweat drenched his face. He knew he had to warn Luca and Muktai right away. The instant that thought crossed his mind, he bolted toward Lung Mian and Liu Yi, screaming out that the giant monster was coming. Cold sweat kept pouring down his face, heavier by the second. Napdar panicked, thinking to himself if he was about to die right then and there. Just one light touch from that thing would end him. Accepting his fate, Napdar closed his eyes and grit his teeth, thinking maybe dying was finally a way out. In a world where ruthless players run completely wild without rules, ordinary people had lost all will to survive. He bolted so fast, head down, that he flew straight past the other two without even noticing them. After running a good distance, Napdar suddenly skidded to a halt and felt his intact body, muttering to himself. He wondered if he was completely fine and if the monster had spared him. Meanwhile, Liu Yi and Lung Mian were on high alert, staring ahead with deep frowns. The completely pale monster slowly walked toward them, muttering broken words with every single step. It kept repeating to go to the secret realm, prompting a confused Lung Mian to ask Liu Yi what it wanted. So Qin kept closing the distance, clutching a massive axe, while endlessly repeating his creepy demand to go to the secret realm. Liu Yi stepped forward, telling Lung Mian to take Napdar and run while he held it back, leaving her calling out to Dai Ku Cha in worry. She gave him an indescribable look, but Liu Yi completely ignored her, his mind already racing as he tried to figure out a plan. Damn it. After that last brutal battle, his main massive weapon was still on cooldown. His other gear could only hold the gems for a few seconds, and permanent socketing was too complex. When would he finally reach level 50? Lung Mian did not waste any time lingering on her choice. She lunged toward Napdar, grabbing him with one hand to drag him in another direction, quickly shouting back to tell Liu Yi to be extremely careful. Napdar frowned as the strong girl dragged him away, completely reluctant to leave his friend behind. He cried out that they could not abandon Luca, but Lung Mian snapped back, telling him to shut up because staying would only distract him and make things far worse. So Qin stepped right up to Liu Yi, tilting his head to demand he go to the secret realm. Liu Yi grimaced at the monster, realizing the beast did not even react when Lung Mian and the kid escaped. It was clear that he was the only target here. Growing highly impatient at the lack of response, So Qin tightened his deadly grip on his massive axe. Crouching into a low combat stance, he slowly growled out his next warning. He threatened to break his limbs and drag him away, lunging forward like a bullet straight at Liu Yi. With mortal danger closing in, Liu Yi skipped the talking and immediately made his move. Suddenly, a system alert flashed, warning him that his skill level was too low to bind the target. Frowning deeply, he immediately switched to a different attack. Yet the system shut him down again, stating his skill level was too low for a full-scale offensive. The double rejection forced him to stop in his tracks. Panicking, he wondered why his skills were suddenly completely useless. Why on earth was his level not high enough? With no other choice, he drew his gun and fired a heavy shot. But So Chin effortlessly swiped the incoming bullet out of the air. Just look at the sheer power of this beast, as his heavy steps literally shatter the ground. Seeing him charge full speed, even our main character completely loses his cool. Instantly changing his tune, he yelled out that he would go with him to the secret realm. Those sudden words did the trick, completely freezing the giant axe mid-swing just centimeters away from crushing his skull. Liu Yi panicked, realizing he was completely outmatched. But more importantly, what on earth was causing his skills to be disabled? Despite the chaos in his head, he forced himself to look calm and repeated his surrender. And repeating that he would go, So Chin finally grunted in approval and pointed his massive axe toward the portal beyond the trees. Liu Yi worriedly wondered if the back garden guild had set up a deadly ambush inside. The young man fell deep into thought, wondering if this monster was allied with the back garden. If they were, why spare him here? Just to force him inside. Staring at the massive portal of the secret realm, another question crossed his mind. Why did this monster slaughter the back garden members earlier? Since he had no way to fight back now, complying was his only option. Thinking it over, he looked at So Chin and agreed. Liu Yi turns toward the dungeon entrance, with number 9 casually trailing behind him. Walking forward, our brother-in-law starts putting the pieces together. Wait, if he looks at this from a different angle, these 2 points actually do not conflict at all. Getting rid of the Hao Hua Yuan group was just to suppress him. If he had wiped out the Hao Hua Yuan members back then, his overall strength would have skyrocketed by now. That would indirectly make dealing with him a whole lot harder for them. Reaching this conclusion, his thoughts suddenly lock into place. Yuan Ding is truly ruthless. Shoving him straight into an ambush can only mean one single thing: that bastard Yuan Ding wants to steal something from him. Glancing back at number 9 skipping happily right behind him, Liu Yi wonders what could it possibly be. His mind spins with complex theories. The most valuable thing on his entire body is definitely his special trait title. Does Yuan Ding want this? Is he going to capture him and somehow transfer it away using some bizarre method he does not know about? Right then, the expression on Liu Yi's face grows incredibly serious. He mutters to himself, "That is how it is, right?" Liu Yi looks up slightly, watching the dungeon entrance draw closer and closer. The system announces that the giant weapon has been restored and the storage orb socketed. Blessing of all attribute. Enhancement active. Blessing of all attribute enhancement. As the alert fades, Liu Yi and number 9 arrive right in front of the dungeon portal. He carefully scans the surrounding area and begins to ponder. There is not a single player outside. It looks like the ambush is waiting for him inside the dungeon. Thinking of the monster trailing behind him, Liu Yi feels a wave of anxiety. If he steps inside, will this beast follow? If the monster actually follows him inside, then he can just lay back. No need to fight at all. Since his active skills are locked and his attributes are pretty mediocre, he stands absolutely zero chance against them and Yuan Ding. His brows furrow tightly. Liu Yi makes up his mind, let's just go inside and see. If he really cannot resolve this crisis in the end, he still has one final escape route, using the recall orb. Just to be safe, he left the recall orb with a Liu Yun. If things truly go south, he can just commit suicide to spawn back. Staring at the massive portal before him, Liu Yi hesitates in silence for a brief second. Then, he takes a step forward, his long cloak fluttering dramatically behind him. The exact moment Liu Yi steps completely through, the dungeon gate snaps shut and vanishes into thin air. The safety rope still remains wrapped tightly around Yuan Gu's arm, but it dissolves a second later as Liu Yi enters. With nothing left to hold him up, Yuan Gu crashes heavily onto the ground. His body begins to glow with the light of death. Yuan Gu sighs, realizing his time is finally up. Now shift your focus elsewhere. Lan Dian carries Nap Dao quite a far distance before finally stopping. Looking around, she confirms number 9 did not chase them. Its real target has to be her brother-in-law. Since she is not the primary target, she needs to go back and help him. She instantly drops Nap Dao to the ground with a loud thud. Lan Dian turns around and bolts in the opposite direction, leaving him behind with a final warning: do not follow her. Things are too complicated right now, and she is no longer responsible for his safety. He casts his eyes down at the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. His voice trembles with bitter resentment in this world. Are ordinary people just a burden now? Unable to do anything, only dragging the players down. Napdao's entire body shakes. In the quiet depths of the forest, his quiet cry of frustration echoes softly. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is passing through the dungeon portal. Glancing back, he confirms that number 9 has not followed him inside. Behind Liu Yi, the mystical energy around the dungeon portal continues to swirl and churn endlessly. He frowns. Was it just to rush him inside? Does Yuanding believe he can finish him here? Or is the boss simply unable to enter? Finally, his feet touch the solid ground on the other side of the dungeon. A system alert chimes, "Welcome to the World Recreation Dungeon. Current quest objective: destroy the Black Sun. Beware of the looming Black Sun. Players are completely locked out of using any active skills. Every single active skill currently in your possession has been rendered entirely useless." Liu Yi stares in absolute disbelief at the system notification, the words echoing in his mind. All active skills restricted. The system chimes again under the influence of the Black Sun. All attribute enhancement blessings are now nullified. Hearing these devastating system notifications, Liu Yi stands completely frozen on the spot, utterly lost on what to do. He looks up at the sky to see thick clouds gathering and swirling around a massive, terrifying sphere of pure darkness. Just then, the sound of rapid footsteps echoes. To his shock, Liu Yi spots the Hao Hua Yuan members charging aggressively right at him. He curses silently, "Damn it. Even if all my buffed attributes completely vanish, a real player like me is not someone ordinary trash like you can ever hope to handle." With a single brutal sweep of his blade, Liu Yi slices those annoying He Hua Yuan lackeys completely in half. Suddenly, soft popping sounds echo right behind Liu Yi, making his eyes widen in pure disbelief. He spins around to see the severed bodies fusing together, transforming into a blinding white light that rushes straight for him. A system alert flashes he is hit by the deep sleep skill, locking down his physical movement. Liu Yi grits his teeth as the binding light wraps around him. He thinks in pure rage they said skills were banned here. So how is this happening? Then, the white light completely fades. Gripping his blade, a sudden realization hits Liu Yi. No, only active skills are blocked, but passive skills are still fair game. He warns himself as his entire body suddenly starts feeling incredibly heavy. Watching another wave of He Hua Yuan lackeys charge straight at him, his mind races wildly. How is he supposed to clear this crowd? Out of nowhere, watch this. A sudden purple beam streaks from the dark, targeting the back of his neck. Liu Yi senses the danger, but he is too slow. Yuanding is already behind him, choking him and lifting him off the ground. The villain sneers, "Without your buffs, your base stats are complete trash compared to my maxed out attributes." The system panel pops up, confirming his identity, Yuanding, a level 60 powerhouse with max stats. His screen displays highly dangerous attributes, showcasing a massive pool of base intelligence alongside an incredibly fast recovery rate. Another system alert blares. Liu Yi is under the severing flow effect, making his movements slower by the second. As the He Hua Yuan crowd creeps closer, Liu Yi realizes they are sacrificing themselves to trigger passive crowd control. He knows he cannot let them activate any more passives. With time running out, he decides to deploy his safety ropes. The glowing ropes coiled around Liu Yi's arms begin to writhe, immediately catching Yuanding's eye from behind. While Yuanding watches in shock, Liu Yi feels the pulse in his arms and grins. Yes, this actually worked. The safety ropes are fully functional. They lash out violently, forcing a startled Yuanding to leap back to create some distance. He scowls at the bizarre weapon, muttering, "What on earth is this? Some kind of gear he brought from reality." Meanwhile, the remaining He Hua Yuan goons are tightly bound by the ropes, looking exactly like wrapped mummies. With a grim expression, Liu Yi shoots his ropes outward, thinking, "If I strip away your player status and kill you as ordinary humans, your passives won't activate." With that plan in mind, he looks ahead, his eyes filled with absolute determination. A split second later, Liu Yi blurs forward, his razor-sharp blade ready to strike the helpless bound targets. With one swift swipe, the crowd falls lifelessly to the ground, completely failing to trigger their passive skills. What on earth is happening? Yuan Ding watches the slaughter unfold in total shock. Liu Yi turns a freezing glare toward him. So, who's the one face down now and who's the real trash? Below, the ruined battlefield shatters as violent flashes explode in the dark. Let us take a closer look. These shockwaves are from Liu Yi furiously whipping his safety ropes to hold off Yuan Ding. The deadly ropes streak towards his chest, but the villain effortlessly tilts his body to dodge. When the upper assault fails, the ropes lash low at his ankles, yet he smoothly evades them without a shred of panic. Dodging easily, he sneers. That gear is surprisingly flexible. You could easily use it to run away. The exit to leave this dungeon is right beneath the swirling vortex. Just stop fighting me and you can leave. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes as the safety ropes pulverize the giant boulders behind him. But he just slips past the debris with a mocking laugh. So, tell me, are you absolutely terrified of the monsters waiting outside? The purple-headed boss is loving every single second of this. He curls his lips, sneering. You wanted to wear me down, then find a way to deal with the beasts outside. But honestly, you are just way too weak. Even if that fancy gear of yours provides some solid defense. Liu Yi scowls as his strategy is laid bare, while the rogue continues to mock him, but maintaining that gear drains massive stamina, doesn't it? Watching the enraged young man charge with pure killing intent, Yuan Ding steps back, casually keeping his distance as he speaks. How much longer can you keep that up? Once you run out of energy, locking you down is just a matter of time. A confident, arrogant smirk spreads across his face. He knows he has already won. Yuan Ding keeps taunting him. Besides, your body is getting heavier, and that toxic mud effect only gets worse over time. Once your stamina runs completely dry, your heavy body will be frozen solid on the spot. By then, you will be nothing but a helpless fish on my chopping block. The villain laughs, effortlessly dodging every blow. So I basically do not need to rush at all. I will just let time slowly deal with you. The next second, his face twists into a vicious scowl as he sneers. But as for that other guy, our time is running out fast. Staring at Liu Yi's dark, silent expression, Lung Mian suddenly acts as if she just remembered something and speaks up. Oh, right. I just remembered you got a memory orb back in the Nuenjie realm, right? Hearing this, Liu Yi snaps his head up, frowning at the man in front of him. Crossing his arms, the purple bald guy smirks and asks, "Is it on your person? If I were you, I certainly would not. I would hide it on a trusted companion to keep it far away. That way, if I ever run into danger, I can easily escape using that memory orb. And if my companion is in trouble, I can use it to reach them in no time. So, that is how it works." Yuan Ding claps his hands loudly and says, "Didn't I tell you that number 8 and number 9 usually act together? Number 8 has already headed to Haicheng." Hearing that name, Liu Yi stares at the man in front of him in sheer disbelief. Then he frowns, asking him, "Is this number 9 you mentioned, the secret monster guarding the outside?" Yuan Ding casually folds his arms, easily dodging every single one of Liu Yi's incoming attacks. Retreating, he speaks, "That's right. And number 8 is way stronger than number 9. Can your new Haicheng alliance even stand a chance?" Then he flashes a sleazy grin, asking, or better yet, "Can that little sister of yours actually stop number 8? Over Haicheng, dark clouds roll in, completely blocking out the sun as a massive bolt of lightning tears through the gloomy sky. Heavy rain begins to pour down. Right now, number 9 has already arrived in Haicheng, standing in the rain as if waiting for his chance. Right in front of him, a few unsuspecting people are gathering under the roof of a shop by the road. Suddenly, Liu Yi stops in his tracks. He stands frozen. A pretty long moment passes, startling the purple-haired bald guy. Then, he spins. He runs in the opposite direction. He thinks to himself, Yuan Ding is absolutely right. If this keeps up, I will definitely lose. Liu Yi rushes toward the pillar of light, desperately trying to find a way to break this deadlock. Staring up at the black hole in the sky, Liu Yi realizes that the key to breaking this deadlock is acting before his consciousness power completely runs dry. Could attacking this secret realm bring down the black sun in the sky? This might be my only move left to shatter this deadlock. He grits his teeth. What about his sister? Remembering Liu Yun and her teammates, Liu Yi has no choice but to trust her. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding stands in the distance, watching him with a smug grin. Right where Liu Yi is running, there is a glowing, glittering arrow. And yes, this thing is definitely going to change everything. Taking a few more rapid strides, Liu Yi finally gets close to the mysterious arrow. He reaches out to grab it, hoping it might be a crucial item with some clues. But the system suddenly alerts him incompatible class, unable to use the heaven-shattering nail. He grips it, but his hand instantly freezes in place. The system warns him. Touching the heaven-shattering nail has drawn the attention of the Black Sunday. During this time, your health will be drained by consuming double your consciousness power. Until your consciousness power is fully depleted, you cannot leave the secret realm. Once it is fully drained, you may choose to temporarily leave the secret realm. Hearing this, a shocked Liu Yi thinks, I get it now. Behind him, Yuan Ding bursts into a long, mocking laugh, shouting, you really are still so incredibly naive. He continues for the final stage of this secret realm. I gathered all the players' powers in the back garden and simulated every limit of what you could possibly do. The result is always the same, you cannot attack. Liu Yi is angry, visibly irritated. He glares back as the villain sneers, not only can you not attack, but this place will keep draining your consciousness power. Standing there like a life-claiming demon, Yuan Ding slowly says, just be a good boy. Fold your arms and surrender already. He is cornered, helpless. Liu Yi finally makes his choice. If failure is inevitable, he might as well gamble everything, using all his remaining consciousness power to expand his safety ropes and bind Yuan Ding. A wild gale erupts around Yuan Ding as the safety ropes expand. Countless binding ropes suddenly shoot out in every direction. Every single one of these ropes is locked onto a single target, that purple-haired, bald bastard. Yuan Ding quickly spins around to escape, but a safety rope manages to snag his ankle. Feeling the tight grip on his leg, he glances down in annoyance. Boom! In an instant, Liu Yi's safety ropes wrap him up like a massive cocoon. Alerts echo. System warnings flash. His consciousness power is rapidly plummeting. 21,000, then 18,000, then 15,000. It is draining way too fast, giving him 10 seconds at most. It is gone. My consciousness power is completely drained. Liu Yi groans, struggling to keep the villain bound. Liu Yi stares at the round bundle right in front of him, confused why it has wrapped but still hasn't shrunk. Clenching his fists, he quickly uses his mind to urge the binding seatbelts. Come on, shrink and lock this guy down completely. The round bundle begins to shake violently. Right after, two hands suddenly rip through and reach out from the very top. Liu Yi stares, completely frozen. What a total nightmare. In the very next second, Yuan Ding uses his bare hands to rip the seatbelts wide open. On the verge of breaking completely free, he smugly shouts out, did you honestly think you could keep me bound like this? Keep dreaming. You powered up this much in such a short time, but your awakening power must be heavily drained. Let us see if I can break free from your chains first, or if your energy runs completely dry first. As he speaks, the glowing orb hovering right over Yuan Ding's left shoulder begins to vibrate violently, radiating strange, highly unusual beams of light. The heavy mist over this desolate wasteland slowly begins to disperse, making their vision much clearer. Liu Yi is startled by the scene. He mutters quietly as the system notification rings in his ears once more. Awakening power at 8,400, then 6,000, and dropping fast to 4,000. At this critical point, Liu Yi decisively summons his weapon, thinking in absolute despair that he is out of options. Pressing the barrel against his own temple, he plans to end it so he can respawn through the recall orb. But with the gun pressed to his head, Liu Yi hesitates. The recall orb only recorded his previous level 60 state back in the origin realm. If he uses the recall orb to revive, will his special body title, the seatbelts, the Donghuang bell, and the sealed orb still exist? Like a harsh warning, the system alerts ring again, awakening power at 4,300, then down to 2,000. Hearing his energy plummeting near 2,000, Liu Yi grows more certain. This is still better than running completely dry and falling into Yuan Ding's hands. Right then, Yuan Ding sneers, "You want to kill yourself and use that recall orb to escape me?" He speaks in an incredibly crazed, unhinged tone. "I am not letting you die. I have already targeted you. The moment you die, I will immediately enter the secret realm to force revive you at level 1 with system priority. You can only revive right in my hands. There is no escape." Liu Yi just chuckles, keeping the gun pressed tightly to his temple. He silently reassures himself everything Yuan Ding says is a lie. If it were true, he would have killed me immediately, instead of waiting for my awakening power to drain completely. Deep in the shadows, a mysterious hand raises a bow. Yuan Ding continues to shout, laughing wildly, "You cannot escape me. Just like you cannot use your weak equipment to tie me down here forever." He roars with absolutely uncontrollable laughter. Liu Yi grits his teeth, knowing he cannot afford to hesitate anymore. It is time to pull the trigger. With a sharp whoosh, an arrow flies by, shattering the orb on Yuan Ding's shoulder. The orb completely shatters into countless tiny pieces. This sudden, unexpected turn of events leaves both Yuan Ding and Liu Yi completely dumbfounded. The arrow that destroyed the orb is now firmly embedded deep into the ground nearby. Stripped of the orb's mysterious power, Yuan Ding is instantly overpowered and bound by Liu Yi's seatbelts once again. He helplessly mutters, "No, this cannot be happening." In just a matter of seconds, Yuan Ding's entire body is bound tightly by the seatbelts. He stumbles around blindly, completely disoriented, before losing his balance and crashing flat on his back. Liu Yi sees this and thinks they won. "We actually did it." Jaw dropped, he quickly spins around to search for the mysterious archer who just saved his life. Who could it possibly be? To his surprise, the savior is Lan Dian. Seeing him turn around, she calls his name, and Liu Yi gasps Lan Dian. Confused, he asks her, "How did you even get here?" Lan Dian simply replies, "I was outside the secret realm. I saw some monsters lurking and guessed you had been cornered inside. So I looked for an opening and snuck in." Liu Yi feels incredibly grateful and replies, "Thank you so much. If it was not for you, I would have definitely died right here today." Lan Dian walks up to his side, looking down at the man bound tightly by the seatbelts on the ground, and asks, "Is this the warden of the back garden?" Liu Yi replies, "Yes. It was an incredibly tough battle, but we handled it." Then, he looks at the weapon in Lan Dian's hands, completely taken aback. He asks Lan Dian, "What is that weapon?" In his mind, he is deeply shocked. The material is completely identical to Fo Thian Din's weapon. Hearing his question, Lan Dian asks this bow. She holds up the ancient bow, whispering, "If it was not for this exact weapon, I would have never left my little brother behind that night." Liu Yi comforts her, "Do not be sad. Now that we captured Yuan Ding, we can finally avenge your little brother." Lan Dian softly nods. The body lies completely still, but in the next second, it suddenly begins to thrash around violently. Liu Yi and Lan Dian watch in utter shock. He quickly decides their next move. He is still struggling, trying to exploit this brief window while he turns back into a regular human. "Take him down," Liu Yi tells Leng Mian just to be safe. "Leng Mian, go grab that arrow behind you and shoot the black sun," he commands. "That should unlock our sealed active skills in this secret realm." Next, he raises his blade and aims a heavy strike right at Yuan Ding's neck. "I will deal with him," he says, leaving Leng Mian completely confused about the arrow. In the next second, she rushes toward that glowing arrow Liu Yi originally wanted to use against Yuan Ding, successfully snatching it up. She quickly grabs the arrow, loads it, and draws her bow directly toward the dark sky. Leng Mian pauses for a brief moment to lock onto her target. Whoosh, the arrow flies straight up. That giant black sphere sitting silently in the sky instantly begins to shrink after getting hit. Within just a few minutes, the sky begins to change so rapidly that it completely startles Leng Mian. A system alert pops up. Stage 9 quest, Eliminate the Black Sun, is complete. Stage 10 quest, Patching the Sky, is now unlocked. Under the influence of the Black Sun, a massive crack has opened up in the sky. Players must nurture sky-patching stones to seal this giant rift. Warning: Any mysterious substances emerging from this crack could have completely unpredictable effects on the rules of this secret realm. There is no longer a bottomless black hole up there. Instead, eerie streaks of crimson light start bleeding across the heavens. Leng Mian is totally paralyzed by the terrifying sight. And honestly, who wouldn't be? Over on his side, Liu Yi freezes, staring ahead in complete shock. Yuan Ding, the villain, was supposed to be completely bound by Liu Yi's ropes. Yet, he casually shakes them off, sits up, and scoffs that he almost passed out under his hands again. A system alert rings out. The rules of this area are restricted. All equipped items have lost their effects as local laws take hold. Liu Yi gasps, his mind racing. Constructs? Does the real world actually have system constructs as well? My own constructs become completely useless the moment they appear, almost like leaving my home territory back in the ruins. But if a royal family exists in the real world, then computational engines and constructs must exist here too. Liu Yi tenses up, desperately wondering how many seconds this lock will last. With his computing authority below 100%, how many seconds of lockdown is he facing? Yuan Ding watches the boy retreat in pure panic and smiles. He knows this restriction only blocks the use of physical equipment. Since his active skills are finally online, he can easily handle this kid. He admits his trap was almost completely dismantled. Pushing himself back onto his feet, the villain slowly mutters that his extreme caution earlier has finally paid off. With a highly unique body like yours, it is like you have the actual protagonist aura of some epic story. Yuan Ding's voice echoes through the area, saying that any situation seems to naturally bend to benefit you the most. Your crazy gear and the sudden arrival of that player behind you somehow solved the deadly game I carefully set up. Suddenly, his tone turns incredibly vicious, as he snarls that all of this glory should have belonged to him instead. In a flash, he lunges furiously at Liu Yi, screaming that he has already stolen back the special body that is rightfully his. Today, he will reclaim everything he lost. Meanwhile, the system prompts that his consciousness power is dangerously low, at 504. As the alerts blare, Liu Yi calculates his options after losing all those massive gear stat bonuses. With only 10,000 points left, he decides to burn 5,000 of his newly restored power to boost all his base stats. System alert. Congratulations on boosting all attributes to 2,500 under freeze status. Consciousness power rises to 27,500. Liu Yi decides to go all out, channeling every bit of his remaining power into his ultimate skill for 26.4 million damage. Unleashing the Deep Realm skill, Liu Yi thrusts his hand out, silently commanding his power to take him down. Yuan Ding is frozen in midair as if pinned by invisible spikes, before crashing heavily onto the dirt. Baldy Shin looks on with an extremely dark, brooding expression. Meanwhile, Leng Mian reaches out her hand to catch a mysterious glowing crystal falling from the sky. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yi stares intensely at the monster before him, praying that this devastating blow is enough. If not, he will throw in another. Too bad the Deep Realm skill cannot stack. Otherwise, he could keep freezing the bastard into absolute infinity. No matter how massive his health pool is, he would have been dead. But get this, Yuan Ding just laughs it off. Is this pathetic spark of power all you have? You can't threaten me, he sneers. A system alert chimes. His Surge Force defense has completely mitigated 25% of all incoming damage. His passive Surge Aura reduces all incoming forces in the area by 25%, while boosting his agility and physical punch impact by 3 points. He also gains a +2 in physical strength and intelligence, allowing him to burn mental energy to temporarily spike his attack power. Yuan Ding's stat bar suddenly glows with a blinding crimson light, leaving Liu Yi completely speechless at the sight. In a flash, Yuan Ding teleports right in front of Liu Yi, as the system warns that the freeze status has officially ended. Yuan Ding claws viciously at Liu Yi's face, but the young man barely dodges the strike, forcing the beast to instantly reach out again. His massive hand clamps down on Liu Yi's throat, lifting him right off the ground. He sneers, "Did you really think activating that skill was going to save you?" The system alerts him that he is affected by torrent interruption, slowing all his movements to a crawl. Liu Yi grinds his teeth. desperately struggling to break free from Yuan Ding's crushing grip. He realizes that even with a 2,500-point boost to his skills, the gap between them is still massive. He needs a way out now. He still has over 20,000 consciousness power, and his blessing cooldown is up. He could add 10,000 attribute points, but wait, that is not right. His gear is blocked by the structure, and his cooldowns are completely wiped. With no way to stack attributes, he has to improvise. Right then, Yuan Ding speaks consciousness barrier. The system warns that the consciousness barrier has hit him, cutting off his awareness. Liu Yi can only glare back in pure fury. Refusing to let go, Yuan Ding mocks him. You have already used up your consciousness condensation, haven't you? How do you plan on recovering your consciousness power now? If you have nothing left to say, Yuan Ding grinds out his final words, then I win. Liu Yi is furious but powerless to speak. Just then, a sudden arrow streaks right past Yuan Ding's arm. Finally freed from the villain's grasp, Liu Yi lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Now free, he instantly backs away from Yuan Ding. The beast shifts his focus to the girl standing in the distance, muttering, I almost forgot about you. The ground suddenly ruptures in all directions. It happens so fast that Leng Mian has absolutely no time to react. Yuan Ding charges, landing a brutal punch straight to Leng Mian's stomach, while roaring, you dared to mistreat a cock. I have not even settled my score with you yet. With a single strike, he sends the poor girl flying backward. Leng Mian struggles to push herself up. Her system alerts that Wind Spirit Dodge has triggered, saving her life when HP dropped below 1%. Yuan Ding scowls, realizing she has captured Phase 9. Since escaping this secret dungeon is currently impossible, he decides to kill her first. Watching this from afar, Liu Yi knows he might not need consciousness power, but his only option to beat Yuan Ding is using Antoine Thung. But the structure is restricting Antoine Thung right now. Wait, if it is still restricted, how did Leng Mian attack Yuan Ding to save him? Looking down at his arm, he realizes something huge. The restriction is gone, and Antoine Thung is finally usable. Liu Yi stops to think. Activating. Antoine Thung takes a massive amount of consciousness power. He needs 10 full seconds to recover. How can he distract the guy? A second later, he shouts to the bald villain, did you really think we have no way of saving ourselves? Is there some mysterious person who can wipe us out with a single click? Stunned, Yuan Ding turns and whispers, you have collected quite a few secrets, haven't you? But he doesn't pause for long. He charges back toward Leng Mian, shouting, once I finish her off, I will come back to play with you. Panicking, Liu Yi knows his consciousness power is only 30% restored. But if he doesn't act, Leng Mian is as good as dead. With Antoine Thung ready and enough energy guaranteed, Liu Yi quickly activates his freezing state, sending the safety ropes shooting directly toward Leng Mian. In the very next second, her entire body is tightly bound. Liu Yi controls the ropes to pull her to safety, while the remaining lines shoot straight toward Yuan Ding. Shocked, he grunts, you still have energy left, but do not think the same trick will work on me twice. With incredible agility, he leaps backward. Easily dodging the incoming safety ropes, Liu Yi realizes he needs even more control and yells, let's add 2 more skills, imprisonment and silence. The moment both skills activate, Yuan Ding is frozen completely in place, totally helpless under Liu Yi's lock. The safety ropes wrap tightly around his struggling body. As Yuan Ding struggles helplessly in his tight bonds, Liu Yi cheers in sheer excitement. It worked. But the trapped villain only screams back, furiously questioning him. All you had to do was let me control you and teleport you out of here safely. Why fight back so hard? Screaming in total rage, he yells, wouldn't it be easier if you just gave up and let yourself be bound? Why did you have to push me this far? Seeing him lose control, Liu Yi quietly acts, successfully activating his wild steering wheel while urging Antoine Thung to hold on. At the same time, a crazed Yuan Ding triggers his Huan Thu title. Right after that, the fallen members of the Horhua Yuan Guild suddenly reappear, back from the dead. Instantly, Liu Yi's safety ropes lash out, wrapping tightly around every single one of them. Glitching out, The system repeats an automated warning. The maximum player capacity in this dungeon has been exceeded. Player capacity exceeded. Liu Yi stares at this scene with his jaw dropped as the seatbelt loses all its power and falls to his feet. Those people are actually the Hao Hua Yuan members Liu Yi just finished killing off earlier. They start thrashing around wildly as strange whispers begin to fill the air. What is even happening here? Suddenly, the system announces that the freezing state has officially ended. His mental energy is completely gone. Liu Yi stares at the system screen in utter shock as his energy instantly drops to zero. Yuan Ding grabs the now useless seatbelt and speaks with a smug grin as expected. The more people there are, the more your mental energy drops exponentially, which completely blocks you from using your gear. He laughs out loud, asking what tricks Liu Yi has left now. But right then, the sky directly above Liu Yi begins to shift weirdly. Liu Yi panics internally, thinking that he is totally finished this time because without mental energy, he is completely useless. But wait, just look at the sky. A blinding white light suddenly cuts through the darkness, leaving Liu Yi completely stunned. In an instant, the entire sky turns almost completely white. The Hao Hua Yuan members look around confused, asking what on earth is going on, while Yuan Ding stares up at this bizarre sight. Out of nowhere, raindrops start pouring down. Yuan Ding reaches out a hand, totally confused by this sudden rain. The system alerts keep flashing, showing his mental energy is recovering by 1,000. Yuan Ding scowls, realizing the rain restores power, and yells that this is bad. The rest of the crowd just stands there catching the rain, completely clueless about what is actually happening. Dark clouds cover the sky as the downpour intensifies. Liu Yi feels the seatbelt responding to his command again, and a dangerous grin creeps onto his face. The clouds slowly scatter, leaving behind nothing but soaking wet ground. Drenched in rain, Yuan Ding shakes with rage, cursing the special body and the Tianyao program. He screams in absolute fury, asking why he was not the first one to acquire it. In the next blink, those seatbelts whip out and bind him tight. The Hao Hua Yuan members cannot escape either, getting wrapped up instantly as panic spreads through the crowd. What is this? Why is this happening again? Director, help us. Liu Yi chuckles to himself, thanking his enemy for resurrecting so many players. It is the perfect chance to test if he can steal all their calculation power. Under the pouring rain, a violent energy surges as the bound bodies crash back to the muddy ground one by one. The system notifications start flooding in, listing the players Liu Yi just slaughtered and the massive calculation power he has absorbed. Yuan Ding glares with bloodshot eyes, screaming in rage that he will not accept this defeat after coming so incredibly far. Meanwhile, the system notifications keep chiming, showing Liu Yi level up after level up in rapid succession. Through the heavy rain, faint glows of light linger where the defeated players just faded out. Liu Yi stands completely silent in the rain, listening to the system detail his newly upgraded attributes after surviving this incredibly close battle. Slowly, the rain begins to taper off before stopping completely, leaving behind nothing but quiet, shallow puddles. Liu Yi smirks in triumph. His power is now fully back online. He wastes no time, permanently setting the sealing orb as a heavy weapon. Immediately, the system displays another long list of his updated stats. This is followed by a confirmation of the permanent heavy weapon attachment and all its related parameters. Liu Yi quickly selects his gear loadout, and all the stored equipment slowly begins manifesting onto his body. Once everything is fully equipped, the system displays one final, massive list of upgraded statistics. Tied up tightly from head to toe, Yuan Ding suddenly grows strange, sharp white spikes right from the back of his neck. Liu Yi turns to look at him, thanking him for making this possible, before saying goodbye and swinging his blade directly at Yuan Ding's neck. But here is the real twist. Guys, the sharp blade suddenly stops dead at his neck, failing to leave even a single scratch on him. Yuan Ding speaks calmly, telling him that he cannot be killed so easily. Sure, my player identity is suppressed by your gear, but I still have my monster identity. And let me tell you, the monster form is vastly superior to any player. But once the monster identity fully takes over, my last shred of human consciousness will be completely erased. Which is exactly why I never wanted to resort to this. He continues, saying the monster identity has already won, and very soon, things are going to get ugly. He warns that Liu Yi will face a mindless doomsday boss, unless the cooldown on his restructuring ability finishes first. Too bad that after locking down all the equipment earlier, the restructuring cooldown was set to 10 whole days. Yuan Ding speaks in a flat tone as the blade remains pressed against his neck. But that is not the main issue now. The key problem is that the mystic quest requires them to mend the sky. If there is no way to patch it up now, so even if my condition improves, there is absolutely no way to leave this secret realm. As if to prove his point, the blinding light in the sky spreads wider and wider, as if erasing its own existence. Yuan Ding slowly continues that special entity is truly twisted. In a situation like this, it still leaves you an escape route with the recollection orb, unlike me, who already used mine back in the origin realm. Liu Yi frowns and glares at him. He then looks up at the strange sky, deep in thought. Leng Mian steps forward and tells Liu Yi, "Uncle, do not listen to his nonsense. There is no way to complete this secret realm based on his ridiculous claims. There is definitely some plot we have not seen yet." Liu Yi grunts in response. Hearing this, Yuan Ding laughs out loud and scoffs, "No way to complete the secret realm. Little girl, your understanding is far too limited. There are plenty of uncompletable secret realms you simply have not encountered yet. Look no further. This is one of those massive, unbeatable secret realms. Why even bother comparing this to the real world? Reality is reality. Realms are realms." He shifts his weight slightly and says, "If you do not believe me, ask him. He knows just as much as I do. Otherwise, he would not talk about wiping out everything with a single click." Leng Mian looks at Liu Yi in surprise as Yuan Ding's voice starts to drop. "We are all nothing more than a bunch of bugs trapped in a locked room, ready to be wiped out with pesticide by the room's owner at any second, only to reincarnate and live through this life and death cycle all over again. Think about it. Have the investigators even realized yet that the world we live in is just a copied replica?" Liu Yi is completely stunned. He asks himself, what does he mean by replica? Kneeling right there in front of them, Yuan Ding goes on. "Our world is merely a tiny replica inside a massive universe, copying everything from physical matter to technology levels. For you and me, every 20 years, time resets us right back to the very starting point." His voice is dripping with absolute bitterness. Think about it. It is hopeless. Every single effort we make becomes entirely pointless before we just vanish from this world. A giant world replica that resets every 20 years. Liu Yi stands perfectly still, frozen in place, his mind racing like a raging tide. How is that even possible? He knits his brows and questions him. "If things are truly as you say, why even fight back? Why do you still try to steal my special entity?" Yuan Ding instantly snaps back. "So you really had no idea about this?" He explains, "Because in the end, if you possess the special entity, a player can carry over their power to the next reset." Leng Mian drops her jaw at this earth-shattering news, 1,000 questions on her tongue, but she keeps quiet and just looks over at Liu Yi. Silhouetted against the blinding light, Yuan Ding looks like the most solitary figure in existence. He speaks up again. "I was never going to tell you any of this, but since I can no longer escape this secret realm, it is basically a death sentence anyway." Liu Yi silently stares at him, offering no reply. Yuan Ding urges him once more, "Go now, use the recollection orb. Your sister is still waiting for you to save her. If you hesitate, that recollection orb will vanish forever, and you will never resurrect. Your sister will never make it." If you were Liu Yi, would you believe a single word coming from this guy? He reaches his hand out toward Yuan Ding and declares, "Even if I must leave, I will strip your player title away before I go." Deep down, he thinks, real or fake, if this bastard dies right here, his words will definitely hold a lot more weight. A system alert flashes. Your skill level is too low to use direct penetration power to invade his body. Liu Yi glares in fury. Blocked by skill level again. Yuan Ding calmly tells him, "I already told you, you cannot kill me, so stop wasting your energy." Only then does he reluctantly pull his hand back. Next, Liu Yi turns to Leng Mian and asks, "You completed the previous stage of this secret realm. Is there any way to clear this one?" She answers there is, but she extends her hand, revealing a massive crystal. Leng Mian adds, I was just given this sky-mending shard. Leng Mian leaps aside and drops the sky-mending stone onto the ground, explaining I gave it a try earlier, and this stone only blends in with its surroundings. As they watch the sky-mending stone slowly sprout and rise up from the ground, Leng Mian speaks up again. It will gradually influence the nearby rocks, turning all of them into sky-mending stones too. She stares gravely at the rock and lowers her voice, but the speed is incredibly slow. It feels like it would take an entire day just to convert them. Leng Mian looks up at the sky and adds, moreover, if we want to. She cuts herself off mid-sentence. After a long pause, Leng Mian speaks softly, we need to gather a massive amount of these stones to actually fix the sky. I feel like waiting a whole lifetime wouldn't be enough, especially since the tear in the sky we need to patch is constantly expanding. Remembering Yuan Ding's warning, Leng Mian wears a deeply troubled look. Even though she hates admitting it, Yuan Ding is right. There is a pretty high chance we are trapped in this secret dimension forever. She quietly glances toward Yuan Ding and speaks quite frankly. To Lan Dian, being able to kill Yuan Ding is the absolute best outcome. She would gladly die with zero regrets. Suddenly, Liu Yi glances at her, calmly pulling out a strange rope. He calmly stands there and uses the rope to measure the boundary of this empty clearing. Lan Dian watches the rope, asking in surprise, Uncle, what is that? It is a special thread that automatically changes direction whenever it strikes the invisible barrier. Slowly, the string circles the entire empty field before finally returning straight to Liu Yi. Gathering the thread, he explains that he is using his equipment to scout the boundaries of this secret dimension. He wants to find more sky-patching stones, noting how handy his infinite power source is. Seeing the thread return, Lan Dian quickly asks how it went. Lan Dian is panicking. Unlike her, Liu Yi remains dead serious as he breaks the bad news. The entire place is just a barren wasteland blocked off by a solid, transparent wall. He slowly kneels down, staring at the sky-patching stone beneath him. In other words, there is only one option left. We must use a sky-patching stone to somehow forge another. He stops speaking to ponder the situation, but at this slow speed, a massive obstacle is blocking their path and leaving Liu Yi incredibly frustrated. Is committing suicide to revive via the orb of recall really their only way out of here? Suddenly, something clicks. Liu Yi turns his sharp gaze over to Yuan Ding. Sealed completely by Liu Yi's power, Yuan Ding can do nothing but sit there, totally paralyzed. Liu Yi slowly walks over to the helpless captive and makes a proposal, since there is no obvious way to clear this place. You are going to die here anyway, so how about answering a few questions for me? Liu Yi stands quietly, lost in his own calculations. He knows so little about the real world, so regardless of whether this guy lies or tells the truth, it will still give him clues to make his final decision. He can use this data to negotiate with others who know the truth. Liu Yi frowns, staring directly at Yuan Ding to ask where that beast outside came from. How are you connected? But Yuan Ding only responds with absolute cold silence. After a long pause, Yuan Ding slowly asks a question of his own. Do you know why a special body can survive until the very end? Liu Yi replies, because it is the prerequisite to challenge the Tianyao Gate. Tianyao is guarded by 3 mysterious figures, and defeating them is the only way to escape this world's endless reincarnation cycle. Hearing this solid answer, Yuan Ding continues, explaining that Number 9's crew are just Tianyao's loyal underlings. As for his relationship with them, to put it nicely, they are comrades striving for the same future. Right now, Tianyao is actively trying to recruit him to become her 10th loyal subordinate. It was so close. But now, his plan to defeat Liu Yi has completely failed. Looking up at the sky with a bitter expression, he says, without a special body's protection, I will lose the right to challenge Tianyao and end up as her mindless slave. Hearing this, Liu Yi sinks back into a very deep state of contemplation. He wonders if the special body she wants is actually the code required to activate Tianyao's sequence. While Liu Yi is completely lost in his own mind, Lan Dian suddenly cuts in to ask about the skill levels. Why do my skills fail to work against you guys? Your stats do not even seem that high. Yuan Ding sighs and answers with a worried look. It is incredibly dangerous. Every single one of Tian Yao's slaves can easily restrict and confiscate player skills. He pauses briefly before warning Liu Yi. And let me tell you, this part is crucial. You must find a way to permanently boost your stats. Liu Yi demands coldly. Tell me more. Yuan Ding explains that once all your skills surpass 500, you will unlock a passive immunity skill. This skill automatically scales up with your body's natural resistance. If your immunity is just one level below the enemy's skill level, their skill's overall effect will be heavily weakened. Reaching level 2 means you become completely immune to every single skill they throw at you. Liu Yi is skeptical about this. Is it really that simple? If so, with his own rank 1 skill being Irregular Warrior, Yuan Ding's immunity tier must be at least level 3 or even higher. Ultimately, Liu Yi decides to ask his final question. How much do you actually know about those 3 mysterious figures? Lan Dian quickly chimes in. If Tian Yao survived the last reincarnation cycle, then Earth Shadow is likely the final mystery. Either way, the truth remains the same. Facing his interrogators, Yuan Ding responds gloomily. Pretty much, yes. This prompt confession instantly makes Liu Yi highly suspicious. He answered without a shred of hesitation, like a dying man. He is spilling everything as if he has fully accepted his grim fate. Suddenly, Yuan Ding breaks the silence and asks if Liu Yi can do him a favor. Liu Yi is left stunned by this request. Yuan Ding completely ignores his confusion and continues to plead. Every single time Tian Yao takes power, there is a real chance to end this endless cycle of reincarnation. Nobody really knows why, but the previous Tian Yao actually chose to walk away from that power. If you truly become him, can you end this cycle once and for all? Hearing this desperate plea from Yuan Ding, Liu Yi feels some pretty complicated emotions stirring inside. Suddenly, Liu Yi looks up at the sky. Out of nowhere, he pulls out a gun. Yuan Ding ignores the weapon and keeps talking Liu Yi. If that really happens, we will talk then. Seeing the gun, Lan Dian is totally shocked. Liu Yi's face darkens as he realizes besides committing suicide and using the recollection orb to escape, there is nothing else. No other choice. He coldly raises the weapon, his mind spinning with the final option. Hesitation is not his style at all. If this is it, he should just pull the trigger. A Liu Yun is in danger, and he needs to drop everything and go back. Down below, Yuan Ding looks pretty pathetic sitting there. You would think he is being totally honest, but behind that mask is a pure snake, just waiting for Liu Yi to end his own life. He thought letting go was his choice. Wrong. His special body would never actually accept that. Yuan Ding remembers when Liu Yi tied him up, recalling his own wicked realization the special body cannot be stolen, only actively given up. The only way to surrender it is suicide, sending the special body status to the dead lands. His rigged game looked like he was the one getting crushed. Yuan Ding fondly remembers when he finally got the upper hand on Liu Yi, a feeling of absolute, intoxicating triumph. He admits, I knew that any direct attack against the special body was destined to fail. Just as he predicted, every single one of his tricks was easily neutralized. He had to put all his hopes on this choice, driving himself into a dead end to offer a rigged solution as the only option. Even if this pushes him into a desperate corner, he knows that with the special body, as long as he does not quit, there is always a tiny sliver of hope. Absolute malice. It is written all over Yuan Ding's dark face. He secretly urges, go on, just leave this place already. Saving the world or whatever. Just leave it to me. But Liu Yi hesitates, refusing to pull the trigger. Suddenly, he realizes something very important. He grows highly suspicious. This is exactly the outcome Yuan Ding wants to see. There is no way he is running away like that. Suddenly, Liu Yi turns and glares directly at Yuan Ding, sending a wave of sheer panic through him. Quickly scanning his inventory, he wonders if there is any gear he has not used yet to break this deadlock. Watching him hesitate, Yuan Ding clenches his fist in absolute fury. So close to pulling off the perfect victory, but now pure, bitter frustration is written all over Yuan Ding's face. Suddenly, Liu Yi pulls out a small bell, wondering if there is any way the Donghuang bell can help him in this situation. Liu Yi suddenly stares at the sky-patching stone and asks Lan Dian how they can retrieve it after it has been used. Lan Dian blankly replies that they just need to dig it up, then asks what kind of gear he is holding. Hearing her reply, he begins to analyze the situation. Once the sky-patching stone is planted, it merges with the soil. Does it count as part of this area? Could he use the Dong Huang bell to record this state? And then have Lan Dian dig up the stone to restore it? Talk about a wild idea hitting him out of nowhere. Try the bell. Without wasting another second, Liu Yi tells Lan Dian to dig up the sky-patching stone. She happily agrees to help him right away, and Liu Yi simply nods in response as she gets to work. Once the sky-patching stone is removed, it leaves a big hollow in the ground. Now, time to test his theory with the Dong Huang bell. Instantly, another sky-patching stone appears right before their eyes, leaving Lan Dian completely stunned and totally speechless. She stammers in complete shock, asking Liu Yi what is going on, but he is just way too thrilled with his success to answer. It actually worked. He duplicates another stone while telling her that he will explain the details later. He instructs her to pick up the new stone so he can record it again. Lan Dian immediately complies. They repeat this loop of recording and restoring over and over. Within moments, they have 4 sky-patching stones. They double the count next round. Liu Yi is completely locked in now, repeating the loop over and over as the stones pile up. By now, the sky-patching stones are multiplying rapidly, completely dwarfing the single one they had before. Automatically, all the cloned stones fuse together right in front of them, forming one massive monument. Lan Dian is absolutely thrilled they are fusing together. This is so cool, uncle. Surely we have enough stones now. Not enough. Liu Yi firmly disagrees, telling her they need to pull it up and keep copying. While they celebrate their genius move, the mood around Yuan Ding turns pitch black. A bit later, after finally crafting a massive sky-patching stone, Liu Yi nods in satisfaction and says this should be enough, but how do we actually use it? Hearing this, Lung Mian steps up and volunteers leave it to me. I can split it apart. She quickly pulls out her bow and fires directly at the stone. Instantly, the giant rock explodes into tiny fragments, but the sheer number of fragments is overwhelming, making Leng Mian struggle. She says worriedly this is bad. It condensed too much for me to lift alone. Liu Yi suggests checking how much they can restore first. Leng Mian gets serious, shooting the sky-patching fragments one by one up into the tear. Once finished, Leng Mian looks up to assess the situation and reports that they have patched about 1/50th of the massive tear. Liu Yi looks at their remaining materials and says, compared to what we have left, this is plenty. He tells her to keep going, and Leng Mian readily agrees. Slowly but surely, the sky is patched up piece by piece. After a period of relentless effort, a significant portion of the heavens is finally restored. With a little more time, the sky is completely sealed. And check this out, a system notification pops up. Stage 10 complete. Congrats on clearing the large-scale realm, Heaven and Earth restoration. Your reward is 7,420,224,000 experience points, doubled for participating in both stages. The hidden realm will close in 0 minutes, and an exit portal immediately materializes right before them. Liu Yi shouts in pure excitement, we did it. The exit portal is finally open. Leng Mian happily tells him, old man, let us get out of here quickly. With that, she dashes forward. But Liu Yi remains completely frozen in place, refusing to take a single step. He thinks seriously, no, I cannot leave just yet. Glancing at Yuan Ding, Liu Yi mutters, I still have not dealt with this guy. If we cannot find a way to wipe out those monsters waiting outside, going out now is basically suicide. Noticing that Liu Yi is not following, Leng Mian stops in her tracks. Realizing he isn't behind her, she whips her head around in a sudden wave of panic. Seeing the portal starting to close, Leng Mian screams out, old man, hurry up! We barely managed to open this exit. If we don't go now, we'll be trapped forever. Suddenly, Yuan Ding's eyes flash with bloodlust. But wait, how can Liu Yi even find a way to kill him? His arc skill cannot penetrate the enemy's defenses. The skill level is simply too low. With that thought, he quickly fires 2 shots straight at Yuan Ding, but a strange protective shield blocks them, making it absolutely impossible to pierce through. Although the bullets cannot penetrate the shield, the impact still sends Yuan Ding flying backward. Picking himself up, he sneers, "I told you, there is no way you can kill me." Liu Yi remains deep in thought. It's no use. My only option is to let the realm close and trap him inside to finish him off. It is just a shame he cannot execute him personally, meaning he won't get his player title or computational authority. He decides to leave and use a safety trap to contain him inside, but another thought holds him back. No, I can't. I cannot walk away. Yuan Ding is still alive, and only his death will truly avenge my younger brother. Liu Yi's hesitation combined with Yuan Ding's arrogant smirk completely pushes Leng Mian over the edge. Fuming with rage, she storms over to the sky-patching stone. Suddenly, Leng Mian reaches out and touches it, causing the entire rock to instantly shatter into tiny pieces. Leng Mian shouts out, "Old man, leave Yuan Ding to me. I will deal with him." Seeing that she hasn't left yet, Liu Yi is stunned. Leng Mian explains seriously, "We only need half of the stone to complete the quest. I will condense the rest of this stone and change its primary properties to offensive power. With the unique power of the sky-patching stone, we can probably kill Yuan Ding." Hearing this, Yuan Ding recoils in absolute terror, realizing the stone's special properties might actually end his life. Leng Mian immediately shifts the stone's attributes into full offensive mode. In an instant, the massive sky-patching stone crumbles into countless glowing fragments. The shards swirl together, forming a wild vortex around Leng Mian. After a brief moment, they combine to craft a compact, elegant bow resting perfectly in her hands. But suddenly, a stray bolt of electricity flashes across Leng Mian's face, making her wince in intense pain. Liu Yi quickly asks if she is okay, but Leng Mian grits her teeth and replies, "It is nothing." Quickly raising her bow, her eyes burn with pure hatred as she aims directly at Yuan Ding. Facing that lethal arrow, Yuan Ding is gripped by absolute terror, his body instinctively backing away. Leng Mian screams with absolute fury, "Die, Yuan Ding!" As the arrow flies, even Liu Yi backs away in sheer shock. The overwhelming pressure radiating from this single shot is absolutely terrifying. He watches the arrow fly with bated breath, wondering, will this actually work? Even if he didn't deliver the final blow, if Leng Mian claims the player title, she can force Yuan Ding to use resurrection to help him, and the coward will surely agree. Suddenly, Yuan Ding screams out, "Wait!" The pure terror finally breaks his stubborn pride, forcing him to completely surrender. "I lost. I know you two won't spare me, but can I trade the way to destroy number 8 and number 9 for a chance to revive my brother, so he can leave this secret realm? Survival is all I want for him. Rest assured, his power is absolutely no threat to either of you." Yuan Ding's voice trembles, yet a tiny flicker of hope glimmers deep in his eyes. "You both have family, so you must understand." Leng Mian remains cold, refusing to lower her bow. She asks, "Who are number 8 and number 9? Liu Yi replies, "The monster guarding the outside of the secret realm that forced me in. Once we finish off Yuan Ding, those monsters are our next targets to eliminate." Leng Mian narrows her eyes, staring at Yuan Ding with pure suspicion. His brother is Yuan Gu, right? It couldn't be him, could it? Her gaze sharpens even further. Leng Mian commands coldly, "Go ahead then. Revive your younger brother right now." Yuan Ding begs desperately, "Then please, loosen these ropes. Just a little bit will do, so I can use my power. But do not force me to speak first. Before my brother is safe, I will absolutely reveal nothing." The situation now is completely different. Now there is a glimmer of hope, whereas before there was absolutely none. Liu Yi scoffs, his eyes filled with absolute disbelief as he says, "Ridiculous. Not to mention, you might just use this chance to run. We have no idea if your info is even real. What if we actually do what you want? And what if everything you told us is a lie?" Suddenly, Leng Mian speaks up, her voice incredibly calm and confident. "No, uncle. Just let him go ahead and revive his brother. Even if he tries to run, as long as he is still in this secret realm, I guarantee I can hit him." Liu Yi stares at Leng Mian in pure shock, completely stunned by her sheer confidence. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Yi gives in. All right, then. He immediately loosens the ropes, but his sharp eyes never leave Yuan Ding for a second. Slipping into a defensive stance, he constantly warns himself, stay alert. Even if Leng Mian can handle Yuan Ding, he must be ready for any unexpected disasters. Suddenly, what happens right before his eyes leaves Liu Yi completely stunned. Yuan Ding actually brought Yuan Gu back to life, leaving Liu Yi utterly speechless. The guy really just revived a player, making zero attempts to escape. Spotting a very familiar figure, a deep sense of suspicion rises inside Liu Yi. But when he glances over at Leng Mian, she is already drawing her bow fiercely, aiming straight at Yuan Gu. Back from the dead, Yuan Gu cannot contain his joy and screams, "I am finally revived." Turning to Yuan Ding, his eyes light up as he asks, "Brother, did you succeed? Let us go hunt down some players." But seeing Yuan Ding sealed up, Yuan Gu glares in rage and rushes over, asking in a panic, "Brother, what happened to you?" Right at that moment, a mocking laugh echoes through the air. "You want to hunt me down?" Leng Mian looks down at him with pure disdain. The monstrous energy radiating from her arrow literally cracks the ground beneath them, twisting Yuan Gu's face in sheer terror. Observing quietly, Liu Yi thinks to himself, if it is this person, whatever choice Leng Mian makes, I must respect it. Leng Mian warns him sternly, "You have exactly 10 minutes to leave this secret realm. With Uncle's strength, catching him after he leaves will be easy. But this monster is a real pain to handle. Trading Yuan Gu to take out this beast is definitely worth it." Her strategic words seem to completely snap Liu Yi back to reality. He smiles and agrees, "Don't worry. Once we finish off number 9, I will absolutely help you catch Yuan Gu." Suddenly, Yuan Ding screams out, "Run!" Unwilling to accept this, Yuan Gu still has to obey his brother's command. Burning with rage, he dashes frantically toward the portal. He keeps glancing back as he runs, eyes filled with bitter resentment. Passing by Leng Mian, a sinister, calculating look flashes across his face. Yuan Gu's gaze is so intense that Leng Mian cannot help but glance over at him. But wait, an unexpected memory suddenly flashes back to the exact moment his brother first revived him, when he gave some very strange instructions, warning him to watch his expressions and pretend he could not hear a single word, instructing him to come over and touch him first. Once his brother unlocked the Doomsday title in their shared subconscious, Yuan Ding transferred his player status directly to him. The player title was stored in his database. "Once you escape, I will turn into a Doomsday monster to deal with them." Since Yuan Gu was his brother's only hope, Yuan Ding had carefully planned everything. He told him that he would slowly lose consciousness, and until he completely vanished, winning was their best bet. If he lost, it was just waiting for death anyway. But then, his brother could use the player title to revive him. Since his original plan failed, this was the only desperate way left for them to escape this nightmare. For his brother's sake, Yuan Gu pushes forward toward the gate, though his heart burns with bitter resentment. Defeated? Did they really just lose like this? Getting closer and closer, Vincock mutters to himself, suppressing his rage before turning to flee. Suddenly, right at the exit portal, he freezes, glaring back at Leng Mian with furious eyes. By now, the distance between Vincock and the two of them is incredibly vast. Vincock calculates that at this range, not even Ye has any way to touch him anymore. He wears a wicked smirk, but that player, sooner or later, she is going to die. He will remember her, wait for her death, revive her, and torture her. Meanwhile, a deep unease washes over Leng Mian. That dread forces her to shout out, "Uncle, finish Vincock off." There is something seriously wrong with him. But in that split second of distraction, Yuan Ding exploits the loosened ropes to transform into a massive fox, thrusting a razor-sharp claw right at Leng Mian. With a furious roar from the beast, Leng Mian freezes in terror as she faces absolute death. No time to think, Leng Mian instantly fires a blast straight at Yuan Ding, unleashing a colossal force that shatters the surrounding ground into dust. The system immediately sounds an alert. An unidentified doomsday monster boss has appeared, pushing the secret realm beyond its power limit. The secret realm is about to collapse. Evacuate immediately. Exploiting the sudden chaos, Vincock quickly leaps into the exit portal, shouting out a mocking farewell to them all. Suddenly, a glowing rope whips out and snatches his leg. Vincock turns back in sheer horror while Leng Mian collapses, completely drained from her final shot. The ground fractures rapidly as the raging energy threatens to tear the entire secret realm apart. Liu Yi has no time to waste, sprinting straight toward the fallen Leng Mian. Scooping her up, he curses under his breath. This is indeed a massive problem. Yuan Ding is actually trying to break free from the safety rope by turning into a doomsday boss and destroying this place, so they must escape. Suddenly, they catch up right behind Vincock. He mutters in frustration, though it kills him. There is no way to take the player title from Yuan Ding now. The moment Vincock spots Liu Yi, absolute panic washes over his face. He coldly finishes Vincock off, but I can still kill you to prevent any trouble outside. Vital force infusion. Vincock's body dissolves. System alert player Vincock eliminated. 33,569,500 experience gained. By eliminating Vincock, you have obtained the player title, officially claiming his player title as your own. Talk about a major plot twist. Liu Yi is absolutely thrilled. Wait, what is happening now? Right behind him, Yuan Ding has completely transformed into the apocalyptic doomsday boss, his massive body unleashing a earth-shattering roar. Glancing back from inside the exit portal, Liu Yi spots Yuan Ding crouching down, bracing to lunge straight at him. Within a split second, Yuan Ding lunges right to the gate, sending Liu Yi into a state of absolute panic. But then, he notices the beast's movements are restricted. Seizing the opening, Liu Yi summons countless ropes to bind Yuan Ding inside this collapsing realm, unleashing the full power of his safety rope domain. I don't know how long this will hold you, but even a brief stall will bury you here forever, letting the collapsing realm finish you off for good. The thick ropes bind Yuan Ding once again. He roars in fury, desperately trying to break the chains and tear Liu Yi to pieces. But this time, the bindings hold firm, keeping Yuan Ding utterly trapped. Seizing the moment, Liu Yi scoops up Leng Mian and runs. It's working. He thinks it seems the beast only used some unique trick to escape the bindings earlier. Bolting for the exit, anxiety gnaws at him. Once he leaves this realm, he will lose direct control over the safety rope. He must shift it to its third form, forcing the ropes to keep binding Yuan Ding even after he is gone. He just doesn't know if the safety rope will ever return once this secret realm completely vanishes. Liu Yi reassures himself that it should return. Even if it doesn't, sacrificing one piece of top-tier gear to take down his absolute greatest enemy is a trade he'd make any day. Besides, he managed to unexpectedly snag the player title anyway. Finally, the exit portal shatters into pieces, sealing the dungeon forever. With this trial over, Liu Yi is already dreading what lies ahead in the next secret realm. With his new player title, he can now revive and level up infinitely from here on out. But how will he survive against the monsters waiting outside? After all, this is the final level. Outside, a lone man appears. His voice laced with bitter anger. I knew I would be wiped out in this mutated world, so I actively chose death. Walking with a surging aura of pure malice, he mutters, if there is no way to survive, then let everything burn. He glares over at number 9, who sits hollowly in the distance, as Nadu's burning rage begins to boil over. Cursing under his breath, he hates that they are just hiding in a corner, waiting to die in misery. He refuses to accept this pathetic end. Nadu grips his sword tightly, his eyes flashing with raw determination. At the very least, he will go down fighting. He aggressively walks up behind number 9 and says, I will prove that whatever players can do, I can do too. I will prove that I can handle any enemy they face. Napdao quickly swings his sword and confidently declares, what is more, I can do even better than them. But the moment his blade hits number 9, it feels like nothing more than a light tickle. Number 9 gives Napdao a freezing stare and slowly stands up. Napdao quickly yells, I am way stronger than those players back in the back garden. He tries to steady his nerves despite the growing panic in his chest, and says, at least I managed to slash you guys. But the glare of number 9 only grows more vicious, making Napdao scream out in pure terror. Since I am not even afraid of dying, why should I fear anything else? He swings his sword in a blind panic, shouting, "All I need to do now is land one clean hit on you." Right now, every single strike he lands makes this struggle worth it. But this time, number 9 effortlessly grabs his sword, shattering the blade into 2 pieces with a single squeeze of his fist. Napdao is absolutely terrified, but he refuses to accept defeat, wanting a glorious end even if he dies. He throws away the broken sword and decides to fight number 9 barehanded. It seems like he has accepted his ultimate fate as tears well up in his eyes. As long as there is a sliver of hope, if the world suddenly broke like this, maybe it will suddenly change back. He promised to survive no matter what. But this is his absolute limit, and he cannot help but break down sobbing. "I am sorry, but I cannot do it. There is no hope in this world for ordinary people like me." Napdao remembers the times when others bullied him, coldly screaming in his face and forcing him to serve the top players. Even though players are few, they are incredibly powerful. They need servants to grow their food and produce everything they require. By working hard for them, we will surely find a place of our own. We will use that sanctuary to reclaim our rights and the dignity we deserve. Then one day, people stumbled upon a man who had collapsed on the ground. Everyone asked in total panic what happened to him. He kept his head so low. How did he end up dead? They stared at him in disbelief, until someone in the crowd whispered they say he died right after a battle between players. Wait, you actually didn't know? Those players don't care if we live or die. Serving them is a joke. Grow food and craft supplies? Those players can easily handle all of that just by bringing in machines from the origin world. They get all their necessities with a single click. This world is chaotic, and it will only get more out of hand in the future. The destructive force of a player is just like an artillery shell, and it is not just a single shell, but a constant barrage. The high-level players are even more terrifying. If they go all out, an entire city could be wiped off the map. These bitter memories fuel Napdao's frustration. He tells himself there is absolutely no hope left. Driven by sheer desperation, Napdao actually manages to hit number 9. This single strike catches both of them completely off guard. Clearly provoked, number 9 stands up in a rage and immediately lunges at him with raised fists. Sensing the lethal danger, Napdao shuts his eyes tight and braces for the worst. It is coming, and death will be swift. The heavy blow from number 9 connects directly with Napdao. Look closely here, because this is where everything takes a bizarre turn. The brutal impact sends him flying backward in agony, yet surprisingly, the pain is not that bad at all. He gasps in shock. What is going on? Why does this punch feel like an ordinary human strength? Is he playing with me? Suddenly, a surge of adrenaline rushes through Napdao. He yells excitedly, "That must be it. Killing me with one hit is not nearly as fun as torturing me slowly. So the plan stays the same. As long as I can land one more hit, it is totally worth it." Napdao regains his resolve and charges forward once again. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is finally guiding Landian out of the gate. His face is filled with anxiety, wondering what kind of nightmare is waiting outside. As Liu Yi runs, his mind starts racing. Even though all his elemental stats have reached their absolute peak, and his force power is fully maxed out, many of his skills are completely depleted, and his combat state and condensing powers are currently on cooldown. Besides, the safety rope is still left behind in the dungeon. Can I even handle number 9? Doubt starts eating away at Liu Yi's mind. He tries to reassure himself. It should be fine. After all, I can still choose skills back in the origin world. Ever since the sealed orb was permanently socketed into his gear, everything has improved with his skill levels. Plus, he has the effects of the Rule Breaker title. As they draw closer to the exit, Liu Yi's mind is anything but calm. A few of his skill levels have reached level 22, but they are all support abilities, giving him a massive headache on how to fight him. Now, Liu Yi finally steps through the gate, his expression turning deathly serious as he prepares to confront the monster waiting outside. Once they escape the dungeon, he needs to run directly to safety. With all my attributes currently at 8, my agility is at its absolute peak. I shouldn't be much slower than him, so this is my only option left. But back on the outside, Nadu is completely overpowering number 9. Staring at this unbelievable sight, Liu Yi is so shocked his jaw literally drops. Nadu seems to have totally lost control, repeatedly smashing a brick straight into number 9. Honestly, look at this. No matter how desperately number 9 struggles, he takes every single blow from that brick until his raised hand finally loses its strength to fight back. With number 9 completely beaten down, his lifeless arm slumps before his entire body just fades away. This leaves Nadu sitting there, exhausted and panting heavily. Liu Yi is left speechless, wondering if number 9 really got defeated by a regular human just like that. How ridiculous. And honestly, this is already the second time this luck has saved him. The threat right outside the secret realm was resolved the moment I stepped out. Could this be the incredible luck of my special physique at work again? A gentle healing breeze sweeps over them, slowly fading away after a moment. That is what they call recovery vitality. Once he finishes healing, Nadu looks utterly dazed and admits he has no idea what just happened. He then recounts the whole story from start to finish. He explained that his weapons could not hurt the guy at all, but when he used his bare fists, the enemy suddenly lost his powers and became normal. All he could think about was beating the guy. Just pure focus. By the time he finally stopped, the enemy was already dead. Hearing this, Lang Mian chuckles, teasing and praising him at the same time. He says, "You are incredible. Regular folks aside, even actual players would not dare get close to that guy. Yet you just charged right in." Too clueless to notice the teasing, Nadu just mutters that his head must have been overheated back then. Hearing all of this, Liu Yi wears a serious expression and asks himself, did Tian Yao send someone who cannot hurt ordinary humans, or is Nadu somehow special? He ponders carefully, thinking that if ordinary humans really are the key here, then could those assassinations of regular city cultivators have been ordered by Tian Yao and executed by Yuan Ding? With that in mind, he speaks up Yi. Everyone should take a break first while I make a call. However, when he checks his phone, there is absolutely no signal, making him frown, which means he has no way of knowing how a Wen is doing over there. His anxiety spikes. What now? He is completely at a loss. Based on how suspiciously Yuan Ding behaved when mentioning the memory sphere, Liu Yi has a strong feeling that there is some sort of massive conspiracy playing out here. In a messy situation like this, using the memory sphere might help. But wait, here is a crazy thought. How on earth did he manage to forget about this option until now? He can simply ask around in the sanctuary chat room. Without wasting any time, he acts. He quickly logs on and sees Lin Tiao, asking why the grudge between Hu Huayuan and Ye is so intense that it led to an assassination. Lazy Pig replies that they only teamed up because of Mount Buzhou. Vitamin immediately snaps back, calling Lazy Pig a self-righteous hypocrite for meddling in their business. Lazy Pig argues that they do not seem to have any real connection. Besides, there is probably no blood feud between them, so everyone should just sit down and talk it out. Unnutritious Nutrient Bar chimes in, saying that losing Yi is a massive blow to everyone. He adds that if anyone wants to defend Ye, they should leave Ho Huayuan out of it, claiming Ho Huayuan could easily wipe Ye out. Suddenly, Roulet appears, claiming that Ye is actually one of their top elite players. He says he would believe it if someone crushed Ye, but proudly claims that only he could achieve such a feat. This statement leaves both Dreamer and Unnutritious Nutrient Bar completely speechless. Roulet continues to ramble on, claiming that Yuan Ding used a highly specific, customized trick to take out Ye. But if he ever faced that same trap, he could easily handle it. Reading this incredibly arrogant post, Liu Yi is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, in the chat room, Vitamin warns Lazy Pig to be careful because there are members of Ho Huayuan lurking in here. Defending Yi in this manner will definitely put him on Ho Huayuan's hit list. Hearing the warning, Lazy Pig quickly admits he was being too nosy. At that point, Yi Chundao asks if anyone is in High City, wanting to know if high-level players are fighting there. Vitamin immediately pops up, mocking Lazy Pig for running away so fast. Unnutritious Nutrient Bar respectfully asks Yi Chundao what suddenly sparked his interest in High City. But then he realizes something is off, since the player holding that title was supposed to be Yuan Ding, so why the sudden name change? Mai Rioe catches wind of this and is utterly shocked. Ru also pops up, asking Yi Chundao why on earth he changed his name. Seeing them obsess over his name change makes Liu Yi lose his patience, grumbling internally. Why can they not just answer his question before losing their minds? This chat room makes it impossible to hide your title, which is incredibly annoying. Back in the chat, a user named Cold Noodle Lover urges everyone to stay focused on the actual question. This user insists that everyone stop gossiping and answer the question about what is happening in High City. Reading this comment gives Liu Yi a sudden jolt of surprise. He glances back and forth between Nadu and Leng Mian, wondering if one of them posted that. Realizing the truth, a knowing smile spreads across his face. Over in the chat room, Chu Thu posted that his subordinate just wrapped up a deal over in High Tier, and apparently, everything over there is totally normal without a single weird thing happening. This update leaves Liu Yi completely wide-eyed, making him wonder if everything is so normal, what is actually going on here? And did Yuan Ding lie to me? Back on the active chat, Chu Thu sees absolutely no one replying to him, so he asks what is up with Yuan Ding. Hung Tung Bak Thu points out that besides Yuan Ding from the backyard group, Bak Thu is also online, so they demand he step forward to clear up what went down. Tuong Van Than Thu replies that he just checked the player roster from the last 2 days, and since Yuan Ding's name is completely grayed out, he is likely dead. But as for who actually took Yuan Ding out, he has absolutely no clue. Seeing this shocking news, Dui Xingtou and Thing Jingzung pop right up to express their utter disbelief. Once Ru Lei shows up, he feels this whole situation is pretty sketchy and challenges Tung Van Tan Tu to a direct one-on-one duel, while another user guesses that only Dirp could have taken down Yuan Ding, though they are quite confused about their own wild theory. Meanwhile, Dai Sinto seems pretty panicked about this whole development. As for Ru Lei, he praises Dirp, saying he is truly worthy of being recognized by this top account holder. Thundindurng and Dai Sinto immediately apologized to Dirp for their trash talk earlier, and reading through all these wild comments, Liu Yi finds himself deep in thought. These words came straight from the leader of the New Order, and since Hyther falls under their jurisdiction, any major incident would definitely reach him first. Since he claims nothing happened, then it must be the actual truth. Mostly because lying about this brings him absolutely zero benefit. But to clear up his own doubts, he decides the best move is for them to go there and see what is really happening. But then, a surprise notification suddenly pops right up. Because you hold a player title, you have been added to the 4-player chat room, and this alert leaves him curious, wondering why there is suddenly another chat system. Stepping into the new room, he asks who exactly proposed setting up this group. The chat system replies that Tuong Van Tang Tu, Chu Tu, Hung Tung Bak Tu, and Nyet Tuen Tu created it. Realizing this, Liu Yi quickly skims through the channel and feels quite puzzled. Unlike the absolute chaos over in the main lobby, this place is completely dead. Inside this exclusive 4-player chat, Chu Thu shares that although Hai Thier seems fine, their local leader was attacked. But Uncle Vung, the guildmaster, sorted it out with 0 casualties. This shocking news sends a jolt of panic through Liu Yi. Uncle Vung. Why is it Uncle Vung? When he is just a normal guy who only showed me how to play. He doesn't even play. But then, a crazy theory hits him. That is right, Uncle Vung. How could I possibly forget him when he is clearly so important to both me and a Liu Yun? But once the Origin Realm arrived, why didn't I immediately try to bring him here and keep him safe? That is when a wave of pure dread hits him. How on earth did I manage to forget that Uncle Vung even existed? Back in the chat room, Nyut Twain Thu thanks Chu Thu for looking out for the Tan Min leader, fully believing that this mysterious savior is actually Dirp. He even boasts that this person did not just wipe out Yuan Ding, but their current power could easily crush any player on the roster. After spending a brief moment scanning through the chat, Liu Yi decides to close the screen since there is nothing left, heading over to Narp Dor and Leng Mian while realizing the New Order leader has absolutely no reason to lie. Since he put it that way, a Liu Yun is likely quite safe, leaving only one bizarre detail. But the moment he hits that thought, his mind goes completely blank. What exactly was that weird detail again? Because it feels like nothing. A proud, amused smile spreads across his face, absolutely amazed that a Liu Yun has actually grown this incredibly powerful already. I could not even take down number 9, yet she easily handled number 8. Though he has no idea how she did it, maybe through a normal person too? I will just ask her when I get back, he thinks. And after a brief pause, Liu Yi turns to make a serious proposal to Narp Dao and Leng Mian. Since Tu Thier has ended up like this, surviving here is basically impossible. Do you two want to bring the remaining survivors to Hai Thier and join Tan Min? Because while I cannot guarantee a perfect life, it is at least better than staying here. Nopdor hesitates for a brief moment before asking if we go. Will you actually protect us when the time comes? Flashing a soft smile, he humbly replies, absolutely. But let us not get ahead of ourselves just yet. You defeated number 9 when I could not, so who knows? Maybe I will be the one relying on you for protection later. And hearing this, the boy laughs out loud and gladly accepts. Then count me in, because even though I know those words were just a joke, if I can still be somewhat useful to you, then I am definitely coming along. Leng Mian says nothing, only watching them with a warm smile. Then she loudly chimes in off to Hai Thier, and I will be relying on you to keep me safe, uncle. Meanwhile, Bachthu Sao is hiding in a dark corner, crying his eyes out after witnessing everything that just went down. Director Yuan, how could you die? You told me to wait outside so you could drag Yi out and transfer the title. So why is he the only one who made it out? He screams in despair. Panic sets in. What do I do now? What am I supposed to do? Without our guildmaster, how are we supposed to recover and keep our power? How will we suppress those maniacs at headquarters? He even starts considering a wild option. Maybe I just shouldn't go back and let the back garden fend for itself. Meanwhile, deep in a forest on the massive Buzhou mountain, inside a small cabin, 2 figures, one standing and one sitting, watch a bubbling pool of water as a head suddenly pops up from the surface. Tianyao speaks up. She questions the creature. I understand why number 8 failed since there are so many ordinary humans in Haiqing. But how did you fail, number 9? I told Yuan Ding to clear them all out. She glares down, trembling. Number 9 waits as she demands an explanation. Did you seriously play so much that you forgot you absorbed the dust of time? Seeing him say that is enough for her to get it. So she just sighs, thinking he really never lets anyone rest easy. Feeling pretty unhappy, she mutters under her breath. This is so annoying, it makes me look way too weak. Nothing is working out. I even lost my subordinates. And this is my very first reincarnation in this world. But thinking it over, she reassures herself those chasing greatness cannot afford to sweat the small stuff. Then, she lets out a pretty sly smile. Another notification pops up in the chat room. Hot Air asks everyone if they should tell Dirp about their plans, or at least explain the current situation so he can help them out. Thun Van suggests that Hot Air test Dirp first, just in case he belongs to the enemy. Since they are no longer normal people, anyone could easily wipe them out. If the enemy discovers they are plotting a counterattack, Thun Van warns that they will all be killed instantly. Hung Torng wonders if Dirp is really on the enemy side. Would they ever try to steal his player title away? And if that happens, can Dirp even handle it? Hot Air agrees with Hung Torng. For now, it is best to just observe the situation first. If Dirp can take down the enemy, they will tell him the whole story. Otherwise, they will stick to the plan and wait. Over at the sanctuary, Roulé begs the boss to take the player title. He feels like Dirp is about to completely crush him. As the face of the alliance, going without a top title is just embarrassing. But in response, there is only silence from Hot Air Chu Thu. Sky and earth blur past at absolute breakneck speed. A single, panicked thought hits what is happening. Racing forward, Liu Yi quickly leaves a message: I have to return to Hai Thi first. Leng Mian, guide everyone over. Liu Yi desperately dodges the swarming monsters. If you clash with other players and cannot handle it, use my name or call me in the sanctuary chat. Leng Mian replies with a quick okay. What on earth is going on? He rereads the text from Hot Air Chu Thu, confirming that Hai Thier is still perfectly safe. But the Tan Min Alliance leader was attacked, and Uncle Vung from the Trang Chio Association settled it. This single text suddenly jogs his memory of Uncle Vung, a man he had completely forgotten existed. Why on earth did I unconsciously forget Uncle Vung even existed? If I had not checked the player chat history out of sheer boredom and stared at my screen, Uncle Vung would be completely gone from my mind. That chilling realization is exactly why he is rushing back to High Thier now. Moving like a white blur, dirt and rocks explode behind him from the sheer force of his wind-cutting speed. Sprinting like crazy, Liu Yi realizes that something here is very wrong. His absolute first priority upon reaching High Thier is finding Uncle Vung to demand answers. Meanwhile, inside a crowded residential district of High Thier, everyone is frantically rebuilding their defenses. "Move it! Move it!" a young man yells while hauling heavy building materials. "We have to finish before the new rift opens up. Build the wall, or monsters will breach the zone and slaughter civilians." A bald guy asks in panic, "Can this even stop them? We are literally just stacking loose rocks here." The captain places a stone and explains, "Do not worry. The wall is infused with special player energy that will reinforce itself." But these empty words do nothing to calm the bald guy down. He yells back, "Captain, is this really going to work? Ever since the New Order leader made those policies protecting ordinary civilians, refugees from Duk Thier are pouring in, overcrowding High Thier with weak civilians. And in order to protect them all, our forces are stretched incredibly thin. If this vicious cycle keeps going, we are all going to end up dead." These complaints trigger the other players to start airing their own grievances too. Exactly. Some cowards even paid bribes to flee to the New Order. Honestly, it is so weird. Why would a massive guild like that choose to completely abandon ordinary people? They even go as far as abandoning normal people. The captain gets highly annoyed by all this endless gossip and snaps at them to shut up since only two of them are doing all the talking. Even so, the bald young man stutters out his thoughts. "Captain, is there any way we can just protect our own people instead?" His question instantly makes everyone fall dead silent, each of them wrestling with a mix of different emotions. Suddenly, a terrified scream rings out. A new dungeon just spawned. "Run!" Hearing this, the captain whips around in absolute shock just as a massive explosion blows right through a newly repaired wall, sending dust and heavy debris flying everywhere. Look closely, a panicked young man is running for his life, with a terrifying monster right behind him, ready to devour anyone in its path. The second he sets eyes on it, the bald guy gasps in absolute horror. It is a level 50 boss monster. Instantly, the captain shouts to call for emergency backup. Another member quickly yells back that the call has already been made, but several high-level dungeons just popped up around the residential area. Every single active player on duty has already been deployed elsewhere. Even the off-duty players will take at least 5 minutes to get here. Seeing how bad things are, the captain grips his sword and makes a hard decision. We cannot wait any longer. We have to hold it back for now. But it seems he is the only one willing to fight to the death, while everyone else scatters in complete panic. They all scream warnings, "Captain, do not do it. We are no match for that thing." Meanwhile, the bald guy stands there completely torn, unsure whether to run or stay. Just then, the monster blasts the captain backward with a brutal strike, making everyone scream out in terror. Seeing this disaster, the bald guy grits his teeth and finally makes his final decision. He leads the charge to block the beast, shouting to the rest, "Let us go in together and just buy some time first." Naturally, they do not leave him behind. They follow him, shouting to encourage the others, "Let us do this together. We can actually make a stand." As the bald guy throws himself into the fight, he screams out, "Captain, if I end up dead, it is completely your fault." Seeing his friend risk his life like this, the captain yells back at him, "Then do your best not to die. Your mother is still counting on you." Slashing at the monster, the bald guy yells back, "I want to, but I am no powerhouse, so I am probably dead meat." But look at this. Right when he is about to get eaten, a sudden massive blast of energy hits the monster. This leaves the captain staring in absolute shock, and even the bald guy stands there completely stunned, mouth wide open. The others are frozen in place. Just then, a foot lightly touches down on the ground. The savior is none other than Liu Yi. Everyone just stares at him, completely speechless in shock. After a moment, the dazed bald guy stammers out, "Wait, who on earth is this guy?" A level 50 boss monster was just completely wiped out in a single hit. Unlike the shocked crowd, the captain instantly recognizes him and shouts in joy. It is our big brother. Our big brother is finally back. Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupts into wild whispers. Wait, what? No way. Is he really the legendary first player of the Origin Realm? The older brother of our Freelancer Alliance president? No wonder he is this strong. A level 50 monster is like clay to him. Ignoring all their excited gossip, he calmly asks where their president is right now. Hearing Liu Yi ask this, the bald guy gasps in surprise. He then points down the path and replies, "The president is currently inside the Freelancer Alliance office. He is about to offer to lead the way, but before he can even finish his sentence, Liu Yi has already vanished." Meanwhile, inside the Freelancer Alliance office, Liu Yun sits completely motionless all by herself. She is clutching a key in her hand when Liu Yi enters and spots her. Seeing she is safe and sound, he breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness she is okay. He starts to ask about her and Uncle Vung, but before he can finish his sentence, she cuts him off to say that Uncle Vung told her so many things after dealing with that monster. Her emotional state catches him completely off guard. Tears streaming down her face, Liu Yun tells him the most critical part. Uncle Vung said our parents are not dead. They are just trapped on Chao Son land. In a flashback, a young Liu Yi watches a video with his father and sighs, "This poor kid is so pitiful." Hearing this, his father gently tells him, "Fear not. You must study very hard, okay?" Looking at the video of a poor child carrying firewood in the heavy snow, he hesitates and says otherwise, but he suddenly falls dead silent. Seeing him trail off, the boy innocently asks Dad, "What happens otherwise?" His father smiles softly and replies, "It is nothing. Fear not. You must study hard so that you can help protect weak people like this in the future." Back in reality at the Sanming headquarters, Liu Yun tearfully explains everything to Liu Yi. According to Uncle Wang, our world resets in a loop every 20 years. She adds that very few people can actually keep their memories. Their parents and Uncle Wang are among those few. But after surviving several resets, they realized everyone around them was slowly forgetting who they were. And honestly, if you think about it, that terrifying cycle explains everything about their current nightmare. Once you are forgotten completely, you vanish in the next reset. Their parents took desperate measures just to stop that from happening. On one hand, they used death to seal our memories of them, slowing down how fast we would forget. On the other hand, they desperately searched for the truth of this world, hoping to stop everyone from vanishing. Her voice is heavy with sadness as she reveals their ultimate discovery. Only by gathering the three titles Di Ying, Tian Yao, and Ren Zhong can they break this loop and stop the vanishing. That is why their parents made a choice. To claim the Ren Zhong title, they locked themselves in a pocket realm on Mount Buzhou for 10 long years. She hands him a key, explaining that it is the key to opening that exact pocket realm. Suddenly, Liu Yun hesitates. Uncle Wang told her that this is their parents' final loop before they are gone forever. Hearing this, Liu Yi suddenly freezes. Where is Uncle Wang? Where is he right now? Outside, darkness falls. The sun has completely set. Uncle Wang sits completely alone in his living room, deeply lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a quiet sound catches his attention, and he looks up to see Liu Yi stepping inside. Seeing him, the old man smiles and says, "Hey, you are back. I heard all about your legendary exploits. You really are strong." But contrasting his warm mood, the young man keeps a dead serious expression and demands, "I want to see proof that what you told Liu Yun is actually real." His demand is met with absolute silence. After a long pause, Uncle Wang finally speaks up and asks, "Which part of my story do you want me to prove? The loop, the memories that fade until you vanish, or the fact that your parents are actually still alive?" Liu Yi replies with a cold stare, proving all of it would be best. Hearing this, the old man lets out a strange, unreadable smile. Then he looks at Liu Yi and asks, "Do you actually know who ends up with the greatest power once the reset loop is finally exposed and broken?" Answering his own question, he whispers, "It is the administration." Hearing this completely stuns the young man. He quickly presses for answers, asking if that means the first ones to disappear are the administration staff, and Uncle Wang confirms it. From top to bottom, from the strongest to the weakest, every single capable person across different fields has slowly vanished with each passing reset. And that is exactly why this world is now filled with so many bizarre, completely illogical anomalies. You can't even blame Liu Yi for still doubting if this is the actual truth. The old man calmly replies, when it comes to keeping memories in a looping world, you yourself are the absolute best proof. This leaves Liu Yi momentarily speechless. Uncle Wang continues during this particular cycle. Your parents and I were buried under the dread of vanishing, leaving us completely unable to help you two. That is why you and your little sister had to live such a rough life. But do not hate your parents. Before this threat of vanishing loomed over them, they took incredibly good care of you both. If this threat is not resolved, once they completely disappear, you and your sister will be trapped living a miserable life like this forever. With a look of pure surprise, he mutters, as for your sudden changes, you must have awakened your own memories. I honestly never saw that coming. Your parents tried everything to protect your memories and failed. Yet here you are, waking up all on your own. Staring at him, Liu Yi freezes. He is completely at a loss for words. Uncle Wang sighs deeply, looking defeated as he says whether you believe your parents are alive or decide to save them doesn't even matter anymore. This current loop is doomed, and gathering all 3 legendary titles is impossible. Faced with his despair, the young man says nothing, just pure silence. He continues his tale, recalling that while locked inside that realm, they tried every possible method to let just one person escape. Walking slowly toward him, he casually drops another detail. Your parents knew. They accepted that our fate would never change, so they chose to spend their very last cycle together, kindly handing the only escape route to me instead. Honestly, I had been third-wheeling their romance for way too many years, and it was getting pretty sickening. Reaching into his pocket, Uncle Wang hands Liu Yi a small flash drive, explaining that it contains all the secret research they gathered on securing those 3 legendary titles. The young man stares at the drive as Uncle Wang gives his final warning, use it to learn, but do not rely on it completely. As he reaches out to take the drive, the old man warns that, under the influence of other awakened memory keepers, many things will inevitably change. Taking the drive, he stares at it in silence, before quietly calling out Uncle Wang's name. Suddenly, a shocking sight makes his eyes widen in pure disbelief. He watches Uncle Wang's body begin to fade away, prompting him to desperately scream out for his uncle. He calmly says, it was bound to happen sooner or later. It is just that I leaked some secrets to you, so it came early. Before fading away, he flashes a playful grin at him. It is a perfect chance for you to experience what vanishing actually feels like. Watching this unfold, Liu Yi can only helplessly stand by, listening to his uncle's final words. Remember to gather the time dust after I am gone. It will help you immensely. Back in modern Bic City, the streets are completely empty, with one person sprinting forward at absolute full speed. His destination is a quiet apartment building. He slams the door open and yells out, "Get moving!" Now, the girl sitting inside is caught off guard as he grabs her hand, asking in confusion what is wrong. He quickly explains in a loud, frantic voice. The director is dead. The max-level flower chiefs, who were suppressed by him, are now fighting for his position. The fighting has escalated completely out of control. If this keeps up, Bitch City will descend into chaos, so we must escape before that happens. Meanwhile, inside a massive courtyard, a large crowd of people has gathered together. One beaten-up guy, gripped by the collar like a helpless chicken, still has the guts to yell out at his attacker. Aren't you afraid the powerhouse behind the director will destroy you for staging a coup? Hearing this, Xie Feng just smirks, firing back with arrogant threats. You actually believe that? Even if someone exists, every flower chief backs me now. Even if that ghost returned to life, they couldn't steal my director seat. He looks over at the crowd of supporters standing behind him and confidently declares, let alone anyone behind him trying to take me down. Now, he is about to execute the helpless youth in his grasp, using him as a warning to the rest. Turning to the rebels who dare oppose him, he delivers a cold threat. Keep resisting, and this is your end. He mockingly adds, if you want to be a loyal dog next time, keep your head clear and don't be so stubborn. These mocking words from Xie Feng have his loyal cronies laughing in pure amusement. Suddenly, he raises his hand to finish off the captured boy, roaring for him to die. Trapped with absolutely nowhere to run, the youth can only widen his eyes in pure terror. But out of nowhere, Xie Feng's underlings suddenly collapse to the ground, completely unconscious. Seeing his men drop like flies completely rattles him. He panics, yelling out, "What on earth is happening here?" Get ready, because instead of panicking, the captive youth actually starts laughing, shouting that the real boss of their backyard is finally here. That doesn't scare Xie Feng at all, and he gears up to teach this brat a lesson instead. He snaps, "I will end you first." But before he can move, his eyes stretch wide as his feet freeze solid in place. Clutched by a sudden headache, he stumbles, desperately wondering why his body is suddenly failing him like this. Refusing to accept defeat, he desperately mutters, "I cannot lose like this. It was not easy to finally seize control of this backyard, and I must use this chance for revenge without lifting a finger." He mutters one last crazy threat about killing everyone who annoyed him, but then Xie Feng just collapses, completely knocked out, leaving the young captive staring in total shock. Seeing him drop, the young guy immediately spits right onto his head. He proudly declares this, "Coward dog keeps a clear head, and I will never end up like you." Honestly, you have to wonder, who is this legendary powerhouse backing them up, and what kind of mind-blowing skill did they just use to wipe these guys out? It is too bizarre. But right as he says this, his own eyes roll back into his head, making him panic. Something is wrong. He barely manages to choke out his final words. He gasps, "Big boss, I am your loyal dog." With that, he collapses, still muttering a plea not to target him too. Pure silence falls over the courtyard as every single combatant drops, knocked completely unconscious on the cold ground. Unable to resist, they just lie there helpless. Suddenly, a pair of boots steps into view, staring down at them with supreme arrogance. This newcomer is Yan Luo, a rank 79 awakened. He walks through the sea of unconscious bodies, grumbling about how annoying this all is. Told them not to contact Tian Yao. But whatever. Let's call this an early harvest. Otherwise, by the time this samsara ends, I would have to fight monsters twice my strength, with no guarantee of getting any time dust. A sinister smile creeps onto his face, as he mutters that bringing back this player is the crucial key to unlocking the Earth Shadow. A flash drive is plugged into a computer, and the monitor lights up as the system boots up. A bold message flashes on the screen: "If you all forgot who I am, let your grandfather here remind you exactly who your daddy is." Login confirmed. Reading this absolute nonsense, both Liu Yi and Liu Yun are left completely speechless. Though they both feel completely helpless facing such childish trolling, Liu Yun speaks up first, telling him to forget about who sent this sketchy drive. She urges brother, "Just hurry up and open it so we can see the content inside." Liu Yi clicks the mouse and nods, agreeing to start. They pull an all-nighter, staring at the screen from pitch-black darkness until the sun fully rises the next morning. After taking it all in, Liu Yun gasps, realizing her brother is actually an awakened one. No wonder he knew so much beforehand. But Liu Yi waves it off, saying his status doesn't matter. The only thing that actually matters is gathering 3 titles to save their parents. Rubbing his temples with a tired, stressed expression, he summarizes the core details he managed to gather. According to the mysterious informant, collecting all 3 legendary titles will end the cycle of reincarnation, which in turn saves their mom and dad. But getting those 3 titles won't be easy. That 3-eyed power Tian Yao possesses is a nightmare to deal with. Liu Yun falls silent after hearing this, but a cold resolve quickly takes over her face. "Even if he says so, there's 0 proof," she says. "Even if it's true, I won't accept this. Besides, we only have to take down 1 guy." Liu Yi nods in agreement, saying he won't accept it either. He immediately lays out the calculated plan he's prepared for them, so they must push hard in this direction. First, they need to exploit his Mystic Hand title to skyrocket their power level. From there, they will grab the remaining 3 titles one by one. Meanwhile, at the high-thea basketball court, Liu Yi stands completely alone. Suddenly, the heavy entrance doors swing open and a couple of loud voices echo inside. Someone calls out, saying he brought the captain. Another wonders aloud, asking the guild president why she summoned him in such a crazy hurry. Another team member grumbles, complaining they are desperately short-handed, and if he doesn't go help out, things will go sideways. Come on, boss. I just got back from a brutal raid. If I don't rest, I won't survive the next run. I'm literally worried you'll never see me again, he whines. Right after, another young member chimes in to back him up. Yeah, no way I'm letting my romantic rival take my spot, he jokes. Finding his teammates way too noisy, Not Ka barks at them to shut up. Not Ka commands them to be quiet, saying their president wouldn't summon them without a serious reason. Meanwhile, Liu Yun steps in with a much gentler tone. She calmly reassures them, and honestly, this huge announcement she is about to drop will change the Tan Min Guild forever. Leading the group over to Liu Yi, she says, "All yours, brother." Spotting Liu Yi, the entire crew cheers in unison, shouting that their legendary big brother-in-law has finally made his grand return. Despite their excitement, a guy wearing earrings looks skeptical, pointing out that even if their big brother-in-law is powerful, he is still just one single person. Can one guy really turn the tide for the entire Tan Min Guild? A youth with a birthmark on his forehead agrees, arguing that if they can't raise everyone's combat power, nothing is actually going to change. After all, they are fighting terrifying monsters, not other players. So relying on one person's absolute strength is pretty much useless. Hearing their doubts, Liu Yi smirks and throws down a challenge, asking for one volunteer to step forward so he can demonstrate his power. The guild members exchange glances before Not Ka finally steps up, volunteering to go first. He asks what he needs to do, but Liu Yi doesn't need him to do a thing. With one effortless slap, he instantly obliterates him. This sudden attack scares the living daylights out of everyone. The birthmark teen starts screaming out in panic, but the very next second, he completely freezes in utter shock. Not Ka is suddenly back, completely fine but stuttering in absolute shock. Liu Yi breaks down this simple demonstration, explaining that before coming here, he thoroughly analyzed the combat specs of every single Tan Min member. From now on, no matter how you die, as long as I have my power active, I can revive you. His claim makes another guy stutter in shock, saying that is flat out impossible. But the earring-wearing member eagerly cuts in to ask a crucial question. If this is actually true, does that mean we never have to worry about losing our comrades ever again? The teen with the birthmark gasps, asking if he is dreaming and somehow went back to the origin world. But wait, because in the origin world, respawning drops you to 0. Yet Liu Yi's revive has 0 penalties whatsoever. Hearing this, the whole crowd erupts in wild excitement, shouting that this is the most overpowered benefit they could ever ask for. Suddenly, the birthmark teen falls quiet. He turns to Not Ka and asks if he retained his consciousness during the brief moment of death. He wants to know if Not Ka's memory cut off exactly when he died, or if it skipped back to some point earlier. Not Ka answers honestly, "Right when I died, I swear I saw a massive tree and felt like a tiny seed on its branches. But before I could look closer, I was brought back." His answer makes the birthmark teen yell out in pure shock, realizing Not Ka retains his memories with crystal clarity. This isn't just a basic revive. It literally drags your soul back from whatever afterlife you went to. Having stayed quiet, Liu Yi finally speaks up to calm down the rowdy crowd. "Don't worry," he says. "I already ran tests on some criminals locked up inside the Tan Min Guild. This is a genuine, true resurrection, otherwise I wouldn't have killed you." This solid guarantee makes the whole squad erupt in pure joy. This is seriously the best news ever. With our invincible big brother-in-law on our side, we can finally fight without holding back at all. Those traitors who abandoned our Tan Min alliance are going to regret it to death. We are officially on the rise. Hearing their wild chatter, Liu Yun steps in to ground them, telling them not to celebrate too early. Along with this revival ability, there is one major task everyone needs to do. Liu Yun briefly explains how to activate the player's special physical traits, asking them to organize the Tan Min members to help Liu Yi level up. They immediately answer in excited unison, "That is not a problem at all. Since we can revive now, Bao Hai-shi does not have to fear death anymore. Our manpower shortage is solved. So our 7th squad will take turns sending members to coordinate with the captain." Seeing their passionate support, Liu Yi speaks up to express his deep gratitude, thanking them for their help. With a warm smile, he tells them he is counting on their support. Suddenly, a voice shouts out that the dungeon is open, and right then, the long-tongued beast crashes to the ground. Over on the other side, Dan too is frantically shaking his captain, crying his eyes out as he yells, "Oh, Captain, why did you have to be so incredibly foolish?" Ka rests his head on his teammate lap, slowly turning with a deathly pale face to whisper that if he did not do it, someone would have definitely died. Plus, with me gone, no one will be left to fight you for Tui Hoa anymore. Isn't that what you wanted? Crying hysterically, Dan, to blubbers that he does not want to win through pity like this. Seeing this emotional moment, the rest of the squad bursts into tears right along with them. Barely breathing, Ka asks if Dan too can do him one final favor and share some gossip before he goes. Before the poor guy can even process this request, the captain whispers, asking if he actually enjoys wearing women clothes. That question completely freezes Dan, in his tracks, his face instantly turning bright red as he lets out a quiet squeak. Meanwhile, everyone nearby leans in to catch the juicy tea. Ka turns away dramatically, muttering that he is literally dying. Totally heartbroken, Dan, to tears up, and promises to reveal his deepest secret to the dying man. He leans down to whisper directly into Ka's ear, while the entire squad strains their ears to listen in. But as Dan too spills his soul, a smug, victorious grin slowly creeps onto his captain's dying face. And honestly, this is just hilarious. Since nobody knows about the revival mechanic, he easily fakes his death to eavesdrop. A moment later, a bright blue light envelops Ka, signaling his official death to the entire group. Dan screams out his name in sheer agony. Soon after, the devastated team heads back to headquarters to recuperate. Walking behind Dan too, his teammates try to comfort him, urging him to stay strong and pull himself together. They suggest electing a new leader, and one member insists that only Dan too has the respect to lead them. Hearing this from the front of the line, Dan just sighs deeply. In a mournful voice, he asks for some quiet time. Suddenly, a familiar shout echoes out from the distance. The voice asks why they are replacing him when he is still breathing. And there stands a fully revived Ka, smugly laughing at the entrance. Seeing their supposedly dead leader standing there, the entire squad freaks out like they just saw a ghost. They stammer in disbelief, pointing out that he literally just passed away. But Ka simply beams with joy. He declares that free revival is now the ultimate benefit of their alliance. The shocked crowd can only stare. Walking over to Dan too, the captain gives him an incredibly smug, knowing grin. He whispers with a mischievous smirk, telling Dan too to back off from Tui Hoa, unless he wants his little secret exposed to everyone. Dan too can only scream in absolute despair, accusing his captain of cheating. Meanwhile, in other sectors, captains across the region begin announcing the miracle of the revival skill, causing every single soldier to jump with joy. Some even cheer at the top of their lungs, shouting that their big brother-in-law is absolute god tier. The dark clouds that previously hung over the Tan Min alliance have completely cleared, leaving everyone full of hope. Back with Liu Yi, system alerts are flashing in his mind, announcing he has reached level 49, then level 50. He unlocks the Withered Aura Resonance skill with a level boost of 1, quickly soaring past level 61, and finally reaching level 65. The interface displays the detailed personal stats for our main character, player Liu Yi. At level 65, his experience is sitting at 0. With calculation power over 78,000, his attack is over 5,000, defense over 4,000, agility over 500, intelligence over 2,000, perception over 300, and his health is completely full. His energy is maxed out too. But reading this, Liu Yi frowns, realizing requirements past level 61 are insane. That experience requirement is just insane. It took him a whole week just to level up 6 times. Looking over at the crowd, he thinks to himself, but this is still the fastest way to level up. Time to push forward. 1 month later, inside the Tanmin headquarters, he sits quietly in his chair, reviewing his status screen with an incredibly serious expression. System notification. Player Liu Yi is now level 69, with 0 experience. Compared to the time dust, his calculation power is currently at level 1. His titles include Special Body, which doubles all of his basic attributes. Next is Rulebreaker Warrior, which adds 4 to weight ratio and 1 to skill levels, alongside Master of Weapons and Desperate Counterattacker. First of the High Tower adds 100 to all attributes, while High Tower Power adds 2 to weight ratio. His accumulated weight ratio is +8, and intelligence ratio is +2. Attributes show attack power over 5,000, and defense over 4,000, resistance over 180,000, strength over 400, agility over 500, constitution over 400, intellect over 2,000, and perception near 400. Both health and energy are fully loaded. His skills are Vital Energy Shield, Vital Energy Repair, Vital Energy Penetration, Blessing, Reading, Imprisonment, and Silence, along with Freeze, Mark, Cooldown Reset, Scan, Resonance Aura, Wither Aura, Thunderbolt Stance, and Concentrated Power. Looking it over, Liu Yi realizes this matches the mysterious killer's info. Hunting ordinary players only pushes your calculation power up to level 69. Past level 69, if you want to rank up any further, your only option is using Time Dust, which is essentially concentrated calculation power. Liu Yi continues his train of thought. When that mysterious figure died, the only thing he left behind came with a massive usage restriction. And here's the catch: a system prompt flashes, asking to absorb the Time Dust, followed by a blinding warning in bright red. Absorbing the Time Dust will drastically enhance your physical stats. However, you must arrive at But Chao Sun within 10 days. Miss that deadline, and all attributes will drop to a rock-bottom one, forcing your return to the But Chao Sun Shrine. You are strictly forbidden from harming ordinary citizens, or your status values will plummet to their lowest possible levels. Once you return to But Chao Sun, your attributes will be reduced by 0 to 50%. Scanning the text, Liu Yi thinks to himself, no wonder I've never crossed paths with an awakened before. They literally cannot harm ordinary people. Could this be how Nato managed to take down number 9? But if Theandir knew about this rule, why send number 8 to a populated area like High City? It makes 0 sense. Suddenly, his eyes dart to the window as loud, frantic shouting erupts from outside. Move it up front. Hurry up. I want to eat. It is already past midnight. Can you guys wait until tomorrow to register for classes? No way. Absolutely not. Watching the bustling crowd in the courtyard below, Liu Yi realizes Tanmin's morale is skyrocketing thanks to their resurrection technique. If he was not being pulled away by the allure of the Time Dust, staying behind to support Tanmin might have unlocked some other path. But right now, he has absolutely no way to transfer the Huyen Thu title over to Yvonne. First, he does not even know if a transfer method exists. And looking at the current situation, giving the Huyen Thu title to Yvonne would literally mean painting a massive target on her back. When it comes to external threats, he trusts Yvonne completely, but actively pushing her into harm's way is something he simply cannot do. His eyes gleam with deep, heavy conflict. Then, just as quickly, Liu Yi's expression shifts as another thought strikes. The absolute biggest issue here is still the existence of the 9 yin seed. To level up, he requires 2 portions of Time Dust. But that mysterious killer only left behind a single portion for him. Even if he wanted to absorb it and level up right now, it is mathematically impossible. Shaking off the thought, he stands up to leave, resolved to absorb the Time Dust. Otherwise, his entire plan falls apart. First, he needs to sort things out with Tanmin. Only then can he search for more Time Dust to keep leveling up, though he has absolutely no clue where to find it. The more he dwells on it, the more visible his frustration becomes. Out of nowhere, another system notification chimes. Chu Thu is requesting you to join the chat room. Do not worry, he is already here. This sudden alert catches Liu Yi completely off guard. He mutters to himself, asking what on earth is going on here. He is here? Did someone break into the house? But the second he looks up, Liu Yi nearly jumps out of his skin. He looks around wildly, head spinning with confusion. What is happening? Why have both sides of the corridor turned into living rooms? On top of that, even the view outside the window is just another living room. Eyebrows furrowed in intense focus, Liu Yi stands in the middle of a perfectly neat, organized space. It is none other than his very own living room. He peers outside, only to see yet another living room. And inside that room, looking through its window, lies another identical space. Talk about creepy, this endless loop of living rooms stretches out forever. He realizes every single doorway in this room has warped into something bizarre. Deciding to test his theory, Liu Yi smashes through the floor tiles, only to find another layered living room dimension waiting right underneath. He thinks to himself this madness applies to the glass doors and the broken floor alike. Suddenly, some distance away from where he stands, a dark vortex begins swirling around, a pitch-black sphere floating in midair. His gaze immediately locks onto the floating sphere. Right before his eyes, a figure draped entirely in jet black from head to toe steps out from within. He looks pretty much like an unidentified shadow. He slowly steps down onto the floor. Liu Yi stands completely still, frowning cautiously as he glares at the faceless entity, which slowly turns to look back. Suddenly, Liu Yi glances over his shoulder. Reflected in the glass behind him is another pitch-black figure, radiating a strange, highly bizarre red glow. He does not turn his head around, silently watching as the creepy figure behind him steadily creeps closer. Its creepy form finally starts showing itself. A weird red aura constantly radiates from that dark entity, while strange twitching fibers, looking almost like writhing nerves, wrap around its shoulders and head. It stares directly at Liu Yi, with wide, bulging eyes, letting out a highly bizarre grin as it takes one slow step after another toward him. To his left, his right, and right in front of him, the living room space splits into duplicate rooms, each with a terrifying red clone marching directly toward him. Liu Yi's game system panel flashes with emergency alerts, showing his full HP at 39,600, quickly dropping by 1,000, then another 1,400. Yet, Liu Yi shows absolutely no signs of panic, keeping his eyes locked onto that dark figure without looking away. The pitch-black entities have now closed the distance, steadily creeping even closer to where Liu Yi is standing. Sensing things look pretty bad, he summons his sword as the dark entity ahead of him reaches the glass window pane. It casually walks straight through the solid glass, while another shadow on the right slips into the adjacent room. Behind him, the final shadow phases right into the main room, leaving all four dark entities completely surrounding Liu Yi from every side. Yet he stands still, completely fearless, staring right back at the monster in front. Alerts flash endlessly across Liu Yi's screen, showing his health dropping by another 2,000, then a massive 3,000. Another 2,900 HP drops, leaving him at 19,300 out of 39,600. The dark shadow grins with delight, speaking slowly to Liu Yi. Just kill yourself. You only got that legendary title through luck. Squinting one eye, it sneers with utter disdain. Hand it over. That is the only way you survive the next round. The moment those words leave its mouth, Liu Yi swings his sword, slicing all four surrounding clones apart. Caught completely off guard by this instant strike, the main entity stares at Liu Yi in utter shock, before quickly baring its teeth in another creepy grin. The shadow whispers, "Found you," and immediately, all the dark figures explode into scattering ribbons of black energy. Those black ribbons gradually dissolve into thin air as Liu Yi keeps his guard up, scanning his surroundings carefully. Slowly, his apartment starts returning to normal, leaving Liu Yi to wonder what on earth just happened. Look at this outside his window. The streets are littered with people passed out on the pavements. A few are slowly pushing themselves up, completely bewildered. What the hell just happened? Why are we suddenly on the ground? Did we all just sleep, like some massive group nap? Someone else asks, "Did you guys dream about anything just now?" Another person chimed in, "I dreamed of a dark shadow saying something to me, but I really cannot remember it now. Someone else agrees I also saw a dark shadow. He said something about having no love, telling me to forget him. Before long, the entire street is filled with the frantic whispers and confused murmurs of the crowd. They keep speculating, could some terrifying new monster have actually appeared out of nowhere? Some start running away in a panic, shouting, "Hurry up! I want to join the alliance. I do not want to die," while Liu Yi stands in his quiet room thinking things have finally returned to normal. But since the range of that spell was pretty massive, Liu Yi decides to trigger his scan skill. Liu Yi's system flashes a notification scanning a 1,000-meter radius, with the range increasing by 1,000 meters for every 10 map levels. Now get this, using him as the absolute center. The system sweeps a massive area. Once the scan completes, Liu Yi begins analyzing the results silently in his mind. No targets show any abnormalities. Is that person's immunity level simply much higher than mine, or is their skill completely beyond my wildest imagination? Just then, his system screen displays a new invite. Chuthu invites you to a group chat. Watch out, he is here. He glances at the screen and softly says, "Accept only for another notification to flash," stating the group chat has been disbanded. Liu Yi is pretty taken aback. Disbanded already, he thinks. This means every single group chat is created by Chuthu, including that sanctuary group. According to the data, the title of the 4 chiefs grants abilities like resurrection, chat creation, gear crafting, and teleportation, all of which are standard administrative privileges. Looking pretty stunned, Liu Yi continues to ponder. It seems like this sudden invite was meant as a warning. If that chat was set up by the New Order Guildmaster, what about the warning from Earth Shadow at the beginning? Was that also the New Order's Guildmaster? Suddenly, the phone in Liu Yi's pocket vibrates, cutting off his train of thought. He quickly pulls it out to answer. On the other end, Liu Yun asks him, "Brother, are you at the resting area right now?" Just a moment ago, over half of the players in High City suddenly fell asleep. This does not match the mystery person's data. Could this be linked to some awakened skill? Hearing this, Liu Yi tells her, "Yeah, where are you right now? Let's meet up immediately to discuss this." Inside a highly luxurious office that looks bright, clean, and perfectly organized, Liu Yun and Liu Yi stand in the middle of the room. Putting her hands on her hips, she says, "You finally made it." According to the files, he's an awakened with the same last name as Yuan Ding, so I figured we should watch him. I didn't expect him to actually show up. The original plan was for Tao Miu to locate him, and then I'd immediately send ordinary people to suppress him. Hearing this, Liu Yi crosses his arms, bowing his head in deep thought. Liu Yun continues with things as they are. "We can only use our second plan." As soon as she finishes, he immediately asks, "Did you find the player with that skill?" "Yes, she found them. Though, Tan Min Alliance has no such players." So she asked the New Order for backup, and they agreed to help. I sent Nirm So to pick them up, so she should return soon. Suddenly, Liu Yun falls silent, frowning deeply. She then continues, "Brother, our second plan is for you to use that specific skill, drawing his attention directly to you. We will use the Thien Dan skill to track his location through his own active skill. This is extremely dangerous. You will be in serious trouble, so please, be careful." Hearing this, Liu Yi looks at Liu Yun and replies confidently, "Don't worry, I have a plan. If he dares to attack us so openly, he definitely has some backup. All of you will actually be in way more danger than me, so you must be careful." Liu Yun grins, turning around as she raises her arms, clenching her fists, and says, "You can completely leave that part to me. Besides, you still have your resurrection skill, so you can totally relax." Liu Yi looks at her with satisfaction, smiling as he says sadly, "My gear cannot be upgraded to level 70 right now. Otherwise, all of my core attributes would reach 500, allowing me to unlock that sweet immunity skill." Suddenly, a red jewel with a white arrow right in the middle appears. It is called an upgrade pearl. Look at his face. Liu Yi's jaw literally drops in absolute shock. Huang Nirm So seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Handing the jewel over to Liu Yi, she says, "Brother, the New Order Guildmaster asked me to bring this to you, saying you will definitely need it right now." Liu Yi takes it, shouting out in pure excitement, "For me, Right now, this is absolutely the most timely help ever. Nirmso smiles back, looking completely pleased with his reaction. Standing nearby, Liu Yun happily pipes up Nirmso. This gift of yours is honestly way too good. Suddenly, Liu Yi lunges forward and tightly hugs Nirmsa, saying thank you so much, Nirmsa. Liu Yun's jaw completely drops in pure shock. Caught off guard by this sudden embrace, Nirmso blushes red, totally speechless. Liu Yi then lets go of the stunned girl, laughing. According to our previous records, before the cooldown on Vian Lam's skill fully ends, there are still a few hours left. He quickly bolts toward the door, yelling as he runs, "Prepare yourselves, everyone. I am heading out to upgrade my gear right now." Nirmso and Liu Yun watch his departing figure, nodding in unison. As Liu Yi runs, a sudden thought pops into his head. Why on earth did I just hug her like that? Staring at his own hands, he wonders. The memory of hugging Nirmso flashes in his mind, making his face burn bright red. Quickly, he slaps his own forehead, desperately trying to clear his head. What am I thinking? Right now, dealing with Vian Lam is all that matters. He regains his focus. I have no idea where Vian Lam is hiding. Logically speaking, awakened individuals should be afraid of ordinary humans. He really shouldn't be in High City. But can the distance between a skill and its caster truly be that far? Liu Yi continues sprinting at top speed. Soon he reaches the exact room he was looking for, gasping as he spots it. Finally made it to the room Liu Yun prepared for my gear upgrade. He thinks to himself, no matter what, once this is done, I will find you. With that, he steps inside. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, two guards stand watch outside a locked room. Those two have glowing red eyes, standing completely motionless like stone statues. Pretty creepy, right? Inside, a man is sitting on the bed nodding off. It turns out he just woke up, stretching his arms out as he lets out a wide yawn. Ah, that was such a good sleep. Resting his face on his hand, he lets out a quiet sigh. This guy's name is Vian Lam, a level 79 awakened. Smirking, Vian Lam mutters to himself, I have got enough rest, locked onto the target, and my skill is almost off cooldown. It is finally time to end this. Suddenly, he crosses his arms, looking deeply thoughtful as he speaks. How should I play this? Maybe I will just send the person right by his side straight into the next reincarnation. It is just like playing a video game. First, you take out all the minions around the boss so they do not get in your way during the final fight. The only real headache is dealing with the resurrecting part. As for Liu Yi himself, he is currently standing in front of a massive projection screen inside the upgrade room. The second he activates the equipment upgrade orb, his system screen lights up with notifications. Using the Spirit Sentinel helmet, defense increases by 14 points, resistance plus 50, intelligence plus 123, strength plus 22, constitution plus 100, level requirement 70-10. His Extreme Wisdom Guardian Necklace adds 140 defense, 50 resistance, and 120 intelligence. With Constitution plus 20, Intelligence plus 100, and required level 70-10, the Extreme Wisdom Combat Suit gives 14 defense, 50 resistance, 11 strength, 12 constitution, 103 intelligence, another 100 intelligence, and a level requirement of 70-10. Just like that, his other gear gets upgraded one by one, including the Extreme Wisdom Ice Silk Undergarment and the Extreme Wisdom Swift Combat Boots. The Extreme Wisdom Agile Combat Gloves, along with his left and right Wisdom Rings, also receive massive upgrades. Even his weapons like the Extreme Wisdom Lightseeker Blade and the Extreme Wisdom Medium Shield get their stats boosted. Everything else rises on the notification screen, including the stat multipliers for his first Soul Guardian. And his second Soul Guardian, Xiao Bai, gets 50% cooldown reduction, 50% skill effectiveness, and a 10-level equipment requirement reduction. Just look at these insane stats. His screen updates with completely broken numbers. Player Liu Yi, level 69, with 0 experience and a computing power of 1. His special body title multiplies all base attributes by 2. Intelligence ratio is +2, with an attack power exceeding 9,000. Defense exceeds 62,000. Resistance over 25,000. Strength over 600. Agility over 600. Constitution is 600. Intelligence over 3,000. Perception over 600. And maxed out health. His active skills include vitality envelopment, vitality repair, vitality penetration, blessing, reading, imprisonment, silence, and deep freeze, mark, cold-blooded, reset, scan, resonance aura, withering aura, thunderstrike, and force condensation skills. Finally, the system runs the resistance checks. Resistance 50 met, resistance 500 met, resistance 5,000 met. All requirements met. Your immunity reaches level 3, and the upgrade is successful. Liu Yi smiles as he examines his hands, saying, I finally got the immunity skill. Immunity is directly linked to resistance. He rests his chin in his hand, staring at the screen as he adds resistance connects to all other attributes. If I boost all my attributes, will my immunity level go up too? Well, actions speak louder than words. Blessing activated, all attributes are now enhanced. Immediately, the system screen flashes with the resistance check notification. Resistance 50 met, 500 met, 5,000 met, 50,000 met. Your immunity has reached level 5. Seeing this, Liu Yi cheers in excitement. All right. Now I have even more confidence to handle Yuan Lin. Clenching his fist with absolute determination in his eyes, Liu Yi stands tall, serious. Now, he thinks all that is left is to wait for him to strike. Check out this beautiful view. The high-rise backdrop slowly fades in as his thoughts begin to wander. Come on, Yuan Lin. Let me see how strong a veteran awakened like you really is. Meanwhile, his chat window flashes with messages. Xuanshou says thanks, and President Hot Air replies, do not mention it. Suddenly, Liu Yi praises the man next to him, saying, Qi Yi, you did the right thing driving Nianchu home. What is coming next is too dangerous. Lu Yun chimes in out of nowhere, saying, absolutely, she is my future sister-in-law, so you better protect her with everything you have. But she quickly gets a light flick from him, groaning, ow, brother, that hurts. Right now, they are all inside the high-rise shelter. Liu Yi and Lu Yun stand on a high-floor balcony, calmly looking down at the scenery below. Suddenly, she breaks the silence, saying, it is hard to believe that just 2 months ago, I was stressing over my tuition, wondering how to keep from being left behind by you. Yet now, you are literally the top figure of High City, where a single order brings anything to your feet the next day. Hearing this, Liu Yi lets out a deep, knowing smile and says, but in return, survival only gets more dangerous. We are not like we used to be. Back then, if we failed, we could choose another path. Now, one single wrong step will plunge us straight into a bottomless abyss. Lu Yun completely agrees with him. Leaning her head against the railing, she smiles and says, exactly, just like this upcoming threat from Yuan Lin. The files say he is only level 79, yet the number of level 80 awakened he has killed is already in the double digits. Then the smile fades from her face as she says solemnly, on paper, with one of us at level 50 and the other at level 69, we stand absolutely zero chance of winning. Even if we somehow pull off a victory, barely any of us will survive, and all of High City could end up completely destroyed. But unlike the anxious Liu Yun, Liu Yi remains incredibly confident as he rests his hand on the railing and stares into the distance. He says, as long as I do not die, the effect of my Huan Thu title ensures we will not suffer a single casualty. But Liu Yun still worries, and points out that Vian Lam has held that same Huan Thu title for an incredibly long time. Who says they do not have a way to counter it? As her words fade, silence heavy and thick fills the entire room. With deep worry in her eyes, Liu Yun suddenly turns to her brother and asks, can we actually take this monster down? Hearing this, Liu Yi's expression grows pretty dark, because at this point, even he cannot guarantee what will happen next. Unable to keep quiet, Liu Yun speaks up again to remind him that their enemy is an awakened who survived over 10 reincarnations. Sure, we have the records left behind by that mysterious stranger, But what is far more valuable to them is his massive pile of resources and experience from those loops. We honestly have almost zero chance of beating him. Liu Yi frowns and says that normally she would be right, but we still hold one massive advantage. Hearing this, Liu Yun looks over in sheer surprise. He continues he probably absorbed time dust, meaning his absolute biggest weakness is being surrounded by totally normal, ordinary people. And we just happen to have gathered a massive crowd of them right here. If we play this card right, we have a real shot at winning. Liu Yi then lays out his master plan. Even if he leaves but Chao Sun and can still use his player skills, there is a huge chance he will end up using the Sealing Pearl. It is the exact tool the mysterious figure gave you to keep yourself safe, because it completely seals away all of his player stats. Though still slightly confused, Liu Yun nods in agreement. But her brother looks at her with absolute steel in his eyes and says, "We will win." His fierce confidence startles her for a second. She stares at her brother before a soft, reassured smile finally spreads across her face. Suddenly, her mood completely flips, and she bursts with energy, throwing her hand high in the air as she shouts, "Yes, we will definitely win." Her sudden burst of intense energy actually catches Liu Yi off guard for a brief moment. She looks at him with pure determination and repeats that they will win. Before they know it, night falls, painting the sky in deep shades of blue. But even late at night, one high floor of the massive skyscraper remains brightly lit. Standing right in the middle of a gathering crowd, Liu Yun turns to her brother and tells him that everything now depends entirely on him as they wait for Vian Lam. She whispers, "As long as you survive, we will make it through." Hearing this, Liu Yi's face grows incredibly serious as he retreats into silent, deep contemplation. Across from him, a confident Liu Yun puts her hands on her hips and smiles. She points out they have packed the entire building with ordinary people who will immediately rush in to grab him the moment the command is given. Right on cue, the crowd of normal humans begins gathering. They look pretty anxious, huddling close to one another while Liu Yi silently watches and evaluates their readiness. Kanyet also chimes in to reassure him, calling him brother-in-law and promising that no matter who shows up, they will make sure he never leaves alive. Another teammate jumps in with just as much confidence, shouting that they are going to tear their enemy to absolute shreds. He laughs and jokes that the boss should start thinking about how to reward them all later, sending a wave of laughter through the room. Seeing their high spirits, Liu Yi cannot help but laugh as he reassures them, declaring out loud that they are absolutely going to win this fight. Kanyet excitedly throws both hands in the air, instantly boosting the morale of everyone in the room as they gear up for battle. He says he is heading up to the rooftop layout to wait for Vian Lam. And just like that, we find ourselves up on the windy helipad. Standing right in the center of the helipad, Liu Yi steals his mind, ready to take their target down. Now the real countdown begins. Get ready, because Vian Lam's skill cooldown will end in exactly 1 minute. 59 seconds left until the skill cooldown ends. 45 seconds. Now only 30 seconds remain. The system clock keeps ticking down mercilessly as the threat draws closer. Liu Yi quietly sits down, slowly closing his eyes as he sinks deep into meditation. Meanwhile, back on the lit floor below, a deeply anxious Liu Yun stands with her arms crossed right next to Kanyet. The dread continues to build as the countdown keeps ticking down. 15 seconds left on the cooldown. Now just 10 seconds remain on the clock. Only 9 seconds left until his power is fully restored. 8 seconds. The pressure is becoming almost too much to bear. With every passing second, Liu Yi's face grows incredibly tense as the moment of truth finally arrives. 7 seconds left on the skill cooldown. As the final moments slip away, he quietly draws out his sharp sword. Just 3 seconds remain. Weapon firmly in hand, Liu Yi slowly stands to his feet, ready to face whatever comes next. Only 2 seconds are left on Yuan Lin's skill cooldown. Just 1 second remains. Time is up. Knowing that precise moment is here, he quickly looks around. Yet, on the rooftop helipad, there is only Liu Yi standing tall and completely alone. By this time, the sky above has already turned pitch black. Dead silence. Suddenly, flickering specks of light appear out of nowhere in the darkness, instantly catching Liu Yi's undivided attention. Right now, it seems like the entire massive city has plunged deep into darkness, with their rooftop being the only spot still glowing with light. A sudden, unsettling thought flashes through his mind as things feel off. After a bright flash of light, the city remains lit, yet not a single soul is anywhere. This bizarre sight leaves Liu Yi completely baffled, causing him to knit his brows tightly as he looks down in deep thought. Wait, did you see that? The entire city is dead silent. Before he even realizes it, Yuan Lin has already dragged him into his psychic cage. He keeps his guard up and scans the area, wondering where the enemy is hiding and where the danger lies. There is no way this was all just to capture me, right? With that thought, Liu Yi returns to his original standing position. Even so, his eyes remain extremely sharp and cautious as he continues to scan his surroundings for any hidden threats. Meanwhile, on the only illuminated floor of the high-rise, multiple screens are constantly monitoring Liu Yi from every angle. Suddenly, Liu Yun notices something highly unusual on the feed and quickly turns to signal her team. Quick! My brother has fallen asleep. Use the tracking skill to pinpoint Yuan Lin's exact position right now. The member assigned to that task immediately acknowledges her command with a quick nod. He pulls out a glowing green energy orb and tosses it high into the air. The orb flies back and forth, bouncing around the room as a system notification pops up. The system announces that the area has been locked to track down the person using the skill. But then, the glowing orb flies right back to its master and abruptly shatters into a million pieces. This bizarre reaction from the tracking orb leaves the player completely stunned, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Seeing her tracker scan the room in a total panic, Liu Yun cannot contain her impatience and demands to know what is going on. Did you find him? With a face pale with terror, the boy looks back at her and stammers that his skill is pointing directly at himself. The moment those words leave his mouth, everyone in the room is instantly plunged into absolute confusion and utter disbelief. Seeing their shock, he quickly adds another terrifying claim: the target is right here, sending a wave of panic straight through the entire room. To make sure everyone understands the gravity of the situation, he firmly declares it once more. The player assigned to locate Yuan Lin keeps repeating over and over with absolute certainty that the enemy is standing right here among them, causing all of his teammates to instantly descend into a state of total shock and extreme panic and confusion. A shaken Liu Yun presses him, asking if he is absolutely sure about this. Na Tu, a member of the New Order, replies with absolute confidence, saying of course he is, as they have already tested his tracking skill before, and it has never once failed them. His absolute certainty makes the heavy atmosphere in the room grow even more suffocatingly tense. Sensing the danger, Liu Yun spins around and authoritatively barks out a strict command: lock the doors, because from this very second, absolutely nobody is allowed to leave this room. Hearing her direct order, the teammate standing closest to the exit reacts instantly, slamming the heavy door shut with a resounding thud. With a sharp, confident glare, Liu Yun is absolutely certain that Yuan Lin is currently blending in right among her own trusted crew. She scans the room with narrow eyes and loudly warns him that it seems he has a pretty clever disguise skill up his sleeve. But trying to hide right under our noses is a pretty foolish move. Every single player present in this room is one of us, and they are all fully marked to receive our exclusive resurrection benefits. Except for you, Yuan Lin, she boldly declares. And while the members of the New Order watch in utter suspense, Liu Yun calmly issues her next chilling directive. Everyone, take your own lives right now. Now, this is where it gets crazy. Hearing this command, everyone hesitates with deep reluctance. But before they can protest, Liu Yun places her hands on her hips. With a fierce look, she loudly declares that there is no need to worry about her. She still has the trump card left by the mysterious person who defeated number 8, plus an entire floor filled with normal humans, just waiting for the show to begin. Her reassuring words put the members of the New Order completely at ease, prompting one of them to speak up with determination. They tell her to be careful, and that they are counting on her, collectively cheering her on with absolute trust in their eyes. As the echoes of their final cheers fade away, they all dissolve into shimmering particles of light. Standing nearby, Na Tu panics upon hearing her ruthless plan and quickly waves his hands in frantic refusal. stammering that he shouldn't have to die since he was the one who located Yuan Lin. But Liu Yun coldly dismisses his plea without hesitation, telling him that he is actually the most crucial part of this because only his death can truly prove his words were correct. She then adds another line, softening her tone slightly in an attempt to reassure him. Don't worry. Once they reached High City, her brother had already registered him. So if they win and he dies by accident later, they can resurrect him for free. Nga Tu listens to her promise with immense hesitation, totally at a loss on how to react to her extremely casual yet cold-blooded offer of a free revival. But after thinking it over for a brief moment, he reluctantly agrees, saying that for the sake of resurrection, he is betting they will win. The guy commits suicide, dissolving into glowing spots of light before fading. Afterward, Liu Yun turns her attention to the ordinary crowd. Her sharp eyes sweep across every face as she speaks coldly. Only you normal folks are left. And to think Yuan Lin would disguise himself as an ordinary human to sneak in here. The more she thinks about it, the more certain her gaze becomes as she notes that awakened ones like him lose all power after leaving Mount Buchu. Apparently, you spent a pretty long time lying low within the bitch clan. Right now, you are just an ordinary guy without any strength. So acting like a normal human is definitely your best option. Liu Yun gains confidence and raises her voice, saying that if you are just a regular human, I do not need suicides to root you out. So everyone get down on your knees, just like you begged for my protection last time. Let us do it once again. The ordinary bystanders are completely taken aback by this demand. Their eyes are filled with pure confusion, and some even gape in disbelief at what they just heard. She speaks again with a highly provocative tone, although my reasoning is a bit weak. Would an awakened like Yuan Lin really kneel before me? Even if you have the power to face me, you still choose humiliation and force yourself into this disguise. Is that what you truly want? But check this out suddenly. One guy in the crowd has a completely different expression, looking much darker than the rest. His eyes gleam with sharp wariness and irritation upon hearing Liu Yun's mocking words. That subtle shift immediately draws her eyes straight to him, and Liu Yun does not hesitate as she draws her sword. With a swift leap, her blade flashes with cold steel, as she slashes directly downward at the suspicious target. Liu Yun yells out with absolute certainty that this guy is definitely Yuan Lin. He does not flinch or dodge, only flashing a cunning grin as his eyes fill with pure bloodlust. Right before the blade strikes, a sudden surge of dark energy erupts from him, turning everything pitch black and leaving Liu Yun momentarily stunned. Suddenly, another voice echoes through the void, declaring that the target is right here among them. The voice sounds incredibly familiar, and she is completely shocked to find herself pulled back in time, returning to the exact moment Nga Tu first announced that Yuan Lin had successfully infiltrated their ranks. This realization fills her with rage, as she realizes she has been dragged right into the core of his illusions. Without wasting a second, Liu Yun stomps over to a random guy who looks exactly like Yuan Lin and demands to know what trick he is playing. The man is utterly terrified and stammers, asking what is wrong and calling her guild leader. But looking up at her murderous expression, the poor guy starts trembling violently and immediately drops to his knees. He repeatedly bows his head, begging for mercy. Please tell me what I did wrong, guild leader, because I worked so hard to get this chance to assist you. Please do not abandon me. And seeing him repeatedly kowtowing with such desperate intensity catches her completely off guard. Liu Yun is left deeply confused, wondering if the target shifted or if the real trial is only starting now. But get this, she has no idea she is trapped in a dream, while the real room is already consumed by deadly darkness. The bodies of the New Order members lie scattered everywhere, and even Natka has been completely defeated. His battered body lies motionless on the floor alongside the others, while Liu Yun remains trapped in her comatose dream state as a crimson sword is aimed straight at her throat. Yuan Lin holds the blade with a sinister sneer and plunges it straight into Liu Yun's right arm without a second thought. Within her illusion, her arm suffers the exact same wound, making her instantly realize that something is terribly wrong. She clutches her bleeding arm in a panic, realizing this injury is a direct result of Yuan Lin's mental technique. And the moment the wound appeared, her strength began rapidly draining away. I must find the focal point of Yuan Lin's technique to shatter this illusion. If this weakness keeps dragging me down, I will die in here before I can even think of fighting back. She looks around with a deeply suspicious gaze, analyzing the situation. According to their secret intelligence, breaking this domain requires locating the psychic core that connects Yuan Lin to this physical world. This core carries his consciousness and can take the form of anyone inside the mind cage, meaning destroying it will shatter the entire space. Seeing her suddenly suffer a wound, the New Order members panic and rush to ask if she is okay. They shout, "President, what is wrong?" while she glares with deadly intent, wondering who the core could be. No matter who it is, they have to be hiding among this group. And with that, she repeats her cold demand. All members of the Tan Min Alliance must commit suicide immediately, throwing the entire group into absolute chaos. Then history repeats itself. They all end their own lives again, turning into scattered points of light. Liu Yun turns back to the panicked crowd of ordinary citizens, her mind racing with a grim realization. Among these regular folks, any player skills will become completely useless once they absorb the mystical time dust. Dripping with pure murderous intent, she grips her blade and marches straight toward them, a single thought echoing in her mind. All these ordinary people are just puppets. She doesn't have to hold back at all. Ignoring their terrified screams, Liu Yun swings her blade, ruthlessly cutting down everyone in her path as the crowd cries out in absolute horror. They scream out, "President!" Once the dust settles, Liu Yun is left feeling incredibly uneasy, wondering if it could really be this easy. But suddenly, everything plunges back into darkness, leaving her deeply confused. Even if she is trapped inside his skill, there is no way he could be this weak. She is right back in that illusion from the past, where Natu Hung Ho first announced Yuan Lin's location. Before she can even process this, a flash of blue light erupts, slashing Liu Yun's shoulder and throwing her into a panic. Again and again back in the real world, Yuan Lin is slowly and deliberately stabbing her body with his blade. Kneeling close to where she lies, he whispers just 2 more stabs, and the link between you and Dekok is gone. When that happens, the mystic arts of this cycle won't be able to revive you ever again. Sitting beside her, he flashes a sly grin before shifting his gaze over to a member of the Tan Trat Tu faction and speaking. Just like them, that poor guy's body already has 4 major wounds, leaving him completely unconscious, while Liu Yun's body has only suffered 2 deep gashes so far. Yuan Lin chuckles, clearly proud of his gruesome work. "I really am like a master butcher, taking down so many people like this. But at least I solved the enemy's peace of mind problem. I think I deserve a massive pat on the back for that, don't I?" He rests one hand on the ground, tightening his grip on the blade as he closes in. Hurry up, let me finish you off quickly. My mental energy is draining way too fast, and I still need to focus on that guy up on the rooftop." Yuan Lin recalls, flashing a sinister grin. "I built 18 levels of hell just for him. As long as he takes a single step, and as long as he cannot find a way out immediately, he will sink deeper and deeper until he finally dies inside. So just die quickly for me, will you? I want to head over and watch him squirm." Yuan Lin's terrifying appearance right now is a perfect match for that dangerous figure, cloaked in black from head to toe, who invaded Liu Yi's home. Now get this. While Liu Yi is just standing there waiting, he has absolutely no clue that his allies are fighting for their lives. Standing on the rooftop, his mind races inside this spiritual cage. The only space I can actually move around in is this courtyard. The second I step out, I will be warped right back to where I started. Liu Yi stares at the barrier of the spiritual cage, thinking to himself, on top of that, the safe zone is actively shrinking. If it keeps getting smaller, what then? Will I simply end up dead? Or will I transition into the next stage described in the secret files? After all, awakened ones are divided into 3 tiers, level 70, 80, and 90. His expression grows increasingly tense with every passing second. Calmly, Liu Yi begins to break down his opponent's capabilities. Yuan Lin is the absolute strongest entity at level 70. Thanks to his unique power, he has become the most promising awakened one of the new generation. He sits flat on the cold ground, carefully re-evaluating his current situation. There is not a single living creature besides me in this spiritual cage, which means the core has not shown itself yet. Liu Yi steels himself, his face tightening with grim resolve. I guess I have no choice but to wait for the core to arrive. Activating any skill drains a massive amount of mental energy, and that energy is strictly limited. If there is no immediate threat, then simply waiting it out is my absolute best strategy. Back with Liu Yun, the tension is reaching a boiling point. She grits her teeth in frustration, her head pounding as every single attempt to escape this illusion fails. Seeing her hang her head in absolute exhaustion, the illusions crowd around her in mock concern, asking President, "What is wrong? Are you all right?" To Liu Yun, all their concerned voices sound like nothing but the mocking laughter of a horde of demons surrounding her, slowly pushing her to the edge. She grits her teeth, desperately trying to find a way out. What should she do? She already tried killing everyone, yet none of them were the core of this spiritual cage. Where on earth is the core? And then, things take a wild turn. As she realizes something crazy, there is still one person who has not died yet. Liu Yun slowly raises her hand toward her own neck herself. Up on the rooftop, Liu Yi slowly begins to grasp the exact same terrifying truth, realizing that absolutely no one else could possibly possess this skill. His eyes widen as a shocking thought hits him. Could the core of this entire cage actually be myself? Is that even possible? Liu Yi stands there completely lost in his own thoughts. Desperate to find some proof, he gets up and scans the dark area around him. The entire city is now swallowed by pitch-black darkness, leaving only the rooftop where Liu Yi stands illuminated by a lone light. He crosses his arms, diving deep into his own theories. If this world holds no real physical danger and only targets his mind, then taking his own life would actually be the ultimate risk to take here. Maybe that extreme act is the exact key to breaking this illusion. Liu Yi breaks out in a cold sweat, visibly terrified, because he simply cannot afford to gamble. He immediately forces that crazy idea out of his head and desperately tries to calm his racing heart. Telling himself to stay calm, he must wait for Liu Yun to find Yuan Lin and end him. She will pull him out of this trap soon. Meanwhile, under a pitch-black sky choked with thick clouds, only the tiny rooftop beneath his feet radiates a lonely light. But standing alone in that glow, he cannot help but worry, bracing himself for the absolute worst-case scenario. But honestly, what if Liu Yun fails to find Yuan Lin? He stares down at his own trembling hands, completely isolated on this towering roof, feeling the heavy weight of isolation crashing down on him. They really just needed to trust the intel left by that mysterious figure. But somehow, they completely forgot about it. Is that mysterious stranger actually trustworthy? Who even are they? Liu Yi feels this strange, deep warmth toward them, yet he cannot pull up a single memory. The more he ponders, the tighter his brows knit together. Suddenly, Liu Yi looks up at the sky, slowly bringing his hand to his neck, mirroring the exact thoughts racing through Liu Yun's head right now. That mysterious stranger earned their absolute faith, a profound trust coming straight from the bottom of their hearts. They said they could be trusted, and with that final thought, he suddenly ends his own life. Elsewhere, Liu Yun shares her older brother's resolve and instantly commits suicide too. Ngoatu's familiar words ring out yet again. This marks the third time Liu Yun has heard this exact phrase. It is a brutal reminder that all her careful calculations were dead wrong, leaving Liu Yun completely horrified as she realizes she is right back at the starting line of this illusion. Where everything seemed to end, it is actually just a vicious, never-ending loop. In the waking world, Yuan Lin drives another blade straight into the center of her chest. His face twists with pure excitement as he mutters that there is still one final stab left. Meanwhile, inside the illusion, Liu Yun keeps backing away in terror. Her heavy footsteps drag as the darkness closes in, leaving her utterly stunned and drowning in sheer, helpless panic. Her mind races with chaotic thoughts. No, that cannot be right. How could this happen after going this far? It still did not work. What does she actually have to do? Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue light pierces her chest, bringing a wave of absolute agony. The intense agony is just too much, sending her crashing hard onto the ground. She clutches her chest tightly, trying to block out the torment burning through her entire body as panic sets in, forcing her to realize her limits. Her body is far too weak to even stand up now. If she tries one more time, She might completely collapse. What should she do? Seeing her fall, the phantom entities inside the illusion quickly begin to swarm her once again. Their overlapping voices echo out, "President, are you okay? President, tell us. What is wrong with you?" With no way of knowing who to trust, Liu Yun is totally lost. Her eyes dart around trying to find even a single clue, but her mind is a total mess as she asks herself how she can possibly break this skill. Sensing she is completely cornered, Yuan Lin sneers from the outside, telling her she should just make her move because it has to happen anyway. He tells her to let him finish her off so they can wrap this whole thing up. Then he sighs with heavy impatience, telling her that ordinary folks should just keep quiet like a bunch of nobodies. They should just wait for the cycle to end so they can be harvested quietly, rather than jumping into battles meant only for the awakened. But then he shifts his tone. Wait, scratch that. Because even saying that is not quite right, his eyes flashing with deep mockery. After all, there are plenty of weaker awakened ones out there. Realizing this, Yuan Lin corrects himself, his voice turning even colder. He sneers, "Why even bother stepping into my battle? My true power is far beyond anything you guys could ever imagine." His murderous glare locks onto Liu Yun, clearly trying to crush her spirit under the weight of his pure intimidation. But when he notices the 3 deep, bleeding wounds carving into her body, a sudden doubt creeps into his mind, forcing Yuan Lin to speak with a mix of surprise and heavy sarcasm. Still, he has to respect how she managed to hold out so long, guessing she must have some special, high-tier power-boosting item on her. What could it be? It is highly intriguing, but once he cuts her connection to Dekok and kills her, all that gear will belong to him anyway. Then, he realizes Liu Yun has guessed entirely wrong once again, sending a jolt of absolute excitement straight through him. He chuckles coldly. "Choice is made. Sorry, but you are dead wrong." Despite his fake apology, his hand shoots up, raising a wicked, sharp dagger to plunge straight into her chest. He mocks her with a cruel, arrogant sneer, "Goodbye, little darling." But before he can strike, the ceiling violently shatters above them, sending heavy debris raining down over both of them. "Look at this entry," Liu Yi smashes through the ceiling with a flashing blade to save his little sister. As Liu Yi unleashes a savage blade strike, Vian Lam quickly sidesteps, barely evading the deadly slash by a fraction of a second. Although he throws himself aside, his eyes widen in complete shock as he stares at Liu Yi. Frowning deeply, he speaks in a voice dripping with utter disbelief. "How on earth did you manage to break out of my active skill?" Liu Yi smirked, his eyes sharp and confident as he asked who they thought had helped him. He replied with an absolute sharpness, "Could I not have escaped on my own?" Flashing back a few minutes right after ending his own life, he respawns back on the rooftop. Except this time, a heavy, freezing darkness swallows everything. Scanning the area in pure confusion, Liu Yi mutters to himself, "This is not right. None of this makes any sense." But then he spots a glaring detail and thinks to himself, "Wait, no. Oh, look at this." He is still locked inside the skill, snapping back the second he takes a step. But suddenly, a system alert pops up right before his eyes. The glowing screen displays a clear message: seal removal immunity. Your immunity stat is at level 5, which surpasses the spiritual cage skill. The spiritual cage is actively weakening. Almost instantly, the holographic panel dissolves into tiny, shimmering specks of light right before Liu Yi. Reading this, he can barely contain his excitement. My immunity really came through. It was totally worth maxing out every single one of my stats before stepping into Yuan Lin's territory. A sudden surge of triumph washes over him as he realizes his theory was dead on the money. Yuan Lin's skill was indeed locking down all of my attributes. It has already been 1 minute, but the stat boosts are still active. Yet, another baffling puzzle leaves Liu Yi scratching his head in confusion. What does seal immunity even mean? Is that part of Yuan Lin's trick? He furrows his brow, deep in calculation. Looking closely at these numbers, his decision just now was absolutely right. Realizing this, Liu Yi shudders at the pure cruelty of Yuan Lin. The guy is downright evil, forcing you not just to take your own life once, but multiple times. Now that he found the way out, he must keep pushing. Back in the present, Liu Yi stands fearlessly right in front of Yuan Lin, calmly explaining exactly how he cracked the code to escape. Placing the core on me. You have to end your life 3 times in a row to break free. You are pretty clever. If my immunity level was not high enough, I would have never noticed this anomaly. His words are not just a statement, they carry pure, unfiltered contempt for Yuan Lin. He sees right through the malice of this trap and the schemes Yuan Lin so carefully prepared. But with his solid immunity and unshakable resolve, Liu Yi does not show a single hint of fear. But as he scans the surrounding area, his heart drops at the sight. His entire team, you won't believe how brutal this is, the members of the New Order are scattered across the cold ground, each bearing 4 deep stab wounds. He immediately tries activating his resurrection ability, but the moment he attempts it, a system alert abruptly shuts him down. The target links have been severed. You are unable to resurrect them. Liu Yi shifts his gaze toward Liu Yun, who lies completely unresponsive on the floor. Her pale face is totally drained of life, causing a murderous, lethal glint to flash in his eyes as pure rage boils over. He cannot stand seeing his younger sister suffer like this for another second. Overwhelmed by fury, Liu Yi grips his blade and charges straight at Yuan Lin. Seeing Liu Yi rushing at him with such overwhelming momentum, a brief flicker of shock crosses his face, but he quickly regains his composure and snaps back, screaming furiously directly at his face. You think escaping my skill means you can actually take me down? What a ridiculous joke. How could my skill be broken so easily by you? I still have 6 more of these overpowered abilities up my sleeve. As he speaks, he raises his hand to cast the next move, desperate to back up his arrogant claim. But suddenly, a system warning flashes on screen. Void space is active, blocking the opponent from using any skills or weapons. Reading this, Yuan Lin's eyes go wide in pure panic. Before he can even react, Liu Yi's blade slices clean across his stomach, followed by a few biting remarks to rub salt in the wound. The thing attached to your weapon must be a sealing pearl, right? If I forbid you from using weapons, does the sealing wind pearl still boost you? Yuan Lin collapses in agony after that devastating slash, but he still musters up the strength to roar a fierce threat at him. Damn it. If I die, your sister is still trapped in my skill and she is going down with me. He tries to sound intimidating, but his eyes are completely betraying him, shaking with absolute terror. You better not lay another hand on me, or else. But before he can even finish, the girl lying nearby begins to stir. Liu Yi spots this immediately, wondering how on earth Liu Yun managed to break Yuan Lin's skill and free herself. Dripping with pure murderous intent, she approaches with her blade and asks, "Or else what? We die together." Yuan Lin looks up in utter shock, only for Liu Yun to land another brutal slash right to his head, sneering with absolute contempt. I actually thought surviving so many cycles of reincarnation made you someone special, but you are just a shameless coward. Liu Yun spits. Gritting her teeth in fury, the thing I absolutely loathe most is someone with 0 principles like you. By now, she has completely beaten Yuan Lin into a motionless, broken heap. A moment later, his body begins to glow and slowly dissolves into dust, and only then does Liu Yi dare to step closer and check on his sister. Yun, are you all right? Liu Yi starts, but his sister is still fuming, cursing at the fading light particles Yuan Lin left behind. Damn it, this makes me so incredibly mad. Then she turns to explain the whole situation to her older brother. Inside my mental cage, he turned into a regular human. The first time I mocked him, he did not even kneel. I thought a powerhouse like him would have some pride, but kneeling like that was just a trick to change his target. Now, look at this sudden shift in the distant outskirts. A heavy downpour completely blankets the area. Heavy raindrops splash down, pooling into a large puddle as Liu Yun stands beneath the storm with sorrowful eyes. Standing before a row of graves, she listens to her brother speak. I told you to prepare for casualties, he says, but I never expected it to be this devastating. When we finally finished off Yuan Lin, I actually felt relieved. It felt too easy, like we would never have to worry again. But now, not only is the entire division gone, we also lost more than half our captains. These silent graves belong to none other than their fallen brothers in arms. It is as if even the heavens are weeping for their sacrifice. pouring down this relentless rain. Liu Yi sighs heavily, saying the worst part is, this toll does not even include those who were resurrected. Both siblings stand before a sea of gravestones, a heartbreaking proof of how many of their comrades have fallen. Clutching a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums under the heavy rain, Liu Yun whispers sadly they were supposed to revive. We all thought there would be 0 casualties. She gently places the bouquet down, her heart growing even heavier as she speaks. Maybe we shouldn't despair. If this reincarnation cycle is real, everyone except the forgotten ones will eventually return. Standing right behind her, Liu Yi finds himself completely at a loss for words. But we have to collect 3 grand titles first. Ending this reincarnation is the only way to save our parents, Liu Yun says. She forces a faint smile, turning back to her brother. If we succeed, can we indirectly wipe every single one of them out? A smile is on her face. Yet he silently watches his sister for a long moment, then gently places a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Nothing is certain. We do not even know if we can collect those 3 grand titles in the end. And even if we do succeed, we have no idea what will become of this world. He keeps reassuring her, suggesting that maybe the ultimate outcome will bring everyone who vanished back to life. But until then, we must focus on getting stronger, because power never lies. Even if we cannot save our parents yet, we can survive until the next cycle and protect ourselves. And so, the 2 siblings stand together in the pouring rain, finding comfort in each other before the silent graves. Liu Yun finally finds some peace and nods in agreement with her brother. One day later, they are back at the Sanming Alliance headquarters. A puzzled Liu Yun brings up a strange detail since she was the one who defeated Yuan Lin. But get this, only Liu Yi can see the time dust, which now displays the number 226. Liu Yi holds it up to explain a single portion of time dust helps players break past level 69.4. He only needs 2 portions to reach level 70. Yet after Yuan Lin died, they got a whopping 226 portions, which is basically enough to reach level 80. Even though you can't use this time dust, from now on, every time I take down a player, I'll set aside a portion for you. Hearing these generous words from her brother leaves Liu Yun completely speechless. She cannot help but wonder if the mysterious figure left her only a single portion of time dust for this exact reason. With that thought, she smiles and says, "No need. It is too troublesome since you must go to But Chao Sun to use it. I have the sealing orb left by that mysterious person, so my current power is more than enough." Hearing his sister, Liu Yi stares thoughtfully at the time dust. But how will resurrection work once I go to But Chao Sun? Tan Min is finally making progress thanks to the resurrection system. If I leave, it will be a massive blow to them. Hearing this, Liu Yun is completely surprised. Crossing her arms, she looks at him very seriously. I am way more worried about your safety out there. Every single awakened is at But Chao Sun, while you are basically king out here. But inside, everything basically starts from scratch. However, Liu Yi immediately cuts her off, refuting her point. Are you saying I should just skip But Chao Sun? Liu Yun smiles right back and asks, is it because of your resurrection? You would really give up on going? Stunned by her pointed question, he falls silent for a brief moment. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. You are right. I need to absorb this time dust because I must go to But Chao Sun. With that decided, Liu Yi grabs the time dust in his hand. Get ready, because here comes the crazy part. He hits confirm, and the system alerts him that the entire process is a success. Consuming 2 units of time dust pushes him to level 70. His life essence breaks through, rewarding him with a special body. All his base attributes are now doubled compared to the original single fold. His weight ratio increases by 1, up from 0.5. He also unlocks 2 skills, Evil Body and Divine Descent. Another notification flashes consuming 20 more units of time dust, boosts him to level 71. His base attributes skyrocket by a massive 200 times. His weight ratio goes up by another 1. Since his strength and physical attributes exceed 1,000, he unlocks Power Boost and Blood Exchange. With his agility breaking past 1,000, he gains a Speed Enhancement skill. Since his perception passes 1,000, he gains an Early Warning skill and a small stat boost. Yet another notification pops up. Consuming 40 units of time dust puts him at level 72, multiplying his base stats by 200 times. His weight ratio keeps rising. Notification after notification floods his screen as his level climbs all the way up to level 74. Those base attributes shoot up by 200 times again. With his weight ratio climbing, he is left with 25 time dust. Next up is his updated status screen. Player Liu Yi is now level 74, with 0 experience and 25 time dust remaining. His titles include Special Body, Rule Breaker Warrior, Weapon Master, and several other highly impressive achievements. He is also known as the Desperate Counterattacker and Top Tower Conqueror, with his accumulated weight ratio sitting at plus 14. His intelligence is up by 1, putting his overall attack power close to 30,000. Finally, a system warning demands his presence at But Chao San. If he fails to show up, all of his attributes will be permanently dropped to 1. Also, once he returns there, he is strictly forbidden from harming ordinary people. Violation depletes his stats, and returning triggers a penalty of up to 50% of his attributes. Scanning these warnings, Liu Yi feels a sudden, powerful surge of energy coursing through his veins and eagerly thinks to himself, "This is incredible. A massive boost to all my stats and brand new skills." Without hesitation, he activates one of them. Using Divine Descent to split his attributes, a physical clone appears right next to him, looking identical to his original self in every way. Can you blame her? She completely loses her mind seeing 2 of him standing there. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is grinning from ear to ear. It feels absolutely bizarre. He can control both bodies as easily as his left and right hands. Looking at them, it is impossible to tell who is the real deal and who is just a copy. But then the one on the left speaks. He reassures his younger sister that his looming problem with Bet Chao San is finally completely solved. Explaining his newly acquired skill, he reveals that he can split his attributes to create a perfect clone with all his titles and abilities. Pointing to the copy standing on the right, he explains that he can leave this duplicate behind with just a single attribute point. That way, even if surrounded by normal humans, the clone's stats will never drop. Hearing this, Liu Yun's jaw completely drops. Smiling, Liu Yi adds that, with only 1 point, the clone is actually weaker than an average human. He tells her to keep him safe from harm, because if he somehow dies out in But Chao San, this setup allows him to directly resurrect right back here. Instantly, both clones flash the exact same creepy grin. Overjoyed by this brilliant loophole, she exclaims that this is absolutely perfect news. In an instant, every single one of their massive problems has vanished. She starts jumping up and down with pure excitement. The 3 of them continue discussing their plans, and judging by the massive grin on the face of Liu Yi, everything is going pretty smoothly. Meanwhile, over in Yi City, at the headquarters of the New Order, the newly appointed guild leader holds up a phone, turning to his subordinate with a sharp question. He asks if they are absolutely sure this is his phone, and the subordinate nods, yeah. The young lady handed it over. Meanwhile, back with the siblings, the group is still chatting away happily. Liu Yun pipes up excitedly, "Brother, I am absolutely going to build an underground fortress for your clone." Liu Yi just chuckles beside her. There is really no need for that. Right then, his phone rings. Unknown number. Hesitating for a second, Liu Yi answers with a simple hello. The voice on the other end introduces himself as Hot Air, the leader of the New Order, marking their very first conversation. "Quick congratulations on the win," he says. "But let's cut the pleasantries. We need your help." Liu Yi listens, answering in highly fragmented beats. "Leader of the New Order, what kind of help?" On the other end, the guild leader looks incredibly tense as he begins to explain. He explains that for security reasons, he cannot say their names out loud, so he will just refer to them as them. They are controlling everyone. This is a terrifying reality they only discovered after the Origin World arrived. Once the Origin World descended, they finally obtained player powers. But it was already too late. There was simply no way to fight back, which explains why Yuan Lin ended up with such insanely radical powers. The leader then makes a proposal since Liu Yi already took down the mastermind behind Yuan Ding. He should be able to handle the threat looming over them too. Xunyong, Xiang Yun, and himself desperately need his assistance. He promises to grant almost any request, as long as it does not involve enslavement. Meanwhile, Liu Yi reveals the time dust to Liu Yun, leaving her completely awestruck. She asks him in surprise, "Are you really planning to use it?" And check this out, without a single second of hesitation, Liu Yi activates the legendary time dust, watching in absolute awe as his body absorbs the swirling energy to trigger a massive, mind-blowing upgrade. This single boost is equal to all of his past rewards combined. Seeing his intense reaction, Liu Yun asks with deep worry, "Brother, are you okay?" Liu Yi does not say a word, simply clenching his fist with absolute determination. He returns to the call with the New Order leader and drops his heavy demand that includes me taking the title of the Four Chiefs. "Will you agree to that?" Hearing this, the guild leader on the other end frowns deeply, falling into a heavy, tense silence. After a few agonizing moments, he somehow manages to swallow his pride and agrees fine, he says, though his expression is pure, bitter resentment. With the call over, the two of them sit down, with their eyes glued to the computer screen. But get this, the monitor displays nothing but a single, bare line of text, completely lacking any useful information or deep data. After hearing about the tense phone conversation with Hot Air, Liu Yun grows increasingly anxious. She sighs, basically. The guild leader of the New Order wants you to wipe out the shadow boss pulling the strings behind them. Pausing for a second, she continues, "This target is completely immune to any long-range skills, meaning you can only take him down in close-quarters combat." Frowning deeply, she continues to break down the highly dangerous data. On top of that, he possesses massive explosive force, boasting some of the most brutal melee power imaginable. No wonder he is considered an absolute monster. Liu Yi is just as stressed. Hearing her analysis, he furrows his brow, trying to find a solution. He notes that escaping Buzhou Mountain with full power intact is only possible with a sealing orb, much like the one Yuan Lin had before they put him down. The real issue is that whether the orb is fused into his weapon or armor, we have to find it first. Once we locate and seal that orb, taking him out is going to be incredibly easy. Liu Yun remains deeply worried, advising her brother to stay on high alert. We also need to consider the possibility that he might have more than one orb. Fully aware of the danger, Liu Yi nods in agreement. "Yeah." She speaks up again, offering one final warning: we must stay cautious, because this entire setup could be a deliberate trap laid by the New Order leader himself. Liu Yi has already thought of this, and he calmly shares his own strategic calculations. "Exactly," he says, "which is why I did not force him to come to High City, making sure to record our call." 3 days later, at the San Alliance headquarters, Liu Yi is visibly irritated, barely containing his anger. Liu Yun walks over to him, deeply confused. "Brother, it has been a whole day past the agreed-upon time. Has he seriously still not reached out to you?" Liu Yi replies grimly, "Not a single call, and he has completely vanished from all the shared group chats as well. I even reached out with an excuse, but got dead silence," he says, crossing his arms in frustration. Sensing that things have gone completely sideways, he stands up abruptly. Something has definitely happened to him. "I am heading to the meeting spot right now." He tears open a barrier to the secret realm portal, but stepping through, a total stranger is already waiting for him. This guy is none other than Huang Deerherp, a level 79 awakened. The moment Liu Yi steps into this area, he spots a lurking figure nearby. Whoever this is seems to be waiting. He frowns, realizing this must be the exact target the New Order Guildmaster warned him about. The Guildmaster mentioned they lost all communication with Huang Deerherp, yet here this target stands, right at the entrance. It looks like he is waiting for someone. "Me?" Liu Yi grows highly cautious, deciding to send his clone out first to test the waters. Across the clearing, Huang Deerherp instantly locks onto this second presence, while the clone of Liu Yi slowly steps closer to his position. That is when Huang Deerherp speaks first, his low voice laced with heavy contempt. "So it looks like you are their grand trump card. I know you." He says, "You are the kid who took out that Yuan Ding brat. Strange that Vian Lam did not come after you. Or did you end up finishing him off too?" Just then, the clone's status panel flashes on screen, showing 50,000 points in strength, 50,000 in constitution, agility, intelligence, and even perception. He allocates 1 point to all attributes to apply the blessing, creating a fully equipped clone. Meanwhile, he activates his Sin Kin Yerp Som skill, only for the system to notify him that the target is in an unknown territory. Reading this notification, Liu Yi is completely taken aback. He silently realizes that this system block isn't a level gap, but the work of an active domain. At the same time, his clone steps right up to ask about the guildmaster. Liu Yi silently calculates. According to their group chat, the New Order leader is still alive, meaning the Chu Thu title must still be on him. Step by step, the clone of Liu Yi slowly draws closer to Wang Deer Herp. He tries using his silent skill, but the system flashes the exact same warning: target is in an unknown territory, unable to determine. The system simply repeats the exact same warning over and over again: target in unknown territory. Even when Liu Yi desperately tries to activate his imprisonment skill, the system stubbornly displays the exact same message about the target being in an unknown territory. Unable to determine target. After spamming a whole list of abilities to no avail, Liu Yi can only stare in absolute frustration. Suddenly, Wang Deer Herp breaks the silence from across the clearing. He says to stop wasting time on scouting skills. Within his domain, every single ability is totally useless, except for close combat and direct physical strikes. Hearing those words, the clone of Liu Yi freezes right in its tracks, totally caught off guard. Wang Deer Herp continues. As for Wang Deer Vun, he is in that secret dungeon, probably still alive for now, even though I threw him in there over a day ago. For a weak level 20 player, managing to survive inside a secret dungeon this long is a straight-up miracle. But miracles do not last forever. He is going to die in there very soon, he says, tightly clenching both of his massive fists together. The clone of Liu Yi finally speaks up. Are you not afraid he will die? And the Chu Thu title disappears with him. Without warning, Wang Deer Herp charges straight at him with wind-like speed, throwing out a highly amused, mocking reply. He grins that would actually be for the best. And with that, he drives a brutal fist straight into the clone's stomach. Look at that damage. A massive shockwave erupts, instantly tearing away half of Liu Yi's health in one blow. Closing the distance, Wang Deer Herp wonders aloud: a single strike actually took out half the health of a player with level 5 immunity. This only makes me more curious if you really took down Vian Lam. Whether that brat is dead or alive, you are here. Meaning the Huan Thu title must be on you. Since you decided to attack me, I am fully justified in wiping you out in self-defense. And claiming the Huan Thu title for myself, he says, rushing at the clone with terrifying speed. With every single step he takes, his health bar rapidly begins to regenerate. Wang Deer Herp continues to boast that even the Sin King Tufuk masters of But Chow Mountain, who survived multiple reincarnations, cannot judge him. Meanwhile, the clone of Liu Yi can do absolutely nothing in response. He can only dodge, desperately trying to avoid Wang Deer Herp's fast strikes. His mind races since he does not have equipment buffs. He can only rely on Tufuk. Even if his consciousness switches back to his main body, he can only maintain fully maxed stats for 3 minutes at the absolute most. 3 minutes is not enough to defeat this guy, and his main goal is that Chu Thu title anyway. Everything else is secondary. Digging his feet firmly into the ground below, he braces himself. The clone of Liu Yi uses the terrain and a sudden burst of speed to slip right past Wang Deer Herp when he least expects it. He quickly darts straight through the portal into the secret dungeon, planning to find the New Order Guildmaster first and assess his current state. Seeing the clone slip into the secret dungeon, Wang Deer Herp makes absolutely no effort to stop him. He just stands there in silence, staring coldly at the glowing portal. Then a mysterious smile creeps onto his lips. Wang Deer Herp grins knowingly and says they finally went in there. It seems like this was his true intention all along. With that, Wang Deer Herp approaches the portal to the secret realm, a smug grin plastered on his face as he tightens his fist. Then he smugly thinks to himself, vanish along with this secret realm. Just like that, the legendary titles Chu Thu and Huyen Thu vanish together. With no surprises in this reincarnation cycle, he can wait peacefully for the end. He steps into the secret realm and vanishes with the gate. Inside the secret realm, the three members of the Tantrart Tur Guild gather together. The anxious Qinong nervously speaks up. Only the three of us are left. Once Nurbin and I get chosen, only you will remain here, Rulei. He looks at the man beside him, instructing him that once this secret realm connects, his offensive power will reach its peak to finish him off. Standing to the side, Rulei remains silent, lost in his own thoughts. On the other hand, Nurbin is absolutely furious, screaming that the guild leader gave him a stable income during his hardest times. In the end, he turned out to be an ungrateful traitor. Ever since Mwenge arrived, he completely forgot about us. Gaining some unknown power, he tried to control us. After venting his anger, Nurbin starts crying in frustration. He wipes away his tears, speaking with a voice full of absolute agony. Because of this, he slaughtered so many of our beloved brothers. Livir Kirt, Trung Ki Long, Trun Tu Min, Chao, and Vun, so many brothers who worked together for years are all dead, mindlessly slaughtered. Look up now, a golden energy vortex suddenly forms, gathering into a glowing sphere. The light from that sphere shines directly down onto the three of them, landing precisely on Nurbin. But he does not even care, continuing to shout in anger, screaming about how they kicked all the normal people out. He even chased my own mother away, crying out with teary eyes, "She is my mother. After all, I tried to hide her, but they found out and mercilessly beat her to death right in front of me." Yet, despite Nurbin screaming in absolute rage, his body begins to helplessly fade away. Both Qinong and Rulei can only stand by in silence, watching him disappear. Before fading away completely, Nurbin continues to scream out to both of them, "Avenge us, guild leader, brother Rulei. Please avenge us." And with those final words, Nurbin completely vanishes into the light. Qinong and Rulei stand there in heavy silence. Though neither of them speaks a word, they both know the painful agony tearing through their hearts. Then, suddenly, Qinong turns to Rulei and says, "He should have said, 'Please, Rulei, avenge us.' As for me, I am next." Then, with a self-deprecating laugh, he adds, "Actually, no need to feel down. From what we know, 3 years later, this world will return to normal. We will all be resurrected, though we won't have any of our current memories." Qinong looks up at the sky, sighing in frustration. "If we knew our plan would be leaked, we should have gone to High Thier to let Dar remember us. That way, even if we die, we could still ask him to resurrect us." Beside him, Rulei remains silent. As the guild leader continues his monologue, he notes that this time, Rulei might be the sole leader left in their alliance. And just like that, here comes that creepy energy vortex again. That damn energy sphere manifests once more. It seems this time, its blinding beam of light is aiming directly at Qinong, yet he simply stands there, closing his eyes with a peaceful, accepting smile on his face. Suddenly, Rulei shoves him hard to the side, catching the guild leader completely off guard. Rulei takes the place of Qinong, standing right under the golden beam, making the leader scream out in absolute panic. "Rulei, you!" But before Qinong can finish, Rulei cuts in, "Resurrection? I don't buy that." With eyes full of resolve, he says, "Don't let it be just a clone of me then. The real me has died here. Why leave a clone behind to live my life? Besides, what's the point of being number one in the guild? I want to be number one in the world. And that doesn't include that freak who suddenly showed up." Hearing this, Qinong is utterly stunned. As Rulei looks back at him, his gaze radiates pure, unwavering determination. Looking up at the sphere, Rulei sighs, "Too bad the top spot was taken by Dar, leaving me no chance." Suddenly, a third voice echoes out, catching them completely off guard, and it belongs to none other than Liu Yi. He yells, even with a chance, "You're still no match for me." With that, Liu Yi steps out from a teleportation portal, dashing toward them with absolutely mind-blowing, lightning-fast speed. This makes Blazing Heat and Rulei completely lose it, gasping out Ye's name in unison. The moment Liu Yi shows up, the very space around them starts cracking open, leaving Rulei and Blazing Heat utterly stunned. Roulet blurts out in panic that this secret realm is about to collapse as Liu Yi charges in, complaining. He tells them he warned them to visit the sea market sooner, but now they must get out first. Roulet cannot believe his ears and snaps back, asking how on earth they are even supposed to leave. He yells that his sacrifice was about to free the guild president. But Liu Yi's sudden arrival just broke the realm, condemning them all to die. But then, Roulet suddenly realizes something, his eyes instantly widening as a wild thought hits him. He starts getting excited, thinking that since Ye can resurrect them anyway, it does not even matter if he dies here too. In fact, Roulet smugly concludes that this brainless death just proves Ye is actually pretty stupid. By contrast, his own recent actions make him look like an absolute genius with both brains and brawn. Could this be his ultimate chance to finally surpass him? Meanwhile, Guild President Blazing Heat can only watch everything in utter confusion, wondering how they can possibly survive this collapse. Suddenly, Liu Yi raises his hands high in the air and screams out that he is number one under heaven. Blazing Heat can only stare at him with a deeply suspicious look, wondering if the guy has completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Liu Yi narrows his eyes, carefully calculating his next move. He remembers that killing the New Order Guild president before the collapse grants the Zhu Shou Executioner title, so he immediately reaches out toward him. Without hesitation, he strikes them both down just as space shatters, and you guessed it, all three of them suddenly reappear, safe and sound, outside the realm. The incredibly sudden teleportation leaves both Roulet and Blazing Heat feeling quite dizzy and disoriented. Liu Yi stands across from them, staring intensely as he sinks deep into his own thoughts. He wonders how this is possible, since he killed the guy inside the realm but never got the Zhu Shou title. Huang Yaohe, who has been waiting outside the secret realm this entire time, is shocked by their sudden appearance and suspiciously demands to know what just happened. He asks why they are already out, while Nu Lei Dangzhang stares at the giant rocks around them, completely bewildered. We see him wondering how they suddenly got out, as Guild President Blazing Heat looks equally lost and confused. He realizes it really is resurrection, making it totally clear why Yuan Ding completely ignored their invitation to cooperate back in the day. Blazing Heat turns to Liu Yi, asking in utter confusion. He asks how Liu Yi survived since they all died together inside, but Liu Yi casually replies it is just a newly acquired skill. Watching them talk, Nu Lei Dangzhang stands there with his mouth wide open, realizing that resurrection is indeed very real. This means Ye's previous move was not brainless at all. Slumping to the ground in deep despair, he sighs that he is back to being number two. Blazing Heat steps up to Ye, asking what their next move is. But before they can finish talking, Liu Yi spots something highly unusual on him, causing his gaze to instantly turn sharp and incredibly alert. Sensing the tension, both Nu Lei Dangzhang and Blazing Heat quickly look over in the exact direction Liu Yi is staring. In the distance, a lone figure is slowly walking toward them. It is Huang Yaohe, hands in his pockets, staring them down with absolute killing intent. The three of them instantly take their stances, ready to fight. Huang Yaohe lets out a slow sigh, warning them that while they almost got away, they are completely trapped today, before casually snapping his fingers to summon a glowing boundary. This is the ultimate dual judgment skill. It forces the target to duel inside a locked arena until their health drops below 10%, leaving Liu Yi and Blazing Heat to warily scan the barrier. Furious, Roulet draws his weapon, yelling at Huang Yaohe and asking if he seriously thinks he is completely invincible just by trapping them. Despite his brave front, Roulet is secretly panicking, realizing they cannot run and have no choice but to fight for their lives. Huang Yaohe remains completely unfazed, calmly telling them not to look at their upcoming defeat as a bad thing. By the time they open their eyes again, they will already be in their next reincarnation cycle. He suddenly leaps directly toward the trio, shouting that they can go back to enjoying a peaceful, wealthy life for another 17 years. A massive explosion shatters the ground, sending debris flying everywhere as Liu Yi and Huang Yaohe violently clash. As powerful shockwaves rip through the air, the system suddenly warns Liu Yi that the target is immune to all his attacks due to insufficient level, leaving him stunned. Huang Yaohe swings a heavy fist, his eyes burning with absolute bloodlust as he mocks his opponent's ranged abilities. He laughs that they cannot even bypass his melee immunity, making any resistance entirely pointless, just as a blinding light erupts from his crushing punch. Liu Yi can only grimace as the surrounding mountain completely shatters, sending giant rocks floating into the air, while intense beams of light fracture the earth. Huang Deerherp looks at him with quite a bit of shock as the system alerts that his immunity is dropping. With a completely blank face, Liu Yi charges forward and grabs Huang Deerherp by the arm. The system screen flashes contact with the evil body, has just stripped away 2 levels of his immunity. Huang Deerherp just sneers at him, saying that having an immunity-weakening skill is cute, but the only attack that can ever hope to bypass his absolute domain is a massive covering force. He claims that even with a 2-level immunity drop, they still cannot do a single thing to him, but right then, a strange support light sweeps over Huang Deerherp. To his absolute shock, a braiding force instantly cuts down his defense by a massive 90%. Liu Yi calmly says, "Sorry, but I did not come here alone." Right on cue, Ru Lai Dongtrung charges from behind, screaming that this strike is for his fallen brothers before unleashing a massive energy release that leaves Huang Deerherp completely stunned as another heavy blade comes slashing down. The ground violently shatters as a blinding blue light flashes. Massive boulders rip apart and float in midair before crashing down heavily on top of them as Ru Lai Dongtrun watches with a cocky smirk on his face. He points his heavy blade straight at Huang Deerherp and declares, "You are not even worth mentioning, because compared to me, your strength is absolute garbage." But as the dust clears, Huang Deerherp stands completely unfazed. Huang Deerherp just chuckles, saying it is not bad that they actually forced him to use his full power, as both Liu Yi and Ru Lai Dongtrun glare back at him. Huang Deerherp coldly asks if they are out of tricks, just as his system screen displays his absolute repulsion flow body skill. This combined attribute skill grants him a barrier alongside a blood exchange effect. His damage taken is slashed by 90%, while regenerating 5% of his health every second. And he smiles, "If you are done, it is my turn." The earth under his feet completely shatters as he looks directly at Liu Yi, mentioning that the others were totally against him coming here with him. But getting rid of him will settle everything once and for all. And with that, he throws a heavy punch as Liu Yi quickly takes a step back. He realizes he has to fall back, since all his active skills are currently blocked, and the damage he can deal is pretty limited. Their only real shot at beating this monster is to rely on the close combat skills of Ru Lai Dongtrung. Ru Lai Dongtrung swings his massive blade right at Huang Deerherp, roaring in absolute rage, "How dare you ignore me? I am the strongest fighter here." Huang Deerherp notes that his opponent is way stronger than before, and scowling, he glares at Liu Yi, knowing this annoying power-up is entirely his fault. Huang Deerherp launches a rapid chain attack, screaming in a fit of rage, "Just die already." Warning, the target is protected by an unknown barrier, reducing your incoming attack damage by 90%. Warning, target protected by an unknown barrier, reducing attack damage by 90%. Warning, target protected by an unknown barrier, slashing your incoming attack damage by 90%. Huang Deerherp mocks their weak power, just as his screen shows a terrifying buff sacrifice health to instantly boost attack speed. Get ready, because he is about to unleash absolute madness here. Huang Deerherp throws a brutal punch at Ru Lai Dongtrung, spitting out with absolute contempt, "You really do not know your place." With a loud crash, dirt and debris fly everywhere. Although heavily injured, Ru Lai Dongtrung is already starting to heal, making a stunned Huang Deerherp widen his eyes as he realizes this must be some kind of vital energy. Glaring at Liu Yi in the back, he realizes that the healing source is him. He must eliminate this guy first, or else this battle will go on forever. So Huang Deerherp locks his gaze on Liu Yi to analyze him. He wonders what that creepy black aura on him is, since that massive strike from Ru Lai Dongtrung did not seem to scratch him. Ru Lai Dongtrung scowls, muttering that it is that annoying absolute defense again, which means he must find a way to shatter it or they will never win this. Huang Dirhorp completely ignores Ru Lei Dong Trung, rushing straight forward to launch a deadly assault on Liu Yi. He knows he has to eliminate the biggest threat first. Out of nowhere, a bright beam of crimson light flashes and traps Huang Dirhorp, leaving Liu Yi utterly shocked as he watches his enemy float helplessly inside that red glow. Liu Yi thinks to himself, a skill? With a loud bang, the red light is completely shattered by Huang Dirvun. That shattered light scatters in all directions before flying straight toward Raging Steam, who smugly says, I was just waiting for you to use that move. Right then, a bizarre black substance begins spreading rapidly all over Huang Dirhorp's body. He gasps in disbelief as his system screen alerts that his Nam-Bitch Tuer Duyen has been completely broken. Ru Lei Dongtrung suddenly charges in and tells Huang Dirhorp with pure amusement, I told you so. It was bound to fall apart and now it came true. Next, I am going to slice you to pieces. Ru Lei Dongtrung activates his 36 Eternity Slashes, a special tracking strike that consumes his internal energy. He sacrifices his maximum health to boost his damage, stacking his attacks to strike down Huang Dirhorp, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He hears an urgent voice scream for the president of the New Order Association to quickly freeze the status of Ru Lei Dongtrung. His next move needs your help. Nu Lei Dang Zhang hunches over, locked down in his solid defensive stance. Blessing. Gritting his teeth with a deep frown, he growls, since it has come to this, I can unleash my next strike without hesitation. Nu Lei Dang Zhang charges straight at Huang Yao. He yelling, do you have any idea how long I practiced for this exact moment? The system screen flashes, explosive impact pursuit unleashed, permanently merging attributes to boost his attack power. This devastating buff slashes the target's maximum health, scaling directly with the massive amount of energy he has stored up. Deafening explosions continuously rock the area as mystical blue light erupts violently all along the steep cliffside. The stone cliff is completely sliced into clean cubical blocks by Nu Lei Dang Zhang, stacked neatly on top of one another. Massive rumbles echo as the giant stone blocks tumble down. The duel system announces the match is over, and Nu Lei Dang Zhang smirks. You felt that, right? This is my true power when I go all out, so no one has to worry about these annoying pests anymore. Peering through the thick dust cloud now, watch this. Nu Lei Dang Zhang senses something, but Liu Yi notices the enemy has vanished. The map tracks Huang Yao, he fleeing rapidly while clutching his chest, prompting Liu Yi to shout, he is escaping in this direction. Nu Lei Dang Zhang scoffs. He actually ran. He lets out a cold snort just as the system flashes a notification that his solid state is over. Suddenly, Nu Lei Dang Zhang's entire body goes completely limp. He crashes onto his knees and coughs up a spray of fresh blood, prompting Liu Yi to immediately cast a recovery spell while asking, are you all right? Boiling steam speaks up. It is useless. The skill he just unleashed directly consumes his own life force, meaning the damage directly burns his target's life. For at least one full day, Hongdu Liu Yun's blood circulation and his maximum health limits will be locked in a near-death state of only 50 beats. Liu Yi asks, 50 beats? Liu Yi says, stay calm and look after Ru Lei. I will go finish him off, and once he is dealt with, keep our promise. With that, he turns and leaps away. Speeding forward, he realizes that 50 beats simply means this is his perfect opportunity to finally eliminate Hoangdu Liu Yun. Nu Lei Dang Zhang collapses heavily onto the ground, thinking bitterly, damn it, why did you stop me from bragging that I am stronger than you? I never got to say it to Da. Deep inside a dense forest, Hong Yao Hei grunts out in absolute frustration. Curse it. That was actually vitality force. Had I known earlier that brat Hongdu Yen would not have hidden this player's crucial data from the higher-ups. Glancing at his hand while sprinting, he mutters, my health is strictly capped at only 50 points for the whole day. All my skills drain my own health to cast, and this tiny bit of blood is not even enough for one skill. I must find a safe hiding spot. I will lay low for today, then report all the information Hong Duyen hid straight to the higher-ups. Shock colors Huang Yao, his face as he quickly whips his head around to glance behind him. Spotting Liu Yi closing the gap rapidly, he pushes himself to move faster, swearing under his breath, damn it, he is already right on my heels. Leaping forward on a wave of mystical blue light, Liu Yi effortlessly catches up. Catching Huang Yao, he completely off guard, who grits his teeth in sheer anger and halts instantly. Liu Yi notices this and quickly stops right in front of him. Huang Yao, he realizes his pursuer is completely alone. You feel the tension here, right? He quietly glares toward the nearby forest. Huang Yao, he tells Liu Yi, you did not even exist in the previous cycle, and this sudden new variable means you are 100% an awakened. Since we are awakened, regular players are nothing but nourishment for us, because even if they die in this cycle, they will just reappear in the next. Liu Yi listens in silence as Huang Yao. He continues, as a fellow awakened, you should not be cooperating with these worthless ants. Liu Yi repeats the word in his mind, nourishment. Huang Yao. He clenches his fist tightly and warns otherwise. Once this round ends, you will not get any time dust to boost your power for the next cycle. Liu Yi frowns, deeply unsettled by these words. So killing players grants time dust for the next cycle, and without it, growing stronger is impossible. But what exactly is this substance anyway? Does failing to kill players mean no time dust to level up? Or do players possess a special body that requires this dust to break through limits? He demands to know what Huang Yao he means, and the man casually shrugs, let me lay it out for you simply. Players can only rely on time dust to level up in each cycle, and after level 69, every breakthrough only grants a single level. If you fail to harvest enough time dust this time around, you will be completely unable to break through in the next reincarnation cycle. Liu Yi furrowed his brow, asking, so getting time dust only happens during the tally at the end of each cycle? Huang Yao. He nods exactly. Even though killing a player drops time dust, there is no way to collect it right away. So we should cooperate. Through the ongoing events, Duke City is going to attract a massive crowd of players. We split them half and half. Then right before the cycle ends, we can compare our final tallies. Once all the awakened can finally leave Mount Bujo, our partnership will definitely let us squeeze a massive profit out of that damn old man. Liu Yi is completely stunned. He originally thought players were just nourishment to be tallied up once all the awakened can finally leave Mount Bujo. This is the exact reason why the president of New Order created the Sanctuary chat group. Sure, regular battles are unavoidable, but the massive losses from exploring Mount Bujo can definitely be minimized. Liu Yi glances down. Not only that, but once the authority of the four leaders is fully established, they can wait for the next reincarnation to let the awakened players control the four bosses, conquer Mount Bujo together, and round up everyone, allowing the awakened to wipe them all out in one single sweep. Huang Herp senses an opening. He charges straight at Liu Yi and yells boastfully, after waiting this long, you are the only one who showed up, so why should I be scared of a mere support? With a massive boom, dust explodes everywhere as Huang Herp wonders, how do you even dare to chase me out here all by yourself? But talk about a massive miscalculation here. Liu Yi effortlessly catches his furious fist with just one hand. This is a solidified, sluggish state, Huang Herp thinks, his eyes widening in pure shock. What on earth is happening to me? Liu Yi glares at him with a cold, piercing stare, sneering, just a second ago, I was actually wondering how I would manage to touch you. He activates Guardian Suppression. The screen flashes, showing a successful execution since the opponent's health is below 100%. A bright green circle glows. Huang Herp's body slowly turns transparent, and he gasps in sheer surprise. What kind of skill is this? His jaw drops. Absolute horror. Huang Herp screams, no, no, no. He vanishes entirely, and that eerie green light left behind after Huang Herp disappears flies straight into Liu Yi's open hand. He clenches his fist. The screen flashes with a notification confirming he has successfully devoured Huang Herp, gaining 342 attribute points. Plus, he gets a 1% attribute ratio and 1 malice point. Liu Yi smiles with pure satisfaction. It actually worked, and all his stats, ratios, and malice points skyrocketed. But unfortunately, for his evil body to absorb players and gain power, they must be at least 5 levels lower than him. Once absorbed, they can't even use their Huan Thu title to recover from the damage. Otherwise, I could easily absorb players way beyond my current limits. Looking around, Liu Yi frowns, but why didn't I get any time dust from him? He frowns Huang Xiu. Herp's level is identical to Inlum's. There is no way killing him wouldn't yield any time dust. Meanwhile, inside one of Yi City's massive modern high-rises, Ka Nyut growls in fury he is not dead yet. Reappearing elsewhere, Hoang Deer Herp slams his fist in absolute rage. Damn it, this is so incredibly humiliating. All my powerful skills were completely useless, and I just died like a dog. He materializes out of a glowing grid. Gritting his teeth, Hoang Deer Herp snarls, "Just you wait," the moment he dares to set foot back in Yi City. But get ready for this complete shocker. Just as he screams his furious threat, a sharp crimson blade suddenly drives right through his throat. He stares down at the blade in absolute disbelief. A dark figure steps out, mocking him. "So they really did take you down. Looks like my wait wasn't in vain after all." Instantly, Hoang Deer Herp's body begins to glow green. Ngori Tae, a level 60 player, giggles while pointing at him. "Your backup plan is pretty pathetic. You only revived with 50 health, making you an incredibly easy kill." With that, Hoang Deer Herp collapses right where he just spawned. Nearby, He Nong Dung Dung sits with a heavy, intense presence, staring intently at his phone when Liu Yi suddenly materializes right in front of him. Frowning, Liu Yi speaks up, "I definitely killed Hoang Deer Herp myself, but I highly suspect he has a way to resurrect himself. Do you have any leads on this?" Hearing this, He Nong Dung Dung holds up his screen to show Liu Yi. "Look at this," he says. "Ngori Tai already hunted down and killed Hoang Deer Herp right after he revived." Now back in Yi City, Ngori Tai stands directly before He Nong Dung Dung and Liu Yi, with several glowing red stones floating silently between them. Pure awe, Liu Yi stares at the red crystals and steps closer. His hand grips the stone as his screen displays a notification. Time dust is 382. He is truly dead. Watching him freeze, He Nong Dung Dung mutters, "This is what's left of a dead awakened player. But it seems only you can actually pick it up." Ngori Tae acts completely innocent, leaning in close to Liu Yi. "Is there something special about this time dust? Because none of us can even touch it." She flashes a playful grin at him still. "I was the one who landed the final blow on him, right? If we can split this loot, one person shouldn't take everything." Liu Yi silently notes that Ngori Tai didn't mention sharing Hoang Deer Herp's sealing pearl, which means she is likely keeping it hidden for herself. Ngori Tai adds, "We can only absorb one each anyway, so we might as well wait until our levels finally reach 69. Liu Yi replies, "But the catch is, we must reach Mount Buzhou within 10 days, or we will lose every bit of our power." Angry Steam looks slightly surprised, offering to share a portion with everyone if they really happen to need it. Liu Yi continues, explaining that these things will not benefit them much, and he cannot afford to give any more. He strongly advises against absorbing them unless they agree to accompany him to Mount Buzhou. Also, now that Huang Yaoyan is confirmed dead, they should fulfill their promise and hand over the Chushou title. This completely stuns both Angry Steam and Wei Shi, and honestly, you cannot blame them for being so shocked. Turning toward the door, he tells Liu Yi to follow him, as transferring the unique Chushou title is very complicated and requires another helper. Wei Shi tries to say something, but Liu Yi immediately agrees. He knows how priceless the Chushou title is, but doubts if the leader of New Order will actually hand it over. He could not even get the title after killing him last time. So, how exactly will they do this now? A voice echoes from outside, asking the guild leader of New Order if he is getting used to living here. Bai Shushao smiles warmly and replies that he has, asking what the guild leader needs from him. Angry Steam glares at him, asking if he can help transfer his current title over to Ye. Liu Yi knows this guy is Bai Shushao, who joined New Order after leaving the garden. The thief gasps in shock, making Angry Steam frown and question his abilities. Bai Shushao quickly waves his hands with a smile, cheerfully reassuring him that he can absolutely do it. He was just surprised that the leader of New Order would actually give up the Chushou title, so they begin immediately. Angry Steam stands right in front of him and tells him to start already. Bai Shushao finds it completely baffling that the guild leader is giving away such an important title to Ye, wondering what is going on. He secretly contemplates running away with the Chushou title once he extracts it, taking the powerful prize for himself. Liu Yi watches quietly, wondering if this stealing power can actually extract and transfer player titles like this. Suddenly, Bai Shushao unleashes his skill, but nothing happens among the three of them. Angry Steam and Liu Yi just stare in total confusion. Bai Shushao awkwardly scratches his head, saying he failed and must try again. Inside the training room, the stealing power is used repeatedly. Half a day later, Liu Yi stands watching with folded arms. Bai Shushao continues practicing his stealing skill on Angry Steam, while Liu Yi silently wonders how much longer it will take. Another half-day passes before Bai Shushao cheers. He has succeeded, holding a glowing red orb in his hand. He gladly looks at the red orb while Angry Steam orders him to give the title to Ye. Surprised by the gesture, Liu Yi steps forward as Bai Shushao holds out the orb, telling him to simply take hold of the title. He thinks to himself, "It is safer to just give this title to Ye, honestly, since attempting to flee from their base would be a suicide mission." Weeping silently inside, he apologizes to the garden master, claiming he must do this to survive. Meanwhile, Liu Yi keeps his eyes glued to the glowing red sphere. He glances at Angry Steam, realizing the guild leader is truly keeping his word. Since they are handing it over, he will accept it without hesitation. Without wasting another second, he grabs the orb, and a system alert instantly flashes before him. The system alert confirms he has acquired the Chu Shou title, which allows players to create chat channels if they know the target ID. A new notification confirms he now possesses the legendary Chu Shou title. The Di Ying title quest is unlocked. He must collect the Xuan Shou, Chu Shou, Bai Shou, and Qing Shou titles to forge it. Having acquired 2 out of 4 titles, he can obtain the Di Ying title, granting 5% authority over the Central Flower Continent. Liu Yi cheers as the first step is complete. The following day, inside the Office of New Order, Angry Steam explains that based on information gathered so far, the details Liu Yi shared with him before the Origin Realm descended do not seem quite right. Sitting across from him, Liu Yi asks if there is anything else he wants to add before they deal with the Awakened Ones. Angry Steam frowns in clear annoyance at the question. Leaning back, he sighs and says he already asked those exact questions when fighting Huang Yaoyan. Liu Yi is completely shocked. Flashback shows Angry Steam standing in blinding light, his shadowed figure towering over several defeated enemies lying on the ground. He recalls that when the Origin Realm first descended, he discovered he was only at level 1. Initially, Huang Yaoyan did not even know about the guild, but used his absolute power as the shadow messenger to suppress everyone. Angry Steam grimaces, explaining he had asked Di Ying for help. Unfortunately, his identity as the messenger was entirely fake, and Di Ying never provided any useful information to him. Clutching his head in anger, he mutters that this completely destroyed his trust in him. In his darkest, most desperate hour, he had asked Huang Dirnon the exact same questions Liu Yi is asking now. Looking out at the ruined city, he continues explaining what he asked him. Was all that detailed information about the apocalypse you shared before actually just a complete lie? Huang Dirnon had smiled with absolute confidence, answering that those details were actually real, but they were just the original blueprints of this world. But ever since the Luanhui loop began, over and over again, previous Awakened Ones hunted down those 3 mysterious figures. They turned into 3 epic titles, yet the end of days never truly vanished. Instead, whenever that final day draws near, time resets 20 years back. Liu Yi asks with a pretty serious look, does the Luanhui loop itself stop the apocalypse? Or does failing to break the cycle just delay the inevitable doomsday? Do you think ending Luanhui means facing the apocalypse? Qi Nong Dung Dung answers truth or lies. Who can really know what is real without seeing it firsthand? Leaning back in his chair, he looks directly at Liu Yi and suggests they talk about the Chuthu title instead. He needs answers since the Chuthu title is being transferred to Liu Yi. All those chat rooms he made before are still active. Only now, the room owner becomes you. But remember, all conversation logs are backed up directly at But Chao Son. Qi Nong Dung Dung frowns, explaining that this backup is exactly why their ambush on Huang Dirnon failed so miserably. Crossing his arms, Liu Yi realizes that makes the Chuthu title highly unique. With a faint smile, Qi Nong Dung Dung points out how little they can actually discuss in those chat rooms now. That is why he adjusted a special communicator, sending it directly to Tungvan and Thorndung. They should be reaching out quite soon. Once they do, Liu Yi can negotiate how to assist them. Staring back at him, Liu Yi asks if he has any intel on the mysterious awakened behind them, since he only has 5 days left. Just give me their names. He adds, I will investigate them myself. Suddenly, a loud ringtone cuts through the air, stopping their conversation cold. Holding up his phone, Qinong Dung tells Liu Yi it must be a message from the communicator. It is better they speak directly. Having a middleman like him makes explaining complex things way too difficult. He answers the call as Liu Yi watches him with an incredibly intense gaze. He picks up the call and watch how fast the cheerful look on his face completely vanishes into sheer panic. Noticing the sudden change, Liu Yi braces himself as Qinong Dung frowns and speaks. Something went horribly wrong. The awakened ones, backing Thorndung and Tung Van, are all dead. Liu Yi bolts out of his seat in pure shock. How is this even possible? Who could have done this? Qinong Dung explains that whoever eliminated Thornzurn already brought the Begthu title back to But Cho Sun. However, the killer who took down Tung Van is still inside Jock Thier. Just wait a second, his scout is sending over a photo now. It is here, he says, though it was taken 3 kilometers away, so zooming in makes it quite blurry. He shows the screen to Liu Yi. Staring at the bizarre creature on screen, Liu Yi is completely stunned. How is So Chin alive if Nachio supposedly killed him? Seeing his reaction, Qinong Dung asks if he recognizes the beast. Liu Yi reveals that he originates from But Chao Sun headquarters. Even if he is not a player, he is actually pretty terrified of ordinary humans. We should arrange for regular civilians over there to corner and overwhelm him. Qinong Dung nods in agreement, but warns that finding regular people there right now is almost impossible. Under the ruthless pressure of the awakened, they have all fled. Across the big guilds in major cities, outside of his area and their 2 cities, other territories do not have a single normal person left. As Liu Yi hesitates, Qinong Dung immediately suggests another plan. He offers to bring Roulet there as quickly as possible. Liu Yi agrees, having Roulet team up with him to execute him just like they did with Huang Dierngon. Qinong Dung quickly confirms the arrangements over the phone, while Liu Yi plans his next move. His immunity level used to be too high for me to stand a chance. But now that we can finally weaken his defense, there is absolutely no way he survives. Meanwhile, look at this creepy setup in a desolate corner of Jiap Thier. So Chin waits with a weird blue orb floating nearby. The strange orb bounces around happily, chanting that they are just waiting for him to arrive. Suddenly, the blue orb twitches. So Chin watches it closely, eyes filled with hunger like a predator tracking its prey. It grins, wait for him. An airplane cuts through the cloudy sky. The world map clearly displays the borders of But Cho Son, Jiap Thier, Hai Thier, Dirk Thier, and Liu Yi is currently flying over. He feels it is just too slow. Staring out of the window from high above, he worries that one of the vital titles has already been secured at But Chao Sun. If So Chin escapes there too, gathering the remaining 2 Thu titles will be incredibly difficult. His hand trembles on the armrest as he sits in deep thought. According to the mysterious person's description, the situation inside Mount Buzhou is incredibly complex and absolutely crawling with danger. But most importantly, it is the awakened territory. Liu Yi frowns and deduces that when they were outside Mount Buzhou, dealing with a weakened level 79 awakened was actually not that difficult. They can unleash 100% power. In fact, most players are even higher than level 79. Looking down at the pink mist in the distance, he notes there are level 90 players too, including the top 3 of the Earth Shadow Alliance. Liu Yi believes the 4 Sovereigns title is part of the Earth Shadow Alliance. Once number 9 brings that title back to Mount Buzhou, the enemies watching them will definitely try to reclaim it as soon as possible. In fact, they might be waiting right outside Mount Buzhou right now, just waiting for number 9 to enter with the title. Suddenly, someone rushes over and yells to get Liu Yi attention. This is bad. Number 9 has started moving. This news instantly makes Liu Yi anxious. Fuming Steam seriously explains that based on the intel sent back by his scout on the ground, number 9 just started heading toward Mount Buzhou. He already had the pilot change course to head straight toward number 9. If all goes well, they can catch him before he crosses into Mount Buzhou. But then he brings up another issue. There is no runway out there, leaving Liu Yi completely confused. Wait, are they seriously going to jump out of a moving plane right now? At that exact moment, number 9 is sprinting at full speed, with the dragon-shaped Thanthu orb floating right beside him. Number 9 rushes blindly toward the pink mist. Suddenly, something catches his eye, making him look up at the sky in shock. Two tiny figures are plummeting from above. It is Liu Yi and Nulei Dangzhang, falling headfirst through the air. Eyes rolled back. Nulei Dangzhang complains that this is way too high for someone who just recovered. Covering his mouth with eyes shut tight, he begs himself not to throw up. But the very next second, his mouth flies open. He cannot hold it. He thinks vomiting a little should be fine since he just recovered. Down below, number 9 watches a massive explosion erupt right in front of him, totally dumbfounded. Liu Yi stands there staring at him, while behind him, Nulei Dangzhang is on his knees clutching his head. Across from them, number 9 and the Thanthu orb freeze completely. Seeing the Thanthu orb right there, Liu Yi frowns with a serious expression before vanishing, shouting for him to come with him. He reappears in front of number 9, reaching out, but the runner quickly ducks. Liu Yi merely smirks. Anticipating this, he extends his left hand toward the Thanthu orb, thinking that leaving it unabsorbed like this is pure arrogance on his part. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hits Liu Yi, making him freeze. Realizing something is wrong, he turns to see Nulei Dangzhang chasing after number 9, yelling for him not to run. Liu Yi grits his teeth in frustration and gives chase. Realizing that dizzy spell must have been the runner's skill, Liu Yi notes with annoyance that the skill temporarily dazes its targets. Liu Yi starts off in the back, but soon catches up to run side by side with Nulei Dangzhang. The companion looks over in surprise, before being left in the dust once again. Clenching his teeth, he speeds up, begging them not to leave him behind. They are seriously making him look bad. After sprinting across the vast plains with snowy mountains in the distance, they cross into a rocky, frozen wasteland, and the pink mist quickly appears right in front of them. Seeing number 9 closing in on the mist, Liu Yi sighs, realizing they are running out of time. The mist blanketing Mount Buzhou is right in front of them. He thinks that stepping into the mist means they officially enter Mount Buzhou. The Earth-Shadow Alliance is highly likely waiting inside. The mist hovers above the icy peaks, swirling like a massive cloud as they draw closer. Suddenly, number 9 bursts forward toward the pink haze, with Liu Yi hot on his heels. He leaps up and vanishes, instantly grabbing number 9's shoulder to his surprise. Liu Yi frowns and yells that he has finally caught him. But out of nowhere, that dizzy spell hits him again. Liu Yi freezes, clutching his head, annoyed that the skill got him once more. At the same time, number 9 and the Thanthu orb enter the mist, the runner looking back with a smug laugh. Liu Yi sighs, knowing he is out of time, so he activates his skill to drop all stats by 1,000. Giving chase, he decides that no matter the danger, he will send a clone inside. Liu Yi stares at the mist ahead and charges right in. He does not stop even after entering, but within a split second, a thread-like force slices him clean in half. Stunned, he looks down, realizing this must be the dimensional crack mentioned in the group chat. Simultaneously, the system notifies him that his clone has died, returning all stats to normal. Liu Yi stands with crossed arms, deep in thought, as Nulei Dangzhang approaches. Drenched in sweat, he mutters that he finally caught up and complains about the crazy speed. Getting closer, he asks why Liu Yi stopped here. He stands beside him, peering into the mist and asking where number 9 went. Deep inside, number 9 stands there smiling, waving his hands mockingly to taunt them to come on in. Seeing that, Nulei Dangzhang furiously grabs his dual swords and charges, swearing that he's being provoked. He tells Liu Yi he's going in, then dashes straight into the fog. Standing outside, Liu Yi hears a blood-curdling scream, and then Nulei Dangzhang suddenly reappears right beside him, looking completely bewildered. He groans. What on earth was that? It hurts like hell. He got jumped the second he entered, and losing a piece of gear makes it even worse. Liu Yi calmly explains that his clone just died in there too. Oddly enough, after it entered the fog near Batchu Mountain, it didn't leave but lingered right outside, almost like it was trying to lure my real body in. Nule Dongzhang listens closely as Liu Yi adds that he sent his clone in there at least 10 times. Yet every single time, spatial cracks ripped it apart instantly, meaning they get randomly teleported and lost in that void forever. Liu Yi then shares some more details. Once you enter the fog, the exit completely vanishes, making return impossible. Yet, Number 9's current situation looks totally different from that. Now watch this. Liu Yi actually suggests heading into the dangerous Batchu Mountain first, calmly asking his terrified ally to tag along. Nule Dongzhang looks totally confused, so Liu Yi folds his arms to explain. As long as you don't get hit by a block revive skill or some other strange curse, Liu Yi promises he won't die. Hearing this, Nule Dongzhang points to himself. Is he being underestimated here? Since survival is guaranteed, there is absolutely nothing to fear. He folds his arms, reminding Liu Yi that the new order still needs him, so his own words alone might not cut it. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them. He says Lei should just follow Liu Yi's lead. It is Qinong Dongdong, seriously asking if he can join them too. Nule Dongzhang panics. What about the guild? Looking down with a deep frown, Qinong Dongdong replies that, more than the guild, he really wants to understand what is happening to their world. Why did a perfectly normal world end up like this? He looks up, filled with pure determination. He boldly states that the answer they seek, looking at the pink fog, is likely hidden right inside. He adds that if this isn't solved, no matter how well he runs things, everything will eventually crumble to dust. Nule Dongzhang stands frozen, completely speechless at those words. As they stand there, Qinong Dongdong wonders if they can carry a level 20 newbie like him. Suddenly, Liu Yi tosses a glowing red crystal to each of them. Smirking, Liu Yi tells them to go ahead and absorb the crystals. That's how they'll gain enough power to survive Batchu Mountain. Beside him, 2 brilliant pillars of light shoot straight into the sky. Look at this. Nule Dongzhang clenches his fists, while the guild master stares at his hands, utterly stunned. Frowning in absolute disbelief, his level just jumped from 20 straight to 50. He turns to thank Liu Yi sincerely. Liu Yi simply brushes it off, realizing the dust of time can instantly boost any player under level 50, straight up to 50. Meanwhile, Nule Dongzhang grins, knowing his potential is now way higher. Laughing, he clenches his fists, wondering if Liu Yi is training his own ultimate rival right now. Well, with everything set, someone shouts out that it's finally time to move. Shoving a hand in his pocket and pointing forward, Nule Dongzhang feels like a true leader making the big call. But Liu Yi stops him. That person is waiting, and they must prepare first. He then turns to Qinong Dongdong to ask a crucial question. He asks what else he knows about Batchu Mountain besides the spatial cracks and losing all sense of direction. The guildmaster frowns, trying to remember. He explains there's also a terrifying monster capable of mimicking anything: a person, an object, or even rare, high-tier equipment. Its only giveaway is casting no shadow, leaving Nule Dongzhang stunned. What kind of nightmare is that? The guildmaster explains they were created by Tian Yao specifically to hunt down awakened players. Intrigued, Liu Yi asks if he is talking about the invaders. Picturing a beast with 4 glowing red eyes, Qinong Dongdong notes that Liu Yi seems to know a lot. That's the name Tian Yao gave them, but the awakened players usually call these monsters the Shadowless Ones. He warns that their biggest hurdle is entering the territory of a level 90 player named Ngo Pham, who guards the gate and leads the Dia'an Alliance. If he finds out Liu Yi is heading to Batchu Mountain to claim the Tuthu title, he'll likely strike without hesitation. Liu Yi nods, agreeing that they need to proceed with extreme caution. Right. Once he gets the title, they can just take the long way around to avoid his turf. Then he seriously warns them, besides this, we also need to accept that we might not get the Than Thu title. It is pretty clear he is just trying to lure me in. If anything goes wrong, we must quickly retreat to another zone. If we really cannot escape, Just commit suicide, I will bring you all back without any mistakes. Afterwards, Liu Yi instructs them that from now until the world resets, it will take another 2 years. Our potential is truly massive. Beside him, Qi Nong Dung Dung agrees it is no problem, and Nu Lei Dang Zhang nods in agreement. Seeing that, Liu Yi says that is fine. Then the three of them look ahead and shout, "Let us set off." Liu Yi takes a step forward, leading the way. Looking at the thick fog ahead, he realizes that stepping into this mist means they have finally entered the territory of Bat Chu Sun. This awakened one's lair is the absolute center of every single mystery. Watching the faint, distant figure of number 9, he tells himself that if he can reach the highest point in there, his world will hold absolutely no secrets from him anymore. Ever since the origin realm appeared, too many mysteries have piled up inside his heart. Liu Yi frowns. There are so many signs showing that our world and the origin realm are remarkably similar. Only one real difference. It is actively collapsing. Remembering the cracks across the vast universe, he sighs. The origin realm is so ruined that only one living city remains, while reality, at least, still has an entire continent left. Will our world end up like that too? Marching forward, Liu Yi cannot help but ask himself, is this truly the end of everything? Could things get even worse? Monsters from the cracks, shrouded in fog, breaching the defense line. Everything gets destroyed. Terrified, he imagines the world overrun by beasts. Earth completely shattered. Is this really how it ends? By now, the three have reached the edge of the heavy fog. Liu Yi senses that the apocalypse looks exactly like this. As they step inside, Liu Yi is still plagued by questions. If this doom is coming, is there any way we can stop it? Or is letting nature take its course the best choice? He Nong Dung Dung suddenly speaks up. Besides, this landscape of Bat Chu San looks identical to the origin realm right before it shattered. Could the situation here be a mirror image of the collapsing zones? Right then, Liu Yi gasps, just as he suspected. Number 9 has vanished. Beside him, Nu Lei Dang Zhang panics. We were walking side by side. But the second we hit the mist, he just vanished. Suddenly, Nu Lei Dang Zhang and Qi Nong Dung Dung vanish. Completely gone. Liu Yi stands frozen, realizing the random teleportation has begun, meaning they are forced to go in completely separated. He grimaces in absolute frustration. Did number 9 refuse to leave just to mess with him? Meanwhile, panic alerts start flashing rapidly in the system chat room. Nu Lei Dang Zhang types, "Where on earth is this? It is crawling with monsters. Oh my god, I do not even dare to move." Qi Nong Dung Dung groans, "I got teleported somewhere else too. Should we just commit suicide? Once you respawn, we will find you." Suddenly, Liu Yi spots a glowing green orb in the distance. He wonders what is that. Inside the pearl, a tiny dragon floats. Realizing it is the Than Thu item, Liu Yi instantly reaches out and grabs it. Instantly, the system announces that he has obtained the Than Thu title, which allows him to create teleportation gates. Each gate costs 1 grain of temporal dust, allowing the owner of the Than Thu to teleport to any active gate whenever they want. Liu Yi drops his jaw in pure shock. What is going on? Did he seriously just get the Than Thu title like that? Suddenly, a jagged, broken rift tears open in the sky, and a booming voice echoes. "How dare you steal from Tam Ma Mi?" Lightning and blinding light erupt from the rift, sending a massive, devastating beam crashing down and shattering the very ground beneath them. Someone screams in panic, "Who is attacking us? Run!" Then, the system alerts him that he is now targeted by Ngo Pham. Hearing this, Liu Yi is completely frozen in shock. Stepping back on the cracked ground, he mutters the name, Ngo Pham. He looks up, staring at the shadow floating menacingly among the clouds. The strongest level 90 player of the Dia An Alliance. Ngo Pham walks on air, mockingly asking you, "Bring people to my place and hold my Tuthu title. Are you eager to die? Fine then, let me give you a quick ride to your grave." Now wait. Was number 9's actual plan to lure him here just so Ngo Pham could wipe him out? Talk about a setup. Liu Yi bolts in the opposite direction, but Ngo Pham does not even budge, simply pointing a finger and mocking him. "There is no running from me now." Instantly, sharp spear-like beams of light pierce through Liu Yi. This is the target locking judgment seal skill, banning him from using any abilities. The system confirms that his actions are restricted and skill usage is blocked. No Pham smugly holds up a glowing weapon, an upgraded form of his standard tool. He raises the glowing light spear, taking aim, and hurls it directly at the helpless Liu Yi in the distance. Looking back in sheer panic, he realizes he is completely doomed. Fortunately, Liu Yi vanishes from the spot, just as the spear explodes. No Pham's spear tears a massive gash along the ground, looking like it's about to split the earth in half. Seeing that he missed, the man is quite puzzled. Is that mist area just randomly teleporting people? How lucky. Pham summons another spear, mocking that he already marked him and was just waiting for him to run like a rat. He winds up and furiously hurls the spear deep into the thick, blinding fog. But get this, a strange light wraps around No Pham, dragging him right into the fog. A moment later, his figure fades away entirely. In a flash, he turns into smoke, shooting in the direction of his thrown spear. Meanwhile, Liu Yi materializes somewhere deep in the mist. He looks around, relieved that the random teleportation saved his skin just in time. Liu Yi sighs, wondering if Number 9 actually cares about him or is just being incredibly cruel. Using that four hands title just to force him to face these terrifyingly overpowered awakened hunters. Touching his forehead, he summons the mark, thinking this thing is a huge problem. He has to find a way to get rid of it, or he'll constantly be in danger. Still, he counts his blessings. At least he should be quite safe for a short while, giving him some breathing room. As he wanders aimlessly, a glowing circular crest suddenly forms in the sky directly behind him. Startled, he turns, but a spear instantly stabs right through his stomach. Liu Yi freezes in absolute shock as the spear passes completely through him, revealing No Pham materializing behind his back. But just as Pham begins his transformation with the spear, Liu Yi vanishes. The hunter looks back, confused. Teleported again? No Pham examines the area and mutters, "Is this the same spot as before? Is this the Azure Hand title effect, creating portals at will?" He gasps for air. Somewhere else, Liu Yi clutches his chest. The gap between their strength is just too massive. Luckily, he tried creating a portal when danger struck. Gritting his teeth, he tells himself, "Can't let my guard down. Have to move fast." Suddenly, a figure starts taking shape right next to him. Liu Yi immediately bolts, thinking that setting up a portal only costs 1 time dust. After using 3, he still has 404 time dust particles left in his inventory. Liu Yi runs straight ahead without looking back, vanishing in a blink. He plans to split into a clone, and when he teleports, he'll set up a fresh portal. Just a second later, Liu Yi teleports once again, reappearing in another safe-looking spot. He palms the ground. It works. Portal established. Right then, 3 concentric circles with intersecting axes form, centering directly on Liu Yi. He strategizes that once Pham finds him, he'll jump to the farthest portal to completely shake off his relentless pursuer. Soon, the circle vanishes. Portal creation complete, he tells himself, before leaping in another direction to keep setting up more. Suddenly appearing right where Liu Yi just was, Pham chuckles, "Oh, so you can make clones too? And running the opposite way? Did you think I couldn't deal with both of you at once?" Crouching slightly, he raises his spear in pure contempt, telling him to keep dreaming. Pham's eyes glow as he gathers his strength. He hurls his spear, which splits into 2 mid-air as he sneers. "The more clones you make, the faster you die." As they fly, both spears sharply curve outward in 2 sweeping arcs. Liu Yi looks back. Honestly, this is terrifying. They are already here. A glowing circle manifests in the sky, but Liu Yi vanishes right as it strikes. Reappearing elsewhere, he lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he made it. His relief is short. Just like that, he freezes in pure terror. Watching the beam of light dive straight at him, he groans, realizing both his clones and his main body are being targeted. Teleporting again, he wonders if it's because of that mark. He materializes somewhere in silence, calculating that every new clone he summons is carrying that cursed mark. But the one left back in Sea City doesn't have it. Suddenly, He spots Ngofam's circle closing in, and panics he's here again? How is he this fast? He flees once more as broken streaks of deep green light flare up across the sky behind him. Reaching a new spot, Liu Yi curses, "Damn it." His landing speed is getting faster and faster. Keeping a very sharp eye out, he wonders if the attack is just traveling in a straight line. And every single time he teleports, it simply turns around to chase him, picking up more speed each time. Liu Yi forms a plan, have his clone stop running and actually face the threat to see if there's any way to break this loop. Just as a spearhead appears, Liu Yi stands his ground. He activates his fortified state and charges, but the spear instantly runs right through his stomach before he can act. At the same time, the system alerts him that his movement has been restricted, and his skill usage is blocked. Stunned, Liu Yi realizes that spear carries a ceiling effect, but suddenly, Ngofam grabs his shoulder from behind, asking why he stopped running. Then, the system announces all his skills are removed, and his blessings are completely nullified. The system confirms his fortified state skill is invalid. His clone is dead, and all stats are restored to normal. He materializes elsewhere. Frowning, he realizes there's simply no way to fight back. He frowns in sheer frustration, because it doesn't just trap him, it also strips away every single one of his skills. So when Ngofam's light charges in, Liu Yi can only complain and teleport away, forced to keep running. Just like that, they play a game of cat and mouse, while he plans to escape the fog and teleport somewhere safe. Can he even pull that off? Liu Yunishing again. Liu Yi realizes if this fails, he will have to toss his gear through the portal and head back to Hythere to restart. Now look over here. Ngofam stands perfectly still with his spear, tracking the 7 potential teleport locations that just appeared. For a totally useless normal player trying to grab that 4-handed title, it makes no sense how a newly awakened rookie has so much time dust. He turns around and mutters, could he be using some kind of disguise gear? He leaps into the air to play it safe, letting his spear do the hunting. His goal is to grab a piece of gear that can neutralize the green hand title, and with a dead serious face, Ngofam rockets into the sky. He dives into the thick fog, targeting a strange golden glow, before suddenly bursting out of the black clouds. His target is a massive, glowing tree rising beautifully on the far horizon, though its massive branches point directly toward a rip in space and time. Flying past the tree, Ngofam heads toward a brightly lit city in the distance, a highly modern metropolis with zero signs of destruction. Brilliant city lights glow as Ngofam streaks across the sky like a meteor. He enters a grand hall where dozens of people are gathered. Standing in front, Ngofam calls out, "Tung Fi, get out here." A man looks up, smirking in surprise, and tells him, "Sorry, Ngofam, but the boss isn't in right now." Annoyed, Ngofam scowls and instantly unleashes a massive, dome-like spell that wraps around the entire hall. Instantly, one of the men gets shredded into nothingness, leaving behind only a single bubble of air, before needle-like beams of light scatter in all directions. Look at this out on the bustling streets. Random people suddenly start dissolving into brilliant blue light out of nowhere. He freezes mid-stride. Down the block, everyone else locks up too, plunging the entire city into a heavy, eerie silence. Moments later, a gray-haired man in gray robes steps out, asking, "What do you want? Isn't it your turn to finish the collection mission this cycle?" The young Tung Fi, as a level 95 awakened, he warns that delaying the collapse is a massive task. So why is Ngofam here causing trouble instead of managing his team? In the quiet room, Ngofam cuts straight to the chase with a cold demand, "Lend me a corrupted item." Tung Fi's eyes gleam as a slight smirk plays on his lips, asking that thing only exists to limit the 3 great titles. Did something go wrong with your 4-handed collector target? Do you need my help? You can just dump that mess right into my city. I will handle it for you. But Ngofam just shoots him a deadly glare. Frowning, he tells him to shut up and just hand it over. So Tung Fi pulls the item out and asks with a chuckle, "Will I give it?" "Of course. During the last loop, you helped me secure the legendary 4-handed title. So this time around, I will definitely back you up. Like I said, if things get messy, just toss the problem over to my city." Ngofam coldly snatches the item, his expression completely blank as he mutters, wasting a major favor on a tiny task. Like this is just foolish. With the gear in hand, No Pham immediately turns to blast off, while Tung Fai calls out to remind him, "Play it safe. Otherwise you will have to wait another 2 loops just to see your little lover again." No Pham scoffs back, "They are just cockroaches. I will squash them all." As soon as his figure vanishes, Tung Fi lets out a small chuckle. But then, Tung Fi's smile completely fades away as he quietly whispers to himself, "Cockroaches, huh?" He decides to trigger his skill, distributing computing power authority to those around him, spreading his energy as he mutters with a heavy sigh, "A long time ago, people used to call me that too." That power of his begins drifting on the wind, searching for hosts to latch onto while remaining completely invisible to the naked eye. Within seconds, this mystical energy quietly infects a random passerby before spreading rapidly through the crowd. Quite quickly, more and more people fall completely under its control. Out on the streets, almost everyone has been taken over by this creeping energy. Cruel, malicious grins spread across their faces, making everyone look more dangerous than ever as they begin walking in unison like puppets being controlled by some invisible master. This lively city scene is actually just a mask hiding a deeply terrifying danger lurking within. Meanwhile, back where Liu Yi is hiding, the entire area is swallowed by a dense, milky white fog that completely blocks out his vision. He stands frozen, trapped inside the misty But Chow sun. Right in front of him, that deadly spear keeps circling around, picking up speed by the second. Liu Yi silently confirms his worst fears. Just as he guessed, the tracking speed of this spear is increasing with every passing second. Standing grimly in place, his mind runs at full speed, desperately calculating his very next move to survive. But the number of teleportation portals just keeps growing, making the layout of this misty zone look way clearer now. Once he cannot hold out or finally finds the Mount Puchou entrance, Liu Yi plans to toss his gear aside, trigger a respawn, and start all over again. With that, he warps to another spot. But the moment he arrives, Liu Yi is completely blindsided by an incredibly familiar sight. With the thick fog still refusing to clear, he mutters that yet another mist wave has arrived. Yet this specific area remains untouched. Suddenly, Liu Yi spots a massive tear in the sky and freezes, realizing that thing is causing all of this. The advancing mist creeps closer, leaving Liu Yi utterly stunned. Having finished scouting, he decides to pull back and find a safe haven first, leaving the investigation for later. A strange light pierces the sky, and Liu Yi looks up in absolute terror. That beam cuts through the rift like a sword, tearing the sky apart. The crack expands rapidly, transforming a tiny tear into a massive black hole. A massive void opens up. Liu Yi stares at the terrifying sight, speechless and wondering what is happening, and if he should run. Should he run or wait? But get this, a massive foot slowly starts to emerge from that void. Liu Yi mutters in shock, "A foot? Who on earth is coming out of there?" Slowly, the figure floats down, revealing a face he knows all too well. Liu Yi panics completely. Why Nui Te? She is just floating there with her eyes shut. Standing still in the dead silence, she suddenly snaps her eyes open and charges straight toward Liu Yi at lightning speed. She moves too fast for him to react, but instead of hitting him, she unleashes her power on something right behind him. That sheer destructive force leaves Liu Yi completely frozen in absolute terror. Stunned, he wonders if Nui Te is actually protecting him. Once she obliterates the threat behind him, she steps down, her body slowly returning to normal. Out of nowhere, she hugs Liu Yi tight, wearing a warm, happy smile. Liu Yi freezes, too stunned to resist, utterly confused by what is going on. Just then, the system chat window pops up with some alarming new messages. A player shares that they found a hidden realm among the monsters and entered it. Fuming Hot warns them to stay careful. The player confidently replies, "Don't worry, I have a revive ready." Suddenly, Liu Yi chimes in, asking where Wei Te went. Fuming Hot replies that after they split up, she mentioned finding a special hidden realm near the border and went to explore it. Meanwhile, inside a hidden realm, the new Chief of Order stumbles upon a highly bizarre corpse. The new Chief of Order grows suspicious, knowing only active players can safely enter Mount Puchou Ordinary humans entering the mist get dissolved instantly. Seeing this dried-up corpse completely drained of life raises massive red flags for him. Why didn't this player turn into light upon death? Could the Shadowless One have drained all their energy to leave a physical corpse? The new Chief of Order quickly searches the area for clues. He wonders if players drained to death by a Shadowless One can even respawn using their standard methods. Pushing deeper into the heavy fog, he keeps his guard up and scans the surroundings, constantly reminding himself that he needs to be extremely cautious. Based on his secret investigation files, the Shadowless One copies the target's memories to transform into a familiar person or object, using every trick to make them believe the illusion is real. The very second a player accepts the Shadowless One as real, their energy is instantly and completely drained. Deep in the mist, a man suddenly appears. The system warns that his skill has been dismantled. Ngofam stops in his tracks, looking around suspiciously. Dismantled skills, an unknown target, a Shadowless One. Has it really come to this? Even the Misty Zone is crawling with these copycats now. Staring at his corrupted gear with a frown, Ngofam picks up his pace, whispering that he must hurry up. If that thing absorbs him, his title will vanish this cycle, making his ultimate quest completely impossible to finish. As Ngofam disappears back into the dense mist, he cannot help but mock his own desperate situation. It looks like he must finally cash in that favor Tuong Fi owes him. Talk about a swift reality check. Back with Liu Yi, he gazes down at his reflection in the water. Only his own face stares back, not Nui Te. He glares coldly at the girl in his arms, absolutely sure this is not Nui Te. It is a Shadowless One, and he needs to run. Suddenly a deafening roar startles them both. Liu Yi sighs in exhaustion, wondering what went wrong now. But the system suddenly alerts him that the portal is corrupted. Liu Yi is so shocked his eyes pop out, but he teleports away in a flash, leaving Nguri Taija completely frozen in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yi lands in a completely foreign city, but his mind is reeling from the sudden system notification. The fog teleportation has already triggered again, even though barely any time has passed. The very moment his feet touch the ground, everyone in the entire city suddenly turns to stare right at him, while a strange, mystical light glows across the sky. Watching their intense gazes, Liu Yi asks himself silently, is this really that place? The city inside Mount But Chu Sun. Their piercing eyes make him pretty uncomfortable, and there are so many of these awakeners here. Out of nowhere, a sharp cough cuts through the dead silence. Instantly, every single person around him freezes and halts whatever they are doing. Suddenly, the crowd turns red. Liu Yi looks around in shock. His entire surroundings have changed. Every single person dissolves into strange, mysterious beams of light. Liu Yi shifts into high alert, keeping his eyes locked on the crowd. All at once, they all chant out in unison, outsider. Hearing this, Liu Yi immediately tenses up, raising his guard even higher. What is going on here? Heavy footsteps draw closer as a figure steps forward, speaking in a cold, heavy voice, outsider. The rest of the mob charges forward, screaming the word outsider as they swarm in, completely surrounding Liu Yi with their mysterious, faceless forms. Caught in a desperate spot, he quickly dodges through them and bolts. He runs as the truth hits him. This is no Awakener city, but the territory of a level 90 city builder. Tuong Fi cannot help but suspect a certain someone. How did he end up teleported here? Was it Ngofam? Liu Yi manages to slip past the massive crowd with incredible agility, but his pursuers are highly skilled and refuse to give up. He keeps sprint running, yet the road ahead seems absolutely endless. The further Liu Yi runs, the more bizarre everything feels. Wait, look at this. The exit path is actually stretching longer and longer instead of getting closer. Liu Yi halts and analyzes the situation. There is absolutely no leaving this city without permission from Tuong Fi. His only choice now is to stay and somehow deal with him. Just then, the mob catches up, angrily roaring outsider. Seeing their blistering speed, Liu Yi accepts his fate. He definitely cannot win this fight, meaning he will probably die and respawn. High up on a snow-covered mountain peak, two tiny figures struggle to climb up through the quiet cold. One of them keeps grumbling non-stop. Why did I even sign up to be an observer? He continues complaining, "We could have stayed comfortably at the gathering point, but you just had to show off and register us." His partner responds calmly, explaining that it is all to secure the ultimate dust of time reward. The serious companion then adds, with a deeply stern expression, "If we can successfully record any anomalies within Butchu Sun, we will receive a massive payout during the next reincarnation cycle." Reaching the cliff edge, they peer down as the whiny guy scoffs as if things are ever that simple. Butchu Sun has been quiet for way too long through countless cycles without a single major incident. Both of them stare down at the glowing city below. Suddenly, the whiner points into the distance and cheers, "Look, there is a gathering point right ahead." As he shouts, he wants to head straight inside instead of returning to their original base. Just as he prepares to leap down, his serious teammate quickly grabs him and snaps, "Are you completely blind or something?" That is the territory of Tung Fai. The whiny guy freezes in his tracks, recoiling in sheer horror before cursing out, "Damn, it really is Tung Fai City." Apparently, any living thing that enters that place will be broken down into raw nutrients, turning into puppets for him to control. Aside from the Earth Shadow Alliance members, not a single awakener who has set foot inside has ever made it out alive. But hold on. His serious partner looks down and warns him something here feels completely off. Staring down at the Crimson City, he notes that Tung Fai domain is highly agitated, looking exactly like it has entered its Stage 1 combat mode. Has someone actually dared to infiltrate Tung Fai City? He mutters the question in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, a massive commotion erupts within the glorious, glowing streets. Straining their eyes from above, the two companions suddenly spot Liu Yi fiercely fighting all alone, blade in hand. They shout out, "Look, right over there." The whiny guy leans forward, squinting as he confirms someone is actually fighting. His partner standing behind him nods in grave agreement. That poor guy is as good as dead. Back in the streets, Liu Yi fiercely swings his blade at the faceless, glowing white figures surrounding him. Faced with an overwhelming wave of enemies, Liu Yi fights with everything he has, his face completely distorted from the brutal strain. Slashing through a white figure, he thinks sooner or later, "I will face you all." And yet, he is already facing two major enemies right after entering Butchu Sun. Plus, these are all direct head-on clashes, which is perfect for gaining some experience to completely wipe you guys out later. Right as he thinks this, a whole new wave of white figures appears and rushes straight toward Liu Yi. He glares at them and grits his teeth in sheer annoyance as those pale shadows sprint closer and closer to where Liu Yi stands. Liu Yi immediately activates his signature Sing King Nap Sam technique, centering a magic circle on himself. Outside the boundary, a blinding light suddenly erupts. Standing right at the center of the glowing circle, Liu Yi grips his saber and drops into a tight defensive stance. He scoffs to himself, and here he thought they were tough, but they are just puppets on par with average level 60 players. The moment the light fades, the young man swings his blade, rushing the nearest white figure to strike while his mind constantly calculates the math. Weakening them with the halo only costs 1/5 of his force power. It is just a shame that Sinkin Yop Sam is a single-target attack. After multi-locking and unleashing it, he still has a 10-second cooldown to deal with. Liu Yi frowns, laughing silently to himself, but a clean wipe every 10 seconds is pretty great, especially since he is only facing puppets on par with ordinary level 60 players. An excited grin spreads across his face as he leaps high into the air, raising his blade to strike down at the oncoming white figures. Liu Yi arrogantly thinks, "No matter how many of you show up, I can handle them all." With a fierce slash of his blade, he lands perfectly on the ground. Immediately, the Sin Kin Yop Sam magic circle flares to life once again, repeating the exact same destructive scene. Liu Yi reaches his hand forward to summon an exact clone of himself, murmuring that when it comes to resource sustain, as long as his own skill is not on cooldown when he spawns the clone, the copy can use it right away. Liu Yi smirks with amusement since the clone and his real body have completely separate cooldowns. After the clone uses a skill, he can endlessly dismiss and summon clones to exploit the constant blessing buffs, keeping his force power completely filled. Without wasting a second, Liu Yi and his clone split up, one anchoring the defense down on the ground, while the other leaps high into the air. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yi's clone charges forward, tearing through the mob of white figures in a clean, effortless sweep. Seriously, even the two observers watching this can only gape in absolute shock. The young observer stammers, nervously asking his partner if it is really true that nobody has ever escaped Tungfai's city. He wonders how someone that powerful could actually die in there. This question also reveals his serious partner's name is Brother Tut. Brother Tut's expression turns grave at the question. After a brief pause, he shakes his head, saying that death is absolutely guaranteed. Upon hearing this, the young guy just gapes at him in disbelief. Brother Tut explains that Tungfai's city has 4 phases, each 10 times more brutal than the last, and this is merely stage 1. Meanwhile, inside Tungfai's city, but look at this. Those pale white shadows suddenly begin joining hands, merging together right before his eyes. Within just a few seconds, they successfully combine into a single, towering white colossus. After completing the terrifying transformation, the muscular giant lets out a long, aggressive roar that shakes the air. Brother Tut's voice cuts in, warning his partner that stage 2 has officially begun. As more white shadows cluster together, 10 of these muscular behemoths rise up right in front of Liu Yi in just a matter of seconds. Watching this bizarre fusion happen for the first time, even our hero can only gape in sheer disbelief. Without warning, one of the giants swings a massive fist straight at Liu Yi. The brutal impact shatters the ground right beneath him, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Instantly, a system alert flashes, announcing that his clone has been killed and all its stats have been reset to 0. Pinned under the heavy fist, Liu Yi is completely stuck. Processing the system alert, he realizes his clone was vaporized instantly. These new stage 2 puppets are indeed 10 times stronger, but luckily, there are only about a dozen of them around. He decides to use Du Lin Quang Hong to deplete their HP caps first, then sweep them up with Sin Kin Yap Sam. Right then, the system alerts him that the target's health is below 100. Liu Yi's mind races as he excitedly repeats the words HP below 100. He quickly calculates the numbers. Since 100 points is the critical threshold, can he just activate his evil body skill to devour these colossal puppets raw? Seeing their companion make the first move, the remaining giants start stomping closer and closer. Brother Tut urges his teammate to leave, assuming the kid is dead. His partner sighs in disappointment, saying it is a real shame because if he survived, they could have harvested a massive pile of valuable time dust. But in the very next second, the body of the giant that just slammed Liu Yi instantly evaporates into thin air, leaving nothing but a massive crater in the dirt. Even more shocking, the other giants standing nearby also begin to vanish into thin air, exactly like the first one did. This bizarre sight leaves the observers utterly speechless. Meanwhile, his system alerts him that he has successfully devoured Tuang Nuyet points. All attributes increase by 1, weight ratio increases by 0, and malice increases by 1. This notification repeats over and over in rapid succession. A dark streak darts right through the gaps of the remaining small white shadows. Wherever that black figure passes, those giants vanish into thin air. Liu Yi dashes forward with a smug smirk on his face, laughing silently to himself. Not only can he use his evil form to devour these puppets, but it actually boosts his malice value. Did Ngo Pham send him here to sabotage him or help him? With a sudden burst, he leaps straight forward, his hand grabbing tightly onto the black pant leg of one giant. Instantaneously, the giant he touches dissolves into nothingness as another system notification rings out. You have devoured all of Tuang Ngayet Hoa's soul value. Weight ratio increases 0. Malice value increased by 1. Liu Yi pauses for a brief second after consuming yet another massive giant, thinking to himself, the names of these monsters are weirdly similar. Did Tuang Fi really turn his entire family into puppets? What a total psychopath. Not wasting any more time, Liu Yi charges back toward the remaining giants to continue his feeding frenzy, muttering in his mind. Well, as far as he is concerned, this is pretty good. Unable to hold themselves up, their legs give out. Looking closer, those two observers are now kneeling on the ground, hands propping themselves up as Tat Xie gasps in disbelief. Was Tuang Fi's second wave of puppets not supposed to have the ultimate attack and defensive power? How did they get taken down so incredibly easily instead of crushing him? Tatsa screams out in utter confusion. Where on earth did this guy even come from? Only newbies are kept off the rule violator list. But how can a mere beginner be this ridiculously overpowered? Back down below, Liu Yi smoothly launches himself toward the ground once more, landing with a heavy, resounding thud. His face is brimming with absolute confidence as a smirk plays on his lips. And Liu Yi thinks to himself, that is all of them done. System alert malice value has increased by 21. Right as the system alert rings, Liu Yi finishes off the last of those giants, standing calmly right in the middle of the unmerged white shadows, thinking to himself only 20 points, barely enough to notice. Liu Yi glances around, noticing those white shadows keeping a strangely bizarre distance from him. Ever since he finished off the last puppet, these tiny figures have not moved an inch. But wait, before he can even think, watch how the battlefield completely shifts. Every single one of them begins to dissolve as the surrounding skyscrapers crumble to dust one after another, and the ground cracks apart. These massive broken pieces start lifting straight up into the air. Dodging the debris, Liu Yi realizes another phase is starting, a massive map change. While the system records the environment, Liu Yi stares straight up, using his eyes to record every single movement of this chaotic transformation. As the high-rises shatter completely, a colossal monster appears, easily 10 times larger than any of the previous giants. Its body is covered in a tangled mess of thin threads extending everywhere. Reaching out toward Liu Yi, it suddenly clenches its fist and points its index finger straight at him. System alert, you are trapped in a law domain, and your health drops from 0 to 10%. Every second, your health drops by 10%. Liu Yi takes a few steps back each second, realizing this is a total upgrade of the withering aura. Right after that, the massive beast raises its other hand and clenches it tight. A strange crimson water suddenly surges from the surrounding space, rushing over to completely engulf Liu Yi. He grits his teeth, bracing himself, and within mere moments, Liu Yi is fully submerged in that bizarre red water. Yan Jiang figures this skill is identical to the one used by the New Order leader. Alert-friendly buffs are being dispelled, blessings are cancelled, and status enhancements are removed. Liu Yi closes his eyes, recognizing it as a direct debuff skill. At this moment, memories of the past flash in his mind, back when he, Lan Dian, and Yuan Ding fully turned into monsters and spoke during their final moments. Liu Yi realizes that it is not just Tian Yao's servants. Any high-tier player could possess dispel skills. Clutching onto that thought, Liu Yi snaps his eyes open and stares straight ahead. Pan over, and we see Liu Yi currently trapped inside a giant spherical sphere of water. The massive beast standing before him still maintains its tight grip. Liu Yi desperately tries to think of a way to break this seal. Tat Xie finally shouts out in excitement, eager to prove his point. Look at that. He is finally defeated by the third level. Like I said, a newbie's power always has its limits. Kenyan bites on a piece of cloth, muttering with a pout, but suddenly, I kind of want him to win. Tat Xie quickly waves his hands to dismiss the idea. Stop dreaming. Tuang Fi is in the top 5 of the rule violators. Facing him brings nothing but absolute despair. Images of those shattered pieces from the fallen skyscrapers suddenly flash right inside Liu Yi's mind. The broken debris slowly pieces itself back together like time is reversing. Liu Yi tells himself, I recorded that exact moment just now. Looking at the massive monster towering right in front of him, Liu Yi is totally lost in thought, completely breaking the tension of the moment. Could he use the bronze ring bell to restore the scene from back then and just wipe this thing out directly? He finally decides no more time to think. He mutters to try it, just as the beast clenches its massive fist, unleashing an absolutely crushing pressure. In an instant, Liu Yi gets squeezed so hard inside that fist he physically bursts, blood spraying everywhere without stopping. Look at that, it feels like Liu Yi is completely finished. But the tables turn instantly as the monster itself explodes. Seeing this wild turn of events, The companion of Tutka screams out in pure joy that they won. They actually won. Laughing out loud, Liu Yi slowly drifts back down to the city. He lets out a joyful chuckle, feeling immensely relieved. But then, his eyes catch another trace of blood. Liu Yi wonders in curiosity, what on earth is hidden inside that bloodstain? Suddenly, that very droplet separates and splashes onto the paved street below. This immediately startles Liu Yi, making him put up his guard. High up there, Tuong Fi is bleeding non-stop, letting out a dry cough to draw his eyes. His gaze is incredibly calm yet razor-sharp, staring down at Liu Yi as he speaks in an amused tone. He says it is pretty interesting that someone actually managed to bypass his defensive barrier. Forcefully waking him from his slumber, he adds that Liu Yi must be the headache Ingo Pham sent over. Right then, Tuong Fi waves his hand, summoning a ring of brilliant light around himself. He slowly continues that old man and Go Pham talks a big game about needing nothing. Yet the second he turns around, he sends someone right to my doorstep. What an arrogant geezer. Tuong Fi points a finger, turning those lights into lethal spears flying straight at Liu Yi. Smirking, Tuong Fi says that the old man's choice was actually the right one. Overcoming his third stage makes this kid a real nuisance, but no matter how annoying, his journey ends right here. Seeing the beams of light hurtling toward him at literal light speed, Liu Yi panics completely. He does not even have time to react, standing completely frozen as death charges straight at him. Tuong Fi screams out to die, forcing Liu Yi to quickly activate his God Descend skill, gaining a blessed state. Right then, the system alert chimes the clone is dead, and all attributes are successfully returned. The devastating blast kicks up a massive cloud of thick smoke. But from the haze, Liu Yi charges out with absolute fury, his locked eyes staring dead at Tuong Fi. He summons a clone, triggers God Descend, boosting all stats by 499,000. Raising his gun, Liu Yi decides to unleash his strongest clone and his absolute ultimate move to obliterate Tuong Fi for good. Once his aim is locked, every single skill aligns flawlessly. The target is completely bound. Silence target, silenced. Mark target, marked, boosting his next strike accuracy to a full 100%. This sudden success makes Liu Yi highly suspicious. Every single skill hit dead on. So what is the catch here? Staring at Tuong Fi's totally relaxed expression, Liu Yi wonders what dirty tricks he is up to. But there is absolutely no time to hesitate. He has to pull the trigger now. Taking the gamble, he fires a massive shot instantly. The strike hits Tuong Fi dead on, but he just takes it without flinching. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is already celebrating inside, feeling a massive wave of triumph washing over him. Direct hit it deals over 3,000 damage. With a shot like that, he is either dead or permanently crippled. Tuong Fi's shattered body parts are blasted completely apart. But here is the crazy part, they all fly right back together, rapidly reconstructing his entire physical form. Liu Yi can only watch with his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Time to try again. He fires another heavy shot straight into Tuong Fi's gut, but the man heals instantly yet again, leaving absolutely zero injuries behind on his skin. Now Liu Yi is thoroughly baffled, thinking that this cannot be simple regeneration. Something is deeply wrong here. Could it be that he is not actually taking any damage at all? Letting the kid play around enough, Tuong Fi sneers, asking if that was his absolute strongest move. Unfortunately, it falls way short of the minimum damage threshold required to hurt him. In fact, any attack below his limit is completely useless. Summoning another wave of blinding lights, Tuong Fi sighs that it has been way too long since his last real fight. Ever since he reached level 90, nobody has ever passed his third stage, or even dared to challenge him. He expected this kid to give him a fun little surprise, but his offense is just laughably weak. He is happy to tell him that he would need to deal 10 times that damage to even scratch his threshold. The beams crash down on top of Liu Yi, triggering a massive shockwave that blankets the area in thick dust. Tuong Fi growls, asking if he has what it takes. He warns that even if Liu Yi survives, he is only a clone right now, meaning Tuong Fi can use him to trace and destroy his real body. Suddenly, a system notification alerts him Destroyer Warrior class unlocked. All attributes plus 10,000 lock-on annihilation skill acquired. With a mere 1% chance to instantly execute targets, scaled with stats. The odds are pretty brutal. And right now, under the relentless, overwhelming assault from Tung Fai, the real Liu Yi has no choice but to turn tail and run. Fleeing for his life, he keeps wondering, is what that guy said actually true? Is he really arrogant enough to expose his own secrets? Well, as one of the oldest surviving awakeners, the guy certainly earned his right to be cocky. Just look at that massive devastation. It is wild, and even Liu Yi can only sigh. Boosting his attack power tenfold with his current setup seems pretty impossible. Meanwhile, Tung Fai just lounges up high, casually striking up a conversation. No Pham called you a cockroach, but after trading blows, I think he was wrong. You are not even close to a bug. Stopping short, Tung Fai smirks with disgust. He continues, you are more like a dirty sewer rat. Watching the desperate escape of Liu Yi, Tung Fai laughs with delight. This is pretty fun, and it has been ages since I had a toy like you. Hang in there. I will gradually pump up the speed and numbers, so do not go dying on me too fast. Down below, Liu Yi keeps running while rapidly calculating his next move. His divine phantom skill can summon a powerful clone from the sealing orb. Pulling out the artifact, he decides to channel the Soul Squirrel Jewel to construct his double. Will this clone inherit his full 200,000 attributes? His serious eyes flicker with a sudden spark of hope. If those 200,000 attributes remain intact, he is golden. Throwing the sphere aside, he whispers time to summon the clone. The moment the clone activates, a sudden bolt of black lightning tears right past Liu Yi. Completely caught off guard, he realizes something shocking. His own clone triggered this phenomenon. Glancing at his clone, Liu Yi double-checks his attributes. Total success. The full 200,000 attributes are locked in, and somehow, the double even copied his real-world skill ratios. A sudden system alert flashes warning. Your clone exceeds the continent power limits. Banishment is imminent. Countdown active. Watching the violent sparks gather overhead, Liu Yi feels a wave of disappointment. This trump card is getting booted way too fast. With Tung Fai's next deadly barrage already hurtling down, Liu Yi tells himself he has to act now. Instantly ordering the duplicate to strike back, he only has 10 seconds as the double raises his weapon, aiming straight at Tung Fai. Activating the evil form, the clone's hair flashes a brilliant gold as massive power gathers inside the barrel, ready for release. Fire! Sensing the sudden shift from below, Tung Fai flinches in surprise as the active debuffs trigger all over again. Target bound, target silenced, and target fully marked, ensuring the next incoming strike has a guaranteed 100% hit rate. Standing firm among the shattered ruins, Liu Yi's double locks his sights directly onto Tung Fai. The massive energy radiating from his body cracks the ground to pieces. The trigger is pulled, sending a terrifying blast tearing toward Tung Fai. With 200,000 base attributes amplified by the evil form, the raw stats indicate his overall power should skyrocket by 7 times. Even if Tung Fai claimed he needs 10 times the strength to even bleed, this is his absolute limit. Yet in Tung Fai's vision, and get this, the bullet barely moves as he waits to see this desperate trick. Impact. The instant the bullet connects, Tung Fai's body is brutally torn in half, leaving a gaping hole. Wide-eyed with utter shock, he mutters in disbelief as his reign finally crumbles. The brutal clash finally reaches its end. Just before fading away, Tung Fai manages to offer a final smirk. Not bad. But in the next cycle, I will hunt you down and take my crystal back. With those words, his body dissolves into nothingness. Right then, the 10-second timer runs out, and a violent lightning strike crashes down. The bolt completely swallows up Liu Yi's clone. A system alert follows. Your double has officially been banished. As Tung Fai crumbles, his glowing essence crystal drops onto the battlefield. Spotting the prize, Liu Yi immediately leaps forward, snatching it out of the air. He grins to himself. Too bad for him. There will not be a next cycle. The system chimes, rewarding him with 22,151 units of time dust. Immediately, Tung Fai's pocket world begins to collapse. The massive city dissolves into absolute nothingness, Watching this from afar, Tutsa and his companion are completely dumbfounded. Turning to his partner with wide eyes, Tetka frantically asks if he managed to capture all of that. His companion quickly nods, confirming the recording is secure. "I got it," the partner confirms. Pulling out a strange device, Tutka commands with gleaming eyes upload the footage immediately. Given the sheer scale of that newbie's power, once we submit this recording, he is guaranteed to hit the high-priority rule-breaker watch list. Staring at the distant figure of Liu Yi, he wonders if the ancient rumors are true. Whoever claims the top spot on their first ranking is destined to lead all awakeners. Are we actually about to witness living history? Can that mythic legend finally become reality during this current cycle? Meanwhile, Liu Yi is simply riding a high, absolutely thrilled to have secured Tung Fi's powerful crystal. He grips it tightly in his hand, crystal light washing over his face as his eyes burn with pure resolve and hope. Out in the Qihu Sea beyond Huazhong Zhou Chao, a massive, oppressive darkness swallows up everything in sight. Tiny flecks of light flicker around as a figure suddenly emerges. It is Liu Yi. He realizes with a shock that he has been cast out of Huazhong Zhou Chao. He feels his total power plunge by 90%. He mutters to himself that it feels exactly like crossing the borders of the Nuengai, completely cut off from his home domain. On top of that, he hasn't received any system alerts. Is it because the data system has no authority outside of Huazhong Zhou Chao? But check this out, a massive explosion erupts in the distance, and Liu Yi spots a giant dark hand tearing through a crack. Terrifying humanoid shadows scream out in pure rage, unleashing their raw fury. Dust sweeps across the chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, an absolutely devastating beam of pure energy pierces straight through those shadows. It is the guardian of Huazhong Zhou Chao. Controlling his raw power, he swings his massive scythe, obliterating the shadows in one clean sweep. Watching this unfold, Liu Yi wonders what those dark shadows are and why they are heading toward the void of Huazhong Zhou Chao. And who exactly is that powerful warrior fighting them? The Guardian quickly spots Liu Yi in the distance and summons 6 massive arms. Liu Yi senses the danger, but he is a step too late. The creeping shadows lock him down as he realizes he was far too careless. Dark hands clamp onto his left arm, leaving him completely paralyzed. The wicked shadows begin draining the very life force right out of Liu Yi. He staggers as his energy drains, thinking he is finished. Then he spots something and gasps, "What on earth is that?" Floating in the distance is a shattered world, followed by a long, endless line of other broken worlds chained together. He panics, wondering why more and more ruined worlds keep piling up right at the center of Huazhong Zhou Chao. He looks around, realizing none of these worlds resemble the current Huazhong Zhou Chao. His vision starts to fade. He cannot hold out much longer. Suddenly, a beam of light cuts through the dark sky as a heavy iron staff plunges down. It stretches out, instantly shielding Liu Yi from the surrounding shadows. In complete shock, Liu Yi wonders how the safety pin could possibly be here. This is not the spiral-shaped iron staff he knows. He questions if he can even escape. Could all the secret realms actually exist out here? The iron staff surrounds him, releasing a bright blue light that repels the darkness. Liu Yi takes his chance to flee, knowing he cannot afford a fight right now. Even though he can return to Huazhong Zhou Chao once his blessing time runs out, given the current situation, he decides to explore the surrounding areas and see what kinds of worlds lie ahead. Liu Yi heads toward a nearby fractured world and lands safely. He analyzes the area and realizes things are seriously wrong with Huazhong Zhou Chao. It is at the absolute bottom, but its membrane is not fully destroyed yet. Over at But Chao Mountain, snow covers the entire area. Liu Yi has changed into a brand new outfit. He deeply reflects that compared to other places, the protective membrane around Huazhong Zhou Chao is both heavily cracked and sinking to the very bottom. He deduces that these shattered worlds, resting ahead of Huazhong Zhou Chao, must represent each past cycle of reincarnation. But wait, it is not a cycle. Every single replication likely causes it to sink a bit deeper. Now it has hit rock bottom. So what happens next, if it keeps going? And get this, a sudden voice echoes that they will be completely wiped out if Huazhong Zhou Chao sinks further into the Qihu Sea. This sudden, chilling warning catches Liu Yi completely off guard yet again. The voice continues, explaining that the membrane is severely damaged, meaning Hua Zhongzhou Chou will fall to the bottom of the shattered Hu Si. This is the final reset. Repeating the words Hu Si, Liu Yi screams out to demand who this speaker actually is, but only silence answers him. Frowning deeply, he mutters that there is no response anymore. He raises his voice again, demanding they show themselves and speak, or else he won't believe another word they say. Still, the mysterious voice remains entirely silent. He thinks to himself that this is exactly like last time, with these sudden warnings appearing out of nowhere and vanishing. Who could this be? They have the answers to all his questions, even predicting that his avatar would manifest outside of Huazhongzhou Chou. Most importantly, he was only wondering about this in his own mind. Yet this entity directly provided the answer with a distinct attitude. It seems the answers only trigger whenever he starts pondering a very specific question. Feeling a bit conflicted, he wonders how this is any different from a pre-programmed system. If it is programmed, could it still be an independent entity, and perhaps a core piece of the Tiandir program itself? Crossing his arms, Liu Yi deeply ponders why they suddenly appeared as a projection from another angle. Assuming those three titles belong to three mysterious figures, if the Tiandir program is indeed their creation, then it makes perfect sense for them to be working closely together. Golden sunlight washes over the massive mountain peak. Liu Yi looks up at the sky, thinking to himself that if this thing is actually programmed to answer his questions based on his past two experiences, what the old man said is likely the truth. He recalls the mysterious figure back in Huazhongzhou, warning him the membrane was heavily damaged and the continent would crash into the Sea of Hu. This is the final loop. A million questions flood Liu Yi's mind. Why is the membrane of Huazhongzhou failing to recover? Why is the continent on the verge of collapsing into the Sea of Hu? Is it because of the loops? Or some other cause? Is there really 2 years left? No. Judging by the severe damage to the membrane, time is running out fast. He has to level up as quickly as possible and get this fixed before it is too late. Liu Yi pulls out the red stone, knowing it was pure luck that he managed to defeat Tuang Fi. Grabbing all the time dust of a level 95 player in one go was huge. He grips the stone, knowing this is enough to push him past level 80 and summon Zhu Yin. Although, at his current level, Zhou Yin might not actually be that effective. He cannot afford to overthink it right now. He needs to level up first, then figure out his next move. The system alerts him that absorbing time dust is underway. Consuming 100 dust gets him to level 75. All attributes gain +1 weight. Consuming 120 dust gets him to level 76. All attributes increase by 200. All attribute weights gain +1. Consuming 180 dust gets him to level 77. All attributes increase by another 200, with another +1 to overall weight. Player Liu Yi level up requirement is 0 out of 200. His remaining time dust is 21,820. His active titles include Special Body, the titles of Irregular Warrior, Weapon Master, the Adversity Overcomer of the First Tower, and Tower Attacker. Accumulated weight ratio is up by 19. Intelligence weight is +1. And all other stats are peaking. The system detects his combat title is below standard. He must evolve his Irregular Warrior title to Advanced Irregular Warrior. Only then can he continue leveling up. Alert! The Advanced Irregular Warrior quest has been unlocked, and the location is marked on the map. Activating the Tianyao system. The quest location is currently being updated. Please head over to the designated zone to complete the task. Liu Yi sighs heavily. He knew things would not be this easy. He glances at the screen, realizing that activating Tianyao completely rewrote the conditions of his mission. But looking closely at the map, besides the single red dot representing himself, a second red dot has suddenly popped up. Katun Go Pham, who is walking and wondering to himself, what is going on? Why is it taking so long? Has Tuang Fi still not finished him off? Ngo Pham brows furrow as he speaks. Not only that, but the target is on the move, escaping from Tuang Fi's city. What on earth is going on here? The city is in complete and utter ruins. Ngo Pham dashes forward, A sudden realization hitting him: is Tuang Fi dead? No way. But the reality is that Tuang Fi's city is vanishing. Not just fading, but completely erased by a single lethal blow. He leaps high into the air, talking to himself as he speeds forward. Even if it's true, he mutters, I don't believe you could grow strong enough to take me down in such a short time. Over at the Sea of Kuaihu, Liu Yi has just arrived when he suddenly senses someone. Who is that? Suddenly, the guardian of Huazhongzhou rushes him, throwing a massive punch. Liu Yi grits his teeth, thinking that even though his stats are currently over 200,000, over 90% of his raw power has already been completely drained. Sent flying back into the air, the two lock eyes. Liu Yi wonders why on earth the guardian of Huazhongzhou would suddenly turn on him like this. Glancing over his shoulder, he realizes he is looking at a pocket dimension that is fully protected by a complete membrane. He notes that though there are a few dark cracks scattered around, they cannot step into a pocket dimension sealed by a perfect membrane. As he moves, he quickly calculates a plan to summon his clone to throw a safety cord and pull him into an unprotected world. With his stats at 200,000, but over 90% of his power completely drained in Kuaihu, he cannot win any fight here. Touching down on a small asteroid, Liu Yi plants his feet hard to break his momentum. He thinks to himself that they made it, because the safety cord pulled him incredibly fast. Watching lightning crash down as the void pressure fades, he directly enters the shattered world. But man, things here are looking pretty bad. Liu Yi summons his clone once again, thinking that he has to ignore the chaos and keep applying his blessings. A mysterious figure suddenly appears in the sky. Liu Yi draws his sword as green walls begin to shoot up from the ground. Liu Yi looks up, wondering what this could be as the massive green walls close in, making him scream out that he has been set up. Standing high above him is the guardian of Huazhongzhou. He suddenly vanishes into the clouds as the massive green walls close shut, forcing Liu Yi to look toward the horizon. A booming voice echoes, telling him that destroying their continent under the guise of rebirth was not enough, and now he wants to steal their remaining home. The man in front of him is Tuang Fi, who says with pure hatred, Tian Yao, you are truly detestable. Liu Yi stares at him, completely surprised. Tuang Fi, how did you get so incredibly old? Tuang Fi looks him over and says, you do not seem like one of Tian Yao's people. Follow me. This is no place to talk. Inside a rundown cave, Tuang Fi leads Liu Yi deeper. Liu Yi looks around as the old man sits, leaning on his cane. Liu Yi starts to speak, but Tuang Fi cuts him off. Which reincarnation cycle left you behind? Liu Yi wonders what he means by left behind. Tuang Fi continues, at your young age. Surely you are not from the current Huazhongzhou. If so, you must be careful. Tuang Fi says Huazhongzhou is about to crash into the Kuaihu Sea. If Tian Yao decides to trigger another reincarnation cycle, Huazhongzhou will be completely destroyed. When that happens, you will not even get the chance to survive. Everyone will simply end up dead. Liu Yi asks, who are you? Tuang Fi smiles, who am I? Tuang Fi guesses, seeing your shock. You must have met my reincarnation here. If this is cycle 3000, then I am from cycle 296. Liu Yi gasps at his words. What do you mean by that? Tuang Fi chuckles, exactly what I said. You just cannot accept that each cycle is its own separate world. Or maybe you cannot accept meeting someone from several cycles ago who is still alive, instead of 20 years ago. Liu Yi is stunned. We have been fooled. We were all fooled. Reincarnation. Returning 20 years in the past when you close your eyes. It is all a lie. Liu Yi finally understands. There is no real reincarnation cycle. Every single time is a fresh, copied world cloned to build the next one. Tuang Fi frowns and asks, if I make an identical clone of you right now, does that clone actually become you? Liu Yi falls silent, then mutters, so you mean every cycle actually wipes out the entire Huazhongzhou continent, only to copy-paste it from 20 years ago, which is honestly pretty terrifying to hear. And you are a survivor from the destroyed Huazhongzhou. Tuang Fi nods, looks like you finally understand. Liu Yi stands deep in thought as lightning strikes outside. He looks completely uneasy with this grim reality. He asks, "You did not tell me all of this just to make me feel completely hopeless, did you? Tell me how to stop this cycle and save Hua Zhongzhou. What is your true goal in sharing this?" Tuang Fai replies as someone from a past cycle who managed to escape the Qihu Sea. "You must be incredibly strong, with the greatest potential to change things. My goal is simple. Stop Hua Zhongzhou from being copied. Let us survivors enter that world so we can finally have a real place to live." Tuang Fai adds the solution is simple. You need massive computing power. If you secure enough computing power, you can easily repair the network, stop the shadow people from entering, and give Hua Zhongzhou the strength to ascend out of the Kuai Sea Zone. And the way to get it requires you to obtain the non-trung title, which literally allows a one-click deletion of Hua Zhongzhou. Liu Yi is shocked. Tuang Fi reveals non-trung decomposes all living things into power. Liu Yi arrives at Bachao Mountain. He recalls how Tianyao altered the mission to upgrade irregular warriors into advanced irregular warriors. This is exactly what the stranger meant about a trap keeping parents locked inside the non-trung dungeon. The one-click delete function. Liu Yi senses someone approaching and realizes Ngo Pham is here, so he must enter the dungeon first. Liu Yi leaps inside, but when Ngo Pham tries to follow him, the entrance completely blocks him. Ngo Pham is confused. "I cannot enter. What dungeon is this?" Holding the key, Liu Yi runs ahead, thinking only key holders can enter this place. Can Ngo Pham actually break in? No way. You see, this non-trung title is actually a one-click delete button. He steps through the gate, and the system prompts him to acquire the legendary non-trung title. Floating rocks stretch out before him in this brutal arena. He wonders if this is where the title is hidden. Liu Yi looks around, slightly anxious. Why is nobody here? Stepping onto the stone blocks, he searches every corner, looking up, down, left, and right for any sign of life. He feels quite nervous somehow. He is not ready to face them yet. Ever since he was a kid learning they were trapped, his absolute first instinct was always to rescue them. But now that I am actually about to face them, I feel pretty lost. How am I even supposed to welcome them back into my life? Sure, that mysterious figure claimed they watched over me through endless reincarnations. But honestly, I do not have a single memory of them. All I remember is how brutal it was trying to raise my little sister completely on my own. So, deep down, I should hate them. He thinks I really should. Instead of staying to raise me and Liu Yun, they just abandoned us for some unknown reason. Why did they not leave a smooth path for me and Liu Yun to grow up normally, instead of leaving us to struggle just to stay alive? Liu Yi looks back on those painful memories. And yet, now that the reunion is finally here, I cannot bring myself to hate them. Those childhood memories are just too far away. Calling them my parents feels wrong. To me, they are nothing more than complete strangers. What right do I even have to expect strangers to look out for me and a Liu Yun? A heavy sadness clouds Liu Yi's face. Staring at the road ahead, he realizes he is just trying to save them from whatever danger they are in, to maybe have a whole family again. At the very most, he just hopes that once he clears this danger for them, he can finally look them in the eye. Reaching the peak, Liu Yi stops as two swords thrust into the ground block his path. Liu Yi frowns in confusion, noticing the Nyan Trung title on display. Wait, has this secret zone already been cleared? Wait, are we too late? Staring at the empty swords, he gets a bad premonition that his parents might already be gone. Meanwhile, deep beneath the streets of Haithir, Liu Yi's clone receives a sudden call from Liu Yun. How is it going down there? Her voice cracks with worry. Do not just ignore me. If I could not see you on the security feed, I would be worried sick. Keep this up, and I am sending Nian Chu down after you. Liu Yi finally speaks up. I have entered the Nyan Trung zone. Liu Yun immediately gasps. Did you find them? Are our parents there? But Liu Yi shook his head. He searched every single corner, finding absolutely zero signs of life. Just two weapons left gathering dust on the cold ground. They might be gone. Dead. Silence hangs heavy over the line before Liu Yun speaks again, but we have not forgotten them. Their souls are not truly gone. As long as the cycle of reincarnation keeps moving, we will surely find them again in the next world. Honestly, this is good news. It means we still have the time of one whole cycle to make things right. But Liu Yi knows the dark truth: there is no next cycle. Not unless he stands by and lets a Liu Yun die in this timeline. Unless he sacrifices her to trigger the loop. This is their absolute final run. System alert. You have earned the Nyan Trung title, gaining 25 computing power for the Huazhong Zhouchao model, alongside the construction skill. Its passive clears all life forms. Excluding the title holder, you have successfully completed the advancement trial Irregular Warrior. You have obtained the high-tier Advanced Irregular Warrior title, breaking clean past the maximum level cap. Advanced Irregular Warrior traits, activated skill levels, and control immunity levels are boosted by 5. All attributes spike by 100. And breaking skill clears opponent buffs. Now that is crazy. Liu Yi stares in utter shock as a massive wall of upgrades and immunities hits his screen in a single moment. The system keeps rolling, consuming 200 time dust. You have officially reached level 80, gaining 200 to all stats and adding 1 to all weights. You have unlocked Distortion Field, a zone that completely strips away the 5 senses of sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell from targets within its range. Absolute Domain is also active, instantly freezing all positive buffs on any target inside the zone. The mythical beast, Truklongju Yin, has reached level 80, successfully completing its legendary hatching sequence. Liu Yi smiles with relief. Ju Yin has finally hatched, but looking at his current combat power, a level 80 pet is not going to do much. But the system keeps burning time dust, spending another 200. He reaches level 81, skyrocketing stats by 800. All weights increase by 2. Consuming another 200 time dust, he hits level 82. Stats jump by another 800, with weights up by 2. Liu Yi laughs in relief. Zhu Yin is not stealing his experience points anymore. Outside the dungeon, Ngo Fam waits impatiently. The moment Liu Yi steps out, Ngo Fam stands tall, sneering well. Look who finally decided to show up. Liu Yi calculates his odds. Reaching level 90 requires the Destruction Warrior title. Since Ngo Fam is level 95, he definitely holds that very title. If he can just take this guy down, his upgrade quest will be complete. Ngo Fam taunts him. Let us see where you run this time. But before they can clash, rapid footsteps echo through the eerie silence, shattering the tense atmosphere. Allies of Tetka ask if they are heading the right way. Tetka nods. This must be it. Once he makes his move, we have to tail him immediately. Besides, look at these fresh, hurried tracks on the ground. There is no mistake. Tutka adds, right after we leaked his information, this monster rocketed straight into the top 5 of the irregular solo rankings. This news is going to shake up the entire gathering point. Those two shout while running. We must quickly catch up to him because we only need to record one more fight featuring his combat. Once that is done, our Loop Observer mission is officially over, and we can finally kick back and relax. A massive explosion rocks the distance, catching their attention. While back on this side, Liu Yi gets pushed straight back. Ngo Fam's face is dead serious as Liu Yi calls out, saying he doesn't know if the guy realized, but their world has no more loops. If things reset one more time, everything gets instantly destroyed. Ngo Fam does not care about that warning, stomping his foot down before charging straight at Liu Yi. Meanwhile, the system announces his absolute state is predicting the target skill rank. You are completely immune to the target skill Purifying. Liu Yi keeps fighting Ngo Fam while explaining his goal, stating his drive to collect the 4 heads is strictly to end this endless loop. He claims they have no real conflict since both just want to survive. But Ngo Fam fires back, saying even if that is true, Liu Yi is still too weak to save their world. A bright light flashes across the area as Ngo Fam wears a confident winner's smile. But wait for this, his eyes widen in pure shock as Liu Yi shoots him point blank, mocking his arrogance. Then what does it take to be qualified, he asks, mocking that Big Brother Qian will easily crush him. Ngo Fam's upper body vanishes instantly as Liu Yi explains his immunity logic. With my attack immunity boost active, all your heavy hits feel like nothing more than a gentle itch. Just when Liu Yi thinks he won, Ngo Fam's legs suddenly stand completely straight. Liu Yi looks stunned as Ngo Fam's upper body starts to regenerate, fully restoring himself while offering a word of praise. He says, "It is pretty interesting," noting his strength has improved massively since their first encounter. Suddenly, sharp ice pillars surround Liu Yi. Clenching his fist, Ngofam sneers, "If you want to act cocky in front of me, you still do not have what it takes." An ice blast erupts, but Liu Yi vanishes, leaving Ngofam to wonder when the guy deployed a clone. Darting around at extreme speed, Liu Yi gets spotted by Ngofam, who shouts his location. Even though Liu Yi takes a hit, he still managed to fire off a clean shot. The system states his clone is dead, returning his attributes. Meanwhile, Ngofam takes another bullet that blasts his lower half, but he just keeps on regenerating. Liu Yi notices his healing rate is slowing down, but as he keeps firing, Ngofam's body suddenly unleashes an absolutely massive wave of energy. Furrowing his brows, Liu Yi watches the energy explode, getting swept into a giant glowing sphere before he can even react. A blinding beam of light tears through the sky, unleashing a terrifying shockwave everywhere. His previous spot is replaced by a massive crater, but Liu Yi managed to survive. Standing high up on a mountain peak, he looks straight down at his enemy. Ngofam slowly rises, admitting that he might have underestimated his opponent just a little bit. He turns dead serious, telling him that he is finally qualified to stand on equal ground, meaning it is time to answer his earlier question. Summoning a strange sphere, Ngofam declares the loop must go on, as a massive torrent of energy starts swirling around him. Ngofam makes his stance crystal clear: anyone trying to stop the loop is his sworn enemy. The scene shifted to a hospital bed, where Ngofam tightly held a patient's hand, whispering with a heavy heart for them not to be sad. Meanwhile, in a dark, hidden corner of Mount Buzhou, the 7 awakened gather, where they even have a beautifully decorated cafe to hang out. One of them speaks up, asking if the others think the Loopbreaker leaderboard is glitching out. A newcomer joins the conversation, claiming they have a gut feeling this is some massive conspiracy. While they talk, someone suddenly shouts that a live stream of that rookie is currently airing. "You won't believe what this rookie is doing. He is actually picking a fight." "Wait, who the hell is he fighting? Ngofam? If Ngofam gets taken out too, does that mean the Earth Shadow Alliance only has Trundirk left? He just finished off Tuong Fai, and now he is already throwing hands with Ngofam." A brown-haired guy grunts in confirmation, stating that Trundirk already disappeared several loops ago. If Ngofam dies, the Earth Shadow Alliance will fall apart, completely starting this loop. Right then, a brilliant light flashes across the live screen. Fighting against the heavy winds, Tutka's partner suggests they should probably move a little closer. The viewers are pushing them to go deeper, but Tutsia flatly refuses, warning that getting any closer means certain death for both of them. "Do not disturb them. We need to keep a safe distance to keep this stream going." Just then, a giant eye opens wide in the sky, unleashing an intense, threatening aura that completely freezes Tutsa in place with absolute fear. He quickly turns tail and runs, screaming a warning to back away, because that is Ngofam's ultimate move. He warns their current distance is not safe, but the angry viewers complain about them running away since they cannot see anything now. They tell him to stop being a coward, demanding he get closer or quit being an observer, saying even if they die, they can just record in the next loop. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd is buzzing about Ngofam's skill. This seems to be his ultimate move. In the past, he relied on this move to crush a player 20 levels higher than him. Why even bring that up? Right now, Ngofam has fallen so low he can't even handle someone 20 levels below him. You're just making him lose more face. Right now, Ngofam is deeply focused on analyzing the situation. He notes that Liu Yi not only has insane self-healing, but also clone skills. But it doesn't matter, this is my own self-created ultimate move. Facing Liu Yi, he confidently boasts that the guy can't do a thing to him. Fusing multiple skills together. It doesn't just stop your healing, it actually tracks your real location by scanning your clones. So even if I'm not facing your real body right now, I can still completely wipe you out of existence. With that, he charges straight ahead and screams out, "If you survive this attack, maybe I'll actually consider your deal." But by this time, Liu Yi has already teleported to a completely different spot. Sensing something wrong, he realizes he can't move. He immediately pieces it together. Is this some kind of crowd control skill? Looking into the empty space before him, he yells out to Ngo Pham, "Listen, if I take this hit, all the skills here are going to bounce right back." But he's a second too late, as Ngo Pham already fires his energy directly at a glowing orb. The moment his attack touches the white sphere, it warps. Look at his face, he's completely stunned as his own power turns right back to target him. He panics, crying out in absolute shock at the sight. Before he can even process it, his own attack completely obliterates him. Now, absolutely nothing is left of him on the ground except for his 2 feet. Liu Yi quickly drops down to Ngo Pham's location and activates his skill, Evil Body Devour. A system alert immediately pops up. Target health is higher than 10. Skill failed. Seeing this, he confirms his suspicion. It really didn't work, which matches exactly what was written in the files from that mysterious stranger. Ngo Pham possesses a level 90 variant mirror wind skill. He must cut off every single source of light shining on him to actually kill him. Liu Yi glances over at a nearby glowing tree and thinks about the light. Instantly, he manipulates 2 massive stone slabs to rise up and form a solid wall. He uses 4 large boulders to block off all 4 sides, and finally, drops 1 more stone on top to seal it shut. From above, the whole thing looks just like a massive stone box, forcing the onlookers to gasp in surprise. He's completely sealed off Ngo Pham's body. Totka's companion asks in shock, does he actually know Ngo Pham's weakness? Totka quickly speaks up. If everyone knows about the weakness, then it's not a real weakness. Ngo Pham definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. Right now, inside the sealed stone box, only Liu Yi and Ngo Pham's severed feet are left. He keeps his eyes locked on those 2 feet and realizes they are somehow still regenerating. After analyzing the situation, he begins to understand that Ngo Pham is a natural light source. By bouncing his own glow off the walls, he can absorb the reflected light. And here's the crazy part, he strikes those feet and ends up making another wild discovery. Worse yet, I can't even attack his body while he's in this state that is totally broken. Watching Ngo Pham slowly regenerate, Liu Yi feels a bit of dread. If he hadn't used the surrounding structure to make his opponent's healing skill far less effective, the man would probably be fully recovered by now. In this tense moment, Liu Yi is racking his brain, trying to figure out how to put Ngo Pham down for good. It is a real shame that the safety rope can't fit inside his inventory bag. Otherwise, his clone could have easily pulled it through to tie the guy up completely. That really would have solved the entire issue. So what on earth should he do now? Especially since the guy can heal just by absorbing his own reflected light. Given his current set of skills, there is just no way to restrict him. But as he's thinking, a sudden question pops into his head. Wait, is light really the key to his regeneration? According to the words of that mysterious stranger, this is common knowledge for absolutely everyone on Mount Buzhou. If his weakness is that easy to exploit, how could he have survived through countless cycles of reincarnation? If light isn't the real secret, then what could it be? Right then, a sudden system notification rings out. You have acquired the skill, Tian Gen Force Field, stripping away all 5 senses of any target inside, including hearing, sight, touch, taste, and smell within the force field, granting absolute suppression over any beneficial buff applied to targets inside the field. Reading this sudden notification leaves Liu Yi pretty stunned. Is this some kind of crazy coincidence? He gets this at level 80, and the first skill is perfect for shutting down Ngo Pham. But what about the second skill? After thinking it over, Liu Yi suddenly wonders, has the Tian Yao sequence activated itself once again? Deciding to test it out right away, he immediately activates the skill switching to the Tian Gen force field. Instantly, another system alert flashes. You have defeated the player Ngo Pham, completing the promotion quest for the title Annihilation Warrior. You have acquired the title Annihilation Warrior, and your rank has officially reached the absolute highest tier. Annihilation Warrior attributes total 10,000, giving you the ultimate strike skill. Your attack now has a 1% chance to obliterate the target instantly. The title effect has triggered, but remains hidden. Seeing this notification, Liu Yi lets out a triumphant shout. It is over. The system alerts him that the Pure Heaven field has been deactivated. but he barely cares about that update, keeping his eyes glued entirely to the massive rewards, the dust of time and white-hand titles. Overjoyed, he claims his prizes, celebrating wildly in his mind. They are finally mine. Instantly, another system notification chimes in. You have obtained 22,345 dust of time. Your level has reached 80, raising all attributes by 800. With a weight ratio boost of 2, he also unlocked an incredible, limitless potential skill. After his attributes peak for a limited time, he receives a permanent 10% boost to all stats. Along with that, he gains the passive skill of infinite physical reinforcement. The permanent stats Liu Yi gains from skills are cut in half, but they are completely free from the world's limitations. This sudden flood of brand new information leaves Liu Yi completely dumbfounded. Sure, either of these skills on its own is pretty broken, but they still follow the rules. But if he actually combines them, can he use his blessing to infinitely boost every single stat without any restrictions at all? Who in Huazhong Zhou could even challenge him then? Taking down Tiandir would be child's play. This special physique is absolutely insane. No hesitation, he immediately absorbs the Thoi Quang Trun Ai, spending 2002 to reach level 91, boosting all stats by 16. Weight ratio increases by 4. Continuing his streak, he burns 300 more to reach level 92. His stats jump by 1600, weight ratio goes up by 4, and he keeps pushing, spending 700 to hit level 96. All stats increase by 1600. Weight ratio adds another 4. Now as a player, Liu Yi is level 96 with 7,565 remaining. This special physique doubles the base effects, making him an annihilation warrior with +4 weight ratio. He gets +6 to skill levels, +5 to immunity levels, and 11,000 total stats, a true weapon master defying adversity. As the first tower conqueror, he gains 100 stats, +2 weight, and a cumulative 64% weight ratio, +1 intelligence weight ratio. Meanwhile, outside, the anxious crowd is dying to see what is happening inside that stone box. It is taking forever. Don't you just love how casually they talk about reviving in 3 years? One viewer boldly speaks up, asking the crowd if Ngofam might have actually messed up this time. After all, death for us just means respawning in 3 years, so people get careless and slip up before they even know it. Another player scoffs at the idea. No way. Since I first heard of him, he has never failed. A brown-haired guy chips in, admitting he has no clue how this rookie got the upper hand. But he still bets on Ngofam. How strong can a rookie even get after just one loop? How could he beat someone like Ngofam who has accumulated experience over years? The crowd quickly nods in agreement. Ngofam simply cannot lose this easily. Yet despite their endless chatter, the stone box remains dead silent. Suddenly, the box completely explodes as a flash of light streaks across the ground. The onlookers gasp in absolute panic and, honestly, can you blame them? Did he actually just slaughter them? Our brown-haired guy yells out in disbelief. 2 players over level 90, both slaughtered by a rookie? How is this even possible? This is insane. Is the last awakened really powerful enough to easily wipe out level 90 players in the rookie zone? Instantly, another player cuts in. The current Tiandir is unbeatable, but could he actually get overthrown in this loop? No way that is happening. Look, the leaderboard just updated. He is in second place right behind Tiandir, even pushing Trun Dirk down. Meanwhile, in the outer world, Liu Yi's voice echoes through the silent space, demanding to know if this is a joke. Splitting everyone into pure life force is really no different from slaughtering them all. Tung Fai calmly explains, that is exactly why we need someone who holds the movie title. Actually, the best part of the movie power is its ability to record a player's exact revival point. You just have to do your best to record their consciousness before using the Yanhan Trung title on them. Standing there, Liu Yi listens in dead silence. But the main thing is, you must take control of Huazhong Zhou's Daok. Otherwise, the person harvesting everyone's life force with the Nyan Trung title will lose it to Tiandir. He lays down a direct challenge. Can Liu Yi defeat the current Tiandir and seize control of the Daok from his hands? As Tung Fai's words hang in the air, a heavy, quiet tension settles between the two. Suddenly, Liu Yi looks up and stares into the empty space ahead. The scene shifts to the world of Huazhongzhou, deep inside the Butchu mountain cave, where a brilliant flash of light suddenly breaks the pitch-black darkness. Liu Yi looks down at his hands, thinking with pure excitement that he only used the blessing to enhance himself a single time. Yet all his attributes already shattered the absolute limit of 50,000. He clenches his fist, confidently whispering that absolutely nobody can stand against him after an upgrade like this. Time to keep pumping those stats up. Now, back in the present, Liu Yi suddenly flashes a smug grin, quietly laughing. If this is how it works, why should he even fear Thiendir anymore, no matter how ridiculously powerful she might be? Once his stats hit millions, won't he just be one-shotting absolutely everyone in his path? That sudden wave of confidence radiating from his face instantly catches the attention of Tung Fi. Under his suspicious gaze, Liu Yi comfortably slumps back into his chair with a smug grin. Watching this display, Tung Fi quietly observes him for a brief moment, before finally asking him about it. "Why the sudden confidence?" he asks. "Did you just find some cheat treasure?" Meeting that intense stare, Liu Yi just quietly replies to think of it that way, since it gives him a massive boost in confidence to deal with Thiendir. Putting that aside for a second, he demands to hear everything about her. He might look incredibly confident on the outside, but internally, he knows that gathering as much solid intel on her as possible is still the smartest play. While his stats keep climbing in the background, he might as well hear what Tung Fi has to say. Across the table, the man falls into a heavy silence. He frowns, thinking for a moment, before finally opening his mouth to speak. "It is pretty clear you have never actually fought her before," Tung Fi notes. "Otherwise, you would never have this confident attitude." His words leave Liu Yi completely baffled. Giving him no time to process, Tung Fi slowly asks if he even knows what makes this woman so terrifying in the first place. "Everyone knows she is completely unbeatable," he explains, "because every single one of her broken abilities revolves entirely around manipulating time itself. Just imagine the absolute despair here. You think you've finally won, only for her to rewind time back to the most critical moment and finish you off with a single devastating strike." This shocking revelation leaves Liu Yi completely wide-eyed, silently gasping at the thought of someone possessing such an insanely broken skill. But it gets worse. Tung Fi continues, explaining that she also stores stats in her servants. During a battle, she can easily push her own stats far beyond the limit by simply absorbing the raw power of those servants. Even if we completely ignore her time powers, her basic stats are already so astronomical that almost nobody can stand a chance. Hearing this, Liu Yi deepens his frown, clearly recalculating his entire strategy in his mind. Sensing his heavy anxiety, Tung Fi quickly speaks up again to ease his worries. But here is the catch. She is only truly invincible like this within the borders of Huazhongzhou. From what they have observed, any cheat skill involving time manipulation can only ever be used inside this specific world. He pauses briefly, adding that as long as they possess enough attribute power, they can freely increase their stats even outside the borders of Huazhongzhou. Lowering his head, Tung Fi mutters that the only real way to defeat her is to gather enough attribute power to lure her out of this world entirely. Right as he finishes speaking, his communication device suddenly lets out a couple of loud beeps. The device keeps buzzing non-stop, completely cutting their conversation short as he forces himself to check it. Tung Fi slowly accepts the incoming call, quietly asking the person on the other end what is going on. We do not hear the response, but Tung Fi's face instantly turns incredibly grim. Sudden panic takes over as he stands up abruptly, leaving Liu Yi staring in absolute shock. Tung Fi announces in a low, serious tone that he must check the reports coming in. For some bizarre reason, the borders of Huazhongzhou are fracturing and actively shrinking. Let's go see. Without wasting another second, both of them rush straight to the collapsing border. Arriving at the scene, both of them watch in absolute silence as the boundary of Huazhongzhou undergoes a massive, earth-shattering cataclysm. Out of nowhere, an entire world detonates right in front of us, leaving the area covered in thick dust. Liu Yi can only stare, completely shocked by what is happening. Meanwhile, Back deep inside the world of Huazhong Zhou Chao, the area outside But Chu Mountain remains completely peaceful. Right at this moment, a hand suddenly reaches out and tightly grips a massive rock outside the cave. In a mere split second, the solid stone completely shatters into tiny, useless fragments. His power is so insane that even the ground beneath his boots crumbles with every step. Walking slowly, he begins to wonder why the borders of their world are suddenly collapsing like this. Did some major disaster trigger this? Hit by a sudden mental block, Liu Yi stands completely frozen at the mouth of the cavern. Yet, compared to this crisis, something else is bothering him. He frowns, realizing that ever since his total attributes crossed the 1 million mark, he keeps feeling like he is leaving this world toward the Kui Ku Sea. What could that even mean? Meanwhile, completely outside the world of Huazhong Zhou Chao, another clone of him is frowning in deep thought. After a very long moment of silence, he slowly opens his mouth to speak. This has never happened before. So what is the real cause? He says this aloud, though his mind is racing with doubts. A powerful gut feeling hits him since his clone outside Huazhong Zhou Chao is 100 times stronger than inside. He needs to go check it out immediately. Moments later, Liu Yi abruptly speaks up. Do you know what is happening in the Kui Ku Sea? Have you ever been there? Hearing this, Tung Fai looks back in surprise, throwing a suspicious question of his own. Why do you ask all of a sudden? After a brief pause, Liu Yi replies, I must go see it myself, no matter what. Seeing his resolve, Tung Fai sighs if the world itself had not started shifting first. Making moves becomes harder the higher we go. Otherwise, our people would never have abandoned the Kui Ku Sea. With that, Liu Yi turns to leave. Right before disappearing, he looks back. Thanks for letting me look through all those files. If I can pull this off, I will lead you all straight into Huazhong province. Saying that, Liu Yi takes off like a rocket, leaving Jiang Fei standing there completely stunned. Even though Liu Yi is already fading into the distance, his voice still echoes back, wait for me to return, then we will finish this talk. It takes a long moment for Jiang Fei to snap out of it. He frowns and grumbles to himself, what in the world is wrong with that guy? But mid-mumble, he remembers the parting declaration Liu Yi made right before leaving. If I can pull this off, I will lead you all straight into Huazhong province. Jiang Fei lets out a long, heavy sigh, his face turning solemn as he mutters, I hope so, because even if we make it in, my time is already running out. Gearing up at the sight of worlds being swallowed, Jiang Fei sighs sadly, I just want Huazhong province to become a normal world again. 7 days later, in an unfinished building in Ruojiang, inside a quiet room, Liu Yi stands with his arms crossed, deep in thought about something. Suddenly, a crisp, clear voice rings out across the spacious room. Brother, I already sent some people out to investigate. Since that most recent border shift occurred, there has not been a single change for the past few days. Hearing this, Liu Yi plunges deep into thought. The exact moment the border split, it happened right when his total stats crossed 1 million. And once he stopped boosting his stats, the border stabilized. Tell me that is not a massive clue right there. Liu Yi finishes his thoughts and speaks up. Tell our scouts to pull back to the previous boundary line. I want to run a little test. Cut to the Huazhong province, where Liu Yi's clone is currently standing completely frozen. He thinks to himself, it is time to start pumping up my overall stats again. Let's see if this border movement is actually connected to me, constantly boosting my stats. With that, Liu Yi narrows his eyes, staring directly into the empty space. He is activating one of his skills. Using the blessing of attribute reinforcement, the ground beneath him instantly fractures into 1 million tiny pieces. Panicked by the terrifying sight, people start screaming and running. The border is splitting again. Pull back. Get as far away as possible. Back in the present, Liu Yi folds his arms in silent realization. Yes, this is definitely my doing. Every time my total attributes increase by 1 million, the Huazhong border splits and shrinks. Right then, that same voice from earlier speaks up again. Do you still have to keep upgrading? Based on the scale of Huazhong, excluding Mount Buzhou, it should be enough to push your stats to 10 million. And if we include Mount Buzhou, we will get another 20 million. Hearing this makes Liu Yi knit his brows in silence. Seeing no response from him, the voice speaks up again. Just go all out with your reinforcement. We still have one loop left. Mom and Dad have not vanished yet. We can wait for the next loop before taking down Tianyao. That way, we can revive our parents, along with the deceased players over in Haishi. Everyone who died during the emergence of the Origin Realm will come back. This is the absolute best outcome. Hearing that, Liu Yi lowers his head, quietly weighing his options in deep thought. When he stays silent for a long time, the voice speaks up again, filled with growing anxiety. Brother, why are you so quiet? Did I say something wrong? Liu Yi finally speaks up in a quiet tone. Liu Yun, if I die, and then replicate another body of mine, and transfer all my memories into it, would you still feel like that is really me? Hearing this, Liu Yun spits in disbelief and snaps, what on earth are you talking about? That is such bad luck. But he only repeats, dead serious. Would you still feel like that is me? Hit with this heavy question, Liu Yun falls silent, unable to find the words. After a long pause, she finally hesitates. If that really happened, it would not be you. At most, I would just treat it as a bit of comfort after losing you. Realizing something is off, Liu Yun shouts out, brother, why are you asking this? But Liu Yi just turns away, muttering to himself. That is, the dark secret behind the loop. It kills us off, fabricates an identical copy of our bodies, and then injects our memories. Finishing his thought, he turns back to her to explain the cold reality. He warns her that everyone is like this, and triggering the loop is basically like killing her. So he says he will never do that, even if it could bring them a seemingly perfect ending. His deep words ring like a wake-up call, leaving her stammering in response. She whispers if that is true, but Liu Yi is already lost in deep thought, silently noting to himself that even Huazhong Zhou Chao cannot reset this loop anyway. He quickly instructs her to go warn all the surviving players and deliver his message immediately. Tell them to bring their friends and family to gather at a designated spot outside Butchu Mountain. Before, normal people nearby were not marked due to limited consciousness power. But now his consciousness power is more than enough to handle it. Anyone willing to follow his orders will be marked all at once. Liu Yi states firmly that as long as he lives, they can survive, but if they refuse to come, then so be it. Then the scene shifts to Butchu Mountain shrouded in heavy fog. What lies ahead completely stuns Liu Yi, leaving him jaw-dropped and speechless. Look at that just outside the mountain. An endless, massive crowd of people is surging forward. Inside a massive cave, Liu Yi exclaims in shock, are there really this many? He thought these players were too proud and stubborn to listen to anyone. Seeing his shock, Huang Nirmso smiles gently and explains that they only sent the word out to the areas around Butchu Mountain. She softly adds that at this exact location, they can be marked and finally gain the chance to be resurrected. In just one short week, almost every single surviving player has gathered here. Outside, the crowd is shouting in excitement, thanking the big brother-in-law for marking them. Big brother-in-law, from now on, we are basically your loyal dogs. If you tell us to go east, we will never head west. Online dating gets you scammed, but trusting our big brother-in-law is a sure bet. Ha ha ha. Seeing how incredibly hyped they are completely lifts Liu Yi's spirits. He smiles warmly and announces that they should begin the marking process right away. Hearing their cheers, they shout their thanks to him, and the lively crowd's positive energy quickly rubs off on Huang Nirmso as well. She wears a gentle smile as she watches the lively scene before her. But suddenly, as if remembering something, Huang Nirmso looks down with a sad face. Seeing her like this, Liu Yi turns and asks what is wrong. Sadly, Nirmso explains that lately, Liu Yun has been acting quite strange, asking if he could go and talk some sense into him. Liu Yi falls silent for a long moment, then says he will go find Liu Yun once everyone here is fully marked. Over at the Sea of Kwaiku, tiny glowing orbs are casting a soft, shimmering light in the deep dark night. It turns out those are actual worlds, all linked together by a soft, pale orange ribbon of light. Liu Yi frowns as he observes the view, realizing that except for Tung Fijia in the shattered world of Huazhong Zhou Chao, every other world is completely empty. He shoots forward like a flash, But Liu Yi is still deep in thought. If one cycle of reincarnation lasts 20 years, then Tung Fi Jia must be nearly 100. So it makes perfect sense that no one is left alive in the destroyed world of Hua Zhengzhou Chao. Watching the water surface draw closer, Liu Yi quietly thinks to himself that he is almost at the very top. But why is it not getting harder to move like old Tung Fi Jia said? Instead, his urge to break free from this sea of Kwaiku grows even stronger. The water is so crystal clear that he can clearly see the blinding sun shining brightly right above him. Liu Yi keeps swimming forward, restlessly wondering what exactly is going to happen to him once he finally breaks free from this sea of Kwaiku. But right at that moment, Liu Yi suddenly freezes in place, his eyes widening in complete and utter disbelief. You won't believe what happens next as he looks down at a bizarre object, stammering to ask what it is. Right after that thought, his face suddenly bloats up like a heavily overinflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, his entire body violently explodes like a balloon that took in too much air. Now, nothing is left but one strange symbol, drifting alongside his shattered remains in the deep ocean. Then the camera sinks deeper and deeper into the dark sea. Meanwhile, over at Butchu Mountain, the cold landscape is covered in thick white snow and towering pine trees. Liu Yi hangs his head low, frowning in deep thought. How could this even happen? Why was his clone marked the moment it reached the top of Kwaiku Sea, only to explode and die? Is the Kwaiku Sea not supposed to represent ascension? The thought only deepens his confusion. He questions why the ultimate reward of this journey would end up being nothing but death. Did it fail because he went alone, or would the same horrific end happen if everyone from Hua Zhengzhou Chao went together? If it is the latter, does that mean the ascension of their world is nothing but a trap? Lost in his own chaotic thoughts, Liu Yi stands frozen right in the middle of the cave. All he knows for sure is that reaching the top of Kwaiku Sea spells pure danger. His priority now is to get stronger. Meanwhile, outside Butchu Mountain, the gathering crowd suddenly recoils as they notice the distant mountain range. They stare forward in absolute panic and take several steps back, as if preparing to run for their lives. Right before their eyes, the very boundary of their world is shattering into pieces. The deafening cracks and terrifying visual of destruction instantly strike absolute horror into the hearts of the players. They are like ants standing on the edge of a cliff. Some cry out in total agony. The border separation has reached us. Oh my God. Someone steps up to calm the crowd. Don't panic. Don't panic. The eldest brother-in-law already explained the situation to us. As long as we stay within the campsite, nothing bad will happen. And don't enter the fog of Mount Buju. Someone inside is stopping our brother-in-law from resurrecting us. If you can't handle the pressure, you can just end your life first, then resurrect like normal once our brother-in-law settles everything. Meanwhile, Liu Yi, the very man they are talking about, is staring thoughtfully at his own hand. He slowly looks around, realizing that his total attributes are about to break 10 million right now. Think about it, if hitting 1 million broke the central Huazhou border, what kind of madness happens at 10 million? The scene shifts to a mysterious realm covered in a vast green forest, where a crew-cut man is screaming with joy. Up 3 levels. All attributes increased by 3, plus 15 free stat points to distribute. He clenches his fists in delight and grits his teeth, declaring the transcendent Yi is coming, ha ha ha. Over by the cave of Mount Buju, Liu Yi smiles happily, knowing he has finally broken 10 million. But watch his head right now. A highly unusual, bizarre sound suddenly echoes directly above him, locking in his complete attention. He instantly looks up and yells, "What is this? Why is the sky of the secret realm turning completely black?" Before he can even finish his sentence, a strange force sucks him straight into the sky. Flying out of the realm, he panics. What on earth is happening? Why is this happening? What the hell is going on? Please stop. I really don't want Ye to resurrect me again. Too humiliating. Back outside Mount Buju, the players are staring in absolute terror at the cracking border right before them. One of them turns pale, his jaw dropping as he stares downward, while way off in the distance, another guy is watching the exact same thing below. But unlike the chaotic noise outside, here in the cave, Liu Yi remains deeply lost in thought. It seems the only real change is that the path leading to the Sea of Ruins has completely disappeared. He tightly clenches his fist, muttering to himself that it's turned into an indescribable form of connection. Then, Liu Yi starts walking toward the mouth of the cave, asking himself if he's finally ready to test his strength against Tian Yao. He still doesn't know if what Jiang Feijia said is true about resetting time to his weakest moment. How should he handle things if he actually falls into that scenario? Outside Mount Buzhu, at Lin Shiyi's resting point, countless makeshift shelters are clustered together. Inside one of the rooms, Liu Yi stands in absolute silence, watching Liu Yun, who seems deeply lost in some heavy thoughts. Even after a long time, she doesn't say a word, leaving him with no choice but to keep staring. But seeing his younger sister's depressed face, Liu Yi lets out a soft sigh and speaks, "I have to fight Tian Yao soon. If you stay this depressed, I'd rather put you into a temporary state of death so your mind can stop overthinking." Hearing this, Liu Yun hesitatingly replies, "Actually, I've already thought it through. I just can't bring myself to fully accept it yet." Liu Yi just frowns back at her in strict silence. Liu Yun looks up into his eyes, sharing her painful thoughts. "I used to think I was some savior who could rescue everyone, but now I finally realize I'm just a normal person, incapable of saving anyone. And now, my only hope is that I won't lose you too." After Liu Yun finishes pouring her heart out, the room falls completely silent. Just as she sits there crying her eyes out, Liu Yi suddenly reaches over and pats her head, startling her completely. Meeting his sister's dazed look, he smiles, offering a gentle word of comfort. "Don't worry, we are definitely going to win." Liu Yi silently plans if he gets sent to his weakest point, he won't give the enemy any chance to survive. The scene shifts once again back to central Huazhou, where Liu Yi is struggling right inside the shattered border. Frowning, he realizes that his current abilities can easily raise all attributes to 20 million in a very short time. Once there, he will put everything into summoning his clone, completely isolating central Huazhou from the outside world, to see how she can manipulate time then. Suddenly, a radiant burst of spiritual energy tears right through a floating boulder. This beam of pure light shoots directly toward a massive tree glowing with a brilliant golden aura. Moments later, right between two massive branches, a blazing golden sphere emerges, glowing as bright as the sun itself. Flashing deep inside that golden orb is the faint image of a towering mountain peak covered in pure white snow. Then, a figure slowly steps out from within the orb. The newcomer is none other than Tian Yao, her hair as white as snow. With a confident smile, she gracefully steps downward. Suddenly, Tian Yao looks up at the sky, spotting a streak of light charging forward. Seeing Liu Yi flying toward her with a dead serious face, she lets out a cold sneer. Get ready, because here is the crazy part. Players can actually break through their limits and scale stats fast. Right after, an all-out clash erupts between Tian Yao and Liu Yi. He lunges forward, throwing a massive punch right at the giant branch she is standing on. His devastating strike causes the massive branch to instantly crack with a deafening, ear-piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, the colossal branch snaps clean off and plummets. This time, the impact is even louder as it crashes down. That earth-shattering noise immediately grabs the attention of the players on the other side of the mountain, sparking wild chatter. What in the world is happening? Is someone actually fighting over at the Imperial Tree? Even its massive branch just snapped off. Their companion gasps in total disbelief. Just what kind of power tier is this? Even before the Shadowless appeared, the top 10 rule breakers teaming up against Tian Yao at the Imperial Tree did not cause this much destruction. But is this sudden activation of Diao Qi can really the work of that rookie? Tatsuye frowns at the question, muttering, who else could it possibly be? Plans made. They quickly begin drawing up their own strategy. One of them suggests staying put for a month to wait for him while they keep the live stream recording everything. Mid-run, Tatka's companion suddenly remembers something and speaks up, Having 2 recorded logs is actually enough for us to safely clear this loop. Wait, Tatka. Are we hiding instead of going back? Leading the way, Tatsuye frowns and asks him seriously if we actually return, would you even follow me? The companion bursts into laughter at the question, saying definitely not. Tatsa frowns as he analyzes the situation. So rare. Mount Batchu hasn't seen a massive shakeup like this in ages. Standing on the vast white snow, Tatka's companion chuckles, did we not become observers just to record these high-level clashes up close? He reminisces softly, those were the days. Back when we first started out as observers, awakened experts everywhere. Just like clouds. Now, almost everyone chooses to abandon returning to Mount Batchu altogether, making our lives as observers pretty incredibly boring day by day. That thought dampens the mood. The companion frowns, wondering why the current group of awakened has fallen to such a sad state. Pure denial. No drive. No motivation to push forward at all. Their current sluggish state is completely different from when they successfully took down those three mysterious entities. Silence. Tatsia just listens, lost in deep, heavy thoughts. Seeing no response, the companion continues, it seems. When the Voan Jia appeared, the awakened began losing trust in each other, turning everything into a complete mess. They can kill us permanently. They end our loop. They do not just execute elite awakened, they literally take their places instead. Then those replaced imposters turn around to slaughter even more of our kind. He sums it up solemnly in this deadly cycle. The awakened grow weaker, making survival on Mount Batchu nearly impossible, leading to this current despair. Suddenly remembering something extremely painful, he grits his teeth in rage, muttering, "This is wrong. We should not be like this." He lands angrily and starts shouting. It is Tianyao's fault. If she had not cracked the protective barrier, the Voan Jia would never have invaded Huazhongzhou. This is wrong. We should never have let ourselves fall this low. She never cared. Not even a single bit about any of it. Instead, relying on her overwhelming power, she seized total control over Huazhongzhou, Namdong, and Diao, basically welcoming the Voan Jia invasion. Looking at the glowing Diao Chi-Can towering before them, Tatsa finally speaks up. "You are right. But taking her down is nearly impossible. Even at our peak strength, we probably could not defeat her. Especially now. I just hope that new rookie can somehow bring us some genuine, actual hope." High up on the topmost branch of Diao Chi-Can, Liu Yi stands facing Tian Yao as she flashes a warm, friendly smile. "Get ready." A sudden blinding flash erupts alongside a pretty deafening, earth-shattering roar. Liu Yi charges straight toward Tian Yao, attempting to obliterate her with a single palm strike as a terrifying explosion shakes the very peak of Diao Chi-Can. Blocked. Tian Yao stops his heavy strike with absolute, effortless ease. She glances at him, smiling brightly. "This is actually our very first time meeting face to face, right?" Tian Yao slowly circles the frozen Liu Yi, sighing. "Attacking me so brutally right away is quite impolite, you know." He stands there, completely paralyzed. He looks quite desperate to speak. Suddenly, his eyes shift, casting a freezing, razor-sharp glare at her. Shocked. That icy glare instantly freezes Tian Yao right in her tracks. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yi completely shatters the frozen time and lunges forward to strike her, roaring out, "Just hurry up and die." Seeing him break her ability so effortlessly, Tian Yao lowers her head and chuckles with pure amusement, praising him. "Ah, not bad at all." With those words, her figure suddenly begins to fade into a blur, a sight that leaves Liu Yi utterly shocked as his eyes widen in stunned silence. Then, the surrounding scenery suddenly resets to the moment right after he shattered the Duo Chi Qian. Look at this. Liu Yi faces Tian Yao yet again, wondering if he is trapped in some skill like the one of Lin Yuan. Wait. As if realizing something, his eyes widen in absolute horror as he rejects that thought. No. This is actually her own time-related skill. Then, Tian Yao flashes an inquiring smile. "Why not talk first? Perhaps we share the same goal." She chats casually, of course, not the goal of killing me, but what you actually want to achieve after you take my life. With just a few simple words, Tian Yao exposes his entire plan to save Huazhongzhou. Hearing this, Liu Yi lowers his voice and questions her. "Are you trying to say dragging Huazhongzhou into the depths of Guishu has some hidden reason?" Facing his question, Tian Yao laughs heartily and fires back, "What else could it possibly be? If Huazhongzhou is destroyed, I die too. Do I really look like some suicidal lunatic to you? As his suspicion deepens, she begins to explain yet, looking at my actions over all these years. To clueless people like you, I probably do seem crazy. After all, I have steadily pushed Hua Zhongzhou to the absolute brink of destruction. She giggles gleefully before adding, but whether I am misunderstood or not is not the point of our little chat today. My true goal is to have you stand by my side as my most vital ally in saving Hua Zhongzhou. Tian Yao casts a confident gaze at Liu Yi to avoid wasting any more time. I will save this exact moment, then return to explain everything once you have cleared your mind. At those words, Liu Yi drops into a combat stance, frowning in deep confusion, return to explain, "What does she mean? Is she leaving?" Suddenly, Tian Yao simply raises her hand and tightly clenches her fist. Liu Yi stares wide-eyed as thin, silver-white rings shoot rapidly toward him, completely filling his vision as he stands frozen in shock. Above them, a brilliant golden leaf suddenly appears, gently drifting downward through the air. The leaf slowly descends, but in a flash, a blinding silver light erupts, halting all movement instantly. The falling leaf reverses course, floating straight back to its original position. Rising higher, the leaf returns to its starting point, while Liu Yi remains completely frozen in time below. Wait for it in just a few seconds. Liu Yi forcefully breaks through the temporal freeze, his eyes wide in absolute shock. Leaping backward to gain distance, Liu Yi readies his stance and angrily demands, "What on earth did you just do?" Watching him break free yet again, Tian Yao smiles warmly. "So you already know that much, do you? Don't worry. I merely rewound time, after all. Our battle actually dragged on for a whole month in the timeline." Meeting the angry gaze of Liu Yi, she purses her lips and continues calmly, "Besides, this fight left a permanent rift in Hua Zhongzhou. Wasting time on such a pointless clash is truly a pity. You have basically just admitted your goal and what you are really after." Frustrated, Liu Yi slaps his own forehead upon hearing this, his mind racing with the concept of time reversal. Holding his forehead, he sinks into his memories, wide-eyed. A whole month of non-stop, endless combat. Even though my stats completely suppressed her in every way, whenever a crucial moment arrived, time always became her ultimate trump card. But she never actually manipulated time to strike at my weakest moment, unlike what those dreamweavers had claimed. Realizing something, Liu Yi grits his teeth and glares up in frustration. Even so, she is incredibly tough to beat. Amused by his glaring resentment, Tian Yao smiles warmly. "Based on the intel you currently have," she raises 4 fingers, "Hua Zhongzhou is just a replica of some massive, greater world." Tian Yao lowers 1 finger. "The 3 little ones are the mysterious creators of Hua Zhongzhou." Then she drops another. She continues solemnly, "Hua Zhongzhou is on the verge of sinking into Guishu, until only 1 final finger remains." Sighing, Tian Yao says, "To save Hua Zhongzhou, the Renzhong title must absolutely be activated, dissolving every living being here to gather life force." Tian Yao firmly clenches her fist, allowing Hua Zhongzhou to achieve ascension once again. "And on top of that, you believe that I am the one driving Hua Zhongzhou to sink into Guishu?" Tian Yao stares directly at him, speaking in an incredibly serious tone. "To set the record straight, sinking Hua Zhongzhou into the Qiku Sea was a decision made by a previous Tian Yao several terms ago. After realizing it was the only way to save their world, they were the ones who made that choice. As for me, I only passively inherited their master plan to save Hua Zhongzhou." Hearing this confession leaves Liu Yi stunned, unable to process her words in time. Without giving him any moment to think, Tian Yao continues talking. "It seems you already know the main facts, but there is one massive detail you missed. Watch this. Here is the biggest secret. Our entire Hua Zhongzhou is actually a replica. Every person and object here has the mark of a clone deep inside their soul. If we let Hua Zhongzhou rise to the surface of the Qiku Sea, our world will shatter into nutrients for the great world." She mutters softly, comparing it to ancient Nguyen Jioi, while Liu Yi listens with wide eyes, wondering if it is like a clone being blown to pieces. Right then, Tian Yao gasps, "Oh, it looks like you already know about the mark. I guess I did not fully predict how much you knew, But at least we are on the same page. So, I do not have to prove the replica mark is real. She rolls her eyes, remembering their world slowly being swallowed by black smoke, and clicks her tongue. Our only hope of breaking through the surface of the Kwai Ku Sea is to erase this mark. To reach the upper realm, we must sink Hua Zhongzhou to the bottom of the sea, tricking the mark into thinking our world is useless so it leaves on its own. Even so, Liu Yi stares at her, frowning as he wonders if this is some kind of joke, asking if even the mark believes in sinking to the bottom. Once our world loses its value, how can you be so confident we will ever make it back from the Kwai Ku Sea? When faced with Liu Yi's burning question, Tianyao merely offers a mysterious smile without uttering a single word. Frustrated by her silence, Liu Yi grits his teeth in rage. Just as he is about to blow his top, she finally speaks up. I first heard about you from that guy, Nguyen Din. The initial plan was for Nguyen Din to defeat you, take your special physique, and become my 10th servant. Sighing, Tianyao admits she never expected that after setting up so many brilliant traps, you would end up killing Nguyen Din instead, making me realize you possessed the fully completed special physique, just like I once did. That got me curious about your true potential and how perfected your special constitution actually was. So I had number 9 recommend you to Mount Busho to make you clash directly with their faction. Smiling, she praises him for not only crushing Go Fam but also taking down Tuang Fi. All of this in just one short month. Even wilder, your attributes have skyrocketed past 10 million, a milestone I have wanted for ages. Only now do I understand that I am not the true savior of Hua Zhongzhou. Pointing directly at Liu Yi, she declares in a low voice, it is you. Her sudden gesture and words leave Liu Yi standing there completely frozen in shock. Frowning, Tianyao continues her explanation. Many loops ago, Hua Zhongzhou could have sunk to the bottom, but my progress in finding a way to break our limits was agonizingly slow. Through countless cycles, it took agonizing effort just to push my stats past 250,000. Now check this out, everything is about to shift because of you. She smiles confidently, reaching her hand out. Your overall stats have shattered 10 million, and they will only keep climbing higher. But just as the mark is swallowing the world, a massive earthquake suddenly rips through Hua Zhongzhou. The ground shakes so violently that Liu Yi stumbles, dropping his center of gravity while wondering what the hell is happening. Right above them, a massive flash of lightning tears through the dark, stormy sky. Within seconds, the mark consumes almost the entire realm. Realizing the danger, Liu Yi looks ahead in deep panic, screaming out, "What are you doing?" Yet, facing his explosive fury, she remains completely unfazed. Tianyao only gives a cold, dismissive smirk. Seeing her body begin to fade, Liu Yi charges forward at full speed. He screams in anger. Stop this right now, whatever you are planning. Suddenly, the system alerts him that player Tron Duyet has transferred the title of Tianyao to him, granting him the legendary title. He is now the 7th term Tianyao, gaining 5% control over the barrier of Hua Zhongzhou. Another window pops up, explaining that this title allows him to freely enter and exit the Hua Zhongzhou realm. Staring at the system messages, Liu Yi stands frozen in shock, stammering to himself, what on earth is going on? Just then, another alert pops up. You have become the new master of Hua Zhongzhou Chou, gaining 5% control over the barrier of Hua Zhongzhou Chou. You have now obtained 100% control over the Hua Zhongzhou Chou barrier. Current barrier damage is at 50%. 49% is nearly destroyed. Please repair it immediately. 40%. Just as Liu Yi falls into a total panic, Thian Deer, who is literally fading into thin air, suddenly starts to explain. She says to make sure you followed the plan, I sank Hua Zhongzhou Chou to the bottom of the Quiku Sea first. Now I hand control of the Hua Zhongzhou Chou mansion over to you. The whole saving the world thing is your job now. Good luck. Watching her casually drop this absolute mess on him makes him roar in anger. Wait, she suddenly seems to remember something. Oh right. Sinking Hua Zhongzhou Chou actually has its perks. Over the years, countless Voanja imposters have spawned here. Sinking the continent will help you wipe out those trash heaps. If you try to stop this, you will have to use the Enyan Trung title. You probably do not want to waste that, do you? The moment she finishes speaking, more massive cracks fracture the sky above his head. Talk about stress right here. The system alerts him to fix the barrier. Damage is at 25%, 24%. Before he can even process what is happening, the countdown triggers. Liu Yi panics and yells to start repairs. But the instant he shouts, the screen flashes with another brutal notification: insufficient computing power. Repairs cannot be completed. Insufficient computing power. Repair failed. Meanwhile, outside their temporary camp near Mount But Chu, everything is already falling into complete ruin. Glowing cracks rip across the volatile sky, making the entire atmosphere feel incredibly tense and heavy with dread. Huang Nirmsa rushes over to Liu Yi from the distance, asking him in sheer panic what on earth is happening. Another worried voice joins in exactly, "Boss, what on earth just happened? What is happening to our entire world right now? Why is everything falling apart? Why has it come to this?" Liu Yi stays quiet, furrowing his brows as a dark fragment tears through space like shattering mirror shards. His eyes widen in complete shock as the dark mass starts pouring through the rift. The black shard plunges straight down at terrifying speed, piercing deep into the ground with an absolutely deafening crash. Shielding herself with both arms, Huang Nirmso gasps in terror. What is that thing? Did it just pierce right through the earth? Turning to face them, Liu Yi says there is absolutely no time to explain. The situation is incredibly desperate right now. I cannot guarantee your safety out here, so I must temporarily kill all of you at once. Once we are safe, I will revive everyone. Before the group can even process this crazy plan, they instantly vanish, leaving Liu Yi standing completely alone. With a heavy heart, Liu Yun stands completely isolated near a steep cliff. Liu Yi sprints toward her, shouting that there is no time to explain. First, I have to put everyone into a temporary death state. Hearing this, Liu Yun turns around to face him. Massive fractures spread rapidly across Meng Trun. Beside him, Tutka's companion gasps with wide eyes, asking what on earth is going on. What did Tinziaoza? After the violent tremor from earlier, a single rift had split the sky, but now they are rapidly multiplying. Tetsuye stares up in sheer disbelief. The barrier of Huazong Zhou Chao is about to shatter. He grits his teeth in pure rage, clenching his fists and cursing. We finally had a sliver of hope, and even Thiendir could be defeated, yet our ultimate fate is still total annihilation. A piece of the rift breaks off, falling like shattered glass. Slumping onto the stone floor, Tutsa looks up in sheer terror, saying the barrier really is collapsing. He looks up, screaming in fury, "Damn you, Thiendir! How much longer are you going to keep torturing us?" With an agonized face, Tutka mutters if the barrier is totally destroyed, Huazong Zhou Chao will fall, and Thiendir will die too. Is she really the type of person who would choose suicide? His companion clenches his fists, asking Tutka, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" With sorrowful eyes, Tetsuye replies, "Maybe everything she did was calculated, but right now, she has completely failed. She dragged Huazong Zhou Chao to the edge of total doom, and she will not survive this either." The companion stares at Tetka, asking if he actually believes she is a good person. Tetka answers if we must hate someone, then it should be the Voanja, hating their very existence, hate how they can shapeshift into literally anyone, and hate our own utter helplessness against them. Burying his face in his hands, Tutsa mutters that we should hate our own pathetic weakness. Perhaps the destruction of Huazong Zhou Chao is actually for the best. Right now, there is not a single safe place left in Huazong Zhou Chao, with Voanja roaming everywhere. Even if we do not die here, those monsters will get us eventually. The glowing cracks spread further. Tetka mutters that they should have simply accepted their fate long ago. Staring at him on the ground, his friend passionately yells back, "It shouldn't be like this. We absolutely cannot just accept our fate. That is what you taught me. We must bravely push forward to find a way to survive. We can still make it back. Right now, only Huazong Zhou Chao is destroyed, but it will be reset. We absolutely cannot afford to die here." Tetka sits in a daze, saying they can never return. But he places a hand on Tutka's shoulder and says, "No. We will return one day. We are the awakened. As long as Huazhong Zhou returns, we will find our way home." Tutka then mutters that he is not even an awakened, leaving him completely shocked, his eyes wide in total disbelief. Tutsie looks at him and continues, "Young master, you died a long time ago. You are just a shadowless born into this world for me." The protective barrier shatters completely, falling into pieces. Suddenly, black fragments begin raining down like crazy on the two of them. The crashing black fragments trigger a massive explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere. A strange cord wraps around his arm as his entire body slowly fades into pure darkness. He mutters to himself, asking when this even started, as the black fragments completely block out the remaining light. Black fragments blanket Mount Butchu, the sanctuary for the awakened, as Qinong Dungdung watches the entire scene unfold in absolute shock. What is going on? A wave of black slime floods in, swallowing the terrified awakened as they cry out, "What on earth is this? Where is this black slime even coming from? It is literally dissolving my body. My health bar is dropping way too fast. Help! Save me!" Qinong Dungdung grits his teeth, barely managing to break through and escape to the awakened gathering place on Mount Butchu. At the awakened base, Qinong Dungdung glares with sharp, furious eyes, gritting his teeth. Is Mount Butchu really crumbling like this? As the crowd gets swallowed by black slime, Qinong Dung gasps. Are these the shadowless? What is going on? But get this, once touched by that black slime, does every single awakened turn into a shadowless? Another terrified voice echoes out, "Oh my God. The one place we felt completely safe is now absolutely crawling with shadowless." Suddenly, a flash of red appears. A tiny speck of light flickers in the darkness, slowly starting to grow larger, completely enveloped inside a brilliant circle of light. Qinong Dungdung is shocked to find his entire body floating in the air while his eyes turn pure white, glowing intensely and shooting out a massive beam. A glowing point shoots out in two directions. A beam of light slowly emerges, piercing right through a falling black fragment. Piercing straight up into the sky, it flashes with brilliant white light. Entity 027 is automatically broadcasting recorded data. Replicated World 027 has encountered an issue. Go through the transit station to check, but that station is not in the designated layout, making monitoring impossible. Liu Yun looks at Liu Yi and simply nods, "Okay." With a resolute look in his eyes, Liu Yi promises, "We will all survive. Trust me," before Liu Yun vanishes, replying, "I know. I have always trusted you completely." Yet, Liu Yun's face remains completely lifeless. Under the dark night sky, at the bottom of the Kwaiku Sea, a circle of light begins to swirl. Floating inside that glowing circle is a piece of wood and a tiny, faint figure. Sitting with his arms crossed, Liu Yi stares at the sigil floating before him, recalling how his clone had traveled to the very edge of the Kwaiku Sea only to explode. When Huazhong Zhou sank into the depths of the Kwaiku Sea and was destroyed, leaving only the ruins of the imperial abode and himself, a brilliant vortex of light suddenly erupts beside him. Frowning deeply, Liu Yi realizes this must be the replicant mark. If he can just destroy it, Huazhong Zhou won't be a replica. Liu Yi reaches out to grab the swirling vortex, but the light zips past his hand. Partially manifesting her head, Thiendir smiles and says there is no need for any more pointless fighting. Glaring at her, Liu Yi demands, "Is this the salvation for Huazhong Zhou that you were talking about?" Resting her hands confidently, Thiendir replies, "As long as you and the imperial abode are not completely wiped out, and everyone can escape, you can rebuild the lands of Huazhong Zhou and bring everyone back to life. But first, we must eliminate this replicant mark." Both of them stare intently at the sigil. Hearing this, Liu Yi asks, "So what do we do next?" As they sit around the sigil, Liu Yi suddenly casts a furious glance toward Thiendir. Thiendir crosses her arms, looking quite nervous. Liu Yi snaps, "So you have absolutely no idea how to destroy this replicant mark. All you knew was that it would appear once we entered the Kwaiku Sea." Suddenly laughing, Thiendir cheers, "Wait. There is a way. The logs from my predecessor say that at this point, We just have to wait. Glaring at her in frustration, he watches as she quickly waves her hands. Oh, don't be mad. Stay calm. We have plenty of time. Hearing this, he mutters that she is being far too relaxed. But the sigil suddenly fluctuates, spinning rapidly and vanishing. Both of them watch in absolute shock as things shift, and Liu Yi's eyes turn deadly sharp. Watching the chaos unfold, Liu Yi realizes the surrounding slime is rising with the vortex. The sigil glows in a bright ring, slowly shifting and emitting intense beams of light. It slowly shapes itself into a human form, leaving Liu Yi stunned as Thiendir suddenly fades away. The human-shaped sigil's brows furrow in deep anger before it suddenly vanishes completely. Liu Yi watches in absolute shock as Unki stands right before him, placing its hand directly on his chest. A sudden notification flashes: you have been drained by an unknown target, reducing all stats by 1,000. The warnings keep flashing in rapid succession. You have been drained by an unknown target, lost another 1,000 stats. Once again, total attributes have plummeted by another 1,000. Completely bewildered, Liu Yi wonders what is happening and prepares to strike. But right as he moves, Thiendir shouts to stop him. Do not fight back. Frowning deeply, Liu Yi glares at Thiendir, prompting her to quickly explain. Just let it drain all your stats, she urges. It will leave once it gets its fill. Apparently, this is the only way to destroy a replica imprint. The relentless alerts just keep coming without stopping. You have been drained by an unknown target. Total attributes reduced by 1,000. And again, lost another 1,000. Another warning hits: you have been drained by an unknown target, losing another 1,000 stats. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yi snaps. Easy to say. Why don't you let it drain your stats instead? Thiendir just laughs it off. It only targets the master of the Central Continent Imperial House, nobody else. Furious, Liu Yi yells back then, you better stop hiding behind me. Seriously, she insists. You have to trust me. Glaring at the terrifying Onki right in front of him, Liu Yi gritted his teeth, wondering if he should actually believe her. He clenches his fists. But seeing the imprint, he relaxes. The drain isn't too bad, so he decides to wait. Strength, 1,002,000. Constitution, 10,021,000. Agility, 10 million. Intelligence, 10 million. Perception, 100,000. System stats drop instantly. Strength and Constitution hit 9 million. The other attributes plummet as well. Down they fall. Strength, 70,000. Constitution, 7 million. And the rest plunge just as fast. The drain continues. Strength, 3 million. Constitution, 3 million. Agility, 21,000. And Intelligence, 100 million. He grits his teeth in anger. When is this finally going to end? He frowns in shock as his buffed attributes are almost gone, and, honestly, you can feel his panic. Since there are no level restrictions left in the Central Continent, he realizes something. He decides to go all out. He wants to see exactly how much this thing can take, and just how high his own stats can climb. Who knows? Once it fills up and leaves, his overall attributes might actually end up even higher than before. Let's do this. Notifications ring out. Stats increased by nearly 2 million. Then another 29,000. Another notification shows a boost of 450,000. But then wait. Did his stats stop rising? Liu Yi gasps in absolute shock. What is going on? He wonders. Why did the attribute boost suddenly lock up? Thiendir chimes in. You have completely drained the energy stored in the Central Continent Imperial House. Just how much did you raise them? So boosting stats with skills actually consumes the energy stored inside the Imperial House, he realizes. Staring at the imprint with wide eyes, Liu Yi realizes it has already devoured 50 million total attributes. How much more does this thing want? He panics. He only has 5 million left. He must stop it now. He unleashes a bodily destruction technique. Radiant green energy erupts across his entire body, and the brilliant green light completely wraps around the replica imprint too. Frowning in tense silence, his eyes suddenly stretch wide with shock. Looking at the hand still pressed against his chest, he realizes something is coming. His face darkens as he frantically searches for a way out. Suddenly, the replica imprint breaks into a loud laugh and lets go of him. To his utter surprise, the replica imprint slowly begins to dissolve. Liu Yi watches in absolute disbelief as it fades away entirely. Shocked, he gasps, "Is it over?" Looking down at his hands, he feels an incredible sense of relief, and honestly, we can all feel that heavy weight lifting. Thiendier screams with joy, "We did it. The replica imprint is gone." Laughing happily, she cheers, "We are free. We are finally free." A brilliant, swirling light suddenly begins to radiate around them. Thiendier manifests fully, crying out that they are no longer mere replicas. Overcome with shock, Liu Yi suddenly loses his footing and collapses to the ground. Liu Yi asks in wonder, how could a replica imprint even take on a human form like that? Is it the manifestation of some real entity? She explains that every single imprint is actually a clone of the legendary master of the three little fingers. But that level is way too far out of our reach anyway, so forget about it. What should we do next? Thiendier raises her hand happily. All we have to do now is steer the Imperial House upward and return to the Sea of Quiku. Narrowing his eyes, Liu Yi scoffs at her, "That is ridiculous. We fell into the Sea of Quiku and got dragged through the mud, losing our direction ages ago." He continues, "The central continent Imperial House has always been right beneath us, and what is below that might not even be mud at all." As the tree trunk inside the glowing circle shifts, Thiendier makes a funny face, her eyes wide open and her mouth gaping. Staring coldly into the distance, he realizes Thiendier cannot be trusted, so he must find a way to locate their current position himself. Glancing back at her, he wonders how on earth they can pinpoint the direction of the Sea of Quiku. Then, Thiendier looks back and speaks. Tianyao suggests, "If you can't find a way out, why don't you repair the Imperial abode first, so its scattered fragments can gather back together? After all, he's already completely drained the calculation power of this fragment." Liu Yi turns to look at Tianyao as she tells him to steer it toward other fragments of the Huazhong State Imperial abode. That way, they might be able to extract some calculation power from those other pieces. Since no one knows what danger lies ahead, saving some calculation power is a pretty smart precaution. Hearing this, Liu Yi scoffs finally. She's actually talking some sense. When he asks how, Tianyao replies, "Just use the Tianyao title to enter the Imperial abode." Liu Yi narrows his eyes, thinking to himself, "Damn it. Hanging around this idiot is actually making me stupid too." Activating the Tianyao title, a single drop of water falls at Liu Yi's feet, expanding into a massive puddle. His jaw drops in shock as massive tree branches suddenly sprout from underneath. The towering branches wrap completely around Liu Yi, making him widen his eyes in absolute astonishment. Suspended inside a glowing ring of light, he wonders if he's actually become the Imperial abode himself. Liu Yi's face hardens as bright, tiny beams of energy crackle all around his glowing body. He quickly realizes that in this form, he can actually sense the exact locations of the other scattered fragments. Oh, this is wild. He lets out a terrifying laugh. One fragment is still in the Guishu Sea, while another floats nearby. Navigating in that direction, Liu Yi flies toward the fragment. Suddenly, a system warning flashes insufficient calculation power. Liu Yi gasps in frustration. The Huazhong State Imperial abode cannot move due to low calculation power. Why does this have to happen now? Standing outside, Tianyao casually asks him, "Did you manage to sense the fragments of the Huazhong State Imperial abode?" She wonders why he hasn't moved yet. But from inside, Liu Yi groans, "I'm completely out of calculation power." Tianyao crosses her arms and leans back. Sighing makes sense, since sinking the Huazhong State always required a massive amount of calculation power. Liu Yi immediately demands to know, "Did you already see this coming? And is there any way for us to fix it?" Tianyao smirks and chuckles. "Of course there is. In fact, there are two ways." Seeing Liu Yi's confusion, she explains that the first way is the easiest. It's also the most guaranteed method. Simply activate the Renzhong title and convert every single person in Huazhong State besides yourself into calculation power. Holding up a finger with a sly smile, she adds, "Not only the marked ones, but even those who were resurrected will die permanently, including me, which is why I strongly advise you against doing this." The second method is a bit more complicated. Earlier, when the replica imprint absorbed your attributes, You probably noticed that all your stats were boosted to insane levels by burning through the stored calculation power of the Imperial Abode. You just need to return all those attributes to the abode, and it will reclaim its calculation power. Liu Yi frowns and asks, return it to the abode. How do I do that? Tian Yao calmly replies, just harm yourself. Do you have any skills that require you to sacrifice all your attributes to activate? Liu Yi simply answers no. Tian Yao smirks and asks, well, I certainly do, so do you need my help? Liu Yi stays silent. He slowly materializes and asks, since you also belong to Huazhong State, can you actually harm yourself? Tian Yao rests her hands on her hips. Well, if you put it that way, I'm out of ideas, since my total attributes are like a single grain of sand compared to yours. Sacrificing my stats won't help us at all right now. So how about we scale our stats down proportionally based on Tranduyet? Total strength, 200,000. With constitution, agility, intelligence, and perception stats displayed. Tian Yao asks, what percentage will you burn? She promises to consume the exact same percentage. Hearing this, Liu Yi asks in surprise, are your total attributes really only just over 250,000? Tian Yao gets defensive, shouting back, what are you looking at? 250,000 is actually a lot. Besides you, absolutely no one else in this entire Huazhong State can stand against me. Liu Yi looks at his own stats, with strength and other attributes all exceeding 5 million, and falls into deep silence. Liu Yi agrees, fine, do it. And Tian Yao nods my pleasure. To prove her sincerity, she offers to go first as a glowing orb of light materializes in her hand. Tian Yao blasts herself and coughs up blood, as her host Tranduyet's stats plunge down to around 200,000 across the board. Grimacing in pain, Tian Yao groans that really hurts. Holding the glowing orb, she tells him he is next. But get this, Liu Yi suddenly lunges forward and grabs her, making her panic. Liu Yi roars in anger. It seems that whenever you activate a skill, you must materialize. Now, die for me. But the space ahead suddenly distorts. In shock, Liu Yi hears Tian Yao remark, you are incredibly devious. Looking around, Liu Yi wonders if he's back in the past. Tian Yao reappears, saying, but I get you. We are not exactly close anyway. Plus, you've probably heard some pretty bad rumors about me, so it's only natural that you don't trust me. Crossing her arms with a thoroughly annoyed look, she demands, so let me ask you one last time. Are you ready to sacrifice your attributes for calculation power? Liu Yi frowns as he weighs his options, suddenly letting out a smirk as his body slowly begins to sink, which leaves Tian Yao totally shocked. He says, thanks for donating your attributes. Tian Yao gets agitated. Hey, do you even think before you speak? Get out here so I can drain your attributes. Alert Diao receives 5 million calculation power. Liu Yi is stunned. Liu Yi calculates that 50,000 total attributes equal 5 million calculation power, making one attribute point worth 100 power. With this much power, it should be enough to cross the Sea of Gishu and break out. Liu Yi dashes toward the distant light as Tian Yao gets blasted away outside. Tian Yao recovers her balance and asks, did Diao just move? Why did it stop now? Alert remaining power is 55,900. Liu Yi snaps, we only moved for a second and lost 5 million? Why is the consumption so massive? Liu Yi emerges halfway, while opposite him, Tian Yao stands with hands on her hips, looking absolutely furious. Liu Yi frowns at her and says, bring it on. This time I will actually take your hit. Tian Yao sneers, you know nothing about the power needed to move the Central Blossom continent. The energy I converted into attributes is not even close to being enough to cover this level of consumption. Liu Yi snaps back grumpily, stop talking and just hurry up. Suddenly, an orange orb appears, and Tian Yao conjures tiny light spheres around herself. She looks at Liu Yi, standing opposite her, and smirks, and then the orange orb floats slowly toward Liu Yi. He looks down, bracing himself for the impact. Suddenly, it strikes him, sending a dizzying shudder that forces him down to his knees. He props himself up with one hand while clutching his chest, thinking total attributes just dropped by 1 million. Seeing this, Tian Yao smirks and says, this should be enough now. Meanwhile, Liu Yi frowns in pure annoyance. And look at that, right on cue. Their wooden platform suddenly expands and surges forward. Enclosed inside a brilliant glowing orb, the log sails directly toward a tiny speck of light ahead. Liu Yi glances at the system screen, which alerts that Diao reserve energy is 87 million, then 79 million, before plummeting down to 63 million. The log is still far from the light ahead, and Liu Yi realizes the energy is draining way too fast, though the distance is shrinking. As they draw closer, the log abruptly stops, and the system announces that Diao has completely run out of energy. Standing in the glowing sphere, Liu Yi facepalms and sighs. I sacrificed 1 million total attributes and only made it 3/5 of the way. Then, Liu Yi fades halfway into the void, calling out to Tianyao, "Keep draining my attributes," shocking her with the request. But Tianyao quickly grips the orange orb with both hands and smiles, no problem at all. Liu Yi stares ahead, determined to keep moving. After what feels like an eternity, the log finally approaches a tiny branch, clearly visible right in front of them. The branch suddenly trembles and flies toward the log, fusing with it. Looking at the phantom branch glowing on his wrist, Liu Yi sighs. We finally made it. Fusing with the system feels insanely strange. But wait, here is the real catch. Where did the energy go? Suddenly, Liu Yi screams in anger, "You lied to me. There is absolutely no energy inside this Diao fragment." Tianyao looks totally bewildered. "There is none?" She stares at Liu Yi emerging from the wood and protests, "How is that possible? All reserve energy is supposed to be distributed throughout Diao." She opens her mouth to defend herself. Every separate fragment should have some power. Resting her chin, Tianyao speculates, could every fragment have a replica imprint? If someone drained all its energy, we should try heading to the next Diao fragment to see if the issue is just this piece. She then shouts in a panic, or has Diao's entire energy vanished? Liu Yi snaps back in annoyance. We need energy just to reach that next piece. Tianyao looks confused. Do you not have any left? She suddenly gasps as a thought hits her, asking Liu Yi, wait, do you think I'm lying to you? Why would I joke about this? Even if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't do it here. In a crisis like this, working together is our only shot at reaching the Guishu flask. Liu Yi demands then you are paying for the next trip. He quietly ponders that despite the lack of power, Diao is still aimed straight toward the Sea of Guishu. From the route map in his head, there are 4 fragments ahead along this path toward the Sea of Guishu. They will have to cover this exact distance 4 more times to successfully return Diao back to the Guishu flask. But Liu Yi still has a major worry right now. He only has 3 million total attributes left, meaning he can only cover 1.5 legs of the journey. He has to figure out how to handle the rest, so he tells Tianyao this time, you use your power. Hearing his words, Tianyao falls silent, deep in thought, before closing her eyes and replying, I understand. She then conjures several orange spheres containing curled-up figures, saying, as you probably know, I have 9 servants, whom I have dedicatedly nurtured over countless reincarnations. Tianyao floats before them only for them to reach 20,000 to 100,000 total attributes. Liu Yi frowns, listening in complete silence, while Tianyao tightly clenches her fists. Casting a spell on her servants, she mutters, I will kill them now. These 9 combined should give around 180,000 stats, plus my 200,000 makes exactly 2 million. As her servants disintegrate, shooting orange energy into the Diao wood, Tianyao says, go check if it is enough. This is my absolute final trump card. She adds with an annoyed pout, do not think this is a small amount, because not every player is like you. If they were like you, I would have drowned Hua Zhongzhou in the Kwai Hai Sea long ago. Facing her, Liu Yi remains dead silent, just staring, making Tianyao sigh in a cold sweat. As she apologizes, I am sorry, I miscalculated. Suddenly Liu Yi vanishes, and check this out, his screen shows the energy hitting Diao is over 2,011 million. Seeing this, Liu Yi is skeptical. There really are 2 million all attributes. She actually slaughtered all 9 of her own followers. He then drives Diao forward, thinking they should head to the next Diao coordinates to see if there is any energy. As the fragment merges with Diao, Liu Yi anxiously hopes there is energy inside. Otherwise, how will he answer Tian Yao's worried questions? Liu Yi stares at the system screen and frowns, seeing that the energy impacting Diao is currently at 0. From inside the wood, Liu Yi calls out, "There is none." Hearing this, Tian Yao drops her head in despair, muttering that it seems even the energy on Diao was completely drained by the clones, followed by a deadly silence. Suddenly, Tian Yao looks up at the sky and says our only option left is to activate the non-Trung title. After struggling for so many years, who would have thought we still cannot escape death in the end? She stares into the empty space, adding, "I hope you can lead Hua Zhongzhou to glory in the future." Suddenly, Liu Yi replies the direction of both moves was toward Hua Zhongzhou. If we keep moving like this, in 3 more jumps, we can return to the Kuaihu Sea. I still have 30 million attributes left. This is our final shot. If there is still nothing, we will have to find a way to recalculate the energy. He then controls the Diao wood once again, driving it forward toward a tiny glowing orb, until another branch finally merges with the main chunk. The system warns that the attributes impacting Diao are still at 0. Seeing this, Liu Yi frowns in disappointment. As expected, nothing. Look closely at his face here, he is deep in thought, realizing only 2 attempts remain. Rising from Diao, Liu Yi stares at Tian Yao with a dark, unfriendly look. Seeing this, Tian Yao sighs and sadly speaks up. "It seems there is still no energy. Maybe we should just activate the non-Trung title. At least that way Hua Zhongzhou can return to the Kuaihu domain, and you can live. I know what you are worried about. In the beginning, I wanted to save everyone too." She bows her head in pity and continues, "But I have accepted it. I am just a clone, and everything in Hua Zhongzhou is merely a product." Liu Yi just silently stares at Tian Yao as she talks, while they are actually hovering at the outer edge of the Kuaihu domain. Suddenly, Tian Yao clenches her fist, grits her teeth, and screams, "If only I had them. If only they were truly mine," while Liu Yi sits cross-legged on the wood, lost in thought. Then he speaks up, "But to me, they are the ones who have always walked beside me, regardless of clone or original." To which Tian Yao asks, "Is there still any way to survive?" He firmly replies, "Yes," shocking her. To which Tian Yao asks in complete disbelief, "You have a way?" She ponders for a moment, then chuckles, "Ha ha, it seems there is indeed still one way out." Hearing this, Liu Yi frowns and stares straight ahead, as Tian Yao suggests sacrificing those who were marked, the ones who are not very important to him in this life. Killing them all at this point should not be hard to do, since most of those marked are completely insignificant anyway. Tian Yao smirks, adding, "Worst case, when we return to the Kuaihu domain, we can eliminate them and then restart the reincarnation cycle to revive them." Liu Yi smiles, looks at Tian Yao, and says, "No, I think killing you and taking the energy from your body is a much better plan." Utterly shocking her, Tian Yao crosses her arms and scowls, "You do not believe 2 million all attributes is all I have. Has your massive stat boost made your ego grow this big now?" She then spreads her arms and shrugs, saying, "If you do not believe me, then just kill me right now. I will not even resist." But suddenly, Liu Yi grabs Tian Yao, squeezing her tightly in his massive palm. Liu Yi stares intensely, analyzing her, before suddenly releasing her, leaving Tian Yao completely stunned by his actions. Liu Yi smiles and says, "For now, my plan to gather energy still requires you. It won't be too late to deal with you once we return to Kuaihu." In his mind, he calculates to exploit her full value before disposing of her. While Tian Yao wonders in confusion, a plan. Does he mean killing all the unrelated people? Do you still have another way to obtain energy? Suddenly, Liu Yi reaches his hand backward, and a person instantly appears, asking in shock, "Wait, I am resurrected, big brother. Where are we?" Then he ordered her to weaken all their stats to see if there was any way to obtain computation power. Hearing this, Tian Yao just stared blankly and started pondering. A moment later, Liu Yi froze in utter shock. The system screen showed 690 computation power hitting the Diok fragment. He gasped inwardly. The computation power had actually increased, but 1 point of all stats only converted to 10 points of computation power, 10 times less than him and Tian Yao. Could his and Tian Yao's overall stats have exceeded the limits of the Diok? so they had to rely solely on computation power. He then looked at Tian Yao and said, "It worked. But 1 point of overall stats can only convert to 10 points of computation power. But get this, the players I can revive count up to 100,000 people, and their stats range from 250 to 300. Hearing that, Tian Yao gasped in utter shock and screamed, 100,000. Do you want to work me to death? He shrugged. This is the only way. Tian Yao cried out in complete helplessness. But finally, she just accepted her fate. Fine. Fine. You are the master of Hua Zhongzhou now, so whatever you say goes. Besides, if you really activate the Nancheng, I will die too. And Jiamon added, guess, I will just suffer a bit to save my life. When do we start? Liu Yi immediately revived a massive crowd. Here is where the real grind begins. Tian Yao gnashed her teeth in sheer panic as time quickly flew by. Countless people appeared on the Deok tree. Tian Yao gritted her teeth and cast her magic. Next batch. The ground was completely empty now. Liu Yi spoke up. This group is done. Bring in the next ones. Soon, thousands more people materialized. Tian Yao cast her spell frantically, her eyes dark. At the same time, the system flooded with notifications of computation, power on Deok, 1.89, 5, 62, 1349 million. After some time, Liu Yi called to continue. The system then announced the computation power hitting the Deok fragment exceeded 87 million, then 178 million, and finally over 200 million. Exhausted, Tian Yao rasped like a 1,000-year-old lady, I am not okay, I really cannot do this anymore. Meanwhile, the Deok slowly approached a tiny sphere, and then the two merged into one. Liu Yi looked down at Tian Yao and coaxed her keep going. Just one final step, and we can return to the Qihu Sea. She raised a weak, trembling hand and stammered, I hate you. The Deok sphere stood completely still as time steadily marched on. The system announced the computation power hitting the Deok fragment neared 100 million. Liu Yi hovered inside the sphere, watching the screen, while Tian Yao lay flat, stammering. Was that just the very last batch? He replied with a hum, thinking to himself that he had indeed summoned every single marked player. All stats weakened. Yet, the required number on the screen was still only halfway there. Suddenly, Liu Yi stepped forward, calculating that in the end, he would have to weaken his own stats himself. He looked up at the sky, full of emotion. Soon, they would return to the Qihu Sea. After subtracting 910,000 of his overall stats, the rest should be enough. Liu Yi clenched his fists tightly. Once back in the Qihu Sea, the rest would just be gathering computation power to reinforce Huazhongzhou and escape. Smiling confidently, he looked down at Tian Yao and spoke, we will return to the Qihu Sea very soon. But we are still missing 910,000 stats. Let us make up for this deficit together. Hearing this, Tian Yao rolled her eyes and complained loudly, Are you even human? I have been tortured by you for over 2 weeks and just got some rest, and my stats are already drained down to a few thousand, yet you still want me to pay? Liu Yi smirked. What should we do then? We are still short 910,000. Tian Yao sat up, trying hard to persuade him we have been through thick and thin, and we both want to return to the Qihu Sea, and we both want Huazhongzhou to escape the Qihu Sea safely. We could very well become great friends in the future. Shouldn't you treat your friends a little better? On the side, Liu Yi looked suspicious. So you want me to provide all 910,000 stats? Tian Yao sighed, pouring out her misery sigh. But I really don't have any stats left at all. I even gave up my original body. Then she exaggerated her plight, saying not only was her strength severely reduced, but she had even lost her trump card for survival. From a distance, Tian Yao now looked like a tiny speck right at Liu Yi's feet. She kept complaining, saying she only had numbers 1 through 9 left, but those were already spent on the Deok fragment. I am sorry, but I really cannot help you anymore. Hearing this, he fell silent, deep in thought, and then spoke up. Living under the same sky, chasing the same goal. If we have a future, who knows? We might actually become friends. Then Liu Yi looked down at her and made his decision. Do it. Liu Yi agreed and told her to weaken his stats so he could supply the rest. Hearing that, Tian Yao happily looked up and asked, "Is that true?" "That is absolutely wonderful." She flew up to face him, claiming they really could be best friends, before summoning a strange orange orb. But then look at that. Liu Yi suddenly vanished right from his spot, without a trace. He unleashed a devastating slash right through Tian Yao, catching her completely off guard. Staring at Tian Yao's split body, Liu Yi muttered coldly, "But my gut feeling kept telling me that you cannot be trusted." She stares wide-eyed at him, shouting in disbelief, "How could you?" But instantly, Tian Yao smirks and mocks him. "I look so pathetic. Yet you still saw right through me, but honestly, it is enough." Liu Yi plans his move carefully. Once Tian Yao activates her ultimate, he will immediately strike her down, then seize her skill for himself. This move would not only eliminate Tian Yao but also completely resolve his critical shortage of computation power. If he cannot completely eliminate Tian Yao, he will at least force her to reveal her hidden escape route. Staring ahead with sword in hand, he realizes he only needs a tiny bit of computation power to win. Even without defeating her, he would still see her escape route and remaining power. Liu Yi leaps back, analyzing her skill. Is it a guaranteed lock-on? To be safe, he should negotiate outside the Emperor Dome. The moment Tian Yao's glowing orange orb strikes, Liu Yi vanishes from the spot, running his calculations. Controlling the Emperor Dome was easy, but he still has no idea what condition Tian Yao is in or her remaining trump cards. Even so, Liu Yi believes that as long as he controls the Huazhongzhou Emperor Dome as a native of this land, he will remain completely invincible. Tian Yao sneers from the side, telling him to just abandon Huazhongzhou and get lost. "The moment you brought the Emperor Dome with you, you already lost." Her words shock Liu Yi as a sudden beam of orange energy crashes down, slamming hard against the dome's surface while Liu Yi feels a violent jolt of electricity surging through his entire body. Alert. All attributes decreased by over 924,000. Sweating with rage, Liu Yi realizes that even inside the Emperor Dome, he cannot dispel her skill. But then, a barrage of system notifications flashes before him. His connection to Huazhongzhou has been severed, stripping away his control as he is violently ejected from the Emperor Dome. The system alerts that he has been expelled from the Emperor Dome, leaving Liu Yi falling in utter shock. Talk about a complete disaster. He slams hard into the outer barrier of the dome as Tian Yao stands high above, looking down on him with absolute smugness. Smiling down, she gloats that in the end, she is the one who won. She explains that his Tian Yao system was nearly complete, putting massive pressure on her. In a direct, head-on fight, she would have had zero chance of winning. Her stat-boosting abilities are just too weak, and she still had to handle the clone. Because of that, this special body cannot be a simple vessel. It must have full attributes. Recalling her original body and their past fight, she explains that she had to gamble her very title and control over the Emperor Dome fragment to pull this off. If you had realized I had already merged with the Emperor Dome, you would have tried to escape and return to the Guishu Sea on your own. The price for failing would have been falling to the bottom of the Guishu Sea forever. But instead, you refused to give up, risking all your stats to drag the dome back to the Guishu Sea. And indeed, back then, Liu Yi had desperately tried everything he could. Looking back, Tian Yao gloats that she could have expelled him at any moment while he was struggling to escape, leaving him trapped at the dark bottom of the sea forever. Laughing hysterically, she boasts that she won her desperate gamble, and watching Liu Yi fall, she proudly claims to be the true chosen one of Huazhongzhou. Hearing this, Liu Yi looks up, gritting his teeth in rage. So from the very moment he obtained the title of Tian Yao, he was already caught in her trap. Looking down, he wonders what he should do now. Without the Emperor Dome to hold on to, his body will keep falling forever. But suddenly, Liu Yi realizes that there is an even more critical disaster unfolding. Staring at the distant Emperor Dome in the distance, he panics. Spreading his arms as he plummets, he realizes the real issue. With his Earth Shadow title stolen, how is he supposed to revive a Liu Yun now? While the next master of the title can still revive people, the threat of her human pinnacle title remains. Rebuilding Huazhongzhou requires an immense amount of computation power, and to get it, Tianyao will definitely activate the human pinnacle title. He grits his teeth in rage. How was his connection to Huazhongzhou severed so easily? Do the three legendary flames not represent the supreme, ultimate authority of this entire land? Is there some even higher power out there, but overthinking it is useless? He must find a way back to reclaim his stolen Earth Shadow title. Liu Yi flails his limbs, desperately trying to swim his way back up. Come on. Think of something. What is he supposed to do now? But his body keeps plummeting into the dark void as he spins out of control. Completely helpless, he drifts through the empty space, reaching his hand out to grab onto anything while suffering in absolute silence. No way. Right now, he cannot stop his descent. Gritting his teeth, he desperately tries to think of a way back before opening his eyes to the endless void. Damn it! Who can help him now, he mutters with a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a giant glowing sphere appears right in the path of his fall. Liu Yi glances down. Staring at this massive white orb, he wonders what it is. Below lies a stunning city built on a high mountain, wrapped in beautiful misty clouds. Could this actually be a whole world rising from the depths of the Kuaihu Sea? Looking down at the streets below and a distant mountain, Liu Yi feels this strange, heavy sense of familiarity. Why does it feel so close? Startled, he lands on the snowy surface of the sphere and gasps Nguyen Gi. Then, a voice suddenly echoes out, asking what is wrong with him. The voice asks what could have possibly made him lose his cool. Recognizing it, Liu Yi yells out in disbelief. Zhu Yin! Standing on the glowing surface, he is completely lost. What is even going on here? He looks down, utterly baffled. Are you a creation of Zhu Yin? Or... The sphere suddenly glows as Zhu Yin replies that this is just a vessel, not its real form. For the Nguyen Jie to return to the Kuihu Sea, a physical vessel is required. It then explains that after he left, it took complete control of Nguyen Jie to build this Daok. Aside from gathering power, it was just waiting for his signal. You really did not disappoint me, sending a signal back here in such a short amount of time. Scratching his head, Liu Yi asks if there is any way to escape now that he has fallen down here too. Zhu Yin tells him that a trivial matter like this does not even require a physical body. Just stand firm and watch. Meanwhile, look at what she is up to. Thien Deer stands on her Daok, celebrating that her giant wooden trunk is now wrapped in blue energy. Laughing happily, she looks up with pure satisfaction and mutters to herself that honestly, it feels absolutely amazing to be at this point. If they had met during the previous reincarnation cycle, he might have succeeded. But unfortunately, this time, she has completely fused with Huazhongzhou Chao. Standing tiny and alone on top of the massive tree trunk, she boasts. Since she has become the Daok of Huazhongzhou Chao, whatever power he possesses is only because she permitted it. Spreading her arms in total satisfaction, she smirks. In the next cycle, she thinks she might actually turn him into her 10th slave as a sign of appreciation. Suddenly, she panics. No, wait. She completely forgot that all of those slaves have already been used up. She decides she will just make him her #1 slave in the next cycle instead. But suddenly, her jaw drops in sheer disbelief as someone yells out for help. The voice screams for Zhu Yin to save him. At that moment, Thien Deer watches in horror as strange lines slice across the sky, intersecting perfectly. Staring in sheer terror, she stammers, "What on earth is that?" Seeing Liu Yi, she stammers out, "What is even happening?" Meanwhile, Zhu Yin explains to him that Thien Deer's current state is actually exactly like its own. They both chose to bury their physical forms deep inside the Daok, merging completely to become one with it. Liu Yi raises his eyebrows, frowning as he takes all of this in. While this is the only way to gain absolute power over this world, any time-based abilities can only be used within their own pocket dimension. Looking at her Daok of Huazhongzhou Chao, now sealed in a massive cube, it adds that the only way to defeat her is to freeze both her and her world. Once frozen, they must unlock the Daok and destroy her physical body hidden inside. However, there is one very important detail he must keep in mind to control the Daok. To bring his sister back to life, The Daok must survive. After that, everything will depend entirely on him. Balancing himself to jump, he listens as Zhou Yin warns that trying to smash the Daok to find her body might easily destroy the entire structure completely. He leaps, soaring straight toward the Daok of Huzhong Zhouqiu. Seeing him close in, Tianzir stammers in confusion, "Is this the Nguinzui? Was it not buried deep beneath the Kuaihu Sea forever? How could it have possibly escaped?" Meanwhile, Zhu Yin tells him that although it could not completely freeze her, it is fine because she can do nothing but talk now. The moment Liu Yi lands on one side of the Daok of Huazhong Zhouqiu, she glares and demands to know what he is doing. Now watch this. Liu Yi unleashes a strike, shattering the massive tree piece by piece. She is frozen solid, but her mouth just keeps running, freezing her and the Daok, destroying everything without a single care. It seems he already understands her current state and knows her exact weakness. But if he wants to destroy Huazhong Zhouqiu to find her real body, with his stats so heavily weakened, how many hits can he even land? Even with backup from someone inside the Nguyen, escaping from the depths of the Kuihu Sea must have left them with almost no remaining power. But Liu Yi completely ignores her words, focusing entirely on smashing the Daok. Thinking back to his gathered power, he smirks. He already has 50 million in all stats. With that, he continues shattering the Daok of Huazhong Zhouqiu. Horrified, she curses out, screaming that this place is practically his home too. If he keeps blindly breaking the Daok, Huazhong Zhouqiu will be lost forever. But Liu Yi simply replies, getting rid of her is his ultimate goal right now. "I do not care about anything else," he says. The Diao of Huazhongzhou takes a massive hit, shattering a chunk of its trunk, followed immediately by another brutal strike. Liu Yi grits his teeth, thinking why can he not find it? Tian Yao glances over from the side with a smirk. Then she suddenly yells out, catching Liu Yi completely off guard. "You could not kill me with your first blow, so are you searching for my true form just to get that Dia An title back?" She sneers, warning him to stop what he is doing right now, or she will activate the non-Trung title immediately. Hearing this, Liu Yi pauses for a second to look up at her, but then he immediately fires another fist, smashing another piece of Diao. Tian Yao clicks her tongue. "Are you crazy? Do you not need the Dia An title to save those people?" Liu Yi fires back, "You should worry about your own life instead." With half of Diao already shattered, he thinks that she will eventually crack under pressure, either helping him find her true body or striking a deal before the tree is completely destroyed. Liu Yi continues smashing the tree, sending Tian Yao into a blind rage as she screams at him. She glares and grits her teeth, trying to reason. "It seems, I cannot use my title right now, but do not celebrate yet. If you keep destroying this, Diao will not hold up much longer. Once that happens, everyone you care about in Dia An will be buried with me." But Liu Yi disregards this. He, Yan Jiang, thinks that the best move right now is to find her true body inside the Diao. That way, he can easily gain the upper hand and take back the Dia An title. Liu Yi throws another devastating punch. He is completely baffled. Where on earth is her true body? More than half of Diao is gone. So why has it not appeared? Tian Yao watches him in complete silence, while Liu Yi is rapidly losing his patience. He glares at Tian Yao, wondering why she went quiet, and deduces that the pressure he is putting on her is simply not enough. Now get this, at the same time, he rams his hand into the Diao trunk. Suddenly, the system announces a destruction skill targeting Huazhong Zhou, wrapping the entire Diao in an orange grid from Liu Yi. This shocking sight completely terrifies Tian Yao. Even Liu Yi is left totally stunned, confused and powerless. He wonders, why is this happening? Meanwhile, Tian Yao throws her head back, her body glowing as blinding light shoots from her eyes, mouth, and ears. At the same exact moment, Zhu Yin warns that Diao is collapsing and cannot be frozen. Tian Yao groans through gritted teeth. Then, she snaps her eyes open with a wicked grin, moving her body to point her finger straight forward. Tian Yao thinks furiously, let us place a bet and see just how long this connection between us can truly last. After I die, as long as you still remember me, will you keep trying to restore Huazhong Zhou and change the situation of the clone? Suddenly, she clenches her fist tightly and mutters, "It looks like my path can only go this far." Nearby, Liu Yi is completely dizzy and dumbfounded, listening to Tian Yao continue in utter disbelief. However, all my perseverance, my protection of Hua Zhongzhou, and my struggles to eliminate the clone and sever it from Hua Zhongzhou, she thoughtfully adds in the end, it was all just a gamble. And looking back, it is almost funny. I have personally struggled through over 100 reincarnations across 2,000 years. Liu Yi stares at her from the other side of Diao as she continues, "You really should thank me. If I had not banished you, you would never have survived the total destruction of Hua Zhongzhou. But dying with me except for you, every single citizen of Hua Zhongzhou and all those you love will go down too. They deserve it." Hearing this, Liu Yi reaches out and screams, "Hand over the Dia'an title now." Tian Yao just laughs like a maniac, "Go ahead, and live in total isolation. You destroyed Hua Zhongzhou and ended up killing everyone you ever cared about, you pathetic soul." She then bursts into absolute fits of joyful laughter. With that final laugh, the entire Diao glows intensely, before detonating into pure dust. Blown away by the shockwave, Liu Yi falls onto a massive rock and looks up. Seeing the shattered pieces floating helplessly in space, he mumbles just like that, "Hua Zhongzhou is completely gone." Liu Yi drops to his knees, crying out in sheer pain, "Gone." Beside him, the glowing white orb Ju Yin offers comfort. "I am sorry I could not help." Staring blankly like a hollow shell, Liu Yi stammers through his tears, I. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Tian Yao program restrictions have been removed. Initiating Tian Yao program. Checking inventory for the Donghuang Bell. Do you wish to utilize the Donghuang Bell to rebuild Hua Zhongzhou? Seeing this, Liu Yi is confused. But wait, check this out, he reads the text again, suddenly ecstatic as he stammers out, This is it. While Ju Yin stands by completely clueless, the system flashes again. Donghuang Bell lacks a sentient spirit. As the master of Donghuang, do you wish to manage Hua Zhongzhou on its behalf? Right there among the floating debris of Diao, Liu Yi smirks and answers, "Yes, I agree." Instantly, every single shattered fragment of Diao glows with a vibrant green light. And it is not just the fragments. Liu Yi himself starts glowing intensely. Raising his hands, he watches the melting fragments in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Ju Yin appears by his side to ask what he is doing, when suddenly, the giant rock he is sitting on rockets away. Liu Yi gasps in utter confusion, but then boom! Dozens of blinding beams of light suddenly erupt from every corner of his body. Right after that, a glowing branch of pure light emerges, slowly beginning to sprout fresh new leaves. Soon, the branches grow. They form a glowing tree on a small mound. Finally, it becomes a complete, majestic tree with lush green foliage. Seeing this, Liu Yi laughs in excitement. "Haha! I have officially become an imperial mansion." At the same time, the system announces he has obtained the Tian Yao title, the Cinema title, and the Renzong title. He wipes his tears, feeling a surge of silent joy. "This is great. My titles are back." Liu Yi tears up. This ending is perfect. Yet, he is still quite confused. But wait, is not the Tian Yao program designed for the Hua Zhongzhou Imperial Mansion to create special bodies? He stares ahead, deeply puzzled. Even after the Imperial Mansion was destroyed, it still somehow exists. Could the core be somewhere else? Suddenly, he thinks of the origin world. A long moment passes, and the tiny Hua Zhongzhou Imperial Mansion floats beside a massive glowing white orb. Suddenly, the system alerts him. His level is too low. The cinema title is useless here. Resurrection failed. The warning flashes a second time, as Liu Yi sits meditating under his tree staring at the screen. Get ready for this. A dark magical vortex suddenly rips open. Ju Yin steps out. He expected this. He warns that after any world falls into the Gishu Sea and escapes, its Imperial Mansion level always resets to 0. Your Origin World Mansion is currently only at level 1, but here is the catch. Even though we are safe for now, we still cannot generate our own computing power. Once the membrane absorbs all our stored power, it will shatter. The Nameless One will return, dragging us back to the Guishu Sea. Liu Yi looks up. We do not just need to upgrade the membrane. Creating survival space also requires computing power. He stares at the star-like orbs ahead. Looks like we have only one choice left. We must steal computing power from others. The gap between our worlds is simply too massive. Liu Yi quickly points out his own major weakness. In a direct clash, we would get absolutely crushed, let alone steal anything. We would be lucky to survive. But trying to destroy them from the inside is impossible under the protection of the membrane. Man, this is pretty frustrating. He looks down at Dan Zhao, then glances at Zhou Yin. Let us drop this for now. I need to ask you a few real questions first. He recalls the system alert about the Tianyao program, turning to Zhou Yin with a question. Where is the true data center? I thought it was inside the Imperial Mansion. But even after mine was destroyed, I still got system alerts. Hearing this, Zhou Yin is also quite puzzled. System alerts after your mansion is gone? How is that even possible? Any system's data construction absolutely needs its own mansion as a core operational hub. His eyes widen. Unless your system is somehow protected outside the ruined upper realm. This is completely unbelievable. How did you manage that? Liu Yi squints, recalling it happened after he got the special body in the Origin World. Zhou Yin is stunned. Origin World special body? Legends say a special body connects the original world with its replica. Could that really be it? Somehow, you connected to the upper system through some transmission channel. Zhou Yin then asks, does your system show you how to invade other worlds for computing power? He opens his interface. This exact notification appeared right after my Imperial Mansion was destroyed. In my world, there are actually other survivors besides me. He looks at the map, showing 3 survivors in different locations, radiating an intense aura. And let me tell you, they look dangerous. This one is the furthest from us, currently located in a super large world near the Guishu Sea. Staring at a short-haired girl in black, standing before a swirling cyclone cloud, he says, this place is quite strange. She is below the Guishu Sea. This world seems to be the birthplace of the Nameless One. Pointing to Rulai raising his hand to the sky, Liu Yi continues this nearby one is his world. Rulai roars, if you want to beat me, you better train for another 800 years. I will trample on Yi, for I am the only one who can conquer him. Liu Yi frowns and pouts in annoyance, then quickly gets back to business. They have no idea what I have been through, blindly stepping into other worlds. With my system's help, I can send my clones into their worlds. But Zhou Yin remarks, regardless of what is going on with your system, having this option means our biggest obstacle to gathering computing power has completely vanished. Looking down, he adds, but there is a catch. No creature from this world can easily enter another, as all attributes get heavily suppressed there. On top of that, the foreign world will suppress you, causing your strength to rapidly wither away. If that happens, stealing computing power from another world will be just as difficult as trying to breach a world membrane. Liu Yi simply laughs, summoning several clones before creating a massive array of phantom images, leaving Zhou Yin utterly stunned. Liu Yi explains after Tianyao died, I successfully reached level 100 and mastered the max-level Tianyai skill. He explains that this power can boost all of his skills. Once upgraded, there is no limit to his clones, and each of them can grow and develop entirely on its own. I can make infinite clones. With a proud smile, he leaves each clone to grow freely across every conquered world. His plan is to win by merging all their power back into a single clone. Nearby, Zhou Yin praises him, amazed that such a strategy is even possible. Liu Yi grins with a sly squint, telling his partner that once he can pull him inside, he should cross over immediately. They will split the computing power 50-50. Stunned, Zhou Yin just whispers his thanks. Liu Yi warns him to stop hiding next time, but Zhou Yin protests that he can make no promises. That is just his style. He laughs. Their cheerful laughter echoes far outside the Emperor House. Liu Yi grins with absolute satisfaction while Zhou Yin smiles helplessly. Soon, the young man is left to his thoughts. Back in the awakened world of Huazhong Zhou, everything is finally settled. With his Emperor House now resembling a massive floating tree, Liu Yi knows his next step is to slowly gather computing power. Sitting flat on the ground, he looks up and sighs, deeply grateful that the most important person in his life is still alive and recovering. He has come so far since his rebirth, and though his main goal was always to grow stronger, his deepest wish was simpler. Looking at the glowing spheres floating before him, Liu Yi truly believes in his heart. He just wants to eliminate every single threat around his loved ones, giving them all a pretty normal, peaceful life. If he can smoothly gather enough computing power, this dream will finally become a reality right here in Huazhongzhou. But he knows that is only true for Huazhongzhou, which is still in its absolute infancy as a world. His current emperor house is incredibly tiny compared to the massive original one. Liu Yi knows this world must grow stronger, so powerful that it can easily withstand any kind of threat. Looking out at the rolling hills and drifting clouds, Liu Yi travels quickly like lightning to an unknown world, stepping onto its unfamiliar soil. Wandering around in curiosity, he wonders what this world is, noting the distant forests look familiar. But here is where things get crazy. The system suddenly boots up, asking if he wants to digitize this entire world. Once completed, the program will generate a strategic plan for him to conquer this entire world. Success means he will become its ultimate master, a prospect that leaves Liu Yi completely stunned. What kind of system is this Tianyao program? If he can reshape reality just by following this system, then conquering entire worlds is about to feel like playing a video game. He smirks in pure excitement at the thought of becoming a world master. Faced with an unknown world and countless possibilities, he decides to initiate the system. Instantly, a single droplet falls, sending out massive ripples as Liu Yi suddenly finds himself standing on a massive grid of intersecting lines. A massive, web-like grid stretches out to cover everything. In the dark corners of this world, terrifying red-eyed beasts growl and hide, while other monstrous creatures snarl with sharp, disgusting teeth. Somewhere nearby, a vigilant demon glances around warily as the giant digital grid slowly starts to fade. The system confirms that the digitization process is finished. Liu Yi clenches his fists in excitement as the system prompts him to head to the main quest area to trigger a mission named Light Born in Darkness, making him smile. He raises his hand high and shouts, demanding to be taken far outside of Huazhongzhou. Looking up at the colorful, glowing clouds, he resolves to play this dangerous game with absolute focus. Suddenly, the sky bleeds a sinister red, instantly warping the clouds and mountains.